Ding, the bad woman rescue system has been bound. Neptune Lin Kie traveled through time and space and became a cowardly bootlicker. Looking at the arrogant and materialistic school beauty in front of him, Lin Kie slowly pushed his black framed glasses and smiled playfully. If you want me to pay the bill, you have to pay a price. Since then, the bad woman rescue operation has been fully launched. The money-worshipping school beauty gave up her dream of marrying into a wealthy family. The contrasting senior schoolmate became his bootlicker. The arrogant counselor who treated men as nothing bowed down before him. The cold and beautiful female CEO became his secretary. Chapter 1. The bad woman Chen Xian, bound to the depravity system. Both bad women and good women have it. Controlling the filth is certainly exciting, but invading the purity is even more intoxicating. Emotional slavery, the ultimate goal is to make bad women call you master and good women call you daddy. 5 to 20 just out of the small black room. Chen Xian photo. June, Zhangyan City, 6 p.m. Didn't I get chopped up on the bed by some crazy women? Where the hell is this? In front of the gilded and carved door of Queen KTV, Lin Kie stood there like a distraught statue. The loose white t-shirt he was wearing had long been soaked with sweat and clung to his slightly hunched back. The raw edges of his ripped jeans at the knees were worn white, and he was wearing a pair of white sneakers. The heavy black framed glasses slid down to the tip of his nose, revealing his swollen eyelids and dark circles under his eyes. He looked indescribably decadent. He won't always look like this. He'll become more handsome after he captures Chen Xian in Chapter 6. Lin Kie suddenly pinched his arm hard, and the pain was clearly felt. Only then did he realize that he had really left that erotic and bloody scene. Is it time travel? His eyes widened as he scanned the unfamiliar surroundings. The transparent KTV door was like a mirror, reflecting the unfamiliar image of Otaku. Lin Kie moved closer, looking at the thin, lifeless face in the mirror, and then comparing it to his handsome, angular appearance in his previous life. A sense of absurdity welled up in his heart. At this moment, a strong feeling of dizziness came over Lin Kie, and he felt as if his head was about to be torn apart. Countless fragmented memories flooded into his mind like a tide. After a moment, he finally understood his current situation. He traveled through time and space to the body of a prospective college student with the same name and surname who had just finished the college entrance examination. At this moment, he was on a date with his online love goddess, but in fact, he was just an ATM tool used by the other party to pay the bill. It turned out that the original owner of this body had promised the goddess to come down to pay the KTV bill, but found that the balance was insufficient. He was so anxious that he died, which allowed Lin Kie to take over the body. Fuck, brother, you were such a coward. Women paid for the rooms I checked into, and you were dying of anxiety because you can't pay. Lin Kie couldn't help but complain in his heart. In his previous life, he was a veteran in the love field. He was good at sweet talk and was best at providing emotional value. He was well versed in the art of pua, making women willingly spend money on him. However, it is precisely because of his superb skills that women fall in love with him so much that they become yandere. In the end, because he was promiscuous and had multiple relationships, he was discovered by the women, who pretended to love him very much and were willing to accept group sex. Just when Lin Kie had finished partying with them, feeling extremely weak but also extremely satisfied and thinking that he was a winner in life, they showed yandere expressions, and in order to monopolize him, they divided him into several pieces in the fight, ending up with the same tragic ending as Makoto. Unexpectedly, God made him travel back in time to be such a otaku and a bootlicker. Life is really unpredictable. Just as Lin Kie was sighing, his cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone from his pocket, looked at the caller ID marked, "Cian," and answered the call without hesitation. Lin Kie, where have you been? Why is it taking you so long to settle the bill? The girl's slightly anxious questioning voice came from the phone, with a hint of impatience. I'm at the entrance of the KTV. Lin Kie responded in a flat tone. Wait, I'll come down to find you, Chen Xian said and hung up the phone. 2 minutes later, there was a burst of hurried footsteps and the sound of high heels hitting the ground behind me. Lin Kie, there was a hint of anger in the voice. Lin Kie turned around suddenly and saw a slim woman running towards him from a distance. She was about 1.62 meters tall. She wore white 5 centimeters high heels, and every step she took made her long legs more eye-catching. Her long black hair shone softly in the sunlight and fluttered gently as she ran. The light pink chiffon dress fluttered like light petals with her movements, revealing her white ankles from time to time. The elegant makeup perfectly outlines her delicate eyebrows and eyes. At this moment, her cheeks are flushed because of running, and there are fine beads of sweat hanging on the ends of her hair. There are small traces of water on her collarbone, and her pure desire is full. Memories surged like a tide, and Lin Kie knew the identity of the person in front of him, Chen Xian, his original online love goddess and a freshman at Zhangyan Academy of the Arts. In the original owner's memory, Chen Xian was as high and mighty as a goddess. The original owner listened to her and spent money generously. He was so frugal for her that he ate instant noodles every meal. Lin Kie, why are you standing at the door like an idiot if you don't want to pay? Chen Xian ran up to him, put her hands on her hips, and asked with a heavy breath. Oh, it's too expensive, 50,000 yuan, and I don't have that much money. Lin Kie said truthfully without changing his expression. Hearing this, Chen Xian became extremely anxious. Today is her birthday. Encouraged by her best friend, she decided to book a luxurious private room in this high-end KTV to celebrate. Originally, she thought that the box fee was 5,000 yuan, which Lin Kie should be able to easily handle, but she didn't expect that her girlfriends were having so much fun that they opened several bottles of wine worth tens of thousands of yuan, and the total consumption soared to 50,000 yuan. Brother Kie, think of a solution quickly. Today is my birthday, and I can't make a fool of myself in front of my best friend. Chen Xian immediately put on a pitiful expression. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and salty tears rolled down her face. The perfect look of grievance appeared on her delicately made-up face. She had practiced this action countless times and knew that her moist eyes and trembling lips at this moment were enough to make any man soften his heart. However, Lin Kie just looked at her quietly, adjusted his black framed glasses which had slid down, without any fluctuation in his eyes. Seeing that Lin Kie was unmoved, Chen Xian gritted his teeth and decided to offer a bigger bargaining chip. Brother Kie, if you can help me this time, I can wear a white silk sailor suit to show you. As she spoke, she gently pulled at the corner of Lin Kie's clothes, her eyes full of anticipation. If it were the previous Lin Kie, seeing her appearance and the benefits she offered, he would have been extremely excited and would have even sold his kidney to satisfy all her demands. But at this moment, Lin Kie's attention had already been attracted by the light curtain that suddenly appeared in front of him. Ding, it is detected that the host was being pua by the bad woman, and the bad woman is corrupted by the system. Please degenerate the bad woman into a pet slave. The system will return fallen coins according to a certain ratio based on the bad woman's increased fallen value. Fallen coins can be exchanged for money, props, skills, etc. Newbie mission, get Chen Xian's first blood. Within 24 hours success will earn you a gift pack. Newbie reward, detection eye can automatically detect bad women within 10 meters of the host who are eligible to become pet slaves and view their information 100,000 cash. Looking at the words on the light screen, Lin Kie's pupils shrank slightly. System, it's a must-have for time travelers. The online literature really doesn't lie to me. An inexplicable feeling of excitement surged in his heart, and a meaningful smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Fallen system, how interesting. The essence is still pure, isn't this a professional match? Then I saw the novice mission, and I didn't expect that Chen Xian still had first blood. What a surprise. Chapter 2 Lin Qie's threat, Chen Xian's struggle. Then Lin Qie's gaze quietly fell on Chen Xian. In an instant, a light blue screen appeared before his eyes, densely packed with detailed information about Chen Xian. Name, Chen Xian. Age, 19. Identity, freshman, dance major, Zhongyan Academy of the Arts. Current corruption value, 3100, slight signs of corruption. 0 to 20 points, no tendency to degenerate, have a strong sense of maintaining their own autonomy and dignity. 20 to 40 points, minor signs of depravity, occasionally, you will be forced to obey the unreasonable arrangements of others, but you will be extremely reluctant and resistant in your heart. 40 to 60 points, slight depravity, gradually accustomed to obeying the orders of others in certain aspects. In order to avoid trouble or gain certain benefits, one may obey the unreasonable arrangements of others and experience inner entanglement and struggle. 60 to 80 points, moderate depravity, often obeys the orders of others involuntarily and relies on the instructions of others to a certain extent. 80 to 100 points, deep depravity, gradually becomes guided by the master's will, actively catering to the master's needs and seeking to be dominated and gain the master's attention. Appearance, closed black lens bracket, 96. Body type, 94 cm, 162 cm, 36 c. Bad woman value, 60, familiar with green tea talk, good at acting. Sensitive point, earlobe. Personality, vain, very eager for money, very obsessed with class transition, fantasizes about meeting a tall, rich and handsome man and marrying into a wealthy family. Looking at this information, Lin Qie had a deeper understanding of the beautiful girl in front of him. At this moment, Chen Xian's sweet voice interrupted his thoughts. Brother Qie, did you hear me? Just at this moment, Lin Qie's mobile phone suddenly made a crisp, ding-dong, sound. He took out his cell phone to check and found that it was a text message from the bank, indicating that a sum of 100,000 yuan had just arrived. At this moment, his account balance had become 129,938 yuan. Lin Qie secretly sighed that the system was very efficient. I was just teasing you. I've been waiting for this money to arrive. Lin Qie smiled. Chen Xian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said excitedly, that's great. Let's go and settle the bill. Pay the bill. Pay what bill? Lin Qie asked with a puzzled look. Chen Xian was stunned for a moment, an expression of disbelief on his face. Didn't you promise before that you would pay for all the expenses today? Lin Qie nodded as if suddenly realizing something. Oh, I might have been a little confused just now because I drank too much. Now that I've sobered up and thought about it, 50,000 yuan is not a small amount of money. I won't be taken advantage of. Chen Xian was completely stunned. She never expected Lin Qie to suddenly change his mind. Recalling Lin Qie's words and actions just now, he was completely different from the man who always obeyed her and was submissive in the past. This made her feel that the person in front of her was extremely unfamiliar. But the current situation did not allow her to think too much. After all, this KTV box was booked in her name. If she could not pay the high fee, she would lose face in front of all her girlfriends. Moreover, there's a rich girl from a prominent family in her group of girlfriends, and she is planning to contact her brother recently. And this young lady is crucial to her expanding her upper-class network resources. If she couldn't even pay this little bill today, she would probably never be able to fit into this circle again, and she really didn't want to live in poverty all her life. Thinking of this, Chen Xian immediately put on an annoyed expression, his tone full of questioning and anger. Lin Qie, I didn't expect you to be such a person who doesn't keep your word. We don't need to contact each other anymore. Humph. After saying that, she shook her hair, turned around and walked out the door, her attitude as if she really wanted to sever all ties with Lin Qie. In the past, when encountering similar situations, as long as she showed a little temper, a bootlicker like Lin Qie would immediately panic and rush to chase her to apologize and make peace. However, this time, she miscalculated. Chen Xian took several steps and secretly looked back, only to find that Lin Qie was still standing there. Not only did he not intend to catch up, but he also lowered his head to play with his mobile phone. She became more and more anxious. She gritted her teeth and suddenly squatted down in public, hugged her knees and cried bitterly. This move can be described as a desperate move. Although it can put pressure on the opponent, it will also put oneself in an embarrassing situation and become the focus of everyone's attention. Usually, Chen Xian cares a lot about her image. If it weren't for the current situation, she would never use this trick easily. But this time, in order to preserve her hard-earned connections, she couldn't care less. However, Chen Xian's performance did not achieve the expected effect. Although it attracted many curious glances from passers-by, Lin Qie remained unmoved. He still stood there leisurely, watching her performance with interest. Under the scorching sun, Chen Xian pretended to cry for 2 minutes. Her body and heart were unbearably hot from the sun and the gazes of passers-by. Finally, she couldn't hold on any longer, so she had to stand up awkwardly and slowly walk back to Lin Qie. What do you want in exchange for paying the bill? There was an obvious cry in Chen Xian's voice. This time it was no longer a disguise, but she was really anxious and about to cry. Lin Qie looked at her calmly and said slowly, if you want me to pay, it's very simple. Come with me to get a room tonight. Chen Xian's expression froze instantly, a look of fear and embarrassment on his face. He forced a stiff smile and said, get a room. What are you going to do? Miss Xian, please stop pretending to be innocent in front of me. Lin Qie shook his head slightly, a hint of sarcasm on his lips. What else can a man and a woman do when they're alone in a room together? Of course, they do some passionate things between adults. Lin Qie, I'm not in the mood to play such a silly joke with you right now. Chen Xian was stunned when she heard that he didn't call her Xian as usual but Miss Xian. But now was obviously not the time to think about these things, so he was filled with shame and anger and shouted loudly. I'm not kidding, my request is that simple. Lin Qie put away his smile and his expression became serious. Chen Xian suddenly opened her eyes wide, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her eyes were full of surprise. She thought that Lin Qie might make some requests, such as having dinner with her or going on a date with her. The worst condition would be to ask her to be his girlfriend. But what she didn't expect was that he would make such a dirty and shameless request. You, despicable, shameless. Chen Xian's face turned red with anger. It's you who's anxious to pay the bill, not me. I'm just putting forward conditions. You can choose to accept or reject them. I'm not forcing you. How can you say I'm despicable? Besides, $50,000 for one night is a pretty good price for you, isn't it? Quote. After he finished speaking, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. After hearing this, Chen Xian was so angry that she trembled all over. She raised her hand and slapped Lin Qie hard in the face. However, Lin Qie was prepared and grabbed her wrist, pulling her into his arms. Asshole, let me go. I'm not someone a stinking loser like you can hug. Although Chen Xian has been a pua and has had countless lickspittles, she has never had such close contact with anyone. It's not because she is so pure, but because the loser and the bootlicker are not worthy of her. The only target she is willing to devote herself to is the rich, tall and handsome man. She didn't expect that she would be taken advantage of by a loser today. She wanted to die. He began to struggle violently. Lin Qian hugged her tighter and whispered in her ear, Miss Xian, you don't want your sisters to laugh at you, do you? Chen Xian felt the warm breath coming from his ears, and his body involuntarily felt numb, and an unfamiliar pleasure surged into his heart. She suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and cursed with gritted teeth, shut up. You scum who takes advantage of others. Let me go. I'm a scumbag. Then what are you? Lin Qian sneered and let her go. You deliberately tricked me into paying for your vanity, so you're not a scumbag. Besides, I have provided you with a solution to the problem. Shouldn't you thank me? Besides me, who else can help you now? Quote. These words left Chen Xian, who was sorting her clothes, speechless for a moment. She had to admit that she invited Lin Qian to the birthday party in order to show off her charm in front of her bestie and to make him the scapegoat. Lin Qian really had no obligation to help her pay the bill, nor did he force her to accept this condition. The reason for the current situation can only be blamed on the fact that this dog who has always been obedient to me suddenly woke up. This is also the reason why he now calls me Miss Xian. Chen Xian was filled with helplessness. Even if she was angry, there was nothing she could do. Did she really have to agree to his conditions? But this is my first time. Chapter 3 Chen Xian's compromise, winning first kiss. Chen Xian stood at the door of the KTV, experiencing a fierce struggle between his conscience and his desires. She has been in the PUA circle for many years and has always maintained her innocence. This is not because she has a lofty belief in chastity, but because she knows clearly that her virginity is an important bargaining chip to knock on the door of a wealthy family. In her countless fantasies, her first night should be on a bright night, with a handsome, elegant, wealthy man, and the two of them would fall in love during a romantic candlelight dinner. Finally, in the presidential suite on the top floor of the luxury hotel with a superb view, in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, she gave her first time to the other person. She could even imagine the look of surprise and pity in the tall, rich and handsome man's eyes when he found out it was her virginity. In the other person's eyes, she would be the pure little white flower that is untainted by the mud, and would be held in the palm of his hand and loved terribly from then on. Then her dream of marrying into a wealthy family would not be impossible to achieve. However, reality ruthlessly shattered her dream. Lin Qian in front of her made a request that put her in a dilemma. If she agrees to Lin Qian, then the important bargaining chip that she has painstakingly held onto for many years will vanish into thin air. But if she doesn't agree, the seemingly solid but actually fragile plastic sisterhood between her and her besties will come to an end. These close friends were her stepping stones to the upper social circle. If she lost them, all her previous efforts would be wasted. After a painful weighing of the pros and cons, Chen Xian gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words with difficulty. I promise you. Speak louder, please. I can't hear you. Lin Qian tilted his ear, a playful smile on his lips, as if he was deliberately teasing her. Chen Xian clenched his fists, digging his nails deep into his palms. The pain was piercing, but he didn't dare to resist at all. She took a deep breath, then suddenly raised her voice and shouted with a broken pot-like embarrassment. I said, I promise you. Don't force yourself. Lin Qian feigned regret as he shook his head, his eyes filled with amusement. Seeing you like this, I can't bear it anymore. How about just forget it? Chen Xian felt endless grievance in her heart. She understood the other party's intentions too well. Lin Qian just wanted to see her put down her superior attitude and crush her self-esteem bit by bit. But she was now in a situation where she had no other choice. She took another deep breath and tried to make her voice soft and flattering. Brother Qian, please help me. I don't like calling you Brother Qian. Lin Qian interrupted her mercilessly. Brother Qian, please help me. Chen Xian lowered his head, a hint of humiliation flashing in his eyes. Seeing her well-behaved and obedient appearance, Lin Qian smiled with satisfaction. Then you can go back and pay now. Chen Xian lowered his head, his tone full of fatigue and helplessness. Of course, but Lin Qian took out his cell phone and turned the screen to Chen Xian. The lid recording interface made Chen Xian's pupils shrink suddenly. The red recording indicator light was like a scarlet eye, staring at her coldly, completely extinguishing her lucky idea of tricking her into paying first and then denying it. It turned out that her little plan had already been seen through by the other party. Make the agreement clear. Lin Qian brought the phone closer. After all, words are not enough. If you go back on your word, where can I go to seek justice? You. Chen Xian's voice trembled, but when she met Lin Qian's half-smile, her voice stopped abruptly. She bit her lower lip and spoke slowly under the other person's gaze. I, Chen Xian, voluntarily check into a room with Lin Qian in exchange for him paying the 50,000 yuan KTV bill. Then he added, after I check into the room with you, you must delete the recording. Of course, but before that I have to collect the interest first. The moment the recording was saved, Lin Qian suddenly pulled her into his arms. Before Chen Xian could react, a predatory kiss had already landed on her. Huh, Chen Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. This was her first kiss. She struggled desperately, but under Lin Qian's skilled attack, all her resistance seemed pale and powerless. Lin Qian clasped the back of her head with his palms and pried open her teeth with the tip of his tongue. This aggressive kiss gradually made her lose her strength. 2 minutes later, Chen Xian leaned in Lin Qian's arms with weak legs. Lin Qian heard a system prompt. Ding, Chen Xian's corruption value +5, current corruption value, 35 100s, the host has obtained 500 corruption coins. Seeing this, Lin Qian let her go. At this moment, Chen Xian stood there with a flushed face and intoxicated look, obviously not yet out of the pleasure. After a moment, Chen Xian realized what had just happened and angrily cursed. Asshole, who allowed you to kiss me? Anyway, we are going to do something more intimate tonight, so just kissing is just practice in advance. What, are you not happy, or do you want to regret it? Lin Qian said with a smile. These words were like a bucket of cold water, and Chen Xian clenched the corner of his clothes. You, humph. She remembered that Zhang Xiaoting's group of sisters were still waiting for her in the box. In order not to lose these connections, she could only swallow her anger and turn to walk into the KTV. The two walked into the KTV one after the other. Passers-by looked at them strangely when they saw this strange combination. Lin Qian held his head high and accepted the gazes of passers-by calmly, while Chen Xian lowered her head and buried her face in her long hair, praying in her heart that this torment would end soon. As soon as he walked into the lobby, Lin Qian saw a seductively dressed blonde woman talking to a man who looked like a manager at the front desk. The man was respectful, while the woman's expression was full of disdain and ridicule, but not towards the man. Based on the memory of his original body, Lin Qian knew that this woman was one of Chen Xian's best friends. But why wasn't she in the box? And seeing how familiar she was with the manager, there must be something fishy going on. Lin Qian took out his cell phone, took a photo calmly, and then walked to the front desk. Chapter 4 Chen Xian's ridicule, Lin Qian's tactics. Hello, check out 308 inches. Lin Qian walked up to the front desk and spoke with a man in a suit who looked like a manager. In front of him, the blonde woman and the man turned their heads at the same time. The blonde girl spoke first and asked Chen Xian, Han, where did you go just now? Chen Xian's eyes, which had been lowered, suddenly widened. She raised her head in panic and replied with forced composure, Ting Ting, why are you here? I just went with Lin Qian to withdraw money. Zhang Xiaoding frowned, looking worried. I saw you guys haven't come back for a long time, so I came down to look for you. Chen Xian looked apologetic. Ting Ting, I'm sorry to have made you worry. We will pay now. Zhang Xiaoding waved her hand and said generously, actually, if you don't have enough money, I can pay for it. After all, it was me who insisted that you hold your birthday party here. Chen Xian immediately refused. How can this be possible? Today is my birthday and I agreed to treat you. As she spoke, she gently nudged Lin Qian beside her with her arm. Lin Qian understood and said to the manager again, bring the bill. Okay, please wait. Not long after, the manager brought the bill in the POS machine. Sir, the total is 50,120, which makes 50,000 after removing the zero. Do you want to swipe the card or scan the code? Scan the code. Lin Qian quickly completed the payment. At this time, Zhang Xiaoding suggested enthusiastically, Han, how about we go to the bar tonight? Chen Xian shook her head lightly, a look of fatigue on her face. No, I'm a little uncomfortable now, I want to go back and rest, you guys have fun. It's not that she doesn't want to go, but she really can't afford it. If she goes to ask Lin Qian for help again, who knows what excessive conditions he will put forward. Zhang Xiaoding's face was full of concern. Han, are you okay? It's okay, I just feel a little dizzy. I'll be fine after I go back and rest. Chen Xian forced a smile. Zhang Xiaoding turned to look at Lin Qian, then go back and rest. Lin Qian, I'll leave Han to you. Lin Qian nodded in agreement, no problem. Chen Xian pulled Lin Qian and hurried out. Zhang Xiaoding looked at their departing backs, a mocking and disdainful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and then she turned and went upstairs. After leaving the KTV, Lin Qian suddenly stopped. Chen Xian turned around in confusion. Why did you suddenly stop leaving? Lin Qian said softly, I have something to deal with suddenly. You should go back first. Remember to put on the white silk sailor suit you mentioned. I will pick you up for dinner later. After that, it will be time to fulfill our promise. When Chen Xian heard the news that they had to go back first, he was secretly happy, thinking that he could escape the disaster. But after hearing the rest of the words, she felt despair for a moment, then changed her mind and thought, the money has already been paid, do you think you can threaten her with just a recording? Ridiculous. Chen Xian immediately revealed a mocking smile on her face. Lin Qian, you are so naive. Do you think you can threaten me with just that recording? I won't accompany you anymore. Humph. Lin Qian responded without surprise, really? What would happen if I posted the recording to your school's forum and let everyone know that their innocent school beauty is actually a bitch who would sell her body for 50,000 yuan? How can you be so despicable? Chen Xian was so angry that he was shaking all over. Okay, stop playing tricks in front of me and be obedient so you can suffer less. Lin Qian said in a firm tone. Chen Xian knew he couldn't escape, so he put on a tired expression and tried to gain sympathy. I promise you, but I really don't feel well today. How about another day? Anyway, you have the recording in your hand, I can't run away. Lin Qian didn't give in at all. Sorry, Miss Xian, I want it tonight, no room for negotiation. Chen Xian was completely anxious. You'll die someday. Have you never seen a woman in your entire life? Why do we have to postpone it? What's in it for me? Lin Qian asked back. Seeing that Lin Qian was merciless, Chen Xian changed his strategy and said sarcastically, Come on, it's normal for a stinky loser like you to lose control when seeing a beauty like me. Then I'll take pity on you, a little virgin. Your little body can't hold on for more than a few seconds anyway, so just think of it as being poked by a toothpick. Humph. If the previous Lin Qian, who had been single since birth, was mocked by Chen Xian like this, he would probably be ashamed and give up obediently. But unfortunately, the person standing in front of her now is Aquaman, who has seen countless women, and this clumsy way of provoking him is useless to him. Lin Qian then reached out his hand, put his arm around Chen Xian's waist and pulled her close, whispering in her ear, whether it's a toothpick or not, you'll know tonight. Remember what I said, put on your white silk sailor suit. You pervert. Feeling the warmth beside her ear, Chen Xian responded shyly while twisting her body. How is this perverted? Didn't you say you wanted to wear it before? Lin Qian felt her movements and hugged her tighter. He wanted her to get used to his close contact. After all, if the body has fallen, is it too late to fall into depravity of the mind? Feeling the big hand caressing her waist, Chen Xian's pretty face flushed. She felt her body becoming more and more strange, and began to struggle violently. Lin Qian knew that this was the limit. This kind of thing had to be done step by step, and tonight would be more natural for her body to remember him. He couldn't rush things now, so he let her go. After Chen Xian pulled away, she immediately put on a disgusted expression. Asshole, don't hug me without my consent from now on. Oh, Miss Xian, do you still want to maintain a long-term relationship with me? Lin Qian asked with a smile. You are simply wishful thinking. Chen Xian responded angrily, but subconsciously he knew that after tonight there might be a long period of entanglement between them, so he said that. Okay, go back and get ready. Remember to take a shower. I don't want to spend a night with a woman who smells of sweat, Lin Qian teased. Go to hell, how could I smell like sweat? Chen Xian quickly sniffed himself. You can't smell the sweat anymore, go back and wash up, Lin Qian continued to tease her. I smell good, smell it yourself and apologize to me quickly. Chen Xian stretched out her hand in front of Lin Qian's face. Take the pig's trotter away from me. I can't stand it anymore, Lin Qian pretended to be disgusted. Asshole, I'll bite you to death. This completely enraged Chen Xian, and she bit Lin Qian's shoulder. Hiss, let me go, Lin Qian gasped in pain. Apologize, Chen Xian insisted. Enough, if you don't let go, I'll kiss you, Lin Qian suddenly shouted loudly. Chen Xian was frightened by the sudden voice. She looked up and saw Lin Qian's domineering eyes. She felt a little panic in her heart. She quickly let go and took a step back, pretending to be calm and said, Asshole, I will teach you a lesson sooner or later. After saying that, he turned around and fled in a hurry. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Lin Qian's ears. Ding, Chen Xian's corruption value +2, current corruption value, 37 100s, host receives 200 corruption coins. Total corruption coins, 700. I didn't expect that my little experiment of emotional tug-of-war would actually yield some results. It turns out that getting along with women cannot be too dull, you have to properly stir up emotions. Chen Xian, you can't escape. Then, he turned around and walked into the KTV again. Chapter 5, False Friendship, Chen Xian shock. Queen KTV, box 308. Lin Qian stood in front of the half-open door, holding his cell phone and listening carefully to the words coming from inside. Ting ting, that green tea girl and that fat otaku are gone, a female voice came. Well, let's go. I didn't expect that the lickspittle would really come up with 50,000 yuan for her. I miscalculated. This little bitch is really good at tricks. His words were full of annoyance. What a pity. I originally wanted to make that little bitch look bad, but I didn't expect to be so lucky, another voice said hatefully. HMPH, she's like that and still dreams of hooking up with Ting Ting's brother. What she can dream of his brother Sicheng, there was disdain mixed in her contemptuous tone. That's right, she acts like a pure and innocent girl all day long, which really makes people want to vomit. Let's find another opportunity to humiliate her. I don't believe that she is so lucky every time to have a dog to pay for her. His tone was also full of malice. Alright, I won't allow my brother to date a poor little bitch like this. Don't let her affect our mood. Let's continue singing. As the arrogant words fell, loud music came from the box. Lin Kie had noticed that something was wrong with Zhang shouting before, so he came back to try his luck and see if he could find out anything. He didn't expect to hear these words. I didn't expect that they were really just fake sisters. Women are really born performers. He couldn't help but wonder if Chen Xian knew that her good girlfriends had such great malice towards her. If you don't know, you might end up being sold one day and still be helping others count their money. After realizing that there was no value in talking about it anymore, I ended the recording and went downstairs. Lin Kie took the bus according to his memory and came to Sunshine Community, his original home address. This residential complex was a bit old. He walked into Unit 4, Building A, and stepped onto the old stairs. On the right side of the third floor is the original body's home. When I opened the door, the house was not as old as I had imagined. When the original body was in the first year of high school, his parents unfortunately passed away in a car accident, leaving him only a legacy of 200,000 yuan. Now, he is the only one living in this 3-bedroom, 1-living-room house. In addition, the old neighborhood is already quiet, and the empty room seems even more lonely. However, Lin Kie unexpectedly fell in love with this quietness. But he knew that with the system in place, such peaceful days would probably not last long. He walked into the bedroom and opened the wardrobe, which was filled with white t-shirts and jeans. He picked up a set and went into the bathroom. 5 minutes later, he finished his shower and stood in front of the sink, looking carefully at himself in the mirror. The original body actually had good facial features, but his thin figure and decadent aura seriously affected his appearance. It seems that he has to exercise from now on. He can't stand the image of a dark and gloomy otaku. It was time to go find Chen Xian. After packing up, I went out and took a taxi to an ordinary rental house 10 minutes away from Zhangyan Academy of the Arts. It's already 7:20, but because it's summer, it's not completely dark yet. According to the original body's memory, Chen Xian said that she would do part-time work whenever she had time. As for why she moved out of the school, it was probably because she didn't want her classmates to know about her embarrassing situation. Chen Xian said that he was the only one who knew his address. It was not known whether it was true or just to drain Lin Kie's wallet. But it didn't matter now. Lin Kie took out his phone and called Chen Xian. After a while, the call was connected, and Chen Xian's voice came from the phone. Hello. I'm downstairs at your rental house. I'll give you 5 minutes. Don't make me wait too long, or you'll suffer the consequences. After saying this, Lin Kie hung up the phone. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Xian came running over. She was wearing a white sailor suit that fit her figure perfectly, outlining her proud curves. The pleated skirt swayed gently with her steps, making her look playful and cute. Her waist-length black hair fell softly behind her, with the ends slightly curled up, fluttering gently in the breeze. Black patent leather shoes wrapped around her legs clad in white silk stockings. The white silk had a soft sheen, making her legs look even more slender and graceful. With every step she took, her small leather shoes made a crisp sound when hitting the ground, her white silk stockings were faintly visible under her skirt, and her youthful aura attracted the attention of those passing by. But she was wearing a hat that covered most of her face, making it difficult to see her expression. When Lin Kie saw her like this, a barely perceptible hint of possessiveness flashed in his eyes. Although this bad woman has a bad personality, her appearance and figure are beyond reproach. This further strengthened Lin Kie's idea of training her. Hey, what are you looking at? Go, Chen Xian urged anxiously. Today was the weekend and she was afraid that she would be recognized by the students at school and seen with a strange man. Then she would lose her title as the pure school beauty and would also attract countless criticisms. Well, let's go. Lin Kie responded indifferently, used his mobile phone to locate a medium-sized Chinese restaurant, and then took Chen Xian into a taxi. After dinner, Lin Kie took Chen Xian to a 5-star hotel. Chen Xian looked up at the luxurious hotel in front of her, her eyelashes trembling, her eyes full of surprise and confusion. Why did you bring me here? Lin Kie raised his lips in a half-smile, his eyes filled with amusement. Miss Xian, it seems your memory isn't very good. Of course, I'm here to collect the debt. Of course I know. Chen Xian's cheeks flushed instantly, and her body stiffened beneath her white sailor suit. For something like this, wouldn't it be better to just find a small hotel? How can that be possible? Lin Kie raised his hand and gently stroked her cheek, his eyes passing over her slender legs wrapped in white silk. Top quality ingredients, of course, need the best ingredients. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste? Don't you agree? Bah, pervert. Chen Xian spat and turned her face away, her pleated skirt swaying slightly with her movements. Although she was cursing, the tips of her ears were red and hot, and her heart felt like it was gently brushed by a feather, causing waves of fine itching. A strange emotion quietly grew in her heart. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded in Lin Kie's mind. Ding, Chen Xian's corruption value +3, current corruption value, 4100s, host obtains 300 corruption coins. Total corruption coins 1000. It really worked, and then Lin Kie took her in his arms and walked into the hotel. He now really wanted to know how much corruption value he would gain by taking down Chen Xian's first blood. Chen Xian knew what was going to happen next, so she stopped struggling and just bit her lower lip, letting Lin Kie carry her forward. Her fresh student spirit forms a wonderful contrast with the luxurious hotel environment. However, people passing by did not pay too much attention to them. After all, in this era of extravagance and decadence, it was not uncommon for low-key rich second generations who indulged excessively to bring schoolgirls to check into a hotel. It cost Lin Kie 10,000 yuan to complete the formalities and get the room card, but he didn't feel the slightest bit sorry. Chen Xian looked at him paying generously and felt a strange feeling in her heart. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the man in front of her seemed a little handsome. Soon the waiter led the two to the presidential suite. The moment the door opened, the dazzling light from the crystal chandelier poured down, and the luxurious decoration inside the house came into view. Chen Xian was stunned for a moment. She had only seen such scenes on the internet before, but now that she had experienced it in person, she was shocked. She couldn't help but think that if she ended her first time here, maybe it wouldn't be too regrettable. While she was stunned, Lin Kie's eyes behind her had already become blazing, staring at her like a hungry wolf. Chapter 6, Winning the First Time, Sci-Fi System Store. The sound of the door slamming against the door frame startled Chen Xian. The warm yellow light suddenly dimmed, immersing the entire presidential suite in an ambiguous amber color. Lin Kie quickly walked behind Chen Xian, hugged her with both hands, placed his palms on her lower abdomen, rested his chin on her right shoulder, and whispered in her ear, "Xian baby, are you ready?" Chen Xian bit her lower lip and turned her head away, her almond-shaped eyes watering as she cursed in a low voice, "Asshole, don't call me that. We're about to get more intimate. This is to help you relax and get into the mood. You can treat me as your man." "Humph, you're not worthy to be my man." Chen Xian spoke with resistance, but in her heart she still did what Lin Kie said, and the resistance was surprisingly much less. "Xian baby, I'm coming." After Lin Kie finished speaking, Chen Xian felt the warmth on his neck and shuddered. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, clutching Lin Kie's hands on his abdomen and whispered, "Asshole, you're so proud of yourself. Come on, don't surrender in less than a minute." Although her words were fierce, the trembling ending of her voice revealed her panic beneath her forced calmness. She thought that since she couldn't resist, she might as well indulge herself and enjoy herself. How could that be? Xian baby, I will definitely make you go to heaven. Chen Xian's words were like an aphrodisiac to Lin Qian. Although he had never failed in this regard in his previous life, it was hard to say with his body now. But now the sword is on the string and has to be shot. Even if the hardware is really not good enough, he has plenty of ways to satisfy her to the utmost. He has absolute confidence in this important link on the road to depravity. Then he turned her around and kissed her on the lips. 2 hours later, Lin Qian looked exhausted but still lay contentedly on the sofa. This body really couldn't bear the burden. It seemed that he had to exercise as soon as possible. However, with his vast experience, he still achieved the results he wanted. Then he turned his gaze to Chen Xian who was lying on top of him. At this moment, she had passed out from exhaustion, with a thin blanket covering her body. Lin Qian held Chen Xian's slender waist with one hand and gently combed her messy hair with the other. The sleeping girl curled up in his arms, her pretty face slightly flushed, her eyelashes drooping like butterfly wings, and her pink lips slightly pouting. Her calves wrapped in white silk were exposed, rubbing against his legs unconsciously from time to time. At this moment, she looked like an exquisite doll, so cute. This extreme tenderness stirred up an undercurrent in his heart. In addition to the sympathy and desire for revenge aroused by the memory of his original body, a kind of aggressive possessiveness was quietly taking root. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission. Reward: 3 primary physical potions gradually strengthen physical fitness within 10 days, reaching 70% of the human limit and 10,000 fallen coins. Ding! Chen Xian's corruption value plus 20, current corruption value, 6100s, the host obtains 2,000 corruption coins. Body potion, looks like he doesn't need to exercise himself. What he didn't expect the most was that this time Chen Xian's corruption value actually increased by 20 points. It seems that the words of a certain female master are still too classic. Then Lin Qian planned to study the system store. He wanted to see what these fallen coins could be exchanged for. With curiosity and anticipation, he opened the system store. In an instant, countless streams of light exploded before my eyes, and the dazzling array of goods was dazzling. From the most basic money to various items, and even supernatural props and super scientific skills. Lin Qian focused on the supernatural props and super scientific skills area. Fallen system store. 1. Basic item area. Money exchange. 1 fallen coin equals 100 RMB. Daily limit 100,000 RMB. Night rose. Set. 100 coins with charm plus 5 effect. Primary body potion. 5,000 coins bottle. Sensitivity enhancement spray. 500 coins time. Sensitivity plus 10. Effect lasts for 1 hour. Recovery dew. 500 coins eliminates fatigue and bruises. 3. Supernatural props. Love binding stockings 2,000 coins. These appear to be ordinary stockings, but once the target puts them on, they will gradually develop a sense of dependence on the user. Upper limit plus 10. Mask of lust 10,000 coins when worn, causes the target to hallucinate, making the user see the object of their desire. Memory watch 10,000 coins. The bronze watch can alter a target's memory within the last 24 hours, but each use will cause the target to lose a random memory within the last 24 hours. 24-hour cooldown. Honest plump 1,000 coins piece after eating, you cannot lie for 1 minute. 4. Super science skills. Sight acquisition 2,000 coins. Gain line of sight to the target for 5 minutes. 24-hour cooldown. Fatigue transfer 2,000 coins. Transfer your fatigue to others. 24-hour cooldown. Neural invasion 2,000 coins. Temporarily changes the target's behavior logic for 3 seconds. 24-hour cooldown. Emotion visualization 5,000 coins. See the desire value of others towards you. Desire manifestation 8,000 coins. Visualize the target fantasy into a 3-dimensional projection. Crisis prediction 10,000 coins. Sense fatal danger 3 seconds in advance. No cooldown. When Lin Qian saw these props and skills that were beyond his understanding, he felt it was absurd. If someone didn't know him, they would think he had traveled to a science fiction world. But these things were too expensive, and he didn't have anything he wanted to exchange for now, so he exchanged for a set of night roses. He couldn't help but imagine what Chen Xian would look like wearing this outfit, and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. He believed that Chen Xian would never let him down. After putting the suit into the system space, Lin Qian stood up, picked up Chen Xian, and walked towards the bed. He was really tired and needed to rest. The girl moaned in her sleep, her warm breath unconsciously brushing against his chest. This intimate gesture made his heart tremble. He was looking forward to Chen Xian's reaction tomorrow morning. Chapter 7. Bad Woman Lang Ruoxi, Lin Qian's decision. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, and Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes amidst a tingling pain. She blinked, consciousness gradually returning, and the memories of last night came flooding back, instantly staining her cheeks red. She suddenly propped herself up, but fell back onto the soft bed due to excessive fatigue. Only then did she realize the thin blanket covering her body and the clothes scattered on the sofa not far away. Woke up, a low voice came from the bedside. Chen Xian turned her head suddenly and saw Lin Qian leaning against the head of the bed with a playful smile on his lips, his eyes wandering over her without any hesitation. Chen Xian felt a sharp pain in her lower back, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed. She grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Asshole, you. Before she finished speaking, her voice choked and her eyes became red. Lin Qian caught the pillow easily, sat down on the edge of the bed, and reached out to tuck the hair that was scattered on her cheeks behind her ears. Chen Xian instinctively wanted to dodge, but he held her wrist tightly. You're just getting rid of me. Didn't you enjoy yourself last night? Lin Qian moved closer, his warm breath spraying on her ears. That's enough. Chen Xian suddenly pushed Lin Qian away, wrapped herself in a thin blanket and sat up. She raised her head with anger burning in her eyes, her cheeks flushed red, and even her neck was flushed with anger and shame. Shameless bastard, I don't want to see you again. Get out of here. Her chest heaving violently showed her inner anger, and her lips were white from being bitten by her teeth. Oh, baby Xian doesn't want to delete the recording. Lin Qian looked at her and raised his eyebrows. Stop calling me that disgusting name. Do you want to threaten me with the recording? Chen Xian felt ashamed and angry at first, then uneasy when she heard Lin Qian's words. How could that be? Baby Xian made me very satisfied last night, so what do you want? Chen Xian automatically ignored his teasing. He didn't know what Lin Qian wanted, and began to shout louder and louder with increasing nervousness. So I decided to delete the recording now. Ah. Chen Xian was in disbelief when he heard this. He didn't expect that he would be willing to delete the recording on his own initiative. This made Chen Xian unable to understand. After all, according to the plot of the novel, shouldn't he continue to threaten and harass her with the recording? Don't be so surprised. After all, we've already had all the fun we need to have. There's no point in keeping it. Besides, I was afraid that you had too much fun last night and couldn't help yourself to me, so you used this as an excuse to harass me. Lin Qian shrugged lazily, with an indifferent expression on his face, putting on the image of a narcissistic scumbag, ruthless. Then he took out his cell phone in front of Chen Xian and decisively deleted the recording. But of course he kept a backup. This was just a risky move of retreating to advance. Get out of here, you bastard. Get out now. When Chen Xian heard Lin Kie's scumbag words and his appearance of not wanting to have anything to do with her, she was immediately furious. I should have been the one saying these words to him, but I didn't expect the roles to be reversed now. I felt a sense of frustration that I had nowhere to vent, filling my chest. Chen Xian grabbed the pillow again and threw it hard. His chest heaved violently, his red eyes filled with anger and humiliation, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he looked like a lit powder keg. Lin Kie seemed not to see it. After taking the pillow, he stood up, put on his clothes and walked towards the door. With a bang, the door was closed, and Chen Xian was the only one left in the spacious room. Seeing Lin Kie leaving without any reluctance, Chen Xian felt a sense of loss in her heart, and then an inexplicable feeling of emptiness came over her, making Chen Xian hug the pillow and cry. Lin Kie, who had just arrived at the hotel gate, received a system prompt. Ding, Chen Xian's corruption value +5, current corruption value, 65 100ths, the host obtains 500 corruption coins. After hearing this, Lin Kie looked up at the top of the hotel, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that his bet was right. Chen Xian, you can't escape from my palm. After that, he didn't know what to do next, so he simply took out his mobile phone, opened Fichen, and his thumb stopped at the second contact at the top, Senior Ruoxi, and then clicked. The most recent conversation was a message Lin Kie sent to Lang Ruoxi, which took place 5 days ago. Senior, you haven't paid any attention to me for half a year. I've applied to Zhongyuan University. I'll be able to come see you soon. Scroll to the top of the chat history and then scroll down. Xiaoyi, I haven't finished the PPT that's due tomorrow, but my bestie asked me out shopping tonight. Don't worry, Senior, I'll work all night and make sure it's sent to you before 8 AM tomorrow. Oh, I'm so sorry to ask Xiaoyi for help. I'm so sad to hear that, Senior. I'm so happy to be able to help you. Then it's up to you. I'm so tired. I've been rehearsing with the club today and haven't had dinner yet. What do you want to eat, Senior? I'll order Pizza Hut for you. How about a durian pizza with a snack platter? Wow, how did you know I wanted to eat this? You really understand me, but this will cost Xiaoyi a lot of money. How could that be? As long as Senior likes it, that's fine. Happy birthday, Senior. I've prepared your favorite Coach bag. Can I go to school and give it to you in person? Half an hour later. My best friends and I are out celebrating and won't be back until late tonight. Please send the gift to my school. Okay then, have fun, Senpei. 2 hours later. Are you sad, Xiaoyi? I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free to make it up to you. Really? That's great. Senior, you said you wanted to treat me to a meal. Are you free recently? I've been too busy lately. I'll contact you when I'm free. Okay, Senior sister, you should pay more attention to rest and don't get too tired. I see. Little Yi, you're such a good boy. Senior, can I meet you? I bought you a present. Senior, what are you doing? Why don't you reply to me? Are you sleeping? 2 hours later. Senior, are you awake? I'm at the gate of your school. Can you come out? I'll treat you to a delicious meal. 5 minutes later. Lin Kie, why did you come to my school without my permission? Don't contact me again. I'm sorry, Senior sister, I was wrong, please don't block me. 2 minutes later. HMPH, this won't happen again. Leave the gift with the guard. You should go back quickly too. Senior, are you still angry with me? I'll buy you a lipstick as compensation. Please don't ignore me. Since you are so sensible, I forgive you. But remember, don't come to my school without my permission. I know, but I really want to see you. Then I'll meet you when I'm free during the holidays. Very good, but before that, be good and obedient. Promise to be obedient. According to his memory, Lin Kie met this senior student in the second semester of his senior year of high school. She is now a sophomore at Zhongyuan University. It can be seen from the chat records that this so-called senior sister has been keeping an ambiguous distance with Lin Kie since high school, and treats Lin Kie like a puppy. She never gave up feeding this humanoid pet dog until she went to college. Fortunately, this senior student didn't seem to be short of money. Every time, Lin Kie would buy gifts for himself, and he only spent a little over 20,000 in 2.5 years. It seems that the senior student just enjoys the pleasure of raising a bootlicker. However, the Pua level of the senior sister is too low. Only a virgin like the original body with no emotional experience who regards her as the white moonlight goddess would be Pua by her for so long. Since half a year ago, Lang Ruoxi began to deliberately ignore Lin Kie. Before, she would share soy milk and fried dough sticks with Lin Kie for breakfast and complain about interesting things on campus. When she was in the mood, she would tease Lin Kie with ambiguous words and cute emoticons. The little virgin Lin Kie was so amused that he could only send, Senior sister is the best, Senior sister is the most beautiful, I definitely only like Senior sister, I will always be Senior sister's good brother. In the past 6 months, she has not done these things anymore. It was Lin Kie who sent the messages. Maybe she didn't find it fresh anymore, or maybe she had other dogs to boot. Therefore, Lin Kie, whose emotions were not reciprocated, could only seek comfort on the internet again. By chance, he fell into the trap of Chen Xian who was fishing. During the next 3 months of contact with Chen Xian, I spent a lot of money on her but did not get the corresponding emotional value. Simply put, Chen Xian only thinks of him when she needs to spend money. Comparing the senior sister with Chen Xian, Lin Kie felt that the senior sister was simply too good. So I want to go to her school to find her and ask her clearly what happened and why she ignored me for half a year. Just a week ago, Lin Kie, who had just finished the college entrance examination, applied for Zhongyuan University and then sent a message to his senior. According to the original body's memory, he decided to cut off contact with Chen Xian after attending her birthday party and focus on pursuing his senior. Unexpectedly, when it came time to pay, he didn't have enough money, and he was so anxious that he almost passed out, allowing Neptune Lin Kie to travel through time and space. Brother, go with peace of mind. I will fulfill your obsession for you, but in a different way. It would be fun to have a puppy. Chapter 8 Lang Ruoxi's annoyance and her best friend's suggestion. Lang Ruoxi has been in a terrible mood recently. She swiped the screen of her phone impatiently, and the message she had received 5 days ago was still glaring in the dialog box. This little bootlicker she had raised before actually lost control and even came to find her at the school where she applied to. I've deliberately reduced contact and finally cut off all contact, but why hasn't he given up yet? She bit her lip and threw the phone heavily on the bed. Half a year ago, Lang Ruoxi felt that raising a puppy was no longer fun, so she began to deliberately distance herself from Lin Kie. The reason why she didn't completely delete the contact information was entirely out of caution. It was all her fault for being too young at the time and revealing the school and her name. She was really worried that this little dog would be desperate and run to the school to make a scene, making her lose face. What should I do to make him give up pestering me? Lang Ruoxi grabbed the pillow at the head of the bed and buried her face deeply in it. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. She sat up abruptly, grabbed her phone and made a video call to Su Qing. The screen quickly lit up, revealing a face applying a facial mask. Hey, Miss Lang actually came to me on her own initiative. Suqing adjusted the position of the mask, and her voice seemed a little unclear because of the restraint of the mask. Ching, do you still remember the bootlicker I had before? Lang Ruoxi made an exaggerated crying face in front of the camera. Suqing sat up straight when she heard that, her face wrinkled. Isn't it that Lin Kie, the one who always obeyed you and worked hard for you? Why are you suddenly mentioning him? He actually applied to our school. He even said he'd come see me, but I've lost interest in him for a long time. I haven't contacted him in half a year. Suqing's chuckle came from the other end of the video. If you ask me, you deserve it. Who allowed you to toy with others for more than 2 years? I never keep fish in my fish pond for more than 2 months. How can you break it so easily? Oh, stop laughing at me. Lang Ruoxi acted coquettishly in front of the camera. Help me think of a solution quickly. Suqing took off her mask, revealing a delicate face. As she patted the essence on her face, she said, I do have a simple and rough method, but I'm afraid you don't want to. What method? I'm willing to try anything as long as I can get rid of him. Lang Ruoxi eagerly moved closer to the camera. Find a boyfriend. Suqing raised a finger. Lang Ruoxi's face immediately fell. That's it. If I could find a boyfriend, would I still be so worried? Lang Ruoxi's singleness is not due to her own lack of conditions. She is 168 centimeters tall and has a plump figure with a body size of 36D and a bright and charming appearance. Even when standing next to Suqing, a veteran in the love field with outstanding looks, her temperament and appearance are superior. This outstanding appearance makes her always stand out in the crowd. However, her requirement for her partner is that appearance is paramount, and her superior family environment means she doesn't have to worry about material things. With Lang Ruoxi's charm, it is not difficult for her to find a handsome guy. However, she maintained a stubborn obsession in her heart, which could even be described as pride. She believed that actively pursuing men would put her at a disadvantage, and she would never give in. Even if she meets someone she likes, she will suppress her feelings and instead use some means to attract the other person's attention, forcing him to actively pursue her. This is probably a common problem among handsome men and beautiful women. As a result, she has never been actively pursued by any handsome guy. This is probably one of the reasons why Lin Kie can become his bootlicker. Who told you to really look for it? Suqing rolled her eyes. I mean, find an extra and then ask your little licker out for a date. Let him see with his own eyes that you're taken, and he'll completely give up. Lang Ruoxi bit her lower lip and thought for a moment before saying, but what if he finds out it's fake? Wouldn't that make him even more obsessed? Suqing continued her analysis. Our school is so big, with tens of thousands of people. Students from different majors might not even meet each other for 4 years. And as long as the performance is convincing, how could he be suspicious? But Lang Ruoxi was still a little hesitant. Suqing interrupted, no buts. I have a party tonight, and I'd like to introduce you to some reliable candidates for temporary boyfriends. Are you in such a hurry? I'm not mentally prepared to pretend to be a couple with a stranger. Lang Ruoxi subconsciously shrank back. It will be too late to wait until he officially starts school. Choosing early and practicing well will help you avoid being caught. Oh, Chang Zubai, a senior from the Party Performance Club, will be there too. He's won several campus film acting awards, so his acting is definitely solid, Suqing explained. Seeing Lang Ruoxi still looking confused, she suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. If all else fails, you can always ask your beloved, Sasuke, for help. Lang Ruoxi's eyes suddenly lit up, but then she lost her temper again. She sighed heavily and said, how can it be that easy? He's the most popular guy on campus. The girls chasing him can be seen lining up at the school gate. Speaking of this, Sasuke, he is Liu Yuanzhou, the president of the cosplay club. He is 183 centimeters tall, with an upright figure, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and delicate and three-dimensional facial features. Whenever the club was recruiting new members, he would stand in front of the booth and become the center of everyone's attention. There were so many girls who wanted to join the club that he couldn't count them all. Lang Ruoxi still remembers her first meeting with Liu Yuanzhou. At that time, she was just a freshman in college and attended the club recruitment day, where she saw Liu Yuanzhou. He stunned the audience in his Sasuke costume. Under the flamboyant black wig, he had a cold and handsome face, cold eyes, and a tall figure. The posture of holding the Kusanagi sword was heroic and instantly captured Lang Ruoxi's girlish heart. She filled out the application form on the spot without hesitation. However, her inherent pride made her unwilling to take the initiative to express her love. In the club, she always quietly organized props, carefully prepared character information, and took the opportunity of discussion to interact with Liu Yuanzhou. Although the members had already tacitly assumed that they were a couple, and some CP fans even created stories for them, and other girls also regarded her as their biggest rival in love, Liu Yuanzhou always maintained a polite distance and never crossed the line. This ambiguous relationship makes their relationship always remain more than friends but less than lovers. Letting Liu Yuanzhou pretend to be your boyfriend can not only solve the current trouble, but also take the opportunity to get closer to you. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I think it's great, Suqing continued to encourage. Absolutely not. If you knew I had a lapdog, the good image I've painstakingly cultivated over the past year would be shattered. Lang Ruoxi waved her hands hurriedly, her delicate eyebrows twisted into a knot. My dear lady, who asked you to tell the truth? Just say that you are being harassed by a high school junior who has a crush on you, and you want him to pretend to be your boyfriend to help persuade him to quit. He will not lower his status to ask Lin Kie for confirmation. Suqing held her forehead and sighed. Then she leaned closer to the camera, her tone full of temptation. This is a great opportunity. Maybe through acting, your relationship can break through that level. Lang Ruoxi fell into deep thought, biting her lip and weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, her eyes suddenly lit up. It seems like I can really try it. As she spoke, she stood up and fixed her hair. I'm going to the club room to find him now. That's right, I'm waiting for your good news. Suqing smiled with relief and gave a cheering gesture to the camera. Before hanging up the video, she didn't forget to tease, after this is done, remember to buy me some milk tea. Lang Ruoxi fixed her makeup in front of the phone screen, took a deep breath and stepped out of the dormitory. Chapter 9 The Evil Liu Yuanzhou. Jiangyan University, the highest institution of learning in Jiangyan City. It has consistently ranked among the top 10 in the university rankings over the years. As a comprehensive university with a profound foundation, it has demonstrated outstanding strength in many disciplines. The most famous club in Jiangyan University is the Cosplay Club. The reason why it has attracted so much attention is mainly due to 2 factors. One is the extremely high popularity of the president Liu Yuanzhou, and the other is the special nature of the club. After all, there are still many otakus and otaku girls who like animation, and this place can be regarded as 2.5 dimensions, which is naturally attractive. Liu Yuanzhou can be called a campus legend. Since the beginning of his enrollment, his exquisite face with idle potential, coupled with his tall and straight figure of 183 centimeters, has attracted not only girls but also boys. Every time there is a club activity, he would be the focus of the whole crowd as soon as he stood in front of the stall, with a constant stream of girls coming to see him. To this day, the legend about him is still widely circulated on campus and has become a hot topic of conversation among female nymphomaniacs after dinner. In the eyes of female fans, he is a male god who perfectly recreates 2-dimensional characters, and his cosplay can amaze the audience every time. However, before Liu Yuanzhou took over, the Cosplay Club had been criticized in various ways. Many otakus who join the club with a passion for anime female characters find that reality is far from what they imagine. So all kinds of slander and denigration of the cuz club started on the school forum. In fact, the main reason is that they couldn't find a sex partner and were just angry and embarrassed. So after Liu Yuanzhou became the president, his image became extremely controversial. His fans regard him as the mainstay of the society and believe that his presence enhances the overall style of the society. Those who dislike him regard him as a synonym for chaotic social interaction and even call him the king of Pa on the school forum. Faced with these mixed reviews, Liu Yuanzhou always maintained an elegant smile. He neither refuted nor explained, and continued to maintain his sunny and gentle image, which made him even more mysterious. 2 years ago, the club welcomed a beautiful junior schoolmate, Lang Ruoxi. As soon as this junior girl, who is 168 centimeters tall and 36D, appeared, she attracted the attention of everyone in the club. She has an enviable perfect figure, a slender waist that can be held in one hand, long legs with graceful lines, and an exquisite face, making her a goddess-level existence. Although she had never publicly expressed her affection for the club's president, Liu Yuanzhou, her eyes would always unconsciously follow the president's figure during every club activity. This implicit admiration naturally could not escape everyone's eyes. The reactions of the community members were mixed. Some girls regard Lang Ruoxi as their number one love rival and are always sarcastic towards her. Some of them just wanted to watch the fun and add fuel to the fire between the two of them from time to time. Some people are just spectators, waiting to see how this campus love drama develops. As time went by, Lang Ruoxi and Liu Yuanzhou's relationship did become closer, which made the rumors about their relationship more and more intense. Whenever someone asks, they always get ambiguous answers, which makes everyone's curiosity even stronger. That afternoon, after the cosplay club activities ended, the members left one after another, leaving only Liu Yuanzhou alone in the activity room. He was sitting in a chair concentrating on watching anime when he heard light footsteps coming from outside the door. Lang Ruoxi quietly poked her head in, looked around to confirm that no one was around, then tiptoed in and called out softly, "President, I'm here." "Oh, Xiaoxi, you're finally here. You just said you had something important to talk to me about. What is it?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yuanzhou put away his phone, turned around and smiled gently. Yes, Lang Ruoxi clutched the corner of her clothes, her eyelashes trembling, and spoke nervously. "Xiaoxi, what can you not say to me? If there is anything, just tell me. I will never refuse to help you if I can." Liu Yuanzhou leaned forward, looked up at Lang Ruoxi and encouraged her. "Then I'll tell you, I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend." Lang Ruoxi bit her lip and answered nervously. "Ah, why?" A hint of surprise flashed in Liu Yuanzhou's eyes, and then he frowned in confusion. "I have a high school classmate who's been bothering me lately, so I want to find a fake boyfriend to make him give up." Lang Ruoxi stared at Liu Yuanzhou's face and spoke while observing his expression. "Oh, so that's how it is. Your junior is really asking for too much. I promise you, don't worry, I will definitely make him give up." Liu Yuanzhou leaned back in his chair with a calm expression, supporting his chin with one hand, and a faint curve at the corner of his mouth. "That's great, thank you, President." Seeing that Liu Yuanzhou had no doubts, Lang Ruoxi breathed a sigh of relief and then expressed her gratitude happily. "Are you still calling me President?" Liu Yuanzhou stood up, walked to Lang Ruoxi, lowered his head and said ambiguously. "Then, what should I call you?" Lang Ruoxi shrank back feeling a little uncomfortable with the sudden approach, then looked up and spoke in a low voice. "What do you think? I'm your boyfriend now, you can call me Yuanzhou." Liu Yuanzhou continued teasing. "Then, Yuanzhou." Lang Ruoxi stammered, her face flushed with shame before she finished speaking, and she lowered her head in a hurry. "Well, Xiaoxi, let's start practicing the interactions between lovers. Let's start with holding hands, how about that?" Seeing Lang Ruoxi's shy look, Liu Yuanzhou struck while the iron was hot. "Ah, are we going to practice now? Isn't it too fast?" Lang Ruoxi looked up and asked in surprise. "You have to practice sooner or later. You also want to get rid of that junior as soon as possible," Liu Yuanzhou said and stretched out his right hand to Lang Ruoxi. Okay. Lang Ruoxi hesitated for a moment and finally placed her trembling little hand in his palm. Lang Ruoxi felt shy but also happy about Liu Yuanzhou's initiative. This might really be an opportunity to break through the relationship. However, Lang Ruoxi didn't know what kind of dirty thoughts were hidden under Liu Yuanzhou's gentle and elegant appearance. Looking at Lang Ruoxi in front of him, Liu Yuanzhou thought to himself, for more than a year, this woman has always been distant and close to me. I didn't expect that this time she would let me pretend to be her boyfriend. This time I must seize the opportunity to make her sink into my crotch. He planned to have intimate contact with her under the pretext of practice, create an ambiguous atmosphere, and let her fall gradually. In fact, Liu Yuanzhou is not as upright and sunny as he seems. With his outstanding appearance, he has been around many girls since he joined the club. Almost all the seniors, classmates, and even junior schoolmates in the club, as long as they were good-looking, were seduced into bed by him. After becoming the president in his sophomore year, he became more restrained and only extended his claws to girls with a beauty score of 85 or above. With his superb skills in flirting, he maintains long-term sexual relationships with 3 girls at the same time, and can cleverly keep them unaware of each other. However, the frequent sex gradually made him unable to cope. Once, due to excessive overspending, he performed poorly when having sex with one of the girls and was almost discovered by her that he was dating multiple people at the same time. This accident made him change his strategy. He would have sex with each woman no more than 5 times. Once it reached 5 times, he would break up. After all, even if you don't perform well if the number of times is small, it's easier to find an excuse to cover it up. Although doing so forced him to give up some girls he was particularly compatible with, it also effectively prevented women from discovering his shortcomings. If women spread the news that he was a quick shooter, he would be doomed socially and would have no chance of survival in school. Now a junior in college, Liu Yuanzhou has clearly felt that his health is not as good as before, and he can only satisfy a woman twice a week at most. So he urgently wants to find a true partner with whom he can be open and honest for a long time, while occasionally maintaining ambiguous relationships with other girls so that he can not only keep up physically but also satisfy spiritually. In fact, Liu Yuanzhou had been paying attention to Lang Ruoxi since her sophomore year, when she just joined the club. Not only did she have the tall and hot body that he coveted, but she also had impeccable looks, making her the perfect girlfriend for him. However, every time he sent her ambiguous signals, she never completely fell for him and always kept a distance from him. He knew that as long as he took the initiative to express his feelings clearly, she would most likely agree. Yes, but this would be too degrading for him. In the past, all the girls he slept with would come to him obediently just by beckoning him, so it would be impossible for him to confess his feelings. This time, Lang Ruoxi offered to pretend to be her boyfriend, which gave him a good way out. Fake boyfriend. Humph. He was absolutely confident that she couldn't leave him. Chapter 10 Liu Yuanzhou's frustration and ambition. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed quietly. It was 8 o'clock on Friday evening in a high-end Western restaurant. Liu Yuanzhou and Lang Ruoxi sat opposite each other in a prime spot by the window on the second floor. The dim candlelight cast a hazy soft glow over them. Lang Ruoxi wore a floor-length white dress with a waist-hugging design that outlined her graceful figure. She wore a pair of white satin high heels that wrapped her slender feet. At this moment, she was sitting elegantly holding the knife and fork. Lu Yuanzhou also changed into a well-tailored white suit with a simple silver brooch pinned to his collar, adding a touch of refinement. At this moment, he was holding the red wine and watching Lang Ruoxi taste it carefully. Yuanzhou, why did you bring me here to eat Western food today? Lang Ruoxi looked up and spoke, her voice softened with a hint of doubt. Isn't this a place every couple comes to? I'm here to let you feel the atmosphere and get into the role of girlfriend. Lu Yuanzhou put down the wine glass, leaned forward slightly, supported his elbows on the table, folded his hands and supported his chin, and explained seriously. I see. Thank you, Yuanzhou. It's all my fault for not practicing the role of girlfriend well. Lang Ruoxi bit her lower lip and said with a somewhat annoyed look. Lu Yuanzhou looked at the frustrated Lang Ruoxi in front of him, and he felt a sense of frustration. He thought that by pretending to be a couple and having physical intimacy with her, she would obediently lie on the bed and let him do whatever he wanted in a few days. But unexpectedly, after 10 days, the intimacy between them only stopped at holding hands, let alone kissing. Whenever Lu Yuanzhou wanted to take a step further, Lang Ruoxi would run away in a hurry, saying that she was not ready. After a few times, Lu Yuanzhou felt that Lang Ruoxi was deliberately playing with him, just to make him feel so passionate that he had nowhere to vent his anger. This made him extremely uncomfortable. You know what? In order to have a perfect first experience with Lang Ruoxi, he abstained from sex for 10 days. During this period, several of his friends asked him out many times, but he rejected them all with various excuses. Now he is about to explode and urgently needs to release. So today he was going to make a final attempt. He booked a table at this high-end Western restaurant to liven up the atmosphere, and then get her a few bottles of red wine. He had no doubt she'd be completely captivated. He couldn't wait any longer. Lang Ruoxi saw Lu Yuanzhou's face full of apology for thinking about her. But this cannot be entirely blamed on her, because every time Lu Yuanzhou wanted to have close contact with her, he did not show any reaction, as if it was just for practice. And how could she let him get close to her so easily just for practice? It was too cheap. Her pride didn't allow her to do that. Whenever Lu Yuanzhou said, Xiaoxi, I like you, I want you to be my real girlfriend, she wouldn't have any resistance, but he didn't show any reaction, which made her feel very embarrassed. Okay, Xiaoxi, let's have a toast. How about I take you to ride the Ferris wheel later? Lu Yuanzhou spoke immediately. Oh, okay. Lang Ruoxi came back to her senses when she heard Lu Yuanzhou's words. I wish us good luck in practice. At this time, Lu Yuanzhou raised his glass and stretched it in front of Lang Ruoxi. Yeah, Lang Ruoxi responded and raised her glass to clink it lightly with Lu Yuanzhou's. Half an hour later, dinner was over. At this moment, Lang Ruoxi, who had already drunk 2 glasses of red wine, had a slightly flushed face which made her even more charming. Lu Yuanzhou also drank a few glasses and felt a little dizzy. Seeing Lang Ruoxi's appearance at the moment, he became even more excited, but he knew that he couldn't be impatient now. It was nighttime now and there should be many couples in the amusement park. In that ambiguous atmosphere, if he took her to ride the Ferris wheel, he didn't believe she could control herself and not fall under his crotch. Then the two of them quickly went downstairs and took a taxi to the nearby amusement park. 20 minutes later, we arrived at our destination. Today is Friday, and it is evening. There are a lot of people coming and going in the amusement park, and just as Lu Yuanzhou expected, there are a lot of couples. Lang Ruoxi looked at the couples coming and going. Some were walking hand in hand, some were feeding each other intimately while sitting on chairs, and some were kissing in a secluded corner. These scenes made Lang Ruoxi blush and her heart beat faster. She fantasized even more about becoming a couple with Lu Yuanzhou, and her body unconsciously moved closer to Lu Yuanzhou. Lu Yuanzhou noticed her movements and was immediately delighted. His decision was indeed correct. In the past, whenever he met a slightly reserved girl, he would use this trick, and they would all fall for him. Lang Ruoxi, you won't be surprised either. The two bought 2 marshmallows, walked around for a while, and came to the Ferris wheel. Xiaoxi, have you ever ridden a Ferris wheel before? Lu Yuanzhou looked at Lang Ruoxi's red ears, his Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed a mouthful of inexplicable heat. Ah, I only sat on it with my parents when I was a child. I haven't sat on it since I grew up, Lang Ruoxi said with some nostalgia. Then let's quickly relive the feeling. Lu Yuanzhou extended his right hand to Lang Ruoxi. Yeah, okay. Looking at the couple getting off the Ferris wheel that had just stopped, Lang Ruoxi placed her hand in Lu Yuanzhou's palm. After buying the ticket, I boarded the Ferris wheel, which slowly rotated at a slightly higher height. Lang Ruoxi gazed at the scenery below. She finally understood why couples would come to ride the Ferris wheel. It really did have a romantic atmosphere. Lu Yuanzhou stared at Lang Ruoxi, who was lost in thought and looked down at him with a look of delight. He knew he was close to his goal, to snatch her first kiss from the top of the Ferris wheel. Then he slowly moved over. Soon the Ferris wheel will reach the top. Xiaoxi, Lu Yuanzhou leaned close to Lang Ruoxi's ear and whispered. Lang Ruoxi withdrew her gaze, and when she turned around, she saw Lu Yuanzhou's handsome face so close to her, and her heart began to beat faster. Let's kiss, Lu Yuanzhou said, closing his eyes and leaning forward. Looking at the face that was getting closer and closer, Lang Ruoxi was in a trance. Are they really going to kiss? At the last moment, emotion still couldn't overcome persistence. Lang Ruoxi finally stretched out her hand, pressed it against Lu Yuanzhou's chest and whispered, Yuanzhou, I'm still not ready. Feeling the palm on his chest and hearing these heaven-defying words, Lu Yuanzhou opened his eyes instantly. At this moment, he was already furious, his gun was loaded, but in the end, he was poured a bucket of cold water. He really wanted to rape this ungrateful woman in front of him. But he still held back, and then he used both hands to push Lang Ruoxi against the wall in the corner, and said in a low voice, Lang Ruoxi, is it fun to play with me like this? It's you who said that pretending to be a couple must be so convincing, and it's you who has been resisting. What do you want? If that doesn't work, go find someone else to play this boring game with you. I won't play with you anymore. After saying that, Lu Yuanzhou distanced himself and sat aside. This certainly didn't mean he was giving up, but it was just his strategy. I have to turn being passive into being active. Otherwise, if I continue like this, it will take forever to have sex with her. It's also my fault that I created a gentlemanly and foolish image for myself from the beginning. Yuanzhou, it's my fault, don't be angry. Lang Ruoxi knew that Lu Yuanzhou was really angry this time. After all, the fact was just as he said, the problem was with her. I've been planning to ask that junior out this Sunday. Seeing that Lu Yuanzhou was unmoved, Lang Ruoxi continued. Oh, in your current state, aren't you worried that he'll find out we're just pretending to be a couple? What if he asks us to kiss? Lu Yuanzhou still had his back to her, but his gaze remained on Lang Ruoxi's reflection in the glass window. Ah, that shouldn't be the case, Lang Ruoxi responded guiltily after hearing this. Do you believe it yourself? If he really makes that request, I will do it. Lang Ruoxi struggled for a long time before speaking. Lang Ruoxi looked at Lu Yuanzhou's angry and lonely back and felt bad. She couldn't help but wonder if her persistence was really that important. What's the point of taking the initiative? After all, it's not easy to meet someone you really like, and it would be a pity to miss him her. Thinking this way, she decided that after resolving Lin Kie's issue, she would confess her feelings to him and become his real girlfriend. Since you are willing, why can't we practice first? Wu Yuanzhou was a little surprised when he heard what she said and then spoke. Yuanzhou, please stop pushing me. After we get rid of that underclassman, I have something important to tell you. Lang Ruoxi clasped her hands together and spoke in a pleading tone. What's the important thing? Can't you tell me now? Wu Yuanzhou asked in confusion. No, you will know when that day comes. I won't let you down. Lang Ruoxi's eyes were filled with firm tenderness, and a soothing smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lang Ruoxi's words made Wu Yuanzhou think a lot. Could it be that she planned to have sex with that junior after she dealt with him? As he thought about it, Wu Yuanzhou could no longer wait for that day to come. It seems that all she needs to do is show her perfect charm in front of that junior on that day and make that junior retreat obediently in shame. Wouldn't that make her more determined? Lang Ruoxi, don't let me down again. If you still tease me like this by then, I don't mind using some despicable means to bring you down. I must savor this piece of delicious meat of yours without leaving any room for regret. Chapter 11 Chen Xian's Desire, Lin Kie's Call. Saturday night at 10 p.m. Chen Xian returned home, opened the door of her rental apartment, took off her thin strap sandals, and gently placed her expensive bag on the cabinet in the entrance hall. Then he walked quickly to the living room and threw himself heavily onto the sofa. The just concluded gathering with her best friends left her physically and mentally exhausted. As usual, she accompanied the group of rich daughters to visit all the boutiques in the commercial street, and had to stay on her toes to deal with their topics. But what disappointed her the most was that she failed to meet the target she had been dreaming of this time. The target is the eldest son of the Zhang family who just returned from studying abroad. He is completely different from ordinary playboys, and his every move shows his elegant demeanor. Ever since he drove a Maybach to pick up Zhang shouting, Chen Xian secretly listed him as the first target. After that, every time a party ended, Master Zhang would always show up on time to pick up Zhang shouting and take her home. Even if he didn't come occasionally, he would rush over after receiving Zhang shouting's continuous phone calls. Gradually, he became familiar with this group of girls, and Chen Xian took every opportunity to chat with him. But just when she was about to ask for his contact information, young Master Zhang suddenly stopped showing up and was picked up by a professional driver instead. Unwilling to give up, Chen Xian asked Zhang shouting for information many times, but only got the perfunctory reply, "My brother is busy with work recently." After finally waiting for her birthday, Chen Xian wanted Zhang shouting to invite her brother to her birthday party, hoping to take this opportunity to get his contact information. However, fate played a trick on her. Not only did she not wait for young Master Zhang, but her virginity was taken away by Lin Kie. Since then, Chen Xian's obsession with young Master Zhang has become stronger, but Zhang shouting's mouth is like locked, not revealing a single word. Today was also fruitless. What made her even more annoyed was that every time she inquired about young Master Zhang's news, the person who came to her mind was not the gentle and elegant nobleman, but the hateful Lin Kie. Chen Xian didn't know what was wrong with her. Lin Kie's hateful face and the feeling that made her sink that night were always with her. Especially late at night, her body would become inexplicably restless. My heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, and my skin felt unnaturally hot. This strange feeling made her panic, fear, and extreme shame. She didn't know what to do. Chen Xian was lying on the sofa, with two completely different figures appearing alternately in his mind. One is a rich and elegant young man who has been gilded overseas and has advanced knowledge, a prominent family background, and a graceful demeanor. One is a stinky loser who has no achievements, is despicable, shameless and perverted. Oh, now he can't be called a loser, he should be called a scum. But for some reason, Lin Kie's figure always occupies the majority of the time. Why is this happening? Was it fear, hatred, or longing? No, no way. How could she miss that jerk? Chen Xian, are you a cheap bitch? Just because you were fucked once by a stinky loser, your body has become slutty. Ah, Chen Xian began to curse herself and slap the sofa. 2 minutes later, Chen Xian was tired of venting. Lin Kie's figure began to occupy the upper hand in her mind again, and her mind gradually lost control. Ding, ding, ding. At this moment, the phone in my jeans pocket suddenly rang. This movement scared Chen Xian, but also pulled her back from the abyss of desire. After waking up, Chen Xian felt extremely ashamed and angry about her fantasy about Lin Kie. If she really did that, would she still be able to face Lin Kie calmly afterwards? Would she still be able to confidently call him a pervert? Chen Xian took out her cell phone gratefully, but the name, Lin Kie, on the screen made her almost throw the phone away. It's this bastard, she cursed under her breath. After that ridiculous night, she should have completely blocked and deleted Lin Kie's phone number. However, when her hand rested on the delete button, she gave up for some unknown reason. She didn't know why she didn't click it, and then she selectively forgot about it. Humph, didn't this bastard say before that he was afraid I would harass him? Why is he calling me now? Could it be that you have become obsessed with my body and can't help yourself, so you want to date me again? Quote. If this was true, she must humiliate him severely, then hang up the phone and avenge all the humiliation she had suffered from him before. Chen Xian didn't hesitate any longer and answered the call. Hey, you bastard, what are you looking for me for? You don't want me to give you a night of charity, do you? There was a sharp sarcasm in her deliberately raised voice. But she regretted it as soon as she said it. Her tone sounded as if she cared a lot about it. Miss Xian, I didn't expect you to be so narcissistic. Even if it's charity, it should be given by me. After all, I believe that apart from me, no other man can give you such a wonderful experience. A low chuckle came from the other end of the phone, followed by Lin Kie's slow and measured words, each word wrapped in irritating calmness. Chen Xian's face flushed, and the memory of that night suddenly came flooding back. She shook her head violently, shaking off the shameful images. Ah, any man I find on the street is better than a toad like you. Chen Xian retched exaggeratedly, then sneered. Oh, then do you think young Master Zhang is better than me? Lin Kie's voice suddenly became frivolous. The 3 words, young Master Zhang, were like a basin of cold water poured on Xian's head. Her body tensed immediately, and she asked in panic, how do you know about Master Zhang? What do you mean? I know you very well now. As for what it means, can you guess? Lin Kie seemed to be in a good mood and deliberately dragged out his tone. Guess what? Forget it, I'm wasting my phone money talking to a scumbag like you. Chen Xian's chest heaved violently, and the collar of her t-shirt opened slightly with her breathing, revealing her delicate collarbone and cleavage. Are you so impatient? It seems that you will never see your young Master Zhang again. Alas, Lin Kie sighed and said in pretended disappointment. Can you help me see him? This sentence pierced Chen Xian's heart like a needle, and she asked eagerly. You're not too stupid, but why should I help you? Lin Kie chuckled. Asshole, what are your conditions? Chen Xian's temples were throbbing and she sat up suddenly. Conditions. There was a pause of a few seconds on the other end of the line before Lin Kie's voice continued, his tone like a cat playing with a mouse. You'll find out tomorrow when you come to the McC next to Tiana University. By the way, remember to wear a white silk suspender skirt and high heels. You pervert, you're not thinking of fucking me again, are you? Chen Xian thought he wanted to have sex with her again, her face turned red instantly, and she grabbed the pillow on the sofa and threw it to the ground. Haha, Miss Xian, you overestimate your charm. Don't worry, I won't fuck you this time. Lin Kie's laughter was low and joyful, and he deliberately emphasized the word, ha. Pervert, scum, beast. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian cursed into the phone like a machine gun. After a while, there was a beep from the phone. Looking at the phone that was hung up, Chen Xian was stunned. She couldn't guess what Lin Kie's conditions were, nor was she sure whether she could meet young Master Zhang tomorrow. But she had no choice. Chapter 12 Meeting again, Chen Xian's accident. The scorching summer sun scorches the city. At 9 a.m. on Sunday, at the main entrance of the McSea shopping mall near Zhongyang University. Chen Xian hid in the shadow of the eaves of the door with a sun hat, using the air conditioning coming out of the mall to dispel the heat. She glanced down at her phone, her brows furrowed slightly. It's time, why hasn't that bastard come yet? Just as I was secretly complaining, a cool breeze suddenly blew from behind, and then I felt a lightness on my head, my sun hat was taken away. Her long hair fell apart in an instant, and she turned around suddenly, glaring at the culprit. She saw a clean, well-proportioned, and somewhat handsome sunny boy who looked very energetic. Are you Lin Kie? Chen Xian spoke in surprise. Although the person in front of him was far from the sloppy, skinny otaku in his impression, he could still infer from his facial features that he was Lin Kie. He didn't expect that he had changed so much in just 10 days. Why, you're so handsome. Lin Kie twirled the sun hat around his fingertips, then deliberately took a step closer and raised his eyebrows. Bah, narcissist. I've seen all kinds of handsome guys, and you can't even get a spot. Give my hat back to me. After saying this, Chen Xian snatched the hat back, but because she moved too quickly, she almost bumped into his arms. She hurriedly took 2 steps back. His eyes unconsciously looked at Lin Kie carefully. I couldn't help but think that if the first time was given to him now, it wouldn't be too bad. Now, when they stand together, they will no longer attract attention because of the contrast in their images. At this time, a system prompt sounded in Lin Kie's ears. Ding, Chen Xian's corruption value +2, current corruption value, 67/100, the host obtains 200 corruption coins. People are really visual animals. After taking the body potion, Lin Kie's body has been improved to a very healthy state, completely changing his previous decadent image. Now he is 1.8 meters tall, with 6-pack abs and good facial features, which makes him perfectly show the good image he should have. Lin Kie expected Chen Xian's reaction. After all, even if she really had to be a slave to someone else, a good-looking master would make the slave less resistant, wouldn't it? Beautiful Xian, I didn't expect you to be so obedient. You're quite sexy. Lin Kie glanced at her slender neck, the slightly exposed cleavage and the beautiful legs wrapped in white silk under her skirt, and smiled teasingly. You're a pervert. Stop talking nonsense. What do you want in exchange for taking me to see young Master Zhang? Chen Xian felt uncomfortable when he looked at her, as if countless ants were crawling on her body. She pretended to be calm and raised her chin. What, are you so impatient? You can't see me today. You have to fulfill my conditions today. Lin Kie admired her shy and angry look and said slowly. Asshole, you can't contact young Master Zhang at all, right? Chen Xian's eyes burned with anger when she heard this, and her slender fingers clenched. Believe it or not, Lin Kie shrugged, then suddenly leaned over and whispered in her ear, but besides me, there shouldn't be anyone else who can help you, right? The warm breath sprayed on his ears, making Chen Xian tremble all over. Chen Xian quickly took a step back, but his chest heaved violently with anger, and he finally unclenched his fists in frustration. Despicable. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Well, I'm going to meet someone later, and you pretend to be my girlfriend. Lin Kie stood up and said seriously. Why? Chen Xian narrowed his eyes vigilantly. This is not your concern. You just need to play the role of a girlfriend. Lin Kie remained calm. So what should we do? Seeing that he was unwilling to talk, Chen Xian did not ask any further questions. She just wanted to fulfill his conditions as soon as possible and hoped to meet young Master Zhang. Lin Kie walked straight to Chen Xian, stretched out his right hand and hugged her in his arms. Ah, what are you doing? Chen Xian struggled violently like a frightened rabbit, her long hair drawing messy arcs in the air. This is what we're teaching you. Lin Kie blew gently into her ear and watched with satisfaction as the small earlobe quickly turned red. Feeling the warmth beside her ear, Chen Xian's cheeks flushed instantly, tears of shame and anger welling up in her eyes. That doesn't have to be like this. We've done more intimate things, this is nothing. Lin Kie tightened his arms with a wicked smile, pressing her soft body even closer to him. You bastard, do you really think you can defeat me? Chen Xian became furious when she heard this, and then stepped hard on Lin Kie's sneakers with the heel of her high heels. Hiss, Lin Kie instantly showed a painful expression. HMPH, serves you right. Chen Xian took the opportunity to break free, and seeing him in pain, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing her gloating look, Lin Kie suddenly became angry. He stretched out his hands, grabbed Chen Xian's hands and raised them above her head. He put his right leg between her legs and pushed her against the wall. Ah, bastard, what are you doing? Looking at Lin Kie's approaching face, Chen Xian turned away in panic, her eyelashes trembling violently and the pulse in her neck beating rapidly. Of course it's to punish the disobedient bad woman, Lin Kie said and was about to kiss her. At this moment, a rough voice that destroyed the atmosphere came from behind. Hey, boy, you're forcing a woman in broad daylight. Lin Kie glanced sideways and saw 2 muscular men with dyed yellow hair. He leaned over to Chen Xian's ear and said, okay, there's free practice. You're my girlfriend now, don't let me down. The warm breath made Chen Xian tremble all over. What, you want to interfere when I'm making out with my girlfriend? Lin Kie turned around and hugged Chen Xian again, speaking in a lazy but provocative tone. Your girlfriend, you were clearly forcing this sister just now. The green-clad thug sneered, his greedy eyes wandering over Chen Xian. My girlfriend likes this kind of style. It's called romance, understand? Lin Kie deliberately pulled Chen Xian closer to him. The red-clothed thug stepped forward and said, boy, do you think I'll believe you? Don't be afraid, sister. Just tell me the truth. We will definitely seek justice for you. His greasy smile made Chen Xian wrinkle her nose in disgust. Yes, he is my boyfriend. We were just being intimate, and you guys were too nosy and interrupted us. Chen Xian then raised her face, smiled sweetly, and snuggled in Lin Kie's arms, casting a look of contempt and disgust at the gangster. Fuck, you stinky bitch. I'm helping you out of kindness, and you actually accuse me of meddling in your business. You can't leave today if I don't give you a good smack. The man in green was instantly angry when he saw Chen Xian's contemptuous look. In fact, he didn't mean to be a hero. He was simply tempted by Chen Xian's sexy figure and wanted to taste her. Even if they were really boyfriend and girlfriend, it wouldn't stop his thoughts. He didn't expect to be fed a mouthful of dog food and be despised by this stinky woman. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he walked up to Chen Xian and said fiercely. Oh, are you planning on stealing my girlfriend? Lin Kie took a step forward to block his view. Isn't it obvious? Is a slut like this something your small body can satisfy? If you don't want to be beaten, get out of here. The man in green said jokingly. He could even imagine Lin Qian kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. I'd like to test how strong your body is. Lin Qian raised his head slightly and said calmly. Lin Qian, why don't we run away? Seeing this, Chen Xian pulled the corner of Lin Qian's clothes and said in a low voice. No need to deal with these two losers. All I need is my hands. Lin Qian responded confidently. Before Chen Xian could try to persuade him again, the man in green started an attack. Who the hell are you calling a waste? He said this and attacked Lin Qian with a fist. Lin Qian took a step back and then kicked the man in green in the abdomen. In an instant, the man in green screamed, flew several meters away, and then knelt on the ground holding his abdomen. Seeing this, the man in red also attacked Lin Qian angrily, but was kicked to the ground by Lin Qian. Looking at this scene, Lin Qian nodded. The effect of the primary body potion was quite good, making him almost twice as strong as an ordinary adult man. Chen Xian behind him showed a surprised expression. She really didn't expect Lin Qian to be so powerful. It seems that he has changed more than just his image, which also makes Chen Xian feel a sense of security. Ding, Chen Xian's corruption value +2, current corruption value, 69 100ths, the host obtains 200 corruption coins. Lin Qian was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He was really surprised. Then he turned around and saw Chen Xian who was surprised. He smirked and moved closer. Hey, beautiful lady, is there any need to be so surprised? He lifted her chin frivolously with his fingertips, and his ambiguous eyes swept over her body. There are even more powerful ones. Do you want to see them again? Bah, pervert. Chen Xian felt his gaze and of course knew what he was referring to. She immediately slapped his hand away and turned away. Okay, you did a good job just now. Now let me get to the point. Lin Qian stopped teasing her, restrained his expression and naturally put his arms around her slender waist. Ah, so fast. This time Chen Xian did not struggle, but just asked in confusion. Perform well. Lin Qian didn't say anything, and then he hugged Chen Xian and walked towards the third floor of the mall. Chapter 13. A pet puppy needs saving. The third floor of the shopping mall. In the VIP box of the tea time milk tea shop, the air-conditioned air is filled with a rich fragrance. Lang Ruoxi leaned back on the light pink upholstered sofa, her fingertips unconsciously circling the straw of her pearl milk tea. Her outfit today was extremely sexy. She was wearing a black dress that was tight and showed off her perfect curves, which swayed with her breathing. 8 centimeters black high-heeled strappy sandals casually stuck to the ground. The most alluring thing is the pair of black silk suspender stockings. The metal buckles firmly fix the stockings at the base of her thighs, and the faintly visible lace edges appear and disappear as she crosses her legs. Such a hot and sexy outfit made Lu Yuanzhou, who was sitting next to her, blush more and more. He pretended to be concentrating on his phone, but his eyes never left Lang Ruoxi's beautiful black silk legs. He leaned forward and pressed his legs tightly together. The air conditioner in the room was turned to maximum speed, but the thin sweat on the back of his neck still soaked through the collar of his shirt, and the straw of his pearl milk tea was deformed by his teeth. Xiaoxi, why hasn't your junior come yet? Lu Yuanzhou asked the question for the third time, his tone filled with irritation and uncontrollable desire. He couldn't wait any longer. Once he dealt with that kid, he had to start a fight here. Just then there was a knock on the door. Come in. Lang Ruoxi thought it must be Lin Qian who arrived. Soon the door was opened, and a sunny boy in a white t-shirt walked in, hugging a pure and beautiful girl intimately. Are you Junior Lin? Lang Ruoxi opened her mouth wide while biting the straw, her face full of disbelief. Although they had shared photos with each other and occasionally made video calls in the past 2 years, Lang Ruoxi's impression of Lin Qian was that of a nerd wearing a pair of black-framed glasses. But after not contacting him for more than half a year, he has changed so much and looks quite handsome. What made her most uncomfortable was that he was so close to a girl who was almost as pretty as her, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Hadn't he been so determined to pester her to the end? And now he's already fallen in love with someone else. This made her feel furious. Lu Yuanzhou beside him also looked over, glanced at Lin Qian, and gave him an evaluation of being a little handsome but still far behind him. He had the confidence. Immediately, his eyes were attracted by Chen Xian. Her slightly red face, the cleavage that seemed to be revealed but not yet revealed, and her delicate legs slightly restrained by white stockings, a mixture of purity and sexiness. However, Lin Qian's hand on Chen Xian's waist made him jealous and crazy. Fuck, this guy has such a beautiful girlfriend, yet he still comes to pester Xiaoxi. Is he trying to play the black and white demon? What gives him the right? He has decided to seize this beautiful woman with white silk stockings. Only he is worthy of enjoying the taste of the black and white evil spirits. As I fantasized about this, my waist bent even more. Lin Qian focused his gaze on Lang Ruoxi and nodded secretly in his heart. He didn't disappoint him. Only pets like this are worth adopting. Name, Lang Ruoxi. Age, 20. Identity, sophomore student majoring in foreign trade at Zhongyang University. Current depravity value 18 100ths, no tendency to depravity. Appearance closed black lens bracket, 95. Body, 97 168 centimeters, 36D. Bad woman value, 40. Sensitive point, neck. Personality, looks, narcissistic, hidden attributes that need to be developed M. When Lin Qian saw the hidden attribute, he was a little surprised, and then turned to joking, which made it more interesting. What, you can't recognize me after not seeing me for half a year, Lin Qian said with a chuckle. When Lang Ruoxi heard Lin Qian say this, she quickly looked at Lu Yuanzhou and found that he seemed not to have heard it, and was looking at the door in a trance. This made Lang Ruoxi breathe a sigh of relief. She stood up and said to Lin Qian, well, it's really surprising. Who is this girl? There was a hint of inquiry at the end of his words, but his peripheral vision suddenly stopped when it touched the girl next to him. Oh, can't you tell? Of course she's my girlfriend. Lin Qian gently stroked Chen Xian's wrist with his fingertips and spoke calmly in the other's surprised eyes. You, how is it possible? Weren't you just? Lang Ruoxi clenched her fists and stared at Lin Qian coldly. Why is it impossible? Can't I have a girlfriend? Come on, baby, give me a kiss. Lin Qian interrupted her and said to Chen Xian in his arms. Although Chen Xian didn't know what was going on, she knew that they knew each other. However, this was none of her business, so she could only obey Lin Qian's order and looked up and kissed him on the face. This scene made Lang Ruoxi instantly furious. Shouldn't this bastard be my bootlicker? Why would he like another girl, and a beautiful girl who is willing to kiss him? Even if I don't like you, you can only like me. You can only be my dog. Still what? To pester you, I'm so sorry, but I haven't met anyone better before. Lin Qian ignored Lang Ruoxi's angry face and looked calm. You bastard. Seeing Lin Qian's calm and nonchalant expression and his outrageous remarks, Lang Ruoxi gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice. Senior, I have a girlfriend, why are you so angry? Didn't you say you had something to talk to me about today? Hurry up and tell me, don't delay me and my baby from having fun. Lin Qian looked like he didn't want to stay any longer and waste time. Lin Qian's words also reminded Lang Ruoxi of today's important business. At this moment, she no longer had the idea of getting rid of Lin Qian, because Lin Qian's infidelity and indifference deeply angered her. She has vowed to make him fall in love with her again and be her only lapdog. So the first step is to severely undermine his self-confidence and let him know that his boyfriend is many times better than him. Then he turned to Liu Yuendo, who was sitting on the sofa, and said, I forgot to introduce you, this is my boyfriend Liu Yuendo. The reason I called you here today is to tell you that I already have a boyfriend. Please don't bother me anymore. Do you understand? Really? Then your boyfriend is too low class. He doesn't even stand up to greet guests when they come. Lin Qiye looked at Liu Yuendo behind Lang Ruoxi and said jokingly. Yuendo. Seeing Liu Yuendo unmoved, Lang Ruoxi reminded him softly. What's the matter, Xiaoxi? Liu Yuendo finally came to his senses and looked up at Lang Ruoxi and asked. Stand up and introduce yourself. Lang Ruoxi didn't notice his abnormality and started to explain. Oh well, after saying that, Liu Yuendo was about to stand up, but just as he was halfway up, he discovered a big problem. He was still up, pointing arrow. Shit, if he stood up now, he would be killed instantly. While he was struggling with his conscience, he suddenly had an idea and squeezed the milk tea in his hand hard against his lower body without making a sound. As expected, the milk tea sprayed through the straw onto his abdomen and crotch. Ah, is Yuendo okay? When Lang Ruoxi saw the scene, she immediately went to the table, pulled out a few tissues and handed them to Liu Yuendo with concern. Thank you, Xiaoxi. I'm fine. I'd better go to the bathroom and take care of it. You guys can chat first. Liu Yuendo took the tissue and pretended to wipe it a few times and said to Lang Ruoxi, then he deliberately bent over and ran to the door while tidying up. Looking at Liu Yuendo walking over, Lin Qiye pulled Chen Xian aside to make way. Liu Yuendo paused at the door, put on a smile he thought was handsome, and said to Lin Qiye and Chen Xian, sorry, juniors, please wait for me. After saying that, he left. He made this smile specially for Chen Xian to see. He wanted to impress her with this handsome face. She was already on his prey list. He doesn't care about Lin Qiye's thoughts at all, because he has no moral constraints at all. He just enjoys the pleasure of seducing other people's girlfriends into depravity. What's more, she is such a beautiful girl, he believes that he will feel a great sense of accomplishment after winning her over. Chen Xian was indeed stunned when she saw Liu Yuendo's face, but she quickly came to her senses. After all, there were other handsome guys who chatted with her who were as handsome as him. However, for her, appearance has to give way to financial resources. She just wants to marry into a wealthy family and become a lady. She doesn't have high requirements for her face. As long as it is not the outrageous fat pig type, it is enough to be at an average level. Lin Qiye watched Liu Yuendo's departing figure with a playful smile on his face. He had been following him from the corner of his eyes since he entered the room. His series of actions, such as the greedy look he gave Chen Xian, his hunched body, his tightly closed legs. Lin Qiye took them all in. As a man, he knew what that meant. He had never imagined that he was a beast in human form, a sex-hungry ghost. Little dog, your vision is really bad. Let your owner save you. Chapter 14, The Resentful Lang Ruoxi and the Humiliated Liu Yuendo. Afterwards, Lin Qiye, with a faint smile on his lips, elegantly took Chen Xian to sit on the sofa opposite Lang Ruoxi. Then he raised his head slightly, looked at Lang Ruoxi with a playful look in his eyes. Senior sister, aren't you tired of standing? Sit down. You don't even need to tell me. Lang Ruoxi snorted coldly, her delicate eyebrows raised, her eyes full of disdain. Sister, what's your name, and when did you get together with him? Lang Ruoxi put on airs and looked Chen Xian up and down with a scrutinizing look. Chen Xian showed no sign of weakness and glared back at her fiercely. You don't look that old, so why do you call me sister? And why should I answer your questions? She raised her chin slightly, and a provocative arc appeared at the corner of her lips. I didn't expect my sister to have such a unique personality. Lang Ruoxi's lips curled up into a meaningful smile, with a hint of arrogance in her eyes. Then let me introduce myself first. My name is Lang Ruoxi, a sophomore at Zhangyan University, and also the person Lin Qiye has always liked. When she said this, she deliberately dragged out the last word, her eyes full of pride. Really? Then why argue with Lin Qiye? Chen Xian crossed his arms across his chest, his face full of doubt. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking questions? Lang Ruoxi stared at Chen Xian. My name is Chen Xian, I'm a freshman, you can answer the questions now. Chen Xian's tone was cold, with impatience in his eyes. Sister Xian, didn't you see it? Lang Ruoxi deliberately pulled her hair back, revealing her slender neck, and glanced at Lin Qiye. I have a boyfriend, and he's much better than Lin Qiye. After saying that, she shook her hair lightly, her face full of show-off. Ah, why didn't I see how good he is? Chen Xian opened her eyes exaggeratedly and tilted her head innocently. He's the most handsome guy in our school. Her appearance immediately made Lang Ruoxi furious. School hunk, so what? Can he eat it? Chen Xian suddenly realized what was going on, then looked disdainful. You are totally unreasonable. Lang Ruoxi was so angry that her face flushed red, her chest heaving violently, but she suppressed it again and continued, I'll tell you, Lin Qiye has liked me for more than 2 years. He even applied to our school and said he would come to see me. You don't know all this. There was a smug look in her eyes. I know, we've been together for 3 months. He even told me about what happened before. So you're the bad woman who treated Qiye like a lapdog. I asked him to send that text message. I wanted to let you know in person that he's not without beautiful women he likes. When Chen Xian heard Lang Ruoxi's words, he was immediately furious. He didn't expect that he would become a spare tire. This Lin Qiye looked harmless before, but he turned out to be a scumbag. However, she still suppressed her anger, thought for a moment, pretended to be knowledgeable and said to Lang Ruoxi with a chuckle. She absolutely cannot say that she doesn't know now, otherwise she will become a scapegoat and a substitute in Lang Ruoxi's eyes. She was unwilling to feel inferior to this woman who was comparable to her. And now she also wants to know whether Lin Qiye really likes this woman, so he comes to her to make her angry. Thinking of this, she didn't know why she became even angrier. She reached out and pinched Lin Qiye's waist. Lang Ruoxi's face was full of disbelief. She sat up straight with her eyes wide open, filled with shock and anger. Lin Qiye, what she said is true. Yes, my baby said the truth. Lin Qiye took a deep breath, reached out and held Chen Xian's hand, stopped her with his eyes, then turned to Lang Ruoxi and chuckled. In fact, he was also shocked by Chen Xian's words. He didn't expect that she could fight back so fiercely even though she knew nothing. It can only be said that women's IQ doubles when they are competing. Are you kidding me, you bastard? Lang Ruoxi stood up suddenly, her chest heaving violently. Because of her sudden movement, a few strands of her carefully styled long hair fell down, ruining her originally perfect image. Why are you so angry? You've been playing tricks on me for so long, isn't it reasonable for me to play tricks on you once? Seeing her excitement, Lin Qiye only raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression remained calm, a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of teasing. Lin Qiye had already thought of a preliminary plan after deciding to take Lang Ruoxi as his pet. The first step is to change Lin Qiye's image as a useless bootlicker in Lang Ruoxi's mind. After all, who would be a dog for a bootlicker? At the same time, it left a deep impression on her mind, making her unable to forget this contrasting feeling of humiliation. After all, who could stand being teased by the previous dog licker? After that, she would only think about how to make him submit to her again. In this way, she will take the initiative to contact Lin Qiye, which will also give Lin Qiye the opportunity to fall into her. You bastard, are you here just to show off? Lang Ruoxi said coldly. Isn't it worth showing off? Lin Qian deliberately hugged Chen Xian tighter. Isn't my baby prettier than you? And she can satisfy me in everything. When he said this, Chen Xian's ears flushed and she bit her lower lip in embarrassment. Ding, Chen Xian's corruption value +2, current corruption value, 71 100ths, the host obtains 200 corruption coins. The sudden system prompt surprised Lin Qian a little. He really couldn't fully understand a woman's thought process, but he didn't care too much. You damn bastard, what are you so proud of? Lang Ruoxi saw Lin Qian's actions and Chen Xian's shy look, and her face turned pale with anger. She clenched her fingers tightly. My boyfriend is 100 times better than you, and do you think you can hold on to such a beauty like this? Her eyes quickly turned to sarcasm as she tried to hold on to her pride. Are you really boyfriend and girlfriend? Why don't you have any intimate contact? Lin Qian glanced at Lang Ruoxi with a scrutinizing look, then straightened up slightly, his eyes filled with confidence. As for whether I can hold on or not, a man can do more than just be handsome. I have my own strengths, so you don't have to worry about that. Oh, ridiculous. What strengths can you have? And why don't you believe me? Are you jealous? Lin Qian's gaze made Lang Ruoxi's body stiffen for a moment, but she still spoke calmly. What strengths? You'll find out later. Whether you're really a couple or not doesn't matter to me. After all, I'm not interested in you right now. I also hope you don't regret it. Lin Qian did not expose her pretended calmness and spoke calmly. PFF, why would I regret it? Regret not being with you. That's ridiculous. Lang Ruoxi laughed at Lin Qian's words. You'll know soon enough. There was a glint of cunning in Lin Qian's eyes, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That smile made Lang Ruoxi feel creepy. What do you mean? Lang Ruoxi felt uneasy when he looked at her. She shrank back unconsciously, with a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. At this time, the door of the box was pushed open, and it was Lu Yuanzhou who came back from the bathroom. At this moment, he had a smile on his face, looking like a gentleman and elegant. After all, he had just relaxed in the bathroom, his mind was clearer and he felt more relaxed. He had already determined his goal for today. The first thing was to make this junior feel ashamed and retreat obediently, and then slap Lang Ruoxi. The second thing is to get the contact information of this beautiful lady with white stockings. After calming down, he came to Lang Ruoxi and said to Lin Qian condescendingly, sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. He paused deliberately, his eyes warning, don't blame me for being rude. Lang Ruoxi was frozen by Lu Yuanzhou's sudden intimate behavior and instinctively wanted to break free, but she held back after seeing Lin Qian. Lang Ruoxi's actions made Lin Qian certain that Lu Yuanzhou was not her real boyfriend. It seemed that she had found someone to pretend to be her boyfriend in order to get rid of him. This made Lin Qian nod with satisfaction. After all, a defiled pet had no value in collection and was only fit to be toyed with. Then, ignoring Lu Yuanzhou's warning look, he said calmly, really? You two don't look intimate at all. Have you not gotten my body yet? Otherwise, why are you staring at my precious chest? What nonsense are you talking about? When did I ever look at this schoolgirl's chest? Lu Yuanzhou's little trick was exposed and he retorted angrily in embarrassment. Chen Xian's eyes were always on Lang Ruoxi, so when he heard Lin Qian's words, he immediately looked at Lu Yuanzhou and caught his momentary embarrassed expression. This also made her realize that Lin Qian was not wrong. She didn't expect that the seemingly decent man was actually a lustful person. It's so disgusting. She quickly covered her chest and cast a contemptuous look at Lu Yuanzhou. Seeing Chen Xian's actions, Lu Yuanzhou was already cursing Lin Qian's ancestors in his heart. Fuck, this bastard has ruined my image as a gentleman. It will be difficult for me to get close to this beautiful woman in white silk stockings. But he will not give up. He has another reason to win the white silk beauty, that is to take revenge on this bastard. Lang Ruoxi's eyes were always on Lin Qian. When she heard his words, she turned her head and cast an inquiring look at Lu Yuanzhou. Lu Yuanzhou quickly calmed himself down. He didn't want Lang Ruoxi to notice anything unusual. After all, Lang Ruoxi should be able to have sex soon, while the white stocking beauty hadn't had a chance to have sex yet. He still knew what was important and what was not. Then he changed the subject and said righteously, I'm not with Xiaoxi just to get her body. I like her as a whole person. I'm not as superficial as you. Lang Ruoxi was touched by Lu Yuanzhou's words and no longer thought about what had just happened. Senior, you're so noble, but I'm just so superficial. My baby and I are inseparable every day. We even watch anime together and study at night. Lin Qian stood up with his arm around Chen Xian and said to Lu Yuanzhou jokingly, emphasizing the word, knowledge. In order to make his words more convincing, he lowered his head and gave Chen Xian a light kiss on the cheek. Then she looked up at Lu Yuanzhou and continued playfully, alright, my noble senior, I'll let you take over. I suddenly want to go home with my baby to study, so I won't accompany you any longer. Lin Qian just walked to the door and opened it, then turned back and gave Lu Yuanzhou a provocative look, then used his skill, line of sight acquisition, on Lang Ruoxi, then closed the door and left in style. Looking at Lin Qian leaving with the white stocking beauty in his arms, Lu Yuanzhou was extremely angry. Originally, he had imagined that he would humiliate this bastard, so that he would give up and stop pestering Lang Ruoxi. Then Lang Ruoxi would be grateful and give herself to him, allowing him to have sex with her. I didn't expect that this bastard would actually give up pestering me on his own initiative. Doesn't this make him seem redundant? And he humiliated me instead. What he couldn't accept the most was that the beautiful girl with white stockings snuggled in the arms of that bastard, letting him do whatever he wanted with her shy look, which made him believe that what the bastard said about watching anime and having sex with the beautiful girl with white stockings every day was very likely true. This made him extremely jealous and aggrieved. This beautiful lady with white stockings, who was of the same level as Lang Ruoxi, must have been toyed with by this bastard who looked inferior to him. And what about himself? He hadn't even kissed Lang Ruoxi on the lips. Compared to her, he was such a failure. No way, I have to fuck Lang Ruoxi today no matter what. This is about a man's dignity. If Lang Ruoxi offered herself voluntarily, he would make her feel better. If she continued to tease him like before, he would have too. Having made up his mind, Lu Yuanzhou cast an aggressive look towards Lang Ruoxi. Chapter 15 Lu Yuanzhou reveals his true face. Xiaoxi, that junior student won't bother you anymore. Can you tell me the important things now? Lu Yuanzhou's deep voice brought Lang Ruoxi back to reality from her trance. Ah, I'm feeling a little unwell today. Let's talk about it another day. Yuanzhou, I'm leaving first. Hearing Lu Yuanzhou's voice, Lang Ruoxi came back to her senses from her trance-like state of staring at the door. She did not feel any joy at all because of getting rid of Lin Qian. All she could think about was Lin Qian. She had already forgotten her plan to confess to Lu Yuanzhou after getting rid of Lin Qian. Today, I was teased by Lin Qian like this, and was fed a mouthful of dog food by him and a beautiful girl as pretty as me. He also acted like he didn't like me and had no attachment to me, as if I was dumped by him. This made her feel like a clown today. How could her pride allow herself to accept it? This sense of disparity made her extremely unbalanced. Why could the little bootlicker who used to obey her obediently now be so arrogant and say that he didn't care about her? And this is not just talk. Chen Xian's existence proves that what he said is true. He really has the qualifications to not care. When did a puppy have the right to say that he doesn't want his owner? Only the owner can abandon the puppy. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She just wanted to go back to her bestie Suqing for advice. As a female sea king with countless licking dogs, she believed that she could definitely think of a way to make Lin Qian kneel down and lick the soles of her high heels again. After making up her mind, she broke free from Lu Yuanzhou's hand, grabbed the bag on the sofa and was about to leave. Lu Yuanzhou saw that she had no intention of sacrificing herself, which completely infuriated him. This stinky bitch was playing tricks on him again. He, Lu Yuanzhou, the campus handsome boy of Zhang University. He always teases women. When has he ever been teased by a woman like this? I really gave her too much kindness. It made her feel so confident. Today I must let her know that I am not some slutty boy who can be toyed with and played around with at will. Then he angrily grabbed Lang Ruoxi's arm and said in a low voice, I still think it's better to say it now. Yuanzhou, I'm really not feeling well today. Let's do it another day. Lang Ruoxi was very annoyed and didn't notice the other party's anger at all. She just wanted to leave quickly. After saying that, she tried to struggle against Lu Yuanzhou's hand, but how could Lu Yuanzhou do as she wished? He suddenly threw Lang Ruoxi onto the sofa with great force. Lang Ruoxi, who was dumb, screamed, then looked up at Lu Yuanzhou with a confused look on her face and said, Lu Yuanzhou, what are you crazy about? You stinky bitch, you've driven me crazy. You obviously like me, but you're still flirting with me and won't even let me kiss you on the mouth. Why are you pretending to be a pure saint? I'm going to fuck you to pieces today. Lu Yuanzhou roared angrily and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt before rushing towards Lang Ruoxi. Lang Ruoxi was completely shocked by his words. She never expected that the perfect man she had always dreamed of would be such a beast. Just when she was panicking, Lu Yuanzhou had already pushed her down, and was about to hold down her hands and kiss her hard on the mouth. Lu Yuanzhou, you bastard, stop it now. Lang Ruoxi struggled violently while moving her limbs around and cursing in resistance. However, her resistance made Lu Yuanzhou even more excited, because before, women would kneel down obediently and let him have sex without any resistance. But today he experienced a different kind of freshness, and he has decided to try this kind of gameplay more often in the future. Help, help At this moment, Lang Ruoxi's hands had been pressed above her head by Lu Yuanzhou, and her legs were also clamped by Lu Yuanzhou. She could only twist her body uneasily and scream with fear on her face. Hearing her call, Lu Yuanzhou quickly freed one hand to cover Lang Ruoxi's mouth and steady her head. The soundproofing of the box was not very good, which made him realize that he was careless. He should have booked a hotel so that he could show off his skills and play with this stinky woman at will. But then I thought, wouldn't it be more exciting here? What if I carried Lang Ruoxi to the door, pressed her against it and blocked her mouth? Then he called the waiter and asked him to listen to his instructions outside while he went through the door. Shit, his blood is boiling, seeing Lang Ruoxi's frightened and angry eyes and her uneasily twisting body. This was like an aphrodisiac, teasing Lu Yuanzhou's nerves and making him feel extremely happy. He decided to feel it more, so he looked into Lang Ruoxi's eyes, then slowly lowered his head to watch her eyes gradually widen. Ha 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 ha, Lu Yuanzhou was extremely excited. Pa pa pa. Just then, discordant applause was heard from the door. Chapter 16 Lin Qie's threat, Lu Yuanzhou's fear. The applause scared the 2 people on the sofa. Lu Yuanzhou turned around subconsciously and saw Lin Qie taking pictures of them with his mobile phone with a playful look on his face. Lu Yuanzhou instantly became angry and flustered. He didn't know why he didn't hear the door opening, and just thought he was too engrossed. He quickly let go of Lang Ruoxi, stood up, stared at Lin Qie, and said in a low voice, why are you back? And what are you doing? Oh, I left my little umbrella here. I came back to get it. I didn't expect to encounter such a wonderful scene. Of course I have to record it. The noble senior really opened my eyes. In fact, after Lin Qie knew Lu Yuanzhou's nature and Lang Ruoxi's reaction, he deliberately said those words to stimulate Lu Yuanzhou to see if he would reveal his true nature. He also gave Lang Ruoxi a skill, to gain her sight for 5 minutes, so that he could check the situation. If it was really as he expected, he could also grasp the opportunity to enter the scene. He even used 1 fallen coin to exchange for a pack of DLS and placed it on the sofa, which gave him a reason to come back. Lin Qie had just left the house not far when he asked Chen Xian to go back. Although she was very angry, Lin Qie told her that he would take her to see young Master Zhang tomorrow, so she could only hold back her anger and leave. After that, Lin Qie was about to go to the nearby bathroom to wait and check the situation. Unexpectedly, something happened before he took a few steps, so he hurriedly turned back. When Lu Yuanzhou pushed Lang Ruoxi down on the sofa, Lin Qie cast a one-time 3-second silent item on the door of the box, which was exchanged for 200 points of fallen coins, allowing him to enter the room silently. He immediately thought of Lang Ruoxi's hidden attributes, and he made a plan. Perhaps this was a chance to corrupt her, so he started recording the video without hesitation. Asshole, delete the video now. Lu Yuanzhou quickly rushed to Lin Qie and tried to snatch his phone. However, Lin Qie easily dodged it and punched him in the abdomen, causing him to scream and fall to his knees. Lin Qie then squatted down and pinched his chin, forcing him to look up. Looking at his pained and angry face, Lin Qie said playfully, Senior, you just committed the crime of forced molestation and are sentenced to a prison sentence of up to 5 years. Do you think I should enforce justice? I haven't really done anything to her yet, you can't threaten me. Lu Yuanzhou panicked for a moment when he heard this and then forced himself to remain calm. It seems that you don't understand the law, so let me explain it to you. Lin Qie immediately took out his mobile phone and searched for the definition of the crime of forced molestation and showed it to him and then played the recorded video for him. You, what do you want? Lu Yuanzhou was now completely panicked. His actions just now had indeed committed the crime that Lin Qie mentioned. And there's video evidence. If this bastard really wants to help Lang Ruoxi sue him, he won't be able to escape and will probably end up in jail for several years. He is really scared. He wanted to struggle to stand up and snatch his phone, but Lin Qie's punch was too heavy, making him unable to exert any strength. He could only stay where he was and wait for Lin Qie's decision. Let me think about it. How about I post this video on your school's forum first, so everyone in your school knows the true face of our gentlemanly and noble school idol. Lin Qie thought about it and smiled happily. You are a devil. Lin Qie's words made Lu Yuanzhou feel sick. If Lin Qie really did that, he would definitely die in school, not just in school. He might as well go to jail for a few years. Then, as if grasping at a life-saving straw, he tilted his head back and begged Lang Ruoxi for mercy. Xiaoxi, I was wrong. I was bewildered just now. I will let you punish me from now on. Please don't tell him to do this again. Lang Ruoxi sat on the sofa and watched the scene. At first, she was very grateful to Lin Qie for saving her, but his smiling words afterwards made Lang Ruoxi feel scared. What on earth had Lin Qie experienced in the past 6 months that completely changed him into a different person? His calmness and evilness made Lang Ruoxi no longer dare to think, could she really make him turn back into the dog who obeyed her in every way? Humph, you deserve it, you scumbag. Hearing Lu Yuanzhou's cry, Lang Ruoxi looked at him with disgust and contempt. She was really blind before to fall in love with such a beast in human skin. It seems that when choosing a man, one should not just look at his appearance. Hey, Senior, you've got the wrong person. The video is in my hands, and no one else can interfere with what I want to do. Lin Qian straightened his face. At this moment Lang Ruoxi knew that Lin Qian was not threatening Lu Yuanzhou just to help her, which made her feel disappointed. You, what do you want in exchange for deleting the video? When Lu Yuanzhou heard Lang Ruoxi's reluctance to pay attention and Lin Qian's complete disregard for Lang Ruoxi's thoughts, he felt disappointed and said in despair. Well, I haven't thought about it yet. Senior, please give me some time to think about it. Lin Qian really hasn't figured out how to use this handle. If he helps Lang Ruoxi to put Lu Yuanzhou in jail or posts him online to make him socially ruined, what will he gain? In exchange for Lu Yuanzhou's hatred, he is not afraid of this, but the other party will only be imprisoned for 5 years at most. When he is released from prison, if he wants to take crazy revenge and targets the little pets he has collected, it will be dangerous. By that time, he must have had too many pets to take care of, but even so, he would still feel sad if Lu Yuanzhou harmed one of them. Judging from his appearance, he should still be a big shot in school. I will be going to Zhang University soon, and I may need him in school later. Letting him do something is the best choice for him. However, he would not tell Lu Yuanzhou about this idea now. He wanted Lu Yuanzhou to spend the next month or so in fear and panic. After all, this kind of unresolved threat is what makes people sleepless and panic-stricken. You don't know what you will be threatened to do in the next second. How could he not receive a little punishment for daring to covet the petty light? As for Lang Ruoxi's gratitude, he doesn't care, he just needs her submission. Chapter 17 Evil Lin Qian, Lang Ruoxi's first kiss. Lin Qian lowered his eyes and stared at Lu Yuanzhou's pale face for a while, with a hint of sneer at the corner of his mouth. Then she patted his face, took his phone, stood up and walked to the sofa behind him, sat next to Lang Ruoxi, put her arm around her slender waist and held her in her arms, with her hand pressed against her lower abdomen. Ah, Lin Qian, what are you doing? Lang Ruoxi was startled by Lin Qian's actions and spoke angrily. I can't tell I'm hugging you. Lin Qian lowered his head close to her ear and blew hot air onto her swan neck. Who allowed you to hug me? Didn't you say you didn't like me? The warm breath made Lang Ruoxi struggle helplessly. Lin Qian suddenly chuckled. I really don't like you. He paused when he felt a shudder, but your body is quite tempting. I want to taste it. You pervert, let me go. I didn't expect you to be as much of a scumbag as Lu Yuanzhou. Lang Ruoxi felt the position of the fingers and struggled violently in disbelief and shame. Thanks for the compliment. Lin Qian smiled happily. Lu Yuanzhou, who had turned around long ago, knelt on the ground, looking at Lang Ruoxi who was held in Lin Qian's arms and listening to Lin Qian's incredible words. He didn't expect that this guy was also a scumbag. He thought he was a righteous person, and his hand that was caressing Lang Ruoxi's abdomen made his eyes red with jealousy. Fuck, I've known Lang Ruoxi for over a year, and I haven't enjoyed this kind of benefit, and this guy got it in just a short time. Lu Yuanzhou's face flushed red, veins popped out of his neck, and he glared at Lin Qian with wide eyes. He then roared at Lin Qian angrily, asshole, I didn't expect you to be such a scumbag. Let Xiaoxi go, you're also molesting me, I have something on you now, we're even. His voice became sharp due to frustration, and his eyes were full of unwillingness and anger. Lin Qian raised a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of teasing, and asked slowly, even. Senior, you are too naive. Where's the evidence? His tone was full of contempt. I saw it with my own eyes. I am a witness. Lu Yuanzhou stiffened his neck, his chest heaving violently. Lin Qian's smile widened upon hearing this, and he said jokingly, oh, so will the judge believe you, or the video in my hand? You, damn it. Lu Yuanzhou was choked by his words. He wanted to pick up his phone, but suddenly remembered that his phone had just been taken away by Lin Qian. He finally knew why Lin Qian took his phone. Asshole, you're committing a crime, let me go. Lu Yuanzhou's words reminded Lang Ruoxi, and she tried to use these words to make Lin Qian let her go. Do you think the video just now can only bring ruin to Lu Yuanzhou's reputation? Lin Qian let Lang Ruoxi sit with her back in his arms, held her waist with both hands, rested his chin on her shoulder, raised his head slightly and breathed into Lang Ruoxi's earlobe. Lang Ruoxi shuddered all over, her voice trembling with confusion. What do you mean? When Lu Yuanzhou saw this scene, he was so angry that his eyes widened, his face turned green, and his neck turned red. He wanted to go up and separate them, but he was in so much pain that he couldn't get up. He didn't understand why that kick would hurt him so much and last for so long. This was of course because Lin Qian had used a disposable prop that caused the pain to double. What would happen if I edited the video a little bit, added a title like, Slutty Woman Seduces the School Prince, and used your face photo with your name as the cover, and posted it on your school's forum? Lin Qian whispered playfully into Lang Ruoxi's ear. You, how can you be so despicable? What on earth do you want? When Lang Ruoxi heard Lin Qian's vicious plan, her body froze. If Lin Qian really did that, she would definitely not be able to survive in school. After all, Lu Yuanzhou had the image of a perfect male god in school, and most people would believe that this boast was true. She didn't dare to imagine that scene, and could only bite her lip and curse in shame. Didn't I just say that I want to taste your seductive body? Lin Qian's left cheek was already pressed against Lang Ruoxi's right cheek. Ah, asshole, the close and hot body, the evil threats, and the ambiguous and obscene teasing made Lang Ruoxi not know what to do. Lin Qian felt her body gradually softening, glanced at Lu Yuanzhou, whose face had turned green with anger, and smiled playfully. Then he freed one hand to slap Lang Ruoxi's face and kissed her lips aggressively. Lang Ruoxi's eyes widened instantly. Her first kiss was taken away by Lin Qian so domineeringly, and her body was imprisoned and she could not resist. She could only clench her fists and let him do what he wanted. Lin Qian also opened his eyes and kissed her while staring at her with an aggressive look. Ah, asshole, let her go, Lu Yuanzhou roared as he shed tears of humiliation. The red lips he had coveted for so long were ruthlessly snatched away by this bastard, but he could only kneel on the ground and watch like a turtle. Ah, who can stop this beast? However, his wish was dashed. The room had been blocked by Lin Qian using props for 5 minutes. 3 minutes later, Lin Qian let go of Lang Ruoxi's red lips. At this moment, Lang Ruoxi slowly opened her eyes that had been closed again, but saw Lin Qian's playful smile. This made her extremely embarrassed and ashamed, because she had just been immersed in this kiss and was unable to extricate herself. What? Still want it? Don't worry, I'll continue to satisfy you later, but not here. The more passionate things we do later are not something you can watch, senior. Lin Qian glanced at Lu Yuanzhou who was kneeling on the ground and continued to tease. Lang Ruoxi was frightened when she heard his words, but she also had a hint of anticipation. She turned her head and looked at Lu Yuanzhou, who was kneeling on the ground like a turtle. This look made Lang Ruoxi more and more disgusted. If she really had to be defiled, she would rather be defiled by Lin Qian. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she quickly shook her head. She was not a slutty bitch. Ding, Lang Ruoxi's rescue value plus 25, current rescue value, 25 100s, the host obtains 2,500 rescue coins. Lin Qian didn't expect that just a domineering kiss would add so much rescue value. It seems that she really has that attribute as the system said. Don't worry, he will definitely bring out Lang Ruoxi's true nature today. Then he stood up holding Lang Ruoxi and said to Lu Yuanzhou on the ground with a condescending attitude like a winner, sorry, senior, the following content is not for you to see. Senior sister can't wait any longer. I have to go and save her. Goodbye. After saying that, he pulled the distraught Lang Ruoxi away, and when he reached the door, he turned back and said meaningfully, "Oh, by the way, it won't be too long, I will be able to go to Zhengyuan University to witness the style of my senior." Then he strode away. Lu Yuanzhou felt extremely humiliated when he saw Lang Ruoxi's disgusted look towards him and her posture of letting that bastard hug her. Fuck, was this bitch conquered by just a kiss? If he had known this would happen, he should have taken possession of her. But now there is no chance. He knows that this bitch will definitely be toyed with by that bastard today. The delicious meat that I had been thinking about for so long was taken away from me so easily. Moreover, he was caught by that bastard and couldn't protect himself. Lin Kie's last words also made him feel like a thorn in his back, as if he would be killed by the king of hell at any time. Then he turned around and saw his phone on the sofa. By the way, do you want to call the police? But if you report it too early, there will be no evidence. If you report it too late, the bitch might be beaten into submission and accuse him together with that bastard. Isn't he asking for his own death? Grass, what should he do? Chapter 18 Lang Ruoxi's attributes are activated, and the road to salvation begins. Lang Ruoxi photo. Lin Kie, let me go. Lang Ruoxi, who had just come out of the milk tea shop, suddenly woke up and struggled and screamed violently like a frightened rabbit. Her almond-shaped eyes were now filled with anger, and her originally blushing cheeks became even redder because of excitement. This scene immediately attracted the attention of passers-by, some of whom pointed and whispered. This scene attracted the attention and discussion of many passers-by. What happened to these two people? It looks like a couple is arguing. What do you think they were fighting about? Look at this woman dressed so provocatively. Could it be that she's cheating and got caught? It doesn't look like that. If that were the case, this man wouldn't be so calm, unless he's the turtle god. That makes sense, and this woman is really beautiful. I'd really like to know the reason. I want it, too. Senior, do you want to be treated like a monkey? When Lin Kie leaned over, a barely perceptible cunning glint flashed in his eyes, and his warm breath swept across the tips of her red ears. Lang Ruoxi trembled all over and glanced around in panic at the curious eyes cast at her. Only then did she realize that their posture was ambiguous enough to make any bystander imagine something. Her fair cheeks flushed red instantly, and she bit her lower lip and whispered, "Then let me go." Upon hearing this, Lin Kie's lips curled up meaningfully, and he raised his eyebrows in a half smile. Senior, do you want to become a celebrity in the school? Besides, there are more important scenes later. Wouldn't it be nice to familiarize yourself with it now? As he spoke, he gently rubbed the skin on the inside of her wrist with his thumb, his eyes full of provocation and amusement. Despicable, shameless. Lang Ruoxi was trembling with anger. Her eyes were wide open and tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. A voice of shame and anger squeezed out from between her clenched teeth. Oh, Lin Kie just sneered, and the curve of his lips became more and more wanton. Not long after, in the presidential suite of a high-end hotel, the soft sunlight cast a warm color on the room, but the atmosphere of the room was not warmed by it. Lin Kie leaned lazily on the leather sofa, crossed his legs, and folded his arms across his chest, looking up and down at Lang Ruoxi, who was standing uneasy in front of him, with a playful look, as if he was appreciating a delicious meal that was about to be eaten. He said jokingly with a half smile, "Senior sister, go take a shower quickly, or do you want to keep it as it is? I'm fine with that." Lang Ruoxi clenched her hands into fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. She straightened her back and forced herself to look him in the eye. Lin Kie, are you taking revenge on me for what I did to you before? There was a slight tremor in her voice. I know I was wrong. What compensation do you want? Apart from this, I can satisfy you in any way. Lin Kie suddenly stood up, stretched out his right hand, pinched her chin, forced her to look up, and gently stroked her lips with his thumb. You don't deserve my revenge like this, because this kind of revenge is more satisfying to you, not me. How can you be so shameless? Lang Ruoxi suddenly turned her head to avoid his touch, tears flashing in her eyes. I'm serious. I'm serious too. Lin Kie slowly withdrew his hand, turned around and walked towards the wine cabinet, poured a glass of red wine, walked back to where he was, and placed it on the coffee table. This was a flirt for later. Then he approached Lang Ruoxi. How about this? I want to get a pet recently. What about you? You still say this isn't revenge? Lang Ruoxi's voice suddenly rose, then dropped again. Is there no room for negotiation at all? You have two choices. Lie down obediently, or be my dog. Lin Kie leaned forward and whispered in her ear, just like a real dog, I promise not to touch you. Shameless pervert. Lang Ruoxi pushed him away violently, her chest heaving violently. Why did you become like this? This is who I really am. Lin Kie smiled instead of getting angry, with an aggressive glint in his eyes. He then suddenly reached out and hugged her by the waist. It seems like it's hard for you to choose. Then I'll help you choose one. Asshole, what are you doing? Lang Ruoxi struggled desperately in his arms, kicking her legs wildly. If you don't want to take a shower, I'll help you. Lin Kie easily suppressed her resistance and strode towards the bathroom. I'm going to sue you for rape tomorrow. Lang Ruoxi's voice was filled with tears. Lin Kie paused, looked down at her tearful eyes, and suddenly smiled. Then I have to edit the video tonight and clean your body. Ah bastard, I hate you. Lang Ruoxi punched his chest weakly with her fist. Lang Ruoxi felt the gaze that seemed to devour her, and turned her face away in panic. She knew that she couldn't escape today. 3 hours later, Lang Ruoxi curled up in Lin Kie's arms, and the tears at the corners of her eyes that had not yet dried announced that Lang Ruoxi's road to salvation had officially begun. Lin Kie put one hand behind his head and looked out the window with a gloomy expression. Ding, Lang Ruoxi's rescue value plus 40, current rescue value, 65 100ths, the host obtains 4,000 rescue coins. The system's prompt sounded like a satisfied arc on Lin Kie's lips. It was worth his effort. Fatigue came over him, he hugged the beauty in his arms tightly and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 19, Ruthless Lin Kie, Painful Lang Ruoxi. A little after 7 p.m., in the presidential suite, Lang Ruoxi woke up slowly, and when she opened her eyes she could only see faint light coming in from the floor-to-ceiling window. She tried to move, and the pain made her gasp and almost cry. She immediately felt Lin Kie's presence, and countless embarrassing memories were instantly awakened, which made her feel ashamed and angry. This bastard, what made her feel most embarrassed and ashamed was that she... I just hope this bastard doesn't notice this, otherwise she might really be manipulated by him. Lin Kie had already woken up when he felt Lang Ruoxi's movements, but he deliberately did not move. Instead, he wanted to see how Lang Ruoxi would react. Feeling that she didn't yell violently, this also foreshadowed that his journey to save her would be smooth. Then he deliberately tightened his arms and hugged her even tighter, just to test her endurance limit. Lang Ruoxi felt the arm tightening around her waist, making her and Lin Kie stick even closer. She was ashamed and angry and quickly pushed Lin Kie away with both hands. Asshole, wake up. The puppy is awake. Can't you sleep a little longer? Lin Kie then pretended to wake up, loosened his hand, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his lips. Asshole, what did you call me? When Lang Ruoxi heard the name, puppy, she instantly became furious and roared at Lin Kie. Didn't you look like an obedient puppy before? Lin Kie answered as if it was a matter of course. Asshole, I'm going to kill you. Lang Ruoxi sat up trembling with anger and was about to pounce on Lin Qiye, but as soon as she moved, her whole body ached and she couldn't use any strength. She could only hold onto the bed with both hands to steady herself. And because of her movements, the ultra-thin bedsheet had left her body, but her attention was now all on Lin Qiye, and she didn't notice anything unusual. So angry, it seems you're still a dishonest little dog. Do you need me to help you recall? Lin Qiye was completely unmoved by her anger. He used the faint light from the window to admire Lang Ruoxi's body. Needless to say, this posture where only the outline could be seen was even more alluring, making Lin Qiye want to pamper her again. Lang Ruoxi knew that her previous shameful behavior had already been known to this bastard. If this bastard kept holding on to this matter and kept humiliating her, what should she do? She really didn't know. Shameless bastards. Then she came to her senses and noticed that he was staring at her lower body. Lang Ruoxi quickly lowered her head, her face flushed instantly. After cursing, she hurriedly grabbed the bedsheet to wrap herself. As a result, she used too much force and pulled the entire bedsheet over. Even if you want to see my body, you don't have to be so forceful. Lin Qiye didn't care and didn't try to hide it. He raised his arms lazily and said with a mischievous smile in his eyes. You pervert, who wants to see this? Lang Ruoxi knew that this bastard would never stop calling her puppy. No matter how angry she was, she would only be furious, and he would tease her back, which would make her furious again. There was no way, she could only force herself to ignore the name, and then instinctively look towards Lin Qiye, which made her instantly embarrassed and angry, and she quickly turned her head away. Isn't it? But you have already seduced me, so you have to take responsibility for it. Lin Qiye moved towards Lang Ruoxi, then held Lang Ruoxi, who was wrapped in an ultra-thin sheet, in his arms and said jokingly. Dare, no, it hurts. Lang Ruoxi's wrist was suddenly grabbed forcefully, and the pain in her wrist made her scream. What's wrong? Lin Qiye asked with a little concern. It's all your fault, you bastard. It hurts so much. Ah. Lin Qiye's words made Lang Ruoxi completely collapse and cry loudly. You can't blame me entirely for this. I see that you seem to like it very much, so of course I have to do my best to satisfy you, Lin Qiye continued to tease. You bastard, come on, let me die in pain. When Lang Ruoxi heard Lin Qiye's words, she became even more emotional and began to beat Lin Qiye's body. However, Lin Qiye did not stop her. After all, pets also have the right to be naughty. What's more, her strength was no different from tickling or flirting to Lin Qiye. 2 minutes later, Lang Ruoxi stopped and sobbed softly. It doesn't hurt anymore, Lin Qiye chuckled and spoke. Lang Ruoxi didn't respond, and Lin Qiye didn't ask any further questions. He got up and got out of bed. Where are you going? Lang Ruoxi then looked up and asked. Of course I'm going home. You can't spend the night with me in this state. I'm afraid someone might get killed, Lin Qiye said seriously. Go to hell, you scumbag. Lang Ruoxi roared angrily when she heard that he didn't care about her at all and was just treating her as a disposable pet to vent his anger on, picked up the pillow on the bed and threw it at Lin Qiye. This room expires tomorrow at noon. You can take a good night to recover. Consider it a reward for satisfying me. Lin Qiye easily dodged the pillow, put on his clothes on the sofa and walked towards the door, speaking without looking back. Lang Ruoxi was so angry that she didn't know what to say, so she could only grab another pillow next to her and throw it towards the door. With a bang, the door was slammed shut. Lang Ruoxi burst into tears again instantly. She never expected that Lin Qiye would be so unsympathetic and just wanted to take revenge on her by spanking her hard and humiliating her. This made her extremely painful. Her pride had been ruthlessly shattered by Lin Qiye. How could she accept this result? She had already decided to take revenge on Lin Qiye, even if it meant dying together with him. Chapter 20. Salvation lies in the details. Half an hour later, the door of the presidential suite reopened, and soft light instantly filled the room. Lang Ruoxi, who had been sitting on the bed, suddenly came to her senses. She looked up and saw Lin Qiye walking in with a bag. Although he didn't know the reason why he turned back, Lang Ruo still felt a little happy and a little expectant. However, she still put on a stern face and pretended to be angry, but her tone softened unconsciously. Asshole, why did you come back? I just thought of this halfway through, Lin Qiye replied nonchalantly as he walked towards the sofa. If you really become paralyzed, I'm afraid I'll end up in jail. Of course, Lin Qiye couldn't really leave. He wouldn't be foolish enough to let go of the little cutie he was about to rescue. Huh, you're scared too. Lang Ruoxi could feel that Lin Qiye was worried about her, but he was just being stubborn. This made the corners of her mouth curl up slightly. Why not just let me become paralyzed? It's just the right time for you, a scumbag, to go in and get reformed. My destiny is in my own hands. After Lin Qiye placed his things on the coffee table, he took out a box of ointment, walked to the bedside, and said to Lang Ruoxi, lie down. What are you doing? Lang Ruoxi raised her head warily. Can't you see that? Apply medicine on the pig's butt, Lin Qiye said seriously. You're the pig, I don't need your help. Lang Ruoxi knew what he was going to do when she heard his words, but the word pig's butt made her so ashamed and angry that she cursed. Okay, then you can do it yourself. Lin Qiye opened the package, threw the ointment in front of her, and stood there with his arms folded. You turn around. Lang Ruoxi held the ointment in her hand, and seeing that he didn't move at all, she couldn't help but urge him. Don't worry, I'm not interested in pig butt right now. Lin Qiye raised his eyebrows and said, I have to watch you apply the medicine properly. You pervert. She was so angry that she wanted to wrap herself with the bedsheet, but the moment she moved her whole body ached. She couldn't help but gasp. It was all because of this beast who tortured her like this. At this time, Lin Qiye suddenly sat down beside the bed and reached out to pull her. What are you doing? She reflexively shrank back. If you want to be able to get out of bed tomorrow, be honest. Lin Qiye pulled her to his side without saying anything, let her lie on his legs, and used his other hand to lift the bedsheet. Lang Ruoxi hurriedly pressed down in shame. No. I've seen everything I should and shouldn't have seen. Lin Qiye gently pushed her hand away. Why are you still shy? These words immediately deflated Lang Ruoxi, and she stopped struggling. Soon, she felt the cool touch of the ointment behind her. Lin Qiye's movements were unexpectedly gentle, which gradually relaxed her tense nerves and dissipated a lot of the resentment in her heart. In this comfort, she closed her eyes unconsciously. 3 minutes later, there was a soft, pop, sound, followed by the man's low voice. Is it so comfortable? Ah, you, humph. Lang Ruoxi suddenly woke up, feeling embarrassed and angry but unable to find the right words, and finally could only turn her head away angrily. Are you hungry? Lin Qiye helped her turn over, let her lean against the headboard with a pillow, then stood up and asked. After he mentioned this, Lang Ruoxi immediately felt a surge of hunger and responded softly. She hasn't eaten a single grain of rice since noon, and in the meantime thinking of this, her ears turned red again. Lin Qiye looked at her obedient appearance, with a faint smile on his lips. He turned and walked to the coffee table, took out 2 still steaming lunch boxes from the plastic bag and walked to the bed. Preserved egg and lean pork congee and soup dumplings. Lin Qiye unpacked the disposable chopsticks neatly, making a crisp, click, sound as he broke them apart. Can I eat it myself? Lang Ruoxi stared at his palms, and suddenly remembered that these hands had just been wandering on her body, and her face immediately turned redder. She forced herself to remain calm and stretched out her hands, of course. Before she could finish her words, her arm suddenly went limp and the chopsticks fell onto the bed with a clack. My aching muscles felt like they were being pricked by thousands of needles, and I didn't even have the strength to lift my hands. It seems that I can't. Lin Kie sat down on the bedside, scooped up a spoonful of porridge and blew on it. Come on, open your mouth. The aroma of porridge wafted over, and Lang Ruoxie's stomach immediately made a rumbling sound. But to accept this kind of feeding this seemed like an intimate interaction between lovers, which made her feel dazed for a moment. Strangely, she didn't feel much resistance in her heart. Could it be that she had fallen in love with this bastard? This thought shocked even her. Although his current image is quite good, his personality has become very bad, and he even used threats to take away my virginity. He even knew the shameful side of me that I didn't know about before. Now I am so ashamed that I can't even raise my head in front of him. There is no reason why I should not hate him but fall in love with him. Lang Ruoxie bit her lip, frowned, and tried to sort out her thoughts. What? Lin Kie saw that she was stunned, waved the spoon in front of her eyes and said jokingly, do you want me to feed you with my mouth? You. Lang Ruoxie suddenly came back to her senses, raised her head, and met Lin Kie's playful eyes. The chaotic memory fragments from before, the burning breath, the intertwined tongues. Lang Ruoxie's face flushed and she was so flustered that she didn't know how to answer. Lin Kie had already put the spoon to her mouth. Open your mouth. Lang Ruoxie opened her mouth unconsciously and then held it in her mouth. The warm porridge slid into her mouth, the rice grains were cooked soft, and the mellow aroma of the preserved egg melted on her tongue, making her sigh with satisfaction. Seeing this, Lin Kie fed her more than 10 spoonfuls, and Lang Ruoxie opened her mouth obediently. Tasty. Seeing her satisfied expression, Lin Kie asked happily, after all, it is quite fulfilling to have a pet obediently let its owner feed it. Well, why don't you eat? Lang Ruoxie spoke instinctively, but as soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. How could she eat him now? You're eating so deliciously, I'd like to try some too. Lin Kie said naturally after hearing this, and then ate 2 spoonfuls of porridge. Well, it's really good. Lang Ruoxie watched him eat directly with the spoon that had been used to feed her. The intimacy of this indirect kiss made her heart beat faster. Strangely, this indirect kiss seemed to be more embarrassing than a direct kiss. The former touched the soul, while the latter only touched the flesh. Lang Ruoxie's cheeks turned redder. Lin Kie had actually been observing her reaction. Seeing her reaction, he smiled inwardly. The path to depravity was hidden in every detail. Then Lin Kie picked up a soup dumpling, held it to Lang Ruoxie's mouth and said, try it too and see if it's delicious. Lang Ruoxie obediently opened her mouth and took a bite, but was scalded by the boiling soup and quickly opened her mouth to spit it out. How stupid. Lin Kie quickly stretched out his right hand to catch the bun she spit out, walked quickly to the coffee table and threw it away, wiped the grease off his hands with a tissue and went to the bathroom to wash them clean. After returning, he poured a glass of water, took a few tissues and returned to the bed. He first wiped Lang Ruoxie's mouth and fed her a sip of water before saying to her, you still refuse to admit that you're a puppy. You can even get burned by eating a bun. Do you still want to eat? Lang Ruoxie was already confused by his facial movements just now. This was exactly the scene in a TV drama where a boyfriend takes care of his girlfriend. Even the name, puppy, sounded doting at this moment. The sweet feeling in her heart made her overwhelmed, and she could only stare blankly at the man in front of her. Ding, Lang Ruoxie's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 7100s, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. Chapter 21 The Sweet Illusion designed by Lin Kie. The puppy is not only dumb but also stupid. Will he still eat? Lin Kie looked at her like this and heard the system prompt sound in his mind, and he found it extremely interesting. He only used a little trick, but she was at a loss. His trick has not been fully exerted yet. I wonder if he can raise the depravity value to 80 tonight. You're stupid, of course I'll eat it. Lang Ruoxie came back to her senses and retorted subconsciously. But the tone sounded more like coquettishness, and she herself didn't even notice the change. Lin Kie didn't continue teasing her. He picked up the box of buns on the bedside table, picked up a bun with chopsticks, and when the soup inside was almost exposed, he lifted it up, blew on it a few times, and then handed it to Lang Ruoxie's mouth. Lang Ruoxie obediently opened her mouth to take it. This time the temperature was just right, allowing her to chew and swallow it with confidence. Lin Kie couldn't help but chuckle. He had to admit, she looked quite cute like this. You, what are you laughing at? Lang Ruoxie saw Lin Kie laughing, stopped chewing and asked vaguely. Because I saw a big rat eating. Lin Kie teased with an undiminished smile. HMPH. Lang Ruoxie knew that he was making fun of her again. This bastard never missed any opportunity to tease her. Strangely, she didn't feel any anger at all at this moment, which made her turn away her slightly hot cheeks and continue chewing the food in her mouth. While she was eating, Lin Kie had already prepared the next bun. After Lang Ruoxie swallowed the food in her mouth and turned around, Lin Kie put the bun to her mouth, and she naturally opened her mouth to take it. After eating 5 buns in a row, Lang Ruoxie suddenly covered her mouth and burped lightly, her cheeks slightly red as she said, I'm full, aren't you hungry? Of course I'm hungry. I'm just feeding the little cutie. Lin Kie responded jokingly, then go and eat quickly. Lang Ruoxie then realized that she had asked a stupid question and hurriedly urged. Her intuition told her that Lin Kie was saying something inappropriate again. Lin Kie didn't say anything else. He took out 2 tissues from the bedside table and wiped his hands. Then he used 2 more tissues to wipe the oil stains from the corners of Lang Ruoxie's mouth. Then he bent down and gently picked up her who was wrapped in the bedsheet. Lin Kie, what are you doing? Lang Ruoxie didn't struggle, but just blinked in confusion. Lin Kie didn't answer. He walked straight to the sofa and asked her to sit across his lap. Then he whispered, now it's your turn to feed me buns. Can't you eat it yourself? And I can't hold the chopstick steady. Lang Ruoxie didn't know what his purpose was in doing so much, so she could only ask in confusion. My service is not free. Even if you raise a pet, after feeding it, it will wag its tail at the owner to make the owner happy. Lin Kie looked down at her and said as a matter of course. HMPH, you cheapskate. How am I supposed to feed you then? Lang Ruoxie wasn't sure if what he said was the real reason, or if he just liked to tease her. It was just feeding her a bun, and she had no problem accepting it, so she curled her lips and said. Well, since your hands are too weak, just feed it with your mouth. Lin Kie pretended to think for a moment, then said with a smirk. You bastard, will you die if you don't tease me? Upon hearing this, Lang Ruoxie angrily punched Lin Kie lightly on the chest and cursed in a low voice. Just teasing you, just feed it with your hands. Lin Kie stretched out his right hand and brought the box of buns on the coffee table to Lang Ruoxie, chuckling and speaking. But I didn't wash my hands. Lang Ruoxie looked at the buns in front of her and hesitated for a moment before speaking. I can still handle this little bit of bacteria. After all, Lin Kie suddenly lowered his head and spoke ambiguously in Lang Ruoxie's ear. You pervert. Disgusting. When Lang Ruoxie heard his words, her whole body trembled instantly. She was extremely ashamed and angry. She buried her head in Lin Kie's arms with a red face, beating him and cursing, "This bastard never misses any opportunity to tease me." Lin Kie just quietly admired her shameful and angry look until a minute later, when Lang Ruoxi finally calmed down. After a while, Lang Ruoxi suddenly sat up, pulled Lin Kie's right hand, grabbed a bun and stuffed it into Lin Kie's mouth, then said angrily, "I'll eat you to death." Lin Kie seemed to ignore her feelings. He pressed down her raised left arm with his left hand and whispered, "It's so hot. Do you want me to spit all over you?" Snort. Lang Ruoxi could only raise her arm and blew hard on the bun in her hand a few times before handing it to Lin Kie's mouth again. Lin Kie bit it and deliberately bit Lang Ruoxi's finger. Lang Ruoxi hurriedly pulled her fingers away. She didn't know if Lin Kie did it on purpose. When she took another bun, she just pinched a small corner. Lin Kie didn't bite her this time. Afterwards, Lang Ruoxi continued to feed Lin Kie buns obediently. The scene was quite heartwarming. Lang Ruoxi watched Lin Kie eat the bun she had fed him with a satisfied look on his face, and she felt a surge of joy in her heart. She probably knew why Lin Kie smiled when he fed her before. If this bastard didn't have such a bad personality and kept teasing her, he would actually be quite cute. After Lin Kie finished eating the 6 buns that Lang Ruoxi fed him, he took out 2 pieces of paper to wipe Lang Ruoxi's hands, then picked up the remaining porridge and slowly drank it. Lang Ruoxi looked up and looked at the scene quietly, a little lost in thought. Lin Kie noticed it but did not disturb her. 2 minutes later, after finishing the porridge, Lin Kie threw the box into the trash can. After wiping his mouth with 2 pieces of paper, he turned around and found Lang Ruoxi still in a daze. He stretched out his right hand and stroked her left cheek, and asked softly, "Is the puppy stupid?" Lang Ruoxi came back to her senses and looked at Lin Kie's face so close to her. She felt that she was really stupid now. What was her relationship with Lin Kie now? Enemies, lovers, or even the master's pet? She didn't know how to handle this strange relationship. Lin Kie understood the confusion and entanglement in her eyes. After all, this disharmonious relationship and atmosphere was designed by him personally. He did not ask any further questions, but said softly, "Take you to take a bath." Lang Ruoxi knew that this meant that they would be honest with each other later. Because of their previous union and the sweet interaction just now, Lang Ruoxi didn't have much resistance to this matter at the moment, she was just a little shy. Lang Ruoxi immediately buried her face in the crook of his neck, pressed her body tightly against his chest, wrapped her arms around his back, and her ears were so red they were almost bleeding. Lin Kie stopped teasing her. He lifted her up with one hand and supported the back of her head with the other. He stood up and walked steadily towards the bathroom. Chapter 22 The Fall of Lang Ruoxi. An hour later, Lin Kie carried Lang Ruoxi out of the bathroom. Both of them were wrapped in bath towels, and Lang Ruoxi's wet long hair was loosely wrapped in the towel. After a while, they came to the bed. Lin Kie asked Lang Ruoxi to sit on the edge of the bed with her back to him, then he took the towel off her head, took out a hairdryer from the bedside table, knelt on one knee beside the bed, and started to blow her hair. Lang Ruoxi's cheeks were still flushed at this moment, and her thoughts had not yet escaped from the charming scene in the bathroom. "Is Liu Yuanzhou very famous in your school?" At this time, Lin Kie suddenly asked. "Well, he's a junior now. He's the most handsome guy on campus and the president of the cosplay club. Half of the girls in the school like him." Lang Ruoxi didn't know why Lin Kie suddenly mentioned that scumbag, but she still frowned and answered with a bit of disgust. "Oh, does that include you?" Lin Kie suddenly turned off the hairdryer and asked in her ear. "How could I possibly like that scumbag now?" The breath beside her ear made Lang Ruoxi tremble slightly. She explained with a little excitement, her tone obviously flustered, fearing that Lin Kie would misunderstand something. But after she said it, she realized why she cared so much about his opinion. "Who do you like now?" Lin Kie continued to ask. I don't know." Lang Ruoxi was dazed when she heard this question, and her mind was full of scenes of today with Lin Kie. She suddenly realized that she had only spent one day with him, but it seemed like she had experienced a lot. She found that she really wanted to stay with Lin Kie like this forever, but she didn't know how to say it, so she could only give a vague answer. "Is that so? Then what do you want to do with him?" Lin Kie didn't ask her who she liked because the answer was obvious. He chuckled and continued to blow his hair. "The video is in your hands, you can do whatever you want with him." Lang Ruoxi answered as a matter of course that she didn't want to see that scumbag at all. After returning to school, she would quit the club immediately to avoid meeting the disgusting bastard again. "You were the one involved. Don't you have any thoughts?" Lin Kie continued, "Do you care about my thoughts? Didn't you say before that no one can interfere with your thoughts?" When Lang Ruoxi thought of this, she felt a surge of anger in her heart. "I didn't expect you to remember my words so clearly, but the past is the past. Given our current relationship, how can I not help you?" Lin Kie's voice was filled with a smile. "So, what is our relationship now?" When Lang Ruoxi heard him say this, her heartbeat began to accelerate, and she nervously asked the question she desperately wanted to know the answer to. "Guess what, cutie?" Lin Kie found it funny to see her like this. In fact, there was no difference between him and Liu Yuanzhou in essence. It's just a matter of different means. He gained the little cutie's disgust, while she gained the little cutie's dependence. Then he leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against the tip of her ear. You're just an asshole." Lin Kie's words poured a bucket of cold water on Lang Ruoxi's heart. It seemed that she was the only one lost in everything that happened before. And he always stayed on the sidelines, teasing her like a little cutie, just wanting to see her at a loss. Yes, didn't he mention the second condition before? He said he wanted to adopt a little cutie. Maybe he has been teasing himself as a little cutie from the beginning, but he still indulged in it and had wild thoughts. How despicable. After she figured it out, anger and shame made her push Lin Kie away forcefully. She lay down on the bed and buried her face in the sheets to prevent herself from crying. Seeing this, Lin Kie knew that she was already deeply trapped in the so-called love script he had compiled for her. Then he turned off the hairdryer, leaned over and whispered in her ear, "What's wrong, little cutie?" The word cutie once again irritated Lang Ruoxi's nerves, causing her to turn over and roar at Lin Kie. "Yes, I'm a little cutie, and you're a scumbag pervert." When Lin Kie saw her tears streaming down her face, he felt a little distressed and kissed her without hesitation. Lang Ruo felt the lips on her mouth, her eyes widened, and she began to struggle, but her limbs were restrained by Lin Kie. 3 minutes later, Lang Ruoxi calmed down. Lin Kie then raised his body slightly, stared into Lang Ruoxi's eyes and said, "I don't really think of you as a little cutie." "Then why do you keep calling me cutie?" Lang Ruoxi sobbed softly, staring into Lin Kie's eyes and asked stubbornly. "I just think this title suits you very well, doesn't it?" Lin Kie replied with a chuckle. "Ah, I'll bite you to death." After listening to his explanation, Lang Ruoxi felt ashamed and angry. She raised her head and was about to bite Lin Kie. She probably knew what he meant. This shameful incident will surely make this bastard control her for the rest of her life. "Well, give it to the little cutie to bite." Seeing this, Lin Kie did not stop her, but instead stretched his arm to Lang Ruoxi's mouth. When Lang Ruoxi saw his actions, she felt that her brain was not enough. She really didn't know what this bastard was thinking. However, Lang Ruoxi still bit his right wrist lightly as he wished, wanting to see his reaction. However, seeing his chuckle, Lang Ruoxi immediately increased the strength of her bite. She wanted to see if this bastard felt any pain. 10 seconds later, seeing that Lin Qiye still looked calm, Lang Ruoxi could only let go helplessly. This bastard was really thick-skinned, but this made her suppress her shame well. The teeth are so sharp, do you think I should get a rabies shot? Lin Qiye supported himself on the bed with his left hand, raised his right arm and said jokingly. Go quickly, otherwise you will die tomorrow. Lang Ruoxi spoke angrily. This bastard really made her angry all the time, and her emotions were always controlled by this bastard. Then I'll have to drag you down with me. After saying this, Lin Qiye leaned down, buried his head in Lang Ruoxi's neck, and pretended to bite her. No, Lang Ruoxi felt the breath on her neck and trembled all over. She was a little scared and supported Lin Qiye's chest with both hands. At this moment, Lin Qiye's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Qiye stood up and picked up the phone on the bedside table. He saw the note was Cian. He looked back at Lang Ruoxi and then answered the call. Lang Ruoxi's attention was also attracted, and she was also curious about who called Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye, what are you doing now? When will you take me to see young Master Zhang tomorrow? Chen Xian's voice sounded in Lin Qiye's ears. Are you in such a hurry? See you at the usual place tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Don't lie to me, I lied to you and you won't get any candy. I'm hanging up. Wait a minute, where are you now? Chen Xian asked anxiously. Spending a night with a beautiful woman in a hotel, Lin Qiye answered jokingly. You bastard, an angry curse came from the other end of the phone. Why are you angry? I will feed you tomorrow. Lin Qiye said indifferently and hung up the phone. When I turned around, I saw Lang Ruoxi looking distraught. Chapter 23 Lang Ruoxi calls her master. Lin Qiye deliberately said the last sentence to let her know that he had slept with someone else. He wanted to brand Lang Ruoxi as a scumbag in her heart. He just wanted her to submit to him, knowing that he had other women. This was a test of the timing of the attack. Now is a good time. While she has not yet sorted out her thoughts and still has beautiful fantasies about him, he wants to completely define their relationship as a nominal master-pet relationship, allowing himself to occupy an absolute dominant position. Although he could deliberately make her ignore the fact that he had other women, this would indeed be a good way to win her over, and even making her his girlfriend tonight would not be a problem. But I will definitely be entangled with many women in the future. If she asks me to break up with other women, what should I do? You can't give up a forest for a tree. Then I can only abandon her directly, but what if she retaliates madly? I am not afraid now because I have the system, but other women are in danger. He had experienced in his life what it was like for a woman to go crazy. In his previous life, he was cheating on many women without the knowledge of any of them, and eventually the truth was revealed, leading to a tragic ending. In this life, he decided not to repeat the same mistakes. He wanted all his women to know and accept each other. Therefore, he must occupy an absolute dominant position in every relationship. This is the inspiration given to him by the fallen system. After all, an owner can keep many pets at the same time, but a pet can only have one owner, right? He wants all the women he wants to collect to accept this setting so as to avoid backlash. Little cutie, what's wrong? Lin Qiye asked knowingly. Who were you talking to on the phone just now? Lang Ruoxi also knew that this was a woman with whom he had a close relationship, but she still couldn't help asking. Another little pet, Lin Qiye replied with a chuckle. What do you mean? Lang Ruoxi frowned. Just like our current relationship. Lin Qiye leaned closer. You're a scumbag. Lang Ruoxi became emotional. What's wrong? Are you jealous, little cutie? Lin Qiye raised his eyebrows. You're a damn bastard. Although Lang Ruoxi was angry, she still wanted to know who that woman was. Who is that person? You saw it today, Lin Qiye answered truthfully. That Chen Xian, but didn't you say she was your girlfriend? Lang Ruoxi quickly thought of the figure she saw today. Have you ever seen such a docile girlfriend? She's my real pet. Lin Qiye explained. Are you telling the truth? What is your relationship? Lang Ruoxi asked with a look of shock and confusion on her face. It's because I can play with her as I please. She has to obey all my orders, but I don't want you to be naughty at any time. Lin Qiye said in a serious tone. Did you threaten her too? Seeing that his expression didn't seem like he was lying, Lang Ruoxi believed it a little and couldn't help but worry. I didn't threaten her. She asked me for something. Lin Qiye looked very serious, as if he was taking things very seriously. Then can you break up with her as soon as possible? Lang Ruoxi believed what he said. After all, apart from threatening her at the beginning and taking her virginity, which was a revenge for what she had done to him before, he didn't seem to threaten her with anything else afterwards. Oh, why? Lin Qiye pretended to be confused. This kind of relationship between you two is so wrong. Lang Ruoxi became excited when she saw his reaction. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I helped her realize her wish, and she obediently let me play with her. It's consensual, so there's nothing wrong with it. Lin Qiye disagreed. Why should I give up a well-behaved and beautiful girl who is at my mercy just because of your words? What can I gain? You can get me. Lang Ruoxi roared without thinking. Do you want to replace her and become my pet? Lin Qiye sat on the bed, picked up Lang Ruoxi and placed her on his lap, and asked jokingly. No, I mean being your girlfriend. Lang Ruoxi didn't know why she said those words without thinking before. She buried her head in Lin Qiye's shoulder, her face flushed with embarrassment, but since things had come to this point, she just went for it. Oh, are you in love with me? Lin Qiye's smile became more intense. I don't know. Lang Ruoxi knew without even looking that Lin Qiye was definitely laughing at her, and she couldn't even hold her head up in front of him. But why should I give up an obedient pet for a disobedient and dishonest girlfriend? Besides, Lin Qiye stroked her back gently. You're not prettier than her. You're an irredeemable bastard. Lang Ruoxi roared in complete collapse and began to beat Lin Qiye's body. But it's not impossible to negotiate. Seeing this, Lin Qiye held her hand and spoke softly. So what do you want? Lang Ruoxi stopped what she was doing, raised her head and looked at Lin Qiye curiously. How about this, you call me MT first and let me hear it. Lin Qiye chuckled and spoke. You bastard, is it fun to tease me? Lang Ruoxi was instantly angry. I'm not teasing you, that's what she calls me in private. Lin Qiye comforted her. How is that possible? Lang Ruoxi asked back with a look of disbelief. Then I'll call her now and ask her to scream for you to hear. Lin Qiye confidently pretended to take out his cell phone to make a call. That's enough. Lang Ruoxi saw his confident look and finally held his hand. If it was really as he said, she would find it even more difficult to accept it, so it would be better not to know the answer. Oh, you figured it out. Lin Qiye looked at her face and asked jokingly. You pervert. Lang Ruoxi became angry when she saw his expression and cursed angrily. Thanks for the compliment, so will you scream. The curve of Lin Qiye's mouth became even wider. You bastard. Lang Ruoxi really wanted to beat his face into a pig's head. After a while, Lang Ruo calmed down, as if she was starting to prepare herself mentally. Finally, she blushed and whispered, MT. After calling out this, Lang Ruoxi lay motionless in Lin Qiye's arms. It was as if her soul was occupied when she called out this name. Ding, Lang Ruoxi's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 75 100ths, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. Lin Kie chuckled with satisfaction when he heard it, then leaned over and whispered in Lang Ruoxi's ear, I didn't hear clearly. Mount, are you satisfied? Lang Ruoxi, who had been motionless just now, suddenly shouted and cursed loudly. You're not good. After Lin Kie finished speaking, he pushed Lang Ruoxi onto the bed. You, what are you doing? Lang Ruoxi hurriedly hugged herself tightly, looked up with a look of alertness and fear, and said tremblingly. Do you think this is the only title that satisfies me? Lin Kie said to Lang Ruoxi with an aggressive look. Well, what else do you want? Lang Ruoxi turned her face away, avoiding his frightening, wolf-like gaze. Lin Kie didn't say a word. He grabbed her hands and raised them above her head, then kissed her alluring red lips. 10 minutes later, Lin Kie let her go, then picked her up and let her lie in his arms. Lang Ruoxi hadn't recovered from her previous state at all, and looked at Lin Kie with a confused look on her face. Let me teach you how she pleases me first. Lin Kie looked at her with a playful expression. Chapter 24 Lang Ruoxi's decision, Sexy Chen Xian. The next morning, at 9:20, the sunlight poured into the hotel suite through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and Lang Ruoxi slowly opened her eyes. She subconsciously reached out to her side, but only touched the cold sheets. Lin Kie was gone. This discovery made her wake up instantly. The last memory of last night came to her mind. She could feel Lin Kie's pity for her, and this tenderness made her heart warm. Although his actions afterwards were indeed a bit soulish. But the strange thing is that she didn't have any resistance, only uncontrollable shyness. Although Lin Kie did not give a clear statement in the end, she thought that Lin Kie had agreed to her request. I didn't expect that he disappeared so early in the morning. Could it be that in his heart, I am not as good as Chen Xian after all? This thought made her feel lost and aggrieved. Lang Ruoxi stared blankly at the ceiling for 5 minutes before reaching out to take the phone from the bedside table. The moment the screen lit up, a phishing notification sent at exactly 9 o'clock caught my eye. She hurriedly unlocked her phone, and saw Lin Kie's message clearly. Little cutie, I bought you breakfast and put it on the coffee table. I've extended your room for another day. Wait until you've had a good rest before leaving. I have something to do. The short text brought sweet ripples to her heart. I didn't expect that he cared about me so much, but why did he have to make it like the relationship between a pet and its owner? Does he just like others calling him that? Huh, I don't know where I learned this bad habit. If you think about it carefully, although he called her a little cutie, he always kept a sense of propriety in his actions and did not really treat her as a little cutie. This realization made Lang Ruoxi determined. She must make sure that Lin Kie completely breaks off his abnormal relationship with Chen Xian. In terms of conditions, how could she not compare to Chen Xian? Her legs weren't longer than hers. Her curves weren't as impressive as hers. That bastard actually said Chen Xian was more obedient. Lang Ruoxi bit her lip. If this is what he likes, then she can satisfy him. Isn't it just called MT? The main entrance of McSea Shopping Mall. On a bench in the shade, Chen Xian sat upright, the light from her cell phone screen reflected on her slightly anxious face. She looked up from time to time, then looked down at the time. It was already 9:20. That bastard asked her to meet him at 9 o'clock. She arrived on time, but he was nowhere to be seen. Today, she changed her previous pure style and put on a sexy outfit. The black slit-hip hugging miniskirt outlines her graceful curves. Black stockings wrap her slender legs. Black strappy high-heeled sandals make her ankles look particularly slender, and the bright red nail polish is particularly eye-catching in the sun. The whole person exudes a fatal temptation, which can be described in 2 words. She herself didn't know why she dressed like this. Was it because she was going to meet young Master Zhang? Or maybe she was stimulated by Lin Kie's words last night and wanted to compete with Lang Ruoxi. She herself didn't know. She only knew that she didn't sleep well last night. All she could think about was whether Lin Kie really slept with someone else, whether it was the Lang Ruoxi from yesterday, and whether she was really being used as a tool by him. She had to find out today. Just as she was stunned, a shadow fell over her. Miss Xian, why are you dressed so provocatively today? Lin Kie's frivolous voice came from above her head. Why did you come just now? What do you care? After hearing this, Chen Xian immediately looked up and saw Lin Kie's playful expression. At the same time, she also noticed that he did not change his clothes and was still wearing the same clothes as yesterday, which made her even more certain that this bastard really went to check into a hotel with that slutty woman. She was immediately furious and continued, where did you go last night? Didn't I tell you that I checked into a hotel with a beautiful lady? I have you to thank for this, Lin Kie chuckled. Is that Lang Ruoxi? Chen Xian's eyes were already filled with anger. That's right. After what you did yesterday, she was extremely jealous and wanted to prove to me that she was 100 times better than you. But I used a little trick to win her over. Lin Kie ignored her anger and spoke calmly. You bastard. Chen Xian couldn't hold it in any longer, picked up the bag in her hand, stood up and threw it at Lin Kie. Miss Xian, why are you angry? Are you jealous? Lin Kie grabbed her bag and asked playfully. You're a scumbag. After Chen Xian finished speaking, she slapped Lin Kie again. Miss Xian, there's no reason for you to be jealous. This is just a deal between us. You help me act, and I help you meet young Master Zhang. Are you falling in love with me? Lin Kie easily grabbed her wrist, pulled her to his side, and whispered jokingly in her ear. Even if I like a pig, I wouldn't like a scumbag like you. After hearing his words, Chen Xian calmed down. Yes, why should she be angry? With what identity was she angry? Sex buddy, haha, isn't this the only relationship between him and me? It's ridiculous, but why do I care so much? She suddenly had an urge to cry, but she still raised her head stubbornly and looked at Lin Kie. That's good, stay calm, we're going to meet that young master later. Don't let him find out about our relationship, otherwise your dream of marrying into a wealthy family will never come true. Lin Kie said this seriously, as if he was really considering Chen Xian. You don't have to tell me, I have nothing to do with you. Chen Xian became even more annoyed when she saw him trying to distance himself from the matter. Marrying into a wealthy family was her dream, but now she just couldn't be happy at all. She couldn't find any solution to Lin Kie's attitude for a while, so she could only respond stubbornly, planning to sort out her confused thoughts after completing this trip. Are you sure you don't want to change your clothes? Lin Kie shot Chen Xian up and down. What, are you unable to bear it? Chen Xian noticed Lin Kie's wanton gaze, and instead of feeling shy, she raised her head and chest to show off her curves more perfectly. She glanced around and saw the LSP who was secretly glancing at her. She was full of contempt for this. This kind of loser was not worthy of appreciating her true charm. I really can't stand it. I can understand that you deliberately wore this to seduce me. Lin Kie was indeed tempted by her contrasting image. He approached her, grabbed her hands and pressed her down on the bench, restrained her legs with his legs so that she could not move, and stared down at her eyes and spoke. HMPH, you pervert, stop being so self-indulgent. I'm wearing this to charm young Master Zhang. When Chen Xian heard him say that he really couldn't stand it anymore, she felt a little happy. It seemed that she was still very attractive to him, but she still spoke angrily on the surface. You've irritated me so much, aren't you afraid that I'll drag you to a hotel right now so you can't see young Master Zhang? Lin Kie's voice was low, and there was a dangerous light in his eyes, as if he was ready to take action at any time. You bastard. Chen Xian was a little scared when she saw his expression. She turned her head away with a blushing face. It was not because she was afraid of not being able to see young Master Zhang, but because she was afraid that this bastard would really take her to get a room. Chapter 25 said Chen Xian. Lin Kie stared at Chen Xian's seductive appearance, with a strong possessive desire in his eyes. He originally planned to let the innocent young master become Chen Xian's lapdog, while he himself would be her master and enjoy a Minotaur game. But her outfit at this moment made him change his mind. Although the Minotaur planned not to let young Master Zhang touch her, who could resist her sexy look? Even if young Master Zhang was watching, he would still feel like he was being taken advantage of. Today, he would completely put an end to her fantasy about the young master of a wealthy family. Afterwards, Lin Kie stood up, let her go, and called an online taxi to go to the agreed coffee shop. In the car, the two sat side by side in the back seat, and Chen Xian also calmed down at this moment. Lin Kie suddenly said, "Don't you want to know how I met young Master Zhang?" How did you meet? Chen Xian's curiosity was indeed aroused. She turned to look at Lin Kie. She remembered that she had never mentioned young Master Zhang to him. Kiss me and I'll tell you. Lin Kie had a playful smile on his face. Asshole, say it if you want. Chen Xian turned her head away in annoyance. This bastard always teased her. Actually, he found me first. Lin Kie continued. Ah, when? This answer made Chen Xian even more curious, and he couldn't help but turn back to look at Lin Kie. It was the morning after we checked into the hotel, when I returned home. Lin Kie stopped teasing her and instead reached out to pull her into his arms, gently stroking her abdomen with his palm. What? Then why did you bring me to see him? Chen Xian was shocked by his words. She looked up at Lin Kie and did not resist his intimate actions. Anyway, this bastard had taken all the advantages. Don't worry, I fooled him, and he wanted to see you. He looks like he likes you very much. Lin Kie chuckled and spoke. How did you trick him? Chen Xian asked in confusion. She didn't know why she wasn't very happy about what she said. Young Master Zhang seemed to like her. If she had heard this before, she would definitely be so happy that she wouldn't be able to sleep all night. I said you were in a bad mood on your birthday and no one was with you, so you dragged me to drink a lot of wine and got drunk. As your lickspittle, I didn't know where the goddess lived, so I arranged for you to stay in a high-end hotel. I slept on the sofa and looked after you all night. Lin Kie explained slowly. Do you think he's a fool? He'll believe what you say. Although Chen Xian didn't know why Lin Kie helped her conceal the truth, she was also puzzled as to why young Master Zhang could believe such an outrageous reason. He will definitely ask her sister for confirmation. Her sister knows my identity, so he must believe my words to some extent, don't you think? Lin Kie looked at her meaningfully. You already knew he was Zhang Xiaoting's brother. Chen Xian didn't know when Lin Kie knew that young Master Zhang was Zhang Xiaoting's brother. No, it's just because of some things that I knew his identity the moment I saw him. Lin Kie answered truthfully. Then why are you helping me? Chen Xian didn't ask what it was, after all, it was not an important matter. A day of marriage brings 100 days of grace. You made me very satisfied last time, so. Lin Kie lowered his head and leaned close to Chen Xian's ear, deliberately dragging out his tone, helping you realize your dream of marrying into a wealthy family, that's my reward. You bastard. Chen Xian was hurt by his words, and angrily tried to grab Lin Kie's hand around her waist and throw it away, moving to the side. Just as she lowered her head, she noticed the teeth marks on Lin Kie's right wrist, which made her raise her head instantly. She stared at Lin Kie angrily and said through gritted teeth, is it because of that bitch? Don't use the word slut, you are not much more innocent than her. It is indeed half her fault. After all, she has a good figure, with a curvy figure. And she was so unrestrained in bed yesterday that I couldn't help myself. After the passion last night, she even said that she wanted to be my girlfriend and that we could have fun every night. But her request is that I cut off contact with you, and I think her request is very reasonable. Lin Kie spoke seriously. She's a slut. You bastard. You're breaking up with me because of that slut. Chen Xian could no longer suppress his anger. He stared at Lin Kie with flaming eyes, as if he wanted to eat him alive. She had been wondering why this bastard was so kind to help her. It turned out that he was completely bewitched by that slut and planned to completely break off the entanglement with her so that he could live with that slut forever. Little brother, this is really wrong of you to have such a beautiful girlfriend and still cheat on her. At this time, the middle-aged driver couldn't stand it anymore and turned to Lin Kie and said something indignantly. Although he was confused by their previous conversation and had no idea what was going on, he saw how intimate they were before through the rearview mirror and inferred that they should be a couple. So after hearing Chen Xian's angry shout, he still wanted to say something to ease the tense atmosphere. None of your business. Just drive your car. However, Chen Xian did not appreciate his righteous speech at all, and shouted at the driver as if he wanted to vent his anger on him. Seeing this, the driver could only shut up. He felt that he was a good person but got no reward. He spoke up for the little girl that was rebuked. He felt extremely upset, but he had no choice but to continue driving. Brother, our relationship is complicated, just drive carefully. Lin Kie said something comforting to the driver. The driver felt better after hearing Lin Kie's words. Although this kid was not a human being, he was still a reasonable person. Then Lin Kie turned his gaze to Chen Xian. Seeing her angry look, he felt amused. Women's jealousy is really a good weapon that can make them lose their minds. But this is exactly what I want. Only when they lose their sanity can I will invade, right? Then he said slowly and matter-of-factly, Miss Xian, please be careful with your words. We're not even together, so how can we talk about breaking up? Or are you in love with me and want to keep pestering me? Oh, you bastard, you thought you could get rid of me so easily after having sex with me. I'm telling you, no way. After Chen Xian roared at Lin Kie, he grabbed Lin Kie's right hand, aimed at the tooth mark and bit it hard. Lin Kie did not stop her. The angrier she was, the happier he was, because this meant that his plan was successful and she would soon become his pet. However, Lin Kie still pretended to be angry and whispered, open your mouth. But how could Chen Xian be obedient at this moment? She stared at Lin Kie fiercely and bit him even harder. Seeing this, Lin Kie could only tickle her. PFF, haha. Soon Chen Xian couldn't stand it anymore and opened his mouth. Seeing her crying and laughing expression, Lin Kie just found it funny. Then he grabbed her hands and pressed her down on the seat, then stared into her eyes and said calmly, Chen Xian, stop being unreasonable. The relationship between us is a business one. You helped me capture Lang Ruoxi, and now I'm helping you pursue young Master Zhang. This is good for both of us, and young Master Zhang seems like a good person. It would be a good choice for you to follow him. Woo woo woo. Chen Xian's heart was broken when she heard his calm and rational words. Although what he said was right, she just couldn't accept it. She didn't feel happy at all. She turned her face away, tears instantly burst out, and she sobbed softly. Lin Kie felt distressed when he saw her tearful appearance, but in order to achieve his ultimate goal, he had to harden his heart. Don't worry, you will only cry in my bed from now on. Chapter 26 Chen Xian's resentment, Zhang Sicheng's expectations. Then Lin Kie sat up straight and motioned for the driver to hand him some tissues. He gently wiped away Chen Xian's tears, his tone teasing, "Don't cry, it's hard to explain to Master Zhang if your makeup is ruined." Chen Xian turned her face away angrily, her shoulders still twitching slightly. Seeing this, Lin Qiye simply stuffed the tissue into her palm, leaned back in his chair, and said no more. At this time, the phone beeped. Lin Qiye took out his phone and swiped the screen. It was a message from Lang Ruoxi. "Breakfast was delicious. Did you go to see Chen Xian?" "Well, I have to fulfill the deal I made with her today." Lin Qiye raised his lips with a playful smile. "After this is done, can you break up with her?" The message was followed by a pitiful emoticon. "What, you really want me to be your boyfriend, little cutie?" "That's right. Are you satisfied? As long as you agree, there will be a surprise tonight." I didn't expect her to admit it so generously, with a hint of coquettishness in her words. "Oh, if the surprise isn't big enough, won't I be at a big loss?" "HMPH, you won't release the eagle until you see the rabbit. I will wear clothes that satisfy you and call you MT. Are you satisfied, pervert?" The ending was accompanied by an angry rabbit expression. Lin Qiye's smile deepened. "This is a nice surprise, but I wonder if you like it yourself." Who would like it? It's all to satisfy a pervert like you. Do you agree or not?" One could almost see the other person's blushing face between the words. "The conditions are indeed tempting." Lin Qiye deliberately paused for a few seconds before replying, "But I can still tell the difference between one meal being full and the next." "Bad guy, you just keep pushing your luck. As long as you're willing, I can cooperate with you anytime." Okay, there was a hint of coquettishness between the lines. "This little cutie's offer is truly irresistible. I'll give you my answer after I've completed my transaction with her." "Don't let me down, MT." The last name made Lin Qiye's eyes flash with a gleam of success. After locking the screen, he looked out the car window happily. "I didn't expect that the final training last night was so effective that it made Lang Ruoxi so proactive. It was so interesting. She probably doesn't know that if you call someone MT for a long time, people will subtly think of you as a pet." When Chen Xian saw Lin Qiye take out his phone to reply to the message, she stopped crying, sat up and stared at Lin Qiye. Seeing his happy expression, I knew without a doubt that it was sent by that slut. However, the bastard's determination to sever ties with her left her helpless and she could only clench her fists in anger. "Oh, don't cry anymore, hurry up and tidy up, you will definitely be able to charm Master Zhang later." Lin Qiye pretended to have just noticed her, turned to Chen Xian and spoke with a chuckle. "Need I tell you, you're the only one who's blind." Chen Xian looked at his nonchalant expression and felt extremely aggrieved. She could only say this to pretend to be decent. "Keep this confidence, you will definitely be able to capture young Master Zhang today. I will help you." Lin Qiye suppressed his smile and spoke seriously. After a pause, he added, "By the way, I will take you to have a hymen repair surgery later to keep your soul and body pure and flawless. This way, there will be no possibility of failure." "Oh," Chen Xian sneered. She didn't understand why this bastard was so concerned about this matter. Was it out of guilt? Was it a way to make up for the mistake of taking her virginity that night so that she could leave with a clear conscience? She gritted her teeth secretly. "Scum, don't even think about it. The more you try to get rid of me, the more I won't let you do it. You want to live with that bitch. Dream on." Lin Qiye noticed her resentful expression and whispered in his heart, "Hate me as much as you can. Hate me so much that your mind can't accommodate anyone else. Today, let me help you cut off the last of your fantasy." In the private room by the window on the second floor of Platinum Cafe, the handsome Zhang Sicheng was wearing a well-tailored white suit, and his slender fingers unconsciously tapped the armrest of the leather sofa. He raised his wrist for the third time. It was 9:55, and there were only 5 minutes left before the meeting with Lin Qiye. Thinking about meeting Chen Xian, whom he hadn't seen for a month due to his sister's obstruction, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The pure girl who always had a gentle and considerate look on her face actually made his palms sweat slightly at this moment. His memory uncontrollably went back to the night that kept him tossing and turning. At that time, he was negotiating cooperation with an important client in the hotel. When the elevator door was about to close, he caught a glimpse of the shabby-dressed Lin Qiye hugging Chen Xian and walking into the elevator. Although Chen Xian's face was buried in the other person's shoulder, he would never mistake the familiar outline and temperament. Could it be that they came here to get a room? "Do you want to ask in person?" He suppressed the impulse as soon as it emerged. This client is related to whether he can maintain his position as the president of the group and is the key to shutting up those old foxes on the board of directors. In the end, reason overcame impulse, and he decided to make plans after the negotiations were over. The contract was signed at 11 o'clock in the evening, and he almost ran to the hotel door to wait for Maibach. Time passed slowly, and until 1 o'clock in the morning, there was still no sign of Chen Xian at the hotel entrance. Two possibilities battled fiercely in his mind, either they had left or they had stayed here overnight. What a joke, he pounded on the steering wheel. Given Chen Xian's circumstances, how could she possibly fall for that ordinary-looking, shabbily dressed boy? In order to verify this ridiculous guess, he set the alarm clock for 7 in the morning and tossed and turned in the car until dawn. At 9 o'clock the next morning, when Lin Qiye walked out of the hotel alone, Zhang Sicheng rushed forward in 2 steps. "Where's Chen Xian? What did you do last night?" "Who are you?" Lin Qiye took a half step back vigilantly. "Her friend, Zhang Sicheng." Zhang Sicheng explained, suppressing his anger. Hearing this name, Lin Qiye's expression suddenly froze. "So you were Zhang Sicheng?" There was unspeakable bitterness in his voice. "What do you mean?" Zhang Sicheng asked in confusion. "So you were the male idol that Xian often mentions," Lin Qiye said with a wry smile. This sentence was like a spoonful of honey poured into Zhang Sicheng's heart. He didn't expect that he would be Xian's idol, but he quickly restrained his emotions. "What were you doing in the hotel last night?" "Yesterday was her birthday, but she was in a bad mood for some reason, so she asked me to come out and drink with her, and she ended up drinking too much." Lin Qiye scratched his head pretending to be honest. "I don't know where she lives, so I had to get a good room for her to rest. I slept on the sofa to look after her." This explanation made Zhang Sicheng's tense nerves relax a little. It also explained why they were in such an ambiguous posture in the hotel. But a new question immediately emerged. Why was she unhappy on her birthday? Was it because I was absent? Thinking of his sister's obstruction, he clenched his fists unconsciously. When he confessed his affection for Chen Xian to his sister, her words, "She is not worthy of our Zhang family," were like a sharp knife stabbing his heart. Although he knew early on that marriage into a wealthy family was beyond his control, he still longed for a pure relationship. What made him even more frustrated was that Chen Xian had never taken the initiative to ask for his contact information, nor did she show any special feelings towards him. This ambiguous attitude made him want to give up at one point. But when he saw Chen Xian and Lin Qiye appear in the hotel with his own eyes, all his rationality collapsed. How could that extremely mediocre boy possess such a pure flower? This obsession entangled Zhang Sicheng like a poisonous snake, driving him to find out the truth. Now that the truth is out and he knows that Chen Xian is interested in him, he decides to officially pursue her. Impulsively, Zhang Sicheng wanted to rush to the hotel room immediately, but then he thought it was inappropriate. Showing up so rashly would not only be rude, but might also embarrass her. What's more, there's an important meeting later. So he gave Lin Qian a business card and left Lin Qian's phone number, asking Lin Qian to help him contact Chen Xian for a meeting, and repeatedly told Lin Qian that he and he met by chance. After returning, he specifically asked his sister about Lin Qian's background. He's just a bootlicker. His sister's disdainful comment made him completely relieved. However, 10 days later, he repeatedly urged Lin Qian to arrange a meeting between him and Chen Xian, but the other party always made excuses. It wasn't until yesterday that he finally relented, saying he had contacted Chen Xian and asked him to set a time and place. Knock knock, the crisp knock on the door interrupted his memories. Zhang Sicheng quickly stood up, subconsciously straightened his suit, which had no wrinkles to begin with, and walked towards the door with steady yet slightly nervous steps. Chapter 27 Zhang Sicheng confesses his love, Chen Xian resists. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Sicheng saw Chen Xian dressed sexy. This was so different from the image he had in mind that he almost didn't recognize her. Did she go through something? He planned to ask about it later, so now was not the time to speak. He then smiled appropriately and greeted Chen Xian. Xian, long time no see. Brother Sicheng, long time no see. When Chen Xian saw Zhang Sicheng's gentle and handsome face, she didn't feel the same excitement as before for some reason and just responded with a forced smile. Her expression made Zhang Sicheng feel uneasy for a moment, and then he saw Lin Qian behind him. Lin Qian's current image also shocked him greatly. Is this still the poor boy he met 10 days ago? Now he is standing with Chen Xian, and there is no sense of incongruity. This makes his heart even heavier. Brother Zhang, long time no see. Lin Qian, who had been watching Zhang Sicheng, spoke at the right time with a harmless smile on his face. Brother Lin, long time no see. Although Zhang Sicheng was very angry at Lin Qian for playing tricks on him for 10 days, he couldn't get angry because Chen Xian was present, so he planned to find an opportunity to ask him clearly. Brother Zhang, why don't we go inside and talk? At this time, Lin Qian continued to speak to Zhang Sicheng, who was in a daze. Oh, come in. After Lin Qian's reminder, Zhang Sicheng also realized that the doorway was not the place to chat. After the three of them sat down on the sofa, Lin Qian deliberately sat opposite Zhang Sicheng. I didn't expect that little brother Lin has changed so much. Zhang Sicheng was the first to break the silence, his eyes swept towards Lin Qian, his tone filled with inquiry. Lin Qian lowered his eyes and twitched the corners of his mouth in self-mockery, his nipples unconsciously rubbing the rim of the coffee cup. Brother Zhang, you must want to know why I brought Xian to see you now. His eyelashes trembled. Actually, when I saw you that day and knew you were Xian's idol, I felt so inferior that I couldn't even raise my head. It turns out that the person Xian likes is so outstanding, but I don't plan to give up just like that. So I spent 10 days working hard to train and take care of my appearance, and that's how I look today. It also gave me a bit more confidence. Just yesterday I confessed my feelings to Xian, but she still rejected me. I asked her if it was because of Brother Zhang. She didn't answer me, but I knew the answer from her expression. So I gave up and only contacted you yesterday. I'm sorry, Brother Zhang, please forgive my selfishness. It seems that you're the only one who is worthy of Xian. Lin Qian's tone was full of bitterness and loss. I see. Zhang Sicheng had no doubt about Lin Qian's explanation. After all, the dog felt inferior because his rival was too powerful and selfishly prevented the goddess from meeting her rival. He wanted to make a final effort and change his image to pursue the goddess but was rejected. He finally decided to let go. What a reasonable reason. So, I hope you can treat Xian well, otherwise I will never let you go. Lin Qian looked at Chen Xian affectionately and then said solemnly to Zhang Sicheng. Chen Xian felt sick when she saw his expression. If she didn't know Lang Ruoxi existed, she would have believed his words a little and been deeply moved. But now she knew that this bastard was just acting. Is this what he calls helping himself? How ridiculous. Zhang Sicheng felt amused as he watched Lin Qian's warning with a forced calmness. You guys chat first, I'm going to the bathroom. Lin Qian suddenly said, then used a prop on Zhang Sicheng, and used the side acquisition skill on Chen Xian, then turned and left. Zhang Sicheng looked at his back and nodded secretly. He didn't expect that this boy had such a keen eye. He still had a lot of questions to ask Xian. Xian, how have you been lately? At this time, Zhang Sicheng turned to Chen Xian and spoke gently. Yeah, it's okay. Chen Xian was looking at Lin Qian's back in a daze. After hearing Zhang Sicheng's words, she turned around and gave him a forced smile, and replied absent-mindedly that she wanted to end the meeting quickly. Xian, why are you dressed so? Zhang Sicheng looked at her clothes and asked hesitantly. Flirtatious, huh? Chen Xian said in a nonchalant tone, self-deprecatingly. Xian, that's not what I meant. I wanted to ask you what you've been through that has changed you so much. Zhang Sicheng hurriedly explained anxiously. Chen Xian thought about it and felt that the reason why she had changed so much was probably because of Lin Qian. She was so angry with him. He suddenly wanted to tell Zhang Sicheng that he became like this because he was defiled by Lin Qian. Didn't Lin Qian say that Zhang Sicheng liked her a little? If she was defiled, would he help her take revenge on Lin Qian? It shouldn't be difficult for him to torture a poor boy with no background to death with his status as a young master. That way he won't have the chance to live happily with that slut. But on second thought, Lin Qian was indeed helping her realize her previous dream, and she didn't want Lin Qian to be hurt. It was just that the way he was fascinated by that slut made her very angry. Even if I really want to torture her, I will torture that slut. It was obviously me who came first. Finally, he said, I'm fine, Brother Sicheng, I just want to try a different style. Is that so? Xian, Lin Qian said that you regard me as your idol. Is that true? Seeing that Chen Xian didn't want to tell the truth, Zhang Sicheng didn't force her. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future, so he changed the subject and asked Chen Xian with hope. Chen Xian looked at Zhang Sicheng's handsome face, which was full of hope and longing for affirmation. She didn't want to discourage him and wanted to say yes, but Lin Qian kept circling in her mind, as if she answered yes, there would be no possibility for her and Lin Qian anymore. It's all my fault for being so abrupt. How could I ask a girl such a question? Xian, actually the reason I asked you to come here today is to tell you that I have fallen in love with you since the first time I saw you. Your sweet smile is a treasure that I want to protect for the rest of my life. Can you give me a chance to pursue you? Zhang Sicheng half knelt on the ground and looked up at Chen Xian with sincere eyes and gentle tone, just like a prince confessing his love to a princess. When Chen Xian saw the scene she had dreamed of, she didn't feel the excitement or thrill she should have felt. Instead, she felt panic because Lin Qian's face was becoming clearer and clearer in her mind. The face of Zhang Sicheng, who was squatting on the ground, had been replaced by Lin Qian, which made her think about what her feelings were towards Lin Qian. Could it be that I like him? But why would I like that damn bastard? Xian, what's wrong with you? Just as she was lost in thought, Zhang Sicheng called out anxiously. He did not see the happiness and excitement he wanted on Chen Xian's face. Why is this happening? This made him feel depressed. That Sicheng brother, I can't accept you. Although Chen Xian hasn't figured it out yet, her subconscious mind has made her make a decision to reject Zhang Sicheng. After she said this, she felt inexplicably relieved, as if she had let go of some obsession. Why? Zhang Sicheng grabbed Chen Xian's hand with disbelief on his face and asked with a little excitement. Ah, Sicheng brother, I'm sorry. Chen Xian reflexively shook off Zhang Sicheng's hand and stood up. She didn't know why she reacted so strongly when Zhang Sicheng touched her, as it was fine for Lin Qiye to touch her casually. Could it be that what Lin Qiye said was false? You don't like me at all. Zhang Sicheng also stood up and approached Chen Xian and asked with an unwilling look on his face. Sorry, Sicheng. Hearing his question, Chen Xian's mind instantly appeared Lin Qiye's smirking face. It seemed that she really fell in love with that bastard. Who is that person? Is he better than me? Chen Xian's answer made Zhang Sicheng realize that she really didn't like him. He wanted to grab Chen Xian's shoulders, but she took a step back to avoid him. This made him even more sad, and he could only stand there and ask in a low voice. Yes, Chen Xian, who had steadied himself, saw how excited he was and wanted to tell him the truth. Xian, you are so beautiful and sexy, be my woman. At this moment, Zhang Sicheng suddenly felt that Chen Xian in front of him exuded a fatal temptation. His rationality collapsed instantly and he wanted to kiss her and possess her. Then he pushed Chen Xian down on the sofa, put his hands on both sides of her shoulders and wanted to kiss her. Chen Xian was shocked at his sudden change. She hadn't expected Zhang Sicheng to go so wild just because she rejected him. Could this be his true nature? Was his previous gentle and polite demeanor all just an act? Thinking of this, she instantly felt fear and disgust. She really didn't want Zhang Sicheng to touch her, so she slapped him hard and got up. Don't go, Xian, I love you. Although the slap made Zhang Sicheng stunned for a second, he soon went into a frenzy and pounced on Chen Xian who had just stood up. No, Lin Qiye, save me. Looking at Zhang Sicheng who was pressing on her, Chen Xian turned her head away, supported his chest with both hands, kicked her legs to prevent him from pressing down, and instinctively called for help from Lin Qiye. At this moment, the door of the box was violently opened with a bang. Chapter 28 Despicable Performance Master, Lin Qiye. The moment Lin Qiye opened the door, he rushed to the sofa in 2 steps, grabbed Zhang Sicheng by the back of his collar, and threw him to the ground. Xian, Lin Qiye quickly squatted down and helped Chen Xian up. Seeing that she was about to throw herself into his arms, Lin Qiye quickly held her shoulders. His current identity is her dog, so he can't flirt in front of Zhang Sicheng. Then he stood up and stood in front of her. Zhang Sicheng staggered to his feet, his eyes still fixed on Chen Xian fanatically. Xian, you are mine. Lin Qiye pushed him down again, but did not slap him to wake him up. After all, his state would only last for 5 seconds. Sure enough, Zhang Sicheng, who had just collapsed on the ground, had regained his clarity of expression, replaced by shock and shame. What happened to me? Master Zhang didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You actually wanted to rape Xian. At this time, Lin Qiye shouted loudly, his voice full of anger and disappointment. Chen Xian had already stood up and leaned against Lin Qiye's back, tightly grasping the corner of Lin Qiye's clothes, her body still trembling slightly. At this moment, leaning against Lin Qiye's tall and straight back, an unprecedented sense of security flooded her heart like a tide. Xian, I'm sorry, I don't know why I was like that. Zhang Sicheng got up in a panic and tried to explain to Chen Xian behind Lin Qiye. His voice was trembling, but he couldn't find a reasonable reason to explain his beastly behavior. He didn't know why he suddenly became a sex maniac. Was it because he was rejected by Xian and thought that she liked someone else, so his beastly nature was unleashed? This made him feel extremely ashamed, and he felt that he was no longer worthy of having such a pure girl. That's enough, Master Zhang. I originally thought you were a gentleman who would not hurt Xian and could give her a bright future. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I won't let go again. Even if Xian rejects me, it doesn't matter. I will work hard to become excellent. I believe that one day Xian will fall in love with me. After that, I will carefully protect her for the rest of her life and will never let her be hurt by scum like you. Lin Qiye interrupted him and shouted in a low voice with great righteousness, anger and infatuation. After hearing Lin Qiye's words, Zhang Sicheng felt even more ashamed and lowered his head a little. However, seeing Zhang Sicheng's appearance, Lin Qiye was already laughing in his heart. Zhang Sicheng's ugly appearance just now was naturally a good show directed by him using the 5 seconds of desire erosion, prof. It can activate the mind within 10 meters and make people lose their mind and become a sex maniac for 5 seconds. He had been standing outside the door, monitoring the conversation between Zhang Sicheng and them through Chen Xian's sight and the eavesdropping device in her bag. As long as he activates the props at the right time, he can cut off the possibility between them. He originally thought that Chen Xian would hesitate about Zhang Sicheng's confession because of him, and he just needed to activate the props when she hesitated. Even if she really wanted to agree to Zhang Sicheng, she would be disgusted by Zhang Sicheng's beastly behavior. I didn't expect her to refuse. It seems that I have a very important place in her heart. If so, I can make her call me master tonight. I am really looking forward to it. Based on Zhang Sicheng's business card, he also knew that this young master was the heir to the Zhang Group, the third-rank family business in Zhangyan City. From the conversation with Zhang Sicheng that day, I knew that he was a simple and upright person. After all, is it really possible for a man and a woman to be in the same room without anything happening? Even if he is a bootlicker, wouldn't he take advantage of the goddess when she is drunk? But he was deceived by his own performance and reasons, but he must not be regarded as a fool. Therefore, there must be a reasonable way to make Zhang Sicheng give up Chen Xian on his own initiative, and not pester Chen Xian and interfere with his training. Giving up voluntarily will prevent Zhang Sicheng from ever knowing Chen Xian's true identity when he approaches him. In fact, a big part of the reason is because he is a disciple of a wealthy family. Let Chen Xian's image always be pure in the eyes of this young master, which can be regarded as his kindness. The way he thought it was to turn Zhang Sicheng into a sex maniac. Although the method was low-level and cliched, it could achieve the goal very well. If an upright person like this were to commit such a beastly act, he would definitely blame himself for the mistake, feel ashamed, and not have the face to face his beloved girl again. This method can also make Chen Xian lose her filter for rich young masters and no longer fantasize about marrying into a wealthy family. As for why he tried so hard to play the role of a bootlicker, on the surface it was to explain why he had changed so much. In fact, it was because after this scene, it would not be so awkward for him and Chen Xian to be together, so that the young master would not suspect that he and Chen Xian had already colluded with each other, know Chen Xian's true identity, and take revenge. Although he is not afraid, it is still a trouble. The best choice is to eliminate this trouble at the lowest cost. I'm sorry, Master Zhang. Thinking of this, Lin Qiye apologized softly in his heart. I will never give up the prey I set my eyes on. Meanness is the past for the mean. As long as I can achieve my desired goal, I can use any shameless means. Let your image as a hypocritical beast be fixed in Xian's mind. This will make her wary of all men in the future, but she will be defenseless only towards me and rely on me wholeheartedly. I really have to thank you for being such a good tool. Master Zhang, you disappoint me so much. Let's just pretend we've never met. Please don't contact me again. Chen Xian showed half of her face from behind Lin Qiye's shoulder and looked at Zhang Sicheng with disgust in her eyes. She really didn't expect that the upright young man she liked before, who was completely different from the playboy, would be this kind of person. How much she liked him before, how much she hates him now. It seems that all rich young masters are the same. She felt a little reluctant to reject him before, but now she has no burden at all. She didn't know whether what Lin Qiye said just now, that he would take care of her for the rest of her life, was true or false. If it's true, then I'll confess to him, as long as he dumps that bitch. If it was fake, she would really beat this bastard to death. Then he pulled the corner of Lin Qia's clothes and said softly, Lin Qia, let's go. Okay, Xian. Lin Qia glared at Zhang Sicheng angrily, turned around, grabbed Chen Xian's wrist and walked out. Xian. Zhang Sicheng, standing in place, saw Chen Xian's disgusted eyes and resolute back. He felt hopeless and clenched his fists, but he was powerless. He really hurt this innocent girl. Perhaps he was a beast at heart. He was no longer worthy of her, nor of pure love. Chapter 29. Pretending to be a couple, Lin Qia's ambition. As soon as she walked out of the cafe, the glass revolving door blocked the warm light of the cafe behind her, and the tears condensed on Chen Xian's eyelashes suddenly burst. Lin Qia sighed and gently wiped the tears from Chen Xian's face with his hand. Don't cry, your makeup is ruined. Asshole. Chen Xian punched him in the chest, but then threw herself into his arms and cried even harder. I was scared to death just now. Lin Qia was slightly startled, and looked down at Chen Xian who was crying in his arms, and a faint smile unconsciously rose at the corner of his mouth. What a kitten that just wants comfort from its owner. Then he held her in his arms and walked quickly towards the corner about 10 meters away, his hand gently stroking her back. Only after he stopped did he speak softly, it's okay. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. He looks like a gentleman. Don't mention that scumbag. Chen Xian whispered in disgust and calmed down to feel the peace. It was not until I heard Lin Qia's strong heartbeat and smelled the reassuring scent on him that my heartbeat unconsciously accelerated. She blushed slightly and then hesitantly said, what you said before, is it true? What? Lin Qia lowered his eyes, a smile flashed in his eyes, but he deliberately frowned to show a confused expression. It's like you're going to take care of me for the rest of my life or something. Chen Xian tightened her arms and buried her hot cheeks deeper into his chest. A suspicious blush appeared on the tips of her ears, and her fingertips unconsciously tugged at his t-shirt. Lin Qia felt the warmth on his chest and his Adam's apple rolled slightly. He replied in a feigned seriousness, that's half true. I will protect you until I help you find the right young master from a wealthy family and help you realize your dream. You bastard. Lin Qia's words made Chen Xian instantly furious. She pushed Lin Qia away with force, and her eyes, which had been red from crying, now ignited with flames of anger. She bit her lower lip, her voice trembling. Do you really want to push me to someone else? Lin Qia looked at her angry expression, secretly laughing in his heart, but on the surface he looked helpless. Didn't you help me take down Lang Ruoxi? I also hope that you can find a good home. Is that bitch so fascinating to you? Chen Xian dug her nails into her palms. I'm obviously your first woman, how can I be inferior to her? Xian, Lin Qia sighed, his tone suddenly becoming serious. We were just doing a deal at the time, so stop being unreasonable. Yeah, I'm a bitch who would sell her virginity for 50,000 bucks. Chen Xian suddenly broke down, tears welling up in her eyes again. You've got the goddess now, why do you care what I do? Lin Qia stared into her red eyes and said seriously, Xian, why are you so irrational? Could it be that you like me? Yes, I just fell in love with you, a bastard and a scumbag. Are you satisfied? Chen Xian almost shouted this sentence, and then turned away with a flickering look in his eyes, as if frightened by his own impulse. Hearing her words, Lin Qia shook his head gently. You are just instinctively possessive because it is the first time you were possessed by me, and you are jealous and unwilling to give up towards Lang Ruoxi. This is not true love. How is this possible? Chen Xian was stunned, tears still hanging on her eyelashes. She began to think confusedly, could her feelings for Lin Qia really be as he said? Xian, have you ever had a boyfriend? Lin Qia asked at the right time. You bastard, Chen Xian glared at him in shame and anger. I gave you my first time, how could I have ever had a boyfriend? Isn't that right? Lin Qia smiled confidently, so you don't know what it feels like to truly love someone. Don't you know? She asked unconvincedly. Lin Qia replied calmly, I've seen it online before. One answer that received a lot of likes was, true love means wanting to see him every day, missing him terribly when you can't see him, and not wanting him to leave you. With every word he spoke, he took a step closer to her until he could smell the fragrance of her hair. I'd be very happy with his praise, and not disgusted by his close contact. Instead, my heart would beat faster and I'd want to please him. I feel safe and secure when I'm around him, and I can't help but want to rely on him. Lin Qia finished his last sentence, his deep eyes looking directly into hers. I think this must be true love. Chen Xian stepped back unconsciously, his back against the wall. She felt her heart beating unnaturally fast and her cheeks were hot. Is that so? Chen Xian turned her head away somewhat awkwardly, and began to recall the scenes of their interactions in her mind. Alright, Lin Qia suddenly took a step back, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere in Chen Xian's thoughts. I have come up with the most effective way to test whether you really like me. What method? Chen Xian asked without thinking too much. I'll just pretend to be your boyfriend for a day and do things that couples do. Lin Qia showed a sly smile. If you don't have the feelings you just described towards me, then you don't really like me. Well okay, what do we do now? Chen Xian agreed without hesitation, she also wanted to know the answer. Lin Qia watched her take the bait so easily, a gleam of triumph flashed across his eyes and he smiled secretly in his heart. In fact, if he had confessed to her right after leaving the coffee shop, she would have accepted it 100%, but she would definitely break up with Lang Ruoxi. This puts him in a passive position and he can only choose one of them. This is not what he wants. His goal is to have both. He understood Chen Xian's current state of mind too well, after all, it was caused by him. Possessiveness, jealousy, unwillingness, these emotions filled her mind with him, and she thought this was love. The pretending to be a couple scene he proposed was precisely to make her fall completely in the deliberately created intimate interaction, and transform her unknown heartbeat into an attachment that she could clearly understand. The most important thing in this link is actually close contact. If a woman's body can't accept your touch, how can you touch her heart? He took her virginity and kept having close physical contact with her from time to time, just to make her body accustomed to his touch. He had already made Chen Xian's body dependent on him before her consciousness, and now he had cleverly implanted his own standard of liking into her cognition. In this way, he would be taking an open book test and just have to fill in the blanks. Let Chen Xian feel that the feeling he brings to her during their date together completely meets these standards, which will make her firmly believe that she really likes him. By then, the initiative will be firmly in his hands. He only needs to stimulate her appropriately, make her express her feelings strongly and be unwilling to let him go, and then he can make a gesture of helpless acceptance. And after a night of passion, Chen Xian's dependence on him will definitely reach a higher level. If he then proposed that he wanted to have both her and Lang Ruoxi at the same time, she would most likely choose to compromise in order to prevent him from leaving. However, she would definitely think of various ways to make Lang Ruoxi give up, and then as long as he made Lang Ruoxi unwilling to let go, she would compete with Chen Xian for the female. He just needs to fan the flames. If he can get them to compete for the bed, he will be halfway to success. After sleeping together in the same bed a few times, they should be able to reduce their resistance to each other. In addition, if Lang Ruoxi's attribute is utilized well, it will not be difficult for her to hug him openly. Thinking of this, Lin Qia pretended to think it through and said to Chen Xian, the dating process for couples of seen online usually involves eating, shopping, watching movies, and riding a Ferris wheel. So what are we going to do now? Chen Xian asked. It's only a little after 10. Lin Qian glanced at his watch and thought for a moment. Let's go shopping first, then have dinner, go swimming in the afternoon, and watch a movie and ride the Ferris wheel in the evening. What do you think? It's a good arrangement. Chen Xian nodded slightly. She hadn't expected Lin Qian to arrange the itinerary so quickly. She was actually looking forward to it. So where are we going shopping now? Let's go to the pedestrian street. Lin Qian took out his phone and checked the map. It's not far, a 10-minute taxi ride. Okay. Chen Xian responded softly, his eyes unconsciously glancing at Lin Qian's profile. The online taxi arrived soon. Lin Qian gentlemanly opened the back door for her and gently placed his hand on her waist without leaving any trace. This made Chen Xian feel a tingling sensation throughout her body as if she had been electrocuted. Her heart beat faster and she shyly got into the car quickly. Seeing Chen Xian's shy look, Lin Qian chuckled inwardly. Lil cat, let me give you a perfect date experience today that you will never forget. Chapter 30 Lin Qian's power, Chen Xian's sincerity. Lin Qian opened the car door, moved his body, and sat down only 10 centimeters away from Chen Xian. The sunlight coming through the car window cast fine shadows on his angular profile. He tilted his head slightly and his eyes fell on Chen Xian beside him. Chen Xian held his breath unconsciously, feeling the body warmth coming from his side. Suddenly, Lin Qian's large palm covered her right hand which was placed on her leg. The warmth from the back of his hand made her heart skip a beat. How do you feel now? Lin Qian suddenly spoke, his low voice sounding particularly clear in the car. Ah, Chen Xian suddenly turned her head to look at Lin Qian, her watery eyes full of confusion. Lin Qian explained seriously, I will use different levels of close contact to help you test whether you feel disgusted with me or your heartbeat speeds up, so that you can confirm whether you really like me. He tightened his grip slightly, is this annoying now? Oh, I don't hate it. Chen Xian replied softly, her cheeks flushed a faint pink. Only then did she understand Lin Qian's intention. The hand he held gave her a reassuring warmth, just like when he pulled her out of the cafe just now. How about this? Lin Qian suddenly interlocked his fingers with hers, their fingers pressed tightly together. He keenly noticed that the tips of Chen Xian's ears turned red instantly. Chen Xian shook her head in panic, her chest beating rapidly. She was even worried that the other party would hear it. Lin Qian's eyes flashed with understanding, but his voice remained calm. There will be more intimate tests next. Tell me if you feel uncomfortable. Lin Qian secretly laughed. He didn't expect that simply holding hands could make her so flustered. Of course he knew that she wouldn't hate his close contact. After all, she was used to it. Also, because he had saved the beauties twice, she instinctively felt that she could rely on him and that she would feel safe staying with him. Next time, he won't ask her if she hates it every time she does something, because even if she doesn't hate it, she might get shy after being asked so many times, and then say she hates it and run away. This would reduce the time I have for close contact with her, preventing her from feeling her heartbeat quicken in security, making her more convinced that she likes me. Thinking of this, Lin Qian loosened his clasped hands and instead put his arms around her slender waist. Before Chen Xian could react, she was brought into his arms by a gentle force. Lin Qian wrapped her clenched fists in his palms, and with a gentle pull, her forehead rested against his shoulders. The reassuring aura from Lin Qian instantly surrounded her, causing her to hold her breath unconsciously. In the 1-minute silence, Lin Qian felt the body of the person in his arms gradually relax. He deliberately gave her this time to adapt, and then suddenly exerted force, holding her horizontally on his legs. Chen Xian exclaimed, and her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, with a few strands playfully brushing his cheeks. Don't be afraid, Lin Qian whispered, gently stroking her tense fingers with his left hand and stroking her silky long hair with his right hand. Such an intimate posture made Chen Xian's face completely red. Although she had been hugged by him many times, this was the first time she was hugged so intimately except for that night. This reminded her of that night, and her heart was beating so hard she could even hear her own heartbeat. However, as Lin Qian stroked her rhythmically, her heart gradually calmed down. This made her unconsciously think of Lin Qian's definition of like. Her heart was beating faster and she felt relieved at the same time. It seems that the probability of me liking him is very high, but this is just the beginning, and I still have a day to feel it well. Xian baby, Lin Qian suddenly called softly in her ear, his warm breath sweeping across her sensitive earlobe. This name hit Chen Xian's heart like a straight ball, making her tremble all over. Because that was how Lin Qian called her that night when they first met, which made her embarrassed and annoyed. She clutched Lin Qian's clothes tightly and asked in a low voice, why did you suddenly call me that? Lin Qian chuckled and explained, it's normal for couples to call each other baby, I will keep calling you that today. Liking someone means not only not being averse to intimate contact, but also not being averse to intimate names. I am now playing the role of a perfect boyfriend, and all the details must be in place, and no detail can affect your judgment. I understand. Chen Xian bit her lower lip, her heartbeat going out of control again. She always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell why. Then she began to recall how she felt about this intimate name. She didn't hate it, just shyness. She planned to listen to it a few more times to see how it felt. Noticing her shyness, Lin Qian changed the subject in due time. Baby, what kind of clothes do you like to wear? He deliberately emphasized the endearment. In summer I like to wear dresses and short skirts. Chen Xian's voice was as soft as a mosquito, and her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt. I'll buy anything I like later, Lin Qian said generously, twisting a strand of her hair between his fingers and playing with it. I'm not short of money now. Chen Xian looked up suddenly, with a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Are you rich now? Lin Qian's appearance had changed so much that she had forgotten that he was a poor boy. He has spent more than 100,000 yuan on himself and has almost used up his parents' inheritance, which makes her feel very guilty now. She planned to sell all the luxury bags she had bought before and return the money to him. The most important thing was that she really didn't want that night to be just a transaction and feel inferior to that slut. She had previously cheated those bootlickers of their money just to buy high-end bags and clothes to make herself look more sophisticated, so that she could fit in with a group of rich girls, have the opportunity to meet rich boys, and marry into a wealthy family. Now she didn't know why she was not so obsessed with money. It might be because of her disappointment with Zhang Sicheng and the wealthy family. However, looking at Lin Qian's face, she felt that the main reason was because of him. Lin Qian looked at her with a half smile and said in a deliberately frivolous tone, that night made me realize that renting a room with a beautiful woman is very expensive, so I worked hard to earn some money in the past 10 days. I'll give you your money back. Chen Xian struggled unnaturally to get up from his arms, but was held firmly by Lin Qian. No need, I don't take women for free, and I think the money is worth it. Lin Qian said casually on the surface, but he was a little surprised in his heart. The guilt in Chen Xian's eyes clearly goes against her usual style of doing things. It seems that she is really attracted to me. In that case, let's deepen this love for me today. Lin Qian's words instantly ignited Chen Xian's anger. In your eyes, am I just a whore who can sell her body at will? That's why you want to draw a clear line between me and you. So you can live with that slut. Her voice trembled with excitement and her eyes were slightly red. Xian, don't get excited. You'll know the answer after the test is over. You don't like me, there's no need to pester me, Lin Qian patted her back soothingly. Don't you really believe that I like you? She almost cried. Well, there's no reason for you to like me just because we've slept together and you gave me your first time. This is too abnormal. Let's continue the test. Let the results speak for themselves. Lin Qian sighed, pretending to be helpless. Okay, let's continue testing. Chen Xian responded with gritted teeth. She now knew clearly in her heart that she had fallen in love with this bastard. Although she still doesn't know what true love is, she has rejected young Master Zhang because of this bastard. Doesn't this still count as love? When the date was over, she said that her feelings for him completely matched the standards he had described as liking her, and let's see what he would do. Chapter 31, Dating in Progress. Before long, we arrived at the pedestrian street. As soon as the car stopped, Lin Qian got out first, opened the door gentlemanly, and reached out to help Chen Xian, who had calmed down, get out of the car. Lin Qian looked down at her sexy black slit-hip skirt and black silk high heels, a hint of possessiveness flashing in his eyes. Baby, you're too tired to go shopping in this outfit. How about we pick out some casual clothes first and then change into a pair of flat shoes? Well, I'll listen to you. Chen Xian agreed. Her current hip skirt, black stockings and high heels were indeed not suitable for shopping, and she also noticed that many obscene men were looking at her, which made her feel very disgusted. Seeing Lin Qian acting like the perfect boyfriend, her heartbeat quickened slightly. Although he said it was just for a test, she couldn't help but take it seriously. And she was sure that she was in love with this bastard, so she decided to enjoy his boyfriend's services for the day. Soon, Lin Qian put his arm around Chen Xian's waist and came to the nearest large clothing store, which had both men's and women's clothing, including clothes, pants and shoes. Under the bright lights, there's a wide variety of clothing. Handsome guy, beautiful girl, do you want to buy clothes? At this time, a young female clerk with a sweet smile came up and looked between the two of them, obviously thinking they were a couple. Well, could you please help us pick out some casual clothes for summer, something comfortable? Lin Qian took over the conversation naturally, his tone so familiar that it seemed as if they had really been together for a long time. Okay, the saleswoman nodded enthusiastically. We just got some new couples outfits. Would you like to take a look? Couple outfits. Chen Xian was stunned, the tips of his ears felt slightly hot, and he subconsciously looked at Lin Qian. Okay, take us to see it. Lin Qian held Chen Xian's hand and responded to the clerk without hesitation, then explained in Chen Xian's ear, this should also fall within the scope of intimate contact. Chen Xian's heart beat faster. Wearing couple outfits should be considered an intimate contact between souls. Soon the female clerk took them to the couple's clothing area. Hanging on the racks are a range of refreshing summer couples outfits, from simple t-shirts and shorts to lightweight sun-protective shirts and dresses. The saleswoman picked up a white printed t-shirt and a matching women's skirt and said, the fabric is very breathable and the design is simple, making it suitable for everyday wear. Lin Qian took the men's t-shirt, tried it on himself, then picked up the women's skirt and handed it to Chen Xian with a gentle smile in his eyes. Baby, want to try it? Chen Xian looked at the short skirt handed to her and felt a little shy. She didn't understand why she had such a big reaction when it was just a piece of clothing. She took the skirt, turned around and walked towards the fitting room in a panic. Lin Qian found it funny when he saw her flustered back. He didn't expect that she was so innocent. A few minutes later, Chen Xian changed his clothes and came out. The white slim short t-shirt perfectly shows off her proud figure. The length of the short skirt is just above the knee. The black stockings have been taken off, revealing her slender and smooth calves perfectly. The sexiness is gone, and the whole person has returned to a pure look. Lin Qian has also changed into a t-shirt. His broad shoulders and narrow waist can handle any clothes. The female clerk's eyes lit up and she exclaimed, you two are really a perfect match. Baby is so pretty. Lin Qian looked at Chen Xian, who had changed into a pure style, and nodded. She was indeed his favorite little cat, and she looked good in anything she wore. Chen Xian was very happy to hear his praise, although she didn't know whether he was really praising her or just testing her. Then Lin Qian looked at the female clerk and said, we'll take this set. Help her pick out a few different styles. T-shirts, skirts, and shorts to try. Etc. Chen Xian interrupted, glancing at the price tag. This set costs 899. It's too expensive. She didn't want Lin Qian to spend money. Oh, baby, are you worried about my money? Don't worry, I'm not short of money now. Besides, my baby is so pretty, it would be a waste if I don't buy her some more clothes. Lin Qian was a little surprised when he heard her say it was too expensive. In his memory, Chen Xian was not so easily satisfied and only bought expensive things. It seems that I have had a great influence on her. Isn't she more worthy of collection? Beauty, your boyfriend is so nice to you. I wish I had such a generous boyfriend. The female clerk smiled at the side. Hearing what the female clerk said, Chen Xian smiled and agreed. She really didn't know what Lin Qian was thinking. Did he need to buy so many clothes for her to pretend to be her boyfriend for a test? Okay, beautiful, get her some more clothes that will suit her. Lin Qian urged. Okay, handsome. The female clerk responded and went to choose clothes. She quickly brought out two pieces of clothing and introduced them to Chen Xian. Beautiful girl, your skin is so fair, bright colors will definitely look good on you. This light yellow dress is very flattering and elegant, and this set of denim shorts is very refreshing to wear in the summer. Before Chen Xian could refuse, Lin Qian had already taken the clothes and gently pushed her shoulder. Go and try it. Half an hour later, 7 or 8 sets of coordinated summer clothes were piled on the sofa outside the fitting room, and each one looked particularly suitable for Chen Xian. Lin Qian sat by her side the whole time, looking at her intently, nodding or shaking his head occasionally, like a caring boyfriend who was diligently checking on his girlfriend. Is it almost done? Chen Xian changed back into her original casual clothes, stood in front of Lin Qian, and asked him in a low voice. Lin Qian stood up and said to the female clerk, pack up all the items you just tried. All of them. Chen Xian grabbed his arm and said, why buy so much? How can I wear all of them? Lin Qian suddenly raised his hand and rubbed the top of her head. His tone was a little doting. How can you not wear them all? It's just a different outfit every week. Lin Qian's doting gesture reminded Chen Xian of the doting gesture of a domineering CEO patting his girlfriend's head in a TV drama. Before, she didn't understand why those young girlfriends would lower their heads and be shy because of this action, but now she understands. The female clerk packed the clothes swiftly. Lin Qian picked up the shopping bag and held her hand naturally with his other hand. Let's go, honey, let's go look at shoes. Chen Xian let him lead the way, and soon Lin Qian took her to the women's shoes area. A wide variety of summer women's sandals are neatly displayed on the display racks with all kinds of styles available. Lin Qian's eyes scanned the shelves and finally stopped on a pair of white thin strap low-heeled sandals. The upper has a simple cross design and the heel is only 3 centimeters, which is elegant and will not make your feet tired. Lin Qian picked up the shoes, turned to Chen Xian and said, try this pair. Chen Xian took the sandals and sat on the shoe-trying stool. Just as she was about to bend down, she saw Lin Qian kneeling on one knee and gently lifting her ankle. How can I let my baby change his shoes by himself? His voice was soft, but it could not be refused. Chen Xian was stunned for a moment. This reminded her of the scene when Zhang Sicheng confessed his love to her. However, the two scenes gave her completely different feelings. Now she was very happy. Lin Qian gently helped her untie her original black high heels, supported her arch with his warm palms, and gently changed her into white sandals. The warmth wrapped around her feet made Chen Xian feel numb all over. This was not only a physical intimacy but also a spiritual one. Did they still fit? After changing his shoes, Lin Qian looked up and asked softly. His gentle eyes made Chen Xian nod hurriedly, and her toes curled up unconsciously. The leather of the sandals is very soft, and the thin straps perfectly outline her slender ankles, making her skin look even whiter and the outline of her feet perfectly presented. The bright red nail polish adds a bit of contrasting beauty. Take a few steps and see. Lin Qian stood up, but still maintained the posture of supporting. Chen Xian stood up with a red face and tried to walk a few steps. The sandals were unexpectedly comfortable and did not rub her feet at all. The female salesperson exclaimed, "This pair of shoes really suits this beautiful lady. It makes her feet look particularly beautiful. The handsome guy has good taste." Lin Qian nodded with satisfaction. This is the pair. Then he went to get the other shoe. Chen Xian quickly pulled him back. Wait, what else are you going to do? One pair is not enough. Lin Qian had already picked up another pair of beige flat sandals. Looking at Lin Qian's serious profile, Chen Xian didn't want this to be just a test. She wanted to be treated so tenderly and lovingly by Lin Qian all the time. Chapter 32, Dating in Progress Part 2. After paying, Lin Qian and Chen Xian walked out of the clothing store side by side, with him carrying large and small shopping bags. Chen Xian looked at Lin Qian curiously and couldn't help asking, "Lin Qian, even if it's just a test, you don't have to buy so many clothes for me." Lin Qian explained with a natural expression and a smile. It said online that if a woman sees a man buying a lot of clothes for her, and her distress for him spending money exceeds her joy at getting new clothes, then that's true love. Of course, I'm happy today, so consider this a gift for you. Don't feel burdened. Of course, he couldn't say now that he just wanted to buy it for her, but this definition of liking her was real. After hearing this, Chen Xian also felt that what was said online was very reasonable. After all, caring about the other person is more important than considering oneself. If this is not love, then what is it? This also made her more certain of her love for Lin Qian. However, she was not happy about receiving Lin Qian's gift. Instead, she fell into wild thoughts. Is he happy because he is shopping with me, or because he can soon get rid of me and be with that bitch? Thinking of this, she unconsciously clenched her hands. Noticing Chen Xian's change of mood, Lin Qian quickly changed the subject and pointed ahead and said, "There's a milk tea shop up ahead. How about we go get some milk tea?" Chen Xian simply responded, but had already made up his mind in his heart that he would never let this bastard leave tonight. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the milk tea shop. Lin Qian looked at Chen Xian with concern, his eyes full of tenderness. "What do you want to drink? Can I have something nice today?" Chen Xian responded casually, "I'm fine with anything, I can drink it cold." As soon as she said that, she suddenly realized Lin Qian's intention in asking her if she could drink ice, and her cheeks instantly flushed. Could this bastard really be so thoughtful? Okay, 2 glasses of iced lemon tea. Lin Qian felt relieved when he heard that she could drink ice cold, otherwise he would have to retreat tonight. Okay handsome, wait a moment. The clerk responded with a smile. 3 minutes later, the lemon tea is ready. Lin Qian handed a cup to Chen Xian. It's so cold. Chen Xian was shocked by the coldness as soon as she took it, and almost dropped the lemon tea on the ground. Give me. Lin Qian hurriedly stretched out his right hand to take it, with a large bag of clothes in his left hand and a cup of lemon tea in his other hand. Seeing this, Chen Xian reached out to take the clothes from his left hand. Give me the clothes. Well, here you go. Just tell me if it's too heavy. Lin Qian handed over the clothes naturally. Chen Xian took it with both hands and tested the weight. It's not heavy, I can lift it. Lin Qian didn't say much. He put a straw into the lemon tea on the right and handed it to Chen Xian. Well, here you go. This intimate gesture made Chen Xian's cheeks hot. She was a little shy, but still took a sip obediently. Is it delicious? Lin Qian asked softly, looking at her intently. Chen Xian nodded. Not bad. Then I'll try it too. As he spoke, Lin Qian naturally took a sip of the milk tea that Chen Xian had drunk. Why are you drinking my milk tea? Chen Xian was embarrassed and annoyed, and her face turned red instantly. Lin Qian explained seriously, this is also part of the test. If you hate the other person drinking milk tea that you've already had, then you don't really like them. How do you feel now? I don't feel anything. Chen Xian glared at him in shame and anger, then asked, how do you feel now? Lin Qian didn't expect that this little kid would actually become the host. How interesting. Seeing Chen Xian staring at him seriously, he felt amused in his heart, but on the surface he pretended to be serious and said, well, this is mainly to help you test it. I didn't feel it carefully. Let me take another bite and see. After saying that, he took another sip. Looking at Chen Xian's nervous and expectant expression, he suppressed a smile and replied, there's no bad smell, no nausea or disgust, and no accelerated heartbeat. It's just like drinking my own milk tea. Asshole, of course my mouth can't stink, why are you saying that? Chen Xian was embarrassed and angry. She felt a little disappointed when she heard him say that his heartbeat didn't speed up, but fortunately, he didn't say that he hated it. I saw you staring at me seriously, and I thought you were worried about this. Lin Qian said as if it was a matter of course. Asshole, I want more. Chen Xian also wanted to try what it would feel like to drink the milk tea he had drunk. Lin Qian handed the milk tea to her mouth without hesitation. The moment Chen Xian bit the straw, the image of Lin Qian drinking milk tea with the straw in his mouth and the scene of her being hugged and kissed by him that night instantly appeared in her mind. Her face instantly became hot and her heartbeat began to accelerate. Seeing her blushing and gritting her teeth, Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh. Hey, is it necessary to bite so hard? Bah, it stinks. Chen Xian immediately opened his mouth, turned his head and cursed in shame and anger. Lin Qian pretended to be irritated and whispered, Chen Xian, if you don't finish this cup of milk tea, I will forcefully kiss you for 10 minutes and let you feel whether it stinks or not. Chen Xian looked back at his serious expression, feeling a little scared, and muttered softly, humph, stingy guy. Chen Xian muttered, stingy guy, but her eyes secretly glanced at Lin Qian's tense profile. Her heart beat faster and she began to think about what it would feel like if he really kissed her forcibly. After a while, she blushed and took the milk tea from her mouth, lowered her head and took small sips. The cold lemon tea slid down her throat, but it did nothing to lower the temperature of her cheeks. She secretly looked up at Lin Qian and found that he was staring at her intently with a playful smile on his face. Asshole, what are you laughing at? She opened her mouth and looked away in panic, her heart beating so fast that it seemed like it was about to jump out of her chest. Laugh at someone like a hamster. Lin Qian said without any concealment, then reached out and gently wiped away the water droplets from the corners of her mouth. You can even drink milk tea and get it all over your face. This intimate action made Chen Xian tremble all over. She did not feel any rejection towards a series of intimate contacts, but instead had an indescribable expectation. Lin Qian didn't let her finish the milk tea in one gulp. The two began to walk side by side, sharing the cold lemon tea together. The air was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Chen Xian stared at the overlapping shadows on the ground and suddenly stopped. He asked tentatively, did you really see the definition of love you mentioned on the internet? That's right. Why? You don't believe it. Lin Qian didn't know why she asked this. Was she doubting this? But he was not panicked at all, because what he said was indeed true. Do you really believe it? Chen Xian asked. If I don't believe it, why would I say it out loud? Lin Qian responded seriously. HMPH, don't regret it. Chen Xian rolled her eyes at him and asked, where are we going now? Let's get a room now. Lin Qian said these words with a normal expression. Huh, it's only noon. Chen Xian's face flushed crimson instantly, and even her ears felt hot. She stammered, her heart pounding. Could it be that the test also includes this? We haven't even had lunch yet. Chapter 33, Dating in Progress Part 3. What are you thinking? I just need a room to store my stuff. I bought so many clothes, I can't carry them around all the time when I go shopping, right? Besides, a day of dating can be tiring, so booking a room in advance will help you get a better rest tonight. Lin Qian looked at her panic and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. This was just a test from him, and her reaction was exactly in line with his expectations. Who has the wrong idea? Chen Xian glared at him angrily, but couldn't hide the shame in her eyes. However, Lin Qian changed the subject and continued, but you haven't completely misunderstood. Sex is indeed the most intimate contact. If you don't have this thought about the other person at all, and even if you do it, you'll feel disgusted and no pleasure, then you definitely don't like it. After all, if you don't like it physically, you definitely don't like it in your heart. Lin Qian was very confident about this. Unless the woman hated men, even if she was forced to go to bed with him, she might be able to resist with her willpower at first, but she would be completely unable to resist and would sink into it with her body later. At the end of that night, she took the initiative to respond. After a pause, he pretended to feel guilty and continued, but I'm not going to test this with you today. I don't want to hurt you again. HMPH, I get it. After hearing his explanation, Chen Xian also felt that it made sense. This reminded her of that night. She was indeed very happy afterwards. How would it feel if she did that with him now? 10 days had passed, and she couldn't recall the specific feeling. However, after he mentioned it, she now had no objection to having sex with him, and even had some anticipation. But hearing his words of guilt and not wanting to hurt her anymore was not a big deal to her now. Tonight she was going to do that with him in the name of a test, to make him feel even more guilty about himself, and even to make him fall in love with her. Didn't he say before that the bitch made him unable to extricate himself in bed? It must be that the bitch was so sexy in bed that she could satisfy him in anything. That time, I was just passively catering to him and didn't give him much feedback, which made him absolutely bored. That's why he became extremely obsessed with that slut in just one day and had no intention of getting entangled with her at all. Thinking of this, she finally understood why she always felt something was strange about today's test. Now she knew the answer, because what she wanted was for Lin Qian to be with her and give up that slut. Even if the test shows that I really like him, but he doesn't like me, he still doesn't want to be entangled with me, which will only make me feel more guilty. This was not the result she wanted, but the test was not useless, because it made her know clearly that she liked him, which was equally important. She will not end this test. She will show her charm in the coming time and make Lin Qian fall in love with her. But thinking of this, Chen Xian felt a little trouble. It was always others who pursued her, but she had never pursued others. Even towards Zhang Sicheng, she just dressed herself up nicely and maintained a good image to attract him. Is it that I can only compete with that slut? Just when Chen Xian was stunned, Lin Qian suddenly put his arms around her waist. Chen Xian was startled by the sudden hug and yelled. Only when she realized it was Lin Qian did she calm down. She punched him lightly on the chest and said coquettishly, asshole, you scared me. Baby, you suddenly stood there motionless. I thought you were possessed by a ghost. Lin Qian raised his hand, clenched his fist in front of his chest, and spoke with a chuckle. Humph, you're the one possessed by a ghost. Chen Xian glared at him in embarrassment, but did not pull her hand away. What were you thinking about just now? Lin Qian restrained his smile and asked softly. I'm wondering how that bitch managed to make you blind. Chen Xian turned her face away and said angrily. Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Lin Qian raised his eyebrows and looked at her angry expression with interest. Who do you think is prettier, her or me? Chen Xian immediately turned around and raised his head to ask Lin Qian seriously. Lin Qian looked at her nervous and expectant expression, pretending to think for a moment before saying seriously, objectively speaking, they're both very beautiful. You can't tell who's better. She's the cool and elegant queen type, and you're the pure and innocent girl type. Everyone has different aesthetic tastes. It's the same as not saying anything, but you're not blind. Chen Xian curled her lips, even though she didn't get the answer she wanted. But what he said was indeed true, that bitch was indeed very pretty, and then he asked unwillingly, then why do you like her and not me? Well, Lin Qian deliberately dragged out his tone, his eyes wandering over her, she has qualities that you don't have. Is it because she is so sexy in bed? Chen Xian said angrily. That's indeed the reason. Lin Qian did not deny it. This was also to stimulate Chen Xian to take the initiative. Besides, it was a fact that Lang Ruoxi's physique had this characteristic. You damn pervert. Chen Xian pulled her hand back angrily, then reached out to twist his waist. His words made Chen Xian more certain of her guess. It seemed that she had to make sure this pervert couldn't control himself tonight. Food and sex are human nature. Lin Qian easily held a hand on his waist and spoke frankly. Bah, that's just specious talk. Chen Xian had no way to deal with his shamelessness. Soon Lin Qian took a taxi to the nearest high-end hotel. Chapter 34, Dating in Progress Part 4. After completing the check-in procedures, Lin Qian took Chen Xian's hand and took the elevator to the presidential suite. When you open the door, a spacious and bright space comes into view. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the panoramic view of the city. Lin Qian placed the shopping bag on the soft sofa, turned to look at Chen Xian, and asked gently, are you hungry? Chen Xian responded softly. As soon as she stepped into the room, her eyes unconsciously drifted towards the large bed, and a blush instantly appeared on her cheeks. Noticing Lin Qian turning back, she hurriedly shifted her gaze, pretending to be interested in the scenery outside the window, and nodded repeatedly. Seeing her absent-minded look, Lin Qian walked over to her, took the milk tea from her hand naturally, and said, the hotel restaurant should be pretty good. Let's take a break and go have some Chinese food. As he spoke, he drank the rest of the lemon tea in one gulp, his Adam's apple rolling up and down as he swallowed. Chen Xian stared at his movements unconsciously until he put down the cup, then she hurriedly looked away as if waking from a dream. Why are you staring at me? Why is your face so red? Lin Qian keenly noticed her gaze and teased. Looking at her slightly red face, I secretly wondered, could it be that this room reminded her of the scene at night? Thinking of this, a smile appeared on his lips. Kitty is shy now, you have to take the initiative at night. I'm going to the bathroom. Chen Xian turned around in panic and almost ran into the bathroom. After closing the door, she looked in the mirror, saw her flushed cheeks and eyes sparkling with shyness, and shook her head helplessly. Turning on the faucet, the cool water splashed on her face. She tried to calm herself down. Chen Xian, you are so useless. What are you nervous about? You still have to take the initiative to win him over later. But when she thought about what was going to happen tonight, her heart beat uncontrollably faster, like a deer's pounding heart. When he came out of the bathroom, Chen Xian had adjusted his mood. She saw Lin Qian leaning against the window and making a phone call. The afternoon sun shone on him through the glass, outlining his tall and straight figure. His handsome appearance fascinated her for a moment. Okay, that's the arrangement. Lin Qian hung up the phone, turned around and smiled at her, shall we go eat now? Chen Xian blushed slightly and nodded, saying softly, okay. Then let's go. Lin Qian picked up the room card, and just as Chen Xian walked towards the door, he suddenly reached out to stop her. What's wrong? Chen Xian looked up in confusion. Lin Qian didn't answer, but reached out and gently stroked her cheek, his thumb gently rubbing the corner of her mouth. Your hair stuck to your mouth. His movements were so gentle as if he was treating a rare treasure. Chen Xian felt like his heart was about to jump out. Are you okay? She stammered. Okay. Lin Qian withdrew his hand, took her hand and went downstairs. Led by the waiter, they came to the hotel restaurant. The restaurant has an elegant environment, and the soft sound of the piano flows in the air like gurgling water. They were placed in a private corner by the window, and the view outside the window complemented the romantic atmosphere of the room. After finishing the meal and returning to the room, Lin Qian looked at Chen Xian and suggested, how about we take a nap and go swimming at 3 in the afternoon? Okay. Chen Xian responded softly. After they put their feet together, they went to bed together. Lin Qian gently held Chen Xian in his arms and said softly, have a good rest. You will be very tired in the afternoon. Chen Xian snuggled in his arms and stopped asking if this was also a test. She had made her intentions clear. No matter what intimate actions he took next, she would not ask any more questions. She wanted to enjoy his perfect boyfriend service today. She felt completely safe in his warm embrace. Thinking back to last night when she was so angry at him that she couldn't sleep, she now just wanted to have a good sleep and recharge her energy for the battle in the evening. Lin Qian looked at Chen Xian who was lying quietly in his arms. A doting smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he slowly closed his eyes. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the alarm clock rang on time. Lin Qian and Chen Xian woke up slowly. After some rest, both of them felt refreshed. After making a simple face, they took a taxi to the nearby open-air swimming pool. After buying swimsuits at the front desk, we each went to the changing room. Lin Qian changed into his swimsuit and stood in the lobby waiting. He was only wearing a pair of tight swimming trunks, showing off his six-pack abs and perfect figure, which attracted the attention of many women around him. Chen Xian changed into a pink regular swimsuit. The simple design made her figure look extremely sexy. When she walked out of the changing room and saw Lin Qian waiting not far away, she couldn't help swallowing and her cheeks turned red instantly. The moment Lin Qian saw Chen Xian, his eyes became hot. He had two purposes for coming to swim. One was to let her see his perfect body, and the other was to see how she looked in a swimsuit. Unexpectedly, she looked so pure and sexy that he couldn't control himself. Lin Qian took a deep breath, walked towards Chen Xian, put his arm around her waist, and whispered in her ear, "Baby, what are you daydreaming about? Let me take you swimming." Chen Xian felt as if all the blood in her body had frozen, her mind was blank, and she could only let him lead her to the swimming pool. Soon, they arrived at the open-air swimming pool. The gentle sunlight sprinkled on the water, making the ripples sparkle, which calmed Chen Xian's originally nervous mood a lot, but she still didn't dare to look directly at Lin Qian's strong body. "Baby, can you swim?" Lin Qian looked at her dazed expression and found it very cute. "I know a little." Chen Xian lowered his head and responded in a low voice. "Then I'll teach you." Lin Qian was the first to enter the water, looking up at Chen Xian on the shore. "Sit down first and use your feet to adjust to the temperature." Chen Xian sat down obediently and put his feet into the water. The water was warm, but she still clenched her fists nervously. After a while, Lin Qian stretched out his arms and said, "Dive down, I'll catch you." Chen Xian looked at Lin Qian who opened his arms to her in the water, and her heart couldn't calm down. The sunlight danced on his wet shoulders, and water droplets slid down the lines of his abdominal muscles. She felt her throat tighten. "I'm scared," she whispered, her fingertips tightly gripping the edge of the swimming pool. Lin Qian raised the corners of his mouth, and suddenly took a step forward, placing his hands on the edge of the pool on both sides of her body, trapping her in his arms. He looked up at her, water dripping from the ends of his hair. "With me here, what are you afraid of?" Chen Xian was startled by his sudden approach and leaned back, almost losing her balance. Lin Qian was quick-witted and quick-handed. He grabbed her waist and pulled her into the water. Ah! Before the scream had completely died down, Chen Xian had already fallen into the warm pool water and was caught steadily by Lin Qian's strong arms. As the water surged, her legs subconsciously wrapped around his waist and her hands tightly hugged his neck. "How is it? Are you okay?" Lin Qian chuckled, holding her hips with his hands and pulling her up. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, and Chen Xian could clearly feel the warmth of his skin and the texture of his muscles. She was so embarrassed that she buried her face in the crook of his neck. She felt the hand on her waist tighten slightly, and his hoarse voice came to her ears, "Relax, I'll support you." Chen Xian tried hard to calm her breathing and slowly stretched her body under his guidance. Lin Qian held her lower abdomen with one hand and protected her neck with the other. His hot body temperature could be felt through the thin swimsuit fabric. "Straighten your legs," like this, his lips were almost touching her earlobe, and his breath sprayed on her sensitive neck. "Relax, don't be afraid, I'm here." Chen Xian suppressed her shame and did as she was told. Under Lin Qian's patient guidance, 10 minutes later, Chen Xian gradually relaxed and even dared to try swimming a short distance. When she successfully swam 5 meters, she excitedly turned to Lin Qian and shouted, "Lin Qian, I got it." Lin Qian smiled and swam to her side and touched her head. "Baby, you're so smart and you swim very well." His praise made Chen Xian feel as happy as if she had eaten honey. She was so excited that a happy smile appeared on her face. Just then, 2 pretty girls in bikinis swam over. One of them boldly approached Lin Qian and said, "Handsome boy, you swim really well. Can you teach us?" Chen Xian's face instantly darkened and he quickly stood in front of Lin Qian. She hadn't expected to encounter such a slutty bitch here, so she bluntly said to the woman, "Can't you see he's teaching me?" "Little sister, we just want this handsome guy to teach us how to swim. We don't want to steal your man." "Why are you so angry?" the bold girl said disapprovingly. "You have no shame, get out." Chen Xian growled angrily. "Little sister, watch your mouth," the bold girl said as she was about to take action. "My baby is right, get out of here now, I don't teach ordinary girls." Seeing this, Lin Qian reached out and pulled Chen Xian into his arms, grabbed the bold girl's outstretched hand and shook it off, saying jokingly, "Asshole, what are you so proud of? You're acting like I'm so precious." Seeing Lin Qian's firm attitude, the bold girl could only leave a harsh word and left in shame with her best friend. Seeing Lin Qian defending her, Chen Xian was very happy in her heart, but she deliberately said, "Those two are so coquettish, why don't you teach them a lesson?" "I'm not that hungry." Lin Qian lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "Besides, I like sexy women, not coquettish ones. They are not even 1/10 as sexy as you. Jealous little darling. You're a bad guy." Chen Xian had already put herself in the role of girlfriend. Upon hearing this, she shyly broke away from Lin Qian and swam 2 meters away. "That bad guy is here to catch the little white rabbit." Lin Qian looked at her shy appearance, shouted deliberately, and swam towards her. "Ah!" Chen Xian screamed instinctively and began to swim with all his might. Lin Qian always kept a body length away from her, just to let her experience this continuous stimulation. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Xian could no longer swim and lay on the shore gasping for breath. At some point, the straps of her swimsuit slipped off. Lin Kie swam to her side quickly, and when he saw her fallen shoulder strap, his eyes darkened. Then he gently reached out to fasten her shoulder straps, his fingertips brushing her collarbone subtly. Then he touched her flushed cheek and chuckled, "Are you that scared, little darling? I'm not going to eat you. It's all because of you chasing me all the time," Chen Xian said coquettishly, ignoring his actions. "You look very happy, do you want to come up and sit for a while?" Lin Kie rubbed her head and said gently. "Yeah," Chen Xian responded softly. Lin Kie went ashore first, then pulled Chen Xian ashore and picked her up. Chen Xian was no longer as shy as before. She naturally put her arms around Lin Kie's neck, pressed her hot cheeks tightly against his shoulder, and breathed slightly. Lin Kie bought a drink and went to the lounge chair area. Although there were many empty lounge chairs, he did not put Chen Xian down, and she had no intention of getting down. The two of them lay casually on a chair, drinking drinks one after another, enjoying this pleasant time. After that they played on the slide, surfed and other activities. Happy times are always short. Soon it was 6:30 in the afternoon and the sky gradually darkened. They reluctantly went ashore and left. Chen Xian, who was standing at the door of the swimming pool, had not yet recovered from her excitement. At this moment, she leaned intimately in Lin Kie's arms, telling him about the happiness she had just experienced. After the almost naked intimate contact just now, Chen Xian has changed from being shy at the beginning to being accustomed to dependence. She is now very confident about the action in the evening. Lin Kie responded to every one of her words with a chuckle and waited for the car to take her to the Western restaurant they had booked. Chapter 35, Date in Progress End. Not long after, a black car slowly stopped in front of them. Lin Kie opened the door and let Chen Xian get in first, and he followed. The coolness of the air conditioner in the car made Chen Xian shiver. She sat in Lin Kie's arms again, hugged him tightly, and lay her face sideways on his chest. "Where are we going?" she asked as she watched the city lights gradually light up outside the window. La Vie, a French restaurant. Lin Kie looked at her dependent look, with a smile on his face. He really wanted to see how she would react after they had sex tonight, and he said he wanted both. Chen Xian looked up at Lin Kie in confusion. "Why do you want to eat French food?" "Well, I heard on the internet that couples would go there to eat, so I wanted to try what it felt like," Lin Kie said lightly while stroking her back. This was of course to allow her to experience a romantic atmosphere that she had never experienced before. Women are emotional creatures, and a romantic atmosphere can make them fall faster and deeper. In his previous life, he often created various romantic scenes for women, making them indulge in them and find it difficult to extricate themselves, making them unable to extricate themselves from their love for him. This is the embodiment of emotional value. Oh, Chen Xian had never eaten French food, and she also wanted to see what it was like. La Vie is located on the top floor of a tall building. As soon as the elevator door on the top floor opened, Lin Kie took Chen Xian in his arms and walked to the door of the Western restaurant and pushed it open. The interwoven scent of roses and sandalwood hits you in the face, the crystal chandelier casts a warm yellow glow in every corner, and the melodious sound of violin is faintly discernible. There were many elite men and women eating Western food in pairs. The waiter in a tuxedo respectfully led them to the window seat. Each table was lit with exquisite candlesticks, and the silver cutlery gleamed softly in the candlelight. "Mr. Lin, this is the seat you reserved." The waiter pulled out a chair, and when Chen Xian sat down, he realized that from this angle, the lights of the entire city were in sight, like an inverted starry sky. "Do you like it?" Lin Kie sat down opposite her, looked at her slightly dazed expression, and laughed in his heart. No woman can resist such a romantic atmosphere. Like, Chen Xian came back to her senses. This dreamlike scene made her feel unreal. The waiters brought appetizers and champagne in due time. Lin Kie opened the champagne and poured half a glass for himself, and Chen Xian raised his glass and said, "Cheers to today." "Cheers to today." Chen Xian echoed in a low voice, and the glasses made a crisp sound when they clinked together. The main course arrived, an exquisite French foie gras and steak. Lin Kie carefully cut the goose liver into small pieces and put them into Chen Xian's mouth. "Is it delicious?" Chen Xian nodded. "Yeah, it's delicious." The foie gras melted on the tip of the tongue, and the aroma of truffles lingered. "Open your mouth." Lin Kie picked up another piece of steak and handed it to her mouth. Chen Xian opened her mouth obediently. "What's wrong?" Seeing Lin Kie staring at him, Chen Xian asked unnaturally while chewing the tender and juicy piece of meat. Lin Kie reached out and wiped the sauce from the corner of her mouth with his thumb. "Kidding, the sauce is stuck to your mouth." This intimate name and action was too unfair. Chen Xian felt a warm current rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. She hurriedly took a big gulp of champagne, but accidentally choked. Lin Kie quickly stood up and patted her back to help her calm down. "Drink slowly, no one is competing with you for it," he said in a doting tone. "It's all your fault," Chen Xian said in a bad mood. "Little cat is so unreasonable. I'm just trying to help you out of kindness." Lin Kie chuckled. "HMPH, I'm not going to tell you." Chen Xian didn't dislike this name, she could only glare at him in embarrassment. Soon the dessert was served. It was a beautifully shaped chocolate lava cake. When the waiter poured hot chocolate sauce on it, the center of the cake slowly collapsed, revealing the flowing chocolate filling inside. Lin Kie returned to his seat, cut off a small piece and placed it on Chen Xian's lips. "Try it." Chen Xian opened her mouth and took it. The moment the chocolate exploded in her mouth, she squinted her eyes in happiness. Soon they finished their meal, left the restaurant and went to the cinema downstairs. Lin Kie naturally held Chen Xian's fingers tightly together. "What movie do you want to watch?" "I'm fine with anything." Chen Xian took his arm, looked down at their clasped hands, her heart filled with sweetness. Lin Kie chose a youth romance movie and deliberately picked the double sofa seat in the last row. After the lights dimmed, he put his arm around her waist and let her lean against him. The movie started playing. The plot of the movie was very cliched. The hero and heroine met on the university campus and fell in love at first sight. From ambiguity to officially becoming a couple, they enjoyed the wonderful campus time together, and then graduated and started a business together successfully. At the end, a grand wedding was held, the two kissed each other, and the movie ended. However, because the male and female protagonists are very good looking, it is easy for people to empathize with the story. Lin Kie didn't have any feelings about this kind of movie. The main purpose was to let Chen Xian put herself in the story and give her a beautiful fantasy. Looking at her focused look, he knew that the effect was quite good. His goal today was to create a perfect romantic love experience and make her immersed in it. I let her know at the top of the Ferris wheel that today was just a test. This huge sense of gap made her unwilling to accept that these were fake, and she wanted to make all of this real. So she will definitely try every means to keep me, and if I ask for both of them, she will have no choice but to accept. Although the means were a bit despicable, he had to do it for the harem ending he wanted. If he was a scumbag, why would we need to do all this? But he is Aquaman, not a scumbag, and he cannot turn people into the Holy Grail, so his initial strategy is to emotionally enslave them, making them his pets and name but women in reality. This is the best harem ending. Walk out of the cinema and come to the amusement park for fun at night. The colorful lights make the entire amusement park look like a fairy tale. Lin Kie stopped in front of a shooting game stall and paid the money confidently. "Look, all we need the biggest doll." He picked up the toy gun, squinted one eye and aimed. Chen Xian stood aside, looking at his focused profile, her heart skipping a beat. Lin Qiye was shot 10 times in a row, and the stall owner reluctantly took down the pink cat at the highest point and handed it to him. Here, little kitty. Lin Qiye looked at her with admiration and waved the doll in front of her. Chen Xian was a little obsessed with looking at Lin Qiye in front of her. He completely gave her the love experience she had imagined. After taking the doll, Chen Xian suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed Lin Qiye on the cheek. Thank you, big bad guy. This bold move surprised even herself, and she quickly turned and ran towards the carousel to hide her shyness. Lin Qiye touched the place where he was kissed, and a triumphant smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He chased after her, and after Chen Xian chose a white wooden horse, he turned over and sat behind her. This is a single-person ride, Chen Xian exclaimed, but he held her waist and held her in his arms. Who said that? Lin Qiye rested his chin on her shoulder, his breath sprang in her ear. I think it's very suitable for a double ride. The music started, the carousel began to spin, and colorful lights flowed across their faces. Chen Xian relaxed her body and leaned into Lin Qiye's arms, feeling his hands quietly intertwined with hers. Look at the camera. Lin Qiye suddenly took out his mobile phone and pressed the shutter button when the wooden horse reached its highest point. In the photo, Chen Xian's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled, while Lin Qiye looked at her tenderly. Their heads were leaning against each other, with the gorgeous night view of the amusement park behind them. After getting off the carousel, they finally walked towards the finale of the night, the Ferris wheel. After buying the ticket, the car slowly rose, the night view of the city unfolded beneath my feet, and the lights twinkled like stars. Chen Xian sat in Lin Qiye's arms, holding a cat doll. She felt very dreamy looking at the scenery below. She wanted this moment to be frozen forever. Sensing Chen Xian's emotions, Lin Qiye didn't want to interrupt, but for his goal he had to do so. Xian, next is the last test. The internet says that if you really like someone and kiss them on the top of the Ferris wheel, you will want to be with them forever. Everything Lin Qiye had planned today showed its fangs at this moment. He said this deliberately to guide Chen Xian to think, do you want to be with him for the rest of your life? The answer is yes, everything done today is not in vain. Bring it on. Lin Qiye's words pulled Chen Xian out of her dream. She clutched the doll tightly with her eyes blazing and responded with gritted teeth. Does this even require a kissing test? She now wishes she could stay with this bastard every day. She was completely immersed in the role of girlfriend and forgot about that damn test, but this bastard was still thinking about the test. Was he being so nice to me today just to play the perfect boyfriend, to test me? Wasn't I even remotely attractive to him? That slut makes you so obsessed in bed. Just wait, you bastard, you will never get rid of me in this lifetime. Although Lin Qiye felt her anger, he pretended not to notice it, lowered his head and kissed her gently, and began to show off his Aquaman kissing skills. 2 minutes later, Lin Qiye let her go. Chen Xian has not yet recovered from the passionate kiss just now. She didn't expect that kissing would be so comfortable that she didn't want to stop. The feeling was completely different from the first time he did it, so this must be proof that I liked him. Xian, how do you feel? Is it disgusting? When Chen Xian came back to her senses, Lin Qiye spoke at the right time, with a serious look on his face, expecting her to give a yes answer. I don't feel disgusted, and there's still a most important test to be done. When Chen Xian saw his expression, she really wanted to punch his face into a pig's head. That shouldn't be the case, Lin Qiye frowned and feigned doubt, his tone carrying just the right amount of hesitation. What other important test is there? He pretended to be serious on the surface, but he was actually very happy in his heart. He didn't expect the kitten to be so smart, and his preparations were not in vain. Didn't you say that yourself? Chen Xian wrapped her arms around his neck, tilted her head up and leaned close to his ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe, her voice carrying a hint of shyness and ambiguity. Lin Qiye's Adam's apple moved slightly, and his eyes swept across her blushing cheeks. She looked so alluring, her moist eyes held a stubborn streak, her lips were bitten lightly, and her chest rose and fell slightly with her rapid breathing. He hadn't expected the little cat to be so seductive when taking the initiative. He was already feeling hot inside, but he still forced himself to remain calm. He reached out and held her wrist, speaking in a low and serious tone. Xian, I don't think this is necessary. I don't want to hurt you anymore. If we don't measure the most important thing, how can the results be accurate? Chen Xian panted slightly, her voice trembling slightly, but she looked him in the eyes stubbornly. Besides, I've already been fucked once by you, a bastard, so what's the big deal if you fuck me again? Don't worry, if the test shows that I really don't like you, I will never bother you again. The ending of her voice was nasal with a soft sound. Oh okay. Lin Qiye pretended to hesitate for a long time, but finally agreed reluctantly. His right hand was already on the phone in his trouser pocket. He didn't reply to Lang Ruoxi's message that day and turned the phone to silent mode, leaving it up to the kitten to call its owner. Chapter 36 Shira Field, the active and seductive Chen Xian. 10:30 p.m. in the presidential suite of the Heaton Hotel. Soft lighting fills the spacious living room, and the leather sofa exudes a low-key luster. The two of them sat there, each with their own thoughts. Lin Qiye wants to take this opportunity to completely conquer Chen Xian and make her unable to leave him. Chen Xian wanted Lin Qiye to fall completely in love with her and let him give up Lang Ruoxi. There was a subtle atmosphere in the air. Xian, go take a shower first. Lin Qiye's voice broke the silence. He saw Chen Xian's clenched fist and knew that she was getting nervous. Chen Xian nodded in response. She didn't expect that when it was really time to do it, she would start to get nervous. Chen Xian wanted to get some new underwear to change into, but found that no new ones were bought. However, she would take it off sooner or later, so she took a deep breath and walked towards the bathroom. Looking at Chen Xian's back as she walked into the bathroom, Lin Qiye chuckled to himself, little cat, how can you be so nervous? This won't achieve the perfect effect I want. Let me help you. He then took out his phone, and on the screen were more than a dozen unread messages from Lang Ruoxi. 12:06 p.m. Bad guy, the deal hasn't been completed yet, he asked with a bit of curiosity and anxiety. Please tell me as soon as you finish it. 7:10 p.m. Bad guy, what's taking so long? What deal hasn't been completed for so long? That began to mix with uneasiness, followed by a pitiful emoticon. You must reply to me before 10 o'clock, otherwise, it was a subtle threat mixed with a hint of coquettishness. 10:15 p.m. Asshole, why didn't you reply to my message? You clearly promised me this morning. There was a hint of anger in her coquettish tone. Asshole, are you going to spend the night with her again? I don't agree. The words were filled with deep dissatisfaction and jealousy. Bad guy, I bought several sets of bold pajamas for you. Can you please come back soon? She sounded seductive, aggrieved, and flattering. My little cutie will be scared staying in a hotel alone overnight. His tone of weakness was full of dependence and uneasiness. Missed video calls 3. After reading it, Lin Qiye's lips unconsciously raised up, feeling happy about her attachment but also a little distressed. Gently stroking the screen, it seems as if I can see Lang Ruoxi's cute face with her lips pouting and looking angry. But I have to bear with it tonight, my little cutie. I will love you well tomorrow. Edited a message. Go to bed early, little cutie. I can't go back tonight. I'll go back tomorrow morning to rescue you. His thumb rested on the send button, waiting for Chen Xian to come out. 20 minutes later, Chen Xian came out wrapped in a bath towel. Lin Kie pretended to come to his senses, pressed the send button and put away his phone. At this moment, Chen Xian was wrapped in a snow-white bath towel, with a belt loosely tied around her slender waist. The ends of her hair were still a little wet, sliding down her swan neck into the depths of the bath towel. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes dodged, and she moved in front of Lin Kie with small steps, and said softly and shyly, "I'm done washing, you go wash quickly." Yeah, Lin Kie's gaze stayed on her for a moment, then he walked towards the bathroom. At this time, the mobile phone video ringtone rang, and Lin Kie pretended to be helpless and picked up the phone to answer it. I immediately saw Lang Ruoxi's angry face. I pressed the hands-free button and her angry voice with a hint of crying was heard immediately. Asshole, where are you now? Are you still with her? That's right, Lin Kie sighed and responded. Asshole, didn't you say you were going to break up with her today? Why did you go to a hotel with her again? Lang Ruoxi's voice rose a few degrees. Okay, little cutie, don't cry. We will be done with each other completely after tonight. You should get some rest early, Lin Kie said softly and comfortingly. Bad guy, MT, I don't want you to spend the night with her again, come back soon. Lang Ruoxi's anger subsided a lot when she heard Lin Kie's gentle comfort, and she began to show weakness. Lin Kie frowned and pretended to struggle and hesitate. At this moment, Chen Xian suddenly snatched the phone in anger and shouted at the screen, "Shameless slut, Lin Kie is mine." He hung up the video and threw his phone on the sofa. Chen Xian, you're going too far. Lin Kie pretended to be angry and said in a low voice. What? I feel bad. I didn't expect you guys to play so wildly. No wonder that bitch made you so obsessed with her in just one night. Chen Xian sneered, his eyes full of sarcasm. At this time, the cell phone rang again. Lin Kie pretended to reach out to take it, but Chen Xian grabbed his wrist. Don't answer the phone. You are my boyfriend now, so you can't think about other women. Otherwise, the test results will be inaccurate and I will pester you for the rest of my life. Chen Xian said firmly with red eyes. You okay? Calm down for a moment. I'm going to take a shower. Lin Kie pretended to be helpless, gently pushed her away, turned and walked towards the bathroom, ignoring the unlocked phone. As soon as the bathroom door was closed, Chen Xian immediately rushed to his phone and quickly connected the video call. Lang Ruoxi's delicate face instantly enlarged on the screen. Her slender willow-shaped eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and her eyes were burning with rage. Why is it you? Where's Lin Kie? Lang Ruoxi's voice exploded from the receiver, her red lips were tightly pursed, and her fair cheeks flushed unnaturally with anger. Chen Xian raised her chin upon hearing this, a hint of sneer on the corner of her lips, her eyes full of provocation. The bad guy MT went to take a shower. What do you want, you slut? Shameless. Lang Ruoxi squeezed out these words from between her teeth, her chest heaving violently. You're the one who has no shame. Chen Xian suddenly raised her voice, her eyes slightly red. I'm obviously his girlfriend. It was you, a perverted slut, who seduced him. Lang Ruoxi's face turned pale instantly. She took a deep breath, but her trembling eyelashes betrayed her emotions. You were just a business relationship. Lin Kie doesn't like you. Oh, Chen Xian suddenly chuckled, a sly look flashing in her eyes. She lazily tossed her long hair and said, I've cancelled the deal. He's my real boyfriend now. She deliberately slowed down her speech, each word as sharp as a knife, and I will make him like me tonight, so please don't seduce him again, you perverted slut. Lang Ruoxi's pupils suddenly contracted. She opened her mouth but couldn't speak for a long time. In the video, her face turned from pale to blue, and she could only stare at Chen Xian, with complex emotions surging in her eyes, anger, unwillingness, and a hint of panic. Chen Xian looked at Lang Ruoxi's frustrated look and felt relieved. He hung up the video like a winner and started looking through their chat history. Lin Kie deleted all the previous records, leaving only the ones after Lang Ruoxi made the appointment with him. Chen Xian became more and more angry as he read the chat records. She really didn't expect Lang Ruoxi to be so shameless. She called her master so easily. No wonder she made Lin Kie so infatuated with her in one night and didn't want to get entangled with her. Good, looks like I have to risk it all later. 10 minutes later, Lin Kie finished his shower and came out wrapped in a bath towel. As soon as I sat down on the sofa, Chen Xian immediately crawled over. She sat face to face in Lin Kie's arms, her slender arms wrapped around his neck, and she lowered her head slightly. The warm breath sprayed on his ears, and the voice was soft and charming, with a bewitching sweetness. Bad guy MT, please save me. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, her eyes were sparkling, her cheeks were faintly flushed, her lips were almost touching his ear, and her breath was full of ambiguous warmth. Lin Kie's Adam's apple rolled, and he reached out to straighten her shoulders, pretending to be calm and said, Xian, you don't have to do this. But instead of retreating, she pressed her body even closer to his, a sly smile on her red lips. Bad guy, don't you like this kind of tone? She tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with confidence and seduction. I will make you more comfortable than her. Looking at her alluring appearance, Lin Kie really wanted to save her for a day and a night. But I can't be impatient now. I pretended to be a little tempted, breathing a little fast, and said in a low voice, Chen Xian, you are playing with fire. Lin Kie's expression gave Chen Xian a boost of confidence. She was very sure that he liked this style, but she was not disgusted. Instead, she was a little looking forward to it. Let me satisfy you today. I will make sure you only think of me from now on and forget about that shameless bitch. Then he started to challenge, then let the fire of the bad guy MT burn all over my body. Lin Kie looked at her expectant and confident expression, and laughed inwardly. Little cat, you want me to sink? You are too naive. The only one who can't help himself is you. His eyes darkened. The time had come. There was no need to endure any longer. He suddenly tightened his arms, lifted her up, and strode towards the bed. Chapter 37 Chen Xian's Downfall, Lin Kie Showdown. The moment Chen Xian was thrown onto the soft mattress, the waistband of the bath towel came loose, revealing her delicate collarbone and a hint of snow white. But instead of covering it up, her eyes sparkled with tears, and she stretched out her delicate arms towards Lin Kie, pouting her pink lips. Bad guy, come here quickly. Seeing this, Lin Kie pressed himself onto the bed and moved closer to her, his hand resting on her collarbone. He leaned over to her ear, bit her earlobe and said in a hoarse voice, Do you really want me to save you? Chen Xian raised her swan-like neck and spoke in a coquettish tone. Before she could finish her words, she gasped, closed her eyes shyly, and a blush spread from her cheeks to her ears. Lin Kie said nothing more. 3 hours later, Lin Kie lay on the sofa next to the floor-to-ceiling window. Chen Xian lay on Lin Kie's chest, her hair sticking to her flushed cheeks, her eyes half closed. Her back was covered only with a thin blanket, which outlined her seductive curves as her breathing rose and fell slightly. Lin Kie looked at Chen Xian, who was still breathing slightly, with messy hair and flushed face, with a look of satisfaction on his face. He had just done what she wished and met her request. Ding, Chen Xian's rescue value +14, current rescue value, 85 100ths, the host obtains 1400 rescue coins. Ding, Chen Xian's rescue value has been detected to be above 80, meeting the standard. Reward skill, truthfulness hypnotize the target for 5 seconds. During this period, the target can only speak the truth to the host's questions. Can only be used 3 times within 24 hours and can be used cumulatively. The system's prompt sound confirmed Lin Kie's guess. He didn't expect that he could get extra rewards when the rescue value reached 80. The rewarded skills were very good, which made him even happier. After a while, Chen Xian finally came to her senses and slowly stood up, supporting Lin Kie's chest with both hands. Although she was exhausted, she still wanted to see Lin Kie give her the answer she wanted. Bad guy MT, are you comfortable? Lin Kie turned over, lifted her hands and pressed them under him, staring at Chen Xian and said domineeringly, that's right, little cutie. I wanted to let go, but you insisted on pestering me. Then be prepared to be imprisoned by me for the rest of your life. Then the bad guy MT can imprison me for life, but you can only imprison me and not other little cuties. Chen Xian was not scared, but smiled charmingly. Lin Kie looked at her obedient appearance and felt that his rescue was successful. But she was already exhausted, and she was still thinking about Lang Ruoxi. Now it was time for him to make his attitude clear. Lin Kie turned over again and let Chen Xian lie on him. His large palms gently stroked her smooth back, and his voice was low and gentle. Kitty, why are you so hostile to Lang Ruoxi? Chen Xian raised her red eyes and bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth. Humph. Isn't it that bitch who wants to take you away? Her voice was choked with suppressed sobs. I asked you to break up with me. Lin Kie frowned slightly and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his thumb. You can't blame her for this. I told her that we were just a business relationship. This is the truth. It's reasonable for her to ask me to break up with you. Is that bitch so fascinating to you? Chen Xian suddenly stood up, her long hair scattered messily on her shoulders, and a hurt light flashed in her eyes. You have no attachment to me. Lin Kie stared into her red eyes and said calmly, I didn't expect you to fall in love with me. Besides, wasn't your goal to marry into a wealthy family before? What about now? Chen Xian knew she was in the wrong, so she leaned down, pressed her nose against his chest, and trembled with her warm breath. Are you still going to give up on me? Lin Kie looked at her slightly trembling eyelashes and reached out to tuck her scattered hair behind her ears. I'm a responsible man. He rubbed his thumb against her flushed cheek. How could I possibly give up on you when you've given so much? Then call that bitch right now. Chen Xian suddenly stood up excitedly, tears of hope in her eyes. Tell her to stop pestering me. I won't do that. Lin Kie looked into Chen Xian's eyes and said seriously with a firm look. Chen Xian's body froze, tears welling up in her eyes. Is she that important? Her voice broke. I still can't compare to her wife. That's not the case. Lin Kie held up her tear-soaked face and gently wiped away the tears with his fingertips. The little kitten also fascinates me, but she gave me her first time and loves me just as deeply. I can't give up on her. His eyes were deep. You should understand how important the first time is to a woman. Huh, didn't I give you my first time? Why don't you seem to be so responsible? Chen Xian suddenly pounded his chest excitedly and choked. Lin Kie let her vent her anger, and when her strength gradually weakened, he held her red fist. Your previous dream was to marry into a wealthy family. I am responsible for helping you realize your dream. I don't want it. Chen Xian knew that this was indeed his problem and could not refute it. She could only shake her head violently, her long hair drawing messy arcs in the air, and her voice was filled with tears. Bad guy MT, you only have me as your little cutie, you can't have any other little cuties. Her fist landed weakly on his chest like a wounded kitten. Lin Kie looked at her red nose and trembling lips, and his heart softened. Instead of saying anything to comfort her, he suddenly held her pretty face and kissed her deeply. 5 minutes later, Chen Xian had calmed down from her sobbing state, and Lin Kie ended the kiss. Holding her slightly hot cheek, he made her look directly into his eyes, his voice gentle yet firm. Don't worry, little kitty, no one can take me away. I promise that I will always love you like I do today. Big bad guy. Chen Xian looked at Lin Kie's gentle and firm eyes, knowing that he was telling the truth and that his decision would not change. She could only lean over, bury her face in the crook of his neck, and whispered in a muffled voice, I hate you. Although she said it with hatred, her tone did not contain a trace of hatred and was more like a spoiled child. She can't live without him now. Is there no choice but to accept becoming sisters with that slut? Would he be partial to that slut? After all, he had been very determined not to get entangled with me before, and I did have a trading relationship with him at the beginning, so I was at a disadvantage. But now she had no way to change his decision. It seemed that she could only find a way to make that slut give up. Lin Kie looked at Chen Xian who was lying motionless in front of him. He knew what she was thinking. Although he had no choice but to compromise now, he would definitely find a way to make Lang Ruoxi give up. However, with Lang Ruoxi's rescue value of 75, she will definitely not give up easily. As long as he does it properly and then lets them have close contact a few times, they will definitely be less resistant to each other. In addition, I can satisfy them both physically and mentally, and then I just need to let them know that I will not be partial even if there is one more person. Tomorrow I should go and completely save Lang Ruoxi. Chapter 38 Lin Kie's Clever Methods. 9 a.m. the next day. Sunlight streamed into the presidential suite through the floor-to-ceiling windows, spreading a golden hue across the soft carpet. On the leather sofa, Lin Kie slowly opened his eyes. Chen Xian was still curled up in his arms, her slender fingers unconsciously grasping his arm, as if she was afraid that he would disappear in his sleep. He gently pulled out his arm, which was numb from being pressed, and picked up his cell phone. The moment the phone was turned on, more than 30 unread messages and a dozen missed video call notifications popped up one after another, all from Lang Ruoxi. The latest one was posted at 7 a.m. Asshole, why don't you come back? I hate you. Lin Kie frowned slightly. He knew the true meaning of this sentence better than anyone else. What hurt her more than him sleeping with Chen Xian was that he abandoned her for Chen Xian. I didn't expect that I was so important to her that I made her sleepless all night. It seems I have to comfort her quickly. Contacting her so early, can't you let her go? Chen Xian's jealous voice came from his arms. She had woken up without knowing when, her fingertips were casually drawing circles on his chest, her tone full of grievance. Lin Kie tightened his arms and hugged her tighter, lowered his head and kissed her slightly furrowed brows. If it were you, I wouldn't be able to let go either. As he spoke, he turned the phone screen towards her so that she could see the message sent by Lang Ruoxi. Chen Xian stared at the words, as if he could see Lang Ruoxi's angry, unwilling and aggrieved expression through the screen. What if it were me? If Lin Kie chooses Lang Ruoxi and gives up on herself, she will probably go crazy, right? Do I really have to accept her? Even if I compromise, can she accept me? Lin Kie looked at Chen Xian's conflicted expression and knew that she had begun to waver. In fact, as long as one of them compromises first, the other one will have no choice but to accept it in the end if she doesn't want to leave him. And it would be easy for him to get them to reach a consensus on the surface and truly accept each other. I'll take you to have breakfast later and then send you home. Lin Kie spoke to break her thoughts. Quote. Are you going to find her? Chen Xian looked up at him with a hint of uneasiness in his tone. Well, I'm afraid she might become depressed and harm herself. Lin Kie said this deliberately. In fact, with Lang Ruoxi's current level of depravity, she would not commit self-harm, but Chen Xian was different. Not really, she frowned. If it were you, would you be upset? Lin Kie asked back. His purpose was to make Chen Xian empathize and reduce resistance. Let her imagine what would happen if she was abandoned by herself. Judging from her current level of depravity, she would most likely commit self-harm. Chen Xian was stunned when he heard Lin Kie's question. If she was the one who was abandoned, she would probably do something extreme, and self-harm is not out of the question. In the end, she had no choice but to compromise and said sullenly, well okay, but you have to come back to accompany me at night. Lin Kie chuckled softly, his palm sliding down her smooth back. His tone was lazy but refuted, I can't guarantee this. I spent the whole day with you yesterday, so I should spend time with her today. I can't favor one over the other. After a pause, he added, but you can bring her to accompany you in the evening. Ah, Chen Xian was confused. They were arguing fiercely last night, and now they are meeting as sisters tonight. Don't worry, I will make her accept you. He pinched her face and said, but you can't be hostile to her anymore, especially don't call her a slut anymore. You two are equally flirtatious. Do you understand? Chen Xian didn't refute Lin Kie's words. She was indeed quite flirtatious last night. She bit her lip and replied unwillingly, okay. Last night, she was still thinking about how to make Lang Ruoxi give up, but now if she could accept herself, if she continued to speak harshly and express her unwillingness, would Lin Kie dislike her and turn to favor Lang Ruoxi? In the end, would he give up on her? This is not the result she wanted. Could it be am I really going to be a sister with her? Chapter 39, Strong Conquest, Lang Ruoxi's rescue value reaches 90 deleted. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Kie arrived at the hotel where Lang Ruoxi was staying. As the elevator slowly rose, various possible reactions of Lang Ruoxi kept appearing in his mind, anger, grievance, and even hysteria. But these emotions were not a bad thing for him, but proved that she cared about him. Arriving at the door of the presidential suite, he knocked. He had previously sent her a message to inform her that he would come to see her. Although he did not receive a reply, the lack of reply itself was a response. Soon, the door opened. Lang Ruoxi was wrapped in a translucent black lace nightgown, her hair was disheveled, her eyes were red and bloodshot, and she reeked strongly of alcohol, obviously having not slept all night. The moment she saw Lin Kie, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes, then she clenched her fist and shouted angrily, asshole, why did you come to me when you died on that bitch's bed? Lin Kie was not frightened by her anger. Instead, he hugged her, closed the door, and pushed her against the wall of the entrance. No explanation, no apology, he just bent down and kissed her lips. This is the most effective way to comfort you at this moment. Lang Ruoxi struggled and hit his shoulders at first, but soon fell limp in his arms. After she calmed down, Lin Kie whispered in her ear, how could I abandon my little cutie? I came here early in the morning to apologize to you. After saying that, he picked her up by the waist and walked towards the bed. She bit her lip and murmured incoherently, asshole, I hate you so much. The bedroom was filled with a strong smell of alcohol, and there were several empty bottles on the bedside table. Lin Kie gently placed her on the bed, his eyes gentle yet reproachful, why did you drink so much? Lang Ruoxi's eyelashes trembled slightly, tears rolling up in her eyes, it's all your fault. She choked up and said, she clearly promised me yesterday morning but she was seduced by that bitch last night and didn't come back. At this time, Lin Kie activated his truth speak skill and looked directly into her eyes. Tell me, what are you most afraid of right now? Lang Ruoxi's eyes suddenly became dazed, and she answered mechanically as if controlled by some force. I'm afraid you'll fall in love with her. I'm afraid I can't compare to her. I'm afraid you'll abandon me. 5 seconds later, she snapped back to reality and blinked in confusion. What happened to me just now? Lin Kie did not answer, but leaned over and kissed away the tears from the corners of her eyes. This information is enough. Lang Ruoxi's fear stems from insecurity and fear of being abandoned. To resolve this, he had to assure her that she wouldn't be replaced. Silly girl, he bit her earlobe gently. How could I abandon my little cutie? Lang Ruoxi's body trembled slightly, and this intimate name obviously touched her heartstrings. Lin Kie took the opportunity to deepen the kiss, placing his hands on her waist, feeling her increasingly rapid breathing. But you slept with her last night and you clearly promised me to break up with her. Lang Ruoxi's voice was fragmented, and her fingers were tightly grasping his t-shirt. Her appearance made Lin Kie feel distressed. In the end, he just sighed softly, stroked her tear-soaked cheek with his thumb, wiped away her tears, his movements so gentle that they were almost cruel. She voluntarily gave up the deal and said she wanted to be my woman, even if it meant being my pet. Lin Kie's voice was low, with the kind of self-righteousness that made her hate it. Besides, she gave me her first time. I can't just abandon her. Then why did you come to me? Go and spend time with her. Lang Ruoxi's pupils suddenly contracted, and the tears in her eyes instantly froze. Her voice became sharp and piercing, and her nails dug deeply into her palms. Lin Kie held her face and said seriously, I can't abandon you either. What's the meaning? Lang Ruoxi didn't understand what was going on, and her chest was heaving violently. What I mean is, Lin Kie leaned over and whispered in her ear, his warm breath spraying on her sensitive earlobe, I will take care of both of you. Asshole, I don't agree. This sentence exploded in Lang Ruoxi's mind like a bomb. She pushed Lin Kie away violently, jumped off the bed and stood on the ground, the hem of her nightgown lifted up with the movement. Her reaction was within Lin Kie's expectations, and he didn't think she would accept it so easily. Serious illnesses require strong medicines, so today he planned to use a strong approach to let her know that she couldn't live without him. He had to make her realize that she couldn't accept him abandoning her more than he wanted both. After sorting out his thoughts, Lin Kie stood up calmly and slowly took off his t-shirt, revealing his strong chest and perfect abdominal muscles. Looking at Lin Kie's actions, Lang Ruoxi blushed unconsciously, swallowed her saliva, but quickly turned her face away. Look at me, Lin Kie ordered. Lang Ruoxi stubbornly refused to turn her head, but her body had reacted before her consciousness. Her neck turned slightly, and her eyes glanced uncontrollably at his naked upper body. Lin Kie took the opportunity to bend down, hugged her in his arms, and pressed her on the bed. Lang Ruoxi struggled a few times, but the difference in strength was too great, and she was eventually pinned under him, breathless and unable to move. Let me go, you bastard, her protests grew weaker. This little cutie is so naughty and needs saving. Lin Kie's voice was low and dangerous. Lang Ruoxi should have resisted fiercely, bit him hard, and then slammed the door and left. But her body betrayed her will and lay limply under him. Asshole, don't do this. Her voice was filled with tears, but her hands had unconsciously wrapped around his waist. Lin Kie chuckled, knowing that her will had wavered. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. This kiss was domineering and possessive, and it would not tolerate rejection. Lang Ruoxi wanted to resist at first, but soon she gave in to his attack and opened her mouth to respond. Soon, Lang Ruoxi had completely softened into a puddle of mud and could only whimper. Lin Kie's fiery gaze swept over every inch of her skin. Lang Ruoxi felt the gaze that wanted to devour her, and her eyes were blurred. Lin Kie raised his head and looked directly into her moist, half-closed eyes. No one can take me away, but I won't let go of either of you. This sentence should have made Lang Ruoxi even more angry, but she was already unconscious at the moment and could only hug the man tightly, as if she was grabbing the only drifting wood. Her consciousness gradually faded. Delete. 2 hours later, Lang Ruoxi collapsed on the bed, without the strength to move a finger. Lin Kie lay on his side, letting Lang Ruoxi lean her back against his arms, gently stroking her smooth and tender belly. Calm down now, he asked softly, his chin resting on her shoulder. Lang Ruoxi hummed softly, her eyes still a little dazed. Lin Kie's toughness just now made her sure that she just wanted to be loved deeply by him. She had clearly realized that she could not resist him at all and could not live without him. If he wanted to women then she seemed to have no choice but to accept it. Ding, Lang Ruoxi's rescue value plus 10, current rescue value, 85 100ths, the host obtains 1000 rescue coins. Ding, Lang Ruoxi's rescue value has been detected to be above 80, meeting the standard. Reward skill, hard desire stimulation stimulates the target's inner desire for 5 seconds, causing their consciousness to fall into delusion. Can only be used 3 times within 24 hours, and can be used cumulatively. At this time, the system prompt sounded in Lin Kie's mind, which also proved that his method was effective. But he did not feel any pleasure or sense of accomplishment. The tough and rough means just now undoubtedly hurt her. Thinking about how he had kept her awake all night and how she was being treated so roughly by him, Lin Kie felt that he was worse than a beast. Thinking of this, he sighed deeply and apologized softly and gently in Lang Ruoxi's ear. Lil cutie, I'm sorry, I heard you just now. It's okay. When Lang Ruoxi heard Lin Kie's words, tears instantly welled up in her eyes again. She thought that Lin Kie treated her so toughly just now just to force her to accept his decision of having both of them, without considering her feelings at all. What made her even more ashamed was that her embarrassing appearance just now was exposed to him completely. She thought Lin Kie would look down on her because of this, and even thought desperately that if she did not accept his decision, he would use this as an attack point, regardless of her feelings, and imprison her, making her worthy of being his. But at this moment, his gentle apology completely broke down her defenses. Unexpectedly, he didn't think so. She no longer had much resistance to his decision to have both of them. She just hoped that he would treat her well in the future. Ding, Lang Ruoxi's rescue value plus 5, current rescue value, 90 100ths, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. The system prompt sounded again. Lin Kie did not feel happy about the unexpected success, but only felt distressed. What a silly woman. He gently turned Lang Ruoxi around, wiped the tears from her face, and said softly, don't cry, silly girl, get some sleep. When you wake up, I'll take you out to relax. I said I'm here to apologize to you, and I'll definitely make it up to you today. I can't take her to see Chen Xian tonight, I have to spend the whole day with her. Big bad guy. Lang Ruoxi sobbed in response, burying her burning cheeks deeply into his chest. Chapter 40 Sweet and Romantic Date. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun poured into the presidential suite through the floor-to-ceiling windows, giving the messy sheets a layer of gold. Lang Ruoxi woke up with her eyelashes trembling and found herself tightly held in Lin Kie's arms. She murmured softly, moved her body slightly, and rubbed Lin Kie's neck like a satisfied cat. His unique scent lingered at the tip of her nose, mixed with the lingering scent of their sweat, making her ears blush unconsciously. She was only wearing a thin lace nightgown with the neckline wide open, revealing the mottled kiss marks and snow-white skin on her collarbone. Lang Ruoxi tilted her head slightly, her eyes tracing the line of Lin Kie's jaw. The sunlight danced on his eyelashes, casting tiny shadows. She was so mesmerized that her fingertips unconsciously wanted to touch it. Spying on the master, but at this time Lin Kie suddenly spoke, his voice a little hoarse. She was so scared that she quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep, but she couldn't hide her suddenly accelerated heartbeat and flushed cheeks. Get up, I'll take you to take a shower, and then we'll go have dinner. A low laugh came from above her head, followed by a light kiss on her forehead. Lang Ruoxi then slowly opened her eyes and met Lin Kie's smiling eyes. The doting in those eyes made her heart tremble. She obediently let Lin Kie pick her up, buried her face in his shoulder, and hid her shy expression. Half an hour later, Lang Ruoxi stood in the middle of the living room, pulling at the hem of her skirt uncomfortably. The white lace dress that Lin Kie chose for her outlined her slender waistline, and the white high heels made her legs look even longer. What's wrong? Lin Kie also changed into a white casual thin suit, which complemented her outfit. Where are we going next? It was the first time Lang Ruoxi saw Lin Kie dressed so formally. He looked so handsome that she couldn't take her eyes off him. Curiosity flickered in her eyes. Is it necessary to be so formal? Life should have a sense of ritual. You will know it later. Lin Kie didn't explain too much and pulled Lang Ruoxi towards the door. His outfit was just to add atmosphere to what they were going to do next. Not long after, Lin Kie took Lang Ruoxi's hand and walked into a Western restaurant on the top floor of a high-rise building. Please come this way. The waiter led them to the VIP seats by the window. Through the 270-degree floor-to-ceiling windows, the lights of the entire city poured down like a galaxy, casting tiny spots of light in Lang Ruoxi's pupils. Lin Kie pulled out a chair for her like a gentleman and whispered in her ear, "Baby, you are so beautiful." Lang Ruoxi's face flushed instantly. She lowered her head to hide her shyness, but she couldn't hide the upward curve of the corners of her mouth. The waiter came over with 99 Ecuadorian roses. Lin Kie took the bouquet and handed it to Lang Ruoxi. "Baby, this is for you. Beautiful flowers go with beautiful women." Lang Ruoxi caught the heavy rose, and her fingertips were itchy from being rubbed by the velvety petals. Suddenly I found a gold-stamped card hidden among the flowers. On the front was an embossed heart with the cursive characters of he and she embedded in it, like two intertwined snakes. When she turned to the back, her eyelashes trembled violently. On the card was written, "MT will protect the lil cutie for the rest of her life, and the lil cutie will only belong to MT for the rest of her life." Seeing this, Lang Ruoxi did not have any resistance. Although this was different from what she had imagined, it was in line with their abnormal relationship that was like a couple but also like, wasn't it? For a lifetime she would love it. Then he put the card away, raised his head and said to Lin Kie affectionately, "Thank you, bad guy MT." "Wait me a moment." Lin Kie gently rubbed the top of her head, then turned around. Before Lang Ruoxi could react, he walked towards the grand piano in the middle of the restaurant, whispered a few words with the staff, and sat on the piano stool. His slender fingers stroked the keys, and after trying a few notes, a smooth and beautiful melody soon flowed out. Lang Ruoxi opened her eyes wide in surprise. She didn't expect that Lin Kie could play the piano, and she didn't expect that he would play for her in front of so many people. Lin Kie in front of the piano seemed like a different person. He closed his eyes slightly, his body swayed gently with the melody, and his fingertips danced on the black and white keys. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is the dazzling night view of the city, and he sits at the intersection of light and shadow, like a prince charming in a fairy tale. The guests in the restaurant couldn't help but stop what they were doing and start to appreciate and listen. When the last note fell, Lin Kie looked up, his gaze passed through half of the restaurant, and looked straight at Lang Ruoxi. Lang Ruoxi looked at Lin Kie's gaze and felt as if her heart was hit by something, beating violently. Amidst the applause of the crowd, Lin Kie calmly returned to Lang Ruoxi, as if the romantic act just now was nothing out of the ordinary. Only then did Lang Ruoxi come back to her senses from the beautiful world she had imagined. Her reaction was within Lin Kie's expectations. After all, as the king of the sea, how could he not learn this skill that was most likely to make women admire him and create a romantic atmosphere? Wearing a white suit is also to suit the occasion, allowing her to immerse herself in fantasy and look forward to a better future. "Give me your hand." Lin Kie suddenly stretched out his hand towards her. Lang Ruoxi didn't know what he was going to do, so she instinctively reached out her hand. Holding her hand, Lin Kie led her to the piano stand. Lin Kie sat on the piano stool first, then put his arm around her waist, let her sit with her back in his arms, and placed her hands on the piano keys. I won't. Lang Ruoxie's fingers were stiff with nervousness. Relax. Lin Kie's lips were pressed against her ear, and his warm breath made her ears burn. I'm here, just follow my rhythm. Lin Kie will fully squeeze out the value of every skill. Compared to solo performance, duet accompaniment is more romantic because two people perform the beauty together, which will bring their hearts closer. Then, I started playing the simple song, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, with her. In the stumbling melody, Lang Ruoxie gradually found the rhythm, and became happier and happier as she played. Lin Kie also gradually relaxed his grip on her hand. When the last note fell, Lang Ruoxie turned her head back happily, her bright eyes full of anticipation, wanting Lin Kie's praise. The moment she turned her head, Lin Kie kissed her lips. Lang Ruoxie was surprised at first, then relaxed in Lin Kie's arms, holding Lin Kie's hands on her abdomen, and responded enthusiastically. This romantic scene caused exclamations from all around. The ladies either covered their lips and sighed softly, or looked at him with envy, and some even touched their chests unconsciously. After a moment, Lin Kie's lips left her ear with a faint smile. Baby, you play really well. His deep voice, wrapped in warm breath, brushed across her sensitive earlobes like a feather. Shall we play another song? Lang Ruoxie suddenly raised her eyes, with mist still in them, but they suddenly brightened up when she heard these words. May I? She blurted out, her voice filled with unconcealable joy. Certainly. Lin Kie chuckled softly, and the two words sounded gentle and doting when he bid them. The second piece of music was much smoother than the previous one. Lang Ruoxie's fingertips gradually loosened their grip, and occasionally she would playfully tap the back of his hand. Lin Kie indulged her and let her make a fuss, his eyes always fixed on her blushing face. When the song ended, Lang Ruoxie stroked the piano keys with reluctance in her eyes. Lin Kie suddenly leaned forward and put his thin lips on her earlobe. Baby, do you want us to be watched by so many people all night? Ah, she suddenly woke up from her dream and looked around in panic. When she met countless burning gazes, her whole body froze instantly, and even the tips of her small ears turned transparent red. The next second, she turned around like a frightened rabbit, buried her whole face in Lin Kie's chest, and her fingers unconsciously clenched his collar. Lin Kie was amused by her overreaction and hugged her tighter. Don't worry, I will bring you here often in the future. Lang Ruoxie responded in a low voice. Lin Kie stopped teasing her, put his arm through her knees, and easily picked her up sideways. Lang Ruoxie exclaimed and reflexively wrapped her arms around his neck. As she walked past everyone's astonished gazes, she quietly opened one eye and met the envious gazes of several ladies. This discovery made her unconsciously raise the corners of her mouth and bury her face deeper into Lin Kie's shoulder, but she couldn't hide the pride and sweetness in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. After dinner, Lin Kie took her to a nearby night market. The lively atmosphere, which was completely different from that of a high-end restaurant, made Lang Ruoxie excited. She looked around like a child. This is so cute. She suddenly stopped in front of a stall and picked up a pair of furry cat ear headbands in surprise. Lin Kie looked at her like this, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. It's really cute. He paid neatly, took the headband, and put it on her gently. The fluff on the headband shone softly under the light, making her look even more charming and lovely. Lang Ruoxie shook her head playfully, and her cat ears trembled slightly with her movements. She raised her head and looked at Lin Kie, her eyes full of anticipation. Does it look good? Nice. Lin Kie's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and he reached out and pinched her pretty face. You wear it too. She laughed happily when she heard Lin Kie's praise, then picked up another pair of black cat ears and stood on tiptoe to put them on Lin Kie's head. A real man wouldn't wear something childish like that. Lin Kie took a step back pretending to resist, but deliberately did not hide too far away, with a smile in his eyes. Just wear it for a bit. Lang Ruoxie shook the cat ears in her hand, pouting her cherry lips slightly, and her eyes moved with a coquettish look. Lin Kie remained unmoved, grabbed her shaking hand and shook his head. Seeing this, Lang Ruoxie suddenly hugged his arms and moved closer to him. Master, please. On her upturned little face, her almond-shaped eyes were wet, and her pink lips were slightly pursed, revealing a pitiful expression. This look made Lin Kie's breathing stop. He had only pretended to resist, waiting for her to beg him for the third time before pretending to agree reluctantly. Let her experience the sense of accomplishment of completing the small strategy, which will make her happier. After all, things that are easy to get are not as good as things that require a little effort, which makes people happier. I didn't expect to see her looking so pitiful and spoiled. She is so adorable. I really want to carry her back to the hotel right now. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, he bent down and sighed in pretended helplessness. I really can't do anything about you. There was a suppressed hoarseness in the low voice. Lang Ruoxie suddenly smiled like a flower, and the joy of victory flashed in her eyes. She couldn't wait to put the cat ears on Lin Kie's head, and pecked his cheek when he was not paying attention. Empty is the best. Her voice was as soft as if it was mixed with honey. Lin Kie was aroused by her sudden intimacy. He didn't expect Lang Ruoxie to become so charming and lovely, and the string of rationality broke in an instant. He grabbed her slender waist with his big hands and lowered his head to seal her lips in the busy night market. Lang Ruoxie opened her eyes wide in surprise at his sudden enthusiasm, but without thinking much about it, she responded to his kiss passionately. Her slender fingers unconsciously tugged at his collar, and her eyelashes trembled as she closed her eyes. It was not until her breathing became rapid that Lin Kie reluctantly let her go. He leaned over to her ear, his hot breath spraying on her sensitive earlobe, and said in a low voice, "From now on, you can only call me empty when no one is around." Yeah, bad guy. Lang Ruoxie's cheeks flushed, thinking that he was thinking about her and didn't want her to be looked at strangely by strangers. Although she didn't care much about it, she was very happy that Lin Kie thought of this, and sweet ripples appeared in her heart. When Lin Kie let her go, she looked up and saw Lin Kie with cute cat ears on his head. The contrast of his cute image made her burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Lin Kie frowned pretending to be serious, but the doting look in his eyes completely betrayed him. He reached out and pinched her pink cheeks that were red from laughing. Nothing, I just didn't expect the bad guy to be so cute. Lang Ruoxie took out her cell phone, a cunning glint in her eyes. She shook her phone and said coquettishly, let's take a picture. I want it to be my screensaver. Lin Kie shook his head helplessly, but his eyes were full of indulgence. He lowered his head and cooperated, hugging her waist and resting his chin on her shoulder affectionately. The two of them were leaning head to head, freezing this sweet moment under the colorful lights of the night market. Lang Ruoxie looked at the photos on her phone, feeling a little dazed. They looked like a couple in love in the photos, they really matched well. Where are we going next? Lang Ruoxie happily put away her phone and asked Lin Kie. We'll take you to the amusement park, Lin Kie answered without hesitation. 20 minutes later, they were standing under the colorful lights of the amusement park. The amusement park at night is more dreamy than during the day, with various amusement facilities flashing with charming lights. I want to play that. Lang Ruoxie pointed at the bumper car field, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Lin Kie bought the tickets and they each chose a bumper car. As soon as the bell rang to signal the start of the game, Lang Ruoxi drove the car straight towards Lin Qiye, laughing like a silver bell. A sneak attack. Lin Qiye dodged nimbly and frowned in mock seriousness. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson. In the next few minutes, the two chased each other in the field, and Lang Ruoxi laughed constantly. Lin Qiye deliberately let her bump a few times. After each car accident, she would make faces at him with pride. Her lively and cute appearance was completely different from her angry and upset appearance in the morning. After getting tired of playing bumper cars, Lang Ruoxi dragged Lin Qiye to ride the carousel. She chose a white horse, and Lin Qiye sat behind her to protect her, allowing her to open her arms freely and shout loudly to express her joy. Not long after, the carousel stopped and Lin Qiye brought Lang Ruoxi to the bottom of the Ferris wheel. Lin Qiye looked up at the towering Ferris wheel with a serious expression. I'll take you on a ride on the Ferris wheel. They say online that two people who kiss at the top of the Ferris wheel can be together forever. Lang Ruoxi also looked up and nodded, her eyes full of anticipation. While queuing, she naturally leaned on Lin Qiye's shoulder, feeling the sense of security from him. The Ferris wheel slowly rose, and the night view of the city gradually unfolded beneath their feet. Lang Ruoxi leaned against the window, resting her face on the transparent glass, admiring the beautiful city view below. When the car approached its highest point, Lin Qiye suddenly hugged her from behind. Baby. Lin Qiye's voice was low and serious, look at me. Lang Ruoxi turned around and met his deep eyes. On the 100-meter-high Ferris wheel, witnessed by the lights of the entire city, Lin Qiye held her face and kissed her deeply. This kiss was different from the previous one that was domineering and strong. Instead, it was gentle and lingering, as if expressing endless love. Lang Ruoxi closed her eyes and responded to the kiss, feeling that her heart was about to melt into sweetness. When the Ferris wheel was about to reach the ground, Lin Qiye reluctantly ended the kiss. He stared at Lang Ruoxi's flushed cheeks and blurred eyes, and said domineeringly, little cutie, you can only be mine in this life. Lang Ruoxi leaned against his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, and responded softly and lovingly, well, the little cutie will be MT's for life, MT must love the little cutie well for life. Lang Ruoxi has completely sunk into the sweetness of today. If she can stay with him every day in the future, she will be happy. Lin Qiye tightened his arms and hugged her tighter. He knew that today's date had achieved its purpose. Not only had he compensated her well, but he had also made her open her heart to him even more and submit even more deeply. Ding! Lang Ruoxi's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 95/100ths, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. The system's prompt sounded in Lin Qiye's mind, but his attention at the moment was all on the woman in his arms. The Ferris wheel slowly stopped, and Lin Qiye took Lang Ruoxi's hand and walked out of the car. The night breeze blows gently, bringing the warmth of early summer. The two figures gradually walked away under the brilliant lights of the amusement park, blending into the night. Chapter 41. Two women meet and decide who will be the older sister. 7 p.m. the next day. Lin Qiye stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the presidential suite, overlooking the dazzling night view of the city. He called Chen Xian and told her that he would bring Lang Ruoxi to pick her up soon and then have dinner together. After a brief silence on the other end of the phone, there was an aggrieved, I see. Master. As soon as he hung up the phone, a pair of soft, boneless arms wrapped around his waist from behind. When Lang Ruoxi pressed her face against his back, the faint scent of jasmine lingered among her hair. The voice was sweet and said, are we going to meet Chen Xian? Lin Qiye turned around, held her face in his hands, and said gently, well, but she's a little aggrieved, and she might throw a tantrum later. Don't argue with her, I'll handle it. I hope you two can get along well in the future. Lang Ruoxi raised a relaxed smile. Well, I believe in the master, I will be very good. She no longer has any resistance to Chen Xian. She just hopes that Chen Xian's personality will not be as bad as before, and she will not think about driving her away or anything like that. She is willing to live in harmony with her. Then she stood on tiptoe and pecked Lin Qiye on the lips. But master, you have to promise me that you will love me more tonight. Lin Qiye chuckled and pinched the tip of her nose. Didn't you love me enough last night? Although what Lang Ruoxi wanted to express was that she didn't want Lin Qiye to be partial to Chen Xian. But when she heard Lin Qiye's ambiguous words, her face instantly turned red. She did not refute and lowered her head slightly. Don't you believe in my ability? I can complete all the teaching courses I have to offer. Lin Qiye took a step forward and hugged Lang Ruoxi into his arms, whispering teasingly in her ear. Of course Lang Ruoxi knew this. If it wasn't for the need to take care of herself, Lin Qiye would have no problem teaching her until dawn, so she could only bury her red face in Lin Qiye's chest. Lin Qiye looked at her shy appearance and stopped teasing her. He took her to the door. Half an hour later, when Lin Qiye arrived downstairs of Chen Xian's building, he immediately saw Chen Xian waiting on the side of the road. At this moment, she was wearing a black lace puffy dress and black high heels. The neckline of the dress revealed the right amount of cleavage, and the hem just reached the middle of her thighs, making her look sexy but not coquettish. I didn't expect her to be dressed so sexy again. It seems she wants to compete with Lang Ruoxi for beauty. But tonight Lang Ruoxi was wearing a slightly conservative white round neck dress with a knee-length skirt and white high heels. The two of them form a sharp contrast, both being contrary to their usual styles, but this is close to their true personalities. Seeing that she looked a little dazed, Lin Qiye walked closer and called out, Xian. Only then did she come back to her senses from her slightly trance-like state, turned around, called out, Master, and threw herself into Lin Qiye's arms. I don't know if she really didn't notice Lang Ruoxi holding Lin Qiye's right arm, or if she deliberately ignored it. Lin Qiye took advantage of the situation and put his left arm around Chen Xian, kissing her on the forehead. Have you been waiting for a long time? This action made Chen Xian feel much more at ease. She shook her head and said, I just arrived not long ago. She had been informed by Lin Qiye yesterday that he would not bring Lang Ruoxi to see her last night. She was both disappointed and relieved. She was disappointed because he would accompany Lang Ruoxi all night last night, and she was relieved because she didn't have to meet her rival for favor so soon. But all day today, Lin Qiye stayed with Lang Ruoxi, except for sending her words of comfort and telling her that he would take her to see Lang Ruoxi in the evening. This made her think that Lin Qiye was fascinated by Lang Ruoxi, and she felt a little anxious, but now his gentle behavior made her relax a lot. Looking at Chen Xian, who was unwilling to get up in his arms, Lin Qiye helped her up and said to her seriously, this is Ruoxi. You are sisters from now on. You must get along well with each other. Don't worry, I will never show favoritism. Chen Xian looked at Lang Ruoxi, who was holding Lin Qiye's right arm. The style she wore today was completely different from the style she wore when they met before, but it was similar to the pure style she liked. Could it be that she has the same idea as herself, that is, to compete with the other party and let Lin Qiye see who is prettier? It seems that she was not as willing to accept as Lin Qiye said. Thinking of this, Chen Xian clenched his fist slightly and prepared to speak. However, Lang Ruoxi spoke first, with a gentle smile on her face, and said softly to Chen Xian, Sister Xian, I am now a cute MT just like you. From now on, we will be sisters. You can call me Sister Ruoxi. Then he extended his right hand to shake hands with Chen Xian to express his goodwill. Chen Xian was a little confused by her attitude. She really didn't expect Lang Ruoxi to have this attitude. Judging from her eyes and tone, she didn't seem to be pretending. Doesn't she care about this kind of thing? Impossible. I was still struggling with myself the night before yesterday, how could so much change happen in less than 2 days? What did Lin Qiye do in the past 2 days to cause her to change so much? And the most shocking thing is that she can actually call out, Master, so generously and naturally in public. I don't have the courage to do that now and only dare to call him it in private. Lin Qiye looked at Chen Xian who was still in a daze, reached out and touched her head, and said gently, what are you thinking about, little kitty? Only then did Chen Xian put away her thoughts, then turned to Lang Ruoxi and snorted coldly, did you hear that? I'm a kitten, not a cute little cat, and I was here first, you should call me sister. Lang Ruoxi didn't feel much disgust when she heard her words. After all, she was much gentler than she was that night. Chen Xian's reaction was also within Lin Qiye's expectations. After all, there was a gap between the rescue value of 85 and Lang Ruoxi's rescue value of 95. But tonight, he was confident that he could increase her saving value. Then he stretched out his left hand and hugged Chen Xian into his arms, and hugged Lang Ruoxi with his right hand, holding Lang Ruoxi's small hand and gently stroking it to comfort her. Then he said ambiguously, who will be the older sister and who will be the younger sister? It's actually very easy to decide. How about you two compete? When Chen Xian heard this, her ears turned red instantly. Feeling the arm around her waist, it seemed that she couldn't escape, but she was still confident about it. Since she was destined to be unable to avoid it, she had to be the older sister. After figuring it out, he said to Lang Ruoxi provocatively, Sister Ruoxi, I'm going to be your big sister. Lang Ruoxi did not respond, but just leaned her red face against Lin Qiye's right shoulder. She had no objection to Lin Qiye's proposal. This was indeed the simplest and most brutal way to solve the problem. She just hoped that she could win tonight. She didn't want to call a woman younger than her sister. Lin Qiye chuckled at the two people's tacit agreement. In fact, using this method, who will be the younger sister or the older sister is entirely up to him. He decided to let Lang Ruoxi be the older sister. Chapter 42 Lang Ruoxi wins the first round. Chen Xian accepts the online car-hailing vehicle was driving smoothly in the night. Lin Qiye sat in the middle of the back seat, his left arm around Chen Xian, while Lang Ruoxi held his right arm tightly, interlocking their fingers. The car was filled with two completely different perfume scents, Chen Xian's charm and Lang Ruoxi's elegance, intertwined together. Bad guy MT, which restaurant are we going to? Chen Xian drew circles on Lin Qiye's palm with her fingertips and looked provocatively at Lang Ruoxi opposite her. Lin Qiye did not answer immediately, but first felt Lang Ruoxi gently pinching his right hand. Go to Genting, where you can see the night view of the whole city. Lin Qiye said, while squeezing Lang Ruoxi's hand to comfort her. MT decides. Chen Xian moved her body closer to Lin Qiye and spoke obediently, raising an eyebrow at Lang Ruoxi. Lang Ruoxi pretended not to see it and turned to look at the flowing scenery outside the window. The neckline of her white dress opened slightly as she moved, revealing a shallow cleavage. Lin Qiye's gaze was involuntarily drawn in and he lowered his head to admire her, his big hands caressing her smooth and delicate little hands. Chen Xian suddenly spoke up, her tone filled with deliberate surprise. Didn't you go for the sexy route before? Why are you suddenly acting innocent today? Facing Chen Xian's perverse behavior, Lang Ruoxi turned her head with a calm expression and said with a gentle smile, Sister Xian is also very different today, very sexy, the master must like it very much. Her attitude towards Chen Xian now is like that of a naughty younger sister. Seeing her attitude, Chen Xian felt like he was punching cotton. His original plan was to irritate her and then act pitiful to win Lin Qiye's attention. This left her with no choice but to ask Lin Qiye, MT, who do you think looks better today, me or her? Lin Qiye found it amusing to see Chen Xian trying to compete with Lang Ruoxi. It seemed that she was still a little reluctant to accept this kind of relationship or wanted to be an older sister. He pretended to look them up and down, then said seriously, you're all dressed beautifully. After all, if you're beautiful, anything you wear will look beautiful. But I care more about inner beauty, like. A playful smile appeared on his lips, the style of. MT is so bad. Chen Xian said coquettishly that every time she asked a serious question, Lin Qiye always diverted her attention, leaving her too embarrassed to ask further questions. Lang Ruoxi also blushed and responded in a low voice, bad guy M. Ha ha ha, Lin Qiye smiled happily. Half an hour later, the car slowly stopped in front of a tall building and the three people got out one after another. Under the envious gazes of the men passing by, Lin Qiye hugged two beauties at the same time, took the elevator and came to the VIP box reserved in the restaurant on the 28th floor. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the brilliant lights of the entire city. The waiter handed them the menu and then respectfully withdrew, leaving them alone. Lin Qiye sat in the main seat and gestured for the two to sit on either side of him. Chen Xian couldn't wait to move her chair closer to him, while Lang Ruoxi sat down gracefully. MT, Chen Xian flipped through the menu. I remember you like filet mignon. Do you want me to order it for you? Lin Qiye nodded, but at the same time turned to Lang Ruoxi. Where's Ruoxi? What do you want to eat? Lang Ruoxi was about to answer when Chen Xian interrupted. She must have ordered a salad or something, just to act innocent. There was obvious mockery in his tone. Lang Ruoxi didn't agree, but instead followed her words and said, Sister Xian is right, I really want to eat something light. Then he looked at Lin Qiye, but the workload for MT has been quite heavy these past 2 days, so he should get some nutrition. I'll also order some French foie gras for MT. These seemingly powerless words made Chen Xian clench his fists. Of course she knew the true meaning of this sentence. Was this slut implying that Lin Qiye had been obsessed with her and doted on her so much in the past 2 days that he was overworked? Humph, you pretend to be tolerant of me, but you just want to compete with me. You wait, even if I can't change my mind by following the crowd, I am determined to get the position of sister. Then I'll listen to Ruoxi. Lin Qiye happily decided, I want both filet mignon and foie gras. He looked at Chen Xian. Xian, what do you want to eat? Chen Xian said angrily, I want the most expensive one. After saying this, she realized how childish this was and couldn't help but bite her lip in annoyance. After ordering, Lin Qiye stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to the two of them to enjoy the night view. He could feel two pairs of eyes behind him staring at his back, which made him feel extremely satisfied. MT, Lang Ruoxi's gentle voice came from behind. What are you thinking about? Lin Qiye didn't look back. I'm perfecting the rules of tonight's game. There was the sound of a chair being moved behind me, followed by brisk footsteps. Lang Ruoxi hugged him from behind, her cheek resting on his shoulder. Whatever the rules are, she whispered, I will try my best to satisfy the master. This obedient attitude made Lin Qiye feel relieved. He turned around and hugged Lang Ruoxi in his arms, and was about to say something. Pretend. Chen Xian rushed over and occupied the other half of Lin Qiye's position. With jealous sparks flashing in his eyes, he looked at Lang Ruoxi angrily and said, do you think you can win a game like this? Okay, Xian. Lin Qiye suddenly spoke, his voice filled with unquestionable authority. The two of them immediately fell silent, waiting for his next words. Tonight's match, he said slowly, is divided into 3 rounds. Chen Xian and Lang Ruoxi held their breath at the same time. In the first round, we'll see who can please me the most and guess my thoughts. In the second and third rounds, He paused deliberately, glanced at the two of them, lowered his head and whispered something in their ears, causing blushes to appear on their faces at the same time. This explicit rule made Chen Xian's legs go weak, and she had to lean on Lin Qian to keep her footing. Lang Ruoxi lowered her head deeply, and the blush on the back of her neck spread all the way to her ears. The one who wins both games is my sister, Lin Qian concluded. I will be absolutely fair. Of course, he added in his mind, the so-called fairness was entirely under his control. At this time, the waiter knocked on the door and came in to serve the dishes, interrupting the ambiguous atmosphere. The three of them sat back in their seats, but the air was still filled with a tense and ambiguous atmosphere. The first round begins now. Lin Qian's words broke the tense atmosphere. During the meal, Chen Xian kept trying to attract Lin Qian's attention, deliberately leaning over, then rubbing Lin Qian's arm, slowly licking the food on the fork with the tip of her tongue, and rubbing her ankles gently against his calves under the table. Lang Ruoxi just carefully cut steak and foie gras for Lin Qian, refilled his glass when it was almost empty, and looked at him intently while talking. Lin Qian enjoyed two completely different ways of pleasing others, but deliberately did not show obvious preference. Because this uncertainty will make them work harder to please him, and he can enjoy it a little longer. After finishing his meal, Lin Qian put down his cutlery, wiped his mouth, and said, now for the final question of the first round. I want each of you to convince me with one sentence that I should choose you as my sister. Chen Xian immediately raised his hand. I'll go first. She took a deep breath and looked directly into Lin Qian's eyes. I can serve MT better than she can. No matter what MT wants to do, I will fully cooperate. After saying that, she looked at Lang Ruoxi provocatively. Lang Ruoxi did not respond immediately. She pondered for a moment, then said softly, I will always put the MT's wishes first, even if the MT wants to save other cuties. This answer made Lin Qian feel relieved. It seems that Lang Ruoxi has thoroughly understood his thoughts. In the future, he will have more and more pets, so the eldest sister must have a heart of complete submission and tolerance. Chen Xian was completely stunned. She suddenly realized that in this game, she might be at a disadvantage from the very beginning. It's not because she is not beautiful or sexy enough, but because she has not fully accepted the reality of the public. First round, Lin Qian announced, Ruoxi wins. That's not fair. Chen Xian suddenly stood up and shouted, tears welling up in her eyes. Lin Qian looked at her calmly, reason, because she. Chen Xian stuttered for a long time and still couldn't give a reason, because she suddenly realized that Lang Ruoxi's answer was indeed more in line with Lin Qian's wishes. An unprecedented panic gripped her. Lang Ruoxi's position in his heart was probably higher than hers now. At this time, Lang Ruoxi stood up and walked to Chen Xian, gently holding her hand. Sister Xian, she said sincerely, there's no need for us to be jealous of each other. Since we can't live without the master, we can't make him unhappy, right? Chen Xian wanted to shake off her hand, but found that he couldn't. The understanding and tolerance in Lang Ruoxi's eyes made her feel strangely comforted. Maybe accepting this, sister, isn't so unbearable. Lin Qian watched this scene with satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted, to allow them to gradually accept each other through healthy competition and eventually form a harmonious relationship centered on him. After eating dessert, Lin Qian took them to the night market for shopping. This was to increase their interaction and allow them to completely relax before the battle and devote themselves wholeheartedly to the fun that was to come. Time passes quietly amid laughter and joy. At 10:30 in the evening, looking at the two people playing in front of him, Lin Qian was very pleased. After tonight, they would be real sisters. Lin Qian approached them, hugged them both and said, you're having so much fun, there will be more fun later. Lin Qian's words shocked both of them and they looked up into each other's eyes. After the previous contact, Chen Xian has accepted the fact that she and Lang Ruoxi have become sisters. However, she was too proud to be inferior to her younger sister. She was very confident about what was going to happen next, and her eyes were instantly filled with fighting spirit. Lang Ruoxi responded without giving in. Chapter 43 Lang Ruoxi wins another battle deleted. The lights in the living room of the presidential suite were adjusted to the lowest brightness of warm yellow, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city lights were bright, twinkling in the night. Lin Qian stood in front of the window, his eyes wandering freely between the two beauties. Chen Xian sat on the sofa, her long legs crossing and spreading uneasily under her black lace skirt. Her hands were placed on her thighs, sometimes clenching and sometimes relaxing, her eyes fixed on Lang Ruoxi who was standing by the window, not far from Lin Qian. Lang Ruoxi looked very calm, as if she was prepared. Are you ready? Lin Qian's voice broke the silence. Round 2, the tickling contest begins. Let's see who can't help laughing out loud first. He walked slowly towards Chen Xian. Lang Ruoxi nodded slightly. Chen Xian bit her lower lip and twisted her fingers together. Do we have to compare like this? Her voice was no longer as confident as it had been on the way back. It sounded a little scared, with an unconscious hint of coquettishness. Lin Qian stopped in front of Chen Xian, leaned over, pinched her chin and asked her to look up. What? Are you scared? Weren't you full of confidence just now? His thumb stroked her delicate lower lip, removing a trace of lipstick and making her lips a little lighter. No, Chen Xian immediately retorted, but gradually softened under his domineering gaze. It's just unfair. Oh, Lin Qian raised his eyebrows and waited for her to explain. Chen Xian glanced at Lang Ruoxi. She looks so weak, she will definitely pretend to be pitiful later. Lang Ruoxi chuckled when she heard this, and her laughter was as clear as a silver bell. She walked towards Chen Xian, stopped in front of the sofa, looked at her, raised her head slightly, and said to Chen Xian gently, Sister Xian, you think too highly of me. The big bad guy will definitely not favor anyone. Okay, little baby, lie down quickly, Lin Qian ordered directly. Facing his unquestionable gaze, Chen Xian could only lie down obediently, stretching out her small feet in black stockings towards Lin Qian, and then covering her mouth with both hands. Lin Qian grabbed her right foot without hesitation and started scratching it. Chen Xian's face flushed red as she tried hard to hold back her laughter. 10 seconds later, she finally couldn't bear it anymore and let go of her hands. Ha 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 ha, bad guy, let me go, I can't stand it anymore. 10 seconds. Lin Qian released her right foot, stood up, calmly told the time, and then turned to Lang Ruoxi. Lang Ruoxi took a deep breath and walked slowly towards the sofa. Her steps were steady, but her slightly trembling body and clenched fists revealed her inner nervousness. Lang Ruoxi only managed to hold back her laughter for 20 seconds. Lin Qian announced, then turned to Chen Xian and said, Ruoxi wins. Chen Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. How is that possible? When Chen Xian heard this, tears instantly welled up in her eyes. 2 consecutive losses meant that she had completely lost the chance to become a sister. What made her even more embarrassed was that Lang Ruoxi didn't seem proud of it, but instead gave her a comforting look. Don't cry, little darling. Lin Qian let go of Lang Ruoxi and walked in front of Chen Xian, wiping the tears from her face with his thumb. The game isn't over yet. Chen Xian raised her tearful face and said aggrievedly, what's the point of competing? She's already won 2 games. The third round of massage is equally important. Lin Qian bewitched, if Ruoxi wins, she will be your legitimate sister. If you win at least it proves that you are more attractive to me, right? These words rekindled Chen Xian's fighting spirit. Yes, as long as I can make Lin Qian lose control first, wouldn't that prove that I am more charming? Even if she becomes a sister in the future, Lin Qian will still love her even more. After figuring it out, she wiped away her tears and raised her chin stubbornly. Go on, big bad guy. I won't give up easily. Seeing this, Lin Qian nodded with satisfaction. In the third round, he decided to let Chen Xian win by a narrow margin. He turned to Lang Ruoxi and asked, does Ruoxi have any objections? Lang Ruoxi nodded obediently, no objection. Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes to get ready, then come in. Lin Qian walked towards the bedroom after he finished speaking. The bedroom door was immediately closed, leaving the two of them looking at each other. Chapter 44, the relationships are completely solid, Lin Qian's expectations deleted. I deleted 1,000 words and it became a mess. This is the only way. Time's up. Lin Qian leaned against the door, said something to the two of them, and turned away. Lang Ruoxi immediately pulled Chen Xian up and walked towards the bedroom together. When she reached the door, she suddenly leaned close to Chen Xian's ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, remember, no matter what the outcome, we are both the bad guy's women. I can feel that he won't treat anyone differently. He wants us to get along well. If we keep being jealous, he will be unhappy. Chen Xian was stunned. She suddenly realized that Lang Ruoxi's victory was not accidental, but because she understood Lin Qian's thoughts better. These words were like a key that suddenly opened a lock in her heart. Yes, no matter who is the older sister, they are all Lin Qian's women, and Lin Qian doesn't seem to show that he likes Lang Ruoxi more. There is no point in being jealous, and it will only disgust him. This realization dispelled most of her worries, but she still has to win this last round. In the bedroom of the presidential suite, the lights were adjusted to the softest warm yellow. Lin Qian was already leaning against the head of the bed, waiting, with a faint smile on his lips. Come over. His voice was low and unyielding. Chen Xian bit her lower lip and took a step forward. She can't lose this round again. 10 minutes later, Lin Qian saw that she was a little tired. It's time to end it. After all, we can't let her get tired just by warming up before the massage. After a while, Chen Xian looked at Lin Qian nervously, waiting for him to tell the time. She didn't know how much time had passed, but it felt so long. Was she going to lose again? Lin Qian said calmly, 10 minutes and 40 seconds, very good. Although Lin Qian was praising her, she couldn't be happy and felt that 10 minutes was too long. As soon as 11 minutes were up, Lin Qian announced that it was over. He wanted to use this tiny margin to let Chen Xian win the last game. If she loses this round, it will be a huge blow to her. She will feel that she is no match for Lang Ruoxi in anything and will start to feel sorry for herself. This is not what he wants to see and it will be detrimental to the harmony of their relationship in the future. The reason why she won by a narrow margin was to prevent her from becoming too proud and harboring illusions about the position of the older sister and continuing the competition. Another thing is to make her feel a sense of crisis and then seize this opportunity to work harder to please herself. When Chen Xian heard Lin Qian's time announcement, he knew that he had won. Although she was relieved, she was not very happy because she had completely seized the initiative and Lin Qian did not rest in the middle. If she had let her go first, she would definitely have lost. It seemed that the sister had to accept this. My dear, you are great, but from now on Ruoxi will be your good sister, so you two should get along well. At this time, Lin Qian looked at Chen Xian and spoke. Elder sister. When Chen Xian heard Lin Qian's words, she turned to look at Lang Ruoxi, stuttered for a long time, and still couldn't coherently say the word, sister. Okay, Sister Xian, there's no need to rush. We'll be good sisters from now on and we need to take care of each other. Lang Ruoxi saw Chen Xian's embarrassment, crawled towards her with understanding, and gently hugged her to comfort her. She knew that Lin Qian deliberately let Chen Xian win. After all, she was well aware of his strength, and the time difference was so short. She knew his intention and agreed with it. After all, she had already won 2 games and her position as the older sister was secured. If she wins another game, Chen Xian will definitely be very sad, and may even become hostile to her again, which is not conducive to their harmonious relationship in the future. Then she thought of an idea that could quickly bring them closer together, and whispered to Chen Xian, Sister Xian, how about we? After all, with a common big boss, even enemies can become allies, right? Although she didn't think they would win, they could enhance their relationship by cooperating against the enemy this time. Chen Xian heard her words, thought about it, and nodded. Her situation was the same as Lang Ruoxi's. She had never seen him look tired before, and she wanted to see it today. After hearing Lang Ruoxi's words and seeing the two women turning their heads at the same time, Lin Qian first cast an approving look at Lang Ruoxi. He knew what she meant. It seemed that she had the demeanor of a lady. Then he pretended to be vicious and approached them. Chen Xian became a little scared when she saw that Lin Qian seemed really angry, and buried her face in Lang Ruoxi's neck. Lang Ruoxi didn't seem afraid at all, and challenged Lin Qian, how do you plan to punish us, bad guy MT? After hearing Lang Ruoxi's bold speech, Chen Xian began to admire her. She really had the demeanor of an older sister. Okay, since my dear wants to be punished so much, go get a basin of hot water right now and give me a foot soaking massage. Then show Xian how to do it. Lin Qian said, pretending to be very angry. Ah, is that all? Lang Ruoxi asked in surprise. Oh, you think this punishment is not severe enough and want another punishment? A playful smile appeared on Lin Qian's face. I'll go right away. Lang Ruoxi blushed instantly when he looked at her like that, and she quickly ran to the bathroom. 4 hours later. It was late at night and the moonlight poured into the bedroom through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Ding, Chen Xian's rescue value +10, current rescue value, 95 100ths, the host obtains 1000 rescue coins. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a stage victory. Reward, advanced physical potion X1 gradually improve the host's physical fitness to human perfection within 30 days. The system's prompt sound made Lin Qian certain that today's goal had been completed perfectly. Did the system reward him with advanced body potion because they were worried he wouldn't be able to handle the amount of pets he'd have later? How thoughtful. However, the joy of conquest was fleeting, replaced by an inexplicable emptiness. For him, the true meaning of life lies in conquering all kinds of beauties, getting pleasure in the process and proving that he is alive. It's time to find a new beloved pet. Although he doesn't get tired of the old and love the new, the meaning of his life is to conquer again and again, to bring one stunning beauty after another into his night palace and make them beloved pets that only he loves. With the support of the system, money is not a problem. It can also improve his own strength and raise his upper limit, enabling him to conquer beauties of higher status, more noble identity and better quality. Thinking of this, he is full of expectations for the future. He hopes to meet more difficult bad women in the future. After all, only more difficult conquests can bring more extreme pleasure, right? Who will be the next pet? Chapter 45, University begins, a new journey. 2 months passed in a flash, and it was August 20th, the first day of school for freshmen at Zhongyang University. On the grand and solemn school gate archway, a banner with the words, Welcome the freshmen of the class of 2025, fluttered in the wind. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lang Ruoxi drove a pink BMW 5 Series to take Lin Qian to Zhongyang University. The car belongs to Lang Ruoxi. She comes from a good family and has assets worth hundreds of millions. She is a real rich woman. Although the peak registration period has passed, there are still many new students and parents gathered at the school gate to take photos, and there are also many vehicles coming in and out. Lin Qian looked at the gradually enlarging school gate and fell into memories. During these 2 months, the three of them rented a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room luxury apartment near Zhangyan University and lived together inseparable. He often took them to various fun activities, such as bungee jumping, surfing, paragliding, etc., allowing them to experience excitement they had never experienced before. The rescue value of both of them was fixed at 95. It wasn't that it couldn't be increased, but he deliberately didn't try to increase it. After all, theoretically it couldn't reach 100. Even if he could reach it, he would not do it. However, these 2 months have not been without more gains. Now the two have become very well behaved. Especially Lang Ruoxi, who completely let go of herself under his superb guidance. He also did not tell Chen Xian that Lang Ruoxi had a special physique. If she knew, she might look down on Lang Ruoxi. If she didn't know, she would just think that he liked this kind of play, and Lang Ruoxi was just doing her best to satisfy him. This would make her admire Lang Ruoxi even more, and she would learn from him and try her best to please him, which also made her develop this hobby. During this period, he also deliberately looked for new goals, but he never succeeded. Finally, he thought about it and decided to wait until the university started to look for it. Because in university, he has the right identity and enough time to find high-quality prey. After all, it is one of the top 10 universities in the country, with a large number of students and high-quality personnel, so there will definitely be no shortage of suitable prey. More importantly, there must be many more pure beauties in the university than in society. He will not keep a slut as a pet. If her body is not pure, he will not even be interested in training her no matter how beautiful she is. The system's criteria for qualifying as a pet may also include this point, because in the past 2 months, he has also met several beauties of the same level as Lang Ruoxi, but the system did not prompt them. Honey, we're at school. After arriving at the gate, Lang Ruoxi suddenly spoke in a sweet voice and whispered to Lin Qian in the co-pilot seat. Looking at Lin Qian's pensive profile, she felt a sense of happiness in her heart. After these 2 months, she knew that she could no longer live without him. There are many reasons for this, such as he always takes them to experience different and exciting things. Being with him is never boring, and every day is a different and interesting day. What intoxicated her the most was that he knew very well that his hobbies were embarrassing, but he never looked down on her. After all, even she herself looked down on herself for being so embarrassing. His tough and domineering attitude towards her does not carry over into his daily life. In daily life, he loved and respected herself very much, and he did not tell this to his sister Xian, allowing her to preserve her dignity. So this allowed her to fully express her preferences without any worries, and she worked even harder to please him. She felt that there would be no one else in the world who was so compatible with her. I know, baby, aren't you tired? You have to send me off. Lin Qian turned around and pinched her rosy cheeks. Last night he was pestered until late at night because he was about to start school and insisted on living on campus for a semester and only going back on weekends. But Lang Ruoxi had to make things difficult and insisted on taking herself to school. Although the three of them had visited Zhangyan University all over in the past 2 months, he knew where every teaching building and dormitory building, as well as the 5 canteens, were. After all, it is close to home and he has plenty of time. He must learn more about the school where he will stay for 4 years in advance so that he will not be lost after school starts. But she insisted on sending it, and he didn't stop her. After all, it was an insignificant matter. As long as I'm with my husband, I won't feel tired. Lang Ruoxi moved her face closer and pecked Lin Qian lightly on the face, saying coquettishly, her eyes full of attachment. Silly girl, Lin Qian touched her head lovingly. He couldn't let go of her obedient look. After his rescue, she now calls herself slightly differently in different situations. In daily life, she can call him husband or Kie, and in private, Lil Cutie can bring her into another realm. Because the school is very large, covering more than 8,000 acres, and there are many pedestrians and vehicles on campus, it is not suitable to drive fast, so the car drove for nearly 10 minutes before arriving at the teaching building of the School of Economics and Trade. Lin Kie got out of the car first and stood in the open space in front of the teaching building, while Lang Ruoxi went to find an empty parking space. Just as he was about to go to the freshman reception desk downstairs in the Jingxi building not far away, someone suddenly patted his right shoulder. A sweet female voice sounded behind him. Senior, can you help me with my luggage? Chapter 46 New Prey Suqiange. Lin Kie instinctively turned his head and lowered his gaze. A petite and beautiful girl appeared in sight. Her long chestnut hair falls to her waist, and a strawberry-shaped cartoon hairpin is pinned on the top of her head, which is playful and cute. She had an upturned oval face, porcelain-white skin, and a light peach hue on her cheeks, which made her round almond eyes look even clearer and brighter. She was wearing a cherry blossom pink round neck dress with lace that outlined her delicate collarbone. The fluffy hem fell just mid-thigh, fluttering lightly in the breeze, revealing her slender, straight legs. A thin silver chain around the ankle swayed slightly, reflecting tiny spots of light. 5-centimeter pink high-heeled sandals wrapped around the delicate jade feet. The 10 round toes were painted with pink nail polish, like neatly arranged pink pearl shells, revealing the unique charm of a girl. The strawberry crystal bracelet on her wrist jingled softly with her movements, and the heart-shaped earrings on her earlobe sparkled in the sunlight. Her whole body is wrapped in a sweet halo, and her purity carries an irresistible temptation that makes people want to hold her in their arms and love her tightly. Just as Lin Kie was about to answer, a light blue screen suddenly appeared in front of him, displaying the girl's information. Name, Suqiange. Photo. Age, 18. Identity, foreign trade major at Zhangyan University, freshman in class 2501. Current rescue value, 0-100s. Appearance closed black lens bracket, 96. Body, 92 158 centimeters, 36b. Bad woman value, 80. Sensitive point, jade feet. Personality, a lowly with a queen's heart, pure, sweet and lovely personality. He thinks he is the most noble and will be the focus of everyone wherever he goes. He cannot accept being a supporting role. She loves to see boys falling at her feet, vying for her, and humbly trying to please her. At that moment, her queenly heart will be extremely satisfied. Even the best friends around her are just green leaves that she carefully selected to set off her own brilliance. Senior, what's wrong with you? When Suqiange saw Lin Kie staring at her in a daze, a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. She raised her chin slightly and laughed inwardly. Humph, you were bewitched by this queen. As expected, no stinky man can resist my charm. When I saw his back just now, I thought he was tall and nice, which met her requirements. I didn't expect that his front face would also make people very satisfied. Very good, you are qualified to be my first slave in college. There was a sweet curve at the corner of her lips, but deep in her eyes was the pride and playfulness of a queen. Ah, it's the schoolgirl who has me mesmerized. Lin Kie pretended to come back to his senses, put on an awkward smile, and then reached out and touched Suqiange's head. He was as excited as Suqiange. He didn't expect that prey would come to him on the first day. Suqiange's personality made him imagine how much her submission would elevate a person's soul. As the king of the sea, he certainly knew that he was being seen as prey. But who is the hunter and who is the prey is entirely up to him, and he has already thought of a way to conquer her. That is, to show your charm and make her determined to conquer herself. Then, while she was trying every possible way to win him over, he acted distant and seemed to be fascinated but not completely. This made her unwillingly lower her bottom line and increase her bargaining chips. It's like a lottery. When you spend $100 and don't get the prize you want, you will unwillingly increase your investment even if it means losses. By then, I will become her obsession, and it will be easy to conquer her. He originally wanted to tell her that he was not a senior. He had nothing in his hands, was dressed in black, and looked relaxed and casual, without any of the nervousness and anxiety of a freshman. It was no surprise that he was mistaken for a senior. However, when he found out that she was a bad girl, had a cute persona, and was in the same class with him, he decided to tease her. What would her reaction be when she later found out that she was also a freshman in the same class as her? As a queen, all she could think of was this. Being annoyed at being teased made her even more determined to conquer herself, and then take revenge on herself by making her kneel down and lick her shoes or something. However, her cute personality will make it more likely that she will not show anger at being teased, but rather anger at being deceived. Make yourself agree to one of her conditions as an apology or compensation, such as treating her to a meal or something, so that she has the opportunity to contact you and win over you. As for why she has a cute persona, it's probably because of her body shape. Just like a woman with a mature image, wearing Lolita to look cute will only make people feel awkward and funny. You little cutie who loves to perform, is hypocritical, pretentious, arrogant and ruthless, please use all your skills to conquer me. Let me see how capable you are, don't let me down. Ah, senior, you're so rude, how can you touch a girl's head when you first meet her? Su Qian's face showed anger that was consistent with her character. She took a step back and broke free from Lin Qie's hand on her head. But her eyes were already filled with disgust and resentment. This was the first time she was touched on the head by a man other than her father. Because she has a queen's heart, she has always felt angry and inferior about her petite figure. So seeing boys who are much taller than her humbly trying to please her will reduce her inferiority complex and satisfy her queen heart. But she has never been touched by any man other than her father, because she thinks other men are dirty and will defile her pure body. At this moment, Lin Qie had completely touched her bottom scale. She had decided that she must make him submit to her feet and make him kneel and crawl 10 times on the playground to relieve her hatred. Sorry, you're so cute, Junior. I couldn't help myself. Lin Qie smiled and withdrew his hand. He caught the anger in Su Qian's eyes. I didn't expect such a big reaction. From now on, I will have more physical contact with you to see where your tolerance limit is and whether your true nature will be exposed. I'm looking forward to it. HMPH, I won't bother with you about it being my first time, but you have to help me with my luggage and take me to the check-in counter up ahead. After hearing Lin Qie's words, Su Qian did not feel happy about being praised, because she also hated being called cute the most. He had already violated 2 of her most taboo reverse scales today. Damn bastard, you wait, sooner or later you will kneel down to this queen. But she was still very proud in her heart. After all, didn't this just prove that she had fascinated him? This is a good start. She believes that it won't be long before he will obediently kneel down under her high heels. However, this time she did not get the expected answer. Oh, what a coincidence. My girlfriend is here, let's see if she's willing to let me help you. Lin Qie smiled gently and looked behind her. Su Qian instinctively turned her head when she heard his words and saw his actions. Immediately, she saw a tall and plump beauty, wearing a black slim-fitting fishtail dress and 7 centimeters black high heels, walking towards her, looking like a queen. At this moment, Su Qian felt extremely inferior, and her heart was instantly filled with envy, jealousy and hatred. Because this is what she has always dreamed of. She clenched her fists tightly in anger, her chest heaving violently as she screamed in her heart. Ah, stinky woman, why don't you just die? Why do you appear in front of me? Chapter 47 Su Qian's little tricks. Husband, why don't you go and report first? Are you waiting for me? Who is this? Lang Ruoxi walked over gracefully in high heels, her slender arms naturally around Lin Qie, her red lips slightly raised, looking down at the petite girl in front of her condescendingly. Indeed, she's waiting for you. This girl seems to be a freshman in the Department of Economics and Trade. She wants me to help her with her luggage and take her to the Jingxi building in front to register. Lin Qie put his arm around her waist and looked down at Su Qian with a playful smile on his lips. He deliberately showed his affection in front of Su Qian in order to stimulate her and increase her determination to conquer him. Thanks to the effects of the advanced body potion, Lin Qie's height has reached 185 centimeters, his figure has become more perfect, and he has 8 abdominal muscles. Standing next to Lang Ruoxi, who is 168 centimeters tall and wearing 7 centimeters high heels, they are simply a handsome man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. Su Qian, who is 158 centimeters tall, stood in front of them, as petite as their daughter. Su Qian didn't expect that Lin Qie actually had such a beautiful girlfriend, but this was not surprising. After all, he was indeed good looking. Doesn't this prove that her vision was correct and her goal was right? She now had another reason to conquer Lin Qie, which was to snatch Lin Qie from Lang Ruoxi and prove that even without the queen's figure, she was still charming and unstoppable. However, looking at the 2 people's slender and well-matched figures, she still gritted her teeth unconsciously. Their condescending gazes pierced her queen's heart like needles. What also annoyed her was that she realized that Lin Qie might also be a freshman, and she had just been severely teased. Jealousy and resentment surged in her heart, but a sweeter smile blossomed on her face, her eyes curved into crescents. Classmate, why did you tease me just now? Her voice was soft, with just the right amount of grievance, as if she had really been bullied. Lang Ruoxi leaned on Lin Qie's shoulder without saying a word, looking at Su Qian quietly. She also wanted to know how Lin Qie teased this schoolmate. Lin Qie raised his eyebrows innocently. Oh, how did I tease you? Huh, you're not a senior, why didn't you explain it to me just now? Su Qian puffed up her cheeks and looked angry. So that's what it is. Lin Qie suddenly realized and smiled as if it was natural. Isn't it because this schoolgirl is so cute that I can't help but tease her? Cute again. Su Qian's temples were throbbing. Lin Qie was touching her weak spot again, but her personality and appearance made it impossible to refute it. You still call me schoolgirl. I'm angry. She raised her little fist and spoke in a coquettish tone, but in her heart she had already cut Lin Qie into pieces 1,000 times. You despicable man, how dare you tease and offend me like this? I will never let you go. I will break up this pair of dogs and make you my dog. Lin Qie looked at her trying to suppress her anger, and the smile in his eyes deepened. It was really funny. Then he pretended to apologize. I'm really sorry. Classmate should also be from the Department of Economics and Trade, right? Which class are you in? Maybe we are classmates. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking this question? Su Qian raised her chin slightly and snorted proudly. You're right. My name is Lin Qie, from Foreign Trade Class 2501. What's yours? Lin Qie knew she would say that and answered gently. My name is Su Qian, and I'm also from Foreign Trade Class 2501. Su Qian was suddenly extremely surprised. She didn't expect that she was in the same class with this jerk. It was really God's help to her. Now she didn't need to deliberately create opportunities to meet him and counter him. You jerk, you can't escape. It's fate, Su, we will be classmates from now on. Lin Qian pretended to be surprised, then said domineeringly, don't worry, I'm here, and no one will bully you in the future. His tone, like that of an older brother caring for his younger sister, made Su Qian's teeth itch, but she could only smile and respond, it's not good to say such misleading words in front of your girlfriend, right? She glanced at Lang Ruoxi meaningfully and continued, also, it's rude to touch a girl's head casually. Since we're classmates, I won't bother with you. Not all girls have such a good temper as me. She said these words deliberately to make Lang Ruoxi mistakenly believe that Lin Qian had such thoughts about her, so as to create a conflict between the two. Lin Qian almost laughed out loud when he heard her words. The little cutie was still a little scheming, but this low-level method of sowing discord had no effect on him and Lang Ruoxi. Okay, Su Shuimei, my name is Lang Ruoxi. I'll be a junior soon. I'm your direct senior. My husband just loves to play tricks on people. I want to apologize to you on his behalf. Lang Ruoxi's tone was relaxed and natural, and she didn't look provoked at all. She also knew the whole story. Lin Qian pretended to be a senior and touched her head and teased her. She didn't feel anything about it because she knew Lin Qian just liked to play tricks on people. As for whether Lin Qian had feelings for Su Qian, she thought it was impossible. After all, she had seen beauties of the same level as herself in the past 2 months, but Lin Qian didn't approach any of them. He probably wouldn't like this short-armed and short-legged junior schoolmate who was just a little sweet and cute. Even if he really likes me, I have no choice but to accept it. After all, I can't live without him. Moreover, it seems that this junior schoolmate has a very easygoing personality, so I can accept her. Is that so? Then senior sister, you have to keep a close eye on him. If someone has a bad temper, they might report him for sexual harassment. Su Qian didn't expect that Lang Ruoxi was going to be a junior. How could she be with a freshman? It seemed like they had been together for a long time. But now is not the time to think about this. She doesn't care about this at all. I don't know if she is stupid or just like that, so she can only continue to worsen Lin Qian's behavior. Lang Ruoxi didn't care about Su Qian's reminder because she thought that most girls would not be angry if they were teased by Lin Qian. After all, didn't she know Lin Qian's charm? With a light laugh, she raised her hand and gently hit Lin Qian on the arm. Did you hear that? Bad husband, don't touch a girl's head casually in the future. Lin Qian smiled and nodded in agreement. Got it, baby. Su Qian smiled relaxedly. However, he was filled with resentment because his methods did not work and instead he was fed a mouthful of dog food. This woman is really slutty. She can be so shameless and call this bastard husband in front of others so naturally. Maybe she has been fucked to death by this bastard. Humph, this queen will never be so lowly as to let her pure body be defiled by a stinky man. A stinky man is only fit to be a dog. Lang Ruoxi gently pushed Lin Qian and said, don't stand there. Help my schoolmate with his luggage. Let's go and register. Okay baby. Lin Qian responded gently, then stepped forward and easily picked up Su Qian's large pink suitcase. Student Su, let's go. He was extremely happy at this moment. The little cutie really portrayed the sweet character very well. His future life would not be boring anymore. Thank you, senior, and thank you, Lin. Su Qian responded sweetly, but there was a cold glint in her eyes. Chapter 48. Su Qian wearing the mask for a long time. Lin Qian dragged Su Qian's pink suitcase with his left hand, and naturally put his arm around Lang Ruoxi's waist with his right hand. Su Qian walked on the other side of Lang Ruoxi, her eyes occasionally sweeping over the intimate postures of the two, her pink lips slightly pursed. How did you meet Lin? Su Qian suddenly asked, her voice so sweet it could drip honey. It seems like they have a really good relationship. Lang Ruoxi tilted her head and smiled. We met while bungee jumping. Lin Qian took over the conversation, his fingers gently stroking Lang Ruoxi's waist. She was so scared that her legs were weak and she didn't dare to jump. I jumped with her in my arms, and then we got together naturally. Lang Ruoxi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she glared at Lin Qian in annoyance, whose legs are weak. It was obviously you who forced me to dance. A hint of disdain flashed in Su Qian's eyes. Humph, she was taken down so easily. She is indeed a woman with big breasts and no brains. But on the surface, she still maintained a sweet smile. Wow, so romantic. Lin Qian glanced at Su Qian and saw her disdain from the slightly tense corners of her mouth. A playful smile appeared on his lips. Student Su, do you like exciting sports? Me, Su Qian blinked her eyes and pretended to think, I've only ridden the carousel before. I don't dare to try those sports that are too dangerous. Lang Ruoxi was amused by her appearance and reached out to touch her hair. Xiaomei Su really looks like a little princess. Cute, little princess. These words are simply insults to her. Su Qian instinctively turned her head away, then immediately realized her mistake and quickly covered it up with an exaggerated hand-waving gesture. I really want to be a goddess like you, senior sister. She stared at Lang Ruoxi's slender neck, her eyes filled with envy and jealousy, and her throat felt sour. I wish I were as tall as my senior. You are still young and will definitely grow taller. Lang Ruoxi comforted him, not noticing the gloom in the other's eyes when he stared at her collarbone. Lin Qian almost laughed out loud when he saw Su Qian's jealous look. He deliberately interrupted. Student Su's height is also perfect, like an elf. Elf, this bastard must have done it on purpose. Is he hinting that he is a dwarf? Su Qian took a deep breath and changed the subject. Are we there yet? In the square in front of the Jingxi building, welcome booths for various majors are neatly arranged. There were only a few freshmen processing procedures in front of the foreign trade booth, and most of the students had already completed registration. Student Su, wait a minute. I'll go get the form. Lin Qian let go of Lang Ruoxi and walked towards the stall. Su Qian immediately leaned closer to Lang Ruoxi, the scent of her perfume cloyingly sweet. Senior, is classmate Lin always this passionate towards everyone? She deliberately left an ambiguous pause on the word, passion. Lang Ruoxi looked at Lin Qian's back, her brows softening unconsciously. He is only passionate towards those who are worthy. Su Qian showed an innocent expression. Then senior sister must be very outstanding, right? Me, Lang Ruoxi shook her head. I was just lucky to meet him. Su Qian pinched the hem of her skirt tightly. Snort. Why are you pretending to be so humble? Lin Qian returned with 2 forms and handed Su Qian pen and paper, asking her to fill them out first. Little cutie, you fill them out first. Su Qian almost couldn't control her expression. Another, little cutie. This bastard definitely did it on purpose. She forced a smile and said, thank you, Linda, could you please stop calling me cutie? It sounds so childish. Ah, sorry. Lin Qian showed an apologetic expression. I just thought you were cute and called you that unconsciously. How about calling you Xiao Qian? What's the difference between this and a little cutie? It's even a little ambiguous. Could it be that this bastard has a crush on me? Is he deliberately teasing me? I didn't expect that he is such a scumbag. Just wait, I will soon make you kneel down and call me Queen Qian. Su Qian then pretended to be confused and annoyed and asked, why add a small word? Actually, I've always wanted a younger sister, and you completely fit my fantasy of a younger sister, so I want to recognize you as my sister, that's why I call you that. Lin Qian explained seriously, I don't want you to be my brother, and don't call me Xiao Qian anymore. Lin Qian's words made Su Qian instantly angry. She wanted to be his queen, so how could she be ridden over by a man who was destined to be her slave? And does this bastard really just want me to be his sister? Doesn't he have any such thoughts towards me? It seems that she must show her charm. Okay, then let's call her Qian Jie. Lin Qian responded with pretended disappointment, his eyes caught her look from doubt to determination, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Humph, that's more like it. Su Qian snorted proudly and took the form and pen from Lin Qian's hand. Lin Qian deliberately slid his index finger across her palm. She shrank back as if she had been electrocuted, a flash of disgust crossed her face, but she quickly returned to her sweet smile. Seeing her fleeting expression, Lin Qian thought it was so fun to tease her. Su Qian placed the form on the password box, bent down and began to fill it out. At this time, Lin Qian leaned over and whispered 10 centimeters from her ear, Qian Jie, I'm really sorry for touching your head just now. Hearing this name at such a close distance made Su Qian feel it was too ambiguous. Her body stiffened and she instinctively wanted to hide to the side, but she stopped herself. She didn't know whether Lin Qian did it on purpose, but no matter what, she couldn't show her weakness in front of this despicable man. She tilted her head slightly, revealing her sweet dimples. I already said I don't care, but... She lowered her voice and said, Mr. Lin, if you come this close to me next time, I'll be angry. Angry? Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. Could it be that this little cutie couldn't bear it anymore? Then he continued to press her. What does it look like when Qian gets angry? I want to know, will she bite? Su Qian's pupils contracted slightly. How dare this despicable man tease her like this? Do you think she is easy to bully? But for a moment I didn't know how to respond. She suppressed her anger and tilted her head as if thinking, and maybe I'll punch you in the chest with my little fist. After she finished speaking, she felt so nauseous that she wanted to vomit. Her face instantly turned red and she quickly lowered her head. Lin Qian burst into laughter. It seemed that she had been wearing the mask for so long that she couldn't take it off. The false personality had overwhelmed her true character. It seems that no matter how I tease her from now on, she will just suppress her anger and pretend to be embarrassed. It's so interesting. Then he reached out to touch her head again, but Su Qian dodged it deftly in midair. Student Lin really has a short memory. Su Qian took a step back, put her hands behind her back and clenched her fists. She still had a sweet smile on her face, but her eyes had turned cold. This is because I feel that Qian is a little distant from me. I call you Qian, but you still call me classmate Lin. Isn't this just me trying to narrow the distance between us? Lin Qian explained as a matter of course. This. After hearing his explanation, Su Qian felt that it made sense. If she showed resistance to him, how could she win him over? But she has never called any male classmates by their names. It would make her feel like she has a close relationship with them, and she doesn't want that. The stinky man is only fit to be her slave. However, Lin Qian is the slave she really wants to conquer, so she might as well give him some special benefits. Then from now on I'll call you Qi Qian. She stammered out the name, and an inexplicable sense of shame surged in her heart, as if she had a very close relationship with Lin Qian. Ding, Su Qian's rescue value +10, current rescue value, 10 100ths, the host obtains 1000 rescue coins. Lin Qian was a little surprised when he heard the system prompt. Recalling the effort and embarrassment on Su Qian's face when she called his name just now, he had a rough idea in his mind. Hasn't she ever called another man by his name? You're the queen, why are you so shy when just calling your name? Have you ever taken the initiative to pursue a man? Judging from the looks of it, she has probably always been the center of attention among the bootlickers. In that case, it seems I'll have to take the initiative to train you, little cutie. Okay, stop messing around and fill out the form. Lang Ruoxi saw the two of them flirting with each other and couldn't help but interrupt them. She walked up to Lin Qian and whispered in his ear, hubby, you're not really attracted to her, are you? Lin Qian held her in his arms and whispered in her ear, don't you think Xiao Qian is cute? HMPH, a philandering, bad husband. Lang Ruoxi knew the answer after hearing his words and snorted with a hint of jealousy. You will always be my most beloved baby. Lin Qian comforted. Lang Ruoxi could only lean in his arms helplessly. Looking at the two people whispering to each other, Su Qian felt angry. However, she didn't have the right identity to separate them now, so she could only turn around and continue filling out the form. The two quickly filled out the forms, joined the class group, and received campus cards and freshman handbooks. Lin Qian smiled and said to Su Qian, next we have to go to the gymnasium to get the military training uniforms and bedding. Qian, would you like to come with us? I can go by myself. I won't bother you, Su Qian said quickly, pretending to be embarrassed. Lang Ruoxi knew that she couldn't change Lin Qian's mind, so she wanted to get in touch with Su Qian more and understand her personality. So he warmly took her arm and said, don't be polite, Su Shuimei. The gymnasium is a 20-minute walk from here, and Taoyuan dormitory is not far from the gymnasium. I'll take you there on the way. It's much faster to take my car. Su Qian pretended to be helpless and nodded in agreement. She sneered in her heart, she is indeed a big-breasted and brainless woman who actually gave herself the opportunity to conquer this cheap man. When I snatch him away and step on him, will you regret it? Chapter 49 Lin Qian's continuous teasing. The three of them arrived at the parking lot, and Lang Ruoxi's pink BMW was particularly eye-catching. Su Qian took a glance and a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes, a car of this level would not even fit in her garage. But she quickly put on a sweet smile, senior sister's car is so beautiful. Get in the car. Lang Ruoxi smiled as she opened the trunk. Lin Qian took the initiative to help Su Qian put away the suitcase, but deliberately got into the passenger seat first. He turned to Su Qian, who was still standing next to the car, and said with a smile, Qian Jie, get in quickly. Su Qian gritted her teeth secretly. This bastard actually asked her to sit in the back seat, clearly wanting her to be a third wheel. She suppressed her anger and a sweet smile appeared on her face, okay. As she gracefully sat in the back seat, she had already cut Lin Qian into pieces in her heart. This despicable man actually dared to tease her like this. Once I conquer him, I will make him kneel down and lick my high heels. The car started and Lang Ruoxi drove skillfully through the campus. Where's Qian from? Lang Ruoxi asked through the rearview mirror. I'm from Tianjing City, Su Qian answered obediently. That's quite far from here. Lin Qian suddenly interrupted, didn't Qian ask her family to take her there? Of course not, I am very independent. Su Qian raised her chin proudly. As a mature queen, how could she possibly need her parents' escort like a child? Although her parents insisted on sending her, she firmly refused. Oh, aren't your parents worried? Lin Qian observed her proud expression through the rearview mirror, thought it was cute, and continued to ask questions. I have been independent since I was a child, they have nothing to worry about. Su Qian still maintained a proud attitude. It seems that Qian is not as timid as she looks. Lin Qian continued to tease her. This sentence instantly ignited Su Qian's anger. Is this bastard hinting at her short stature again? Good, you are tall, right, you will definitely kneel down at my feet in the end. However, in order to maintain her image, she could only suppress her anger and force herself to smile sweetly, but her tone was a bit gritted. Mr. Lin, I am very brave. The word cowardly cannot describe me. Is the brave classmate Su angry? Lin Qian turned his head and looked at Su Qian, his eyes full of evil amusement. No, it's just that I'm not a timid person, so I don't like this word a bit. Seeing Lin Qian looking back, Su Qian waved her hands pretending to be indifferent. I just don't like being called a coward. Then why is Qian still calling me Lin? Didn't we agree to call me Qian? But Lin Qian still didn't let her go, staring at her with burning eyes and asking questions. His eyes were too intense for Su Qian to bear, and she looked away in panic. She had never been looked at so directly by a boy before. In the past, those stinky men regarded her as a goddess and didn't even have the courage to look her in the eyes and talk to her. How dare this stinky man? Her reaction made Lin Qian further speculate that she must come from a wealthy family and was spoiled like a princess since childhood. Coupled with the flattery of her classmates, she developed a queen's heart. If her figure fits the queen's style, she probably wouldn't pretend to be sweet and cute. This is so much fun. Let me tease you and see how long it takes you to lose control. He deliberately moved closer. What's wrong with Qian? Is she shy? How could I be shy? Su Qian turned her head suddenly, but shrank back when she met Lin Qian's eyes at close range. Oh, then why don't you dare look me in the eye? Lin Qian continued to pester. Su Qian was forced into a corner by Lin Qian, and her cheeks flushed unconsciously. She had never met such a bold and stinky man. In the past, those stinky men were always timid in front of her and didn't even dare to speak loudly. But this guy in front of her actually dared to tease her like this. Who dares not look at you? Su Qian pretended to be calm and suddenly raised her head to meet Lin Qian's eyes. But the moment their eyes met, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Those deep eyes seemed to swallow her up, making her forget to breathe for a moment. Lang Ruoxi saw this scene through the rearview mirror. She knew that Lin Qian was deliberately teasing Su Qian. It seemed that he really fell in love with this junior. Although she could accept it, she couldn't help but remind him jealously, hubby, don't bully Qian. How could I bully her? Lin Qian chuckled, stepped back, and stretched out his left hand to place it on Lang Ruoxi's thigh, gently stroking it to comfort her. I'm just cultivating feelings with Qian. Who wants to develop feelings with you? Su Qian finally found her voice and said angrily. Lin Qian pretended to sigh in disappointment. It seems that Qian Gigan doesn't want to be friends with me. Su Qian then realized that she had overreacted. This was the slave she wanted to conquer. How could I push him away? I should let him fall in love with me. She took a deep breath, suppressed her anger and said, Mr. Lin, it's not that I don't want to be friends with you, but staring at a girl so closely on the first meeting would make anyone uncomfortable, right? It's all my fault. Qian was so cute that I couldn't help but want to get close to her. Lin Qian turned around and explained with a pretended apology. The word cute again. This instantly broke Su Qian's defense. Mr. Lin, didn't we agree before not to call me cute? This time, Lin Qian didn't compromise and instead turned the tables. But Qian's dressed so cutely, isn't it just to get compliments on your cuteness? His words made Su Qian very angry. She had always dressed like this, and those stinky men used to praise her beauty and call her goddess Su. How could she possibly want others to praise her for being cute? Only this bastard kept saying she was cute. But she could only pretend to be annoyed and said, I have always dressed like this. Before, everyone just said I was pretty, no one said I was cute. That's because they have no taste. Lin Qian looked at her seriously and praised her. Qian is not only beautiful but also very cute. This sentence, which was almost a confession, made Su Qian instantly at a loss, and her ears turned red. No man had dared to say these words so bluntly to her face before. At most, he would only dare to write them in a love letter. What does this bastard mean? Is he attracted to her? Humph, how dare you say such a thing? Don't blame me for being rude. She glanced at Lang Ruoxi and said meaningfully, Student Lin, you have a girlfriend. You can't say such misleading words to other girls. Qian, what are you thinking about? You don't think I like you, do you? I'm just stating the facts, baby, am I right? Lin Qian looked innocent. That's right, I believe my husband has no other thoughts about you, Qian. It's just the fact that you are beautiful and cute, Lang Ruoxi echoed. Although she knew that Lin Qian was deliberately teasing Su Qian, it seemed that Su Qian had no such thoughts about him for her own reasons, so she could only defend the dignity of her man. Damn it, Su Qian felt like a clown, severely humiliated by this pair of dogs and bitches. She couldn't find any reason to refute it, so she could only pretend to be embarrassed and said, Isn't this blaming Lin for what he said? It's so misleading. Seeing Su Qian, who was suppressing her anger and blushing with irritation, Lin Qian stopped teasing her and said, Qian, you're overthinking it. And why do you keep calling me classmate Lin? This sentence made Su Qian even more angry. Was this bastard saying that she was being too self-indulgent? She wanted to refute but couldn't find the right words, and she felt very frustrated. What made her even more embarrassed was that under Lin Qian's deep gaze, she unconsciously called out softly, Qian. After Su Qian shouted, she blushed and lowered her head. It's really too embarrassing to call a man a nasty name. Lin Qian's words that were almost a confession just now came back to her mind unconsciously, and her heart was pounding, as if he was confessing to her and she agreed to him. Ah, Su Qian, what are you thinking about? How could you let your imagination run wild just because of his misleading words? Stinky men are all dirty, how could you imagine him becoming your boyfriend? Stinky men are only fit to be slaves. Ding, Su Qian's rescue value +10, current rescue value, 2100s, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. Chapter 50, Exposing the Disguise, Lin Qian's plan. When he heard the system prompt, a hint of amusement flashed in Lin Qian's eyes. It seems that this, queen, is really innocent. Just a seemingly ambiguous remark and calling a name made her uneasy. We're here, you get off the car first. I'll find a parking space. Lang Ruoxi's voice interrupted Lin Qian's thoughts. After the two got out of the car, Lin Qian deliberately used an ambiguous name to tease her. Let's go, little cutie. Today he had to make Su Qian get used to the ambiguous name. I told you not to call me cutie, Su Qian protested angrily, but she had to maintain her sweet image and could only lower her voice to emphasize, Mr. Lin, please respect my opinion. Okay, Xiao Qian. Lin Qian changed his words readily, his eyes full of teasing, and strode ahead without waiting for her to refute. Looking at Lin Qian's back, Su Qian stomped her feet in anger. This bastard was clearly teasing her on purpose. When had she, the queen, ever been teased like this? No, I must get my revenge. There were not many people in the gymnasium, but scattered teams from each college. There were about a dozen people queuing up from the Department of Economics and Trade. Lin Qian walked towards the team, turned around and said to Su Qian, follow me. This attitude of taking care of the little sister made Su Qian even more angry. She was not blind, did she need him to remind her? But seeing that Lin Qian had already turned his head away, he could only stomp his feet in anger and follow. While queuing, Su Qian stood behind Lin Qian and felt that his tall figure was like a mountain blocking her way, making her inexplicably breathless. She subconsciously took 2 steps back. At this moment, Lin Qian suddenly turned around and saw Su Qian standing quite far away from him. He turned around and walked directly to her, bending down and getting close to her face. Lil Qian, is it necessary to stay so far away from me? Are you afraid of me? Didn't you say you were very brave before? The distance between them suddenly shortened to 10 centimeters, and Su Qian's heartbeat accelerated instantly. She turned away in panic, pretending to be calm. Who is afraid of you? It's just that you're blocking my way and preventing me from breathing fresh air. Lin Qian leaned over and whispered in her ear, do you believe such a far-fetched reason, Xiao Qian? The warm breath made Su Qian tremble all over, and she jumped away like a frightened rabbit. Has classmate Lin always been so frivolous? Is it necessary to get so close to a girl when talking to her? And don't call me Xiao Qian anymore, Su Qian complained with a red face. I was testing whether you were afraid of me or not, Lin Qian said innocently, and it turns out that you're afraid, you coward. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Qian. Who's afraid of you? I'm not a coward. Don't call me Xiao Qian, Su Qian retorted with her neck stiff. How about we do a test? Lin Qian's eyes flashed with cunning. If you win, I won't call you Xiao Qian anymore. What if you lose? Su Qian asked back. Well, Lin Qian pretended to think, and suddenly moved closer to her again. What do you want from me, Xiao Qian? You, Su Qian's heartbeat quickened at his presence, and she blurted out impulsively, if you lose, you'll have to call me queen from now on. After he finished speaking, he realized that he had said something wrong and hurriedly observed Lin Qian's reaction. Lin Qian was stunned at first. He didn't expect her to say what she really thought. He originally wanted to call her Xiao Qian so that she would have no reason to object. After calling her by this name for a long time, it naturally created an ambiguous feeling. After that, he kept teasing her but was distant towards her. Then he deliberately distanced himself from her and paid attention to other girls, letting her know that she was not an exception to him. She is so proud that she will definitely not be willing to be outdone by others, and will definitely do everything possible to keep me here. By then, if I do a little manipulation, she will kneel down obediently. But now he decided to change his mind. He wanted to take this opportunity to expose her disguise and see what effect it would have. Then he pretended to be enlightened and said, I see. I was wondering why Xiao Qian was so resistant to the word, cute. It turns out you have a queen's heart. When Su Qian heard this, she felt ashamed. Although she has always wanted to be a queen, she has never told anyone. After all, with her petite figure, if she said she wanted to be a queen or something, she would probably just be laughed at by others, right? This bastard must be laughing at her now. However, unexpectedly, Lin Qian did not laugh at her. Instead, he asked seriously, since Xiao Qian wants to be the queen, why do you pretend to be sweet and lovely? You're not laughing at me, Su Qian asked in great surprise and trepidation. Why would I laugh at you? Lin Qian said matter-of-factly. It's nothing shameful. I was just saying that I always felt something was amiss when I was with Xiao Qian before. It turns out that wasn't the real you. Su Qian lowered her head unconsciously. She didn't expect that her disguise would be seen through by a boy she had just known for less than a day, but strangely, she felt relieved. Maybe I don't have to pretend in front of him anymore. She herself even hated this disguise which was completely contrary to her own personality. Do you think that you can't be a queen just because you are petite? Lin Qian suddenly asked. Su Qian suddenly looked up, a hint of surprise and grievance flashing in her eyes. Isn't it? She bit her lip and asked back, a hint of unwillingness in her voice. At 158 centimeters tall, everyone will just treat me like a child, right? Isn't that how you always see me? Lin Qian suddenly reached out and rubbed her hair, and this time Su Qian didn't dodge for some reason. Silly girl, he said in a surprisingly gentle voice, a true queen is determined by her inner aura, not her external stature. How tall do you think Queen Victoria was in history? Su Qian was stunned. She had never thought about the problem from this perspective. But, besides, Lin Qian suddenly approached with a wicked smile. Wasn't it very imposing when you asked me to call you queen just now? Su Qian's face turned red. That's because I was angry with you, she stammered in defense. Really? Lin Qian raised his eyebrows. How about trying it again now? Say, Qian classmate, please let go of that stinky hand on my head. Qian classmate, please let go of your hand on my head. Su Qian muttered uncontrollably. No, Lin Qian shook his head. You need to use the same momentum you just had. Come, look into my eyes. Su Qian plucked up the courage to look up and met Lin Qian's smiling eyes. For some reason, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. Nana-san please, her voice was even softer than before. Lin Qian suddenly reached out and pinched her chin. Is this all the power your majesty the queen has? This intimate action and embarrassing name made Su Qian completely panic. She felt that all the blood in her body was rushing to her brain, and her mind went blank and she couldn't think. Let me go, she slapped Lin Qian's hand away in panic, like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Ding, Su Qian's rescue value plus 20, current rescue value, 4100s, the host obtains 2000 rescue coins. Lin Qian withdrew his hand with satisfaction. It seems that the psychological defenses of this queen were even more vulnerable than he imagined. After what he did to her, she must be dizzy and don't know how to face herself. He has planned to teach her to be a lowly queen who maintains a proud and majestic image in front of outsiders but only shows gentleness and loveliness in front of him. This contrast was really exciting. At this time, Lang Ruoxi parked the car and walked over. What are you talking about so happily? Nothing. Lin Qian naturally put his arm around Lang Ruoxi's waist. I'm teaching Xiao Qian how to be a queen. Queen? Lang Ruoxi looked at Su Qian curiously. Su Qian wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Why does this bastard say everything? I'm going to line up. She ran to the end of the line in a panic. Lang Ruoxi looked at Su Qian just fleeing back, thinking, husband, you wouldn't. Are you teasing Qian again? Lang Ruoxi lightly hit Lin Qian on the chest. Lin Qian smiled without saying anything, but just put his arm around Lang Ruoxi's waist domineeringly. Are you jealous? No, Lang Ruoxi denied with a red face. It's just if you really like her. Silly girl, Lin Qian kissed her on the forehead. You'll always be my big baby. Lang Ruoxi leaned sweetly in his arms, but her eyes involuntarily drifted towards Su Qian. She always felt that there seemed to be something special about this petite Su Qian that attracted Lin Qian. On the other side, Su Qian covered her hot cheeks, her heart still pounding. Damn this bastard, she never thought that her true thoughts, which she had hidden for many years, would be exposed so easily. What was even more unexpected was that Lin Qian not only did not laugh at her, but who wants his encouragement? Su Qian shook her head vigorously, trying to get rid of that hateful smiling face from her mind. But the more he resisted, the clearer Lin Qian's gentle voice became. Fool, a true queen is not defined by her figure. And when he called her, Your Majesty, there was no intention of submission at all, it was more like flirting. Ah, so annoying. Su Qian stomped her feet frantically, attracting the attention of the students around her. Su Qian then realized her loss of composure and hurriedly resumed her well-behaved appearance. But her heart was still in a mess, and she had no idea how to face Lin Qian in the future. Can I really succeed in conquering him? She bit her lip and thought to herself, he's completely different from those stinky boys I used to deal with. Before, those stinky boys were always timid in front of her, like slaves serving the queen, afraid of making her unhappy. But this bastard was not at all timid in front of her, instead he teased her until she was dizzy. What upset her even more was that the damn bastard didn't seem to be attracted to her at all, he just thought she was cute and wanted to tease her. Teaching me how to be a queen, he must be teasing me. Su Qian clenched her fists, digging her nails deep into her palms. He must be holding back his laughter. Her cheeks burned again at the thought. Damn it, you stinky man, she cursed in her heart, gritting her teeth, I hate you so much. But the more he thought about it, the clearer Lin Qian's face with a smirk appeared before his eyes. The warmth of his breath as he leaned over to speak in her ear, the gentle tone of his voice as he called her, Xiao Qian, and the teasing look in his eyes as he said, that's all the aura your majesty the queen has. Ah, don't think about it anymore. Su Qian shook her head vigorously, trying to drive those images out of her mind. But my heart was pounding uncontrollably, and even the tips of my ears were red and hot. She secretly glanced back at Lin Qian and found that he was hugging Lang Ruoxi's waist and they were talking intimately. Lang Ruoxi had a sweet smile on her face, and occasionally she would hit his chest coquettishly. Seeing this scene, Su Qian felt inexplicably uncomfortable. HMPH, slut, she turned away, but couldn't help but sneak a peek out of the corner of her eye. Wait until I snatch this bastard away from me. I'll make sure you, a slut, watch him kneel down and put on my shoes every day. Chapter 51 Su Qian shows herself. The team moved forward slowly, but Su Qian was the only one who stood there with his head down, keeping a distance from the team. Lin Qian planned to continue teasing her, so he let Lang Ruoxi stay where she was. Lang Ruoxi knew that he was determined to take Su Qian down, so she could only stay where she was and give them some space to be alone together. Lin Qian walked up behind Su Qian, leaned over and whispered in her ear, my queen, what are you daydreaming about? Su Qian, who was immersed in her thoughts, was startled by the sudden voice. She turned her head suddenly and her cheek just brushed against Lin Qian's profile. She jumped away as if she had been electrocuted, and shouted in shame and anger, Lin Qian. What are you doing? And don't call me queen. I'm just kindly reminding you that there's no one ahead. Lin Qian stood up, chuckled, and touched his face. Why, you don't like this name? Seeing him touching her face, Su Qian couldn't help but recall the intimate contact just now. She originally thought that she would feel disgusted, after all, the stinky man was like a slave to her before. The slave violated the queen's pure body, which of course made the queen feel disgusted and nauseous, but now she did not feel disgusted but only ashamed and angry. And the way he called her, queen, didn't make her feel happy at all. That smile seemed to be mocking her, even more embarrassing than Xiao Qian. Asshole, do you think it's fun to tease me? Su Qian clenched his fist and shouted in a low voice. I'm not teasing you. Lin Qian took a step closer, leaned over and said seriously, look, now you dare to scold me to my face. This is a bit like a queen. I'm helping you find yourself again. These words made Su Qian stunned. Indeed, when Lin Qian teased her before, in order to maintain her sweet image, she could only curse him in her heart, and on the surface she could only pretend to be angry and ask him not to do that. Now she actually cursed out loud, and she felt refreshed in her heart. Is this the real her? But facing Lin Qian who was so close to her, she didn't know why she still didn't dare to look at him directly. She could only turn her face away and mutter softly, who asked you to help? Really, there are no slaves in the university who will obey your orders. Lin Qian leaned close to her ear and whispered, if you meet someone you hate and he pushes you too far, are you going to punch him in the chest with your little fist? Lin Qian's words made Su Qian forget to dodge for a moment and she stood there in a daze. Why does he know me so well? When I was in high school, I was always the focus of the class. I was the goddess Su that everyone flattered, and no one dared to offend her in the slightest. She had never thought about how to deal with being offended. She originally thought that the situation would be the same in college. When bad men saw her, they would be fascinated by her and become slaves, and would only try to please her. But she was helpless to stop teasing the guy in front of her, whom she wanted to take as a slave, repeatedly. I'm the queen, how can I be offended by slaves all the time? There's something wrong with this script. Okay, here comes our practice partner. Lin Qian saw a senior who was about 1.8 meters tall and had a decent appearance walking towards him. He gave a gentle reminder and stood up straight. Before Su Qian could react, she heard an unfamiliar male voice coming from behind her. Underclassman, you actually have a girlfriend, why are you still teasing this underclassman? He was a junior volunteer who came to maintain order in the gymnasium. Another purpose was to see if he could meet a beautiful female junior. Because there were not many new students at this time, he noticed Su Qian as soon as he came in. However, when he saw Lin Qian beside him, he thought the two were a couple, so he had no choice but to give up. However, when he saw Lang Ruoxi coming over and hugging Lin Qi more intimately, he knew that the two were a couple. Lin Qian and Su Qian could only be classmates who came together to collect supplies. He was teasing Su Qian before, but now he is teasing Su Qian in front of his girlfriend. He is definitely a scumbag. He absolutely cannot let such a cute schoolgirl fall into his clutches. He thinks he has a good appearance and a good figure. Maybe because of this heroic act of saving the beauty, this cute schoolgirl will fall in love with him. Then he said to Su Qian with a righteous look, don't be afraid, junior sister. We have seniors here. This kind of scumbag is the best at using sweet words to deceive young girls. Lin Qian raised his eyebrows and looked at him with interest, with no intention of explaining at all. Su Qian turned around and looked at the man. Although he looked good, he was far inferior to Lin Qian. If she had not met Lin Qian, she might have given him a position as a substitute slave. But after meeting Lin Qian, a stinky man who didn't take her seriously and teased her, she felt that the standard of her previous slaves was too low and not worthy of her status as a queen. Only if a stinky man like Lin Qian, who was unmoved by her charm, surrendered to her could she better reflect the queen's style, wasn't it? Looking at the man in front of her who was trying to please her, she didn't have the slightest desire to win him over. Senior, you misunderstood. He didn't tease me, Su Qian said politely. I know you were scared. Don't worry, as long as you feel uncomfortable, just tell me boldly. I will never let him bully you, said the senior confidently. I'm not scared, thank you for your kindness, senior. His words made Su Qian instantly angry. This bastard actually thought that she would be afraid and easy to bully. This really touched her bottom line. However, she still instinctively waved her hand in disguise and responded sweetly. Is he in the same class with you? I'm afraid he will bully you even more in the future. Don't worry, I will take care of it, the senior student made a serious assurance. Seeing his reckless look, Su Qian became even more angry, as if she was bound to be bullied. However, she didn't know how to refute him and subconsciously looked at Lin Qian. The latter chuckled and said, just speak your true thoughts boldly. You want to be the queen, what are you afraid of? This sentence reminded Su Qian of Lin Qian's previous words, when you meet someone you hate who is getting more aggressive, do you still have to punch him in the chest with your little fist? Looking at Lin Kie's encouraging eyes, she took a deep breath, raised her chin slightly, and looked directly into the senior's eyes. Senior, I think you misunderstood. There is no need for outsiders to interfere in the affairs between him and me. The senior obviously didn't expect Su Qian's sudden change of tone. A hint of embarrassment flashed across his face, but he quickly replaced it with a concerned expression. Junior sister, you just came to college and you may not understand yet. I've seen a lot of scumbags like this. Senior, Su Qian's voice suddenly turned cold. Excuse me, in what capacity do you come to meet out my affairs? The senior was taken aback by the question. I am a volunteer. Then please do your volunteer work and don't meddle in other people's business. Su Qian's eyes held a cold arrogance that didn't match her sweet and lovely appearance. Also, I don't like people labeling me as someone who's easy to bully. Please take back the name, little girl. Lin Kie couldn't help but chuckle as he watched from the side. It was so adorable. When Su Qian heard his laughter, she pretended to be calm and didn't turn around, but the tips of her ears turned a little red. The senior's face turned pale and blue, and he felt like he had become a part of their play. This lovely schoolgirl may have been willing to be teased by this bastard. She left in anger after saying, you will regret it. At this moment, Su Qian was a little excited. She seemed to have found a little bit of the feeling of being a true queen. Because in her heart, her mother is her ideal model of a queen, always elegant and calm, and when faced with a stinky man trying to strike up a conversation with her, she can always reject him firmly but gracefully. Those ungrateful men will always retreat in shame in front of their mother. Not bad, your majesty, Lin Kie applauded. It seems my special training is very effective. Who asked you to have special training? Su Qian retorted with a red face, but she felt indescribably happy in her heart. It turns out that not pretending to be cute is so comfortable. But, Lin Kie suddenly leaned closer and lowered his voice. The way that senior looked at me just now, I guess he thought I was a scumbag who wanted to have two girlfriends at the same time. Tell me, should I confirm this crime? What do you mean? Su Qian was a little at a loss for a moment. Could it be that this bastard had been charmed by her? Xiao Qian, so cute it's really heartwarming. Lin Kie chuckled and said this, then went forward to get the supplies, leaving Su Qian alone in the place with random thoughts. Su Qian stood there in a daze, her face turning red and white. In the end, she concluded that Lin Kie was deliberately teasing her. How she wanted to be like her mother, who could make everyone bow down to her with just one look. But now she is being teased by her first target in college. Asshole, she couldn't think of a solution for a moment, so she could only stamp her feet in anger and quickly follow. Ding, Su Qian's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 45 100s, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. Chapter 52 Becoming Su Qian's teaching night. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Kie's mouth corners slightly raised. It seems that the defense of this queen is gradually collapsing. Hearing hurried footsteps behind him, he suddenly turned around and bumped into Su Qian who was following him aggressively. The moment their eyes met, Su Qian's heart skipped a beat. She turned her face away in a hurry, and the tips of her ears turned a light pink. Why is Xiao Qian blushing? Wasn't she so majestic before? There was obvious sarcasm in Lin Kie's voice. Who's blushing? Su Qian raised her head and retorted reflexively, but her cheeks felt even hotter. It's just the gym is too hot. You performed well just now. I decided to continue training you. Lin Kie raised his eyebrows but did not expose her poor excuse. What special training? Su Qian looked at him warily. I will personally teach you how to become a real queen. Lin Kie leaned over and whispered in her ear. Su Qian felt the warmth on her earlobe and shuddered, almost jumping up. You better stay away from me. Lin Kie stood up straight, a smile on his face that made Su Qian angry and annoyed. What? Your Majesty, the queen is scared now. I'm not afraid. Su Qian subconsciously straightened her back, but when she saw the smile in his eyes, she deflated again. Quote. What on earth are you going to do? Lin Kie raised a finger and said, first lesson, look someone straight in the eye calmly. Su Qian glared at him unconvincedly. Am I not looking at you now? Her eyes were wide open, and after a moment her gaze unconsciously drifted to the side. The eyes are wandering, the ears are red. Is this what you call looking straight ahead calmly? Lin Kie chuckled. It seems that I need to strengthen special training in the future. Who asked you to have special training? Su Qian refuted, but couldn't help but recall the senior who was humiliated by her just now, and the sense of relief she felt when he left in anger. She secretly glanced at Lin Kie and found that he was looking at her with a knowing look, as if he could see through all her thoughts. This feeling is so strange. Which of those stinky boys in high school wasn't captivated by her with just one look? But the bastard in front of her was not only out of her control, but made her heart beat faster and her mind become confused. Well, Su Qian hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, why do you want to help me? Lin Kie tilted his head, because it's interesting. Just because of this, Su Qian felt a little lost for some reason. What else? Lin Kie looked at her with a half smile, and suddenly leaned close to her blushing cheeks. Do you think I'm like the boys who pursued you before, and that I've been so fascinated by you that I want to do my best to satisfy the queen's wish? Who would think so? Su Qian's voice suddenly rose, attracting the attention of several freshmen around. She immediately lowered her head, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Lin Kie stopped teasing her. After collecting the supplies, he turned around and saw Su Qian following behind him. She looked a little tired as she held the supplies in her hands. He teased, Your Majesty, is it difficult for you to even carry these little things? Do you need a knight's help? Knight. Su Qian was stunned when she heard this name, and the handsome and tall figure in the fairy tale involuntarily emerged in her mind. She secretly glanced at Lin Kie's superior profile, and her heartbeat quickened again. Su Qian bit her lower lip, trying hard to suppress the inexplicable throbbing in her heart. She snorted indifferently, Who needs your help? You're not worthy to be my knight. Lin Kie raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Su Qian was really thinking about the issue of knights. It seemed that she was a little cutie immersed in fantasy. So should he confirm his knighthood? Doesn't this have the right identity to save her? As the little queen's royal knight, it is of course my duty to teach her to be a qualified queen. After that, the concept of knighthood must be instilled in her. Knights are completely different from slaves. Knights only have the obligation to teach and protect the queen, but they will not obey the queen's orders like slaves. In teaching and protecting her, he had plenty of ways to make her dependent on him. After that, she will definitely feel possessive about herself and want her to belong to her alone. At that time, I will emphasize the concept of knighthood again to let her know that she is not someone she can control, so in order to keep me, she can only compromise with me and meet his requirements. After thinking it over, he smiled even more playfully. Oh. Then, Your Majesty, what kind of person do you think is worthy of being your knight? Su Qian was speechless for a moment. She had never thought about this question at all. After all, she thought that stinky men were only meant to be slaves. However, the knights in the fairy tale world seem to be handsome, loyal and reliable, and they respect and love the queen very much. But they will never beg for mercy like those servile slaves. He would never be like this hateful bastard in front of him, always teasing his queen. Wait, why is she actually thinking about this seriously? She snapped back to her senses and glared at Lin Qian. Anyway, it's not like you. That's such a shame. I wanted to teach you how to be a true queen as a knight. Lin Qian sighed with feigned regret. Xiao Qian, since you don't need a knight, then forget it. He would not let her feel that she really wanted to be the knight. He would make her beg him actively so that he could take the dominant position. Anyway, he has plenty of time and there is no need to rush. Seeing that he no longer insisted and changed his words to Xiao Qian, Su Qian was angry but also felt a little disappointed. Just at this moment, a boy who was running hurriedly bumped into her shoulder. The mat package fell to the ground and the boy fell forward with an unstable center of gravity. Lin Qian heard her cry, turned around and quickly supported her, then picked up the mat on the ground and said jokingly, it seems that the little Queen Qian is very vulnerable now without the protection of the knight. This damn bastard. Su Qian was very angry after being teased by Lin Qian many times. She clenched her hands and her almond eyes were filled with tears of shame and anger. It seems that only by becoming a real queen can I avoid being teased by him like this. Hey, Lin Qian. She suddenly raised her voice and shouted, with a hint of coquettishness in her voice that she herself didn't even realize. Lin Qian raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Su Qian took a deep breath, and his chest rose and fell slightly with his breathing. She forced herself to look up and meet his eyes, but when she met his gaze she unconsciously looked away. I want you to teach me how to be a true queen. Lin Qian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that she would take the initiative to bring it up so soon. Then, a meaningful arc appeared at the corner of his lips. He took a step forward and leaned over to whisper in her ear, as you command, little Queen Chinch. Let the night teach you to become a qualified queen. After saying that, he straightened up, winked at Su Qian, and turned to walk towards the door. Su Qian stood there in a daze, her fair little face flushed. She unconsciously raised her hand to touch her hot ears, feeling like her heart was about to jump out. Little Queen Asaka night, she murmured softly, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Why does it sound like a majestic royal knight is trying to teach an immature queen? This realization made her feel an indescribable emotion, a mixture of shame and annoyance, yet also a bit of anticipation. Looking at Lin Qian's back as he walked away, she bit her lower lip unconsciously. How come this slave whom she originally wanted to subdue became her teaching knight? She couldn't figure it out. Ding, Su Qian's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 5100s, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. Chapter 53 Su Qian's discomfort and regret. When Lin Qian heard the system prompt, he didn't react much. This was within his expectations. He deliberately slowed down his pace, waiting for Su Qian to catch up. Hey, Su Qian trotted over to catch up with him and shouted at him angrily, why are you walking so fast? What, little queen doesn't want to separate from the knight? Lin Qian turned his head to look at her, his eyes full of teasing. Who doesn't want to be separated from you? Su Qian retorted with a red face. She subconsciously tightened the corners of her clothes, but her voice unconsciously weakened. Just what? Lin Qian stopped and turned to face her. Su Qian was startled by his sudden movement and almost fell into his arms. She hurriedly took 2 steps back and stammered, it's just you haven't told me how to do special training yet. Looking at her helpless look, Lin Qian's eyes were filled with smiles. He extended his right hand and placed it on her head. Hasn't the first lesson already been taught? You must learn to look someone in the eye calmly. That doesn't count. Su Qian felt the hand on her head. She didn't feel disgusted or disgusted, but his elder-like attitude made her angry. She quickly slapped his hand away and took a small step back. That was just something you came up with on the spur of the moment. Alright, this pat on the head was a test from Lin Qian to see if she was still as resistant to his intimate contact as before. Her reaction gave him the answer, a great start. Then she shrugged and said, then the second lesson is, learn to control your emotions. A true queen won't let others see through her thoughts easily. Su Qian was stunned, and then realized that she really couldn't control her emotions well in front of him. She used to be the center of the class, everyone obeyed her and never offended her, and her emotions never got out of control. But she didn't expect that when she met this bastard, she couldn't calm down. Then he bit his lip and tried to keep a straight face, I understand. Also, Lin Qian suddenly leaned closer to her and lowered his voice, the queen must also be able to distinguish who will not hurt her. The face so close to her made Su Qian feel uneasy and she almost jumped away again. But thinking of the lesson, just now, she forced herself to stay where she was, but the tips of her ears turned red uncontrollably. Of course I know, she said with forced calmness. Really? Lin Qian stood up and looked at her with a half smile. Then do you think I'm someone who would hurt you? This question left Su Qian speechless for a moment. She looked up into Lin Qian's eyes, trying to find the answer. There was a smile in those deep eyes, but they seemed to hide something deeper that she couldn't see through. She opened her mouth, but didn't know how to answer. Alright, little queen, there's still plenty of time before you know what kind of person I am. Lin Qian suddenly turned around. Let's go, Ruoxi is still waiting for us. When Su Qian heard him call Lang Ruoxi's name gently, she felt inexplicably blocked in her heart. She jogged a few steps to catch up with him, hesitated for a moment, and asked in a low voice, when does the special training start? Lin Qian turned his head to look at her, his eyes full of smiles, isn't it starting now? Su Qian looked confused. Special training is available anytime and anywhere, Lin Qian explained. For example, right now, you need to learn to control your expression and tone. Su Qian finally understood and quickly adjusted her expression, trying to make herself look calmer. Not bad, there has been progress. Lin Qian nodded, but your eyes are still too vague. I will try my best. Su Qian nodded solemnly, looking as serious as a well-behaved student listening attentively to the teacher in class. Lin Qian looked at her serious expression and couldn't help but feel funny. This little queen is so innocent and cute. Teaching knights is so much fun. The two of them immediately left the gymnasium. Lang Ruoxi was standing by the car not far from the door, waiting for them. Seeing them coming together, Lang Ruoxi's eyes flashed with complicated emotions, but she soon returned her smile. Have you collected all the supplies? She asked. Yeah, Lin Qian naturally put his arm around her waist. Let's go and send the little queen to the Taoyuan dormitory. Little queen, Lang Ruoxi tilted her head in confusion. Because Qianjie likes people calling her that. Lin Qian laughed jokingly. Who likes it? Su Qian immediately shouted angrily. She didn't know why she was so angry. Perhaps she felt that this was a private secret between the two of them and should not be known by outsiders, and Lang Ruoxi knew it. Okay, this is a secret between Qianjie and me. No one else should know about it. From now on, I will only call you that when we're alone. Lin Qian seemed to see through her thoughts that she herself was not aware of. What secrets can I have from you? Su Qian didn't appreciate her rival's words and turned away, but her tone became much softer. Lang Ruoxi looked at the two of them, and her intuition told her that they did have a secret, and they seemed to have become much closer. It seemed that she would have a younger sister soon, and she felt a little sad. Okay, babe, open the trunk. Lin Qian noticed her depressed mood and hugged her to the back of the car. Oh, Lang Ruoxi came back to her senses. Even if Qian really became her sister, Lin Qian would not ignore her. This was the sense of security that Lin Qian gave her. It's just that he may be taken away from you for more time, so you just need to take the initiative to create more time to spend with him. It's no big deal. After calming down, he pressed the car key and opened the trunk. Su Qian stood where she was, her eyes unconsciously following Lin Qian's hand around Lang Ruoxi's waist. She bit her lower lip, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable in her chest. She suddenly didn't want to see Lin Qian being intimate with any other woman. The more she looked at Lang Ruoxi, the more annoying she felt. Qian, why are you standing there like an idiot? Come over and put down the supplies. After Lin Qian put away the supplies, he saw Su Qian still standing there looking at them and reminded them. He probably knew what she was thinking. After all, the Queen's Knight was so close to a woman who was more attractive than himself, and the instinctive possessiveness in her heart made her feel uncomfortable. You don't have to tell me. Su Qian unconsciously raised her voice and walked closer quickly. Lang Ruoxi was startled by her sudden loud voice and looked at Lin Qian with some confusion. The latter just winked at her, signaling her not to take it seriously. After putting away the supplies, the three of them got into the car. Lin Qian sat in the passenger seat, observing Su Qian's expression through the rearview mirror, and found that she was staring out the window in a daze, her little face very tense. However, he noticed that she would secretly glance at him and Lang Ruoxi from time to time and then quickly look away. He didn't expect the little queen to pay so much attention to him. He decided to interact closely with Lang Ruoxi again to stimulate her and see how she would react. So he placed his hand on Lang Ruoxi's thigh, stroking it gently, and praised, "Baby, you have a great figure, I really want to hold you to sleep every night." Although Lang Ruoxi was confused by Lin Qian's sudden intimacy, she still blushed and said coquettishly, "That husband, then why do you insist on living on campus?" I kind of regret it now. Lin Qian pretended to sigh, and caught a glimpse of Su Qian's clenched fists in the back seat, and laughed to himself. Can you guys tone it down a bit? Su Qian was watching this flirting scene in the back seat, and the inexplicable irritation in her chest surged up again, making her clench her fists tightly. In the end, he couldn't help but yell loudly, with a sour tone in his voice that he didn't even notice. Lang Ruoxi then realized that there was someone in the back seat. Her ears flushed slightly and she quickly slapped Lin Qian's impudent hand away. Lin Qian didn't care at all. He turned around with a playful smile and said, "Why? It's only natural for my girlfriend and I to be close, and Qian has to interfere." He paused deliberately, "Or are you jealous?" He deliberately said that he was jealous because he wanted her to attribute the uncomfortable feeling in her heart to jealousy. If he gets close to other girls again and she feels uncomfortable, she will definitely suspect that she is jealous. As long as she believes that this is jealousy, and if this happens a few more times, she will definitely think that she has fallen in love with him. When that time comes, she will just let him do whatever he wants. How is that possible? Looking at Lin Qian's playful smile, Su Qian inexplicably felt guilty and shouted loudly, like a kitten with its fur standing on end, I just think that what you are doing is affecting safe driving." Being called jealous by Lin Qian, she didn't know why she felt a little guilty. Could it be that she really had feelings for him? Impossible. How could she possibly be attracted to a stinky man? It was still this bastard who had been teasing her all the time. That's good. The smile in Lin Qian's eyes did not diminish at all. He turned around and sat down. After all, a knight has no obligation to take care of the queen's feelings. These words were like a huge rock pressing on Su Qian's chest, making it hard for her to breathe. What does this bastard mean? You feel that you will fall in love with him, so you tell yourself in advance not to fantasize that he will return your love. Asshole, who do you think you are? This queen doesn't care about liking you. Just wait, I'm going to make you, a bastard, fall in love with me. When the day comes that you confess your love to me, I will definitely say in the most contemptuous tone, you look really funny. But on second thought, she felt a little discouraged. This bastard just likes this kind of big-breasted, brainless slut. In herself she looked down and immediately pursed her lips in annoyance. If she had a figure like this slut, she would have already made this bastard crazy and make him kneel down and call her queen. How could I be teased by him like this? Ah, so annoying. Chapter 54, Su Qian, who was used to being obedient. Lin Qian looked at Su Qian's frustrated expression with her lips pursed and fists clenched through the rearview mirror in the car and thought it was so funny. What he said just now was just to prevent her from mistakenly thinking that he had any special feelings for her when she faced him intimately in the future. This was just part of the instruction. After that, he can tease her as he pleases and save her from her unawareness. The car soon arrived at the bottom of Taoyuan Dormitory Building 3. Qian, we're here at the dormitory building. Lang Ruoxi stopped the car and turned to give Su Qian a gentle smile. I understand, thank you. Su Qian responded stiffly and reached out to pull the car door handle. Seeing Lang Ruoxi was about to get out of the car, Lin Qian reached out to stop her. Baby, it's hot outside, just wait in the car. I'll take her to the dormitory door, it's not far, I'll be back soon. Okay, Lang Ruoxi nodded obediently. Lin Qian's considered words made Su Qian feel inexplicably angry. She quickly pushed the door open, got out of the car, and slammed it shut. The little queen has quite a temper. Lin Qian laughed to himself and got out of the car. I saw Su Qian standing behind the car, with a tense face and looking sulky. He took out the pink suitcase and supplies from the trunk. Let's go, I'll take you to the dormitory door. Whatever you want. Su Qian turned her face away but did not refuse. The two walked side by side on the path in the dormitory area. Why is the little queen unhappy? Lin Qian turned his head to look at her, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. No, Su Qian turned around and glared at him. You're lying, Lin Qian chuckled. Your emotions are written all over your face. This is not a qualified queen. Su Qian then realized that she had not controlled her emotions well again, and quickly put on a stern face. I'm not unhappy, why should I be unhappy? Is it because of my closeness with Ruoxi? Lin Qian deliberately lowered his voice. Don't be so self-indulgent. Su Qian stopped abruptly, her cheeks flushed instantly. I don't care who you were close to. Lin Qian also stopped, turned around and lowered his head to face her. Really? Of course it's true. Su Qian raised her chin and tried to make herself look righteous. That's good. Lin Qian stood up with a dark smile and shrugged. After all, I'm just your teaching knight. I will not stop contacting other women because of you. His look and words made Su Qian feel even more upset. He was right. He was not her slave, nor was he a knight submitting to her. She had no right to ask him not to have contact with other women, but why did she feel so upset? The two walked in silence to the door of Taoyuan 3 dormitory building. Lin Qian handed her the luggage and said, we're here. There's an elevator in the dormitory building. Su Qian snatched the suitcase, put away the supplies, and turned to leave. Wait, Lin Qian suddenly called her. What? Su Qian turned around with an angry look on her face. Lin Qian took a step forward. Under her puzzled gaze, he leaned over and stretched out his right hand to gently tidy up the messy hair on her face. The queen must always keep her appearance neat and tidy. His movements were gentle and his eyes were focused, which made Su Qian forget to dodge for a moment. Her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably and her cheeks became hot. This bastard was deliberately teasing her, but his reasons were irrefutable. When she came to her senses and tried to dodge, Lin Kie had already stood up, with that smile on his face that made her angry and annoyed. Then Lin Kie took out his phone, called up the Fission QR code, and held it out to her. By the way, little queen, at Fission. I will send you a copy of the queen's training manual first. Seeing this, Su Qian hesitated for a moment, put the supplies on the suitcase, and then took out his mobile phone to scan the code to add them. Lin Kie's note for her was, Little Queen Chinch, and he even held it up in front of her. Little Queen Chinch, remember to change my note to night-night. The unique names used by two people will unconsciously bring them closer and increase their sense of intimacy. Humph, who would change it? When Su Qian saw the note he left for her, she didn't expect that he was serious about this matter and was not teasing her, which made her feel a little happy. At the same time, she was happy to accept his proposal. But if she agreed to it in person, would it seem like she really wanted to be close to him? She didn't want to be laughed at by him. Could it be that the little queen no longer needs my special training? Lin Kie took a step closer. I'll change it later. Under his oppressive gaze, Su Qian compromised unconsciously. That's good. Lin Kie chuckled. Before you become a true queen, you must listen to the knights. You humph. The childish tone of voice made her very angry, but because of their special relationship, she had no way to refute it and could only turn her face away. There's a class meeting at 7:30 p.m. in room 308, Jingxi building. Don't be late. Seeing her obedient look, Lin Kie smiled in his heart, thinking that the teaching was very successful. Su Qian wanted to retort, you should tell me, but when she turned around and saw his serious expression, she unconsciously whispered, I know. Okay, this way is Taoyuan Canteen. Lin Kie pointed in a direction, then touched her head and said, Little queen, I'm leaving. Before she could react, he turned and left. Su Qian stood there, looking at Lin Kie's tall figure walking away. She found that she was actually a little reluctant to let him go. I'm not reluctant, she denied it in a low voice and stormed into the dormitory building dragging her luggage. On the other side, Lin Kie returned to the car and saw Lang Ruoxi staring blankly at the front of the car, so he turned his head and asked softly, Baby, what's wrong? Nothing. Lang Ruoxi shook her head, her tone somewhat down, and started the car. I just feel that you are quite special to Su Qian. Yeah, Lin Kie smiled noncommittally, then suddenly leaned over, held the back of her head, and kissed her gently on the lips. A minute later, Lin Kie let go of the panting Lang Ruoxi, who was still unsatisfied, and held her flushed cheeks and said softly, Baby is the most special person to me. Lang Ruoxi responded softly with a blushing face and a beating heart, and the loss in her heart was swept away. Okay, stop thinking about it and drive to Song Yuan. It's almost 6 o'clock. Seeing that he had pacified the puppy, Lin Kie let her go, touched her head, and sat back down. He then took out his cell phone and opened Fission. He had to study Su Qian's circle of friends carefully to learn about the past of this little queen. Chapter 55, Su Qian's past and upcoming roommates. Lin Kie clicked on Su Qian's circle of friends and gently swiped the screen. Her circle of friends was much more interesting than he had imagined. Every photo and every update gradually pieced together a complete image of this high school goddess. The latest update was posted this morning with 2 pictures, with the background being the airport terminal. I'm looking forward to the upcoming college life. Among the 2 accompanying pictures, the first one is a solo photo of Su Qian. In the photo, she is wearing today's sweet pink suit, with her long chestnut hair draped over her shoulders, and she is smiling sweetly at the camera. The youthful atmosphere hits you in the face. The second photo is a photo with a mature and cool goddess with a completely different temperament. She looked to be about 30 years old, wearing a well-cut custom-made white OL suit. The slim-fitting suit jacket outlined her elegant shoulders, and the waist-hugging design perfectly highlighted her graceful and superior curves. The collar of the white lace shirt underneath is slightly open, revealing the delicate collarbone. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and behind the lenses were a pair of calm and wise eyes with a hint of aloofness and coldness. The delicate oval face has soft contours yet remains cool and stern, and the smooth skin is as delicate as mud and fat jade, with no visible pores. Her fair face had a faint blush on it, her lips were a natural rose red, and there was no trace of blush in the corners of her eyes. Although her expression in the picture was serious, she could not hide the doting in her eyes as she glanced at Su Qian. If Lin Kie hadn't seen the comments below, he would have almost thought that this mature lady was Su Qian's sister. The comment section is bustling with activity. Goddess Su is so beautiful. Goddess Su, which university did you go to? Why didn't you tell us? Someone responded below, does Qian need to tell you guys where she's going to college? The boy retorted, Chen Xiaoli, I didn't ask you. Even more striking are the comments about the mature beauty. Goddess Su's mother is always amazed no matter how many times she sees it. Qian is so beautiful for a reason. Yes, Goddess Su will definitely become a cool queen like her mother when she grows up. No, sweet Goddess Su, please don't become someone I dare not approach. You speak as if you dare approach the current Goddess Su. The man then angrily replied, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Amidst the clamor, Su Qian only pinned one reply, I'm going to Zhongyuan University. If I have the chance when I return to Tianjin during the holidays, we can get together. This reply immediately caused the boys to wail. It seems that this little queen is really popular. Lin Kie laughed secretly in his heart. I didn't expect that this top-notch queen is actually the mother of the little queen. She really has the demeanor of a queen. This must be the source of Xiao Qian's heart. I really want to meet this mature beauty in person. Quote. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but become more interested in the mother and daughter. Continue reading. Su Qian's circle of friends is simply a record of the life of a high school campus goddess. In the photos, she is always surrounded by stars, and she is always in the center of every photo, surrounded by boys who admire her and girls who envy her. But Lin Kie could keenly observe that deep in her beautiful eyes, there was a subtle contempt. It is worth noting that the girls who appear most frequently around Su Qian all have a beauty score of over 80 points and are about 1.6 meters tall. They are obviously her carefully selected, dual friends. These girls are all class beauties when taken individually, but when they are in the same frame with Su Qian, they cannot compare to her in terms of appearance or figure. Su Qian will neither be overshadowed by them nor lower her own status. But Lin Kie keenly noticed the girl who only appeared twice. This girl's appearance is comparable to Su Qian. Both pictures were taken while she was sitting, but it is obvious that she is taller than Su Qian. Interestingly, in both photos, the girl is very close to Su Qian and smiles brightly, while Su Qian looks reluctant and unwilling. It seems that this person is a true best friend. Lin Kie understood. Just as he was immersed in observing and analyzing Su Qian's circle of friends, the car had already entered the Songyuan boys' dormitory area. The Taoyuan girls' dormitory is located at the south gate of the school, while the Songyuan boys' dormitory is at the north gate. The actual distance between the two places is about 3 kilometers. The journey took less than 10 minutes and the car stopped at the parking lot of Building 5 in Songyuan. Honey, we're at Building 5 of Songyuan. Lang Ruoxi's gentle voice brought him back to his senses. Lin Kie put away his phone, got out of the car and took out the black suitcase and supplies from the trunk. Lang Ruoxi considerately picked up the mat and wrapped it up, and the two walked towards the dormitory building side by side. Along the way, all the freshmen passing by glanced at Lang Ruoxi sideways, staring at her with surprised expressions. No high school girl could be as mature, refined, charming and beautiful as her. These boys who were able to be admitted to Zhongyuan University are basically academic masters, which also confirms that 90% of them are still virgins. Faced with a queen goddess of this level, they only dared to take a quick glance and then hurriedly lowered their heads, pretending to leave quickly as if nothing had happened, but they couldn't help looking back every 3 steps. When they saw Lang Ruoxi behaving intimately with the tall and handsome Lin Qiye, expressions of envy and jealousy appeared on their faces. Lin Qiye took it all in, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. At this moment, the joy of collecting beauties is fully displayed. Your fantasies are within my reach. Since Lang Ruoxi is here, Lin Qiye decided to make good use of this opportunity and asked her to help him quickly establish himself as the big brother of the dormitory. For him, the joy of life is picking up girls and showing off. With the system, he is bound to conquer many campus goddesses. He is destined to be low-key, and he doesn't want to be low-key. His current goal is to become a celebrity in this school and leave a deep mark on it, so he starts with the big brother in the dormitory. For boys, just because you are tall and have good academic performance, it is difficult to make a boy you meet for the first time willingly call you big brother. But if you have a goddess girlfriend who is beyond their reach, the situation is completely different, especially for those young virgins who have just entered college and fantasize about sweet campus romance. This is simply a nuclear bomb level weapon. This will make them immediately and willingly call you big brother and ask you for the secret to picking up girls. The elevator door on the first floor opened, and the 8 boys were all stunned when they saw Lang Ruoxi, but when their eyes fell on Lin Qiye beside her, they hurriedly lowered their heads and quickly walked out of the elevator. Lin Qiye walked in calmly and stood by the door. He asked Lang Ruoxi to stand in front of him and waited until the 4 boys behind him came up before closing the elevator door. The elevator quickly reached the 4th floor, room 405 inches. Lin Qiye walked along the corridor looking for the house number and finally stopped in front of a half-open door. Just as he was about to knock on the door and enter, an angry male voice came from inside. Damn, you idiot teammates, you ruined my 10-game winning streak. Anon, stop fighting and go eat. We have a class meeting at 7:30. Near the door, another boy's voice of persuasion was heard, mixed with dialogues from anime characters. It's really late. Wanna go eat together, how? The boy called Anon responded. Good, a short answer. At this time, Lin Qiye raised his hand and knocked on the door. Come in, the boy at the door responded. When you open the door, you will see a standard 4-person dormitory with a bed and a desk. The dormitory environment is very nice and new. The 2 boys sitting on the bed near the balcony and the boy by the door stuck their heads out at the same time. 3 pairs of eyes were looking at the door. When they saw Lin Qiye and Lang Ruoxi, their faces were immediately filled with surprise. Seeing this, Lin Qiye smiled calmly and said loudly, Hello, 3 brothers. I am Lin Qiye. From now on, we will be brothers living in the same dormitory. Chapter 56 3 Roommates. Hello, brother Yi. The bespectacled man at the door was the first to react. He hurriedly stood up, but unexpectedly his knee slammed into the table with a loud thud. He gasped in pain, his face wrinkled. My name is Zhang Wei, I'm a local. Lin Qiye began to look at his roommate who was about 170 centimeters tall. He was wearing a white t-shirt with anime characters printed on it, and had a round face under his slightly messy hair. His desk is simply a small 2-dimensional world. It is covered with posters of various female anime characters, the largest of which is Hinata from Naruto. Several exquisitely crafted figures are neatly arranged on the bookshelf, and even the mousepad is a cute anime girl, a standard configuration for 2D otakus. My name is Li Junin. On the right bed near the balcony, a boy with a slightly parted hairstyle put down his phone, looked at Lin Qiye and introduced himself. He was handsome and had fair skin, but at this moment he deliberately avoided looking at Lang Ruoxi and subconsciously straightened his clothes to relieve his tension. The last boy sat up straight on the bed, holding a book on advanced mathematics in his hand. He was thin, with a delicate face and black-framed glasses. He replied somewhat awkwardly, My name is Chen Hao. Lin Qiye nodded slightly and pushed the suitcase into the dormitory, and Lang Ruoxi followed closely behind. His bed was next to the door, facing Zhang Wei. Brother Yi, who is this? Zhang Wei asked Lin Qiye stutteringly, his eyes involuntarily drifting towards Lang Ruoxi, but then he retreated, not daring to look at her again. Faced with such a beautiful senior schoolmate, he was so nervous that he was at a loss, as if he had seen a sexy queen from an anime. Lang Ruoxi turned around and smiled brightly when she heard this, and introduced herself gracefully. Hello, Junior, my name is Lang Ruoxi, I will be a junior soon, I'm your direct senior and also Qiye's girlfriend. Hello, Senior. Zhang Weigang responded quietly, then suddenly raised his voice and widened his eyes. Wait. Senior, are you the vice president of the cosplay club? He spoke rapidly with excitement. I saw your photo on the official school account, and also a photo of you cosplaying General Raiden from Genshin Impact. The fidelity was simply. As a senior 2D fan and local, Zhang Wei applied to Zhongyuan University not only because it was close to home, but the most important reason was the school's famous cosplay club. In order to attract new students, the school's official account has vigorously promoted various clubs, among which the Cos Clubs push is the most eye-catching. Not only does it have a wonderful collection of club activities, but it also displays several sets of classic Cos photos of Vice President Lang Ruoxi and President Liu Yuanzhou as signature displays. Those photos received tens of thousands of likes on the school forum and Douyin, becoming the most attractive recruitment signs. Not only that, there are also display areas for various clubs on the campus bulletin board, and the cosplay club occupies the largest and most prominent position. The club's display board is filled with photos of members carefully cosplaying various characters, each one looking lifelike. In the very center, there are ID photos of the president and vice president, with their names and positions clearly marked below. Of course, Zhang Wei knew all this information. That's right. Lang Ruoxi's eyebrows curved, her red lips parted slightly, she tilted her head slightly and looked at Zhang Wei and smiled. If you want to join the club, I can approve it directly. It was Lin Qiye's request that she did not quit the Cos club. He said that after school started, he would let Liu Yuanzhou quit the club and let her take over the position of president. She didn't know why he did this, but she didn't ask any questions and just followed his instructions. Thank you so much, Senior. He was dazzled by Lang Ruoxi's bright smile and stood there at a loss, not knowing whether to sit down or continue standing. His voice also became much softer. At this moment, he was already full of admiration for Lin Qiye. What kind of extraordinary person was this roommate? He actually managed to win over a goddess like the vice president of the Cos club. He had already planned to recognize Lin Qiye as his elder brother and let him teach him some skills to pick up girls. If he could find a cute girlfriend who also loves the 2D world in college, his college life would be perfect. At this time, Li Junin and Chen Hao had already gotten out of bed and walked in front of Lin Qiye. Li Junin, who always considered himself excellent, felt unprecedented frustration at this moment. His height of 176 centimeters was considered above average among his peers, but at this moment he was half a head shorter than Lin Qiye and could only barely look at Lang Ruoxi who was wearing high heels. What made him even more depressed was that Lin Qiye seemed to have an aura around him. His tall stature, handsome features, and calm demeanor all made him look pale in comparison. It is no surprise that such a boy would win the heart of the sexy and beautiful Lang Ruoxi. As a gifted student in class Hung, Lee Junin almost never uses his extracurricular time to study, he spends all his extracurricular time playing games. With his excellent grades and outstanding appearance, he naturally became the focus of girls' attention. He thinks he has surpassed 95% of boys, those who are more handsome than him don't have as good grades as him, and those with similar grades are not as handsome as him. For a long time, he had hardly met anyone who made him feel inferior. He originally thought that he would be the most conspicuous one in the class when he went to college. It was not until he met Lin Kie today that he understood what, there are always people better than you, meant. Lin Kie is that 5% existence, so he has no desire to compete with them. He wants to be the second. He has always longed to find a girlfriend, and his requirements are very clear, beautiful appearance and excellent academic performance. Unfortunately, there was no girl in the entire high school who met his standards. Although there were good-looking girls in his class and other classes who showed interest in him, he always rejected them on the grounds that he had to focus on studying. In fact, the real reason is that the grades of these girls do not meet his requirements. He is absolutely unwilling to fall in love with a girl who cannot keep up with him. Giving up a key university to cater to girls and go to an ordinary university. That's stupid, he often thought so. So he decided to find a girlfriend in college, hoping that there would be a beautiful girl in his class who would make his heart beat faster. But even if he really meets a girl he likes, if she doesn't express her affection actively, he probably won't dare to pursue her actively. After all, his proud self-esteem would not be able to bear being rejected. Looking at Lin Kie and Lang Ruoxi, he was amazed and curious at the same time. How could a freshman be with a junior? This question lingered in Lee Junin's mind, but now was obviously not the time to ask it. The oppressive feeling from the two of them made him squeeze out only a dry voice. Brother Yi, hello, senior sister. Chen Hao stood at a distance, pushed up his glasses, and echoed softly, Brother Yi, senior sister. He is 173 centimeters tall and the thinnest among the four. His gentle appearance shows that he is a studious person. Unlike Jiang Wei's excitement and Lee Junin's complicated mood, he was the calmest. Lin Kie lowered his head slightly and looked at his three new roommates, a gentle smile on his face. We'll be brothers from now on, no need to be so polite. Let's go eat first, we can talk later. Okay, Brother Yi, the three responded in unison. Lin Kie took the mat from Lang Ruoxi's arms and placed it on the chair. Then he naturally took Lang Ruoxi's hand and walked out the door first. Looking at the two well-matched figures, the three people standing there looked at each other and saw similar envy and yearning in each other's eyes. Jiang Wei was the first to follow, Lee Junin straightened his clothes and followed closely behind, and Chen Hao walked slowly at the end. Chapter 57 The three people's admiration deepens. The five people walked out of the dormitory building and went to Songyuan canteen. Lang Ruoxi held Lin Kie's right arm affectionately, her face resting on his shoulder, and the two walked in front. The other three walked behind them, 2 steps away. Lee Junin looked at Lang Ruoxi's close dependence on Lin Kie and felt extremely envious. This was what he had always dreamed of. He couldn't help but want to know how the two of them got together, but he didn't know how to start. Brother Yi, senior sister, how did you get together? At this time, Jiang Wei trotted over and pushed his glasses, his face full of nervous curiosity. He was not an introverted person to begin with, but the shock he felt when they first met Lin Kie and the other man was so great that he didn't know how to respond for a while. After knowing that Lin Kie and the other man were not difficult to approach, his nervousness gradually dissipated and he became bolder. I mustered up the courage to ask the question that had been holding back all this time. Lee Junin secretly praised in his heart, well done, away. He and Chen Hao also moved closer at the same time, listening attentively to hear the answer. Lang Ruoxi's face showed an embarrassment, not knowing how to answer. Lin Kie gently squeezed her delicate hand, turned his head to face Jiang Wei and said, well, it's a long story. Let's talk while we eat. Songyuan canteen is next to Songyuan dormitory building 10, and it only takes 5 minutes to walk there. It was lunchtime and the cafeteria entrance was bustling with people, mostly freshmen who had just enrolled. The cafeteria is very large and has 3 floors. When you walk into the first floor hall, you will see the spacious space filled with 4-person and 6-person tables. Since only freshmen have started school now, many seats are empty. I heard that the signature black pepper steak rice on the 2nd floor of Songyuan canteen is very good. Do you want to go up and try it? Lang Ruoxi turned around and suggested, glancing at the 3 of them. The 3 of them nodded in agreement. After all, they had just arrived and were not familiar with the food in the cafeteria. They didn't know what to eat. Arriving at the steak restaurant window on the 2nd floor, Lang Ruoxi smiled apologetically at the 3 of them and said, I should have invited you to a restaurant for dinner on our first meeting, but I don't have enough time today. I'll just treat you to a simple meal in the cafeteria first. We'll get together again after the military training is over. Lee Junin and the other 2 quickly waved their hands. Senior sister, you are too polite. You don't have to be like this. It's just a gathering of brothers for dinner. Lin Kie interrupted, his tone casual but with an air of authority that could not be refused. Besides, we're just going to an ordinary restaurant, so there's no need to feel pressured. He would not deliberately take them to any high-end restaurants, as this would make them nervous and stressed. He wanted to get closer to them, not alienate them. The 3 of them looked at each other and stopped refusing. After all, it was just a meal and they could just invite him back later. Jiang Wei scratched his head and smiled, then we won't refuse. Next time, it's our turn to invite senior sister and brother Yi. No problem, Lin Kie said with a smile. After eating, the 5 of them found a seat by the window where there were not many people around. Jiang Wei couldn't wait to ask as soon as he picked up his chopsticks, so, brother Yi and senior sister. Lin Kie chuckled, Ruoxi and I went to the same high school. I saw Ruoxi's dance performance at the New Year's Eve party when I was in my first year of high school, and I was immediately attracted to her. His expression seemed to be filled with reminiscence. Later, I found out she was a member of the student union, so I joined it too. It took me 2 whole weeks to woo her. Lin Kie made up a beautiful and reasonable story. They wouldn't ask for details anyway. This can also perfectly show his personality. When he meets a girl he likes, even if she is a goddess, he will not be timid, will act decisively, and is extremely efficient in pursuing girls. Bold and brave people are always admired, as this shows strong ability to take action. After all, most people only think about doing something when they decide to do it, especially when it comes to pursuing girls. The 3 of them turned their heads in unison to look at Lang Ruoxi, their eyes filled with inquiries. At the same time, Jiang Wei couldn't help but complain in his heart, this is too Versailles. What does, it took 2 weeks to catch up, mean? A goddess of the seniors level must have a long line of suitors, many of whom are outstanding. But she was won over by a junior in just 2 weeks. Even if you were handsome, this is too outrageous. Chen Hao and Lee Junin also had some complaints in their hearts, but they still showed admiration on their faces. Lang Ruoxi was happy to accept Lin Kie's explanation. After all, it was difficult to reveal their true situation. She smiled and nodded, yes, that's what Kie said. Jiang Wei suddenly put down his chopsticks and asked, Senior, why did you fall in love with a junior who you've only known for 2 weeks? Li Junin and Chen Hao also pricked up their ears immediately and didn't even bother to eat. Well, Lang Ruoxi seemed to have thought of something, and her cheeks flushed instantly. Maybe it's because he's too mean. When the three heard Lang Ruoxi's answer and saw her suddenly shy look, the classic saying flashed through their minds at the same time: women don't love men who are not bad. Although they were extremely curious and wanted to know what bad things Lin Kie had done, they could not continue to ask in front of Lang Ruoxi. They still had a sense of propriety. Anyway, they are all in the same dormitory, and there will be plenty of opportunities for Lin Kie to tell them the truth later. At this time, Jiang Wei was the first to break the silence, staring at Lin Kie with shining eyes. Brother Yi, please teach me your secret to chasing girls. Well, Lin Kie raised his lips with a meaningful smile, and elegantly forked a piece of steak to Lang Ruoxi's lips. It can only be understood but not expressed in words. The three of them were speechless when they saw this. They couldn't do anything about him, and they also realized that it was not a good idea to discuss this in front of Lang Ruoxi, so they didn't ask any more questions. Lang Ruoxi opened her mouth naturally to take the steak. This loving and sweet look immediately made the three single dogs suffer tons of critical strikes. During the following dinner time, Lin Kie and Lang Ruoxi introduced the campus layout to them while chatting about daily trivial matters. In a pleasant atmosphere, the meal lasted until 6:30 before we knew it. When I walked out of the cafeteria, dusk had gradually enveloped the campus. It didn't take long for the five of them to return to the downstairs of dormitory building 5 in Songyuan. Lang Ruoxi stood in front of Lin Kie, gently tucked the hair by her ears, and said softly to the three of them, "Three junior brothers, I'm leaving first." "Goodbye, senior." The three roommates nodded in unison. Lang Ruoxi pursed her lips and smiled lightly. Suddenly she turned around, stood on tiptoe and gave Lin Kie a light kiss on the cheek. "Goodbye, husband." After the kiss, he turned and left. Although the voice was soft, the three people who were nearby heard it clearly. They froze in place as if struck by lightning, their eyes unconsciously following Lang Ruoxi's departing figure. She just pressed the car key with her fingertips, and the pink BMW headlights not far away immediately lit up elegantly. The three of them secretly speculated in their hearts. Lang Ruoxi, who can drive a BMW, must have a good family background, and Lin Kie, who can match her, is probably also a wealthy young man who is hiding his true potential, otherwise how could his every move reveal a unique and noble temperament? After Lang Ruoxi got into the BMW, the three of them turned to Lin Kie in unison, the admiration in their eyes almost turning into reality. "Brother Yi." Jiang Wei was the first to rush towards Lin Kie, grabbing his arms tightly with both hands, his eyes shining. "From now on, you are my real brother. Please teach me how to pursue girls. I dream of having a kawaii 2D girlfriend." Li Junin couldn't help but come over. Brother Yi, senior sister should have some beautiful single girlfriends around her, right? If so, they can meet together. If he is attracted to the beautiful senior sister, he can also find out through Lin Kie whether the beautiful senior sister has a good impression of him. If not, he won't pursue it. If there is, he will pursue it, so there is a high probability that he will not end up with a clown ending. Even Chen Hao, who had always been relatively calm, pushed his glasses. Although he didn't get close, the expectant eyes behind the lenses looking at Lin Kie said it all. Lin Kie was amused by the three people's reactions. He laughed heartily and put his arm around their shoulders. "Let's go back to the dormitory. We need to discuss this profound matter slowly." He decided to fool them for a while. He also wanted to use the short time left to guide Su Qian so that she could show the arrogant image of a little queen instead of the sweet and lovely image when introducing herself at the next class meeting. Since we want to help her become a real queen, the first impression is very important. Otherwise, if she changes her image later, the people in the class will feel uncomfortable and difficult to accept. Chapter 58, Special Training for Su Qian before the class meeting. Lin Kie returned to the dormitory with his three roommates. As soon as Lin Kie entered and sat down on the chair, Jiang Wei couldn't wait to close the door and came over expectantly. "Brother Yi, can you teach me the secret now?" Lin Kie casually leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and a faint smile played on the corners of his mouth. "Actually, there is no secret. The key lies in 3 points: confidence, carefulness, and boldness." "That's it." Li Junin was a little disappointed. Didn't the netizens say this was terrible? "Hear me out." Lin Kie raised a finger. "First, confidence isn't something you can fake. It's something you genuinely accept in yourself. Confidence can make you more handsome. Do you think I'm handsome?" Although the three of them were furiously complaining in their hearts, even if you have low self-esteem like this, you're still incredibly handsome. However, they had to admit that confidence does make you look more handsome. Finally, he nodded in approval. But Ruoxi is not short of handsome and confident men pursuing her. Seeing this, Lin Kie chuckled. "So the second point is to carefully observe her preferences and habits. For example, I know she likes lemon tea, hates coriander, and her feet get sore after dancing and need a massage." Chen Hao pushed his glasses up thoughtfully. "So Brother Yi is just trying to please him?" "Not exactly." Lin Kie's eyes flashed with cunning. "The third point is the key: boldly create an accident, such as deliberately bumping into her, treating her to a meal to apologize and establish a connection, then accidentally appearing at her favorite milk tea shop, drinking her favorite milk tea, creating a topic of conversation and closing the distance." Jiang Wei suddenly understood. "I understand. It's all about creating chance encounters and then showing off your charm, right?" "Good understanding." Lin Kie snapped his fingers. "But you have to find the right balance. If you try too hard, it will seem obvious and greasy. The above are just the most basic and common entry tricks. If you meet a woman who is a little smarter, it is easy for her to see your intentions, and it also depends a lot on your confidence in modeling. When he picks up girls, he always takes the initiative and never reveals his true intentions. Instead, he makes the beauties fall in love with him during their interactions, and then they can't help but express their feelings to him. This is what a high-end hunter does." Seeing that the deception was almost over, Lin Kie pretended to check his watch and suddenly stood up. "Sorry, brothers, I have something to go out for. See you in class." "Oh," Li Junin said reluctantly, "I haven't finished yet." "We'll continue tonight." Lin Kie left in a leisurely manner amid the aggrieved gazes of the three people. As he went downstairs, he took out his phone and sent a Fuxian message to Su Qian. "Meet me in 10 minutes by the lake in front of Jingxi building to talk about tonight's class meeting." "Okay." Su Qian replied immediately. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the open space in front of Jingxi building. He glanced at the lake in front and saw a pink figure under a streetlight in the distance. It should be Su Qian. Lin Kie walked closer quickly, and Su Qian turned around instantly when she noticed someone approaching from behind. "Lin Kie, why did you call me here in advance?" A hint of joy flashed across Su Qian's eyes for a moment, followed by a look of doubt. "I'll give you special training before the class meeting." Lin Kie looked serious and his tone left no room for doubt. "Ah," Su Qian was a little confused. "When you introduced yourself and interacted with your roommate before, did you use a warm and sweet attitude?" Lin Kie put his hands in his pockets and leaned forward slightly. It was just a normal introduction, not very enthusiastic. Su Qian looked up at Lin Kie and explained in a low voice. If it weren't for Lin Kie, she would definitely show a sweet image and become the center of the dormitory, but now she is not even sure how to face others. "Yes, stand still," Lin Kie suddenly ordered in a deep voice. Su Qian subconsciously straightened his back, a hint of confusion flashing across his face. Lin Kie walked slowly around her. "What are you going to say when you introduce yourself at the class meeting tonight?" Just introduce yourself in a simple way. Su Qian blinked her big eyes, name, where you're from, hobbies, etc. Wrong. Lin Qian stopped and stood in front of her, looking directly into her eyes. From now on, you have to change your image. Su Qian was stunned. What image? The queen's image. Lin Qian stretched out his right hand and gently lifted her chin. The queen will not easily reveal her private matters to outsiders. She must maintain a proud, confident, and powerful demeanor. His actions made Su Qian's heart beat faster, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes wandered, but I. She was a little timid about what she said to him. After all, she had only rehearsed it in her mind and had never actually performed it. Because I have been wearing the mask for so long, I don't have the courage to take it off. No buts. Lin Qian's tone left no room for doubt. Remember, when you enter the classroom, hold your head high and chest out, walk steadily, and look down at others. Introduce yourself briefly and forcefully. Don't smile, at most raise the corners of your mouth slightly to show off your queen's pride and confidence. Su Qian twisted her fingers nervously, but wouldn't this be too? Too what? Lin Qian forced her to look into his eyes and said, isn't this what you want? A real change. Be yourself. Su Qian took a deep breath, and determination gradually ignited in his eyes. I'll give it a try. It's not just a try, it's a must. Lin Qian ordered, then released her and stood up. Also, tie your hair into a high ponytail to look more neat. Su Qian did as she was told and tied her hair up. When she looked up again, her whole temperament had subtly changed. Lin Qian nodded with satisfaction. Very good, now let's practice introducing ourselves. Remember to keep it brief. Hello everyone, I'm Su Qian, please give me your guidance in the future. Her voice still has a sweet girlish tone. Hold your voice a little deeper and speak more slowly, Lin Qian instructed. Your mother is very queen-like. Think back to how she spoke to her subordinates. Judging from the luxury of her circle of friends and her mother's dress, her mother is most likely the boss of a large company. How do you know my mother? Su Qian asked in surprise. Little queen, you are so silly and cute. The first post on your moments is a photo of you and your mother, Lin Qian teased. You got it. After hearing what he said, Su Qian suddenly realized and then became embarrassed and angry, but she had no way to refute it. She could only close her eyes and start to recall the way her mother talked with her subordinates. After a while, when he spoke again, his voice was noticeably calmer. Hello everyone, I'm Su Qian. This time she even raised her chin naturally, with a look of arrogance. Lin Qian clapped his hands in satisfaction. Not bad, keep it up. Hearing Lin Qian's praise, Su Qian's mouth corners slightly raised. Also, if a boy approaches you after class, how will you refuse? Lin Qian continued to ask. Well, Su Qian thought for a moment, looked at Lin Qian's encouraging eyes, and said slowly and softly, sorry, classmate, I'm not interested in you. The lines were correct, but the expression and tone were completely wrong. Sorry, classmate, I'm not interested in you. Su Qian gathered her emotions again, her expression was arrogant and distant, and her tone was calm, as if she was rejecting an insignificant matter. Very nice. Lin Qian nodded, then changed the subject. What if you encounter someone more daring and persistent? For example, like this. He quickly bent down and approached Su Qian's face, looked into her eyes, and said in a domineering and serious voice, Su Qian, I like you, you will definitely be my girlfriend. His tone was too serious and his eyes were too focused. If Su Qian hadn't known in advance that this was just a practice, she would almost think that he was really confessing to her. Even so, her heart skipped a beat uncontrollably and her cheeks instantly burned. She turned away subconsciously, avoiding his sight, her voice trembling unconsciously, I. Ding, Su Qian's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 55 100ths, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. When he heard the system prompt, a hint of amusement flashed in Lin Qian's eyes. He just wanted to tease her, but he didn't expect that his impulsive teasing would bring him an unexpected surprise. It's so much fun to tease the little queen. Then she straightened up as if nothing had happened and resumed her teaching posture. This kind of situation wouldn't normally occur if you could maintain your queen's posture. I'll teach you how to deal with this extreme situation later. After a pause, he said, now continue to consolidate the queen's demeanor and posture. I'll help you check it. Seeing Lin Qian stand up, Su Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, if it was another bad man who confessed to her like this, she would never behave so badly. She would definitely say no with obvious reluctance. But facing him, I felt like I was possessed and didn't know what to do. About 20 minutes later, Lin Qian checked the time and saw it was 7:20. He gently reminded Su Qian, the class meeting is about to start. You go first and I'll follow. Su Qian clenched his fist a little nervously. After all, it was a completely different posture from before. Lin Qian noticed her uneasiness and took a half step closer, speaking in a low and powerful voice. Remember, fear only makes you look weak. A true queen would never let anyone see her nervousness. After hearing this, Su Qian looked up at Lin Qian, his fists gradually loosened and his eyes became firm. She straightened her back and walked towards Jingxi building with graceful steps. Looking at Su Qian's straight back, Lin Qian showed a playful smile. From now on, I'm the only one who can see your soft and lovely appearance. After all, I'm your teaching knight. Chapter 59 Sexy and Dangerous Counselor Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang photo. Lin Qian watched her walk away, put his thoughts away, straightened his collar, and walked towards Jingxi building with his long legs. When he pushed open the back door of classroom 308, the noise made most of the students turn around with surprised expressions. Su Qian must have encountered this kind of treatment before. The classroom seats are arranged in 3-4-3, with a total of 10 rows. People start sitting from the third row, and most people are concentrated in the middle row, about 40 people, with a roughly equal ratio of men to women. He immediately locked onto Su Qian, who was sitting in the second left position in the middle row of the fourth row and also looked back, and gave her a meaningful smile in return. That smile seemed to carry an invisible electric current, like a warm feeling through the air. Not only Su Qian, but also the girl on her right who had an appearance score of 80 and the other girls around her blushed and turned back quickly. Brother Yi, this way. Zhang Wei was whispering to someone in the last row, fourth from the left, leaving an empty seat on the right. Further to the right were Li Junin and Chen Hao. Lin Qian sat down calmly. The girls in the front row kept turning their heads and whispering to each other. He could guess that their comments were nothing more than, so handsome. As soon as he raised his head, they turned their heads hurriedly like frightened deer. What a group of young and lovely girls. Brother Yi, your charm is truly unstoppable. Zhang Wei lowered his voice, his tone full of envy. Li Junin nodded repeatedly in agreement. By the way, Brother Yi. Zhang Wei suddenly perked up and gestured ahead with his eyes. That girl in the fourth row, second from the left, with a high ponytail and pink clothes, is truly a goddess-level beauty. But judging by her arrogance, she's probably a rich girl. She does look good from behind. Lin Qian responded calmly. Brother Yi, you'll know whether I'm beautiful or not when I introduce myself. Although I'm not as tall as the senior sister, I'm definitely on the same level as her. Zhang Wei thought he didn't believe it, so he emphasized it again. Really? Then I'll take a closer look later. Lin Qian replied with a smile. She is indeed very beautiful, but unfortunately she is not the gentle and sweet type. Li Junin sighed regretfully. Lin Qian knew exactly what he was thinking and patted him on the shoulder. This kid should thank himself, otherwise he would probably become the slave of this little queen. However, Li Junin misunderstood this action, thinking that Lin Qian was comforting him. He stretched out his right hand and placed it on the back of Lin Qian's hand on his left shoulder to express that he received comfort. After an agonizing wait, the bell for evening self-study at 7:30 rang on time not long after. 2 minutes later, the crisp sound of high heels came from far away. Everyone turned their heads to the right and looked at the corridor. Soon, they saw a mature woman wearing glasses appear outside the window. The cuffs of the white long-sleeved shirt are rolled up to the elbows, and the proud bust supports the fabric, showing an attractive curve. The slim-fitting skirt outlines the perfect waist and hip curves, and a cool aura comes to the face. She walked into the classroom from the main entrance, revealing her full appearance. Long black wavy hair reaching her waist, gold-rimmed glasses framed her delicate oval face, 2 buttons of her shirt collar undone, revealing her delicate collarbone, a small patch of fair skin, and deep cleavage which aroused endless imagination. The black A-line slim skirt fits tightly around the waist and hips, with the hem stopping at the middle of the thigh. Thin black stockings wrap around her slender legs, and the pair of black-faced, red-bottomed pointed high heels on her feet exude a dangerous yet elegant sexiness with every step. The whole person exudes a cool, intellectual, sexy and charming temperament, which creates an extreme contrast with her identity. All the boys and girls present were stunned. She walked gracefully up to the podium and faced the class. She raised her head slightly, and the cold eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses began to scan the area below, causing all the boys to blush and lower their heads. Seeing this scene, an elusive smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and it was unclear whether it was concern or mockery. Only Lin Qian stared at her up and down without any hesitation, with a strong desire to conquer her burning in his eyes. He must get this stunning beauty into his pocket. At this moment, a blue light screen appeared before his eyes. Name, Qin Shuang. Age, 28. Position, Associate Professor, School of Economics and Trade, Zhangyan University, Counselor of Foreign Trade Class 2501. Current rescue value, 0-100s. Appearance closed black lens bracket, 97. Body closed black lens bracket, 98 170 cm, 36E. Bad woman value, 80. Sensitive point, waist. Personality arrogant, fond of sexy dressing, likes to watch little boys blush shyly in front of her. Longing to meet a gentle and cute little girl or boy. Chapter 60 The weak girl who needs to be saved in GU. The moment he saw the system prompt, Lin Qian's lips curled up in a playful arc. Arrogant, sexy, raising a good pet. He silently chanted these words in his mind. What a cool and coquettish queen. It was so interesting that it only deepened his desire to conquer. He couldn't help but imagine how delightful it would be to see this proud queen become his pet. He looked at Qin Shuang on the podium unscrupulously, his eyes sliding down from her slender neck to linger on her proud curves. He was tall to begin with, and at this moment he raised his head, which made him stand out from the boys around him who were lowering their heads. Soon, Qin Shuang noticed this unique figure. When she met Lin Qian's eyes through her gold-rimmed glasses, a hint of surprise and amusement flashed in her beautiful eyes. Although this boy has outstanding appearance, he does not fit her image of a weak, cute and well-behaved pet at all. Interesting, she thought to herself, this is the first time in the past 2 years that a student has dared to look me in the eye like this. Is she completely bewildered by my charm, or is she just being reckless? She originally expected to see the other person shy and evasive, but she didn't expect that the boy would dare to move around her boldly after being noticed by her. This fearless attitude seemed to her to be nothing but a naked provocation, and made her feel that her dignity as a queen was greatly offended. When I call you out to face me alone later, I'll see if you can still maintain this boldness. Qin Shuang secretly decided, if it's still like this, I don't mind giving you a good workout. After sorting out her thoughts, she looked away and started to get down to business. She began to introduce herself. Good evening, everyone. I am your counselor Qin Shuang, and also your economics teacher. Don't miss my classes in the future, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Her voice was cold and lazily. The classroom suddenly fell silent, and everyone was shocked by her powerful aura. Several boys in the back row who were whispering to each other immediately shut up, and the girls in the front row sat up straight involuntarily. Qin Shuang elegantly pushed up her glasses and continued, today is our first class meeting. Let's first take a roll call to confirm that everyone is present, and then everyone will take turns to introduce themselves. As she spoke, she opened the registration roster and gently slid her slender index finger across the paper. The roll call ended quickly and all 42 students in the class were present, 24 girls and 18 boys. Qin Shuang nodded with satisfaction, her red lips slightly parted. Very good, it seems that everyone is very well behaved. She scanned the classroom, finally stopping at the third row. Now, starting with the girls sitting in the front row, please come up and introduce yourselves. The first person to come on stage was a petite girl with a round face and glasses. Hello everyone, my name is Chen Xiaoli, I'm from Zhangcheng and I like reading. She was a little nervous but still looked up and gazed down, completing her self-introduction. Student Chen Xiaoli performed well. Qin Shuang calmly led the applause, other students can refer to the standard. Then 4 girls came on stage one after another and introduced themselves in a standard manner. At this time, it was the turn of the girl on Su Qian's left. The girl with a high ponytail that exposed her forehead was particularly eye-catching, not because of her outstanding appearance, but because of her obviously shabby outfit, a white high school short-sleeved uniform, faded dark blue jeans and a pair of old white flat sandals. She kept her head down the whole time, her hands clenched into fists, and she exuded an air of inferiority and cowardice. Lin Qian scanned her from head to toe with his eyes like an X-ray. Although she was poorly dressed, her body proportions were excellent. She was about 165 centimeters tall, with a slim waist and long legs. Her graceful lines could still be seen even under the faded jeans. Hello everyone, my name is. Standing on the podium, her voice was as thin as a mosquito and she stuttered, unable to utter a complete sentence. Qin Shuang's eyes lit up instantly. When calling the roll, she noticed the girl named Jiu sitting in the front row. She has a pretty face and a gentle personality. Now that he observes her closely, he is even more certain of his judgment. This is the prey he has been searching for a long time. Although his clothes are a little shabby, he has enough money to dress up his bed. Student in Jiu. Qin Shuang's voice suddenly became unusually gentle, completely different from the cold and elegant one just now. Don't be nervous. Raise your head and let everyone know you. She took 2 steps forward, her high heels making crisp sounds on the floor. This scene completely fell into Lin Qian's eyes. Qin Shuang's unusual attitude piqued his interest. What's so special about Jiu that could cause this arrogant woman to suddenly change her attitude? He began to observe Jiu carefully. Jiu responded timidly and slowly raised his head. The lights in the classroom illuminated her delicate features, a small nose, pink lips, and big, clear, tearful eyes. But when she met the gaze of the whole class, she immediately lowered her head like a frightened deer. Although it was just a quick glimpse, Lin Qian had already seen her face clearly. With his experience of seeing countless women, he made a judgment instantly. In terms of appearance alone, Jiu is not inferior to Su Qian at all, but her shabby clothes seriously lower the overall impression. If she dresses up well, she will definitely be a stunning beauty. A timid and cowardly girl from a poor family is like an uncut jade. Lin Kie secretly commented, it needs someone to carefully carve it and engrave its mark before it can truly shine. A plan suddenly emerged in his mind, the perfect goddess training plan. He decided to save this weak girl. He had never done anything so fulfilling before. Although the system stipulates that only bad women can be rewarded, it is not that he cannot save other women, it's just that there's no reward. Besides, being saved by him is much better than being hurt by a yellow-haired scumbag in the future. His only shortcoming is that he is a little too philanthropic, but this is a trivial matter compared to his countless merits. This kind of girl is actually very easy to win over. As long as you have good-looking features, approach her in a subtle way, don't put her under pressure, treat her sincerely, and make her feel at ease, you can win her heart. But he doesn't just want to conquer her, he also wants to help her reshape her personality. Ding, the host's noble intentions have been detected, and the system is being upgraded. New, Good Women Rescue, module. In this world, not only bad women need to be saved, but good women also need to be saved to prevent them from being hurt by yellow-haired scumbags. Lin Kie secretly admired the system for being so sensible and considerate. A blue light screen then appeared. Name, Injiu. Age, 18. Identity, student of Zhongyuan University Foreign Trade Class 2501. Rescue value, 0-100s. Appearance closed black lens bracket, 96. Body closed black lens bracket, 95 165 cm, 36c. Good woman value, 90. Sensitive point, GAF. Personality, virtuous and gentle, timid and introverted but strong-willed, will bravely resist when her bottom line is touched. Due to her poor family background, she has always been ridiculed by classmates and has low self-esteem. She is diligent and studious and is determined to keep receiving scholarships. She is eager to graduate as soon as possible and earn money to help reduce the burden on her mother. Chapter 61 The First Game with Qin Shuang, The Sinister Plan. Seeing Inziu's message, Lin Kie's mouth curled up slightly. It seems that her personality is really as he guessed, a good girl who is consistent in appearance and heart. This made him more determined to save her, and his mind already imagined her confident look of holding her head high and facing everyone calmly. It seems that Injiu is still very shy. Everyone should take good care of her in the future and not bully her. If I find out who bullied her, the consequences will be very serious. Qin Shuang turned to face the whole class, her tone as serious as if Injiu was her own daughter. The students in the audience all thought that Qin Shuang was a good teacher who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and that he was taking care of the disadvantaged students. But intimidated by her powerful aura, no one dared to be the first to respond. Lin Kie, who knew her true nature, already knew that she regarded Injiu as her prey, and was now trying to gain her favorability. The effect was indeed good. Injiu had already quietly turned his head and looked up at her. Just as Qin Shuang was about to turn around, Lin Kie suddenly said loudly, of course. Classmates should take care of each other, especially those who are introverted. We should help them quickly integrate into the group. Naturally, he would not miss this opportunity to win Injiu's favor. At the same time, he also wanted to let the whole class see his confident and brave side, laying the foundation for winning the position of class monitor. He must take the position of squad leader so that he can naturally come into contact with Su Qian, Injiu and Qin Shuang, paving the way for the subsequent rescue. More importantly, he wanted to let Qin Shuang know that he was not afraid of her, challenge her dignity, and arouse her desire to conquer. This bold statement, ignoring Qin Shuang's aura, had a significant effect. Injiu looked up instinctively, but lowered her head shyly the moment her eyes met his. Ding, Injiu's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 5/100s, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Kie's mouth curled up. The students in front of him also turned to look at him, their eyes full of admiration. After all, he dared to speak calmly in front of this powerful counselor when they first met. Soon, other students followed suit. When Qin Shuang saw this scene below the stage, a cold light flashed in her eyes. She was sure that Lin Kie was not afraid of her. Look at his confident and calm appearance and his noble temperament, which is completely different from his peers. She couldn't help but guess that Lin Kie must be a well-educated rich kid. She would check his file later to see what his background was. But no matter whether he has a powerful background or not, she will make this brat kneel on the ground and call her Sister Qin. Because he has violated his dignity twice. After sorting out his thoughts, Qin Shuang smiled and said, it seems that classmate Lin is very caring. Then you should take care of your classmates more in the future. Because his performance was the most special, she had already remembered his name when she called the roll. If you have any difficulties, you can come to me. As long as I can help, I will never refuse. Lin Kie responded calmly, once again demonstrating the responsibility and sense of duty that a squad leader should have. Brother, you said it well. Jiang Wei was the first one to applaud in admiration. He was so shocked by Qin Shuang's powerful aura that he didn't dare to look at her directly. I didn't expect that Lin Kie could ignore the counselor's aura. This is the first time we meet, and I don't know the counselor's specific temperament yet. Lin Kie dared to look the counselor in the eye and speak calmly, which made him admire him extremely. Following Jiang Wei's lead, other students also started applauding. Lin Kie glanced at Jiang Wei and praised him in his heart. Wei is good, don't worry, I will keep an eye on your cute 2D girlfriend for you. Seeing this, Qin Shuang quickly raised her hand to signal for silence and said in a low voice, alright, everyone should follow Lin's example from now on. Let's continue with our self-introductions. She didn't expect that her speech to establish her authority and win people's favor would be disrupted by this brat. Instead, it helped him establish his authority and win favor in front of the whole class. I'm afraid that from now on, the whole class will follow his lead. Well, since you like to show off so much, I will give you more opportunities to show off in the future and see how many you can catch. If you can't catch it, don't beg the teacher for help. Otherwise you will have to kneel down in front of the teacher and help her polish her high heels. After calming down, Qin Shuang turned around and looked at Injiu gently, with a subtle hint of possessiveness in his eyes. Student, please go back to your seat first. You can come to the teacher if you have any difficulties in the future. Injiu turned to face Qin Shuang, looked up at her gratefully, and then quickly lowered his head. She didn't expect that the seemingly unapproachable university class teacher was so warm-hearted. He unconsciously clenched the corners of his clothes, as if this would give him courage, and then whispered, thank you, teacher. Her cute look made Qin Shuang love her even more. After all, polite pets are more worthy of adoption. She gently touched Inziu's head, and immediately withdrew her hand when she felt the tenseness of his body. She couldn't be too hasty, so as not to scare this little cutie. Don't be polite with the teacher, just go down quickly, Qin Shuang said gently. Injiu felt as if he had been pardoned. He lowered his head and ran quickly to his seat. Witnessing this scene, a cold light flashed in Lin Kie's eyes. He must establish a deep connection with Gao Injiu before Qin Shuang can improve her favorability. After all, as a female counselor, Qin Shuang has a natural advantage in approaching Injiu and will not arouse vigilance. As a man, even if he is the squad leader, it is inevitable that Injiu will be on guard. Once Qin Shuang seizes the initiative and realizes his intentions, she will definitely remind Injiu to be careful and guard against her, and even slander him in front of Injiu. At that time, Ji will definitely be more vigilant about himself, and the difficulty of the strategy will increase. However, he is not without advantages. After all, the relationship between classmates is naturally closer than that between teachers and students. After all, they are of the same age and belong to the same camp. He had a plan. He just had to become Ziu's first and most trusted person, and he would not stop Chen Shuang from trying to win her favor. When the time is right, he just needs to find a suitable opportunity to use the truth-telling trick on Chen Shuang so that Jiu can hear her dirty thoughts with her own ears and be disappointed in her. As a result, Jiu will be more cautious towards everyone, even women. In the end, besides her family, she will only have herself to rely on and trust. Chapter 62, The Weak and Beautiful Hao Xiaodong. The self-introductions continued, and the next person was Su Qianzhe's turn. She stood up gracefully and walked up to the podium with steady and confident steps. Her high ponytail swayed lightly with her steps, and her pink dress made her skin look as white as snow. The boys in the audience cast admiring glances at her, while the girls whispered about her outfit and temperament. Su Qianzhe quickly stood on the podium, her chin slightly raised, her eyes calmly sweeping over the students below. She exuded a cold and arrogant aura that was inconsistent with her sweet dress and appearance. However, her hands hanging below the table were slightly clenched into fists, indicating that her heart was not as calm as she appeared. Good evening everyone, my name is Su Qianzhe, and I'm from Tianjin City. Her voice was clear and pleasant, yet tinged with pride. My hobbies are piano and dancing. Please give me your guidance in the future. After saying this, she paused for 2 seconds, as if giving everyone time to digest this brief self-introduction. Su Qianzhe's gaze deliberately swept towards Lin Qia's seat in the back row of the classroom, and happened to meet Lin Qia's approving eyes. Those smiling eyes made her heart tremble slightly. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and then her cold and arrogant expression returned to her face. That's it. After she said that, she turned and walked down the podium, her high ponytail drawing a graceful arc in the air. There was a warm applause in the classroom, mixed with many boys' involuntary praise. Su Qianzhe maintained an elegant posture, with her back straight and her chin slightly raised to a just right height. Her gaze swept calmly across the classroom, neither deliberately avoiding anyone's sight nor lingering on any one place for too long, just as Lin Qia taught her, calm and composed like a true queen. She could feel the burning gazes from all around her, and when she glanced at them, they quickly turned their heads away. This feeling of being looked up to and admired by everyone, yet not daring to look them in the eye, made her finally experience the queen's aura that Lin Qia talked about. Lin Qia leaned back in his chair, watching Su Qianzhe's perfect performance and listening to the whispers of the boys around him. He narrowed his eyes in satisfaction, with a playful smile on his lips. Very good, the first step of his plan was successful. The image of the little queen, proud and confident, has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Whenever she encounters any difficulties in the future, the only person who can make her show weakness and ask for help will be him, the teaching knight. Brother Yi, isn't she beautiful? Zhang Wei nudged Lin Qia gently with his elbow, winked at him, and spoke in a low voice. Lin Qia raised the corners of his lips slightly, is indeed very beautiful. I think only you, Brother Yi, can win over this kind of aloof young lady. What a pity, you already have a senior, Zhang Wei said regretfully. Really? A hint of amusement flashed in Lin Qia's eyes. So what if Lang Ruoxi is already here? What needs to be conquered must be conquered. Zhang Wei and Li Junan nodded in confusion. It seems that classmate Su is quite aloof. Chen Shuang saw Su Qianzhe's arrogant behavior clearly, but she didn't feel anything about it. In her opinion, this was just a spoiled young lady at home, and her arrogance was nothing but an insult in front of her. Although she is beautiful, her personality does not meet my standards for having a good pet. The next student, please go on stage and introduce yourself. Chen Shuang retracted his gaze and spoke in a normal tone. Soon all 18 girls were introduced. The next person to come on stage was a thin boy. He felt a little awkward when he stood up, and the expensive brand name short-sleeved shirt he was wearing hinted at his wealthy family background. She is about 165 centimeters tall, with a slender frame, fair skin, and small and delicate facial features revealing her delicate and fragility. If it weren't for his neat short hair and boyish clothes, people would probably think he was a beautiful girl with short hair. It is truly the holy body of a born little boy and girl. Fuck, I didn't expect there would be a transvestite at this level in our class. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up, and he lowered his voice excitedly. Before I find a kawaii girlfriend, if I want to see some cosplay, wouldn't it be perfect to ask him for help? Hello everyone, my name is Hao Xiaodong. Hao Xiaodong on the stage began to introduce himself, his head lowered and his hands clasped together. I'm from South City, I like watching anime and listening to music. His self-introduction was halting, his cheeks and ears flushed with nervousness, and he kept his head down, not daring to look directly at the students in the audience. But compared to Ziu's complete social anxiety, he could at least finish his words. I didn't expect he likes watching anime too. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up even more, and he thought to himself, wouldn't my idea be easier to realize then? But how can I convince him to cooperate? Lin Qia glanced at him with disdain and shook his head silently in his heart. This guy has really been deeply poisoned by his daily life. There was a sudden buzz of discussion in the classroom. The classmates were whispering to each other, and from time to time someone would cover their mouths and laugh, and their eyes looking at Hao Xiaodong were filled with undisguised surprise and inquiry. Hao Xiaodong raised his head slightly and took in the reactions from the audience. Those expressions hiding their smiles pierced his heart like needles. He knew without a doubt that they must be discussing his appearance again. His hands clenched unconsciously. Why do I have to look so much like a girl? That's fine, but why can't I be taller and more powerful? It was okay in high school because Yao was the class monitor and the boys at least didn't dare to tease him in front of him. But now that I'm in college, Yao was assigned to another class, and from now on, he had to face everything alone. I had done so much psychological preparation before going on stage, and practiced countless times on how to show my confident and calm side, so that these new college students would know that although I look weak, I am not someone who can be bullied. But when I actually stood on the podium and faced dozens of unfamiliar eyes below, all my courage collapsed in an instant. Without Yao here, I'm sure the boys in my class will tease and mock me. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he instantly imagined a scene where a group of boys surrounded him, touched him, and called him a little transvestite. This made him shrink involuntarily. He hates it so much. I hate that I look like a girl. I hate that I'm so short. I hate myself for not being able to live without Yao. I hate myself for not being able to be confident, brave and strong enough. Xiaodong is so pretty, but as a boy, you can't be so shy. Chen Shuang looked at Hao Xiaodong, who was feeling uneasy on the stage, with interest, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his lips. She was originally worried about not being able to find a suitable target, but unexpectedly, two appeared at the same time, although she prefers to adopt little girls rather than little boys. After all, a little girl can snuggle in her arms and act coquettishly, but a little boy is more suitable to be kept in a golden cage as an exquisite little pet. But now that we've met, Chen Shuang's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. First, capture the cute little fish, and then properly train this shy little rabbit. I understand, teacher. Hao Xiaodong turned slightly to face Chen Shuang and responded in a low voice. However, his chest had begun to rise and fall slightly. The word beautiful stabbed him like a knife. How many times? From elementary school to now, this damn adjective is like a label that I can't get rid of. How he wanted to raise his head, look the counselor in the eye and shout, please don't describe me as beautiful. But Qin Shuang's powerful aura made him breathe slower unconsciously. In the end, he could only clench his fists tightly and swallow all his anger and grievances back into his stomach. Go down quickly. Qin Shuang patted his shoulder gently. Hao Xiaodong nodded quickly as if he had been pardoned, and rushed back to his seat almost as if running away, wishing he could curl himself up into a ball. Lin Qiye keenly caught the strange light in Qin Shuang's eyes when he looked at Hao Xiaodong. It seems that the weak and beautiful Hao Xiaodong was also regarded as her prey. Should he rescue Xiaodong? After thinking for a moment, Lin Qiye decided to rescue him. After all, Qin Shuang will sooner or later become his subordinate. If I let her adopt Hao Xiaodong first, I would become his mount later. But he doesn't have the habit of adopting male cuties. Should he blindfold them and use them as props for the atmosphere in which he interacts with the cuties? This absurd idea was extinguished by him as soon as it came up. As a noble and upright young man with pure values, he is not so perverted. Chapter 63, The Aggrieved Su Qiange, Lin Qiye introduces himself. The self-introduction will be over soon. Lin Qiye took out his phone and started texting Su Qiange, Little Queen, do you want to be the class monitor? The phone in Su Qiange's bag vibrated. She quickly took out her phone, unlocked it, and saw that it was a message from Lin Qiye. She immediately replied, of course. Was class monitor in high school? Lin Qiye's news popped up immediately. Yes, and it's been 2 years. Su Qiange replied with a hint of pride. But a university monitor isn't just a formality like a high school monitor. I've decided to be one too. How about we see who can be the monitor? Lin Qiye's message came quickly. This piece of news was like a bucket of cold water poured on Su Qiange's head. She frowned slightly and glanced back at Lin Qiye in the back row. She found that he was looking at her with a half smile. If Lin Qiye also wanted to run for class monitor, she suddenly felt a little insecure. After all, judging from the reactions of his classmates before, Lin Qiye has already established prestige in the class. Although I was a class monitor in high school, my tasks at that time were just to collect homework, distribute test papers, and convey notices. When organizing activities, I always had servants following me around. She really had no idea how to face the complex affairs of a university class alone. The phone screen lit up again, and when Su Qiange saw the message, what? Is the little queen scared? Her chest suddenly tightened. Her slender fingers unconsciously grasped the phone. This bastard, Su Qiange cursed in her heart, but she had to admit that Lin Qiye was right. Facing him, she actually lost her confidence. She took a deep breath and poked the screen hard with her fingertips. Do you really have to argue with me? She regretted it the moment she sent the message. It almost sounded like a sign of weakness. Lin Qiye's reply came quickly. I'm not arguing, but you're not qualified to be a class monitor right now. You can't manage the entire class properly. His words were full of condescension. You will not only face your classmates, but also officials from other classes, the student union, and even the college leaders. Can you handle it calmly and naturally now? Also, a true queen must not only maintain her pride, but also be able to convince strangers and use them for her own benefit in the shortest possible time. You are still far from this. She pursed her lips tightly, her fingertips almost crushing the phone. How can you be sure that they didn't believe me? Then let's see whether they trust you more or me. Lin Qiye put away his phone with a chuckle after sending it, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes. Lin Qiye did this for a clear purpose. First, he would never agree with her in everything, and he had to let her know that the relationship between them was not that of master and servant. Secondly, he wanted to curb her arrogance and make her realize the gap between her and him. He will also continue to strike down her arrogant attitude in front of him, and make her realize that she can be the queen of everyone, but she can never be the queen of herself. Su Qiange stared at the phone screen in a daze. She had originally planned to ask Lin Qiye how to secure her position as class monitor. After all, this identity would not only allow her to enjoy the obedience of the slaves, but also make her the focus of the entire class. Although the so-called class affairs in high school were nothing more than useless trivialities, there were always servants to help her solve them. But she firmly believed that even in college, she could handle all problems without the help of those servants. This would make these classmates who served as a foil to her and were destined to become her slaves admire her even more and make her the core of the class. But just as this thought came to her mind, Lin Qiye told her that he also wanted to run for class monitor. At that moment, a feeling of betrayal arose. Su Qiange bit her lower lip subconsciously, but when she thought about it carefully, she realized Lin Qiye had never been her slave. He taught himself that becoming a queen was just for fun, and that running for class monitor was his natural right. He really doesn't need to accommodate me, but why do I feel so uncomfortable? Asshole. Su Qiange cried out silently in her heart, feeling a dull pain in her chest as if a stone was pressing on it. She had clearly said that she wanted to be the class monitor, so why was he still fighting with her so hard? Her eyes suddenly became hot, and an indescribable feeling of grievance surged in her heart. What happened to Qiange? Zhou, who was sitting on her right, gently touched Su Qiange's arm and asked in a low voice. She noticed that Su Qiange had been staring at his phone with his head down for a long time. Nothing. Su Qiange suddenly came back to her senses, quickly locked the phone screen, and raised her head slightly to prevent tears from flowing. I'm glad you're okay. Zhou nodded and turned her attention back to the podium. Soon, it was Lin Qiye's turn to introduce themselves. Zhang Wei took the stage first, speaking hesitantly and nervously. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Wei. I'm from Zhangyan City and I like anime and comics. He glanced at Hao Xiaodong's position and said, if there are classmates with the same interests, we can communicate more in the future. His self-introduction was unremarkable, but it was sincere and complete. Li Junin and Chen Hao, who came on stage next, performed quite well. Li Junin briefly introduced his hometown and hobbies, while Chen Hao added a few words about his expectations for future university life. Although the two people's speeches were not outstanding, they completed the task smoothly. It was Lin Qiye's turn to introduce himself last. Under the gaze of the whole class, he slowly stood up with unhurried movements, his 185 centimeters tall figure particularly eye-catching. When he walked towards the podium, the air in the entire classroom seemed to stagnate, an innate aura made everyone's eyes follow him involuntarily. When he stood next to Qin Shuang, their heights matched perfectly, and their auras seemed to fit in strangely. Seeing that Lin Qiye was actually half a head taller than herself even though she was wearing 8 centimeters high heels, Qin Shuang narrowed her eyes in displeasure. She has always enjoyed the feeling of looking down at little boys with her height advantage, watching them feel uneasy and blush with shyness in front of her. After all, if she wears high heels, there are few boys taller than her. However, at this moment, Lin Qiye had an upright height and a calm posture. Her little hobby was not satisfied, but it instead aroused her strong desire to conquer. The image of Lin Qiye kneeling beneath her emerged involuntarily in her mind. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye ignored Qin Shuang, raised his head and calmly scanned the faces of all the classmates one by one, without any sign of nervousness. A confident and calm smile appeared on his lips, and his voice was deep and powerful. I'm a native of Zhongyan City. I have a wide range of interests, I like adventure, and I'm good at challenging the impossible. He paused, looking at the audience sincerely. From today on, we are brothers and sisters in the same class. We must take care of each other. As I said before, anyone who has any difficulties can come to me. After saying this, he bowed his head slightly to express his gratitude and walked off the stage gracefully. Warm applause immediately broke out in the classroom. Although his self-introduction was brief, his confidence and composure impressed everyone. After all, it is impossible not to be nervous when you have just arrived in a new environment and facing a group of strangers. Everyone's self-introduction can be seen to be more or less nervous. For example, those who can speak clearly will lower their heads and not look down, those who look up and look down will stutter or pause when speaking. There are almost no people as calm as Lin Qiye. The most touching thing was the sentence that we will be brothers and sisters from now on. It instantly eliminated the strangeness between the freshmen and naturally brought them closer together. Joya covered her chest with her hands, her eyes following Lin Qiye's figure. Qianjie, Lin Qiye is so handsome. I wish I could be his girlfriend. Su Qianj glanced at her sideways and said, you're wishful thinking. There was a hint of contempt in her tone. Lin Qiye doesn't even like me, how could he like you? If you weren't a qualified supporting role, I wouldn't bother with you. Qianjie, you are so hurtful, can't I just fantasize a little? Joya turned her head to look at Su Qianj and said agreedly, then her eyes lit up, but you and Lin Qiye are a good match. What nonsense, Su Qianj shouted in a low voice, but the tips of her ears turned red. She subconsciously stroked the hem of her skirt and frowned, I don't like him. Joya blinked in understanding and replied with a long drawl, yes, our Su is uniquely beautiful. What she is best at is dealing with girls who look cold and aloof. Most girls of this type are Sunere, and Su Qianj is just being tough. Joya leaned forward slightly and looked at Jiu over Su Qianj. Student, what do you think of Lin Qiye? Her voice was very soft. She had no prejudice against students from poor families, not to mention that Jiu was her roommate. I should take more care of her, so I deliberately found a topic to bring us closer. In fact, she had a little plan in her mind. If Lin Qiye knew how caring she was, he might develop a good impression of her. Although I don't dare to hope to become his girlfriend, it would be nice to be a good friend. After all, he seems such a reliable person. He gives people a very reliable feeling. And Jiu, who was in a daze, didn't expect Joya to suddenly talk to him, so he quickly turned sideways and responded in a low voice. Su Qianj nodded secretly after hearing this. He was indeed the servant she had chosen, not a crazy fan. I will reward you with some clothes later. After all, you have to follow this queen, so you can't lose your image. Joya was slightly surprised. She didn't expect Jiu to give such a realistic evaluation. She originally thought that Jiu would blush and say things like, so handsome, like other girls, but it seems that she was too superficial. You're right. Joya smiled knowingly, looked at Jiu who lowered his head timidly again, and considerately ended the topic. As soon as Lin Qiye returned to his seat, Jiang Wei impatiently came over and said in a low voice, Brother Yi, you were so handsome just now. I think even Instructor Chen was stunned by you. Li Junin on the side also nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yeah, Lin Qiye smiled without saying anything, his eyes fixed on Chen Shuang on the podium, and he found that she was also looking at him. Their eyes met in the air, and he politely gave a friendly smile. Chen Shuang, however, interpreted this smile as a provocation. A cool arc curved her red lips, and she looked away. Student Lin's performance was very good. Everyone should learn from him in the future. She clapped her hands lightly. Military training will begin tomorrow. We need to elect a temporary monitor. Interested students can speak on stage, and the final decision will be made by show of hands. She glanced at Lin Qiye out of the corner of her eye. She felt that there was a high probability that Lin Qiye would be elected as the class monitor, which was perfect, as she would have more opportunities to train him. Chapter 64 becomes the monitor. Su Qianj is the deputy monitor. The classroom suddenly fell silent. After a while, Su Qianj stood up neatly, straightened her body, and walked towards the podium with confident steps. After she stood still, she looked straight ahead with a cold gaze at Lin Qiye, and then spoke. Hello everyone, I'm Su Qianj. Her voice remained clear and cool. I'm running for class monitor because I feel there's no one more suitable than me. I was class monitor for 2 years in high school and have extensive experience in class management. I believe I can manage a class well even in college. I hope you all will support me. Her speech ended so briefly, and the classroom immediately erupted in warm applause, which was actually more of a cheer for her image. Su Qianj nodded slightly, left the center of the podium, stood aside, maintained a proud attitude, and looked at Lin Qiye with obvious provocation in her eyes. Lin Qiye ignored her provocation because she soon stopped laughing. Then he stood up calmly, walked steadily towards the podium, and passed by Su Qianj. After he stood still, he calmly swept his gaze over the people below and began to speak. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Qiye. His voice was low and gentle, like a spring breeze, making people unconsciously focus their attention on him and listen to what he was about to say. In my opinion, the squad leader is not just a manager, but also a partner and supporter of everyone. He paused slightly and said, if I become the class monitor, I will help every student integrate into the class and let everyone feel a sense of belonging in college. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you can come to me for consultation and I will do my best to help you solve them. I also organize class gatherings from time to time to enhance the relationship and cohesion among classmates. I also arrange social gatherings with other classes to help everyone expand their social circles and make more friends. At the end, he showed a gentle and confident smile. I hope to get everyone's support. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped aside and stood side by side with Su Qianj. The classroom immediately erupted in applause even louder than before. The girls were whispering to each other excitedly, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The boys also nodded, obviously agreeing with his words. Su Qianj looked at the expressions of approval expressed by her classmates below and unconsciously bit her lower lip tightly. Although she was unwilling, she had to admit that Lin Qiye's speech was indeed more resonant and acceptable to people. Looks like I'm going to lose. Bastard. Chen Shuang returned to the center of the podium and looked around. Are there any other students who want to run for class monitor? There was a sudden silence below. Faced with two such strong competitors, the other students chose to give up running for class monitor. Then start voting by raising your hands now. Seeing that no one wanted to run for election, Chen Shuang didn't want to waste any more time. Then a show of hands was held to vote, and Lin Qiye was elected class monitor with an overwhelming number of votes. This result is not surprising. For girls, having a handsome and friendly class monitor is what they want. The boys were also very rational. Su Qianj gave people the feeling of being too cold and distant. In comparison, Lin Qiye's gentle and reliable image obviously made people feel closer without any pressure. If you encounter any difficulties, you can ask for help. Congratulations to Lin for being elected class monitor. Chen Shuang smiled brightly at Lin Qiye, but with a playful look in her eyes. I hope you can manage the class well during the military training. Don't let the teacher down, or you won't be able to become a permanent monitor. Thank you, teacher. I am confident that I can be a good monitor. Lin Qiye turned around and responded politely to Chen Shuang, his eyes also full of meaning. Then he suddenly stepped forward and turned to face the whole class. I have another suggestion, let's make Sue the vice class monitor. After all, girls might not be able to come to me directly with some issues. We can let Sue coordinate and communicate. What do you think? He just wanted Sue Qian to be the deputy monitor so that it wouldn't be awkward for him to have frequent contact with her in the future. And you can teach her how to do things in the name of teaching, and you can be the decision maker and she can be the executor. The relationship between superiors and subordinates, and master and servants was subtly established, and she was accustomed to asking me for help when she encountered difficulties. Sue Qian frowned slightly. She didn't understand why Lin Qian made such a suggestion. But she has always been proud, how could she possibly be inferior to others? She turned to look at Lin Qian with confusion and resistance in her eyes, wanting to express her refusal out loud. As if feeling her gaze, Lin Qian turned around and looked at her, his eyes filled with an unquestionable and firm restraining look. Sue Qian didn't know why she was speechless under his intense gaze. The students in the audience began to discuss enthusiastically. The girls felt that this arrangement was very considerate. After all, some difficulties were indeed inconvenient to communicate with boys. The boys also thought it was a good idea. After all, this would give them a chance to get close to the goddess and talk to her. The proposal was quickly passed unanimously amidst chorus of approval. Since everyone agrees, I have no objection. Qin Shuang spoke coldly. To her, it didn't matter who was the class monitor, let alone the deputy class monitor who was just a decoration. Then she looked at Sue Qian. What do you think, classmate Sue? Sue Qian pursed her lips, glanced at Lin Qian with complicated eyes, and nodded reluctantly. That's settled then. Sue, you will cooperate with Lin in managing the class from now on. You two may leave now. Qin Shuang announced calmly. After the two of them sat down, Qin Shuang pushed his glasses and said, today's class meeting ends here. Everyone go back and get some rest. Military training will begin tomorrow. Gather downstairs at Jingxi building at 7:30 tomorrow morning. No one is allowed to be late. At the end, she deliberately emphasized her tone. Team leader Lin, stay, everyone else, disband. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom suddenly became noisy, and everyone stood up amid the sound of chairs colliding. Sue Qian looked back at Lin Qian when she stood up. Zhang Wei patted Lin Qian's shoulder and said with a wink, Brother Yi, take care. Instructor Chen looks difficult to deal with. After a while, the noisy classroom fell silent, leaving only Lin Qian and Qin Shuang. Chapter 65, Lin Qian is calm, Qin Shuang is defeated. Qin Shuang leaned sideways on the edge of the podium, her arms folded across her chest, her long legs elegantly crossed, her black stockings glowing seductively under the white light. Lin Qian looked at her cold and arrogant appearance, then stood up calmly and walked towards the podium. After he stood in front of Qin Shuang lazily raised his head and looked at Lin Qian. Student Lin Qian, do you know why the teacher left you alone? His tone was a bit teasing. Lin Qian lowered his head slightly, his eyes meeting hers without hesitation. Teacher Chen, do you have something important to tell me? Seeing that he dared to look directly into her eyes so calmly, Qin Shuang narrowed her eyes. Isn't it impolite for you to look directly at the teacher like this? Oh, Lin Qian took a step forward, still looking down at her. I have always believed that looking into the other person's eyes during a conversation is the most basic form of respect. His words left Qin Shuang speechless for a moment. She didn't expect that now that they were alone, face to face at such a close distance, he could still remain so calm and bold. This was undoubtedly a naked provocation to her. Qin Shuang raised the corners of his lips slightly, revealing a dangerous smile. Student Lin, you're so presumptuous, aren't you afraid that the teacher will give you special care? Special care? I don't think I've offended the teacher, have I? Lin Qian's expression remained unchanged, and his tone was calm. Besides, a woman as beautiful as teacher Qin shouldn't embarrass her students. You, Qin Shuang's eyes flickered slightly. She obviously didn't expect that a student would dare to praise her beauty so bluntly in person, as if they treated her as a peer. Such courage was truly rare. Okay, teacher Qin, Lin Qian said calmly, if there is nothing important to tell me, I will go back and rest. He knew that Qin Shuang wanted to intimidate him and make him bow down in front of her, but this was impossible. When dealing with such a proud woman, you cannot show any cowardice in front of her, otherwise there is no possibility of conquering her. Qin Shuang's rhythm was completely disrupted by Lin Qian. No man had ever dared to speak to her in such a presumptuous manner. She absolutely could not accept being suppressed by a little boy, so she immediately stretched out her right hand and placed it on his chest. Student Lin is praising the teacher so much, could it be that he has some bad thoughts about the teacher? It is an objective fact that teacher Qin is beautiful. Lin Qian calmly grasped her wrist and gently lowered it, seemingly disliking her close contact. Does stating the facts mean having undue expectations? Teacher, you're being too narcissistic. Also, teacher, your actions are a bit too intimate. Are you thinking of something inappropriate towards me? Oh, Qin Shuang violently shook off his hand. She had never been held by a stinky man like this before. Then why had your eyes been glued to the teacher since she entered the classroom? She stood up straight, deliberately making her impressive curves more striking. And your eyes are quite impolite. As for her falling for a little boy like you, that's completely nonsense. Well, Lin Qian's eyes swept over her calmly, the corners of his lips slightly raised, and his tone was calm and composed. Appreciating beauty is a traditional virtue of men. As a good youth, this virtue is of course indispensable. Besides, teacher Qin is dressed so beautifully and sexily, isn't it just to let others appreciate your beauty? I just don't want to let the teacher down and satisfy your little thoughts. I must also make 2 points clear. I am no longer a child. I am also not interested in you, teacher. Lin Qian, can you be any more shameless? Qin Shuang was so angry when he heard this that his eyes froze and turned cold, and his chest heaved violently. She had never met such a shameless person. What annoyed her even more was the last sentence. What did you mean by not interested in her? With her looks and temperament, she has yet to meet a stinky man who can resist her charm. She had never been looked down upon like this before. Why wouldn't he be interested? What right does he have to not be interested? I'm just telling the truth. Lin Qian raised his eyebrows in feigned confusion. Teacher, why are you so angry? Judging from your age, you shouldn't have reached menopause yet. He just wanted to provoke her anger and make her lose control of her emotions in front of him. Because it will be easier to conquer her only if she loses her rationality when facing herself. You're looking for death. Qin Shuang was extremely angry and raised his right hand to slap him in the face. Teacher, you are really unreasonable. Lin Qian quickly grabbed her wrist, turned around and pushed her against the blackboard wall. Qin Shuang was restrained just as he raised his left hand, and in the blink of an eye, both of his hands were firmly grasped above his head by his left hand. Then Lin Qian's right hand suddenly touched her slender waist. The sudden warmth around his waist made Qin Shuang's heart tremble, and his feet became a little unsteady. Seeing this, Lin Qian didn't pause and leaned over to whisper in Qin Shuang's ear, Teacher, did you keep me here just to say these boring things? Then I don't have time for you. Before he finished speaking, he had already let go and stood up, walking towards the classroom door without looking back. It seemed as if the waist-stroking action just now was not intentional, and he was not trying to take advantage of her. Qin Shuang stood there in a daze. The shameful posture of being pushed against the blackboard wall just now made her feel that her dignity was deeply violated. The touch that seemed to still linger on her waist gave her an unprecedented strange feeling. She never thought that one day she would be so offended by a little boy. She also realized how shameless and bold Lin Kie was beneath his gentle appearance. You are really good at pretending. After that, I don't need to pretend to be a good teacher in front of him. Lin Kie, stop right there. Then he shouted at Lin Kie's back, his voice trembling with anger. But Lin Kie continued to move forward without any pause. Damn bastard. Qin Shuang grabbed the registration booklet on the table and slammed it to the ground, stomping on it several times with her high heels. She didn't expect that Lin Kie would dare to disobey her orders now. After venting, the shameful scene just now appeared in her mind uncontrollably again, causing her heart to throb strangely. She shook her head violently, a dangerous fire rekindled in her eyes. Just wait, you bastard. If I can't make you kneel down and admit your mistake, and say that you have improper thoughts about me, I will write my name, Qin Shuang, upside down. Ding, Qin Shuang's rescue value plus 5, current rescue value, 5/100ths, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. Chapter 66 Video call with two girls. On the other side, Lin Kie walked out of the teaching building. The warm night breeze blew past, causing him to squint his eyes slightly. The system prompt sound that rang in his mind made the corners of his mouth rise. Next, this cold and beautiful queen will probably try every possible way to get back at her. Lin Kie chuckled softly, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. This was exactly what he wanted. I hope her methods are more advanced, otherwise it would be too boring. Then he walked towards the lakeside bench in front of Jingxi building and decided to have a video chat with his two pets. It would be better not to let the three people in the dormitory know that he has two pets, for fear that it will be too much of a blow to them. After sitting down, Lin Kie took out his cell phone and made a video call to Chen Xian. The video was connected quickly, with the familiar living room in the background and the sound of the TV coming from it. In the picture, Chen Xian is wearing a thin pink lace pajamas with two buttons at the collar unbuttoned, revealing a large area of snow-white skin and cleavage. She was leaning lazily on Lang Ruoxi's shoulder, who was also wearing a black lace pajamas that revealed her delicate collarbone. The seductive looks of the two made Lin Kie recall the scene of last night, and his chest suddenly felt hot. You bad boy, why are you video calling me so early? Chen Xian said coquettishly, with obvious coquettishness in her voice. Don't you miss my little kitty so much? I can't wait to see you as soon as the class meeting is over. Lin Kie chuckled. HMPH, that sounds nice. She pouted, then why didn't you wake me up this afternoon? You didn't take me to school with you, but only took Sister Ruoxi. Lin Kie laughed. You look so tired, how could I bear to wake you up? You can come to my school anytime you want. Bad MT, you only know how to coax people. I'll forgive you this time. She blinked. Why are you outside and not in the dormitory? Isn't this more convenient for talking to my little baby? Lin Kie teased. Could it be that the bad guy only wants to talk to Sister Xian and doesn't want to see me? Lang Ruoxi suddenly took the phone and framed both of their faces in the picture. Seeing the two people's charming appearance reminded Lin Kie of the past 2 months when the three of them were inseparable. If he hadn't started school, he would definitely be sitting on the sofa with his two daughters watching TV together and then together again. It's really unforgettable. How could that be? He put away his daydreaming. I've been spending extra time with you this afternoon, so of course I have to coax the little darling first. As an MT, I can't play favorites. Humph, you always have a point. Lang Ruoxi snorted. What does that bastard MT plan to do? You're not with us now. She deliberately prolonged the ending of the tone, with a provocative glint in her eyes. That's right, bad guy MT, what are you going to do? Chen Xian also joined in the fun. How dare you, do naughty little cuties. Lin Kie looked around with a serious expression, found a secluded corner, and let his eyes wander over the two of them. First, you. The two of them simultaneously lowered their heads to look at their bodies and blushed immediately. You big bad guy, we won't listen to you. Although Lang Ruoxi said this, her voice was trembling and her ears were already red. Big baby is so naughty. Then this weekend I will only give massage to little baby when I go back. You just watch from the side. Lin Kie said this playfully, then turned to Chen Xian. My little darling, I hope you won't let me down. Humph, you just bully Sister Xian. Lang Ruoxi interrupted him instantly. I want to see what you, a bad guy, want. That's good, do as I say. Half an hour later, Lin Kie hung up the video with satisfaction and walked towards Song Yuan dormitory. Chapter 67 Sunshine Girl Yi Xinyao. The next morning, at 7:20, downstairs of Jingxi building. Students from several classes were already lined up in the open space in front of the building, wearing uniform military training uniforms. Lin Kie stood in front of the foreign trade class 1 team, looking calmly at the neatly rehearsed formation. The team was arranged into 7 rows, with girls in the first 4 rows and boys in the last 3 rows, standing in order of taller on the left and shorter on the right. Su Qian stood on the far left of the second row. She was not the shortest among the girls. Everyone in the class has arrived, just waiting for Qin Shuang to arrive. While waiting, Lin Kie casually looked at other classes. He soon noticed that the monitor of the next class standing at the front of the line, a pretty girl with a ponytail, not very tall, was looking at their class and himself frequently. She held her hat in her hand, a hesitant expression on her bright face, but she finally walked towards him. This scene immediately attracted the attention of classmates from both classes. Su Qian, who was standing in the team, unconsciously clenched his fists and cursed in his heart, what a guy who attracts bees and butterflies. Hello, monitor of foreign trade class 1, I'm Yi Xinyao, monitor of class 2. The girl quickly walked up to Lin Kie and stood in front of him, raised her face with a bright smile, and stretched out her right hand generously. She exudes the aura of a sunny girl, and you can tell at a glance that she has a lively and cheerful personality. At this moment, a blue light curtain unfolded in front of Lin Kie. Name, Yi Xinyao. Age, 18. Identity, student of Zhongyuan University Foreign Trade Class 2502. Rescue value, 0/100. Appearance closed black lens bracket, 95. Body type, 94 cm 163 cm 36C. Good woman value, 80. Sensitive points, armpits. Personality, lively and cheerful, enthusiastic and generous, clear about gratitude and resentment, good at socializing but knows how to keep a distance. Lin Kie raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to meet so many people who could be saved at the beginning of the school year. It seemed that he would be busy in the future. After a moment of hesitation, he stretched out his right hand and shook her hand. Hello, squad leader Yi, my name is Lin Kie, what can I do for you? That, Yi Xinyao stood on tiptoe a little embarrassedly. Could you please bend down? You're too tall. Lin Kie leaned over in confusion, resting his hands on his knees. Yi Xinyao took a step closer, glanced at the first class, and said in a low voice, Hao Xiaodan from your class is my childhood friend. He looks like a girl and is a bit introverted. He might be bullied by the other boys. Could you please take care of him? After hearing this, Lin Kie turned around and looked at the team. The tallest girl in the class is 170 centimeters tall. And Ji was standing in the 4th row, position 1 from the right. Hao Xiaodong was standing in the second right position in the 5th row, and there was a 1.6-meter tall chubby boy standing on his right. At this moment, he was looking over here from the gap in the team with his head turned sideways. Noticing his gaze, Hao Xiaodong hurriedly lowered his head. I see. Lin Qiye stood up and smiled gently. As the class monitor, it's my duty to take care of every student. You don't have to worry. Ding, Yi Xinyao's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 5 100ths, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. The image of a gentle and refined gentleman works well on good women. Thank you, squad leader Lin. I'll treat you to dinner later. Yi Xinyan didn't expect Lin Qiye to be so easy to get along with, and immediately showed a sincere and sweet smile. Most people would certainly politely refuse her thanks. But Lin Qiye is not an ordinary person, and she is a good woman who can be saved. How could he give up the opportunity to contact her? Okay, Lin Qiye's smile deepened, but we don't have many opportunities to meet each other. Do you want to add each other on Fission? No problem. Yi Xinyan readily pulled out her phone, a slight glint in her eyes. We can organize a get-together for our 2 classes later. The purpose of her social gathering was to let the students in Class 1 know that Hao Xiaodong had a childhood friend who was the monitor of Class 2 to support him, so that they would not dare to bully Hao Xiaodong easily. That's exactly what I meant, Lin Qiye said with a smile. After the 2 exchanged Fission messages, Yi Xinyan waved goodbye and said, then I'll be heading back first, squad leader Lin. Looking at the girl's back as she trotted away, Lin Qiye seemed to be lost in thought. How should he save this sunny and cheerful girl? At 7:28, the crisp sound of high heels came from behind, making people in several classes turn their heads to look. Qin Shuang came walking slowly, carrying a black designer handbag, wearing a black chiffon knee-length dress and black high heels. After walking to Lin Qiye's side and looking at the neat team in front of her, she had no reason to make things difficult for Lin Qiye. Is the whole class here? She turned her head slightly and asked Lin Qiye. We are all here, just waiting for you, Teacher Chen, to give the next instructions, Lin Qiye said calmly. Qin Shuang glanced at Lin Qiye coldly. Very good, it seems that you are a competent squad leader. I'm just doing what a squad leader should do. Lin Qiye responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. Qin Shuang narrowed his eyes. I hope you can always be so competent. After she finished speaking, she turned to face the team and said in a cold and serious voice, everyone, listen up. We will assemble on the playground. The mobilization meeting will begin at 8 o'clock, and then the military training will begin. During the training, discipline is the most important thing. You must obey the instructor's instructions. Do you understand? I understand. Let's go. Qin Shuang gave an order, and everyone walked towards the playground. Qin Shuang and Lin Qiye followed behind. After walking for about a minute, Qin Shuang saw that the team was already some distance away from them. She turned around and asked Lin Qiye, Student Lin, why didn't I listen to you when I told you to stop last night? Don't you respect your teacher? Qin Shuang was obviously still brooding over what happened last night, and there was suppressed anger in his voice. How could that be? I just feel like the teacher is deliberately making things difficult for me. Lin Qiye looked calm and spoke casually. If you feel offended because I admired the teacher's beauty, then I apologize. Although he said this, there was no apology in his tone. Do I need to deliberately make things difficult for you? You're just being too presumptuous. Qin Shuang was so angry that her voice rose a little. Why did you act like that towards me yesterday? Do you know how rude your behavior was? Teacher, you're the bad guy complaining first. If you're being rude, you were the first to start. You were about to slap me, and I can't resist. Lin Qiye shook his head lightly and said casually, that posture was also done in a hurry. If it were someone else, they would have fallen to the ground long ago. Qin Shuang was so angry at Lin Qiye's words that her chest heaved violently, and her snow-white skin, which was faintly visible under her black gauze dress, turned a faint blush. She gritted her teeth and slammed her high heels on the ground. Lin Qiye. Is this the attitude you should have when talking to a teacher? Lin Qiye glanced at her sideways, his lips curled up slightly. Teacher, I'm just telling you the truth. Why do you get angry so easily? It's not good for your health to get angry. You. Her red lips trembled slightly, and she stomped her high heels heavily on the ground, wishing she could crush the stinky face in front of her with her high heels. At this moment, she also realized that this bastard had no respect or fear for her counselor, which made her punch hard on the stone. Very powerless. She hadn't figured out how to take revenge on him yet, so she could only snort coldly, stepping on her high heels and moving forward quickly, stomping on the ground as if it were Lin Qiye's face. But before she had taken 10 steps, her right foot suddenly twisted and she fell to the right. Ah, just as she was about to fall, a figure flashed at her side like a ghost. Lin Qiye's slender and powerful right hand firmly supported her right waist, and his other hand pressed on her left shoulder. Teacher, are you okay? Through the thin gauze skirt, his large and warm palm made Qin Shuang tremble all over, and 2 red clouds instantly appeared on her cheeks. Open. She struggled in panic, and her voice changed. She had never been touched by any man before, but was touched so intimately by a little boy twice in one day. And it also made her feel an inexplicable sense of shame. Ding, Qin Shuang's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 10 100ths, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. When Lin Qiye heard the system's notification tone, he immediately chuckled and let go of his hand. Can we still go? You don't need to worry about it, Qin Shuang scolded, holding on tight. Okay, then teacher, you take a rest against the tree. I'll be leaving first. Lin Qiye turned around and left. Did she think that he would shamelessly help her? Obviously, it was impossible. When dealing with such a proud woman, you can't indulge her or do as she wishes. Qin Shuang didn't expect Lin Qiye to leave so decisively, which made her angry. After trying to take 2 steps, she immediately felt a piercing pain in her right ankle, which made her gasp. Obviously, the right ankle was sprained quite badly and it can't be healed by just resting. Without caring about her face, she hurriedly shouted at Lin Qiye, who had already walked a few meters away. Lin Qiye. Come back here. Lin Qiye paused, turned around slowly, and walked back reluctantly. As he got closer, he saw Qin Shuang biting her lower lip, bending over and supporting her left leg to endure the pain. This made him raise his eyebrows and laugh in his heart. The proud queen looks so beautiful when she is in pain. Chapter 68 Qin Shuang decides to adopt Lin Qiye. What does the teacher want me to do? I still have to go to the playground to gather. Lin Qiye had a playful smile in his eyes. You. Qin Shuang suddenly looked up and glared at him, knowing that he was taking revenge and deliberately teasing her. But now the situation forced her to do so. She could only grit her teeth and say, help me get to the infirmary. The infirmary is quite far from here, right at the school gate, and it normally takes more than 10 minutes to walk there. If I were to take you, the injured soldier, it would take at least half an hour. I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with the military training. Lin Qiye spread his hands in pretending to be distressed. You. Qin Shuang's chest was heaving with anger, but he had no other choice at the moment. Asshole, can you drive? Of course. Lin Qiye chuckled and nodded. Help me go to the parking lot next to Jingxi building and drive my car. Qin Shuang lowered his voice. Okay, I'll send a message to the deputy monitor and ask her to take good care of the class. After Lin Qiye sent the message, he stepped forward, supported her left arm, and let her lean on his right shoulder. Qin Shuang gritted her teeth and took 2 steps when she felt a sharp pain in her right foot, making her afraid to move anymore. It seems you can't walk anymore. Lin Qian let go of her hand and squatted in front of her. Let me carry you. Qin Shuang bit her lower lip and hesitated for a moment, but finally lay on his back. Lin Qian took advantage of the situation to support her thighs, pressed his hands on the fluttering hem of her skirt, and stood up steadily. The delicate touch from his palm, the smooth white calves and high heels swaying gently in front of his eyes, and the soft pressure from his back all irritated his nerves. Although this is exactly the result he wanted, he now regrets this decision. It is simply asking for trouble. Take a deep breath, suppress your restless emotions, take steady steps and move forward slowly. Qin Shuang was also upset. She never expected that she would have such close contact with this little boy whom she had known for less than a day. What surprised her even more was that when she was lying on the bastard's back, the reassuring breath made her feel a little dazed and nostalgic. Since he is not afraid of me and tough methods are useless to him, can I use another method to make him kneel at my feet? Although she originally only wanted to adopt a weak and well-behaved pet, the standard is not unbreakable. It seems that raising a little wolf dog is not a bad idea. She didn't quite believe that this bastard was really not interested in her and was just being stubborn. She believed that few men could resist her charm, and if she took the initiative, no man would be able to resist. If I show that I like him and want to get close to him, how should he respond? He can still remain so calm. Thinking of this, a sly look flashed in Qin Shuang's eyes. She leaned close to Lin Qian's ear and asked softly, "Student Lin Qian, why are you so hostile to the teacher?" Ding, Qin Shuang's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 15 100ths, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. Hearing Qin Shuang's unusually gentle voice, Lin Qian's lips curled up into a playful smile. Is this woman trying to play some tricks? Then he would like to see what trick she has. It's not that I have any hostility towards the teacher, but the teacher has been deliberately making things difficult for me. Lin Qian pretended not to notice her abnormality and responded indifferently. It's because you stared at me so boldly that I thought you were a little pervert and I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. Qin Shuang said softly, but now I suddenly feel that you are right. I dress up to let others know my beauty. You are not wrong. How about I treat you to lunch at noon as an apology? Now that the teacher has realized his mistake, I don't have to be on guard against him all the time, and I don't have to eat anymore. Lin Qian answered calmly, as if stating a self-evident fact. Qin Shuang cursed the bastard in his heart, but pretended to be aggrieved and said, it seems that classmate Lin is still angry with the teacher and is unwilling to forgive the teacher. Okay, I agree. Lin Qian pretended to think for a moment and then reluctantly agreed. In 3 minutes, Lin Qian carried Qin Shuang to her car, which was a white convertible Maserati sports car. Will it open? Qin Shuang took out the key from her bag, handed it to Lin Qian and asked. Yes, Lin Qian took the key. 3 minutes later, the car stopped steadily in the parking lot in front of Dongdaemun Medical Clinic. After Lin Qian got off the car, he carried Qin Shuang on his back and walked into the infirmary. There was a young doctor in her early 30s sitting in the infirmary. She stood up to greet them when she saw them come in. Doctor, my teacher sprained her foot and it seems to be quite serious. Could you please take a look? Lin Qian said. Follow me. The doctor led them to the lounge inside. Put the teacher on the bed, the doctor instructed. Lin Qian did as he was told and let Qin Shuang sit on the bed. After Qin Shuang sat down, the female doctor gently took off the stiletto high-heeled shoe on her right foot. Suddenly, a white jade foot was revealed, and the 5 toes painted with bright red nail polish were particularly eye-catching, shining with an attractive luster, very sexy. After a careful examination, the doctor said, it's not too serious. Apply an ice pack for 20 minutes, then apply some anti-swelling medicine, and then rest for a week and you will be fine. After saying that, he turned around to get the ice pack. Teacher, since it's nothing important, I'll leave first. I'll give you the keys. When you're done, I'll ask the designated driver to take you home. Lin Qian turned his gaze away from her delicate and sexy feet and handed over the car keys. As for dinner, you can't walk for a while, so please treat me to dinner after my military training is over. Qin Shuang opened his mouth and hesitated to speak. What he said did make sense, but since he was planning to conquer him, he couldn't let him go so easily. Well, the formal military training is still a long time away, at least until 9 o'clock. I will definitely be bored sitting here alone. Can you sit down and chat with the teacher for a while? She said softly. That's okay. Lin Qian responded hesitantly and sat down on the chair beside the bed. It seems that she is pestering me. What does she want to do? At this time, the doctor came in with an ice pack and said to Qin Shuang, Teacher, please put your feet on the bed and sit up straight, and bend your right leg. Qin Shuang obeyed and bent her right leg. The hem of her skirt naturally fell to the base of her thigh and was gently pressed down by her. I wonder if this proud queen will take any protective measures. After she sat down, the doctor applied an ice pack to her ankle and asked softly, how does it feel? Hiss, it feels quite comfortable. The cold feeling made Qin Shuang gasp. Then press the ice pack hard with your hands and keep it on for 20 minutes. Massage your calves to promote blood circulation, the doctor instructed. Qin Shuang tried to reach out and press it, but it was difficult to exert force. Doctor, it's not very easy to use force. The doctor glanced at Lin Qian who was sitting next to him and said naturally, then let the student help. Qin Shuang felt hesitant when she heard this. After all, feet are a very private part for women. And she found that many men like to stare at her feet, especially when she was wearing hollow high heels. Will Lin Qian like it too? If he is given the chance to touch her now, will he fall for her instantly? Thinking of this, the tips of her ears felt slightly hot, but since she had already decided to tame this little wolf dog, she still had the awareness of sacrifice. That's okay. She nodded and turned to Lin Qian, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Lin. Seeing that the two of them made the decision without asking for his opinion, Lin Qian was a little speechless, as if he would definitely not refuse. Although he really wanted to touch Qin Shuang's sexy tender feet, their attitude still made him very unhappy. Then he deliberately showed an embarrassed expression. This is not good. Men and women should not be intimate with each other. Doctor, please help the teacher. The doctor looked embarrassed, as she had other things to do. It's okay, the teacher doesn't care. It's just an ice pack. Hearing Lin Qian's refusal, Qin Shuang suppressed his anger and spoke softly. Can anyone touch her beautiful feet? Now that he has been given the opportunity to touch the holy feet, he actually dares to refuse. If she didn't want to conquer him, she would definitely stuff her feet into his mouth and let this bastard taste it properly. Okay, since the teacher said you don't mind, then don't say that I offended you and deliberately make things difficult for me. Lin Qian pretended to agree reluctantly. Student Lin, Qin Shuang feigned anger, raised her fist, and said with a stern face, didn't the teacher explain everything clearly? If you keep bringing up what happened before, I'm going to get angry. I'm being petty. Press it now. Lin Qian pulled the chair closer, took the ice pack from Qin Shuang's foot with his right hand and pressed it with a little force. The young doctor standing by shook her head at the strange teacher-student relationship between the two, then turned and left the lounge. Chapter 69 Qin Shuang's seduction, Lin Qian's response. Seeing Lin Qian's obedient look, Qin Shuang raised the corners of his lips slightly, secretly delighted in his heart. It seems that when dealing with this little wolf dog, a gentle strategy is indeed more effective than tough measures. Didn't the doctor say we need a massage? She tilted her head slightly and said softly, Mr. Lin, do you know how to do it? Well, Lin Qian looked down at her slender calf and gently placed his left hand on it. Although I've never pressed it before, you can give it a try. He had seen through Chen Shuang's intention. She wanted to use this ambiguous physical contact to seduce him, make him fall for her, and become her slave. Unfortunately, she found the wrong person and chose the wrong method. He, Lin Qian, will never be someone's servant under someone's skirt, he will only be the king on someone's skirt. Then he deliberately pressed hard on her calf. Ah. Chen Shuang cried out in pain unexpectedly, and subconsciously pulled her ankle back, but was held firmly by Lin Qian. She glared at him instantly, but after seeing the calm expression on his face, she swallowed back the rebuke that was on the tip of her tongue. What's wrong? Lin Qian turned his head with pretended concern, but the strength in his hands did not decrease at all. You were too strong. Chen Shuang bit her lip, her voice filled with suppressed anger. Sorry, Lin Qian relaxed his grip a little. This is my first time giving someone a massage, so I can't control the strength well. Can I do it now? To Chen Shuang's surprise, as he adjusted the strength of his technique, the original burning pain was gradually replaced by a comfortable feeling of soreness and swelling. After a while, Chen Shuang felt that the pain had eased a lot. It seems that this little bastard is quite talented in massage. After conquering him, it would be nice to let him massage your feet every day. Looking at Lin Qian's focused profile, she decided to start her attack plan. Then she curled up her toes, which were painted with bright red nail polish, and asked Lin Qian in a somewhat seductive voice, do you think the teacher's feet are beautiful? Lin Qian raised his eyes upon hearing that, his gaze stayed on the jade foot for a moment before he looked away, as if he was not interested in it. Then he began to comment, his tone as calm as a professional foot appraiser who had seen countless feet, the foot shape is indeed good, but... He paused. This bright red nail polish ruins the natural beauty. I'll give it an 80. This unexpected answer made Chen Shuang's breathing stop, and then he felt annoyed. What she wanted to see was Lin Qian being mesmerized by her beautiful feet and drooling, not him being so calm. Unwilling to give up, she leaned forward, approached Lin Qian, and asked ambiguously, I want to ask, do you like the teacher's feet? Lin Qian turned his head suddenly, and the distance between the tips of their noses was only 20 centimeters. He slightly widened his eyes, revealing just the right amount of surprise. Teacher. There was a hint of hesitation in his voice. This question doesn't seem like something a teacher should ask a student, right? Could it be that the teacher has some special feelings for me? Chen Shuang was extremely annoyed when she saw his stunned expression, secretly hating him in her heart. If it were any other stinky man, after hearing her such straightforward teasing, he would probably kneel down immediately and say that he liked it, and then offer to lick her feet. Is it true that my charm has no effect on him? Since a strong attack fails, we can only take it step by step. A gleam of brilliance flashed in her eyes, and then she put on a natural and casual expression. What are you thinking about? The teacher just found that many stinky men always stare at my feet with disgusting eyes, just like perverts. I just want to know if you have this perverted hobby with other men too. Now it seems that there's no such thing, which also verifies what you said before, that Lin is truly a gentleman. Then he stretched out his right hand and gently curled the ends of her hair. Besides, even if I really fell in love with you, a college teacher-student relationship isn't that unusual, right? Lin Qian raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of amusement flashing across his eyes. This woman's brain is quite quick. I see. He pretended to be suddenly enlightened at first, then chuckled and shook his head. As for falling for me, forget it, I already have a girlfriend. Yeah, Chen Shuang was stunned for a moment when she heard that Lin Qian had a girlfriend, but then she thought that there was nothing strange about it. With his appearance, it was not surprising that he had a girlfriend. This further aroused her desire to conquer. After all, wouldn't it be more exciting and fulfilling to snatch the little wolf dog from someone else? Then, her red lips curled up in a playful arc. So is your girlfriend as pretty as the teacher's face and body as good as the teacher's? She deliberately sat up straight to make the curve of her chest more proud. Lin Qian feigned seriousness as he began to examine her. His gaze slowly moved from her delicate face to her impressive curves. Finally, he pretended to recall and compare them. Objectively speaking, whether it's looks or figures, you two are indeed on par. Chen Shuang was full of disbelief when she heard this. A beauty like her with both good looks and a great figure is probably one in a million. Then he chuckled and raised his chin slightly. You are not the one whose lover sees beauty in everything, are you? Teacher, I don't believe there is a woman who can rival me in both appearance and figure. What a narcissistic woman. Lin Qian almost laughed out loud. But this is indeed true, and her confident look is consistent with her character as a proud queen. It seems that the teacher is quite confident about his appearance. Lin Qian stopped massaging and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he took out his cell phone from his pocket and found a carefully selected photo. It was a photo of him and Lang Ruoxi surfing at the beach last month. In the photo, he is wearing only a pair of black beach shorts under the sun, with crystal water droplets hanging on his muscular 8-pack abs, and his whole body exudes a wild and hormonal aura. Lang Ruoxi, who was leaning on his right shoulder with his arms around her waist, was wearing a black lace bikini that perfectly outlined her perfect figure. Her long legs were crossed, and she was looking at the camera with a lazy and charming smile. Here, look for yourself. Lin Qian handed the phone to Chen Shuang so that she could see it clearly. As for why she took out this photo, one reason was to let this arrogant queen directly see that Lang Ruoxi was in no way inferior to her in figure and appearance, and to strike a blow to her arrogant self-confidence. Second, he had already thought of a plan to embarrass her in front of him. This requires her to see her explosive body that is enough to make any woman's heart beat faster, laying the groundwork for subsequent plans. Chen Shuang's gaze fixed on the photo. The woman in the picture was indeed stunningly beautiful. That pretty face, plump curves, delicate and cold white skin, and slender legs were not inferior to her own in any way. No wonder this little bastard can resist my charm. It seems that it is quite difficult to conquer him. When her eyes focused on Lin Qian who was standing beside the woman, her breathing suddenly stopped and the tips of her ears turned red. How could she have ever seen such an attractive man's body? She had only seen the skinny boys' bodies in the queen's training videos. Lin Qian's well-defined 8-pack abs, and that sexy mermaid line that slipped into the shadow of his pants waist. Such a strong body full of male hormones made Chen Shuang's mouth dry immediately. Ding, Chen Shuang's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 2100s, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. Lin Qian heard the system's prompt and saw Chen Shuang's flushed and intoxicated face, and knew that this photo had made her think in that direction. After all, his explosive body will definitely make all queens fantasize about him, no doubt. It's time to implement the next step. Chapter 70 Chen Shuang's Nightmare. Lin Qian put his phone away and put his hand back on Chen Shuang's calf. Teacher, do you believe it now? Chen Shuang responded vaguely, squinting his eyes and clenching his fists. She was still immersed in that wonderful fantasy. Seeing her like this, after a while, Lin Qian quietly activated his mind desire, superimposing it 3 times for 15 seconds. Chen Shuang suddenly trembled all over, and the scene in his mind suddenly became 100 times clearer, as if he was there in person. Let her not be able to tell whether it is an illusion or reality. She was in a pink bedroom with the curtains completely drawn and low, warm yellow light illuminating the entire room. The room was exactly the same as in a video she had seen. Looking down, she was wearing a black suit, and in front of her. But when he swung it for the fourth time, what happened? Qin Shuang opened his eyes wide instantly, but before he could react, he was pulled to the ground by brute force. The world was spinning, and her back slammed heavily onto the soft carpet. She was countered instantly. When she suddenly raised her head, she saw a pair of scarlet eyes, which were full of aggression, which made her scared instantly. But as a queen, how could she accept being offended by a slave? Then he began to struggle desperately, trying to break free from his restraints, and shouted harshly, "Asshole! Let me go!" But her resistance was in vain. Soon, the icy air hit her instantly, and she shed tears of despair. Qin Shuang's illusion continues. Outside, Lin Qiye started recording the video from the moment he activated his skill. At first, Qin Shuang still maintained an excited and intoxicated expression. This expression was in line with Lin Qiye's expectations. After all, with Qin Shuang's personality, she must have imagined herself as a queen who was high above everyone else, and he was a slave at her mercy, being controlled by her. But just 3 seconds later, she suddenly rolled over, a look of pain and shame appeared on her face, and low curses escaped from her lips. This appearance surprised Lin Qiye a little. After thinking for a moment, he had a guess. Could it be that in her illusion, he, the slave, had become the master? This was consistent with his character. It seems that his video is of no use. After all, he originally just wanted to let her see how shameful she looked in front of him, so that she wouldn't be able to remain calm when facing him in the future. If you can then comply with her desire to be close to you and tease her in return, the effect will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. But now the scene in her imagination is even more effective. Lin Qiye curled up the corners of his mouth with interest, and couldn't wait to see how Qin Shuang would react when he woke up. As soon as the 13 seconds were up, Lin Qiye put away his phone, put on a concerned expression, and held Qin Shuang's shoulders and shook them vigorously, calling out in a low voice, "Teacher, what's wrong with you? Wake up." Immediately, Qin Shuang opened his eyes abruptly, his consciousness suddenly returned to reality, he began to breathe rapidly and reached out to wipe the remaining tears on his face. The familiar lounge seemed as if the real scene just now was just a short nightmare, but the immersive feeling made her feel uneasy. Turning around and seeing Lin Qiye's concerned face, Qin Shuang instantly shrank back and broke free from Lin Qiye's hand. She felt a chill in her heart. If she really wanted to go, would she end up like the one in the illusion? What frightened her even more was that a strange feeling had emerged in her heart before. No, that's absolutely impossible. This realization made Qin Shuang feel like he was struck by lightning, and his body stiffened instantly. She shook her head violently, trying to get rid of this ridiculous idea completely from her mind. What a joke. Ding, Qin Shuang's rescue value plus 3 current rescue value, 5100s, the host obtains 3000 rescue coins. Hearing the system's prompt tone and seeing Qin Shuang dodging and shaking her head in panic, Lin Qiye laughed in his heart. It seemed that the scene in her illusion was very intense. Will she still conquer me after this? Will she still dare to seduce me so blatantly? If she doesn't dare, then I have to conquer her. Teacher, what happened to you just now? It seems like you fell asleep and suddenly had a nightmare. It was like you were being violated in the dream. You kept rolling around and shouting, "Let go," and "No," and so on. No matter how much I shouted, you wouldn't wake up. Lin Qiye asked with concern and doubt. He deliberately pointed it out and said the word, violation, just to deepen her impression. When Qin Shuang heard this, his heart skipped a beat and his cheeks instantly became hot. She was seen in such a shameful state by Lin Qiye. The images from the illusion flooded into her mind again, almost suffocating her. I am fine. Qin Shuang forced a smile and uncomfortably tidied up her messy hair and clothes. I was really too tired. I fell asleep and had a nightmare. She didn't know why she was suddenly in that state, and could only give a reasonable explanation for herself. After all, I was thinking about how to take revenge on Lin Qiye last night and didn't sleep well. Plus, Lin Qiye's massage just now was quite comfortable, so it's not impossible for me to fall asleep. Chapter 71 Lin Qiye forced and teased Qin Shuang, who was ashamed and uneasy. Lin Qiye nodded, but did not intend to let her go. A hint of amusement flashed in his eyes, and he decided to add fuel to the fire. I can't let her calm down so quickly. I have to let the scenes in her fantasy be imprinted deeper and clearer in her mind, so that she will never be able to remain calm when facing herself. Thinking of this, Lin Qiye's expression suddenly became stern, and his brows slightly frowned, but how could the teacher have such a dream? Unless... He deliberately hesitated, then lowered his voice. Could it be that the teacher has been hurt by someone? It's impossible for ordinary people to have such a nightmare. That's not true. Qin Shuang almost blurted it out, and his voice unconsciously rose a few notes. She immediately realized her mistake and pursed her lips. Maybe. It's also possible that he has seen related video footage with this kind of plot. Lin Qiye gave an excuse at the right time. That's right, Qin Shuang was as if she had been granted amnesty. I watched a movie last night that had this scene. Lin Qiye showed a relieved expression. That's good, I really can't imagine the teacher being hurt. As he spoke, his hand naturally extended to Qin Shuang's right foot. Let me continue to massage you. After all, there are not many opportunities to play with her calves and tease her in such a legitimate way, and he wants to deepen her sense of shame about herself. No thanks, Qin Shuang retracted her legs and refused almost reflexively. Then he realized he was overreacting and forced a smile. I mean, I feel much better now. I don't need to press it anymore. She hurriedly tidied up her scattered hair, but she didn't dare to look Lin Qiye in the eye. Lin Qiye leaned closer to her and asked with concern, Teacher, how can this be possible? For me, it's either not done or done well. The doctor said it should be pressed for 20 minutes, and we haven't even pressed for 5 minutes yet. What if there's blood bruising later? Teacher, are you afraid of me? Then, pretending to guess the reason, he asked puzzledly, but didn't you ask me to give you a massage before? Why are you reacting so strongly to me giving you a massage now? Could this dream be related to me? Qin Shuang's heart trembled suddenly, and his hands clenched unconsciously. How could she admit it? Should I say that I dreamed of him pinning me to the ground and doing whatever he wanted? The humiliating and shameful scene made her whole body hot just thinking about it, let alone speaking it out loud. How is that possible? Qin Shuang tried to remain calm, but didn't dare to look at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye had no intention of backing down. Instead, he stared at her profile intently. Then why don't you dare turn around and look directly at me, teacher? Qin Shuang's breathing stagnated, and he subconsciously turned his head and looked up, just in time to meet Lin Qiye's eyes as deep as the abyss. In an instant, the scene and the illusion in her mind emerged clearly again. Ding, Qin Shuang's rescue value plus 5, current rescue value, 55 100s, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. Qin Shuang's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, the tips of his ears felt hot, and he turned his face away abruptly. Student Lin, I'm your teacher. It is inappropriate for you to force the teacher like this. Seeing her panic, Lin Qiye chuckled inwardly, but on the surface, he showed an innocent expression. I just want to know why the teacher's attitude towards me has suddenly changed so much. The teacher reacted so strongly, could it be that I guessed it right? Qin Shuang was stunned. She was indeed frightened by him in the illusion, but after all, it was just a dream, and he didn't really do anything to her. What's more, her original purpose was to make him submit to her, so how could she back down because of an inexplicable nightmare? She is not that weak. Thinking of this, Qin Shuang took a deep breath, tried to calm down, turned to Lin Qian, and smiled elegantly. The nightmare has nothing to do with you, and I am not afraid of you. Teacher just hasn't recovered from the nightmare yet. Then he extended his right foot towards Lin Qian and said casually, it's better now, please continue to press it. There was a hint of teasing in Lin Qian's eyes. What he wanted was that she couldn't face him calmly. If she was always afraid and resisted him, and gave up on conquering him, it would not be fun. Then he held her ankle with his right hand, and gently pinched and stroked her calf skin with his left hand, like a teasing and flirting action. His massage made Qin Shuang feel uncomfortable all over, and a sense of shame came over him instantly. She didn't know whether it was because of Lin Qian's technique or her own psychological effects, but she still forced herself not to retract her foot. She gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. She had to overcome her fear of Lin Qian. Lin Qian glanced at her trying to suppress her panic, a triumphant smile flashed in his eyes. It was so fun to tease her so blatantly. The massage continues. As time went by, Qin Shuang became less and less able to remain calm. The initial nervousness and fear gradually disappeared, leaving her confused and intoxicated. She felt that her current condition was very wrong. She originally wanted to use ambiguous physical contact to seduce Lin Qian and make him fall at her feet. But now why did it seem like she was the one who fell first? At this time, Lin Qian looked up at her with a bit of mischief in his eyes. Teacher, is the massage okay? Qin Shuang's cheeks flushed as he looked at her, but she forced herself to remain calm. It's okay, barely passable. Just barely. Lin Qian kept moving his hands inside in a wrong manner. I tried so hard, but what the teacher said is really heartbreaking. Very good, that's enough. Qin Shuang hurriedly retracted his foot. It should be about time. Lin Qian laughed secretly. If you can't stand this level of teasing, how are you going to win me over next time? At this moment, there was a slight click sound and the door of the lounge was pushed open. The young doctor came in with a bottle of spray medicine. Teacher Chen, is your ankle better? Much better. Qin Shuang breathed a sigh of relief as if he had been pardoned. The doctor handed her the spray and said, this is for promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. Remember to spray it 3 times a day. Okay, thanks. Qin Shuang took the medicine bottle, turned to Lin Qian and said with a clear sense of urging in his tone, Student Lin, the teacher is fine now, you should go to the playground. Okay, I'll be leaving first. Teacher, you should have a good rest. Lin Qian nodded, stood up and turned to walk out of the lounge. Today's progress can only go so far, but he is not in a hurry. He had plenty of time to play with her, and he was looking forward to what she would do next. Qin Shuang looked at Lin Qian's departing back, feeling inexplicably upset and uneasy. She was supposed to be a hunter playing with her prey, but now she can't face her prey calmly. If this continues, she will probably be swallowed by the prey. Qin Shuang photo. Chapter 72 Hao Xiaodong's embarrassment and anxiety. When Lin Qian arrived at the playground, it was already 8:30. However, the school leader's military training mobilization speech has not yet ended. Based on the location information Qin Shuang sent in the class group, he quickly found the foreign trade class 1 team and stood in the last row, first position on the left. Soon after, it was the principal's turn to speak. He read a lengthy speech and then announced loudly, now, please invite the instructor to enter. A team of instructors in camouflage uniforms immediately ran in neatly from the front edge of the playground and lined up in front of the podium. Afterwards, they each walked towards their assigned classes. Military training for the class of 2025 has officially begun. Following the principal's order, the instructors led their respective classes to the assigned training grounds. The foreign trade class was arranged to train on the basketball court in the playground, not under the shade of the trees. What bad luck. The instructor was a bronze-skinned, muscular young man, about 175 centimeters tall, with a serious face and sharp eyes. He looked around at the team in front of him and said in a loud voice, I'm your instructor, my last name is Chen. For the next 2 weeks, I hope you can persevere to the end and don't let me down. Squad leader, step out. Instructor Chen suddenly raised his voice and shouted. Arrive. Upon hearing this, Lin Qian trotted over to the instructor's side, stood at attention, and said in a resounding voice, reporting to Instructor Chen, I am squad leader Lin Qian. Instructor Chen raised his head slightly, looked at Lin Qian from head to toe, and nodded with satisfaction. Team leader Lin, are all the people in your squad here? Instructor Chen's tone softened noticeably. Report to the instructor. Lin Qian's voice was sonorous and powerful. Foreign trade team 1 was supposed to have 42 people, and 42 people are here. Everyone is here. Instructor Chen nodded slightly. Very good, return to the team. Military training is now officially underway. The first training item is, stand at attention. Instructor Chen announced loudly, then issued the command, everyone look to the left. Look forward, stand at attention, at ease, stand at attention. He scanned the team with a sharp gaze, keep your head high and chest out, keep your arms close to your sides, and squeeze them tightly. The students in the class immediately straightened their backs, and a serious atmosphere instantly filled the team. Instructor Chen patrolled around the team, correcting their posture from time to time. When he walked to Hao Xiaodong's row, he suddenly frowned, pointed at Hao Xiaodong and shouted, you, get out of line. Hao Xiaodong walked out of the team tremblingly. Keep your back straight, open your shoulders. Instructor Chen corrected his posture as he spoke, didn't you eat? Hold your arms tight. Hao Xiaodong's face turned red from being pressed down, and he tried his best to clamp his arms together, but they were always easily pried open by the instructor. He felt that the instructor was deliberately making things difficult for him and was immediately annoyed. However, when he looked up at the instructor's sharp gaze, he could only stammer, Instructor, I've already tried my best. A few chuckles were instantly heard from the team. Who's laughing? Instructor Chen glanced over and shouted sharply, the team instantly falling silent. If anyone breaks the rules again, everyone will have to practice for an extra half hour. He turned to Hao Xiaodong and said, just stand here. Hao Xiaodong bit his lips tightly, and beads of sweat were already oozing from his forehead. What made him even more embarrassed was that the training ground of foreign trade class 2 was right next to him. He just saw Yaoer, who was standing at the edge of class 2, looking over at him. She saw me again, he thought bitterly in his heart. Every time he was at his most embarrassing moment, she would always catch him, as if even the heavens were laughing at his wishful thinking. How could he even hope for her love? How ridiculous. Yi Xinyao was filled with worry when she saw Hao Xiaodong being pulled out of the team alone by the instructor. But at this moment, she could only stand there, powerless to do anything. After 45 agonizing minutes, Instructor Chen finally announced, everyone, take a 15-minute break. Lin Qian saw that no one brought water, so he decided to buy 2 boxes of water to improve the favorability of the whole class at the lowest cost. Then he found Li Junin and said, Anan, come with me and get 2 boxes of mineral water. Li Junin nodded in agreement without hesitation. There was a store next to the playground, and the two of them bought some water in less than 10 minutes. If anyone needs water, come and get it, Lin Qian shouted to the people in the class around him. Thank you, squad leader. A brave boy took the lead and everyone came over to get water. Lin Qian noticed that Jiu and Su Qian were sitting quietly under the shade of a tree, with no intention of coming over to get water. He was just planning to take 2 bottles of water himself and show his face in front of Jiu to express his care and favor as the monitor, but he saw Zhou Yao running towards him with a smile. Squad leader, I'll get 2 bottles for Jiu and Su Qian. Zhou Yao's voice is clear and pleasant. Lin Qian nodded, thinking that the 3 of them had formed a small group. Judging from Zhou Yao's enthusiastic look, she must be a nice girl, otherwise she wouldn't have taken the initiative to help Jiu get water. Thank you, squad leader. When Zhou Yao took the water bottle, her cheeks flushed slightly. After she finished speaking, she trotted away, seeming to be a little excited because of talking to Lin Qian at such close range. At this time, Lin Qian looked around again and finally fell on Yi Xinyao and Hao Xiaodong in the corner. The 2 sat together and talked in low voices. Many classmates in the class cast curious glances at them and whispered to each other. Most likely they were gossiping about their relationship. Lin Qian picked up 2 bottles of water and walked towards them. He also wanted to know if they were just childhood friends. After all, Yi Xinyao was the person he wanted to save, so he needed to know more about the situation. Lin Qian walked quickly in front of the 2 of them. Yi Xinyao was the first to notice him. She raised her head and smiled brightly. Squad leader Lin, why are you here? Hao Xiaodong just glanced up quickly, then lowered his head and rubbed his pants with his fingers unnaturally. I saw Hao Xiaodong didn't go to get water. I thought he didn't hear or was embarrassed, so I got him a bottle. Lin Qian shook the bottle of mineral water in his hand and handed it to Yi Xinyao. Team leader Yi, did you buy some water? If not, take a bottle too. I didn't expect that Monitor Lin really cares about every student in the class. Thank you, Monitor Lin. Seeing that Hao Xiaodong didn't move, Yi Xinyao stood up considerately and took the 2 bottles of water, thanking him with a smile. It was to ease the embarrassment and also to help Hao Xiaodong accept this kindness. After she sat down again, she nudged Hao Xiaodong with her elbow and handed him a bottle of water. Xiaodong, squad leader Lin came over specially to bring you some water, why don't you thank him? Hao Xiaodong was actually quite resistant to Lin Qian's arrival. After all, Lin Qian's tall, handsome and perfect image is exactly what he has always dreamed of. I'm afraid there's no girl who would not be attracted to him. He was afraid that Yao would fall in love with Lin Qian. But now that Yao has said so, he must also show some response, otherwise it would seem too ungrateful. After all, the other party does have good intentions. He took the water, raised his head slightly and whispered to Lin Qian, thank you, squad leader. You're welcome, Lin Qian said as he naturally sat down to the right of Hao Xiaodong, his left hand gently resting on his shoulder. Actually, Xiaodong, the military posture you just stood in was quite standard. It's just that the instructor's requirements are quite strict. You will slowly get used to it. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can always come to me. Hao Xiaodong was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Lin Qian to comfort him. This concern warmed his heart, but the other party's attitude of an elder brother taking care of a younger brother made him inexplicably uncomfortable. He didn't want to be treated as a younger brother, but because of the character he had passively developed due to his image, he couldn't resist and could only accept it silently. Pursing his lips, he murmured, thank you. When Yi Xinyao heard Lin Qian comforting Hao Xiaodong, her eyes lit up. She looked past Hao Xiaodong and praised Lin Qian with a smile. Team leader Lin, you're such a good person. I'll ask you to take good care of Xiaodong from now on. Ding, Yi Xinyao's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 10 100s, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. When Hao Xiaodong heard Yi Xinyao's words, he unconsciously clenched the water bottle in his hand. The girl who used to be taken care of by him in elementary school is now asking others to take care of her. This sense of disparity and status reversal makes him feel very uncomfortable. What made him even more uneasy was that he could feel that Yao had a good impression of Lin Qian. Although many people pursued her in high school, she rejected all of them on the grounds that high school studies are the most important thing and I will never have a relationship. But now that she's in college, she'll definitely consider having a boyfriend. Moreover, Lin Qian seems to have a good impression of Yao. If he takes the initiative to pursue Yao, there's a high probability that he will succeed. Thinking of this, Hao Xiaodong's heart tightened even more. What should he do? Chapter 73 Lin Qian's test and noble decision. Lin Qian keenly noticed Hao Xiaodong's little gesture and thought to himself, is he jealous of Yi Xinyao's praise for me? Could it be that he likes Yi Xinyao? Then saving Yi Xinyao would be even more interesting. He decided to test the waters, then feigned curiosity and asked, Team leader Yi, you said before that you and Xiaodong were childhood friends. When did you meet? A nostalgic expression crossed Yi Xinyao's face, a gentle smile in her eyes. Our 2 families are old friends. We went to the same school from kindergarten to high school. When Xiaodong was little, he was so brave. I was more of a crybaby back then, and was always laughed at by other students. It was Xiaodong who taught them a lesson so that they wouldn't laugh at me anymore. She paused, her tone suddenly becoming depressed, but after junior high school, it was me who protected Xiaodong. Lin Qian noticed the change in Hao Xiaodong's facial expression. Pride first appeared, then was replaced by humiliation. He followed up with a question, from what you said, Xiaodong was quite brave before junior high school. Did he become introverted after that? What's the reason for this? Yi Xinyao hesitated for a moment, then finally couldn't help but say angrily, it's because Xiaodong is pretty and not the average height for her peers, so she's always teased and laughed at by the boys in the class. Xiaodong resisted at first, but they only made things worse. So Xiaodong just endured it silently, and then Xiaodong's heart gradually closed off. Her voice gradually faded. Hao Xiaodong lowered his head, his palms clenched unconsciously, and the plastic water bottle made a squeaking sound in his palms. His small stature has always been his biggest pain, and his aunt often teases him, he's so cute even though he's small. As a boy, how could he like comments like, cute? I see. Lin Qian suddenly realized something, then said angrily, Xiaodong, a real man is not determined by appearance alone, an unyielding character is equally important. If anyone dares to laugh at you in the future, you should fight back with a strong punch. Even if you can't beat them, you must let them know that you are not a soft persimmon that can be easily squeezed. Don't be afraid, if anyone dares to push you too far, I'll help you deal with him. Hao Xiaodong was stunned. These words touched the softest part of his heart. Can he really be a real man? Is Lin Qian really trustworthy? He slowly raised his head and met Lin Qian's eyes. There was no mockery or ridicule in them, only sincerity. This also reduced his inner resistance and uneasiness towards Lin Qian. If Xiaodong doesn't object, how about you recognize me as your big brother? I will treat you like my own brother and make you a real man, Lin Qian suggested sincerely. This sudden proposal left Hao Xiaodong speechless for a moment. Don't rush to answer, it's okay even if we're just friends. Lin Qian smiled brightly, but I really want to be your brother. I think this is a good suggestion, Xiaodong, you can think about it carefully. Yi Xinyao quite agreed with Lin Qian's proposal. After all, judging from Lin Qian's appearance and personality, he looks like the kind of person who can get along well anywhere, so no one would dare to provoke him easily. If Xiaodong could really recognize him as his big brother, no one would dare to bully Xiaodong again. Now she can't be with Xiaodong all the time, and she can feel more at ease with Lin Qian taking care of him. I'll think about it carefully, Hao Xiaodong replied softly. He didn't want to be teased and laughed at by others anymore, and he also wanted to get rid of his current cowardly image that even he himself looked down upon. Besides, Lin Qiye seemed like a nice person, so it wouldn't be unacceptable for him to be his younger brother. Lin Qiye changed the subject and asked casually, by the way, since your two families are old friends and grew up together, didn't you arrange a marriage for them long ago? Ah, they both exclaimed at the same time, their cheeks instantly turning red. Hao Xiaodong glanced at Yi Xinyao secretly, a hint of expectation flashed in his eyes, and then he quickly lowered his head. Yi Xinyao was stunned for a moment before coming to her senses and hurriedly waved her hands. When I was a child, the adults played this kind of joke on me, but we never officially made any engagement. Hao Xiaodong's aura instantly dropped. No, Lin Qiye followed up with another question, then have you ever thought about being together? Hao Xiaodong raised his head suddenly, his face flushed even redder, and he stammered, nothing. Yi Xinyao looked at Hao Xiaodong with a complicated expression. I remember that when she was in the second grade of elementary school, she was chased by a mad dog. Hao Xiaodong suppressed his fear, picked up a wooden stick and stood in front of her to drive the mad dog away. He was also bitten several times. From then on, he became her Prince Charming, and she even fantasized about marrying him. But after entering junior high school, because of his height and face, in fact, it was more because of his height, he was often teased by the boys in the class. His confidence and courage gradually disappeared, and were replaced by inferiority and cowardice. Although she felt a little disappointed that he didn't grow up to be tall and straight, she felt that height was not important, as long as he could maintain his confidence and courage. Yet he lost both. At first she wanted to help him regain his confidence, but later he became even more timid, and she gradually became passively like an older sister. Now even she herself can't explain what her feelings towards Xiaodong are. If he regained all his confidence and courage, would I want to be with him? She doesn't know. The only thing that is certain is that no matter it is because of the pure love in childhood or the role of the older sister that she passively assumes now, she cannot let him go easily. Lin Qiye took in the reactions of both of them, and he knew clearly in his heart, Hao Xiaodong definitely liked Yi Xinyao, but he didn't dare to confess because of his inferiority complex. Yi Xinyao's complicated eyes clearly showed that she had been attracted to Hao Xiaodong before, but Lin Qiye knew what she was thinking now and didn't care, because he had already made up his mind. Okay, I'm just a little curious. Lin Qiye smiled and waved his hand, breaking the brief silence. But having said that, the relationship you two have is truly enviable. He deliberately continued in a light-hearted tone, we were childhood sweethearts, and the only thing missing was mutual affection. Hao Xiaodong secretly glanced at Yi Xinyao's profile, then quickly looked away. Of course he likes Xiao, he has liked her since he was a child, but now he is so weak that he can't even protect himself, so how can he be worthy of standing by her side? Seeing Hao Xiaodong wanting to express his feelings but not daring to do so, Lin Qiye thought that Hao Xiaodong would never dare to confess his feelings. After all, one's personality cannot be changed overnight. And even if he confessed his feelings, Yi Xinyao agreed, and they were together, would this relationship be complete? I'm afraid not. First of all, they can't avoid the strange looks from others, after all, their appearances are not compatible. Hao Xiaodong's petite body was destined to endure more contemptuous looks. He would face two situations, either he would be mistaken for Yi Xinyao's best friend and a lesbian, or he would be ridiculed by even more men and become the target of public criticism and humiliation. How dare a sissy like you be with Yi Xinyao? Does Yi Xinyao have to protect him all the time? What if he encounters a situation that even she can't handle? Even Yi Xinyao's parents probably wouldn't accept it. Who would agree to their daughter marrying into the family with a son-in-law who looked like a fake mother? Even if they were family friends. Just facing the gossip of friends and family is embarrassing enough. Lin Qiye's gaze moved between the two of them for a moment, a playful smile appearing in his eyes. So in order to prevent you from falling into this doomed tragic relationship, Xiaodong, you just stay as my brother, and Xinyao will be your sister-in-law. This is the best arrangement. Chapter 74 Hao Xiaodong's pain. At this moment, Instructor Chen's whistle suddenly sounded. Everyone assemble. Lin Qiye stood up swiftly and brushed off the dust on his pants. Xiaodong, let's go. It's time for training. Hao Xiaodong and Yi Xinyao also stood up. When standing close to Lin Qiye, who was a head taller than him, Hao Xiaodong suddenly felt an indescribable sense of inferiority. Team leader Yi, we're leaving first. Lin Qiye nodded to Yi Xinyao, who smiled back and turned to run towards her team. Lin Qiye seemed not to notice Hao Xiaodong's depressed expression. He bent down naturally, put his arm around his shoulders, and led him towards the team. This sudden intimate gesture made Hao Xiaodong at a loss, with complicated emotions surging in his heart. The sun was shining brightly and the military training lasted until noon. The scorching sun made the ground of the basketball court hot. Everyone's face was covered with sweat, and the backs of their camouflage uniforms were also soaked with sweat. When the dismissal whistle sounded, everyone relaxed with a sense of relief. Brother Yi, let's go eat. Jiang Wei, Li Junan and Chen Hao trotted over to Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye looked at the three people wiping the sweat off their faces and nodded. Let's go to Taoyuan Canteen, it's close. At this moment, he noticed Yi Xinyao running towards them, so he led the three of them towards Hao Xiaodong, who was not far away, and immediately came to his side. Xiaodong, let's go eat together. Yes, Xiaodong, Jiang Wei agreed enthusiastically. He was eager to get in touch with Hao Xiaodong, whether because of a common interest or because he wanted him to help with cosplay. Hao Xiaodong glanced at the four people, then turned to look at Yi Xinyao who was running closer, a little hesitant. He had originally planned to have dinner alone with Yaoer, but now that Lin Qiye invited him, he didn't know how to refuse. Team leader Lin. Within seconds, Yi Xinyao ran over, greeted Lin Qiye, and then gracefully introduced herself to Jiang Wei and the others. Hello, classmates. My name is Yi Xinyao, and I'm Hao Xiaodong's childhood friend. The three of them nodded in response. During the breaks in military training, they noticed that Yi Xinyao had been staying with Hao Xiaodong, and Lin Qiye had already explained their relationship to them. After they got to know each other, Yi Xinyao blinked and asked, are you going to take Xiaodong out to dinner? Yes, we plan to take Xiaodong to Taoyuan Canteen for dinner. Lin Qiye nodded. Squad leader Yi, will you come with us? Okay, Yi Xinyao agreed happily. In her opinion, this was Lin Qiye helping Hao Xiaodong integrate into the group, and she was of course happy to see it happen. However, Hao Xiaodong felt a little disappointed. After all, he had fewer and fewer opportunities to be alone with Yaoer. Soon after, the six people walked to the door of Taoyuan Canteen and were surrounded by noisy voices and the aroma of food. The cafeteria closest to the playground was packed with freshmen, and there were long lines in front of each food window. Well, Jiang Wei, Xiaodong, and Chen Hao, the three of you go and take your seats first. Lin Qiye quickly made arrangements. Team leader Yi, Anon, and I will go get some food. Several people nodded in agreement and took action separately. Lin Qiye and the other two walked towards the window where the queue was relatively short. Lin Qiye walked in the middle, with Yi Xinyao on the left and Li Junan on the right. Before they reached the line, a tall boy who had just finished his meal came running towards them. He seemed to be in a hurry to grab a seat. He didn't pay much attention to them and bumped into Yi Xinyao's shoulder. Yi Xinyao staggered after being bumped by the boy, screamed, and fell backwards. Careful, Lin Qiye reacted very quickly and put his left hand around Yi Xinyao's shoulders. His palms were broad and strong, holding her steadily. After quickly straightening her up, he immediately let go of her hand and scolded the boy, "Don't you have eyes?" Yi Xinyao looked up at Lin Qiye. His strong protection reminded her of the time when she was protected by Xiaodong when she was a child. A sense of security welled up in her heart, and her cheeks unconsciously flushed. "Sorry, classmate, are you okay?" The boy looked up and saw Lin Qiye's serious expression. He immediately misunderstood their relationship, thinking they were boyfriend and girlfriend. He quickly apologized to Yi Xinyao with a smile. "It's okay, classmate, you can go." Yi Xinyao waved to the boy. Upon hearing this, the boy hurriedly turned and left. Yi Xinyao then raised her hand to tidy up her messed up hair, turned around and looked up at Lin Qiye, saying softly, "Thank you, squad leader Lin." Ding, Yi Xinyao rescue value +5, current rescue value, 15/100ths, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. "No need to thank me, let's go." Lin Qiye looked nonchalant. Not far away, Hao Xiaodong, who was sitting and chatting with Zhang Wei, actually had his eyes following Yi Xinyao and the others. After witnessing the scene just now, he felt a sudden pain in his chest. If it were me, would I dare to scold that tall boy like that, he asked himself silently. Seeing Yi Xinyao and Lin Qiye standing together, he couldn't help but think that they were a good match, at least Lin Qiye could protect Yaoer from being bullied. And what about yourself? Even if she regains her confidence and courage and becomes a man's character, her short stature will never meet the standards of a man. Even if Yaoer doesn't mind my appearance, and I really get together with her, if I'm harassed by hooligans, I'm afraid I can only get beaten up and watch Yaoer being bullied. She will surely continue to endure strange looks from strangers and her friends, as well as ridicule behind her back. Am I still worthy of being with Yaoer now? Can I still give Yaoer happiness? Thinking of this, Hao Xiaodong felt as if his heart was being grabbed tightly, making it impossible for him to breathe, and he clenched his fists involuntarily. Chapter 75. Hao Xiaodong recognizes Lin Qiye as his elder brother. "Xiaodong, are you okay?" Seeing that Hao Xiaodong didn't respond to his words and his eyes were a little straight, Zhang Wei couldn't help but wave his hand in front of him and ask with concern. Hao Xiaodong snapped back to his senses and forced a smile on his face. "Ah, no, it's okay. Where were we talking about just now?" "Talking about your favorite female character in Fate." When Zhang Wei saw his response, he immediately became energetic again. "Oh this," Hao Xiaodong responded vaguely, dealing with Zhang Wei's enthusiasm absent-mindedly, his eyes involuntarily drifting towards Yi Xinyao again. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Lin Qiye and the other two approached the dining table, each holding 2 plates filled with food. "It's finally here." Zhang Wei was the first to stand up and greet him. He naturally took the plate handed over by Lin Qiye and said, "Thank you for your hard work, brother Yi." Hao Xiaodong also quickly stood up and took the plate from Yi Xinyao. "Thank you, Yaoer." "You're welcome." Yi Xinyao smiled at him. The 6 of them quickly sat down at the 6-person table. Hao Xiaodong, Zhang Wei and Chen Hao were originally sitting in a row, with Zhang Wei in the middle. Yi Xinyao sat opposite Hao Xiaodong naturally. Lin Qiye took the opportunity to sit next to Yi Xinyao. Although the food in front of him exuded an enticing aroma, Hao Xiaodong had no appetite. He lowered his head, mechanically fiddling with the rice in the bowl with the chopsticks in his hand, eating it bite by bite. Every bite he put into his mouth was tasteless and tasted like chewing wax. He was still recalling the scene and thinking about the question just now. "Xiaodong, is the food not to your liking?" Seeing Hao Xiaodong's absent-minded look, Yi Xinyao spoke softly with concern. Hao Xiaodong suddenly came back to his senses, raised his head and looked at Yi Xin, shaking his head in a panic. No, it's quite delicious." To prove it, he quickly stuffed 2 big mouthfuls of rice into his mouth, his cheeks puffed up to hide the turmoil in his heart. Yi Xinyao felt that he was worried, but it was dinner time and there were so many people around, so she didn't ask any further questions. She planned to talk to him alone after dinner. Lin Qiye, who was sitting opposite him, saw Hao Xiaodong's obvious absent-mindedness and panic. Could it be that he saw me supporting Yi Xinyao and scolding that boy? Make him feel inferior and uneasy again. It should be. After all, the distance is not far, and since he likes Yi Xinyao, his eyes will naturally follow Yi Xinyao. Thinking of this, Lin Qiye's mouth curled up slightly. Now might be a good time for Hao Xiaodong to acknowledge him as his elder brother. After all, this kid must also hope that he can protect Yi Xinyao. There was a hint of amusement in his eyes. He couldn't wait to be the big brother. After all, it would be more joyful to save Yi Xinyao after becoming the eldest brother. Then he calmly picked up the bowl of soup in front of him, took a sip slowly, and put it down. He looked at Hao Xiaodong with a frank and sincere look. "Xiaodong, what have you thought about what I told you just now on the playground?" This sentence was like a stone thrown into calm water, instantly causing ripples. Zhang Wei, Li Junan and Chen Hao turned their eyes to the two of them almost at the same time. 3 pairs of eyes roamed over the two of them with undisguised curiosity. What had just happened between these two on the playground that they didn't know about? Hao Xiaodong and Yi Xinyao were also startled and put down their chopsticks. Yi Xinyao was the first to react. She put down the chopsticks in her hand, raised her head, and looked quietly at Hao Xiaodong in front of her. There was a bit of expectation in her gentle eyes, waiting for his response. Hao Xiaodong immediately realized that it must be because Lin Qiye said he wanted to take him as his younger brother. He subconsciously looked up at Lin Qiye, and his gaze unexpectedly met Lin Qiye's frank and sincere eyes. The scene just now once again strongly impacted his nerves, making him want to look away immediately, but a voice suddenly exploded in his heart. "If you don't even have the courage to look at others, how can you talk about protecting Yaoer?" Coward, waste. A strong sense of shame and unwillingness suddenly rushed to his head, almost suffocating him. Enough, he roared in his heart, and his left hand under the table suddenly clenched into a fist. No, we can't be so cowardly anymore. Something has to change. Even if his height cannot be changed, perhaps he will never be able to stand next to Yaoer in a matching posture in his life. But at least you have to change your personality and make Yaoer look at you with new eyes. He didn't want Yaoer to see him being laughed at by others and being indifferent and humiliated like a coward. Every time Yaoer has to stand in front of him and stand up for him. He must change, even if it's just to let Yaoer see a less cowardly self. But do you really want to recognize Lin Qiye as your big brother? Although Lin Qiye is good enough in both appearance and personality, he is qualified to be his elder brother. But once you call him brother, it means you will always be inferior to him. Lin Qiye watched Hao Xiaodong struggle in entanglement in front of him with interest, waiting for his decision. Not knowing how to make a decision, Hao Xiaodong turned his gaze to Yi Xinyao, and immediately saw the light of encouragement and expectation in her clear eyes. This look was like a needle, instantly piercing through his hesitation and going straight into the softest part of his heart, causing his heart to ache fiercely. She really hopes to recognize Lin Qiye as her big brother. Do you hope to have a reliable backer and no longer be bullied by others? Of course it is. Yaoer has always been worried about herself. They separated in college and were no longer in the same class, so she could no longer protect him like before. Since junior high school, she has always been the one taking care of herself and standing up for herself. Immersed in low self-esteem, I abandoned myself, closed myself off, and accepted her protection with peace of mind. I didn't consider her feelings anymore, and even forgot. I forgot that she was also a little girl who hid behind herself and cried a lot when she was a child. Maybe it was just to take care of herself that she was forced to hide her vulnerability and pretend to be tough. Thinking of this, Hao Xiaodong felt a sudden pain in his heart. He can't go on like this. Whether it is to get rid of the cowardly image or to prevent Yao from worrying, he must make changes. He took a deep breath, as if to squeeze out all the anxiety and hesitation in his chest. Then, as if he had exhausted the last bit of his strength, he met Lin Qia's gaze and whispered, "Brother Qie, I do." Although his voice was still trembling, it was filled with unprecedented determination. I want you to be my big brother." As soon as he finished speaking, Hao Xiaodong felt relieved at first, but then he felt an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. It was as if something extremely important was slipping away from his fingers quietly with the cry of, "Big brother," and it was impossible to recover it. He didn't know whether this decision was right or wrong, but at this moment, this seemed to be the only and best opportunity he could seize to change. Chapter 76 Yi Xinyao's rescue value continues to increase. Good. Lin Qie chuckled, then stretched out his right hand, crossed the table, and patted Hao Xiaodong's right shoulder with a little force, and said in a deep voice. "From now on, Xiaodong, you are my brother. I won't let anyone bully you. If anyone dares to laugh at or tease you, I will definitely make him pay the price." His tone was filled with an unwavering commitment. When Zhang Wei and the other two heard the conversation between the two, they were immediately shocked. Zhang Wei first looked at Lin Qie and asked, "Oh my god. Brother Yi, what's going on? Can't you see that? I recognize Xiaodong as my younger brother." Lin Qie raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhang Wei. "I can see it, but why?" Zhang Wei was puzzled at first, but after a while, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly showed a lewd smile. "Brother Yi, do you have any special hobbies?" "Enough." Zhang Wei. Lin Qie knew what he was thinking, and his face darkened instantly. "You must have watched too many cartoons, your head is full of dirty thoughts." "Hey, Brother Yi, it's my fault." Seeing Lin Qie's serious expression, Zhang Wei knew that he had gone too far in joking, so he quickly apologized, then put his arm around Hao Xiaodong's shoulders and said seriously, "Xiaodong, since Brother Yi has recognized you as his younger brother, then we will be brothers in the future. You can communicate more when you have time." Li Junan and Chen Hao also nodded in agreement. Hao Xiaodong felt a warm feeling in his heart, his eyes felt a little sore, and he nodded slightly. The classmates he met before had never treated him so friendly. He knew that Zhang Wei and the other two's attitude towards him was because of Lin Qie. "Great, Xiaodong." Yi Xinyao smiled happily, her eyes and brows curved, as if a huge stone in her heart had finally fallen to the ground. "From now on, you will have squad leader Lin to protect you, and you will have 3 brothers. I don't think anyone will dare to bully you." The clear voice was full of joy of relief. She was really happy for Xiaodong. When he went to college, the person she was most worried about was Xiaodong. She was afraid that he wouldn't meet good classmates and that he would be isolated and depressed. At this moment, Xiaodong had a reliable backer, which made her tense nerves relax at once. Then, she turned sideways and looked at Lin Qie with a burning gaze, revealing a serious expression. "Team leader Lin, thank you for accepting Xiaodong as your brother." She paused, her tone becoming a solemn reminder, and raised her right fist in front of Lin Qie as a protest. "But you have to keep your word and really protect Xiaodong as your own brother. If I find out that he's been bullied." She stretched out her tone, her bright eyes flickering as if she was thinking about what to say, and finally gave a vague answer, "I am going to make you look good." When Hao Xiaodong looked at Yi Xinyao's bright smile and the way she supported him, what surged in his heart was not joy, but an indescribable complex feeling. It seems that in Yar's eyes, I am now the weak one who needs to be protected behind and guarded by a strong person. And Lin Qie, the tall, confident and powerful Lin Qie, is undoubtedly a powerful man who can protect herself in Yar's heart. This realization made his heart ache. A bitterness quietly spread. He originally thought that when he grew up, he would still be someone's support, like Lin Qie, but the cruel reality dealt him a heavy blow. Maybe it's okay just like this. At least Yao can rest assured and doesn't have to worry about herself all the time. Start working hard to change yourself from now on. As for whether I can be with Yao, let nature take its course. I'm not kidding. Lin Qie's expression was serious, and he met Yi Xinyao's gaze calmly. I really want Xiaodong to be my little brother. Don't worry, I promise not to let him be bullied. I will also help him regain his courage and confidence so that he can face anyone calmly. Ding, Yi Xinyao's rescue value +10, current rescue value, 25 100ths, the host obtains 1000 rescue coins. He then changed the subject, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Since Xiaodong calls me Brother Qie, shouldn't you, our childhood friend, follow suit? Call me Brother Qie. Ding, Yi Xinyao's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 31 100ths, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. You, Yi Xinyao's cheeks flushed instantly, and she glared at him in shame and anger. You're taking advantage of me. Haha, just kidding. Lin Qie smiled heartily, knowing when to stop. He had never intended to let her call him that now, he just wanted to use this appropriate teasing to bring them closer. But later, she will definitely call out something that makes her feel more comfortable than this. Lin Qie then said seriously, however, it's time to change the name. Xiaodong and I are brothers now. If you continue to call me squad leader Lin, it will seem too distant. He leaned forward slightly, his voice gentle and intimate. From now on, you can call me Qie, and I'll call you Xinniao, how about that? Yi Xinniao was slightly startled, her gaze fixed on Lin Qie's sincere face. She felt that what Lin Qie said made sense. Now that he was Xiaodong's elder brother, it was inappropriate for her to call him squad leader Lin. She pursed her lips. Although she had never called any other boy's name except Xiaodong before, she finally nodded slightly. She gave Lin Qie a shy smile and said softly, well okay, I'll call you Qie from now on. Okay, Xinniao. Lin Qie smiled gently. Ding, Yi Xinniao's rescue value +10, current rescue value, 41 100ths, the host obtains 1000 rescue coins. A simple change of address instantly brought the two closer together. Hao Xiaodong watched the scene in silence. The shy smile on Yi Xinyao's face, Lin Qie's gentle expression, and the suddenly shortened distance between them. Make him feel uneasy. He kept telling himself in his heart, this is just normal communication. It's just because Lin Qie and I are sworn brothers that our relationship is naturally close. However, even though I understood the truth, I couldn't suppress the surging bitterness. The hour before, she had never called any boy's name except me, nor had she been so close to that boy. I'm afraid they will become closer as time goes by. Will they still? As soon as this thought came to mind, it was like a vine tightly wrapped around his heart, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Lin Qie turned to face Hao Xiaodong, as if he hadn't noticed his unusual behavior, and took out his phone neatly. Xiaodong, add me on Fixian. You can contact me anytime if you need anything in the future. Hao Xiaodong hesitated for a moment, nodded, and took out his cell phone. Let's add us too. Zhang Wei and the other two came over immediately, and the four of them quickly added each other as friends. Okay, let's eat quickly. We still have military training in the afternoon. Lin Qie picked up his chopsticks and suddenly seemed to remember something when he asked, by the way, Xiaodong, which dormitory do you live in? Room 404, Building 5, Songyuan. Hao Xiaodong responded. That's great, it's right next to our dormitory. You can come to our dormitory anytime in the future. Lin Qie's eyes lit up. Zhang Wei immediately perked up and mumbled, still chewing his food, yeah. We can watch anime together tonight. Hao Xiaodong glanced at the two of them and replied softly, I'm okay. Yi Xinyao looked at the scene in front of her with a smile, feeling relieved. It seems that it was a very correct decision for her to take the initiative to find Lin Qiye in the beginning. Chapter 77 Jiu faints. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly and the playground was filled with heat waves. Stand at attention, at ease, stand at attention. A series of basic movements are performed in high temperatures. Almost everyone was in extreme agony. They were sweating and soaking wet. Lin Qiye was an exception. He stood tall and calm, his movements were standard, and there was no expression of pain on his face, as if he couldn't feel the heat. This is because he exchanged for props that can block most of the heat, so it is so easy. His eyes were focused on the front, but out of the corner of his eyes, he kept paying attention to Su Qianjun and Jiu in front of him on the right. He noticed that Nziu's figure seemed a little shaky, which made him feel a little worried. Time passes by every second. Hold on, we'll have 10 minutes to rest. Instructor Chen stood in front of the team, shouting loudly as he walked. At this moment, a girl in the team suddenly cried out in a suppressed voice, Hey! Jiu, what's wrong with you? Who's talking? The instructor glanced over with a stern look. Report to the instructor. Someone fainted, the girl in front of Jiu shouted to the front. Jiu fell on her, and she was supporting Jiu with a nervous look on her face. Lin Qiye and the instructor rushed to Jiu at the same time, and other students also gathered around. At this moment, Jiu's face was as pale as paper, his eyes were closed, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and he leaned weakly in the girl's arms. Jiu must have heatstroke. Everyone, please don't crowd around, you'll block the air. Lin Qiye immediately shouted loudly, then turned to the instructor, Instructor, I'll take her to the infirmary. Go quickly. Instructor Chen nodded decisively, then shouted to the others, everyone else, continue training. Lin Qiye responded and leaned over without hesitation to take Jiu from the girl. He carefully passed one hand across Jiu's knees, and with the other hand, he firmly supported her back. Using a standard princess hug, he easily lifted her from the girl's arms. The girl's body was very light, and her frail frame could be felt even through her rough camouflage uniform. Her head rested weakly on his chest, a few strands of hair soaked with sweat stuck to her smooth forehead, making her look extremely fragile. He could clearly feel the weak heartbeat and hot body temperature of the person in his arms. Lin Qiye instantly gave her a cooling device, turned around and hugged her, like a green wind, quickly crossing the playground and running towards the infirmary. In less than 10 minutes, Jiu was lying on the bed in the infirmary lounge. Doctor, is she suffering from heat stroke? Lin Qiye stood by the bed, watching the young doctor examine her. The doctor first gently unbuttoned Jiu's camouflage jacket. The coat hangs naturally to both sides, revealing the short sleeves underneath, revealing the slender white neck and upright chest. The doctor then skillfully fed her some light salt water and wiped her forehead, neck and arms with a wet towel to help cool her down. Not all fainting is heat stroke. As the doctor operated, he said, the main reason she fainted was hypoglycemia, followed by heat exhaustion. She took out a thermometer and put it in Jiu's armpit, then gave her an IV drip to replenish glucose and electrolytes. After a while, Jiu's pale face finally regained some color, his tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and his breathing became steady, but he was still not awake. Her temperature is normal, so there's no big problem. Let her rest well and get some sleep to replenish some water and sugar. You can go buy her a bottle of drink and let her drink it when she wakes up. The doctor took out the thermometer and took a look at it, then breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Lin Qiye, are you the squad leader? Yes, Lin Qiye nodded, his eyes still fixed on Jiu's quiet little face. At this moment, the timidity and tension on her face faded, revealing a fragile beauty that was pitiful. Then you stay here and take care of her. If she feels uncomfortable when she wakes up, feel free to call me. I have things to take care of. The doctor gave a few instructions and prepared to leave. Doctor, how much? Lin Qiye quickly stopped her. What, you want to pay for her? Are you interested in this girl? The doctor teased with an ambiguous smile. That's not true. Lin Qiye put on an upright and noble appearance, it's just that her family is not well off, so any help is appreciated. Oh, it seems the squad leader is quite caring. $40, the doctor said with a smile. Okay, Lin Qiye scanned the code next to him and paid, then continued, but I want to ask the doctor for a favor. If she wakes up and asks about the medical expenses, you can tell her that any problems encountered during the freshman military training are free of charge, okay? If she knew I paid for it, it would become a burden to her, which wouldn't be helpful. He really thought so, but he also had a hidden thought. If Jiu accidentally found out that the school did not have this benefit, he would naturally think that it was him who helped. This kind of subtle and silent help must have touched her deeply. I didn't expect the monitor to be so thoughtful. I promise you. The doctor nodded, then deliberately asked, but if she has problems again during military training, do you think I should charge her? And quoi, she won't have any more problems, and quoi. Lin Qiye said firmly, even if it's true, just come to me. Or, Dr. Sister, can you add me on Feishan? You're so smooth talking, and you're still saying you're attracted to this girl. There's no need to add Feishan. I also hope nothing happens to her anymore. When the doctor heard Lin Qiye call her sister, she smiled, shook her head, and turned away. Lin Qiye immediately followed the doctor out of the lounge and went to a nearby store to buy a bottle of drink and a large bag of milk candy. Soon, he finished shopping and returned to the lounge, sitting on the edge of the bed. The sunlight shines through the window, casting a soft glow on Nziu's fair face. Lin Qiye quietly looked at her pitiful and weak appearance as she fell into unconsciousness. His eyes moved from her pretty face down to her small feet in white socks. The idea of cultivating a perfect goddess became stronger and stronger in my mind. He will become her protector and her reshaper, allowing her to grow under his wings and eventually bloom with the light that an angel should have. Conquering her is simply a matter of saving her, but reshaping her personality, making her confident and strong, and giving her the courage and ability to face all difficulties is the real salvation. He thought, there's probably nothing in the world that can bring him more joy and a greater sense of accomplishment than completing this great cause. Chapter 78 Lin Qiye's Care. Time flows quietly. About 10 minutes later, Nziu's eyelashes fluttered slightly like butterfly wings, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her clear eyes were initially covered with a layer of mist. The unfamiliar ceiling came into view, and a clear flash of panic instantly flashed across her eyes. She subconsciously tried to prop herself up, but a strong feeling of weakness and dizziness suddenly hit her, causing her body, which had just been lifted up a little, to fall back softly. Don't move, you just fainted and are receiving IV drips. A steady and powerful voice sounded, and at the same time, a gentle and strong arm supported her weak body in time. Jiu looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lin Qiye sitting beside the bed. He had risen slightly and was looking down at her with concern. He was wearing a neat camouflage uniform, standing tall and straight, with a perfect, reassuring smile on his handsome face. The sunlight slanting in from the window outlined distinct light and shadows on his facial features. Squad leader. Jiu's pupils dilated slightly, and then he quickly lowered his head as if burned. His voice was as thin as a mosquito, with the hoarseness of just waking up and incredible shyness. Fragments of memories from before I fainted flooded into my mind. The surrounding environment made her think that this should be in the infirmary. Was he the one who sent her here? Well, this is the infirmary. Lin Qiye sat down again, his eyes fixed intently on her profile, his voice softer and more reassuring. How are you feeling? Are you feeling unwell? Injiu felt the state of his body and shook his head gently, his yellowish hair swaying slightly with the movement. No, it's just a little weak. She paused, as if mustering great courage, and then added in an almost inaudible voice, thank you, squad leader. Two blushes quietly appeared on her cheeks, spreading to her small earlobes. She lowered her head even lower, her heart filled with a mixture of deep gratitude and embarrassment for bothering others. Ding, Injiu's rescue value +10, current rescue value, 15/100, the host obtains 1000 rescue coins. You're welcome, I'm a squad leader. Didn't I tell you before? If you have any difficulties or need help, you can come to me. It is my responsibility to take care of my classmates. If it were anyone else, I would do the same. There is really no need to be embarrassed. It is not a burden at all. Lin Qiye spoke sincerely, his tone convincing. He said this to relieve her psychological pressure, because introverted people are usually embarrassed to trouble others. Sure enough, Inziu's tense shoulders seemed to relax a little. Ding, Inziu's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 2100, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. The doctor said that the main reason for your fainting was long-term malnutrition and hypoglycemia. Lin Qiye naturally leaned forward a little, closing the distance, and spoke with a tone of intimate concern. Don't you usually eat well? When I held you just now, you felt so light, like a child. I'm afraid you don't even weigh 80 kilograms, right? His seemingly casual concern was actually an invisible teasing, which made her clearly aware of the fact that she was carried all the way by him. I have 80 kilograms. Inziu's voice became even quieter, almost squeezed out of her throat, and her head drooped even lower, her exposed neck stained with a light pink. Thinking of herself being held unconsciously by him, she felt a heat rushing to her head, her heart beating so fast that it almost jumped out of her chest, and her heart could not calm down at all. She has never had any close contact with that boy. It's only 80 kilograms. Lin Qiye frowned slightly, his tone showing genuine worry. You're so tall, you need to weigh at least 90 kilograms. You must eat more in the future, otherwise you'll probably faint at the slightest thing, understand? All he could say now was some caring words. After all, with her self-esteem and family background, she would never accept money directly or force to eat good food. But later you can pay someone to go to Taoyuan Canteen to make a guide, find out those set meals that are generous in portion, nutritious and affordable, and recommend them to her. This is the kind of help she can accept without any burden. Injiu responded softly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the thin sheets. She knew that Lin Qiye meant well, but her limited living expenses did not allow her to eat more as she wished. Want to sit up? Let me help you. Lin Qiye changed the subject at the right time and spoke in a gentle tone. Injiu responded with his head still lowered. Lin Qiye stood up, holding her back steadily with one hand and her arm with the other. He gently, forcefully and carefully helped her sit up, then carefully placed a pillow behind her waist so that she could lean more comfortably. The doctor said you need to add sugar. Seeing that she was sitting steadily, Lin Qiye sat down again, picked up the drink on the bedside table, unscrewed the bottle cap neatly, and inserted a straw. Your hands are weak, I'll hold it, you drink it. He leaned forward slightly and considerately passed the straw to Inziu's lips, his movements natural and smooth. Thank you, squad leader. Inziu looked at the straw so close to him, his eyes flickering with hesitation. This drink must be very expensive. She felt a little distressed, but it was Lin Qiye's kindness, so she couldn't refuse. She would pay him later. She subconsciously wanted to raise her hand and hold it herself, not wanting to trouble Lin Qiye anymore, but her arms were so weak that she couldn't lift them at all. In the end, she could only blush, lean forward slightly, and sip the wine in small sips from Lin Qiye's hand. The warm, sweet liquid slid down her dry throat, bringing a comfortable warmth and relaxing her tense nerves a little. The girl's timid look as she sipped like a fawn, her drooping eyelashes, and her slightly red cheeks were all clearly seen by Lin Qiye. An indescribable sense of satisfaction quietly spread in his heart. Injiu could feel Lin Qiye's eyes lingering on her face, which made her feel uncomfortable. After taking a few quick sips, she opened her mouth, turned away, lowered her head, and said in a weak voice, Squad leader, I am done drinking. She paused, as if mustering up the courage to speak. How much is the drink? I'll pay you later. Her fingers tugged at the corner of the quilt, revealing her inner uneasiness and her stubbornness in not wanting to owe anyone a favor. Lin Qiye put the drink back on the bedside table, his eyes gently falling on the top of her head. When he heard that she insisted on paying, he sighed silently in his heart. What a stubborn and sensitive little girl. His face immediately changed to a serious expression, and his tone was frank and sincere. It's only $5. Treating a classmate to a bottle of drink, this is normal, right? Leaning forward slightly, he softened his voice with a soothing tone. If it really gave me money, it would seem too distant, and I would be very sad. He deliberately emphasized his feelings to let her know that rejecting someone's kindness could also make them feel bad. Injiu was speechless for a moment because of Lin Qiye's sincere words, and subconsciously looked up at him. Facing his serious expression, all her words of refusal were stuck in her throat. In the end, she could only lower her head again and murmured in obedience, okay. But she had already memorized the packaging of the drink in her heart and was secretly thinking of finding an opportunity to ask for it back. Ding, Inziu's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 25/100, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. Chapter 79 Lin Qiye's induction and plan. Seeing that she no longer insisted, Lin Qiye put on a relaxed smile and leaned back. His tone was teasing and soothing. Student, are you so shy? There are only two of us here now, why don't you even dare to look at me when you talk? Injiu glanced at Lin Qiye quickly, then immediately lowered her eyes. She had never been alone with that boy at such a close distance. Seeing that she was still so nervous, Lin Qiye did not force her to look at him, but asked softly, can we chat? He planned to use a light-hearted conversation to ease her nervousness. Injiu nodded slightly and replied softly, I'm okay. The first question, Lin Qiye lowered his voice and asked casually, how many points did you get in the college entrance examination? 682 points. Injiu answered in a low voice. Oh. Lin Qiye's voice was filled with just the right amount of surprise and admiration. Student, it is amazing. I only scored 667. Why didn't you go to Tianjin University? Because it's close to home. When Injiu heard Lin Qiye's praise, his voice became a little louder and calmer than before. I see. Lin Qiye nodded in understanding. Then why did you choose this major? Is it because you're interested in it? Yes, my homeroom teacher helped me choose it. Is that so? Lin Qiye understood and naturally asked, how are you getting along with your roommates? They don't bully you, do they? Fine. Injiu quickly shook his head. No one bullies me, and Su Qian and Joya, they take good care of me. Deputy Monitor. Lin Qiye raised the corner of his lips meaningfully. It seems that my decision to propose that she be the Deputy Monitor was quite correct. He knew very well that behind Su Qian's so-called care, she wanted to make Injiu her servant. However, he will let Su Qian know later that Injiu is not someone she can subdue or order around at will. And that's right. And Jiyu nodded in agreement, not realizing the deeper meaning in his words. Do you have any brothers or sisters at home? Lin Qian continued to ask in a softer tone. No, and Ziyu's voice lowered. Will you feel lonely? Lin Qian keenly caught the change in her tone and lowered his voice. A little bit, and Ziyu's long eyelashes cast a small shadow under her eyes. At home, my mother always goes out to work early and comes back late, while my father. She had no one to talk to or keep her company, so she could only devote all her attention to books to relieve her loneliness. Thinking of this, her nose suddenly felt sore, her eyes instantly felt hot, and she blinked hard. Lin Qian immediately noticed her sudden drop in mood, and that sense of vulnerability made his heart tighten. But there's also some joy at the same time. After all, feeling lonely means that you want someone to accompany you. Besides, she doesn't look like she has any close friends right now. If I take advantage of her low mood and get into her heart, and make her recognize me as her brother, it is not impossible. Thinking of this, he suddenly had a plan in mind. He leaned forward slightly and said with obvious concern in his voice, "Are you okay? It's normal to feel lonely. I'm also an only child, and I often feel lonely too." He paused, his tone gentle and empathetic. When I was in the 3rd year of junior high school, I kept asking my parents to give me a sister. But at this point, his voice suddenly became low, and the sunny and confident aura around him seemed to be instantly withdrawn, and a suppressed sadness filled the air. He tilted his head slightly, as if trying hard to control something, and tried to force a smile at the corners of his mouth, but it only revealed a deep-seated fragility and pain. This sudden change made Ziyu's heart tremble. She no longer cared about being shy. She raised her head suddenly, and her clear, tearful eyes were full of worry. "Squad leader, what's wrong with you?" Lin Qian took a deep breath, slowly lowered his head and looked at her, the forced smile still on his face, and there was deep pain in his eyes. He shook his head, his voice a little hoarse. "Nothing, I just suddenly thought of my deceased parents, and that poor sister who didn't even have the chance to come into this world." He deliberately pretended to be fragile and said these words because he could guess that Jiyu was most likely from a single-parent family, with a father or mother who had little education and could only do some hard labor. Or perhaps both parents were present, but one or both were seriously ill. Otherwise, 2 healthy parents would definitely be able to raise their only daughter well and prevent her from suffering, even if they had to do physical work. Based on this, he showed his vulnerability to Jiyu, letting her know that he was not someone with a happy family, nor was he as strong and invulnerable as he appeared to be. This could instantly make her empathize, bring them closer together, and also pave the way for his ultimate goal. And Jiyu was completely stunned when he heard this, his almond-shaped eyes widened into a circle, filled with disbelief. In her heart, someone as dazzling and confident as Lin Qian must have a happy and complete family as a backing. She never thought. The huge shock left her speechless for a moment. After she came to her senses, her heart was filled with panic and heartache. "I'm sorry, squad leader. I didn't mean it. In fact, I also my." She spoke incoherently, eager to comfort him and share her pain to show her understanding, but she didn't know how to express it, and her eyes turned red with anxiety. "Student and is so stupid." Lin Qian looked at her flustered expression, and the pain in his eyes quickly faded. He put on that gentle smile again, even with a hint of doting helplessness. "You didn't do anything wrong, why are you so nervous about apologizing?" He restrained his emotions in time, as if his previous vulnerability was just a momentary loss of composure. Oh, and Jiyu saw that he seemed to have really recovered, and his tense body relaxed, and he let out a long, silent sigh. But the cautious concern and heartache in the look she gave him were still clearly visible. Ding, and Ziyu's rescue value +15, current rescue value, 4100s, the host obtains 1500 rescue coins. Do you know why I was nagging my parents to give me a little sister when I was in the 3rd grade? Lin Qian adjusted his tone, put on a relaxed smile again, and his eyes drifted out the window as if lost in memories. And Jiyu shook her head slightly, staring intently at his profile, waiting for what to say next. She was no longer as nervous and awkward in front of Lin Qian as before. Actually, Lin Qian's eyes were filled with tender reminiscence. When I was in the 3rd year of junior high school, a family moved in next door. It was a single mother with a 9-year-old girl. He paused, as if trying to organize his words. That aunt brought her daughter to visit our house to say hello. The little girl was very pretty, with cute twin ponytails. At this point, he suddenly cast his gaze upon Ziyu's focused face, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. But she kept her head down, hiding behind her mother, her little hands tightly clinging to her mother's thighs. She looked just as shy as classmate in. When Ziyu's eyes met Lin Qian's smiling eyes, he quickly lowered his head and dodged away, and the tips of his ears turned red, like ripe cherries. After a moment, he retorted in a low voice with some embarrassment, "I'm not a child." Seeing that she actually had the courage to refute him, the smile in Lin Qian's eyes deepened. This is a good sign, indicating that she has begun to relax her guard in front of him. Chapter 80 Lin Qian fabricates a sad story. The feeling of teasing the pure girl in a proper and open manner made Lin Qian extremely happy. However, he didn't plan to tease her anymore. After all, they weren't close enough now, and excessive teasing would make her uncomfortable. Lin Qian put away his teasing smile, raised his hands in surrender, and said sincerely, "Okay, it's my fault. I shouldn't have said that classmate looked like a little girl. Let me continue." Then, as if immersed in memories again, his voice became gentle again. The little girl hid behind her mother all the time, but in the end her mother gently pushed her in front of me and asked her to call me brother. When she lowered her head and timidly called out, "Brother," in a mosquito-like voice, my heart softened at once, and I felt that she was the sister I wanted. I quickly took out a lollipop and gave it to her. I couldn't help but touch her little head and told her, "You can always come and play with your brother from now on." Unexpectedly, she raised her head, gave me a very sweet and beautiful smile, and said, "Thank you, brother." Since then, our relationship has become better and better, and we are inseparable. On weekends, when her mother goes to work, she comes to my house. We read books, played games, and did homework together. It felt just like we were siblings. My 3rd year of junior high was the happiest year of my life. Lin Qian's tone gradually lowered, filled with deep regret. What a pity during the summer after my high school entrance exam, her mother had to move to another province far away due to a job transfer. I still remember the day we parted. At this point, his voice shook a little, and he turned his face away slightly, pausing for a moment before continuing. She cried heartbreakingly, her small body trembling uncontrollably. She kept clutching the corner of my clothes tightly, shouting over and over again, "I don't want to be separated from Brother Yi." At that time, my heart was also aching. He took a deep breath, as if trying to calm his emotions, but his voice still trembled slightly. But I knew there was nothing I could do. In the end, I coaxed her for a whole day, held her in my arms, wiped her tears, told her countless stories, and promised to visit her in the future. Only then did she reluctantly leave, her mother holding her hand. At the end of his words, his voice was filled with deep helplessness. Then did you guys keep in touch after that? And Jiyu was so engrossed in listening, completely attracted by this heartwarming yet sad story, that he couldn't help but look up at Lin Qian and ask eagerly. In her clear eyes, the previous shyness was replaced by pure worry. Lin Qian's eyes fell on Ziyu's face, which was filled with concern. He gave a faint wry smile and shook his head. His voice was a little bitter. In the first few months, we would still call each other. She would cry on the phone and say she missed me. I promised her that I would go see her after the new year. He paused, his eyes becoming somewhat distant. But just before winter break for my freshman year, my parents were killed in a car accident. Their phones were also destroyed in the accident. My family was turned upside down and everything was a mess. It was more than half a year later when I finally recovered from that nightmare and could breathe a sigh of relief. Nziyu's heart suddenly tightened, and a thin layer of mist filled her eyes, blurring her vision. She even forgot to breathe and just stared at Lin Qian closely. She could imagine what kind of despair and loneliness that was. I tried to call her mother later, but the number was no longer in service. I also went to the address her mother had told me, but there were too few clues. In the end, I couldn't find them, and we completely lost contact. Lin Qian let out a long sigh, that sigh filled with sadness and regret. Nziyu looked at Lin Qian's face, which was filled with sadness and regret, and thought of the loneliness he faced after his parents' death. A strong feeling of pity and inexplicable closeness surged over her, breaking through her usual timid barriers. She almost blurted out, anxiously and concernedly saying, "Class monitor, don't be too sad. That sister must miss you too. You will definitely meet again." Her voice was nasal. Ding, Nziyu's rescue value +10, current rescue value, 5100s, the host obtains 1000 rescue coins. Seeing her tearful face and her genuine sadness and concern for him, Lin Qian felt a little more guilty. There are still loopholes in the story he made up. For example, if that sister really had a deep relationship with him, and saw that he hadn't contacted her for such a long time, she would definitely ask her mother to take her to see him. It is impossible for them to cut off contact like that. But because he portrayed his emotions so well, it was easy for people to empathize with him and ignore the logic behind it. Coupled with the girl's innocence, it was easy to deceive her. This also made him more determined in his mind to prevent this pure girl from being deceived and hurt by others. It would be better to let her be your sister and teach her personally. Lin Qian suppressed his sadness, and the look he gave Nziyu became particularly sincere and compassionate. Yeah, just knowing that she must be thinking of me is enough. If only I could see her again. He changed the subject, his tone adding a touch of brotherly doting, but now that I see Anne always lowering her head and looking shy, it's like seeing her grown up. I can't help but treat you like a younger sister and want to take better care of you. Do you think God felt my regret and loneliness and sent you to my side? He cleverly and subtly linked his regret for his sister to Nziyu. Nziyu's cheeks instantly turned red like a ripe tomato because of his doting expression and words. Those wet eyes were already filled with shock and embarrassment, as well as a hint of a secret throbbing that she herself was not aware of. God's arrangement, like a sister, he treats himself as his sister. This realization made her heart beat like a drum, almost jumping out of her throat. Her mind went blank and she had no idea how to respond. He could only lower his head again in panic, his fingers subconsciously clutching the corner of the quilt tightly. Ding, Nziyu's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 55/100s, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. Seeing the already good rescue value, Lin Qian knew it was time to take action. Chapter 81, Establishing a brother-sister relationship. Lin Qian did not act immediately, but retreated slightly, creating some distance to ease her embarrassment and considerately gave her some time to buffer. Student N, do you know? After a while, he spoke softly, his tone filled with nostalgia and emotion. Just now you were sad for me and were eager to comfort me. I suddenly saw that little girl again. She was the same. She was obviously timid and shy, but when she saw me sad, she would muster up all her courage to comfort me. Lin Qian didn't give her a chance to think too much. He leaned forward slightly, his voice full of sincere pleading and a hint of just the right amount of vulnerability. Nziyu, he called her name in full for the first time, his tone solemn. Seeing you reminds me of the lost feeling of being a brother, and also reminds me of the warmth of being truly relied upon and cared for by someone. Although I know this may be a bit selfish and may make you feel troubled. He looked directly into her eyes, which were finally raised with confusion and a hint of water, and spoke clearly and gently about his ultimate goal, word by word. But I really want you to be my sister. It's not because you look like her or want you to be a replacement, but seeing you, I feel that long-lost urge to protect someone again. He paused, his tone filled with cautious tentativeness and expectation. I have lived alone for the past few years, and I have never told anyone these things in my heart. But today, when I got close to you, I inexplicably felt a strong sense of closeness, as if we were siblings who had been separated for many years. It makes me unconsciously want to tell you these sad past events. So can I be your brother? I will be your solid backing, you can rely on me without worry, but I also have a selfish motive, which is that I also want to have a family who truly cares about me, okay? Lin Qian deliberately emphasized, it's you, and downplayed, like her, keeping the focus firmly on Nziyu herself, making her feel affirmed and needed, rather than being used as a substitute. At the same time, he once again cleverly exposed his wounds. I lost my family and live a lonely life. I want to have a family who truly cares about me. This can greatly make the kind-hearted Nziyu empathize and feel compassion. His request sounded more like a lonely person seeking a new emotional sustenance, a two-way warmth rather than a one-sided demand. Nziyu was completely stunned, his mind went blank. Be Lin Qian's sister, this squad leader, who was so radiant, so confident, and now revealed a genuine plea and vulnerability in front of her. Want to recognize her as your sister. The huge impact made it almost impossible for her to think. She never thought there would be a day like this. She is just an insignificant little transparent person who doesn't even dare to look at people when she speaks. How can she be? Am I worthy of being the sister of such a dazzling person? But deep in my heart, an indescribable desire and throbbing grew like weeds. Elder brother. The word was too strange and too warm for her. The loneliness I've felt since childhood, the pure care and concern I've never felt before from people of the same age, the same sex, or the opposite sex. The picture painted by Lin Qian was like a ray of sunshine, illuminating the deepest desire in her heart. She imagined the heartwarming scene he had just described, of the little girl depending on him and him taking care of her. The feeling of being cherished and protected is something she has never had before. Moreover, he was so lonely, having lost his parents and his sister. He said that seeing her reminded him of that warmth. If she agreed, would it warm him up a little? Just like what he just said, keep each other warm. This thought made her heart tremble, and a strange impulse surged up. She looked into Lin Qian's deep eyes, which were filled with expectation and a hint of nervousness. Those eyes were too sincere for her to suspect any ulterior motive. Aye. Nziyu's lips moved slightly, and his voice was as thin as a mosquito's, with obvious trembling. She felt her cheeks burning intensely and her heart beat so fast it seemed like it was about to explode. Lin Qian held his breath and waited patiently, the encouragement and expectation in his eyes not diminishing in the slightest. He knew that he couldn't rush her at this moment and had to let her take this step on her own. Nziyu finally didn't know how to start speaking, so he could only take a deep breath, as if he was using up all his strength, and nodded gently. Then she buried her face in her chest, not daring to look at Lin Qian again. She didn't know why she was able to accept the close relationship of being a brother and sister with him in such a short time. Although this is a bit overwhelming, she also has some expectations in her heart. How far will their relationship develop? Will they really become each other's support and warmth like brother and sister? Ding. In Ziyu's rescue value plus 10, current rescue value, 65 100ths, the host receives 1000 rescue coins. Seeing Ziyu nod in agreement, Lin Qiye also took a deep breath, and a hearty smile appeared on his face. Thank you, Ziyu, I am lucky to be your brother. From now on, I will definitely take care of and protect you like my own sister. You can tell me if you have any sadness or difficulties in the future. Of course, I will also tell you about my sadness. After all, I have a sister now, so I don't have to deal with the pain alone. Quote. He promised again and let her know that she could be relied on and was not just the one being taken care of, which increased her self-confidence. Lin Qiye paused, then suddenly thought of something and spoke tentatively. Oh, right, now we're brother and sister. It's not appropriate to call you Jiu anymore. Can I call you Xiao Yuer? Little fisherman. Hearing this name, Jiu was stunned for a moment because that was what her family called her. Now she would have another family member who would call her that. Although they are not real family, she has no objection to him calling her that. Perhaps this is because she really wants to be his brother or sister. Thinking of this, Jiu raised his head slightly, glanced at Lin Qiye, nodded gently, and responded timidly but clearly in an almost inaudible voice. Lin Qiye immediately revealed a pure, gentle smile of satisfaction. Great. Xiao Yuer. His repeated address made Ziu's ears turn even redder. Looking at her cute appearance, Lin Qiye couldn't help but reach out his hand and wanted to touch her little head. But when he stretched out his hand halfway, he keenly noticed that Ziu's body tensed up again, and the blush on the tip of his ear was about to spread to his entire face. He immediately realized that they had just established a brother-sister relationship, and such overly intimate actions would make her uncomfortable. Just as Lin Qiye was about to withdraw his hand, Ziu suddenly whispered, sure. Lin Qiye didn't expect Ziu to actually agree on her own initiative. This surprised him a little. He wanted to confirm again. Ah, Xiao Yuer, what did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. After Ziu was asked this question, the courage that she had just mustered up after overcoming her intense shyness disappeared completely. But now she had to respond, so she lowered her head a little and lowered her voice. I said I want a pat on the head, it's okay. After she said this, she clenched her hands and tensed her body, waiting for Lin Qiye's action. Although she was a little scared, she took the initiative to agree to this intimate contact because she wanted to comfort Lin Qiye. Seeing this, Lin Qiye's smile deepened. This was a good start to the relationship between brother and sister. So he reached out and gently touched her head before withdrawing his hand and whispering, thank you, Xiao Yuer. Only then did Ziu's body relax and he whispered back, no you're welcome. Xiao Yuer, is there any sister who is so nervous in front of her brother? She didn't even look up at her brother. I could only see the back of her head, not even her pretty and lovely face. It's so sad, Lin Qiye said gently and teasingly. When Ziu heard Lin Qiye lovingly praising her for being beautiful and cute, her heart almost skipped a beat. No one had ever praised her like this before. A burning heat instantly spread from her cheeks to the tips of her ears, and her entire head felt as if it was on fire. Xiao Yuer, do you have to keep your head down when talking to me for the rest of your life? Lin Qiye planned to push her a little. He knew that if he allowed her to avoid his sight like this, she would never be able to gain true confidence. This sentence was like a bucket of cold water, waking Ziu up from his shyness. Yes, do I have to keep my head down in front of him all the time? Didn't he just recognize a faceless sister? Should I bow my head and comfort him when he is sad? What's the point of that? Thinking of this, Ziu took a deep breath, tried to calm his rapid heartbeat, and slowly raised his head to look at Lin Qiye. When she saw his doting and gentle smile, she didn't know why her originally panicked heartbeat miraculously calmed down, and was replaced by an unprecedented sense of security. Seeing Ziu muster up the courage to look him in the eye, Lin Qiye felt relieved and said seriously, that's right. There's no need to be nervous in front of me. After all, we are brother and sister now, and we are different from outsiders. You can be angry with me and act like a spoiled child in the future, but you can't be nervous, understand? This time, Ziu met Lin Qiye's gaze firmly and nodded vigorously. Xiao Yuer is so good. A doting smile reappeared on Lin Qiye's face. The gentle look on his face as he coaxed his sister maiden Ziu's heartbeat, which had finally calmed down, accelerated again. She turned her face away slightly, and the blush that had just faded crept up her cheeks again. Oh, there's one more very important thing. Lin Qiye suddenly said seriously, from now on, when we are alone together, Xiao Yuer can't call me squad leader. Although I know it might be a bit of a stretch for you to call me, brother, now. His eyes gleamed with anticipation, but I believe it won't be long before you can completely relax and willingly call me, brother. After all, I am very confident that I can be a good brother. For now, just call me, Qiye brother, but only when we're alone. If you want to call me that anytime, I'll be even happier. Ziu turned her head back to look at Lin Qiye. Under his expectant gaze, she shyly called out softly, Qi, brother Qiye. At this moment, she was indeed embarrassed to call him brother directly, but she could still accept the title of brother Qiye. At this moment, the relationship between the two has truly transformed. This also means that Lin Qiye has quietly opened the tightly closed door of Ziu's heart. Whether he can reach the deepest part depends on his ability. Chapter 82 The Rabbit Hunt begins. Yes, Xiao Yuer. Lin Qiye's voice became increasingly gentle, with the doting nature of a brother. From now on, you can say whatever you want to say and do whatever you want to do in front of me without any worries. Remember, I have your back. He picked up the bag of milk candies on the bedside table, shook it at Ziu, and said seriously, remember to eat 2 in the morning and afternoon before military training. Don't worry, these are very cheap. Also, you have to eat breakfast. You don't want to faint again and make me worry, right? When Ziu saw Lin Qiye's serious and caring expression, he felt a warm feeling in his heart. Is this what it feels like to have a brother? Thank you Ben and I. After seeming to hesitate for a moment, she gratefully agreed, but she had already made a mental note of it, thinking about how to repay him later. You're welcome, Xiao Yuer. Lin Qiye was very pleased to hear that she could naturally call him brother Qiye without being forced by him. Then he looked up at the IV bottle hanging on the shelf and said, the medicine is almost finished. After the doctor comes and removes the needle, I will take you around the school, especially to familiarize you with the locations of the several teaching buildings where we will be attending classes. Good. Ziu nodded in agreement. After all, the school was too big. She didn't have time to explore it. She wasn't familiar with it at all and might not be able to find her seat in class. Then she asked with some concern, don't we have to continue with military training? What are you thinking about? Lin Qiye laughed when he heard this. How can you attend military training now? I've already asked for leave from the counselor and instructor. We don't have to go this afternoon. Ziu nodded, feeling relieved. 5 minutes later, the medicine was finished and Lin Qiye called the doctor to remove the needle. The doctor handled it neatly, packed up his things, gave him a few more instructions on rest and diet, and then prepared to leave. Doctor, how much is it? Ziu quickly stopped the doctor and asked nervously. She prayed in her heart that it would not be too expensive. In the past, when she was sick, she basically relied on taking medicine to get by, and intravenous drip was considered a luxury medical procedure for her. Upon hearing this, the doctor glanced back at Lin Qiye, then smiled at Ziu and said, minor issues that occur during freshman military training don't require medical treatment. And Jiu was a little confused. The school had this kind of benefit. Why hadn't the counselor mentioned it before? I didn't expect the school to have such benefits, Lin Qian said at the right time, his tone full of admiration, as if he had just learned about it. It seems that we really made the right choice for the school. After hearing Lin Qian say this, and Ziu's doubts disappeared and he nodded. It seemed that the counselor had forgotten to say it. Seeing this, the doctor glanced at the two of them and turned away. And Jiu came to his senses and pressed the cotton swab on the needle eye in his right hand with his left hand. Only then did she suddenly notice that her military training jacket was unbuttoned. Then the way I was unconscious before wasn't that seen by Lin Qian. This realization made her feel instantly ashamed and embarrassed. Her whole body stiffened and she subconsciously turned slightly to avoid Lin Qian's gaze. Lin Qian noticed her little action and understood it in his heart but did not point it out. After a while, Jiu confirmed that the needle hole was no longer bleeding, threw the cotton swab into the trash can beside the bed, then quickly turned around and zipped up his coat to the top in a panic. Come, let me help you out of bed, slowly. Seeing Jiu preparing to get out of bed, Lin Qian immediately stepped forward, stretched out his arm, naturally supported her arm, and helped her slowly get down from the bed. As soon as Ziu's feet touched the ground, he felt weak and powerless and subconsciously grabbed Lin Qian's arm. Through the thin camouflage fabric, she could clearly feel the strong and powerful muscle lines in his arms, which made her cheeks, which had just faded a little, instantly burn again. Can you stand still? Lin Qian lowered his head and asked. The distance between them was very close, and his warm breath brushed against the top of her hair. Yes, sure. And Jiu wanted to let go of his hand as if he was scalded, and nodded slightly to prove that he could stand firmly, but his body still felt a little dizzy. Lin Qian did not let go immediately, but just supported her lightly, while his other hand picked up the unfinished bottle of drink in the bag of candy on the bedside table. He stuffed the drink into Ziu's other hand. Here, drink it when you're thirsty on the way to replenish your sugar. Thank you, brother Qian. And Jiu took the bottle of drink and felt his palms getting hot. Xiao Yuer, don't always say thank you to me in the future. How can a sister always say thank you to her brother? It's too distant, Lin Qian suddenly said seriously. When Jiu heard his words, he subconsciously looked up at him and replied softly, yeah I see. That's right, let's go. Lin Qian smiled dotingly, then turned sideways, motioning for her to walk a little ahead of him. He kept half a step away, walking behind her on the right side, with his arm always supporting her side, like a silent protective circle, providing support at all times without overstepping the boundaries, maintaining a reassuring distance just right. The afternoon sun stretched the two people's shadows very long, sometimes overlapping. Jiu lowered her head, taking every step carefully. Looking at the two overlapping shadows on the ground, her heart was beating violently in her chest. She could also clearly feel the gentle yet strong gaze beside her, and the reassuring warmth brought by his arm resting on her side. Lin Qian looked at her slender back. In the sunlight, her slightly red ears and drooping neck looked particularly fragile and beautiful. The corners of his mouth curled up in a determined arc. Making her accustomed to and dependent on his care was an indispensable step towards his ultimate goal. For Jiu, every step of this campus stroll was filled with a bit of anxiety, but also with a kind of hidden throbbing that he had never experienced before. For Lin Qian, every step was like carefully weaving an invisible net, allowing the timid little rabbit to fall into it unknowingly in the warmth and security. The sun is shining and the shadows are nestled. This silent hunt has officially begun. Chapter 83 Walking around the campus and having dinner together. A few minutes later, Lin Qian led Jiu to the library. Feeling better, still dizzy, Lin Qian's gentle voice broke the subtle silence between the two. Jiu shook his head gently and responded softly, much better, brother Qian. She tried to look up at the surrounding scenery to prove that she was indeed much better, but her neck seemed to still have the inertia of keeping her head down for a long time, making her a little stiff and uncomfortable. That's good. There was a smile in Lin Qian's voice. He naturally raised his hand and pointed at the extremely magnificent building in front of him. Look, this is one of our school's landmarks, the library. It's said that its collection of books is among the largest in the country. From now on, if you want to study, look up information, or just read quietly on weekends, you can come here. The sunlight dances on the huge glass curtain wall, reflecting dazzling light. Jiu looked up at it, a look of longing in his eyes. Reading and studying in it must be much more efficient. But she was quickly replaced by timidity in such a large place. Would she be able to find the books and study materials she wanted? She subconsciously tightened her grip on the drink bottle. Lin Qian seemed to sense her thoughts. After the military training is over, I will accompany you a few times to familiarize you with each area, help you find the specific locations of our professional books and some extracurricular books, and understand the borrowing process. Don't worry. Jiu didn't expect that Lin Qian could see through her worries so easily. It was as if he knew what she was thinking immediately, as if he had the ability to read her mind. How amazing. The hand that was tightly gripping the drink bottle also relaxed. She turned her head and looked up at Lin Qian standing on the right. She was about to say thank you, but when she remembered what he had said before, she only responded softly, Lin Qian did not stay for long, and the two continued to walk side by side along the tree-lined avenue. The swaying shadows of the trees filtered out the scorching sun, casting cool patches on the ground. Ziu's tense body gradually relaxed in the tranquility of greenery and Lin Qian's caring company. She straightened her back slightly. Although she still didn't dare to keep her eyes on Lin Qian for too long, she was able to observe the surrounding environment and buildings more naturally and generously. Lin Qian didn't deliberately try to find a topic to talk about. He just quietly introduced the places where her gaze lingered. That's the physics laboratory building over there is the small building of the art college. I heard there are many interesting studios in it. Look, the one with the red roof, that's where we have English class. His introduction was concise and focused only on the core question of where to take classes. Every time he spoke, Jiu listened carefully and nodded, memorizing the names of the teaching buildings. When I reached the crossroads, the sunlight poured down unobstructed. Jiu lowered his head and looked at the shadow of Lin Qian on the ground that completely enveloped him in shadow. The longing to be cherished and protected in his heart was gently touched again. This is Ming Building. Most of the public foundation and elective courses are taken here. Lin Qian's voice sounded at the right time, pulling her back to her thoughts. Most of the public basic courses and elective courses will be arranged in this. He pointed to the square and plain building in front of him. Jiu nodded absent-mindedly. After that, the two of them continued to walk comfortably, mainly with Lin Qian introducing and Jiu silently memorizing. Jiu would occasionally secretly look up at Lin Qian's focused profile, allowing the nascent sense of dependence in her heart to quietly grow. Before they knew it, it was 5:30. They had already chosen all the class locations that they needed to be familiar with, and now they were standing in front of the Jingxi building. It's almost time. Lin Qian stopped and turned to Jiu, showing him a gentle smile. Xiao Yuer, let's go to Taoyuan Canteen to eat now. It's quiet here while the military training is still going on. Jiu nodded and followed him to Taoyuan Canteen. When the two arrived at the Taoyuan cafeteria, there were still more than 10 minutes before the end of the freshman military training. The cafeteria was deserted and quiet. This empty cafeteria made Jiu feel comfortable and relaxed. It was unlike today at noon when there were too many people, making her nerves and body tense. Today is an important day. To celebrate as becoming brother and sister, let me treat Xiao Yuer to a meal. Lin Kie spoke softly at the right time, his gentle tone carrying an irresistible tone and revealing legitimate concern. Jiu was about to refuse subconsciously, but when he looked up and saw Lin Kie's expression that did not tolerate rejection, he swallowed the refusal back and replied submissively in a low voice, "Well, I'll listen to Brother Kie." Seeing her agreement, Lin Kie raised the corners of his mouth again. Then he asked him to find a seat first, and he went straight to the window where the dishes were served. Lin Kie promptly ordered 2 servings of sweet and sour pork ribs and steamed fish, along with a serving of green vegetables and corn and pork rib soup. I deliberately didn't order too much, for fear that she would become more uneasy. After preparing the meal, he came to Jiu, who was sitting quietly in the corner. A sumptuous meal was placed on the table. Jiu looked at the tempting colors and fragrant aromas in front of him, the hard dishes that he would never order normally. He felt touched but also a little overwhelmed. "Brother Kie, this is very expensive, right? There's no need to order so much. I am afraid I can't finish it." "Don't worry, it's not expensive at all." Lin Kie knew she was worried about the money, so he spoke gently and casually. "This is the portion recommended by the aunt at the window. Eat slowly. We have plenty of time, so it's okay if you can't finish it." "I can finish it." Jiu hurriedly shook her head. How could such good food be wasted? She was sure she could finish it. "Okay, I believe Xiao. Lin Kie chuckled at her expression. "Eat it while it's hot. More protein is good for your recovery. Drink the soup while it's hot, too." Jiu responded and picked up the chopsticks, lowered his head and ate the sweet and sour pork ribs in small bites, savoring the sweet and sour pork ribs, tender fish meat, and refreshing vegetables. The warm soup slid into her stomach, soothing her slender body and her heart, which had been tightened for a long time. She secretly raised her eyes and saw Lin Kie looking at her intently with a smile on his face. She hadn't eaten, so she couldn't help but remind him, "Brother Kie, why don't you eat?" "No hurry, I need to appreciate the beautiful scenery first, then I'll have an appetite." Lin Kie joked. Jiu immediately understood what he meant by beautiful scenery. She felt embarrassed and her cheeks turned red. What a beautiful sight it is to see her eating. Brother Kie really knows how to play tricks on people. Not knowing how to respond, she just focused on eating and didn't dare to look at him again. Lin Kie looked at her cute appearance and smiled even more deeply. "I can't help but imagine how touching it will be when she is intimate with me and sits in my arms and acts coquettishly in the future." Chapter 84, Singing with Yi Xinyao, How Xiaodong Feels Uncomfortable. After a while, Lin Kie also picked up his chopsticks and started eating. The two enjoyed dinner in this peaceful atmosphere. Jiu was shy at first, but the delicious food made her relax gradually. Ding ding ding, the campus bell rang on time at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Just then, Jiu finished her last mouthful of soup, and the plate in front of her was empty. "Xiao, are you full?" Lin Kie asked at the right time. "Yeah, I'm full, it's delicious." Upon hearing this, Jiu looked up at Lin Kie and nodded in response, his voice filled with satisfaction. "That's good." Lin Kie nodded, then picked up his plate and stood up. "The military training is over. Let's go quickly, there will be more people here soon." "Good." Jiu responded, stood up, and followed him to the tableware recycling area. After the two of them walked out of the cafeteria, Lin Kie suddenly stopped, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and whispered to Jiu, "By the way, Xiao." Jiu looked up at him, with doubt in his bright eyes. Lin Kie raised his phone and waved it in front of Jiu. "Let's add Fission so that we can get in touch easily. If you have any questions about your studies or life. In short, if you need help with anything you can't solve, you can come to me and don't carry it all on your own." At this point, his tone became serious. "Remember, you are no longer alone. You have a brother now. He is someone you can rely on. Got it?" The reason he wanted to add Fission was very natural and reasonable, in line with his identity as an older brother. There was nothing abrupt about it, only legitimate concern. Lin Kie's solemn words made Jiu's heart skip a beat. No longer alone, someone you can rely on. Although this realization made her feel a little overwhelmed, she also felt quite excited. "Yeah, okay. After a moment of hesitation, Jiu quickly nodded in agreement, then crossed his arms a little embarrassedly. "My phone is in the dormitory. Can I use the Fission signal?" "No problem, you report it." It seems that she has a smartphone, and Lin Kie felt relieved. 156, Jiu read out the number clearly. Lin Kie entered the number and a simple avatar immediately popped up on the screen. The nickname was also very simple, Jiu. He sent a friend request without hesitation, "Okay." Jiu nodded gently and said, and the slightly raised corners of her mouth revealed her happy mood. "Let's go, I'll take you back to the dormitory," Lin Kie suggested. 5 minutes later, Lin Kie sent Jiu to the downstairs of Taoyuan dormitory. As he left, he said, "At 7:30 p.m., there's an evening activity at the playground. It's a group of people sitting together, and someone's going to perform. You can come and watch and relax. I'll be there too." "Yeah," Jiu nodded obediently. 7:30 in the evening. The freshmen from each company sat on the ground, their camouflage uniforms forming the green ocean in the night. The singing session was in full swing, with shouts, laughter and off-tune singing interweaving under the night sky, and the atmosphere was so warm that it was almost boiling. When the atmosphere was at its highest point, the instructors began to encourage each class to send people to perform their talents. 3 in a row, come on, 3 in a row. Berlin, stop dawdling, it's not nice to be so timid. Quote. At this moment, Yi Xinyao was pushed forward by her classmates. "Brother Yi, you come on too." Zhang Wei and the other two who were sitting with Lin Kie also clamored for Lin Kie to go up and sing. "Squad leader, come on." Seeing this, the classmates in the class also started to make a fuss. Only Hao Xiaodong remained silent, with a forced smile on his face. Amidst the gazes and jeers of the crowd, Lin Kie smiled helplessly, stood up calmly, patted the grass debris on his pants, strode to the center of the playground, and stood next to Yi Xinyao. The two stood side by side, one bright and charming, the other tall and handsome, instantly attracting the attention of the whole audience. The presiding instructor excitedly shouted, "The two players from the second company are really handsome and beautiful. Classmates, don't you agree?" "Yes, how about letting them sing a chorus?" suggested the instructor. Chorus. Everyone is so enthusiastic. "Male student, are you okay with this?" The instructor handed the microphone to Lin Kie. Lin Kie looked at Yi Xinyao, his lips curled up slightly. "I'm honored to sing with this beautiful lady." "Good, a man should be so straightforward." The instructor praised her and turned to Yi Xinyao, "Beautiful student, would you like to sing a duet with this handsome guy?" Yi Xinyao saw Lin Kie winking at her, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded. "It's happily decided then. What song do you want to sing?" The instructor looked at the two of them happily. Lin Kie thought for a moment and said to Yi Xinyao, "How about Little Lucky? I think everyone can sing this song." Yi Xinyao's eyes lit up. This happened to be a song she liked. She nodded slightly, "Yes, okay." The instructor immediately clapped his hands. "Okay, then let's play Little Lucky. Get the music ready." Then he handed the microphone to the two of them and quickly stepped aside. At this time, there were only two people standing in the center of the playground. Under the night sky, the lights of the surrounding mobile phones twinkled like stars in the night, adding a beautiful atmosphere for the two of them. As the prelude sounded, the whole audience gradually quieted down. The freshmen unconsciously swayed their phones to the rhythm. Yi Xinyao took a deep breath and spoke first. I hear the raindrops falling on the green grass. Her voice was clear and sweet, with the unique beauty of a young girl and a hint of imperceptible nervousness. As soon as she opened her mouth, the people below held their breath. She sang with great devotion, her eyes sometimes looking at the crowd below, sometimes drifting towards Lin Qian beside her, her face filled with youthful and charming glow. Then, it was Lin Qian's turn, and his voice seamlessly joined in. I heard the bell ringing in the distance. His singing skills are sophisticated and his emotions are rich. His deep, mellow voice, with a unique sense of narrative and penetration, instantly caught everyone's ears. Intertwined with Yi Xinyao's sweet voice, it produced a wonderful chemical reaction, harmonious and moving. So you were the luck that I want to keep the most. When the two of them sang together, their eyes naturally met. Yi Xinyao looked at Lin Qian's face as he concentrated on singing. Under the light of his mobile phone at night, his features looked particularly deep and charming. Coupled with this beautiful atmosphere and ambiguous lyrics, her heart beat faster involuntarily, her cheeks flushed, and her singing was infused with a vague emotion that she herself had not even noticed. Ding! Yi Xinyao's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 45 100ths, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. Lin Qian saw her blushing cheeks and laughed inwardly. This beautiful and ambiguous atmosphere could really make a girl fall in love with it. But he remained expressionless and gave her a look of praise. The voices of other people on the playground seemed to be blocked out, leaving only their clear and beautiful singing echoing in the night sky, carrying the throbbing of youth, knocking heavily on everyone's heart. Hao Xiaodong sat in the crowd, looking at the two harmonious, beautiful and well-matched people standing under the spotlight. His eyes collapsed, his heart seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, and he couldn't breathe. Lin Qian's excellence, confidence, and brilliance are so dazzling that they magnify his dullness to the extreme. Hao Xiaodong quickly lowered his head and hugged his knees tightly with his hands, not wanting to look at this beautiful scene that hurt his heart. The admiration from all around him turned into sharp irony to him. He felt like an outsider, a poor wretch hiding in a shadowy corner, peering at the dazzling light. He felt that Yao was getting further and further away from him, and he even had a premonition that she would become a couple with Lin Qian in the future. What should he do? Am I going to watch my childhood sweetheart become my sister-in-law? Chapter 85 Su Qianj is jealous, Hao Xiaodong is happy. Su Qianj, who was sitting in the front row, hugged her knees and maintained the queen posture that Lin Qian taught her, back straight, chin slightly raised. When she looked at Yi Xinyao and Lin Qian standing side by side in the center and saw their eyes meet, an indescribable feeling of sourness and stuffiness suddenly surged in her heart. She didn't even realize how much hostility was in her eyes when she looked at Yi Xinyao. There was also a hint of envy mixed in with it that she herself was unwilling to admit. HMPH, the singing is just so-so. She tried to belittle Yi Xinyao in her heart to suppress the jealousy in her heart. But Lin Qian's charming voice prevented her from saying anything derogatory to show that she didn't care. She forced herself to look away, but the harmonious and beautiful chorus clearly penetrated her ears, causing her to look at the two people uncontrollably, making her upset and cursing in her heart. This bastard is really a hottie. Doesn't he already have that slutty girlfriend? And he's still hooking up with other women. When she saw the girls around her casting obsessed glances and praising Lin Qian, she felt angry that something that belonged to her was being peeped at by others. And Jiu, who was sitting next to her, also had his eyes fixed on Lin Qian. All the noise around seemed to fade away and blur in an instant, leaving only Lin Qian's clear and moving singing voice. Watching him singing calmly under the attention of everyone, and Ziu's eyes were full of admiration, and his nervousness and anxiety were strangely soothed. However, when her eyes inevitably swept over Yi Xinyao beside Lin Qian, a trace of envy emerged in her heart. Her confident and generous look was what she wanted but never had. Yi Xinyao is so bright and generous, with a sweet singing voice. Standing with brother Qian under the spotlight, the harmony is so a little dazzling. There was an inexplicable sense of loss, like a pebble thrown into the lake, which created ripples in her calm heart and took a long time to calm down. When the last note falls, the song ends, and the lingering sound remains. After a brief silence, the entire playground erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Marvelous. It's so beautiful. One more song. Brother Yi is awesome. The squad leader is awesome. The excitement in the second company's formation reached its peak, and the people in the two classes jumped up with excitement. Hearing the praises around her, Yi Xinyao smiled a little embarrassedly, breathing slightly, and looked at Lin Qian with bright eyes filled with excitement and satisfaction, as well as a hint of shyness. Lin Qian still maintained his perfect smile, nodded slightly to those around him, and looked very elegant. At this moment, the presiding instructor rushed over excitedly. Everyone, tell me, is the singing good? It sounds good. The response was deafening. Would you like another song? Yes. The clamor grew louder. Yi Xinyao's cheeks flushed and she looked at Lin Qian with some anticipation. Lin Qian caught her expectant gaze, chuckled softly, and picked up the microphone. His gentle voice clearly drowned out the clamor. Thank you all for your enthusiasm, but tonight's stage should be left for more students to showcase themselves. I won't take up any more space. It's such a great atmosphere, let's keep having fun. He declined. The reason is very simple. It is to prevent Yi Xinyao from getting what she wants, make her feel lost and confused, make her think about the reasons, and make his figure linger in her mind. When she really can't figure it out and comes to ask, give her an unexpected answer to instantly clear her gloom and turn her into joy. This is emotional pulling. The instructor didn't expect Lin Qian to refuse. There are not many opportunities to sing with a beautiful woman, and the two of them have such a good understanding. However, his reason was quite reasonable, so he couldn't force her to stay. Instead, he asked Yi Xinyao, then, would you like to sing a song for me, beautiful classmate? Yi Xinyao didn't expect Lin Qian to refuse. Don't you want to sing one more song with me? A sense of loss instantly spread in her heart, and she looked at Lin Qian with resentment in her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Xinyao also declined. Sorry, instructor, my throat is a little tired, I want to go down and rest. Far from feeling tired, she felt a little reluctant to leave. However, Lin Qian's rejection made her lose interest, and she kept thinking about the reasons for his refusal in her mind. Well, please give a warm round of applause to thank you two for your wonderful performance, the instructor had to announce. Lin Qian nodded towards Yi Xinyao. Amidst the noise of the crowd, the two returned to their respective classes. The two people's departure did not make Su Qianj feel relieved, but instead made her face even colder. Especially when she heard the girls next to her excitedly talking about how the two people singing in the chorus were a perfect match, that nameless anger rose up even more, making her want to tear the mouths of these brainless nymphomaniacs apart. What a bitch. She came over to flirt with Lin Qian this morning, and now her eyes are almost glued to him. If I tell you that he already has a girlfriend, what would your expression be? Snort. Hao Xiaodong was completely immersed in his own pain. When Lin Qian stepped down from the stage, Yi Xinyao's gaze followed his, cutting his heart like a knife. He lowered his head and grabbed the grass on the ground hard, as if this could ease the pain in his heart. The beautiful scene of childhood sweethearts kept flashing back in my mind, cruelly covered by the harmonious chorus scene just now. Sister-in-law, the thought made him shudder. As soon as Lin Kie sat back down, Jiang Wei excitedly patted his shoulder. Brother Yi. Awesome, you sing so well, you could even make your debut. Li Junin also came over. The scene just now was like a couple singing. It's a pity that Brother Yi, you were already taken, otherwise. Chen Hao nodded in agreement. Hao Xiaodong, who was lowering his head in pain, suddenly raised his head when he heard Li Junin's words, looked at Lin Kie, and asked nervously, Brother Yi, you have a girlfriend. Lin Kie had noticed that Hao Xiaodong was in a low mood a long time ago. The reason was obvious, he was upset by the duet with Yi Xinyao. Seeing Hao Xiaodong's nervous and expectant eyes, Lin Kie smiled jokingly in his heart. I have a girlfriend, but it won't prevent Yi Xinyao from becoming your sister-in-law. How would you feel if you saw Yi Xinyao still adoring me even though she knew I had a girlfriend? However, he still showed a gentle smile on the surface, took the opportunity to put his arm around Hao Xiaodong's shoulders, and teased, isn't it normal for your big brother to have a girlfriend? When Hao Xiaodong heard Lin Kie's affirmative answer and looked at his self-righteous smile, the heavy stone in his heart seemed to be lifted away in an instant. The huge surprise made his originally dull eyes brighten up instantly. I have a girlfriend. That's great, Hao Xiaodong shouted ecstatically in his heart. What does that mean? This means that between Lin Kie and Yaoer, at least at this stage, is almost impossible. His Yaoer is still free. That terrible sister-in-law's prediction will never happen. The painful and tangled expression on his face disappeared, replaced by relief and unconcealable joy. The awkward feeling he had felt due to jealousy towards Lin Kie also disappeared, and he even felt that Lin Kie's gesture of hugging his shoulders was full of brotherhood. Brother Yi, my sister-in-law must be a great beauty. Hao Xiaodong praised sincerely, his tone becoming much clearer and lighter. Jiang Wei quickly replied, is there even any need to ask? Brother Yi's girlfriend is a senior from our department. She's also a goddess-level girl, even prettier than Yi Xinyao. I believe you'll see her soon. Hao Xiaodong nodded in agreement on the surface, but he disagreed in his heart. In his eyes, Yaoer was the most beautiful woman in the world. Lin Kie felt amused when he saw Hao Xiaodong's mood suddenly change from gloomy to cheerful. The instructor began to encourage others to take the stage, and the atmosphere became lively again. At this moment, unlike Lin Kie who was calm and relaxed, Su Qian and Jiu and Yi Xinyao were all a little absent-minded. Although their thoughts were different, they were all related to Lin Kie. Chapter 86 Su Qian is questioning and venting. Although Yi Xinyao was sitting in the crowd, her mind was not on the new performance at all. Her eyes drifted towards Lin Kie from time to time, with a little loss and confusion. The girls next to her gathered around her, excitedly discussing her and Lin Kie's duet, saying things like, the class monitor is so handsome and he's a perfect match for you, Xinyao, and, Xinyao, why don't you consider taking this relationship further? This made her think about that involuntarily, and her cheeks felt slightly hot. Ding, Yi Xinyao's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 5100s, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. She couldn't help but look in the direction of Lin Kie, but saw that he was chatting and laughing with his roommates and didn't seem to care about the chorus just now. Doesn't this just mean that he doesn't have any thoughts about himself? Thinking of this, for some reason the feeling of loss became even deeper. Lin Kie heard the system's prompt and looked in Yi Xinyao's direction. Seeing that she was also looking at him, he gave her a gentle smile in return, but she turned her face away in panic. Looking at the girls around her whispering and gossiping, Lin Kie knew for sure, they must be discussing how well matched he and Yi Xinyao were, and making Yi Xinyao think that way. He had successfully aroused her interest. On the other side, Su Qian was completely consumed by anger. She turned her head and her eyes kept moving back and forth between Yi Xinyao and Lin Kie. When she saw Lin Kie glance at Yi Xinyao and their eyes met, and he actually responded with a gentle smile, and Yi Xinyao turned her face away shyly, the two of them seemed to be flirting with each other in the air, which made her rage rise an inch. She didn't understand why her hostility towards Yi Xinyao was even stronger than towards Lang Ruoxi. Looking back, the two started to contact each other in the morning, went to Taoyuan canteen together for lunch at noon, and even acted like a hero saving a damsel in distress, chatting and laughing happily. She had actually pretended not to know him during the performance just now. When Lin Kie suggested singing a love song, that bitch actually agreed without any hesitation. The look they exchanged during the duet was so ambiguous it was practically erotic. There's definitely something fishy going on between these two. This bastard, doesn't he already have that slutty girlfriend? Is he attracted to this bitch again? Why would he fall for this kind of naive bitch? Yet she ignores my charm. Su Qian dug her nails deep into her palms and secretly decided that as soon as this crappy event was over, she would go find Lin Kie to find out the truth. She wanted to see what the relationship between him and this bitch was. It was almost 9 o'clock, and after another round of applause, tonight's singing party came to an end. The instructor blew the whistle to disband, and the companies began to leave in an orderly manner. Let's go, Jiang Wei and Li Junin greeted. Lin Kie stood up calmly and patted the grass debris on his pants. Su Qian stood up almost immediately, with large movements and an uncontrollable irritation. She did not leave with others like the others, but strode directly towards Lin Kie. Lin Kie, Su Qian's clear voice filled with suppressed anger sounded behind Lin Kie, causing him to stop. Lin Kie turned around, still wearing the gentle, harmless smile, as if he hadn't noticed the anger in Su Qian's eyes. Deputy Monitor, what's the matter? Come with me, I have something to tell you. Su Qian looked at his calm attitude and tried hard to suppress her anger. Jiang Wei and the other three were unaware of the special relationship between the two, and were a little puzzled by Su Qian's sudden call to Lin Kie. Lin Kie looked at the anger in her eyes and knew that it was the true love chorus with Yi Xinyao that had stimulated her. His previous performance was to tease Yi Xinyao, and secondly, he saw Su Qian in the front row and did it on purpose just to see her reaction. Her furious expression at the moment clearly showed jealousy. This was exactly the effect he wanted. This was another step closer to her complete downfall. What was she going to say? She was probably questioning and venting her frustration. You go first, Lin Kie said to Jiang Wei and the other three. Although the four were curious about why this arrogant young lady was looking for Lin Kie, Su Qian's aura of keeping strangers away made them leave tactfully. Su Qian and the other three left and brought Lin Kie to an empty corner at the edge of the playground. The two men stood facing each other, their silhouettes outlined in the dim light at the edge of the playground. Su Qian almost stood on tiptoe to look up at Lin Kie. Her delicate little face was slightly distorted with anger, and her almond eyes were burning with undisguised rage. She no longer suppressed her anger and asked sharply, what's your relationship with that bitch? The tone is like a girlfriend questioning her cheating boyfriend. Lin Kie raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes carrying a subtle hint of amusement, but a look of confusion deliberately appeared on his face. He feigned confusion and asked, which bitch? It's the one who sang with you just now. Su Qian gritted her teeth. Why'd I become a bitch? Lin Kie spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders slightly, and showed a helpless expression on his face. It's just a duet of a song, what's the big deal? His tone was calm, as if he thought it was just a very ordinary little thing. Still pretending, Su Qian sneered and said sarcastically, she came to see you this morning, and you were sitting together at noon, chatting and laughing. You even sang a duet just now. Have you known each other for a long time? Were you high school classmates? Or even an ex-girlfriend who still has feelings for you? Lin Kie chuckled, bent down slightly and leaned closer to her, teasing, I didn't expect the little queen to pay so much attention to me. You have a very rich imagination. Stop talking nonsense. His sudden approaching aura made Su Qian subconsciously want to retreat, but her pride made her stay where she was, raising her chin even higher. Answer my question. The gentleness on Lin Kie's lips completely disappeared, replaced by a curve with a hint of sarcasm. He straightened up, looking down at her, his voice cold, who are you showing off to? Why should I answer you? He paused, his gaze sweeping across Su Qian's face, which was flushed with anger, and spoke each word clearly, uttering heart-piercing words, who are you to question me? You bastard. Su Qian was completely inflamed by his calm yet provocative attitude. Her voice rose higher and her tone became sharper. Are you feeling guilty? You have a girlfriend, yet you're flirting with other women and singing so passionately. Aren't you disgusted? You're a disgusting scumbag. Lin Kie still maintained a calm tone, who I sing with, how I sing, whether I flirt with each other, that's my freedom, and... He paused deliberately, admiring her state on the verge of collapse. Then, he leaned forward slightly and turned his face towards her ear in an extremely oppressive posture. In a low, slow voice that only the two of them could hear, he spoke word by word, even if I really am a scumbag, I didn't cheat on you. Why are you so angry? Are you standing up for Lang Ruoxi, or are you jealous? You. Su Qian was choked by his sudden approach and the question that went straight to the point, leaving her speechless for a moment. Her cheeks turned red instantly, and she didn't know whether it was out of anger or shame. Ding, Su Qian's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 6100s, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. After a moment of stunned silence, she took a step back like a kitten whose tail was stepped on, and loudly retorted, who do you think you are? The slender jade fingers pointed directly at Lin Kie's nose, and the fingers trembled slightly because of the force. Those beautiful almond-shaped eyes were now wide open, burning with anger and a kind of shame and indignation as if one's thoughts had been exposed. Why do you think I'm jealous? Stop being so self-indulgent. She seemed to be using the loudest voice to dispel the panic in her heart. Every word was resounding and full of decisive denial. I, Su Qian, would be jealous of a bastard like you. What a joke, what a joke. What a joke, how could I possibly like him, and be jealous of him? This is absolutely ridiculous. Letting him be the teaching knight is also so that I can become the real queen and make him submit and crawl at my feet. Chapter 87 Lin Kie suddenly turned against me. Her accusations were illogical and incoherent, and she was simply venting her emotions. Lin Kie listened quietly, without any anger or offense on his face, not even a hint of impatience. He felt like he was watching a one-man show by an emotionally out-of-control stranger that had nothing to do with him. This kind of nonchalant calmness irritated Su Qian even more. You what are you looking at? Su Qian felt a little uneasy when she saw his calm, almost indifferent look. Then, an even greater surge of rage washed over her, nearly causing her to roar out loud, why are you pretending to be so profound? You have a girlfriend, yet you're still flirting with that bitch, and your singing is so disgusting. You're just a hypocritical scumbag. Scum. Trash. Her words became increasingly harsh and unpleasant, and she had completely lost her mind. Tears welled up in her red eyes, but she held them back tightly, refusing to fall. What? You're speechless. Did I get it right? Seeing that Lin Kie remained silent, Su Qian became even more aggressive. She took a step forward, almost sticking to Lin Kie. She tilted her head and stared at him with her flaming eyes. Speak up. Are you mute? Weren't you quite talkative before? Why are you playing dead now? Lin Kie lowered his head slightly, looking at the beautiful face that was so close to him and was slightly distorted with excitement. The hot breath she exhaled sprayed on his chin, and he could clearly see the unconcealable anger and discomfort in her eyes. He was silent for a few seconds, and when Su Qian was about to explode again, he finally spoke. His voice was not loud, but it was very penetrating. Su Qian, you really look like a little kid who can't get candy, so he throws a tantrum and tries to attract adults' attention. You. Su Qian froze as if struck by lightning. She had imagined all his possible reactions, fierce rebuttal, harsh ridicule, angry rebuke. But she never expected that he would respond to her with such a calm, such a nonchalant, and such a highly insulting metaphor. This was more embarrassing and humiliating to her than any harsh words. It made her feel like a clown performing in a circus. He simply attributed all her anger and loss of control to childish tantrums. The huge sense of shame instantly overwhelmed all her anger, making her body stiff and her blood seem to solidify. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. The overwhelming momentum she had just had was like a popped balloon, deflated in an instant, leaving only embarrassment in her heart. Woo! A suppressed sob escaped from her throat, and the tears she had been holding back finally burst out, rushing out of her eyes, rolling down in large drops, sliding across her angry red cheeks. Lin Kie looked at her little face that collapsed instantly and was filled with tears. His expression did not waver at all, and he wanted to comfort her. He leaned forward slightly, leaning closer to her ear again. His low voice was strangely magnetic, yet icy cold without a trace of warmth. Also, our relationship isn't close enough for you to insult me so casually. Don't let it happen again. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. I don't have anything important to say, so I'll be leaving first. After he finished speaking, he no longer spared her any glances for her frozen, stunned face in her body that was trembling uncontrollably after being extremely humiliated. He stood up straight, his movements were decisive, without a trace of reluctance, and turned and left with a leisurely pace. His back appeared tall and indifferent in the dim light, as if this tense confrontation had never happened, and to him, it was just an insignificant breeze. Lin Kie decided to take this opportunity to no longer maintain his gentlemanly and gentle personality in front of her. He did this for two reasons. The first is to make her realize that he is someone who cannot be challenged. He needed to instill in her mind a clear understanding that any unreasonable verbal attack or presumptuous behavior towards him would be met with his ruthless counterattack. This tough attitude made her realize that if she dared to speak ill of him again, he would have legitimate reasons to punish her, and she would have nothing to say even if the punishment was humiliating. The reason for doing this can be attributed to the natural reaction after being provoked by her, which is the consequence of her own fault. Instead of deliberately trying to take advantage of her, just openly train her. Secondly, it was to stimulate her, force her, and expose under the moonlight the fact that she had tried hard to deny and not acknowledge in her heart, the fact that she cared about him and was madly jealous of him. He wanted to see what choice this proud little queen would make when she was finally forced to recognize the emotion surging in her heart. Will she completely abandon her pride and dignity, become crazy, and desperately try to seduce him and possess him? Or will he go to the other extreme, driven by extreme shame and resentment, and use more intense and extreme means to retaliate against him? No matter which one, it was his expected move on the chessboard. She had no chance of escape. Su Qian stood there stiffly, like a puppet whose soul had been taken away. Looking at Lin Kie's back as he left in a carefree and unrepentant manner, a surge of rage that had nowhere to vent in a deeper, sharper pain that felt as if the heart was being torn apart intertwined. Her whole body trembled violently, and she screamed with all her might, her voice full of shattered feeling. Ah! Lin Kie, you damn bastard! All she got in response was the empty playground and the echo of her own pain. Lin Kie's almost ruthless words made her unbelievable and heartbroken. She thought that the relationship between them was very special, but in his eyes, it turned out to be so fragile that she couldn't even let him tolerate her and had the qualifications to vent her anger on him. Was his previous gentleness towards me all fake? She was just blinded by anger and cursed him a few words. It was all his fault. Blame him for not answering her question. Blame him for singing such a passionate duet with that bitch. That's why she's so upset, so out of control. He actually turned his back on me immediately and showed such a cold and ruthless look. The horrible truth that she had desperately denied and hadn't thought about carefully could no longer be stopped from exploding in her mind. Could it be that, as he said, I questioned him angrily just because I wanted to get his attention. Did she want him to pay attention to her like before? Did she not want her eyes to linger on other women? Could it be that she really fell in love with him? So, seeing him singing a passionate duet with that bitch and hearing people around them say they're a perfect match, I was so angry I almost went crazy. This is jealousy. This realization completely crushed her pride, and looking down on men is nothing. Ding, Su Qian's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 65/100, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. Great shame and panic instantly enveloped her. She turned around suddenly and stumbled towards the girls' dormitory. Her back looked slender and hurried under the dim street lights. The moonlight fell coldly, shining on her tear-stained cheeks. The tear marks reflected a fragile and embarrassing luster, announcing the complete collapse of the Little Queen's proud era. Chapter 88: The Two Upset Women and Lin Qi's Plan. The next morning, military training was still in full swing. The scorching sun burned the playground, and Su Qian, who was standing in the queue, seemed to have lost all his energy and spirit and was listless. When she returned to the dormitory last night, she almost mechanically took a shower and collapsed on the bed. There was only one thought running through his mind, and that was to repeatedly confirm whether he really liked Lin Qi. Finally, she pulled out her phone and typed into the search box, "When I see a boy getting very close to another girl, I get very angry. Is it because I'm jealous? Is it because I like him?" The answers to all similar questions found can be summarized as, yes, I am jealous, I just like it. This answer made her flustered and unable to ignore her feelings for Lin Qi. She didn't know why she would fall in love with a boy in such a short time. She had never thought about it before. But why? How could she fall in love with a boy in such a short time? She had never expected this possibility before. Was it because he was special? The first person who saw through her disguise and didn't laugh at her, but instead said he would help her realize her wish. Her thoughts were in a mess. She couldn't find the answer, and she didn't know how to face it. After that, she stared at the screen of her mobile phone in a daze. The screen showed the Fission interface where she was chatting with Lin Qi. Her fingertips hovered over the keyboard, deleting and typing again and again. She wanted to wait for Lin Qi to send her a message, and then she would apologize to him immediately. After calming down, she clearly realized that her angry questioning and insults towards Lin Qi were purely due to her uncontrollable jealousy. But she is not his girlfriend, and who he has intimate contact with has nothing to do with her. She really has no right to vent insults on him. Time passed by minute, until 12 o'clock in the evening. Lin Qi didn't even send a goodnight message. Could it be that just because of this little thing, he was going to break up with her completely? Lin Qi, she cried silently in her heart, are you so cruel? At the end of the team, Lin Qi's tall figure stood out in the sunlight. His peripheral vision was always on Su Qian, and he saw her listless look. He knew that Su Qian must not have slept well last night, but he didn't know if she knew the answer. When she looked over, he didn't look back, as if he had lost interest in her. He didn't send her a message last night, which was also his deliberate way of giving her the cold shoulder. He just wanted to make her have wild thoughts, make her feel that he was distancing himself from her, didn't want to have too much contact with her anymore, and planned to be just an ordinary classmate. He wanted to make her understand that to him, Lin Qi, Su Qian, was not the only and indispensable one. He wanted her to bow her head and come over to apologize to him. If she was stubborn and refused to come, that was fine. He would never take the initiative to talk to her. In the silent tug of war, whoever takes the initiative first will always be at a disadvantage. What he lacks the least is patience. The longer time goes on, as long as she cares, the more anxious and frightened she will become. And his capital is rich enough. In addition to Yi Xinyao, he also has Jiu. These two are beauties who are not inferior to her. They have a close relationship with him, and he will definitely have close contact with them in the future. This would make Su Qian realize that she was dispensable to him, and her pride would be completely shattered in front of him. It is almost impossible to deal with such a proud woman and expect her to be one of your women willingly. Only by crushing her pride and taming her into a pet will she be obedient. Now, he just has to patiently wait for the prey to become distracted and finally fall into the trap. He had already thought of a way to tame her, constantly stimulating her, deliberately ignoring her, getting close to other girls, igniting her anger, inducing her to vent on him, and then punishing her intimately. He wanted her to twist this punishment into a unique and intimate mark between the two of them, to make her get used to it, become attached to it, and indulge in this unusual intimacy until her body and mind were completely controlled by him. Beep! The wonderful break whistle finally broke the dull training atmosphere. The crowd scattered in an instant, each running towards the shade of the trees. Yi Xinyao picked up the kettle, but did not unscrew the cap immediately. She looked towards Class 1, scanned the surging crowd, and finally locked onto the figure leaning against the tree trunk, Lin Qi. Last night, she also tossed and turned in bed. After returning to the dormitory last night, her roommates excitedly surrounded her and teased her and Lin Qi. Xinyao, why did you go to see the squad leader this morning? Yes, tell the truth. Did you add Facian? Yi Xinyao's heart skipped a beat, but she forced herself to remain calm. Stop guessing. I went to see him to ask him to help take care of my childhood friend Hao Xiaodong. She deliberately concealed the fact that she had added Facian, otherwise these gossipy roommates would only get even more crazy. Oh, is your childhood friend the short boy you ran to find during the break of military training today? Yi Xinyao nodded in agreement without hesitation. Do you like Hao Xiaodong? The roommates immediately burst into laughter, otherwise, why would you be indifferent to such a handsome guy? But seriously, if you were to be with Hao Xiaodong, you wouldn't be a good match in terms of height. Exactly, and he doesn't have any masculinity at all. He's fine as a best friend, but a boyfriend. Forget it. Xinyao, don't make the mistake of putting yourself in the wrong place. If you run into trouble in the future, you never know who will protect whom. That's right. Listening to her roommates unscrupulously belittling Hao Xiaodong, Yi Xinyao felt a sense of suffocation in her chest, but she couldn't vent it. She could only hurriedly say, don't make random guesses, he's just my childhood friend. I'm going to take a shower, and then quickly rushed into the bathroom. The warm water washed over her body, but it couldn't wash away the chaos in her heart. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, her roommates' topics about their boyfriends were like stones thrown into a lake, creating ripples in her heart. It seems that my fantasy about a boyfriend only existed when I was in elementary school, and that was what my future with Hao Xiaodong would be like. But after junior high school, she no longer had such fantasies. She was fully focused on protecting Hao Xiaodong and helping him regain his courage and confidence. When he arrived at university, Hao Xiaodong had already recognized Lin Qi as his elder brother. She felt a little relieved and no longer had to worry too much about Hao Xiaodong. Now, her roommates mentioned that she and Lin Qiye were a good match. She couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if she really became Lin Qiye's boyfriend. After all, Lin Qiye's looks, figure, temperament, and confident and outspoken personality seemed to really meet the standards of a perfect boyfriend. The thought startled her and she felt her cheeks getting slightly hot. But then, the image of him refusing to sing again came back to her mind, and an indescribable sense of loss and a hint of self-doubt came over her. She picked up her phone and looked at Lin Qiye's simple Fusion avatar, her thumb hovering over the screen, hesitating whether to send a message to ask him why he refused. But how should I ask directly, why don't you sing with me anymore? Will it seem like I care too much? She has always been cheerful and generous, but for the first time in her life she became so timid when facing a boy. She was afraid to hear the answer she didn't want to accept. What on earth was wrong with her? She actually cared so much about what Lin Qiye thought of her. Under the shade of the tree, Lin Qiye unscrewed the bottle cap and took a few gulps of water, which brought him a cool and refreshing feeling. He was keenly aware that two completely different gazes were focused on him, one was Su Qiange, the other was Yi Xinyao. Lin Qiye's lips curled up in a playful manner, and he chose to ignore Su Qiange's gaze. He took a long step and walked straight towards Yi Xinyao, who was standing alone at the edge of the shade, looking at him with a distracted look and a little absent-minded. It's time to make her even more confused and fascinated. It also made Su Qiange even angrier and more anxious, giving her the courage to vent her anger at him. And then he punished her and forced her to apologize. Chapter 89, Yi Xinyao is delighted, Hao Xiaodong is panicked. Yi Xinyao watched Lin Qiye walking towards her step by step, and her heart beat faster for no reason. She subconsciously tightened her grip on the water cup in her hand, turned her body slightly to the side, and pretended not to notice him coming. After Lin Qiye stood beside her, he lowered his head slightly, and his voice, with a natural concern, reached her ears clearly. Xinyao, I noticed just now that you have been looking at me, as if you have something to say to me, but you didn't come to me. Now that I'm here, you can say whatever you want to say directly. When Yi Xinyao heard him calling her name, her cheeks turned red. It was obviously the same person, and he had called her that yesterday, but today's Xinyao made her feel strangely shy. She suppressed her panic, lowered her head slightly, and feigned calmness to refute, but her voice trembled slightly. I wasn't looking at you. You're mistaken. Lin Qiye chuckled. My eyesight is very good, there's no way I'm wrong. You stared at me for at least a few seconds, otherwise I wouldn't have come to find you on purpose. How is that possible? It hasn't been that long. Yi Xinyao looked up at him anxiously and retorted loudly. Lin Qiye looked at her bewildered expression, finding it amusing. His tone was a little teasing. So are you admitting you saw it? Come on, what do you want to tell me? Yi Xinyao felt flustered by his smiling eyes. The words she had prepared got stuck in her throat, and she could only turn her face away in panic. I don't have anything to say to you. It seems that Xinyao is angry with me. Lin Qiye's voice deepened a bit, with just the right amount of trouble in it. Is it because I refused to sing with you last night? He directly pointed out what was on her mind. I'm not mad at you. Yi Xinyao hastily denied it, her voice as thin as a mosquito's. It's just. So you want to ask me the reason? Lin Qiye said it for her and looked at her calmly. I didn't mean to ask. Yi Xinyao still wanted to be tough, but when she met his eyes that seemed to see through everything, her momentum instantly weakened. That's it. Lin Qiye sighed softly, a sigh that was filled with a hint of apology. I thought you wouldn't care about this, so I didn't think of explaining it specifically. Now it seems that it was my negligence that caused you so much trouble. His eyes were fixed on her face, which was slightly flushed due to nervousness. The blush looked particularly charming under the light and shadow of the tree. The brief silence felt like a century to Yi Xinyao, her heart beating wildly in her chest. Finally, Lin Qiye spoke again, his voice deep and clear, with a strange magic. I refuse to sing with you again, actually because. He paused slightly, as if considering the most appropriate words, his eyes never leaving hers. Because when I sing with you, it feels so good. Boom, Yi Xinyao's mind went blank in an instant. She had imagined countless possible answers, perfunctory, polite, but she never thought it would be this one. It feels so good. What does that mean? A huge, indescribable throbbing instantly enveloped her. She froze in place, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes slightly widened in shock, and the blush on her cheeks quickly spread, even her small and delicate earlobes became bright red. She quickly turned her head and stared at Lin Qiye blankly, waiting for his next words. Lin Qiye took in all her reactions, from shock to daze, and then to an unbelievably cute look. A determined smile flashed across the depths of his eyes. He leaned forward slightly, quietly closing the distance between them. I'm afraid if I continue singing. His eyes were filled with deep and complex emotions, including undisguised admiration and even a hint of excitement. I can't control myself towards you. He deliberately left it unfinished, leaving her with endless reverie. Last night we were like a couple in perfect sync, singing a duet. Xinyao, do you feel that way? Can't control myself. A couple on the same wavelength. Yi Xinyao's breathing completely stopped. All the blood in my body seemed to rush to my head in an instant. Does this mean that I have made his heart beat faster? Lin Qiye continued, his tone solemn and completely considerate of her. The atmosphere at that time was too ambiguous. I was afraid that if I continued singing, the gossip would make you uncomfortable. I don't want you to be troubled by this. So that's how it is. This answer is completely unexpected, yet so delightful. It's not that he doesn't want to sing in chorus. On the contrary, it was because the chorus felt so beautiful and so harmonious, so beautiful that he almost lost control. More importantly, he was worried that the gossip would bother her and make her uncomfortable. He is really a gentle and considerate person. The huge surprise and the strong feeling of being cherished were like a raging tsunami, instantly drowning Yi Xinyao completely. All the previous loss and confusion turned into sweet honey and ecstatic throbbing at this moment. She looked at Lin Qiye's handsome face so close to her, and an unprecedented strong urge made her almost want to blurt out, I don't care. Ding, Yi Xinyao's rescue value +10, current rescue value, 6100s, the host receives 1000 rescue coins. Under the shade of a tree not far away, Hao Xiaodong was keeping a nervous eye on Yi Xinyao and Lin Qiye. He was originally waiting for Yi Xinyao to come to him, but he saw her staring blankly in his direction, with no intention of coming over. He thought she was worried about something and didn't take it too seriously, thinking she would come to see him next time she had a break. However, when Lin Qiye walked straight towards her, Hao Xiaodong's heart sank suddenly, and her sight was instantly like being sucked by a magnet fixed on Lin Qiye. The two were talking, but he couldn't hear the specific content. He could only see that the two were very close to each other, and Lin Qiye leaned over slightly with an intimate posture. Then, he saw a scene that made his heart tighten suddenly. Yi Xinyao suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Qiye, her whole body exuding great joy and shyness. That bright smile was like a cold hammer, hitting Hao Xiaodong's fragile heart, which had just relaxed a little after learning that Lin Qiye had a girlfriend. Panic was like a cold vine that instantly wrapped around his heart, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Yao, why was she smiling so sweetly at Lin Qiye? So shy. What had they said? A terrible thought uncontrollably crept into my mind. Did it be Yao fell in love with Lin Qiye? The thought sent chills down his spine. No, absolutely not. Lin Kie he clearly already has a girlfriend. Yaoer can't like him. How Xiaodong clenched his fists. He had to find Yaoer and ask her clearly. He had to let her know that Lin Kie he already had a girlfriend. Chapter 90. Yi Xinyao is distraught. Su Qian stood under the shade of a tree, the mineral water bottle in her hand making a crackling sound as she squeezed it, and the plastic bottle twisted and deformed under the weight. Her eyes were fixed coldly on Lin Kie and Yi Xinyao who were not far away. The intimate conversation between the two and Yi Xinyao's shy and awkward look were like a needle that pierced her heart, igniting the anger and bitterness that was boiling in her heart. Asshole, she bit her lower lip hard. The turbulent emotions in her heart made it impossible for her to calm down. She had to find out immediately what the relationship between these two people was. Otherwise, her heart will never be able to settle down. On the other side, Lin Kie took in Yi Xinyao's blush and sparkling eyes as she was delighted by his words. A gentle curve appeared at the corner of his lips, and his tone was soothing. So, Xinyao, don't be angry. If you still want to sing in chorus, after the military training is over, we can go to KTV and have fun. Yi Xinyao's blush deepened. She turned her face slightly to the side, with a little girl's naivete and awkwardness, but her voice betrayed her anticipation. Humph, I don't want to sing with you again. Really? That's a shame. Lin Kie sighed with pretended regret, but his eyes were filled with mischievous smiles. I really want to sing with Xinyao again. Ah, really? Yi Xinyao turned her head suddenly, her eyes instantly shining like stars. The awkwardness she had felt before vanished, leaving only pure surprise. Of course it's true. Lin Kie responded affirmatively. But, Yi Xinyao seemed to have mustered up immense courage. Her bright almond-shaped eyes stared directly at Lin Kie, her voice trembling and inquiring. Didn't you say that the chorus felt like a duet between lovers? It made you unable to control yourself. She paused, her cheeks getting even hotter. Are you? Before she finished speaking, she lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Lin Kie. She believed that Lin Kie would definitely know what she was asking. Lin Kie's heart moved slightly. He didn't expect that she would ask such a question so directly. His face remained expressionless as he turned his head slightly to look in the direction of Hao Xiaodong. The latter was indeed nervously glancing at this side, and the moment his eyes met, he lowered his head in panic and looked away. There is no doubt that Su Qian must be staring at this place at this moment. These two people, one is worried that his childhood sweetheart will like him, and the other is jealous and furious. After that, both of them will definitely be eager to tell Yi Xinyao the news that he has a girlfriend. Instead of passively letting Yi Xinyao learn the truth from the two men's negative words, making them think that he was deliberately teasing her and giving her a bad impression of him as a scumbag and a cheater, it would be better for him to confess on his own initiative and take the initiative. That's right, Xinyao. Lin Kie collected his thoughts, his eyes becoming sincere and frank. I do have a crush on you. You're so beautiful, and you have a cheerful and generous personality. I believe no boy would be unmoved by you. His words were clear, direct, and sincere, and every word struck Yi Xinyao's heartstrings. Ah, you that. Yi Xinyao had never expected that he would admit it so bluntly and openly. This is almost equivalent to a confession. Her little face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. Her brain went blank with a buzzing sound. Her hand subconsciously clenched the water cup tightly. Her heart beating wildly. Was he going to formally confess his feelings next? How should I respond? Should she agree, or the huge shock made her almost forget to breathe? She could only look up with her watery eyes wide open, staring blankly at Lin Kie's face. Ding. Yi Xinyao's rescue value +5. Current rescue value 65 100ths. The host receives 500 rescue coins. Seeing her shy, helpless, breath-holding cute look, a hint of triumphant smile flashed across Lin Kie's eyes. She is really a little girl who is just beginning to fall in love. He then suddenly changed the subject, his tone tinged with helplessness and deep regret, but this transitional word was like a basin of cold water, instantly extinguishing the excited and hot flame that had just ignited in Yi Xinyao's heart. The shyness and anticipation that arose because of Lin Kie's straightforward expression of affection were ruthlessly cut off by this sudden turn. She raised her eyes in confusion, her long eyelashes fluttering, her eyes filled with bewilderment and helplessness. Her heart seemed to have been suddenly hollowed out, leaving it empty. Lin Kie met her confused and slightly hurt gaze and said in a low voice, I can't let this feeling continue. After returning home last night, I have adjusted my mindset and sorted out the boundaries. From now on we will only be friends. He paused deliberately, making sure every word fell clearly into her ears, because I already have a girlfriend. This sentence was like a thunder, exploding in Yi Xinyao's ears. A huge shock instantly swept over her, completely dragging her out of her brief, pink dream. The budding affection hadn't even had time to experience the sweetness of the throbbing before it was crushed by this cold announcement. A strong sense of shame and anger at being fooled surged into her heart, and she couldn't help but let a bitter and self-deprecating smile appear on her face. The shyness, anticipation and blush before quickly faded away like the tide, leaving only paleness and embarrassment. Lin Kie showed just the right amount of concern at the right time, frowning slightly. Xinyao, what's wrong with you? Yi Xinyao shook her head violently, as if trying to shake off those chaotic thoughts. Her voice was dry and tense, with a trembling voice that she had tried hard to suppress. I'm fine, let's forget about going to KTV. She spoke quickly, wanting only to escape this embarrassing situation that made her feel ashamed. Training is about to start. I am leaving first. After saying that, she almost wanted to turn around in a panic. Just as she took half a step, Lin Kie reached out quickly and forcefully and grabbed her arm firmly. His strength was moderate, his eyes locked on her, and he asked with concern, Xinyao, are you angry? Just because I told you that I have a girlfriend. I'm not angry, Yi Xinyao retorted fiercely as if she had been scalded, her voice rising with excitement. She tried to shake his hand off, her face showing unconcealable embarrassment and anger. Then he realized what kind of occasion this was and lowered his voice. Whether you have a girlfriend or not is none of my business. Let me go. Lin Kie looked at her trying to pretend to be calm, but her eyes were flustered and her cheeks were flushed again with excitement. Then he sighed as if filled with thousands of words, his tone carrying a kind of all-knowing helplessness and understanding. I see, it seems that you have feelings for me too. Stop being so sentimental. Yi Xinyao seemed to have been hit in the sore spot. She lowered her voice and sharply retorted to hide her inner panic. I don't have any feelings for you. Not at all. She struggled to break free from his hand, like a hedgehog with its fur standing on end. Why? Lin Kie sighed deeply, staring at her with complicated and focused eyes, which were intertwined with obvious, deep regret and a kind of forcibly suppressed, heart-pounding emotion that was about to burst out. He deliberately acted like he was deeply in love with her, but their relationship was short-lived and fate was playing tricks on him, just to let her know, beyond the cold facts, that he was really attracted to her, but had to restrain himself in retreat because of his girlfriend's identity and the shackles of morality. This restrained affection is the seed buried in her heart, allowing her to retain the possibility of fantasy. If only we could have met sooner. His voice was low and hoarse, full of helplessness and regret. Even if we can't be lovers, he added, his tone sincere and with a kind of cherishing that was second only to the best, I also sincerely hope that we can become good friends, Xinyao. Yi Xinyao was shocked by the regret in his eyes that was so strong that it was almost tangible, and the suppressed love in his eyes that seemed to be ready to break free at any time. Her body stiffened slightly and her step stopped. The pain and struggle in his eyes didn't seem fake. Was it just because he had a girlfriend that he had to suppress this excitement? This thought was like a pebble thrown into stagnant water, causing ripples in the chaotic lake of her heart. The flame that had just been extinguished seemed to be rekindled by his complicated gaze, flickering with a faint but refusing to go out light, mixed with a hint of indescribable sadness and hidden throbbing. She now felt her mind was a mess and she urgently needed to digest this sudden shock and chaotic emotions alone. I understand. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a shadow under her eyes, and said in a low voice, I'm leaving first. After saying that, he turned and walked away, looking somewhat dazed. Lin Qiye did not try to stop her, but just stood there, watching her lost back. The corners of his mouth curled up in a determined arc. As long as she hasn't completely closed the door to contact, as long as the spark of excitement hasn't been completely extinguished, he has plenty of ways to make her willingly and gradually fall deeper into the spark, unable to extricate herself. Chapter 91 Punishment for Su Qiange. The morning military training ended with the bell at 12 o'clock. The crowd rushed to the cafeteria or dormitory like a tide, making a lot of noise and then quickly dispersed. Lin Qiye walked slowly behind, his eyes seemingly casually sweeping across the crowd, but in fact he was accurately capturing Su Qiange's figure. Sure enough, she was looking back at him. Brother Yi, let's go eat together. Zhang Wei and the other two came over with a smile. Hao Xiaodong had a clear goal and ran straight towards Yi Xinyao's class. You guys go first, the counselor wants to talk to me about something. Lin Qiye made an excuse. Alright, let's go first, Brother Yi. Zhang Wei and the others believed it and left without asking any further questions. Lin Qiye nodded, then walked to the rest area, picked up the kettle and drank slowly while picking up his mobile phone to look at it. Su Qiange also stayed alone not far away, pretending to look at his mobile phone. When the crowd thinned out, Lin Qiye pretended not to notice Su Qiange and turned to walk towards the Heiwan canteen at the school gate. He chose a quiet path with a small tree-lined path. As expected, Su Qiange followed him quietly. After realizing that there was no one else behind him, Lin Qiye naturally turned his head to look around. When his eyes fell on Su Qiange, who was less than 2 meters behind him, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He immediately turned and walked towards Su Qiange, his eyes filled with the distance and inquiry he would give to an ordinary classmate. Student Su. Why are you following me? Is there something wrong? Student Su. This cold name pierced Su Qiange's heart like a needle. She was still struggling with how to ask him about his relationship with Yi Xinyao, and was trying hard not to lose control like she did last night. But his aloof attitude instantly ignited her suppressed anger. The string of reason snapped, and she suddenly raised her head forward and angrily demanded, Lin Qiye, are you going to sever ties with me? Aren't we just classmates? How can we break up? Lin Qiye said calmly, as if it was a matter of course. Su Qiange's beautiful eyes were now burning with fury as she stared at him intently. Her voice trembled slightly with extreme anger and grievance. Then those words you said to me before about helping you fulfill the queen's wish, were you just kidding me? Her questions were like a barrage of questions, and every word was filled with the pain of being deceived in the grievances that had nowhere to vent. Last night's breakdown and this morning's torment were completely ignited by the strange feeling he deliberately created. Lin Qiye lowered his eyes and looked at the face that was flushed with anger but still beautiful. He could clearly see deep in her eyes that besides anger, there was also the grievance and discomfort of being abandoned. He remained silent and did not answer immediately. However, in Su Qiange's eyes, this silence was tantamount to the most complete acquiescence. Speak up, you hypocritical liar. She growled uncontrollably, unable to suppress her broken sobs, and all the harsh words from last night burst out again. You two-timing scumbag. Does your girlfriend know you're hooking up with other girls? Does she know how dirty your mind is hidden under your sanctimonious face? Is she blind to fall for a piece of trash like you? You. Bang! A clear, loud, and powerful sound of a blow suddenly interrupted Su Qiange's uncontrolled cursing. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Su Qiange froze in place, as if struck by invisible lightning. The angry expression on his face froze in an instant, and then turned into an incredible blankness and confusion. She didn't even understand what was happening at first. Until a burning pain, accompanied by a strong sense of humiliation, suddenly exploded from a very private and extremely shameful part of her body, that perky buttocks instantly sweeping through all her nerves. Lin Qiye's movements were as fast as lightning, and his palm still had a trace of warmth when he retracted it. His expression remained calm, even with an almost cold scrutiny, as if he had just brushed away an annoying fallen leaf. It seems you didn't listen to a single word of my warning last night. His voice was low and calm, yet it was more oppressive than any roar. I told you, there won't be a next time. You. Su Qiange finally reacted, and a huge sense of shame instantly overwhelmed her like a tsunami. He actually dared to hit her there in broad daylight. That female private part, the blood rushed to the top of his head with a boom, and his cheeks, ears, and neck turned red in an instant. His body trembled slightly due to extreme shame and anger, and he could hardly stand. The overwhelming rage just now was crushed to pieces by this naked and extremely humiliating punishment. All that was left was overwhelming embarrassment and a feeling of vulnerability that came from being completely deprived of defense. Lin Qiye, you bastard, hooligan, beast, she screamed incoherently, her tears no longer under control, rolling down like beads from a broken string. She subconsciously wanted to reach out and cover the aching, branded spot, but she felt even more ashamed by the action itself. She could only endure it and ignore it. Chapter 92 Lin Qiye's training. Lin Qiye ignored her collapse in tears, and calmly watched her current state of embarrassment. Su Qiange, look at you now, like a shrew cursing on the street. Where have your manners gone? He leaned forward slightly, close to her ear, which was trembling with tears. His low voice, with absolute control and unquestionable majesty, clearly hammered into her confused brain word by word. I told you, if you do it again, you will bear the consequences. This is a punishment for your foul language and disrespectful remarks to me just now. Remember this lesson. This is the price you pay for speaking without restraint and insulting me at will. If there is a next time, his voice suddenly turned cold, carrying a chilling chill. The punishment won't be so simple. I will make you remember more deeply the consequences of provoking me in a more appropriate place. He stood up and looked down at her with tears streaming down her face, her body trembling, and her face filled with shame and anger. There was no mercy in his eyes, only cruel calmness. He stretched out his right hand and slightly lifted her chin, forcing her eyes, which were filled with tears and hatred, to look at him. Now, apologize to me for what you just said. The order was concise, cold, and irresistible. He wanted to use a tough attitude to force her to admit her mistakes in front of him and make her completely lose her pride in front of him. Su Qiange bit her lower lip tightly. The huge feeling of humiliation made her wish she could disappear immediately, or pounce on the bastard in front of her and tear him to pieces. But the burning pain that lingered in her buttocks and the undisguised and even more terrifying threat in his words bound her limbs like cold chains. In the face of the other party's absolute strength and cruelty, her anger seemed so ridiculous and powerless. Yes, I'm sorry. A broken voice, thick with tears, was squeezed out from her clenched teeth with great difficulty. These 3 words almost drained all her strength and dignity. Lin Qiye did not respond immediately, as if he was evaluating the sincerity of the apology. A few seconds of silence seemed as long and unbearable as a century to Su Qiange. Okay, stop crying. Just when she was about to be unable to bear this silent pressure, Lin Qiye's tone suddenly turned gentle without warning, and his thumb gently wiped the tears from her cheek. He is well versed in the art of taming. After a beating, he needs to give a sweet reward. What he wants is her obedience, not hatred. This sudden change of gentleness completely stunned Su Qian. She stopped crying abruptly and looked at Lin Qie's face in a daze, with tears still in her eyes. I just thought you came to apologize to me for what happened last night. Lin Qie's voice carried a perfectly balanced hint of helplessness and guidance, as if the coldness and ruthlessness just now had never happened. I didn't expect you to start insulting me right away. How did I offend you? Do you know what the consequences are of casually insulting someone stronger than you? The punishment I just gave you was considered light. After a pause, he said he remembered their special relationship. I promised to help you become queen, and I've never forgotten. But why are you suddenly so hostile to me? What's the reason? Ah, bastard, I hate you. After hearing what he said, Su Qian felt a surge of grievance and sadness in her heart again, and tears burst out again. She clenched her fists and beat his chest indiscriminately as if to vent her anger, as if she wanted to throw out all the grievances and the unspeakable shame she had just felt. Lin Qie did not stop her from venting. Instead, he half hugged her and gently patted her back with his palm, silently comforting her. 2 minutes later, after venting her emotions, Su Qian suddenly realized her behavior at the moment. She actually sought comfort in the arms of the man who had just punished her severely. Her little face turned red instantly, and she struggled to break free from his embrace as if she had been electrocuted, her hands twisted together in helplessness. Now, Lin Qie looked at her flustered expression, a hint of smile in his eyes. He spoke again, his tone softer, and asked knowingly, can you tell me why you were so hostile to me? I. Su Qian's eyes flickered, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito, full of jealousy. It's because you were flirting with that bitch, sigh. She became more and more angry as she spoke, but the rest of the words got stuck in her throat and she couldn't say them. I see. Lin Qie directly pointed out her thoughts, his eyes determined. It seems that you were really jealous. I didn't. Su Qian subconsciously retorted, but when she met his understanding and certain eyes, she felt like a balloon that had been popped. She could only turn her face away in panic, biting her lip and keeping silent. Lin Qie did not force her to admit it at this moment. What he wanted was for her to admit it willingly in person later. Then he explained frankly and seriously, she and I are just ordinary friends now, and she is not my ex-girlfriend. However, she does have some feelings for me, but I have clearly told her that I have a girlfriend. Su Qian's mind suddenly became clear, so that's it. It seems that bitch is just unrequited love. I have to find an opportunity to warn that bitch and tell her to stay away from Lin Qie. She turned her head suddenly, with surprise and bright light in her eyes. She didn't expect Lin Qie to suddenly take the initiative to explain all this to her. It seems as long as I ask him calmly and kindly, he will definitely tell me the truth. I was so careless and reckless in insulting him before. I was totally wrong. I'm telling you this because I hope you won't let your imagination run wild and stop harboring such hostility towards me and her. Lin Qie's tone was soothing and instructive. If you have anything to say in the future, you can ask me directly. Don't lose your temper or say things without thinking. Got it? This gentle teaching and the familiar look of Su Qian instantly dispelled the last bit of haze in her heart. A strange sense of security welled up in her heart, and she nodded obediently, like a kid having its first stroke. Lin Qie paused, glanced down, and asked with a hint of concern, does it still hurt? You bastard. The shame that Su Qian had just subsided suddenly exploded again, and her cheeks turned red as if dripping blood. She subconsciously wanted to cover her back, but Lin Qie was right in front of her. She didn't want him to see her ugly appearance, so she could only glare at him in shame and anger. Yeah, I'm a jerk. Lin Qie laughed softly, but his eyes were extremely serious. So, don't insult me casually in the future. My discipline won't always be this gentle. He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word gentle to reinforce his inviolable personality, making her remember deeply that if she wanted him to treat her gently, she had to be obedient. Su Qian looked at his serious expression, her heart trembled, and with a hint of fear and a barely perceptible sense of submission, she nodded slightly. Okay, wipe your tears, I'll take you to the Lotus Garden for dinner. Seeing this, Lin Qie gently touched her head. Then he turned around, slowed down his pace naturally, and walked in front. Su Qian did not feel uncomfortable with Lin Qie's touch on her head. On the contrary, his gentle gesture made her feel a little relieved. However, the pain has not completely subsided, forming a sharp contrast with the tenderness, proving that the punishment just now did happen. The mark of absolute power, mixed with immense shame, also carries an indescribable throbbing and an unspeakable sense of belonging. This feeling made her extremely flustered. How could it be? A huge panic and self-loathing swept over me. She subconsciously and quickly looked around, and only when she confirmed that there was really no one around did she breathe a sigh of relief, but her cheeks were already burning frighteningly hot. Asshole hooligan. She cursed softly, her voice so soft that only she could hear it, but the ending tone carried a hint of coquettishness that she herself didn't even notice. Hurry up and catch up. At this time, Lin Qie stopped a few steps away, looked back at her and urged. Su Qian bit her lower lip, and the shame made her unable to move forward. But under his gaze, she still trotted over and caught up. But she deliberately fell half a step behind, not daring to walk side by side with him, as if this half-step distance could give her some breathing space. Along the way, she couldn't help but secretly look up at Lin Qie's profile, which made her already restless heart beat even faster. You are not allowed to do that again. She finally mustered up the courage to remind him, but her voice was as thin as a mosquito's. She pinched the corner of her clothes with her fingers, and her eyes were wandering as she looked ahead. What? Lin Qie teased her deliberately without stopping, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. That's. Su Qian stamped her feet anxiously, but the word, spanking, was stuck in her throat and she couldn't say it. In the end, she could only glare at him angrily, you know. Lin Qie chuckled, suddenly stopped, and turned around without warning. Su Qian was caught off guard and almost bumped into his arms. She quickly took a step back and looked at him warily and panicked. That depends on your performance. He leaned forward slightly, looked at her rosy cheeks, and said seriously, be good, and my punishment won't be necessary. Do you understand? Su Qian trembled all over and her ears turned red instantly. She never thought that she would be treated like a child by others, and what she didn't expect was that she actually didn't find it annoying. This made her very flustered, and she could only stare down at the tip of her shoes, not daring to look up. Let's go, little queen. Lin Qie seemed not to notice her red ears. He stood up again and led the way. Lin Qie. After Lin Qie took a few steps, Su Qian quickly followed and couldn't help but call him in a low voice. He didn't turn around, just responded. You would never ignore me, right? She raised her head cautiously and asked, her voice soft and uncertain, her fingers clenched tightly, revealing her deep-seated anxiety that Lin Qie would ignore her and treat her coldly. Lin Qie then stopped and turned his head to look at her. His voice was not loud, but it was very clear, and it carried a promise, as long as you are good, I won't ignore you. He paused and added, don't forget, I still have to help you become a real queen. Su Qian looked at his serious eyes, and the uneasy feeling was instantly soothed. She nodded vigorously, and after turning her head, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. The previous anger and grievance had long since disappeared, replaced by a strange, sweet sense of belonging and security. Ding, Su Qianzhe's rescue value +10, current rescue value, 75 100ths, the host obtains 1000 rescue coins. Chapter 93 Lin Qia's plan, Su Qianzhe's fantasy. The system's prompt sounded in Lin Qia's mind. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but he did not stop. As long as you maintained his dominance, you can let her be tamed by you step by step imperceptibly. Su Qianzhe followed him closely like a pet tamed by its owner. The two walked towards the relatively secluded Heiwan Canteen. There were not as many people here as in Taoyuan Canteen yesterday. They chose to eat here because they must have thought that there would be fewer people here than in Taoyuan and Songyuan, and that was indeed the case. What do you want to eat? Lin Qie asked naturally. I don't know. Su Qianzhe shook her head. Sweet and sour pork ribs then. Lin Qie looked around and his sight stopped on a window with a pattern of sweet and sour pork ribs. Su Qianzhe nodded. The two of them prepared their meal and sat down, a subtle silence filling the dining table. Su Qianzhe ate her meal in small bites, her eyes drifting towards Lin Qie opposite her from time to time, but she didn't know what to say to break the deadlock. At this time, Lin Qie took the initiative to find a topic. What do you think of the school environment? Not bad. Su Qianzhe raised his eyes and looked at Lin Qie. Do you know the cosplay club in school? Lin Qie continued to ask. I know. It's introduced on the school's doing account and on the display board at the entrance. Su Qianzhe nodded. Lin Qie had a faint smile on his face. After the freshman military training, the club will hold a cosplay competition, which is actually a contest to select the campus beauty. He paused, then said with a hint of temptation, Qianzhe, do you want to participate? This is a good opportunity to become the recognized campus beauty. It was no accident that he brought up this topic. He was certain that with Su Qianzhe's inherent desire to be the center of attention, she would be unable to resist such temptation. But his purpose goes far beyond this. With his personal guidance and Su Qianzhe's own conditions, this competition called cosplay, which is actually a beauty pageant, can at least allow her to rank in the top 10. He wanted her to shine in this highly anticipated competition and make the whole school remember her name and appearance. As for the character I want to cosplay, he had already thought of a role for her, a contrasting one with a petite figure but a strong aura and a queen-like demeanor. He would also train her to help her portray the character. This makes everyone, especially boys, think that her personality is the same as the character she cosplays, that she is the kind of little queen who looks down on everyone and they only dare to look up to her. This fulfilled his original idea. In the eyes of everyone, she was an unattainable little queen who could only be admired from afar, but only in his arms, she was a clingy little cutie. This extreme contrast can bring supreme sense of accomplishment. As he expected, Su Qianzhe's eyes suddenly lit up. Becoming the center of everyone's attention and being worshipped as a goddess by everyone, this is the eternal thought in her heart. She also wants to see where her charm ranks in Zhongyang University. Su Qianzhe asked excitedly, then do you know how this competition is conducted? Lin Qie looked at her excitement and explained with a chuckle, all grades can sign up. Prepare a set of cosplay photos and send them to the club's email address. The club will display the work on the club forum on the campus network. All students in the school can vote. The top 20 with the most votes will compete in a reality show finals in the gymnasium. But, although Su Qianzhe was very confident in her appearance, she hesitated when she thought about cosplay, a field she had never tried before. I've never tried cosplay before. That's not important at all. What's important is to look good. Lin Qie spoke in a relaxed tone, a gentle smile on his face, his eyes filled with comfort and encouragement. Pick an anime character you like, buy some clothes and put them on. I can recommend a few to you. As for the makeup. He paused, then naturally offered two options. I can take you to the senior who specializes in makeup in the club, or I can take you directly to a makeup store outside. The effect might be more professional. His words, the most important thing is to look good, were like a stone thrown into the lake of one's heart, instantly creating ripples of joy in Su Qianzhe's heart. Wasn't this clearly praising her beauty? This straightforward affirmation made her very happy. When Su Qianzhe heard the suggestion of taking you to a cosmetic store outside, her heart suddenly skipped a beat and an indescribable joy quietly spread in her heart. Go to a makeup store outside. Doesn't that mean that she and Lin Qie are shopping alone? This realization made her heart warm slightly. She even subconsciously imagined the scene, the two of them walking side by side on the bustling street, and then in the quiet dressing room, she sat upright, feeling his focused gaze on her face. Just thinking about it, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. She hurriedly lowered her head, stretched out her left hand, and casually picked up a strand of hair from her temples with her fingertips to cover the blush on her cheeks and the light flashing in her eyes. Then I want to participate. You recommend me roles, and go to the makeup store outside. Su Qianzhe pursed her lips, suppressed the excitement in her heart and nodded vigorously in response, but the blush on her face still revealed her anticipation and joy at the moment. No problem, little queen. Lin Qie's lips curled up into a knowing smile, with a hint of mischief in his eyes. This slightly doting response made Su Qianzhe even more excited. After a while, when her excessive excitement had subsided a little, a new doubt suddenly arose in her mind. Su Qianzhe raised her head again, her clear eyes filled with inquiry as she looked at Lin Qie. How do you know the rules of the competition so well? And it seems you know the people in the club well, too. Lin Qie's smile deepened a little, and then, with the gentle warmth that only comes from talking about someone close, he replied naturally, because Ruoxi is the vice president of the cosplay club. Almost as soon as the words fell, Su Qianzhe's face froze instantly, and the fingers holding the chopstick suddenly tightened. The interest and brilliance that had been aroused in my heart just now quickly dimmed like a flame extinguished by cold water, and was replaced by an indescribable pain and sourness. She quickly lowered her head, trying to hide her expression which had instantly become stiff and lost. Chapter 94 Su Qianzhe asks questions unwillingly and shamefully. She actually completely ignored Lang Ruoxi's existence. Although he and Yi Xinyao seem to have nothing to do with each other now, Lang Ruoxi is his real and legitimate girlfriend. If he and Lang Ruoxi come into close contact in the future, will he still be able to angrily question him with the same righteous confidence as before? What qualifications does she have? What position does she have to stop it? This realization was like a heavy boulder, which hit her heart, which had just been filled with joy, without any warning, and made her chest feel stuffy. When Lang Ruoxi was mentioned, she thought of the day she reported for duty, Lang Ruoxi's bright and charming smile, her tall and curvy figure, and the intimate and flirtatious interactions between the two of them. A huge feeling of powerlessness and frustration, like an icy tide, instantly overwhelmed her. Could it be? Is her relationship with Lin Qie destined to remain at this teaching level forever? No, she won't give up. The answer to her search last night clearly told her that she had fallen in love with Lin Qie. Even though he was so hateful last night that she was too embarrassed to admit it, she had just experienced the conflict that was punishing but ultimately ended in appeasement. She had to face her own heart. She longed for Lin Qie's tenderness, even if that tenderness was sugar-coated with punishment. She wanted his eyes to always be on her and didn't want him to pay attention to other women. This possessiveness was so clear at this moment that even she was frightened. But now, the huge obstacle standing in front of her is Lang Ruoxi. Her eyes involuntarily glanced down at her own young and thin body, and then thought of Lang Ruoxi's natural femininity and proud curves in every gesture, and a strong, almost self-deprecating feeling of frustration suddenly surged in her heart. Moreover, Lang Ruoxi is so docile. If a man were to choose between the two of them, I'm afraid 90% of them would choose Lang Ruoxi. This cruel realization made her heart ache and she could hardly breathe. Her left hand, which was placed under the table, was clenched into a fist. Lin Qiye saw her aura suddenly drop, and she lowered her head and held the chopsticks in a trance with a smile of success in her eyes. He deliberately led the topic to Lang Ruoxi. Even if she didn't ask that question, he would put the person she deliberately ignored in front of her. The purpose of his doing this was to let her understand, even if Yi Xinyao is put aside, he still has a real girlfriend by his side. This will force her to clearly confirm her feelings and make her understand that what she desires in her heart is much more than this. An even worse thought flashed through his mind. If he told her now that he had acknowledged Jiu as his sister, and let her know that Lang Ruoxi was not the only one with whom he had an intimate relationship, what kind of expression would appear on her pretty little face? Was it the paleness of blood draining away, or the burning flames of jealousy? But it is too early to bring up this topic at the moment. Then, Lin Qiye broke the silence as if nothing had happened, as if he was unaware of the turbulent struggle in her heart. His tone was just right, revealing a hint of concern. Qianjie. What's wrong? Su Qianjie did not answer his question, but suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were slightly red, and a mixture of nervousness, unwillingness and desperate anticipation surged in her eyes. Her eyes locked onto Lin Qiye's, her voice tense with emotion, and she asked with an almost stubborn insistence, do you men all like women like Lang Ruoxi? Do you mean appearance, figure, or personality? Lin Qiye asked back calmly, tacitly avoiding the reason for her sudden question. Both. Su Qianjie almost gritted her teeth as she spat out these two words, with an urgency in her eyes that she herself didn't even notice. Her appearance and figure are indeed perfect. Lin Qiye spoke frankly, even with a hint of fondness from the past, his eyes becoming distant and gentle. He has a very good personality and is very obedient to me. You saw it the day I reported in. The undisguised admiration on his face and the doting that naturally showed when he mentioned Lang Ruoxi were like countless fine needles, densely piercing Su Qianjie's eyes and heart. This made her almost unable to sit still, and she impulsively struggled to ask, if you meet both of us at the same time, who would you choose as your girlfriend? After asking this question, she immediately held her breath, her heart pounding wildly in her chest, as if it was about to jump out in the next second. Oh, a playful smile instantly appeared on Lin Qiye's face. He put down his chopsticks, stretched out his right hand naturally, and accurately pinched Su Qianjie's small and delicate chin with his slender fingers. This action carried a strong sense of control. Xiao Qianjie, his voice deepened, with a hint of coaxing, yet filled with a knowing understanding. The ending tone rose slightly, like a feather scratching against one's heart. Are you in love with me? This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, instantly making Su Qianjie's face flush red, spreading all the way to her ears and neck, and her heartbeat was so fast that it almost burst out of her chest. She frantically tried to look away, to break free from his grip, but he held her so tightly that she couldn't move, and was forced to endure his gaze that seemed to see through her soul. Oh my god, how could she ask such a question that was almost a confession? Seeing Lin Qiye's all-knowing and playful smile again, she felt so ashamed that she felt like all her disguises had been stripped off in front of him and she could no longer raise her head. No, absolutely not. I must make up for it immediately. A strong sense of shame made her blurt out. I just want to ask you, who do you think is more beautiful? She hurriedly defended herself, her voice trembling slightly with guilt and panic. Just that, Lin Qiye's thumb gently stroked her smooth and delicate jaw skin, his movements ambiguous yet with a sense of absolute control. The warm touch was like an electric current, causing Su Qianjie to freeze all over and feel uneasy. However, she was afraid to break free as if she was under a spell. She could only nod frantically and reply, yeah, that's it. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's, and she clearly lacked confidence. Looking at her hypocritical expression, her heart beating so hard that it was about to explode but she was trying hard to hide it, and her embarrassed look that made her almost cry, Lin Qiye thought she was very cute and very satisfied. He didn't intend to force her to admit it immediately. He wanted to watch her for a while longer as she tried to cover up her own faults and said one thing that meant another. Besides, what he wanted was for her to admit in person that she liked him, so that he would have a greater sense of conquest and accomplishment. Then I need to think about it carefully. After saying that, Lin Qiye released his right hand that was pinching her chin. Su Qianjie suddenly re-entered the water like a dying fish, took a deep breath and shrank his body slightly. A huge sense of relief surged in his heart. Fortunately, he did not continue to ask questions. However, Lin Qiye's gaze did not move away, but instead became sharper and more aggressive, scanning back and forth over her body. It seemed as if it wanted to penetrate her military training uniform and measure every inch of her territory. Su Qianjie noticed his eyes, and her heartstrings, which had just relaxed, instantly tensed to the extreme again, and her body stiffened. She felt like an object being held in the spotlight, awaiting final judgment. Every inch of her skin felt slightly warmed by his penetrating gaze, and the blood seemed to rush to the places where his eyes swept over. A strange feeling mixed with shame, nervousness and a certain secret anticipation made her hold her breath. Chapter 95 Lin Qiye's guidance. The hustle and bustle of the cafeteria suddenly faded away, and the whole world seemed to be left with only her uncontrolled heartbeat and his suffocating, scrutinizing gaze. Lin Qiye's gaze finally fell on her chest, which was slightly heaving due to nervousness, the loose military training uniform wrapped around it, concealing the still youthful curves. His gaze lingered for a few seconds, but it was enough to make Su Qianjie, who was secretly observing him, tremble in her fingertips and feel extremely embarrassed and angry. She subconsciously wanted to raise her hand to cover it, but she felt that this action would make it even more obvious, so she could only clench her left hand tightly under the table. Lin Qiye's low hum broke the silence, like a feather scratching Su Qianjie's tense nerves, making her tremble slightly. She suddenly raised her head, with a mixture of shame and anger and a hint of almost desperate expectation, and looked straight into his bottomless eyes. Facing her almost burning gaze, the playful smile in Lin Qiye's eyes deepened. He leaned forward slightly and began his assessment. As far as looks are concerned, you both have your own merits and are equally matched. She wins in brightness and grandeur, while you win in refinement and agility. This evaluation made Su Qianjie feel a little relieved, at least in terms of appearance, she was not inferior to others. However, Lin Qiye's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured over her head, instantly extinguishing the joy that had just ignited in her heart. But, as for your figure, you are indeed not as good as Ruoxi. He paused deliberately. His voice was not loud, but every word struck Su Qianjie's heart clearly. With an almost cruel bluntness, he said, she is like a ripe peach, plump and tempting, while you are like a green apple. Although she had known that her figure was a shortcoming, her heart still felt a little hurt when he pointed it out so bluntly. As for personality, Lin Qiye ignored her sudden drop in mood and continued slowly, her gentleness and thoughtfulness are what many men dream of, and you. He dragged out the last word and looked at her tense shoulders mischievously. She's a proud little hottie who gets angry and curses at people at the slightest provocation, so. To sum up, I believe that most men would choose Lang Ruoxi as their girlfriend. He gave her exactly the answer she wanted to hear, but it was a little cruel to her. Boom, these words with a hint of judgment exploded like thunder in Su Qianjie's mind. The blush on her face instantly faded, and she turned pale. The huge embarrassment and sense of loss were like a cold tide that instantly drowned her, and all the strength in her body seemed to be drained away in an instant. Sure enough, it is just as expected. All her self-doubts and frustrations were ruthlessly confirmed by his light yet precise words. Lang Ruoxi's mature and enchanting figure was a height she could never reach, and her gentleness was a virtue that she could hardly possess at the moment. Why ask such a question when you know the answer and still humiliate yourself? The strong sense of shame made her want to escape immediately. Just when Su Qian was about to be overwhelmed by despair and thought that she would never be able to snatch Lin Qian from Lang Ruoxi, Lin Qian's low voice suddenly sounded with a breathtaking turn. But this simple word, like a ray of light piercing the darkness, instantly illuminated Su Qian's heart that was on the verge of suffocation. She suddenly raised her head, and the fire of hope rekindled in her tearful eyes, intertwined with eager anticipation. Lin Qian took in her reaction, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. Everyone has their own preferences. If I had to choose one of you two without knowing your personalities at all. Su Qian held her breath, her heart almost jumping out of her chest. She didn't even dare to blink, waiting for the answer that might be what she was expecting. I will choose you. Lin Qian looked serious and spoke in a firm tone. Why? The huge surprise made Su Qian blurt out, with a slight tremor of eagerness and disbelief in her voice. I actually prefer petite and cute types. Lin Qian explained slowly, his eyes still full of amusement, but at this moment, that amusement seemed to be coated with a softer and more tempting layer of sugar. His voice was low and pleasant, depicting a vision full of beautiful pampering. Because of her petite and cute figure, I can't help but want to hold her in my arms, hold her in my hands, and love her dearly. I want to take care of her meticulously, let her be worry-free, and just smile sweetly. Having a little baby whom I can pamper and care for with all my tenderness, watching her rely on me and snuggle up to me with peace of mind and contentment, this feeling has a fatal attraction for me. Lin Qian could clearly capture the flickering flame in Su Qian's eyes due to nervous anticipation, which quickly became bright and stable, and even covered with a hazy, hopeful halo. Her pale cheeks quickly turned red. Obviously, the sweet picture he painted hit her heart accurately. So, Lin Qian concluded, without knowing your personality at all, I would choose your type without hesitation. His words were like a warm current, accurately washing away the coldness and inferiority that Su Qian had felt when she was not as good as Lang Ruoxi. She was instantly immersed in the sweet fantasy of being exclusively pampered. Although her heart was still beating wildly, it was no longer hanging in the abyss but floating in the clouds. So in his eyes, her petite figure wasn't a disadvantage, but a treasure that aroused his strong desire to protect and pamper her. What he desires is not a partner of equal strength, but a little baby who needs his careful care and holding in the palm of his hand. If only I could become the little baby he cherished. When this thought came to her mind, she was surprised that not only did she not resist at all, but she quietly developed a yearning for it. She couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if he really held her tenderly in his arms, doting on her. Her cheeks burned even redder, and a sweetness she had never felt before spread from her heart, so heavy that she couldn't help but want to indulge in it. Lin Qian looked at the hope rising in her eyes, which was almost overflowing with satisfaction. He successfully used the sugar coating of pampering to wrap the core of control. Then, he suddenly changed the subject, his tone deliberately emphasizing, however, compared to appearance, if we really want to be together, I still value a cute personality more. If someone has a bad personality, loses his temper at every turn, it acts unreasonably, I can't stand it. These words were carefully designed by him. He gave her hope, letting her know that a petite appearance actually suited his aesthetic taste better. He hinted to her again, if he wanted him to give up Lang Ruoxi and choose her, all she had to do was to be obedient to him. Lin Qian's last words not only failed to extinguish Su Qian's joy, but instead added fuel to the fire, making the flames in her eyes burn even more brightly. She bit her lips slightly, her heart in turmoil. What if I also obeyed him in everything and showed him the utmost gentleness? As soon as this thought came to her mind, she felt nervous. She had never thought that she, who was so proud and arrogant, would one day want to take the initiative to be obedient to a man. From the time he forcefully broke into her world in the name of a knight, and the special relationship they had established, to what had just happened. Her so-called pride had been crushed in front of Lin Qian. Bitter self-mockery welled up in my heart, but what followed was a determination to burn my boats. In that case, she should completely put aside her useless pride in front of him and take what she wants. Her goal had never been so clear. She wanted his focus, his all. She wanted to completely eliminate Lang Ruoxi. With her petite appearance that suited his aesthetic, coupled with her obedient demeanor, Su Qian could almost foresee the flame of love in Lin Qian's eyes being ignited by her. At that time, she only needs to show her dependence on him appropriately, and their relationship will quickly become intimate without leaving any trace. Until he was so deeply in love with her that he couldn't extricate himself and got used to her gentleness and dependence. That was when she revealed her true feelings, forcing him to make a choice between Lang Ruoxi and herself. How could he not choose himself? Chapter 96. Take advantage of the situation to let Su Qian recognize her brother. While Su Qian was still in a daze, Lin Qian had already picked up the chopsticks again, as if the words that had just upset her were just casual chat. He slowly picked up a piece of pork ribs and ate it, keeping an eye on the subtle changes in Su Qian opposite him. Her cheeks, originally pale with shame and loss, were now slowly turning a strange blush, a mixture of determination and uneasiness, revealing her inner restlessness. The smile in Lin Qian's eyes deepened. Xiao Qian had indeed taken the bait. His previous words about preferring petite girls and needing a docile personality were like carefully cast bait. In order to gain exclusive favor from him, Su Qian, the proud little cat, seemed determined to sheathe her claws and play the role of the little baby who needed to be loved, as he said. This method of making the prey approach and submit actively is much more interesting than forcibly suppressing it. Why don't you eat any more? This chicken is good, try it. Lin Qian broke the silence with a gentle tone and just the right amount of concern. He naturally picked up a piece of the tenderest-looking chicken and put it on Su Qian's plate. This action, which was obviously intimate and caring, also gave her a chance to act obedient. Su Qian came back to her senses and looked at the chicken on the plate. If it were in the past, or if it were someone else, she would probably push it away immediately with disgust. But now she quickly glanced at Lin Qian and saw that his eyes were calm, as if he was just showing ordinary concern. She took a deep breath, suppressed the awkwardness in her heart, picked up the chopsticks, and whispered, "Thank you." Her voice was deliberately made thin and soft. After saying that, she lowered her head and began to eat the chicken in small bites, as if it was some delicacy that needed to be savored carefully. At this moment, she was like a kitten with its claws retracted, and her docile posture greatly satisfied his desire to tame her. His expression remained calm, and he continued in a gentle tone, "Military training is quite intense. Eat more to replenish your energy. You look so thin, you look like you could be blown away by a strong wind." Su Qian tightened her grip on the chopsticks, then hummed softly. She obediently took some more food and continued to eat in small bites, maintaining a deliberately slow pace, being obedient to the end. After a while, she raised her head slightly, trying to imitate the demeanor and tone of the docile girl she imagined. Her voice was soft and gentle, with just the right amount of apology. "Lin Qian, I'm sorry." She paused, as if mustering up her courage. "Before I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you like that without knowing the truth. This is done to show that you can correct your mistakes and are gentle and lovely." Seeing Su Qian lowering herself to apologize, Lin Qia's eyes became more amused. He pretended to be oblivious to her sudden and awkward change, as if she was always so docile. Then, he stretched out his hand very naturally, gently brushed her cheek with his warm fingertips, and tucked the slightly messy hair behind her small ear. This sudden intimate action made Su Qian's breath stop, and her heart trembled violently as if it was brushed by a feather. She subconsciously shrank her neck, and her watery eyes were instantly filled with real panic and shyness. She looked helplessly at Lin Qie who was so close to her, and her fair cheeks turned uncontrollably red. Lin Qie calmly withdrew his hand, as if he had just done something very ordinary. I'm very happy that Qian took the initiative to admit her mistake. I was worried that you might be secretly angry with me because of the punishment you gave me before. It seems I was overthinking it. I am not that petty. After all, I was the one who made the mistake first. She lowered her eyelashes, her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible, and her left hand was under the table, pinching the corner of her clothes. Lin Qie's eyes flashed with a smile, and he deliberately moved closer, his warm breath brushing against her face faintly. Then will you scold me casually in the future? The sudden approach and the breath brushing against her skin made Su Qian's whole body stiffen. His powerful presence and aggressiveness made it difficult for her to breathe. Her mind went blank. Like a tamed kitten, she could only shake her head frantically and vigorously, her voice weak and trembling. No, I won't do that anymore. A low and joyful chuckle escaped from Lin Qie's throat, and his eyes lingered on her cheeks, which were flushed with an alluring blush due to embarrassment, with naked appreciation and satisfaction. He sat up straight again, his voice full of bewitching magnetism. Qian is much cuter like this. He called her cute again, but this time, what surprised Su Qian herself was that she didn't have any resistance or anger in her heart. Instead there was a hint of indescribable, secret sweetness. Is it because she has already begun to accept from the bottom of her heart the role of the little baby he calls someone who needs to be loved? This somewhat shameful yet extremely clear realization quickly dyed her small and delicate earlobes a layer of crystal clear, tempting pink. Lin Qie took in her reaction and his eyes darkened. An idea clearly emerged. Since she has decided to play the role of a submissive person, why not give her an identity that is more intimate and easier for her to perform? There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and his tone was casual as if he had made up his mind on the spur of the moment. By the way, Qian, do you remember the day I reported in when I said I wanted you to be my sister? He paused deliberately, staring into her eyes that had widened in surprise and a hint of confusion. He lowered his voice a few notches, with a gentleness that was almost coaxing. Now, my idea is even stronger. Qian, be my sister, okay? His eyes were focused and full of promise. I will love and protect you like my own sister and won't let you suffer any injustice. You can also rely on me without worry. Unexpectedly, he proposed to adopt me as his sister. But this time Su Qian did not have much resistance in her heart. She wanted to know why Lin Qie suddenly came up with this idea again. Was it because of her obedience at the moment? She raised her watery eyes, with just the right amount of confusion and curiosity, and said in a soft voice, why do you want me to be your sister so much? Lin Qie gazed tenderly into Su Qian's eyes, with undisguised doting, because Qian is so docile and lovely now, she really is like a little sister who needs to be loved and protected. I can't help but want to love her well. In short, if Qian is willing to be my sister, I will be very happy. It seemed that her painstaking performance of obedience had accurately captured his expectations and successfully aroused his desire to love her. This realization was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly causing Su Qian to feel a secret surge of joy and unprecedented confidence in his heart. She was worrying about how to show her obedience in front of him inconspicuously and continuously. And if she becomes his sister, wouldn't that give her a legitimate reason to get close to him and naturally show her dependence and obedience? She can create countless opportunities for him to take care of himself and pamper himself, satisfying his desire to have a little baby who needs to be loved. When he gets used to her presence, relies on her gentleness, and regards this intimate relationship as a treasure, she will cleverly express her feelings and let him make a choice. With these two characteristics, she didn't believe he wouldn't choose her. Su Qian's heartbeat suddenly became disordered, pounding violently in her chest, carrying with her excitement about the plan and the throbbing of the upcoming intimacy. Although she had already accepted the role of being a younger sister in her heart, when she really had to admit it, a strong sense of shame instantly gripped Su Qian. She lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and pretended to think seriously, more like she was trying to suppress the heat and build up her mental strength. Finally, after a few seconds, she mustered up the courage, and with a shyness that was difficult to conceal, she nodded gently, squeezing out a mosquito-like response from her throat. This light response was not only a formal reply to his proposal, but also a silent confirmation and stamp of his secret plan. Lin Qie saw it all. Without the slightest hesitation, he extended his hand with an unquestionable attitude, declaring ownership, and aimed clearly at the top of her soft hair. His palms were warm, his strength was gentle, and he rubbed her very naturally, his movements full of the doting that befitted a brother. That's great, Sister Qian. His voice was low and pleasant, with a clear declaration. I believe our relationship will be unique and irreplaceable. How about you call me Brother Yi from now on? The heart-stirring yet nostalgic touch on her head, the doting voice of Sister Qian, and the affectionate name of Brother Yi, mixed together into a strange electric current that suddenly ran down Su Qian's spine, making half of her body almost numb. After a moment, she quietly raised her watery eyes and unexpectedly bumped into Lin Qie's smiling and doting eyes. His pupils clearly reflected her appearance at the moment, her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were shy and gentle, and she looked like a little sister who was doted on by her brother. Yi Brother Yi, she tentatively and with a strong sense of shame gently called out this new name. The voice was light and soft, with a tenderness that she herself was not aware of, as if it melted on the tip of her tongue. Lin Qie rubbed the top of her head with his palm, and paused slightly when she called out, Brother Yi, in a shy and tender voice. Then, the kneading became gentler and the movements deeper, as if every movement of his fingertips was carefully depicting and confirming this unique treasure that had just belonged to him. Be good, Sister Qian. His voice was filled with undisguised fondness, sounding low and pleasant above her head. This simple word, good, is like a thin thread wrapped in honey, entangled with infinite pampering, but it also conveys a deep and difficult to discern meaning of control. This was the highest praise and mark of her taming for her perfect response and role-playing of meekness. His response made the already intense blush on Su Qian's cheeks burn even more intensely and brighter, almost dripping with blood. But instead of avoiding the touch that made her feel uneasy, she very gently moved her little head towards his warm palm, showing the response that a good little sister should have. Chapter 97 Lin Qie's shameful proposal. Lin Qie immediately sensed her initiative, and the smile in his eyes deepened. After a moment, Lin Qie naturally withdrew his hand, his movement smooth and flowing, as if the intimate action just now was just an ordinary interaction between brother and sister. In the following time, Lin Qie ate and chatted casually. After Su Qian slowly swallowed the last bite of rice, Lin Qie spoke at the right time, his tone gentle and concerned. Are you full? Su Qian nodded, put down her chopsticks, and said in a soft voice, yeah, I'm full. Then, she took out 2 tissues from her bag, handed one to Lin Qie, and said softly, wipe your mouth. Thank you, Qian. Lin Qie took it naturally and thanked him gently. After the two of them finished wiping, Lin Qie stood up first and picked up their plates smoothly. Seeing this, Su Qian quickly stood up to help. But Lin Qian naturally stopped him. Brother can handle such a small matter, just take your bag. Oh, Su Qian followed him obediently, watching his tall back walk towards the recycling area. The words, brother, it's good that you are here, once again created ripples in her heart. This feeling of being taken care of seems pretty good. Not long after they walked out of the cafeteria, Su Qian felt a familiar pain in the soles of her feet and calves, which made her frown unconsciously. The high-intensity standing posture training in the morning was no joke. I hadn't been paying attention to my body before, and as soon as I relaxed a little, the distinct feeling of soreness immediately came up. Lin Qian noticed that she stopped to massage her calves, so he stopped too. His eyes fell on her slightly furrowed brows and tired expression, and his tone was full of undisguised concern. Are your feet sore? Su Qian nodded a little embarrassedly. Lin Qian's eyes moved slightly, he suddenly walked in front of her, turned around, and bent down neatly. That broad back instantly occupied Su Qian's vision. Come up. His voice was not loud, but it carried an irresistible tone. Ah, Su Qian was stunned. Looking at the broad back so close to her, her mind was unable to process for a moment. I'll carry you back to the dormitory. Lin Qian turned his head and glanced at her, his tone calm and natural. Ah, no need, you'll get tired. Su Qian was instantly panicked. Was he carried back on her back? Just imagining that scene made her feel so embarrassed. Why are you being so polite to me? I'm in very good physical condition. Your weight can't even tire me out. Lin Qian remained bent over, his tone filled with seriousness and doting. You are my sister now. It's normal for a brother to carry a sister with sore legs on his back. Hurry up, don't dawdle. The name, sister, is like an invisible shackle at this moment, but also like a pass. Su Qian was torn between her conscience and her desires. If she refused, it would seem like she was being hypocritical. If she didn't refuse, he would carry her on his back, with their bodies pressed against each other. It would be too embarrassing. But then I thought, since I have already accepted the identity of my sister, similar or even more intimate contact in the future, such as being held in his arms. If she can't even handle this level of intimacy, how can we even complete the plan? After hesitating for a few seconds, Su Qian gently lay on Lin Qian's broad and solid back. His strong masculine scent instantly enveloped Su Qian, making her feel as if all the blood in her body rushed to her cheeks and ears, making them incredibly hot. What made her most nervous was that her chest was inevitably pressed tightly against his back, and her still tender and tender body was squeezed, bringing a strange tingling sensation which made her subconsciously want to use her arms to create some distance. Put your arms around my neck. Lin Qian seemed unaware of her shyness and just held her thighs firmly. Su Qian carefully stretched out her arms and put them around Lin Qian's neck. Seeing that she was wrapped up, Lin Qian exerted a little force with his arms and easily lifted her up, making her stick firmly to his back. Her body was forced to stick closely to his, and every inch of contact was like a tiny electric current jumping on Su Qian's tense nerves. She could clearly smell the refreshing, reassuring scent of sweat mixed with his neck, which made her heart beat like thunder and her mind go blank. Lin Qian carried her on his back and walked steadily along the tree-lined path of the campus. He clearly felt the soft touch on his back, which swayed slightly with each step, and his Adam's apple rolled almost imperceptibly. The rubber shoes used in military training are too hard. If you stand for a long time, your soles will definitely hurt. After a moment, he broke the delicate atmosphere with a casual tone like chatting, and just soothed Su Qian's tense nerves. Su Qian responded vaguely and turned her hot cheeks slightly away, fearing that her breath would directly brush against the skin on the side of his neck. Go back and soak your feet in hot water. It will feel much more comfortable. Lin Qian continued. I understand, Su Qian replied softly. After a brief silence, Lin Qian seemed to suddenly remember something, and his tone suddenly became unusually serious. Oh, right, I accidentally saw a video online a while ago. There's a method in it. Although it sounds a bit embarrassing, it seems to be particularly effective in alleviating foot pain during military training. What method? Su Qian was curious about him and asked subconsciously. Lin Qian tilted his head slightly, as if to let her hear more clearly. Put 2 sanitary napkins in your shoes. Ah, Su Qian froze instantly, doubting her ears. Pat a sanitary napkin. How could he speak to her about such a private item in such a casual tone? And this was when he was carrying her on his back and the two of them were so close. Su Qian only felt a surge of hot blood rushing from the soles of her feet to the top of her head with a boom. She was wrapped in suffocating shame and dared not move. Lin Qian was obviously expecting her shock, so he went on to explain earnestly, it's true. You can search online and find out. I heard they're much better than ordinary insoles. As if anticipating that she might find it difficult to accept, he kindly added, some boys also use this trick during military training, so girls don't have to feel embarrassed. After all, it's in the shoe and no one can see it. Su Qian finally couldn't stand it anymore and started to struggle and twist on his back in shame and anger, her voice trembling, you hooligan. Put me down. However, Lin Qian locked onto her twisting body, stopped, turned his head away, and spoke with a tone of complete innocence. What's wrong? Qian, I'm just concerned about your sore feet and offering you a solution so that your feet won't hurt so much during military training later. Why are you a hooligan? He turned his head and sighed softly, looking hurt. Oh, you make your brother so sad. You really care about your sister, but you get scolded instead. The more innocent he acted, the more ashamed and angry Su Qian felt. What was even worse was that his serious tone actually sounded like he was genuine, not like he was deliberately teasing her. This left her speechless for a moment, unable to find words to refute. She simply gave up struggling and buried her burning face in his warm neck in a fit of anger, as if this could isolate her from his shameful kindness. Clearly feeling her obedience and giving up the struggle, as well as the rapid warm breathing coming from the crook of her neck, Lin Qian couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth into a smile of success and joy. It was really great to tease her seriously like this, feeling her embarrassment and frustration but unable to do anything but lie obediently on his back. Chapter 98 Su Qian accepts the proposal. Lin Qian didn't continue the topic that made her angry, but instead introduced the layout of the school to her as they walked. Su Qian's tense nerves gradually relaxed in his calm tone, but the unspeakable sense of shame in her heart still lingered. Finally, the Taoyuan dormitory building came into view. At this moment, there were few pedestrians walking downstairs, and it seemed unusually quiet. Lin Qian stopped about 10 meters away from the dormitory building and carefully put Su Qian down. When his feet touched the solid ground again, Su Qian felt a strange sense of emptiness, even mixed with a little imperceptible reluctance. She subconsciously looked up at Lin Qian and said softly, thank you. Why are you being so polite to your brother? Lin Qian stretched out his hand very naturally and rubbed the top of her head again. The gesture was still intimate, but also carried an unquestionable sense of control. Remember what I said, go back and soak your feet. We have to continue military training in the afternoon. His eyes flittered over her feet, a faint smile playing on the corner of his mouth. In that method I mentioned you can try it. Su Qian's face suddenly turned red again. Of course she knew what he was referring to. I know, she nodded randomly and almost rushed to say, then I'll go up first. Before he finished speaking, he turned around and rushed towards the dormitory building gate, his back showing obvious panic. Only after rushing to the dormitory door did Su Qian breathe a sigh of relief. She calmed her rapid breathing and heartbeat, and gently pushed open the door. There was a tissue stuck in the gap of the door, obviously the door was left open for her. It's very quiet in the dormitory. And Jiyu and a quiet girl wearing glasses had already gone to bed. Only Joya, who was near the door, was still awake and watching a TV series with headphones on. Hearing the noise, Joya leaned over and looked down, and asked with concern, Qianjie, where have you been? You're back so late. We went to Heiwan for dinner. Su Qianj looked up at her and answered calmly, with no expression on her face. After that, she walked straight to her bed. Seeing this, Joya didn't ask any more questions. Su Qianj walked to the chair next to her bed and sat down. She couldn't wait to take off her stiff military training rubber shoes, revealing her small feet wrapped in white socks. The pain from the soles of her feet and calves made her grit her teeth and rub them, and Lin Qie's advice to soak your feet came to her mind again. She dragged her tired body to the bathroom and brought back half a bucket of hot water. Soaking her sore feet in the warm water, an indescribable feeling of comfort instantly spread from the soles of her feet. She sighed comfortably, huh. The warm water wrapped around the sore muscles and relaxed the tense nerves a little. She leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes and enjoyed the moment of peace. However, Lin Qie's face with a mischievous smile and his words, try that method, came into his mind uncontrollably. Mad that kind of thing. Su Qianj felt that the blush that had just faded away came back again. It's so shameful. It's unimaginable. However, the soles of her feet felt hard and like she was standing on a needleboard after standing for a long time, and she had to continue doing so in the afternoon. She frowned in pain. He said there's a video online. Do you want to see if there really is such a method? For some unknown reason, after hesitating for a long time, she took out the mobile phone from her bag. Su Qianj quickly glanced at the quiet dormitory to confirm that no one was paying attention to her. Then she carefully unlocked her phone, took a deep breath, turned the volume down to the minimum, and quickly typed in the Douyin search box, sanitary napkins for foot pain during military training. A large number of short videos popped up on the page instantly, and I clicked on the first popular science video with over 10,000 likes. I watched it with bated breath. The gist of the video was that this method is very useful and much better than ordinary insoles. It explains the principle in detail. The sanitary napkin material is soft and elastic, which can effectively cushion the pressure on the soles of the feet. The powerful moisture absorption and perspiration function keeps the feet dry and reduces friction and blisters, and it fits the foot shape better than ordinary insoles. The logic is clear, the arguments are well organized, and they are totally irrefutable. She immediately clicked on the video and commented. Awesome tool for military training. Proven and effective. Sanitary napkin YYDS. A senior student's bitter experience. The ultimate solution for military training insoles sanitary napkins. Popular science. Why are sanitary napkins more suitable for military training than ordinary insoles? I'm a man. Has anyone tried this? Does it really work? Reply below. It really works. Dude, don't you feel embarrassed? What's so embarrassing? I bought them online. I just put a pair of insoles on them and tied the laces tight. My roommates all use them. Awesome. I'll try it too. The more she read, the wider her eyes widened. She continued to scroll down, and the comments were almost all the same. It works. My feet feel much more comfortable. It's sweat absorbent and soft, so it doesn't hurt to stand for a whole day. Boys use it too. Don't be shy. It really helps. Buy the thicker nighttime version for better results. People who have experienced it can tell you that if you put it on, you will be the most durable person in the military training field. Looking at these overwhelming real feedbacks, Su Qianj's expression changed unpredictably. Shock, embarrassment, sudden enlightenment, all kinds of emotions intertwined. So many people are actually using it, and they all say it works. She muttered to herself, the fortress of resistance within her beginning to waver. Even boys are using it. This seems to really have become an unspoken must-have for military training. So he really isn't being a hooligan. This realization suddenly hit Su Qianj's heart, causing her heart to jump suddenly, and an indescribable complex emotion surged up in an instant. It turned out that he was really providing an effective solution. He wasn't teasing her. I looked down at my feet, which were still aching slightly after soaking in hot water, and then thought about the long military training in the next 10 days. If I didn't take any measures, my legs would probably suffer a lot. The fear of pain eventually overwhelmed any remaining shame. How about give it a try? Once this thought came up, I couldn't suppress it anymore. Su Qianj was so worried that her brows were twisted into a knot. It was not until the water for soaking her feet gradually became cold that she came to her senses, lifted her feet, wiped them carefully, and poured out the water. Returning to her seat, she subconsciously glanced at her roommates again, paying special attention to Joya's movements. After confirming that it was safe, she opened the wardrobe carefully like a thief, held her breath, and roped out 2 sanitary napkins from the top layer. Looking at the familiar yet extremely unfamiliar object in her hand, and thinking that it would soon be placed in her shoes, Su Qianj's face flushed. To stop my feet from hurting, I'll fight. She took a deep breath, and as if performing a solemn ritual, picked up the scissors and a new pair of insoles on the desk, and clumsily and carefully trimmed the 2 sanitary napkins into a shape that fit the insoles. After trimming, pick up the soft insole with a special smell. After hesitating for a long time, he finally blushed and carefully took out the original ordinary insole from the military training rubber shoes, put it in, and then put the new ordinary insole on top. After forcing herself to remain calm and carefully packing up the socks and sanitary napkin scraps, Su Qianj slumped in the chair as if she had exhausted all her strength. Looking at the pair of transformed shoes, the blush on her face remained for a long time. To verify the effect, she took out a new pair of white socks and put them on, then put on her military training shoes and tentatively walked a few steps beside the desk. The soft and comfortable feeling under her feet instantly overwhelmed the remaining sense of shame. It seemed that her feet were really saved. Then she took off her shoes and socks and put them neatly in place. She carefully confirmed again that there was no clue at all from the outside, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. She dragged her aching body onto the bed, and the movement pulled her calf muscles, causing her to hiss softly. I lifted the thin quilt and crawled in, adjusted the position of the pillow, and as soon as I lay down and sank into the soft mattress, fatigue came over me like a tide. Buzz buzz. The phone next to my pillow suddenly rang with a message alert. Su Qianj subconsciously reached out for her phone. The light from the screen made her squint, and she could clearly see the sender. Night night. I unlocked the screen with my fingerprint and saw the message. It was simple and direct. Have you soaked your feet? These 4 simple words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing huge ripples in her heart. Having just gone through that earth-shattering insole transformation, the soles of her feet still seemed to retain the soft support brought by the sanitary napkin. At this moment, seeing his concern, an indescribable shame suddenly surged up. Why did he send a message at this time? Su Qianj felt her cheeks, which had just cooled down, were burning again. She stared at the line of words, her finger hovering above the screen, not knowing how to reply for a moment. Admitting to being pregnant, that in itself doesn't seem like a big deal. But when she thought about the act of soaking her feet, his shameful proposal, and the fact that she finally compromised and took action, her fingertips felt as if they were burned. After a moment of hesitation, she took a deep breath and quickly typed on the screen, bubble. After sending the message, she immediately pressed the phone screen against her chest, her heart pounding wildly in her chest, afraid that he would ask her the next second whether she had used that method. Just 2 seconds later, the phone vibrated again. She held her breath and slowly turned the phone over. Night-night, that's good, go to sleep, see you this afternoon. Followed by an emoji of a pat on the head. There were no further questions, just a very ordinary instruction and a declaration. This instantly relaxed Su Qian's tense nerves. She quickly replied with a very brief, yes. Then I turned my phone to silent mode and placed it next to my pillow. Chapter 99, Progress with the 3 girls during military training. The 2 weeks of military training passed slowly and stickily amidst sweat and the sound of commands. During this period, Lin Qian, like a chess player who was well versed in the art of chess, calmly made his moves in the 3 very different chess games, with Jiu, Yi Xinyao, and Su Qian, and skillfully weaved the situation he wanted. He quietly strengthened his brother-sister relationship with Jiu. He first posted a reward on the school forum, collecting information on cost-effective meal packages from Taoyuan Canteen. After trying them one by one, he sent them to Jiu. They also often push some practical links on Fission, tips for preventing heat stroke during military training, stretching diagrams to relieve muscle soreness, and guide to avoiding pitfalls in course selection for freshmen. There was no excessive enthusiasm that would have put pressure on her, only just the right amount of concern that was unnoticeable. This kind of continuous and gentle care has a significant penetration effect. The heavy gratitude in Ziu's heart gradually turned into a sense of security and dependence. When she encounters small life dilemmas such as how to operate the course selection system or borrow books from the library, she will proactively ask tentatively. When she was alone with him occasionally, she would no longer lower her head awkwardly, her eyes wandering, and she would not dare to look at him like she did at the beginning. She looked up at him from time to time and responded to his questions softly. That sense of alienation, like the thin ice in early spring, melted away quietly under his continued warmth. When dealing with Yi Xinyao, he showed his exquisite sense of friendship. Spent time with her naturally, chatting on the phone and having lunch together. He acted frankly and generously, maintaining a distance, and all his words and actions were within the scope of ordinary friends, as if the vague and heart-stirring ambiguity before had never happened. However, the subtlety of a chess game often lies in the seemingly inadvertent flaws. Occasionally, when Yi Xinyao's gaze drifted towards him inadvertently and unexpectedly met his sight, a complex and indistinguishable emotion would flash across his eyes extremely quickly, like a throbbing that was forcibly suppressed, with hidden restraint, and even a hint of regret. This fleeting glance was like a stone thrown into the lake of one's heart, causing Yi Xinyao, who was already delicate and sensitive, to tremble. In the next few minutes, she could not help but lose her mind and become confused. This subtle and beautiful atmosphere, which was skillfully controlled by Lin Qian, was extremely torturous for Hao Xiaodong. He was like an audience member forced to stand on the edge of the stage, watching the girl he wanted to cherish for the rest of his life lose her mind because of another man who was his older brother. He watched her voice soften unconsciously when she faced Lin Qian, and a curve of unconscious coquettishness that even he rarely saw would appear on the corners of her mouth. These subtle and real reactions were like countless needles piercing his heart. He reminded her several times that Lin Qian had a girlfriend and she should keep her distance. What he usually got was Yi Xinyao's helpless smile and a response that made him feel upset, such as, "Oh, Xiaodong, what are you thinking? Of course I know that. I know my limits. We will just be ordinary friends." During breaks in training, when talking to her, she would often be absent-minded and respond incoherently, with her eyes always drifting towards Lin Qian from time to time. Worry, jealousy, and a deep sense of powerlessness entangled Hao Xiaodong like vines, making him always absent-minded and shrouded in heavy gloom. This directly affected his condition. During several training sessions, the instructor's commands seemed to block his ears through a layer of water, making him slow to react and make frequent mistakes. He was severely criticized and punished to do push-ups. Sweat mixed with discomfort and humiliation dripped onto the hot plastic court. Finally, when his emotions were about to explode, he nervously sent a carefully worded, tentative message to Lin Qian, "Brother Qian, what do you think of Yaoer?" The reply I got was, "Xinyao is a good friend worth making close friends with. Xiaodong, you are so lucky to have such a childhood friend." Then, the second message followed, "Xiaodong, you suddenly ask this, don't tell me that you think I'm interested in Xinyao." This understated yet to the point question instantly made Hao Xiaodong blush and feel extremely embarrassed. He tapped his fingers frantically. No, just asking." This self-humiliating conversation ended hastily. In the days that followed, Hao Xiaodong's condition became even more depressed. He was like a trapped beast in a cage with invisible chains, pacing anxiously and growling in a suppressed manner. He could only watch helplessly in despair as the treasure he had been guarding for many years slipped step by step into Lin Qian's palm. And under Lin Qian's careful planning, the progress with Su Qian has been rapid and the results have been remarkable. Dinner time, almost unsurprisingly, became their exclusive sweet time. He deliberately avoided the crowded and noisy Taoyuan and Songyuan restaurants, and the relatively quiet and sparsely populated Heiwan restaurant became their regular dinner place. The two sat opposite each other, chatting and eating, and there was an intimate atmosphere at the table that was difficult for outsiders to intrude. At night, some remote and quiet places on campus and the top floor of the library became their secret bases. He carefully selected some popular anime to watch with her. They all have petite but powerful female characters with contrasting charms, which perfectly matched the cosplay route he planned for Su Qian and always aroused her strong interest. This exclusive anime time after dinner soon became a regular and indispensable part of their daily intimate life. In this solitude day after day, Su Qian completely indulged in and integrated into the role of Chengda's sister. The name, Brother Yi, was full of intimacy and a sense of belonging. She called it more and more naturally and smoothly in the space between the two of them. The ending tone rose unconsciously, with a hint of sweetness and tenderness. The distance between their bodies was also silently shortening. When they walked, she would unconsciously move closer, her shoulder rubbing against his arm. When they sat down to watch anime, her head would naturally rest on his shoulder. At this time, he would naturally put his arm around her shoulders, half hug her in his arms, and hold her little hand. She would only obey with a slightly rosy cheek. When I touched her little head, she was no longer stiff and shy. Instead, she squinted her eyes and responded like a cat having its fur stroked. These intimate actions have long lost their initial awkwardness and become as natural as breathing. To outsiders, the close relationship between the two would definitely make them look like a couple. As her sense of dependence and intimacy grew, her possessiveness also grew stronger. Especially seeing him interacting with Yi Xinyao, such as occasionally chatting during breaks or having lunch together. She would find various reasonable excuses to send him messages, such as her feet were sore, she couldn't understand a certain anime plot, or she wanted to eat the new desserts from Heiwan, trying to show her presence and draw his attention to her. She even learned how to act like a spoiled child. I don't know if he learned it online or if he was gifted and figured it out on his own, and then he put it to full use. When she wanted him to help unscrew the bottle cap, she would drawl out her voice and call softly, "Brother Yi, I can't unscrew it." When she got tired, she would pull at the corner of his clothes and shake them gently, looking at him with moist eyes, asking him to carry her on his back. She perfectly played the role of a little sister who needed to be loved, tolerated, and infinitely pampered. She greedily enjoyed his exclusive pampering and indulged in the sweetness brought by her identity as a sister, unable to extricate herself. Chapter 100, Going Home, The Attachment of Two Women. At 4:20 p.m. on Friday, the lazy sunlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room of apartment 1802 at Shanxi Garden, casting warm spots of light on the floor. On the coffee table, there were 2 glasses of iced watermelon juice, and next to them were several plates of snacks and fruits. On the large and soft beige sofa, Lang Ruoxi and Chen Xian snuggled lazily and intimately. Lang Ruoxi wore a black silk suspender nightgown with a thin lace cardigan of the same color. The collar of the cardigan is slightly open, revealing the delicate collarbone and the faintly visible white skin, with a hint of casual charm and laziness. She was barefoot with her legs curled up, holding a fashion magazine in her hand, but her eyes were wandering, and her mind was obviously not on the book, but on the closed apartment door. Chen Xian, who was standing next to her, was wearing a short pink cotton t-shirt and hot pants. She was sitting cross-legged, holding a huge stuffed bear in her arms. Her smooth thighs were exposed, and her toes were curled up unconsciously. She was absent-mindedly watching the variety show on TV, her face turning towards the door from time to time. Because Lin Qian sent a message an hour ago, saying that he would be back after the first class in the afternoon. Calculating the time, he should be here soon. Soon after, there was a slight click sound of a key turning in the lock at the entrance. "Ah, my bad husband is back," Chen Xian cheered, threw the teddy bear in her arms away, and bounced up from the sofa like a pink cannonball. She didn't even bother to put on her shoes and rushed to the entrance barefoot. The door was pushed open, and Lin Qian's figure appeared at the door. Chen Xian threw herself into his arms without hesitation, wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, buried her little face in his chest and rubbed it hard, like a kitten who just wanted to see its owner come home. Her voice was soft and sticky with a hint of grievance. "Hubby. You're finally back. I missed you so much." The huge impact force didn't allow Lin Qian to move at all. He smiled and stretched out his right hand to hold the soft and fragrant pink in his arms, then bent down and kissed the top of her head. "Lil kitty, do you miss me so much?" "Of course I do. I haven't seen you in person for almost 3 weeks." Chen Xian raised her head and said coquettishly with her watery eyes. "Don't worry, I will definitely comfort your wounded heart tonight." Seeing this, Lin Qian lowered his head and whispered in her ear ambiguously. "Bad guy." Chen Xian understood what he meant and buried her blushing face deeper into his chest, hugging him tighter. At this time, Lang Ruoxi also came to Lin Qian. Although they had just had lunch together at school at noon and she had no classes in the afternoon so she came back early, she was still excited at this moment. After hearing Lin Qian's words and thinking about what would happen that night, she felt both shy and expectant. After all, they hadn't had a proper intimate moment in almost 3 weeks. Seeing that Lin Qian's arms were occupied by Chen Xian, as an elder sister, she did not try to fight for him. She just stopped in front of Lin Qian, raised her face, and looked at him gently. The beautiful eyes turned into a pool of warm spring water. "Husband," she called softly. Lin Qian turned and looked at her. The black silk nightgown makes her skin look whiter than snow, her collarbone lines are delicate and charming, and the large white area exposed on her chest is slightly dancing with her breathing, making her look extremely sexy and charming. Maybe it was because he hadn't had sex in 3 weeks, but he couldn't help but want to finish her right there. But now is obviously not the right time, otherwise I would be a sex-hungry ghost. In that kind of thing, doing it at night is more atmospheric and easier to get passionate. His free left hand naturally stretched out, wrapped around her waist, and powerfully brought her into the other side of his arms. Lang Ruoxi's fair cheeks flushed instantly, and she snuggled obediently in his broad and warm arms, her head resting lightly on his shoulder, feeling the familiar breath and strong arms, and the sense of belonging and security instantly filled her chest. Her right arm also went around his waist. Although her movements were more subtle and restrained than Chen Xian's, the strength of her attachment was just as clear. Feeling the warmth and tenderness in his palm, Lin Qian lowered his head and touched his forehead to hers, kissing the tip of her nose lightly. His eyes were gentle yet aggressive. "Big baby." Hearing this intimate call, Lang Ruoxi lowered her eyes slightly in embarrassment, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up into a sweet arc. Lin Qian could clearly feel 2 completely different attachments coming from the 2 bodies on the left and right. The right was unreserved and passionate, the left was reserved and introverted, yet gently entwined like a vine. For a moment, the only thing left at the entrance was the warm and sweet scene of the 3 people hugging each other tightly. After a moment, Lin Qian sighed contentedly, lowered his head and kissed Lang Ruoxi's forehead, rubbed his chin against the top of Chen Xian's head, and chuckled, "Okay, my 2 darlings, I'll accompany you well for the next 2 days. Just tell me where you want to go and what you want to play." Chen Xian immediately raised her head, her face full of excitement, and her voice was loud and sweet. "Then I'm going shopping tonight. How about we go to the swimming pool together tomorrow?" Lin Qian chuckled softly, his chest trembling. "Okay, whatever you say. Where's my big baby?" He turned to Lang Ruoxi. "I'll listen to you." Lang Ruoxi leaned on his shoulder and replied softly without looking up. For her, it didn't matter where they went, as long as she could be with Lin Qian, even if she just stayed in his arms for a whole day, she would be satisfied. Seeing this, Lin Qian let them go, went in, changed his shoes, and closed the door. Then, he stretched out his arms again and hugged the 2 of them as they walked towards the sofa in the living room. After sitting down, Chen Xian occupied his right leg, sat sideways, rested her little head on his right shoulder, and supported her right hand on his chest. Lang Ruoxi leaned on his left side with an elegant posture, her plump and soft breasts wrapped around his left arm, and her beautiful legs under her black silk nightgown pressed closely against his casual pants. "My dears, what would you like to eat tonight? I will cook it myself." Lin Qian put one hand around Chen Xian's slender waist and the other hand on Lang Ruoxi's smooth thigh, gently stroking their delicate skin. As a veteran Aquaman, he naturally has excellent cooking skills. Because cooking at home can create a warm atmosphere for women, allowing them to indulge in it. So, when the 2 girls got tired of eating out, he would cook for them himself and feed the 2 little cuties. This kind of homely atmosphere makes the apartment feel like home. Otherwise, it would feel like a hotel with a place for sex, which is not what he wants. "I want to eat sweet and sour pork ribs." Chen Xian raised his hand immediately. "Well, there's also steamed sea bass." Lang Ruoxi added softly. "Okay, no problem." Lin Qian agreed with a smile. He looked at the 2 lovely little women beside him, whose hearts and eyes were filled with him. One was pink, tender and innocent, passionate and unrestrained, the other was as beautiful as a rose, reserved but equally passionate and clingy. A deep and satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is the meaning of saving and collecting. Chapter 101 Private Intimacy with Lang Ruoxi. The warm time in the living room flows in a relaxed and comfortable atmosphere. Okay, time to get ready for dinner. An hour later, Lin Qian gently patted Chen Xian who was leaning on his lap, and squeezed Lang Ruoxi's hand. "Ruoxi, accompany me to the mall to buy groceries." Upon hearing this, Chen Xian immediately hugged his arm and acted coquettishly. "I want to go too." Lin Qian rubbed her fluffy hair, his tone doting but with a hint of non-negotiable meaning. "Be good, it's just buying some vegetables, there's nothing to follow. After dinner, we still have to go shopping together." "Okay, then you guys go quickly and come back soon." Chen Xian pouted. Although she was a little reluctant, she still agreed. When Lang Ruoxi heard that Lin Kie wanted to accompany her, a hint of possessiveness flashed across her eyes, but she maintained the calmness of an older sister. Well, then I'll go change my clothes. Not long after, she changed into a black dress that could be worn outside. The two changed into shoes for going out and said goodbye to Chen Xian on the sofa. It was a short elevator ride from the apartment to the underground garage, and Lang Ruoxi intimately held Lin Kie's arm. The elevator mirror reflected the figures of the two people. She tilted her head slightly and stared at Lin Kie, her eyes focused and soft. The slight feeling of weightlessness as the elevator went down seemed to make the long-suppressed desire in her heart float up. The elevator door slid open silently on the B1 floor, and they arrived at the underground garage. The light suddenly dimmed, with only the intermittent fluorescent tubes casting a cold halo. Their distinct footsteps echoed in the empty garage. Soon the two arrived at the pink BMW. Lin Kie took out the key and pressed the unlock button. The headlights flashed twice and made a soft, chirp, sound. Just as Lin Kie reached out to open the driver's door, Lang Ruoxi beside him suddenly moved. She suddenly stood on tiptoe and put her arms around Lin Kie's neck. She raised her face, which was still breathtakingly beautiful in the dim light, and without any hesitation or preparation, her soft and moist lips pressed accurately and forcefully against Lin Kie's lips. This kiss came so suddenly and so passionately, with the momentum of conquering a city and seizing the land, as if the magma buried deep underground finally found an outlet to erupt. The arms around his neck were also tightened, as if to completely rub him into her body. The soft body under the black skirt fit tightly against him, transmitting amazing heat. Her body was trembling slightly, not sure if it was because of the coolness of the garage, or because of the undisguised strong love that was finally being released. At this moment, she had lost her previous elegance and turned into a little cutie, who belonged only to Lin Kie, with primitive possessiveness and passionate feelings. Lin Kie was stunned for only a moment before the sudden burning sensation in his arm swept over him. He groaned softly, stretched out his right arm and suddenly wrapped it around her slender waist, which was as thin as a hand, and opened the back door. He took the initiative and deepened the kiss passionately, with irresistible strength and scorching temperature. One large hand stroked her back, while the other threaded itself through her thick, slightly cool hair. Lang Ruoxi let out a weak whimper, and the arms around his neck tightened even more, as if her body had lost all strength. The kiss didn't last too long, but it was intense and deep enough, as if it was going to fill the gap of 3 weeks of separation. Only when her breathing became unstable did Lin Kie let her go, picked her up, and let her sit face to face in his arms, their foreheads touching, breathing heavily. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were drunken, shining alluringly in the dim light. A large area of snow-white skin and delicate collarbone are exposed on one shoulder, and the crimson strap on the shoulder makes the skin look even more dazzlingly white. Extremely tempting. With wet eyes, she called out softly, her voice hoarse and soft from the arousal, "MT." This call ignited Lin Kie more than any words. His eyes were dark as he gently stroked her waist and asked, "Why are you suddenly so bold and enthusiastic, little cutie?" "I want to be alone with you for a while, otherwise I'll have to." Lang Ruoxi buried her face in the crook of his neck and rubbed it, her voice muffled and full of undisguised attachment. A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Kie's eyes, and he instantly understood her thoughts. After all, the intimacy between two people is different from that between 3 people. He tightened his arms and kissed the top of her head. "I understand, I need." Lang Ruoxi hummed softly in his arms, with a coquettish nasal tone, the meaning was self-evident. Seeing this, Lin Kie placed his right hand on her waist, slowly moved it upwards, and touched her shoulder. Lang Ruoxi's body trembled slightly as his hand moved. She knew what was going to happen next. She narrowed her eyes nervously and expectantly. Half an hour later, Lin Kie reluctantly sat up, took a deep breath, patted her head gently, and took out a bottle of mineral water for her. "Okay, baby, rinse your mouth. If you don't leave now, the kitten at home will be very anxious." Lang Ruoxi took the water and responded, then sat up, her cheeks still flushed and tears still lingering in her eyes. Soon, the two of them tidied themselves and sat back in the front row. Lin Kie helped her fasten her seatbelt before starting the car. The roar of the engine echoed in the empty garage as it slowly drove towards the exit. Chapter 102, The Tender Moments of 3 People. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, the dining table in the apartment was already set with sweet and sour pork ribs, steamed sea bass, refreshing lettuce with oyster sauce and a large bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. The 3 of them sat around the table, eating and chatting, feeding each other. Dinner passed quietly in the rich aroma of food and the warm and sweet atmosphere. After dinner, Lang Ruoxi took the initiative to clean up the dishes, while Chen Xian skipped back to her room to change clothes. Lin Kie leaned against the kitchen door frame, his gentle gaze falling on Lang Ruoxi who was busy in front of the sink. Her black silk nightgown outlined her perfect waist and hip curves. After a moment, he walked over, hugged her waist tightly from behind, rested his chin on her shoulder, and sniffed the fragrance of her hair. "Thank you for your hard work, baby." His warm breath brushed against her ear. Lang Ruoxi's body trembled slightly, and her hands paused. Then she turned her face to the side, and after pressing a light kiss on the corner of his mouth, she continued to wash the dishes, her voice soft and sticky. "It's not hard, it's hard for you to cook." The two of them maintained this posture, snuggling up to each other quietly and tenderly. Hey, you guys are secretly making out behind my back again." The warm tranquility was not broken until Chen Xian came out, wearing a white t-shirt and a black miniskirt. She immediately pounced over with a pout, hugged Lin Kie's neck, and said coquettishly, "Bad husband, kiss me." Lin Kie laughed and kissed her on the lips. "Okay, little jealous cat." After Lang Ruoxi finished washing the dishes, Lin Kie called her, "Baby, go change your clothes, let's go shopping." Yes, go. Chen Xian urged energetically, "We're going to the swimming pool tomorrow. I want to buy a new swimsuit." Lang Ruoxi nodded in agreement. Not long after, she changed into a black slim short t-shirt and jeans, which perfectly outlined her figure. Chen Xian's gaze stopped at her chest, and an envious look suddenly appeared on her face. Her tone was a little resentful. "No wonder my bad husband always likes to take care of it." When Lang Ruoxi heard this, her cheeks turned slightly red and she glared at Lin Kie. Seeing this, Lin Kie smiled and pulled Chen Xian into his arms, saying soothingly, "Okay, little darling, your husband will give you more massages from now on." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to measure them, and said with a mischievous smile, "Don't you think they have grown a little?" "MT is so bad." Chen Xian's cheeks turned red instantly, and she pressed down his mischievous right hand with a coquettish look. Lin Kie laughed heartily and took the opportunity to hug Lang Ruoxi who was standing beside him. "Let's go. The shopping mall is not far away, just over 10 minutes walk away. The commercial pedestrian street is bright with neon lights and bustling with people at night." Lin Kie walked in the middle, Lang Ruoxi naturally held his left arm, and Chen Xian hugged his right arm tightly. One is tall and cool, the other is petite and lively. These two beauties with completely different styles but equally dazzling are accompanying each other, making Lin Kie, who has an upright figure and calm temperament in the middle, even more eye-catching. This strange and harmonious combination attracted the attention of men passing by, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. Lin Kie calmly accepted the baptism of all gazes with a calm attitude, and occasionally responded with a playful smile. Chen Xian had a clear goal and pulled Lin Kie to search for a swimwear store. Soon the three of them arrived at a nicely decorated and large swimwear store. As soon as I pushed open the glass door, a young female clerk who was sorting clothes at the door subconsciously looked up at me. When she saw that there was a man and two women walking in, and the two beauties were standing intimately next to the handsome man in the middle, a hint of shock flashed in her eyes. After a moment of stunned silence, her professionalism quickly suppressed her surging curiosity. She regained her professional smile and greeted them. Welcome. What kind of swimsuits would this handsome man and these two beautiful women like to see? I can recommend a few popular new items. Chen Xian was excitedly looking at the dazzling array of swimsuits. Upon hearing this, she waved her hand, her tone light but with a clear hint of rejection. We can just look at it ourselves. Don't bother you. The clerk nodded politely and said, okay, call me if you need anything. After saying that, she quickly turned around and walked not far away. Chen Xian couldn't wait to pull Lin Qiye through rows of colorful swimsuits. Soon, she picked up a pink lace two-piece bikini, spun it around her body, and then looked at Lin Qiye expectantly. Honey, does this look good? Lin Qiye raised his eyebrows, lowered his voice, and teased her with a wicked smile. It looks good, but little kitty, with so little fabric, aren't you afraid of being bombarded by fish bombs in the water tomorrow? As he spoke, his fingers gently pinched her waist. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's face flushed instantly, but she refused to give in. Bad guy MT, bomb me if you want. I've already been a small fish in your pond. Although she said it firmly, she still shrank her neck and pretended to hang up the sexy bikini back with a guilty conscience. Seeing this, Lin Qiye stopped her from putting it back, his smile deepening. What's the rush? I want this one. It's not convenient to wear in the swimming pool, but you can wear it at home. Chen Xian instantly understood his hidden meaning, her face turned even redder, and she punched his chest coquettishly. MT is so mean. Although she was shy, she happily took the pink lace bikini in her hand. Even though she was afraid to do that in public, in private, she wasn't afraid. Lin Qiye pinched her little face, picked up a relatively conservative swimsuit next to her and handed it to her. Here, take this one too, it's perfect for swimming tomorrow. Lang Ruoxi had been watching the two of them quietly from the side, with a gentle smile on her lips. Lin Qiye turned to her and said in a natural tone, what about you, dear? Do you have any favorites? Lang Ruoxi glanced across the shelves, and without hesitation, she pointed directly at a simple black bikini. That one, simple and decent, not too revealing. Not bad. Lin Qiye glanced at the swimsuit approvingly and nodded. After buying the swimsuits, the three of them continued strolling with their shopping bags. Chapter 103, The Tender Moments of Three People Part 2. When passing by a high-end pajama store, the glittering and unrestrained lace nightgown on the model in the window instantly caught Lin Qiye's eye. His gaze moved meaningfully around Lang Ruoxi, then fell on Chen Xian's face, and chuckled softly, my dears, come in and take a look. Chen Xian looked in the direction of the voice, her cheeks immediately flushed, but soon her eyes lit up with anticipation, and she turned to look at Lang Ruoxi, Sister Ruoxi. Lang Ruoxi's attention was also attracted by the nightgown in the window, her ears turned red, and she looked at Lin Qiye with an angry look. Thinking of the night to come. To make this night, which had lasted 3 weeks, even more perfect, she nodded slightly. Chen Xian pulled Lang Ruoxi in first, and Lin Qiye followed calmly behind. Inside the store, Chen Xian quickly picked up a pastel-colored lace suit, tried it on, and excitedly asked Lin Qiye, honey, how about this one? It's pink and tender, it suits you best. Lin Qiye confirmed with a smile. On the other side, Lang Ruoxi's gaze lingered on a burgundy silk suspender nightgown. The thin fabric and bold design made her heart beat faster, but she hesitated and didn't reach out to take it. Lin Qiye walked over to her at the right moment, picked up the nightgown directly, leaned over and whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe. This one is nice, wear it for me tonight, it will be breathtakingly beautiful. His voice was low and full of undeniable allure. Lang Ruoxi's heart skipped a beat, her face flushed even more, and she only softly replied, yeah. Chen Xian came over and caught a glimpse of the burgundy nightgown in Lang Ruoxi's hand. She exclaimed exaggeratedly, Sister Ruoxi, this style is so sexy, she blinked mischievously. Lang Ruoxi felt embarrassed and ashamed. She reached out and gently pinched Chen Xian's cheek, the outfit you picked is not much better. Afterwards, Lin Qiye enthusiastically selected 2 sets of strategically important combat uniforms for each of them. After paying the bill, the three of them strolled around the pedestrian street for a long time until Chen Xian was the first to feel tired. They walked into a nearby elegantly decorated milk tea shop to take a break. Chen Xian held up an oversized cup of pearl milk tea, took a long sip with satisfaction, and sighed contentedly, ah, I'm alive again. As she spoke, she naturally leaned against Lin Qiye's shoulder. Lang Ruoxi sipped the refreshing fruit tea, looking at the two people snuggling beside her, with a gentle smile in her eyes. Lin Qiye held Chen Xian with one hand and Lang Ruoxi's slender waist with the other. My two darlings, are you happy today? His low voice sounded, and his eyes moved gently across the two beautiful faces. Happy. Chen Xian rushed to answer, her voice tinged with the sweetness of milk tea. I bought a swimsuit and a hem. She glanced at the exquisite shopping bag with the brand logo printed on it, and her cheeks turned red again. Lang Ruoxi also nodded slightly, raised her eyes, and met Lin Qiye's gaze gently. Being with you, I'm happy no matter what. Just be happy. Lin Qiye's smile deepened, with a hint of profound meaning. I believe you will be happier soon. As soon as the words fell, the two women looked at each other tacitly, and saw the same shyness and burning expectation in each other's eyes. As the night deepened, at 10:30 p.m., the three of them returned to the warm apartment carrying large and small shopping bags. The moment the door closed, it seemed to completely isolate the noise from the outside world. Chen Xian couldn't wait to put on the plush bunny slippers she had just bought, rushed into the house, and threw herself on the soft sofa in the living room. She immediately let out a satisfied sigh. Ah, so comfortable. Lin Qiye then sat on the sofa and patted her small buttocks. Baby, go take a shower. MT, help me wash. Chen Xian immediately raised her head and opened her arms to Lin Qiye, acting coquettishly. Lin Qiye chuckled and easily picked her up with one hand. He turned his gaze to Lang Ruoxi, who was sorting shopping bags aside. My dear. Lang Ruoxi's ears turned slightly red when she heard the call and she nodded in response. This was already a common occurrence for her. An hour later, the lights in the living room were dimmed to a dim yellow, and the light flowed ambiguously. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is the dazzling night view of the city. Lying on the thick wool carpet in front of the living room balcony, you can enjoy the beautiful city view below while drinking imported red wine. After a few glasses of red wine, the charming scent in the air became stronger. Chen Xian's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were blurred. She rubbed against Lin Qiye's arms, drawing circles on his chest with one hand, and whispered like a little animal craving for caress. MT, what it meant was self-evident. Lin Qiye chuckled and leaned over, kissing her lips that were impatiently filled with the aroma of red wine. Chen Xian put her arms around his neck and said in a charming voice, bad boy, hold me tight. Immediately, the wool carpet became a temporary hotbed, and sweet calls intertwined. When everything returned to calm, the moonlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, adding a soft glow to this sweet and passionate night. Lin Qiye leaned against the back of the white sofa. Feeling the warmth beside him, a strong sense of control and deep satisfaction filled his chest. Soon, his team of pets will be expanded. I wonder if he can favor me enough. What a happy trouble. Chapter 104. The three of them went to the anime city together. On Saturday, Lin Qiye spent another day partying with the two girls. It's 9 o'clock on Sunday morning and the sun is shining. Lin Qiye drove Lang Ruoxi and Su Qian to the largest animation city in the city. Chen Xian did not come with them. They fought until too late last night and she is still sleeping at home. Lin Qiye didn't tell her about Su Qian for the time being. Now is not the time to let Su Qian know about Chen Xian's existence. After all, Su Qian had not been completely saved yet. Lang Ruoxi sat in the passenger seat, dressed in a casual and comfortable outfit, light blue slim jeans and a simple white knitted short-sleeved shirt, which perfectly outlined her waist and hip curves. Her long hair was casually tied into a low bun, with a few strands of hair hanging down on her cheeks. Her eyebrows and eyes were gentle with light makeup, and there was a faint smile on the corners of her mouth. She exuded the calm and elegant aura of a queen. Su Qian in the back seat was obviously dressed up carefully. She wore a pink and white lace dress with a fluffy skirt and white leather shoes. Her long hair was tied up with an exquisite headband and her face had a clear girlish makeup, creating the image of a well-behaved and cute sister. She looked at the elegant and calm figure in the passenger seat and felt furious. I thought today was a day alone with Lin Qiye, but I didn't expect him to bring such an annoying person. Although Lin Qiye's reasons were very sufficient, Lang Ruoxi was the vice president of the Cuz Club, responsible for purchasing costumes and props, and was familiar with the animation city, and the host of the finals also needed to wear a Cuz costume. These reasons, coupled with the fact that she was Lin Qiye's official girlfriend, left her, a good sister, with no way to refute them, but the look she gave Lin Qiye was still filled with resentment. She was secretly thinking about how to use her identity as a younger sister to act intimate with Lin Qiye in front of Lang Ruoxi, making Lang Ruoxi jealous and angry. Half an hour later, the car stopped steadily in the parking lot at the main entrance of the animation city. As soon as she got out of the car, Su Qian walked briskly to Lin Qiye's side and naturally took his right arm as usual, her voice deliberately filled with joy and innocence. Brother Yi, this place is so big and magnificent. However, Lang Ruoxi looked calm when she saw this intimate scene. When she first reported for duty, she accepted the existence of Su Qian, her cute sister. She also walked closer and put her arm around Lin Qiye's left arm affectionately. She tilted her head slightly and smiled gently at Su Qian. Yes, it's your first time here, Qian. There are so many interesting shops inside. I'll take you for a good look later. Su Qian saw that Lang Ruoxi had no reaction to the intimacy between herself and Lin Qiye and seemed to treat her as a little sister. This made her feel like a punch on cotton. She felt very frustrated and could only force out a stiff smile and respond, "Thank you, Sister Ruoxi." Lin Qiye felt Su Qian's body stiffen instantly, and a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. He brought Lang Ruoxi with him today specifically to stimulate Su Qian, letting her know that her current identity is just a younger sister so that she would be more proactive. He lowered his head and smiled fondly at Lang Ruoxi on his left, then put his arm around her waist and turned to look at Su Qian. Let's go, Qian, follow Ruoxi, she's an expert. Okay. Su Qian looked at Lin Qiye's hands around Lang Ruoxi's waist, and her heart felt like it was being pierced by needles. To others, she must be like their sister now, but for now, she could only try to maintain a sweet smile and follow the two of them. Entering the animation city, you will be dazzled by the wide variety of peripherals and cosplay clothing shops. Lang Ruoxi had a clear goal and took them straight to a high-end cosplay clothing store that she often visited. As she walked, she turned her head to Su Qian and spoke naturally. Qian, you said before that the types of characters you wanted to cosplay were O2 from National Team, King Arthur from Fate, Yui Inori from Guilty Crown, and Tokusaki Kurumi from Date Alive. These characters are all very popular, but their styles seem to be quite different from your sweet style, Qian. Why didn't you consider other cute and sweet characters? Quote. Wow, I didn't expect Sister Ruoxi to know so much about these characters. Su Qian smiled brightly, glancing at Lin Qiye with a hint of pride. These were all recommended to me by Brother Yi. I like them all very much. Her tone was full of obedience and dependence, subtly emphasizing her closeness to Lin Qiye. Then, she turned to Lang Ruoxi, her face once again plastered with innocence, and said briskly, besides, there's no rule that you can only cosplay characters with the same style as yourself, right? Upon hearing this, Lang Ruoxi glanced at Lin Qiye coquettishly, thinking that Lin Qiye just liked this contrasting image. After all, she knew his hobbies. Then he looked at Su Qian and said gently, there really isn't such a rule. Although her temperament may not match the characters, her figure is definitely suitable. I believe Qian will look great cosplaying these characters. The figure fits perfectly. To Su Qian, these words sounded like a harsh mockery. Was he implying that her figure was poor, far inferior to Lang Ruoxi's? Was this her counterattack? Su Qian clenched his fists tightly, sneering inwardly. Humph. Just wait and see. Wait until I completely bewitch Lin Qiye, and then see if you can still smile like this. Walking into the Cuz clothing store, Lang Ruoxi communicated with the clerk skillfully and quickly brought out several sets of exquisite Cuz clothing corresponding to the characters. She held up several sets of clothes and asked Su Qian, Sister Qian, these sets all look good. Which one do you want to try first? Su Qian didn't answer directly, but turned to Lin Qiye and asked, Brother Yi, which one do you want to see me try? Lang Ruoxi was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that she would ask Lin Qiye for his opinion even on such a small matter. It seemed that this, Sister Qian, was already in deep trouble. There was a hint of resentment in her eyes as she looked at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye glanced at several sets of clothes and said, let's go with King Arthur's black suit. Okay, Brother Yi, wait for me. Su Qian picked up the black dress without hesitation. When she turned and walked towards the fitting room, she caught a glimpse of Lang Ruoxi leaning against Lin Qiye naturally. Lin Qiye had the gentle and doting smile on his face that she was familiar with. Su Qian bit her lower lip and walked quickly into the fitting room. Seeing Su Qian enter the fitting room, Lang Ruoxi said with a hint of resentment, Bad guy husband, I didn't expect that you and Sister Qian are so close. Baby, are you jealous? Lin Qiye chuckled and hugged her in his arms. No, Lang Ruoxi said hypocritically, resting her head on his chest. Okay, baby, Lin Qiye stroked her back to comfort her, no matter what, you're the most important thing in my heart. His eyes scanned the store and finally stopped on a cosplay costume of Esdeath from Akame ga Kill. He thought to himself, with Lang Ruoxi's figure, she would look absolutely stunning in this costume. By the way, baby, aren't you going to cosplay as the host of the finals? I think that Esdeath one would suit you very well. Lang Ruoxi looked in the direction he pointed, and her eyes lit up. She knew about this role and liked it very much. She also thought that she could pull it off with her figure. Then I'll give it a try. After saying that, she stood up, picked up the suit and walked into another fitting room. Su Qian was the first to change into a black suit and looked like King Arthur, and the effect was quite good. She quickly ran to Lin Qiye, turned around, and asked excitedly, Brother Yi, am I pretty? Lin Qiye patted her head lovingly. Well, it suits you very well and is very beautiful. Do you want to try a few more? Okay. When Su Qian heard his praise, she immediately agreed happily. She was just thinking of showing off a few more sets to make Lin Qiye dazzled. At this time, she found that Lang Ruoxi was no longer beside her. Hey, where is Sister Ruoxi? She also went to change into her cosplay costume. Then I'll wait until she comes out before changing. Su Qianzhi also wanted to see the effect of Lang Ruoxi's cosplay. There is no harm without comparison. She is very confident in her appearance. Seeing Su Qianzhi's eager look and wanting to compete with Lang Ruoxi, Lin Qian's eyes flashed with a playful light. Sister Qianzhi, don't cry later. Not long after, when Lang Ruoxi walked out wearing the ice blue Death military uniform, the lights in the entire clothing store seemed to be focused on her. The extremely well-fitting cosplay costume showed off her perfectly proportioned figure to the fullest. The plump bust line was outlined with a breathtaking curve by the leather straps, and below the slender waist that could be held in one hand were the straight hips and long, straight legs. The long dark blue wig makes her skin look whiter than snow, and blends wonderfully with her original gentleness and elegance, forming an extremely impactful, queen-like aura. She just stood there, as if she was the center of the world. Su Qianzhi looked down at her exquisite but slightly flat, King Arthur black dress, and an indescribable sense of inferiority and intense jealousy instantly overwhelmed her. She looked so frail and immature in front of Lang Ruoxi's overwhelming sexiness full of mature feminine charm. She could even feel the astonished gazes of the store clerks and other customers glued to Lang Ruoxi. I lost. In front of her, I was instantly reduced to ashes. This thought penetrated into Su Qianzhi's mind like a poisonous snake, causing the sweet smile on her face to become extremely stiff in an instant. Lin Qian's eyes flashed with surprise. His vision was right. Tonight he can play with new skins again. Chapter 105 Su Qianzhi's bold competition. Lin Qian's reaction dealt a heavy blow to Su Qianzhi. She clearly saw the sudden burst of astonishment in his eyes. It was a pure, undisguised masculine admiration, even with a hint of heat. His eyes seemed to be glued to Lang Ruoxi, sliding slowly down from her face, greedily sweeping over every inch of her graceful curves, and finally stopping on her slender legs wrapped in high-heeled boots. His Adam's apple seemed to roll slightly. Brother Yi, Su Qianzhi called out in a low voice unwillingly and aggrievedly, trying to get his attention back. Lin Qian seemed to have just come back to his senses, and his gaze shifted from Lang Ruoxi to Su Qianzhi. The astonishment in his eyes had not yet completely faded, and there was a smile on the corner of his mouth, but in Su Qianzhi's view, that smile was a bit perfunctory and after a contrast. Qianzhi's King Arthur is also great. He praised, his tone gentle, but it was far less than the warmth that came from the heart when he looked at Lang Ruoxi just now. Lang Ruoxi approached slowly, and the queen's aura spread silently with her steps. Coming to Lin Qian's side, she smiled at him, and that smile instantly melted the frost and became charming and attractive. Husband, how is it? Perfect. Lin Qian praised her generously, putting his arm around her waist, his eyes still lingering on her. You're just like someone who walked out of an anime. He leaned close to her ear and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, with a hint of ambiguity and hoarseness, tonight wear this for me. A blush appeared on Lang Ruoxi's face, and she glared at him coquettishly, with a look of tacit approval and a hint of provocation in her eyes. When Su Qianzhi saw this scene, her heart was broken and she felt like a complete outsider. Sister Qianzhi. At this time, Lang Ruoxi turned to Su Qianzhi, her face already restored to a gentle and decent smile. I think this dress you are wearing also suits you very well. Do you want to try a few other sets? Su Qianzhi's eyes swept across several other costumes placed on the sofa, and fell on Aka's costume with a bold design in red as the main color. That was the costume of Yui Inori in Guilty Crown. The ring neck design gives a sense of restraint, while the large hollow area in the middle extends from below the chest to the lower abdomen, completely exposing the entire waist and abdomen area. Su Qianzhi remembered the body shape of Yui Inori in the original novel. Her breasts were not very plump, but they fitted her body shape very well. She walked over, picked up the suit, and looked at Lin Qian with an innocent yet slightly shy expression on her face. Brother Yi, what do you think of this suit? It looks a little special. She deliberately emphasized the word, special, with a hint of cautious temptation in her eyes. Lin Qian's gaze swept across the clothes in her hands, and a hint of knowing mockery flashed across his eyes. It seems that Xiao Qianzhi was stimulated and wanted to compete with Lang Ruoxi in this way. Since she wants to show off so much, of course I have to satisfy her. The design is a bit bold. His tone was calm, with a hint of objective evaluation, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a doting arc, but it is quite suitable for you, Qianzhi, you can give it a try. Su Qianzhi's cheeks instantly felt hot, and the fingers holding the clothes unconsciously curled up. She forced a sweet smile and said, brother, wait for me that night. After saying that, as if she was afraid of regretting it, she hugged the red dress and ran quickly towards the fitting room. Watching Su Qianzhi's figure disappear behind the door, Lang Ruoxi raised the corners of her lips slightly, with a gentle smile that seemed to see through everything. She raised her eyebrows slightly and whispered to Lin Qian, it seems that Sister Qianzhi wants to compare herself with me. How adorable. Who made my baby Ruoxi so sexy that she even stimulated Xiao Qianzhi? Lin Qian's tone was gentle, with a knowing and doting teasing tone. He paused, his voice carrying a hint of nonchalant clarity. Besides, isn't it women's nature to like to compare? The door of the fitting room closed gently behind him. In the narrow space, Su Qianzhi could only hear her own slightly rapid breathing. She leaned her back against the cold door, her heart still beating wildly in her chest, and looked down at the red Yui Inori cosplay costume in her arms. The bright red fabric shimmered under the light, the ring neck design gave off a sense of restraint, and the large hollow in the middle which stretched from below the chest to the lower abdomen. She recalled Lin Qian's words just now, he is quite suitable for you, Qianzhi, and her cheeks became hot uncontrollably again. Suitable, Su Qianzhi muttered to herself, her fingertips sliding across the cold hollow edge. She wasn't sure how well she could portray the coldness, fragility and strength of Yui in the original novel, but there was one thing she was absolutely certain of, this dress could well show her beauty, which was different from Lang Ruoxi's mature and voluptuous side, and was the petite and exquisite pure and sexy beauty of a young girl. Her waist is slim enough and her belly is flat and firm, which is her weapon that she can definitely show off. Taking a deep breath, she began to change her clothes, her movements filled with determination. After taking off King Arthur's slightly conservative black dress, the cold air instantly touched her skin, making her shiver slightly. She carefully put on Yui's clothes. The ring neck design fit snugly below the collarbone, and the red fabric tightly wrapped around her not so full but well-shaped breasts. The most crucial part was the uncovered area between the chest and abdomen. The slender waist, the flat belly, and even the slightly sunken dimples on both sides were all exposed to the air without reservation, and were about to be exposed to the lights outside into Lin Qian's sight. She then put on a matching pink wig, turning around, facing the huge floor-to-ceiling mirror in the fitting room. The girl in the mirror had long pink hair falling on her shoulders, which made her skin look even whiter. The red tight fabric outlines her youthful yet attractive curves, and the bold hollowing out perfectly reveals a small patch of white below her chest and her most proud thing, her slender waist and tight, flat belly. The innocent face forms a sharp contrast with the sexy and even somewhat taboo clothing. Su Qianzhi looked at herself in the mirror, her heart beating like a drum. Shyness, nervousness, and a hint of desperate courage are intertwined. She bit her lip hard. She knew that she couldn't compare to Lang Ruoxi's turbulent emotions, but this special quality that belonged to a girl and was filled with youthful temptation would definitely catch Lin Qian's attention. Fortunately, the store is full of girls now, with Lin Qian being the only man. She won't let other men see such an exposed side of her. If she could charm Lin Qian, she would definitely buy this dress, and then thinking of some possible scenes, her cheeks instantly turned red. She quickly slapped her face to dispel those charming thoughts, adjusted her pink wig, took a deep breath, and suddenly opened the door of the fitting room. The moment the fitting room door opened, it was as if an invisible spotlight was shining on it. Lin Qian and Lang Ruoxi's eyes were focused on the door at the same time. Lin Qian's pupils shrank slightly, barely perceptible. Su Qian stood there, her hands subconsciously covering her chest. Her long pink hair was like a waterfall, making her little face look even more pure and innocent. But the fiery red Yui Nori cosplay costume was like a burning flame, igniting a completely different atmosphere. The ring neck design makes her slender neck look more fragile. The most fatal thing is, the uncovered hollow area between the chest and abdomen, the skin that is so white that it is almost transparent, the waist that is so thin that it seems to break if bent, the flat and tight belly, and even the faintly visible waist dimples on both sides, all are exposed to the light, creating a strong visual impact. The innocent face and the bold, almost naked, sexy design create a thrilling contrasting charm. Lin Qian's gaze involuntarily lingered on the hollow area of Su Qian. A flash of pure, male instinctive surprise flashed across his eyes. This stunning beauty does not come from the temptation of plumpness, but from the unique sexiness of the girl. It is indeed as he said, it suits her amazingly. When Su Qian saw Lin Qian staring at her closely, her courage doubled. She quickly ran to Lin Qian and gently put down the small hand that had been covering her chest. During the movement, a small piece of snow-white skin below her neckline emerged, adding a bit of sexiness that made her want to resist but also to welcome. She tried to maintain her composure on the surface, looked up at Lin Qian, and asked with a trembling voice, "Brother Yi, what do you think?" Lin Qian's eyes swept across the small piece of white that was exposed when she put down her hands, and a strong possessive desire instantly flashed across his eyes. The queen has the charm of a queen, and the girl also has the temptation of a girl. He was stunned for a moment before he reached out his hand and gently rubbed Su Qian's head with comfort and intimacy. Very beautiful, this dress suits Qian very well. He paused, and reminded with concern, but this isn't suitable for competition wear. Seeing the fiery flash in Lin Qian's eyes, and hearing his instructions filled with concern and possessiveness, Su Qian felt that all the haze caused by Lang Ruoxi just now was swept away. She whispered shyly and obediently to Lin Qian, her voice filled with a firm assurance, "Of course I won't wear this during the competition. I will only wear it for Brother Yi to see." The declaration of, "I will only wear it for Brother Yi to see," was like a stone thrown into the lake, carrying with it the shyness and bold possessiveness unique to young girls. After saying that, she stared at Lang Ruoxi, trying to catch a trace of cracks on that always gentle and calm face. However, what discouraged her was that Lang Ruoxi's face did not show the anger or jealousy she expected, and she still maintained a gentle smile. This made Su Qian angry and annoyed. This is simply a blatant seduction. How can you, my real girlfriend, be so indifferent? Am I just too stupid, or do you simply not take me seriously? Chapter 106 Su Qian's frustration. At this moment, Lang Ruoxi tilted her head slightly, her eyes clear as if she was looking at her own sister, and nodded gently. Her tone was sincere, even with pure appreciation. "Well, Sister Qian's Yuichi outfit is really amazing. There's a unique kind of pure and seductive beauty." Then, with a bit of concern, he said, "But it's a bit too big. It's really not suitable for competition." Not only was she not angry, she even praised her, and it was a genuine compliment. Lang Ruoxi's unyielding attitude, which always kept her firmly at the level of sister, made Su Qian feel more suffocated and helpless than direct confrontation. She felt that all her temptations and little thoughts were like children playing house, childish and ridiculous in front of the other party's elegant and calm aura, as if he knew everything. An indescribable feeling of frustration surged in her heart. She could only force a smile, her voice a little dry. "Thank you, Sister Ruoxi." Lin Qian seemed to be keenly aware of the subtle stagnation in the air. He reached out his hand at the right time and gently patted Su Qian's exposed shoulder in a soothing manner. "Okay, Qian, this outfit of Yuichi is very beautiful. You can keep it for yourself and take some beautiful photos. In the preliminary photo selection, you will be very outstanding in the King Arthur outfit." His gaze passed Su Qian and accurately fell on the gorgeous and complicated black and red gothic dress on the sofa. As for the final stage reality show, Tokusaki Kurumi's character is very charming, with explosive power and stage sense. If you cosplay, the effect should be very explosive. Try Kurumi's. Lin Qian's words were exactly what Su Qian wanted. She really liked Yui's style, and the flash of surprise in Lin Qian's eyes could not be faked. She secretly glanced at Lang Ruoxi, who was always calm beside her, and thought to herself, "And this might become my last trump card." "Yeah, that night, brother, wait for me. I'm going to try Kurumi's." She responded softly, picked up the heavy Kurumi costume, and walked back to the slightly cramped fitting room. Outside the door, Lang Ruoxi leaned back against Lin Qian very naturally, her soft body nestled against him. She raised her finger and poked his solid chest lightly with a hint of coquettishness. Her voice was very low and with a hint of coquettishness. "That guy was Sister Qian's pretty just now." Lin Qian tightened his arms and pulled her slender yet powerful waist into his arms. The plump curves outlined by Estet's leather straps fit him tightly, and the touch was clear. He lowered his head, his nose almost touching her cool, fragrant hair, his warm breath brushing her earlobe, his voice low and smiling. "Darling, do you think I've been seduced by that little girl, Qian?" "Isn't there?" Lang Ruoxi tilted her head slightly, raised her red lips, and her eyes showed a clear understanding of everything. Lin Qian's fingers, wrapped around her waist, caressed the cold leather straps on her waist in an ambiguous manner, feeling the warmth of her skin under the leather. "It's really amazing." He admitted it frankly, but then changed the subject and lowered his head to whisper in her ear, his breath burning. "But if we talk about temptation, you're more tempting, baby. You will know how much I like it tonight." "Humph, bad guy." Lang Ruoxi suddenly became shy, and her eyes instantly showed real joy and satisfaction. When Su Qian finally changed into that iconic Tokusaki Kurumi Godero Lolita dress and walked out, the effect was truly amazing. The exquisite headdress is worn diagonally on the soft wig, and the gorgeous black and red skirt is layered, with intricate lace and ribbons interwoven to outline the slender waist. The black suspenders faintly visible under the skirt add an air of mystery and danger. However, the confidence that came from the new look quickly deflated like a pop balloon when he caught sight of the couple cuddling in the corner. Lin Qian's hands were still possessively wrapped around Lang Ruoxi's waist, his fingertips tapping lightly on the seductive leather straps at her waist. His posture was extremely intimate. That unspoken intimacy was like a cold and sharp needle that instantly pierced Su Qian's confidence. No matter how gorgeous or special her clothes were, in his eyes, there always seemed to be an insurmountable veil called sister between them. Lang Ruoxi, however, just stood there quietly, wearing the Estet uniform that symbolized absolute power and conquest. Without any words or actions, she naturally had the right to occupy his arms and share all his attention. She took a deep breath and approached the two of them, suppressing the soreness in her throat, and tried to make her voice sound sweet and natural, even with a hint of Kwang San's laziness. "Brother Yi," they said, "what do you think?" Lin Qian looked up when he heard the voice, his gaze lingering on her for a moment, his eyes flashing with undisguised admiration. "Well, this set of Kwang San suits you very well." He nodded affirmatively, examining her carefully. Mysterious, dangerous, and with a touch of gothic glamour, it captures the essence perfectly. Wear this for the finals. The effect will be absolutely stunning under the stage lights. I'm sure you'll have no problem getting into the top 3, J. Thank you, brother Yi. Su Qian tried hard to curl the corners of her mouth and force a smile. However, this affirmation in the expected ranking seemed to be separated by a layer of fog and could not really touch her heart. The image of the two of them cuddling intimately was like a heavy stone, weighing her down so hard that she could hardly breathe, and it also made her lose most of her interest in the upcoming photo session. Lin Qian keenly caught the reluctance behind her smile and the gloom that flashed across her eyes. He remained calm and spoke at the right moment, steering the conversation to the next stop. Alright, Qian, now that the effect is confirmed, go change out of this outfit. We still need to hurry to the makeup store to finalize your makeup, and then find a good place to take your final photos for the competition. Okay, brother Yi. Su Qian responded softly, suppressed the annoyance and loss in her heart, hugged the heavy and gorgeous dress, turned around and went back to the fitting room. The only people left in the fitting room were the huge floor-length mirror and herself. Su Qian slowly took off Tokasaki Kurumi's symbolic gorgeous gothic dress. The complicated black and red fabric slipped off, as if taking away the last bit of light that she had just held onto. The mirror reflected her figure changing back into her pink and white lace dress, looking fresh and sweet. However, beneath this sweet appearance, my heart is in turmoil. Lang Ruoxi's consistent calmness and composure, and the dazzling intimacy between her and Lin Qian, were like a cold tide, eroding her original confidence again and again. A strong sense of unwillingness suddenly gripped her heart. Su Qian stared at her own eyes in the mirror that were filled with grievance and unwillingness. Her slender fingers were clenched into fists, and her nails dug deep into her soft palms. No, she couldn't give up like this. The final photo, she had to look her best and most dazzling. At that time she must take a photo with Lin Qian, hold Lin Qian's arm tightly, snuggle up to his shoulder boldly, and even kiss his cheek. They also wanted Lang Ruoxi to press the shutter for them personally. She just wanted to let that woman see clearly how close she was to Lin Qian. She just didn't believe that Lang Ruoxi could maintain the damn sister attitude while watching her boyfriend being so close to another woman. I am not his biological sister. This renewed determination, mixed with a strong desire to win and defiance, burned fiercely in her chest. She took a deep breath, then suddenly reached out and opened the door of the fitting room. Chapter 107 disappointed Su Qian. The three of them left the clothing store and came to a professional cosplay makeup store in the animation city. The makeup artist's deft hands worked magic on Su Qian's face. The eyeliner outlines a more heroic contour, and the soft eyeshadow is smudged, which reduces her overly sweet and round feeling and adds a bit of King Arthur's perseverance. Finally, a carefully groomed golden wig was put on, and the girl reflected in the mirror had the coldness and majesty of King Arthur between her eyebrows. Wow, it's beautiful. Lang Ruoxi's voice was filled with sincere admiration. She picked up her phone and took a few photos of Su Qian. Once the makeup and styling were done, the feeling came out completely. She has the aura of the Night King. Su Qian looked at herself in the mirror and indeed felt more involved in the scene than when she was only wearing clothes in the clothing store. The confidence that had been shaken by Lang Ruoxi's calm aura seemed to have returned a little. Subconsciously, with a hint of nervousness and anticipation, she turned her gaze to Lin Qian. Lin Qian leaned back in the makeup chair next to her, his posture relaxed. His eyes fell on her with clear appreciation and encouragement. Well, very good, very realistic. This sound was like a shot of adrenaline. She jumped up and walked to Lin Qian. She raised her carefully painted face, which was both heroic and innocent, and looked at him with sparkling eyes. Brother Yi, I want to take a few photos with you. Just as a souvenir before the game, okay. She softened her voice, with an innocent sense of dependence, as if she were a well-behaved and clingy sister. A hint of understanding flashed across Lin Qian's eyes. How could he not see her little thoughts? He simply wanted to use this intimate photo to leave a mark in front of Lang Ruoxi and arouse her jealousy. He found it amusing in his heart, but his face was gentle and indulgent. Okay, of course no problem, I want to take a photo with Qian too. Seeing that he agreed so readily, Su Qian was delighted and immediately reached out to hold his arm affectionately, and her body naturally moved forward. She turned to Lang Ruoxi, took out her phone and handed it to her, with a brilliant smile on her face, but a hint of provocation hidden deep in her eyes. Sister Ruoxi, can you take a picture for us? Lang Ruoxi looked at Su Qian holding Lin Qian's arm tightly, with almost half of her body leaning towards him. It seems that she likes Lin Qian and is now provoking me. But instead of being annoyed, she thought this sister was quite cute. After all, Chen Xian was much worse than her before. Okay, Lang Ruoxi smiled gently and took the phone from Su Qian without any reluctance. Her tone was as natural as if she was taking a photo for her family. You guys stand still, I'll find the angle. She directed the two of them to a wall with an anime background inside the store. Su Qian was secretly delighted. She stood close to Lin Qian, made a cute V sign politely, and took a picture. Brother Yi, this is so ordinary. She looked up at him, her voice filled with innocent complaints, while secretly exerting force with her hands, pulling him closer. Can we change positions? Like this. As she spoke, she boldly turned sideways, slightly tiptoed, and wrapped her arms around one of Lin Qian's arms. Her cheek was directly pressed against his strong arm, and she leaned completely on his shoulder. She gave the camera a smile so sweet it looked like honey, but her eyes were like little hooks, glancing secretly in the direction of Lang Ruoxi. In this posture, from Lang Ruoxi's perspective, Su Qian was almost nestled in Lin Qian's arms, very intimate. She tried hard to maintain a sweet smile while holding her breath and staring at Lang Ruoxi's face, eager to catch even the slightest crack in that always flawless face, a frown, a cold look, even a stiffening of the corners of her mouth. However, the smile on Lang Ruoxi's face was still as warm and natural as the spring breeze. She even professionally adjusted the angle of her phone, crouching slightly to find a better composition, while gently instructing, Qian, lean your head a little closer to your husband. Yes, smile a little sweeter. Husband, lower your head a little, and look at Qian tenderly. That's it. That's it. There was only pure seriousness in his tone, wanting to help record the beauty. There was not a trace of bitterness or dissatisfaction. Instead, it sounded like he was sincerely helping his sister take good photos. Su Qian was completely confused. None of the expected reactions occurred. The pride and defiance that had just arisen were instantly swallowed up by a huge, cold sense of frustration and confusion. Why? Why is she so unconcerned even after all this? She had already come this far, clinging to him like a pendant. How could she still smile so naturally, even? I'm also helping them adjust their poses to make them look more intimate. Could it be that in her eyes, I'm really just a sister who is not worth worrying about? Click, click, Lang Ruoxi changed the angle and took several more photos. Okay, are you okay, Sister Ruoxi? Su Qian asked in a dry voice, forcing a smile that was about to fall away. She felt like a clown who was performing hard, while the only audience member was not only not into the show, but was also applauding and cheering from the side. Well, I took quite a few pictures, and they all turned out pretty good. Lang Ruoxi looked at the phone screen with satisfaction, walked over and handed it to Su Qian. Qian, take a look for yourself. Su Qian took the phone. The picture of her and Lin Qian snuggling together on the screen was indeed warm and pleasing to the eye. He lowered his head and she stuck close to him. The light and shadow composition were both very good. She presented the intimate feeling she wanted, but seeing the reaction of Lang Ruoxi, who was smiling gently, with clear eyes and no grudges, her carefully planned, stimulation plan, completely turned into a self-humiliating joke. Yes, it's a very good shot. Thank you, Sister Ruoxi. Su Qian forced a smile that was uglier than crying, turned off the phone screen, and stuffed it back into her pocket. An indescribable feeling of boredom and loss filled her chest. Okay, now it's time to take a soccer solo competition photo. This is the real business of today. Lang Ruoxi seemed completely oblivious to Su Qian's dejection. She clapped her hands naturally, breaking the brief stagnant atmosphere. Honey, let's go over there and see if there's a more suitable background board, or ask the store if they have any recommendations for a cooperating studio. The photos for the competition should be more sophisticated. Well, let's go. Lin Qian nodded and smoothly and naturally pulled his arms out of Su Qian's embrace. Then, he held Lang Ruoxi's hand beside him. Looking at the two people holding hands and walking side by side to the other side of the store, Su Qian stood stiffly. Lin Qian's warmth remained on his arm, but his heart was cold. She looked down at the King Arthur cosplay costume she had carefully prepared. The complicated fabric now seemed heavy and ridiculous. For the first time, she felt unprecedented great shock and deep sense of powerlessness about this good sister tactic. Lang Ruoxi's calm aura as the first wife and her nonchalant tolerance were like an invisible mountain, weighing heavily on her heart. In the other party's eyes, the carefully designed provocation did not seem to be worth her attention. During the subsequent filming process, Su Qian seemed absent-minded and distracted. Chapter 108 Su Qian continues to attack. After the photoshoot, the three of them took off their makeup and fancy clothes and set off on their journey home. Lin Qian put one hand in his pocket and held Lang Ruoxi's hand with the other hand, fingers interlocked very naturally. The two walked side by side in front, with a tacit understanding between their steps that needed no words. The sunlight also shone on Su Qian's face, who was half a step behind, but it could not dispel the frustration and loss that remained between her eyebrows. Her eyes were fixed on the two people's clasped hands in front of her. She watched the undisguised fondness on Lin Qian's face as he lowered his head slightly to whisper to Lang Ruoxi. Then she looked at Lang Ruoxi, who, even in her casual clothes, was still calm, elegant, and charming, as if she had her own aura. Lang Ruoxi tilted her head slightly, the sunlight framing her delicate profile. She smiled gently at Su Qian, who was half a step behind her. Sister Qian, you've been busy all morning. Are you hungry? I know a Japanese restaurant with a good reputation nearby. They have fresh ingredients and an elegant environment. How about we go there for lunch? This gentle inquiry and the natural hostess attitude were like an invisible thorn, piercing Su Qian's heart. The frustration of the carefully planned, sister intimacy, offensive being a Waterloo hits again. The well-behaved sister she played seemed so childish and ridiculous in front of Lang Ruoxi's iron wall of the queen's demeanor. Okay, Sister Ruoxi. Su Qian took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress her turbulent emotions, and tried to make her voice sound relaxed and sweet. She hurried to catch up, her face once again plastered with an impeccable sweet smile, but deep within that smile, the magma of unwillingness was surging wildly. This challenge is far from over. In the private room of the exquisite Japanese restaurant, the bamboo curtains are half rolled up and the sun is shining outside the window. 3 people sat around on the tatami. Exquisite sashimi platters, grilled food and sushi filled the low tables, emitting tempting aromas. The atmosphere was subtly stagnant. The delicious food tasted like chewing wax in Su Qian's mouth, and her mind was not on the food at all. The corner of his eye glanced at Lin Qian uncontrollably. He was talking to Lang Ruoxi in a low voice. Lang Ruoxi covered her lips and chuckled softly. There was a warm and intimate current in her eyes that could only be captured by people who were in tune with her. That scene made her eyes hurt. Lang Ruoxi carefully picked up a piece of grilled eel, which was Lin Qian's favorite, and placed it on the plate in front of him. She said softly, "Try this, it's cooked just right." Then he turned to Su Qian with a gentle and caring smile. "Qian, don't be shy, eat more. The sea urchin worship roll here is very famous. Do you want to try it?" As he spoke, he gently pushed a small plate of golden sea urchin worship roll towards Su Qian. The consideration and care for Lin Qian and her sisterly concern revealed in her words and actions subtly highlighted Su Qian's embarrassing situation at the moment. "Thank you, Sister Ruoxi." Su Qian curled her brows and smiled sweetly. Looking at the delicate and tempting sea urchin roll, an idea quickly grew in her mind. She needed a more direct and impactful provocation. She did not touch the plate of sea urchin rolls. Instead, she picked up a small spoon and scooped up a spoonful of golden and tender sea urchin meat. She didn't put it into her own mouth, but suddenly turned to Lin Qian, with an extremely sweet smile that was full of dependence on her face, and her voice was deliberately soft and sticky. "Brother Yi, this looks delicious. Can you help me taste it? I'm afraid of fishy smells." As he spoke, he handed the spoon directly to Lin Qian's mouth, and his movements were so natural as if he had done it 1,000 times. Lin Qian paused slightly, his eyes fell on the spoon that was handed to his lips, and then he looked up at Su Qian's eyes that were shining with anticipation and nervousness. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, with understanding and a hint of amusement. Without hesitation, Lin Qian leaned forward slightly, his movements smooth and natural. With a bit of laziness, he opened his mouth and calmly took the spoonful of sea urchin into his mouth. He actually accepted what he fed him in front of Lang Ruoxi. Su Qian suppressed the pride that was about to overflow, and with a hint of provocative victory in the corner of her eye, she glanced quickly and clearly at Lang Ruoxi. However, Lang Ruoxi still had a gentle smile on her face. She just watched Lin Qian taste it quietly, as if she was watching something very ordinary. This calm reaction made the pride that had just risen in Su Qian's heart turn into frustration in an instant. What on earth should he do to make Lang Ruoxi jealous? Lin Qian savored it carefully and swallowed it. He looked at Su Qian with a gentle smile on his face. Very fresh and sweet, with almost no fishy smell. It's well prepared. Qian can eat it with confidence. When Su Qian heard this, she was not happy. She forced a smile and was about to take back the spoon to taste it herself. At this moment, Lin Qian stretched out his hand very naturally, not to take the spoon in her hand, but directly grasped her wrist holding the spoon. Under Su Qian's astonished gaze, Lin Qian took her hand and used the spoon she had just used to feed him to steadily scoop up another spoonful of equally golden and tempting sea urchin from the small plate in front of her. "Come." Lin Qian's voice was low and pleasant, with an irresistible, almost doting tone. He lowered his head slightly and brought the spoon to Su Qian's lips, gazing at her with deep eyes. "Since you fed me, I must feed you." This posture, this action, this look were full of ambiguous intimacy. Su Qian's heart skipped a beat. Although it was common for them to feed each other in private, Lin Qian's action in front of Lang Ruoxi was simply a godlike assist. Isn't this exactly what she wants? She wants Lang Ruoxi to see clearly how special this sister of hers is. "Thank you, Brother Yi." Su Qian responded softly, and 2 red clouds appeared on her face at the right time, making her look both happy and shy. Then, as if she had just remembered Lang Ruoxi's existence, she looked at her with a flickering look in her eyes, her tone carrying a hint of deliberately feigned uneasiness. "Sister Ruoxi is still here. Isn't it not a good idea for us to do this? It's just feeding my sister. There's nothing wrong with it. Ruoxi won't mind." Lin Qian looked as if it was a matter of course, even with a hint of indulgence in his smile. His eyes swept across Lang Ruoxi, then fell back on Su Qian's face, his tone casual and natural. Haven't I fed you many times? Why are you shy now? He actually directly exposed their private intimacy. Su Qian was ecstatic. This was simply a divine assist. She quickly looked at Lang Ruoxi, expecting to see her collapsed expression. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a brother feeding his sister. Lang Ruoxi met Su Qian's gaze, her face still wearing that gentle and decent smile, with a hint of understanding and tolerance. Looking at Lang Ruoxi's calm smile, which seemed to indicate that she truly agreed with their actions. Su Qian felt a huge sense of suffocation suddenly blocking her chest, and her fists clenched unconsciously under the table. It's already like this. I fed him in front of you, and even pointed out that we've always been so close in private. How can you not be angry? Are you really stupid or are you just pretending to be stupid? Do I have to point it out to you directly and shout, I want to steal your boyfriend? Chapter 109 Su Qian's bad taste. But I can't confront her now. After all, I'm not sure whether Lin Qian only treats me as a sister. If that were the case, wouldn't I be a clown if I revealed my cards rashly? Although the relationship between her and Lin Qian is quite close, it seems that it is only that of brother and sister. No, I can't keep playing the good little sister. I have to attack. Lang Ruoxi's impeccable and gentle smile was like an invisible barrier, silently dissolving all her carefully planned provocations. Although Lin Qian cooperated with her feeding, even feeding her back, and spoke with intimacy, the relationship between the brother and sister was like a shackle at this moment. Playing the role of a good little sister will only trap you in this safe but harmless identity forever. Lang Ruoxi's calmness is not magnanimity but determination. He didn't regard her, his sister, as a real threat at all. The feeling of frustration receded like a tide, and the innocence and sweetness that Su Qian deliberately maintained in her eyes shattered, replaced by a cluster of blazing flames burning deep inside. Lunch ended in a settled calm. Walking out of the Japanese restaurant, the afternoon sun was a bit dazzling. Lin Qian still naturally held Lang Ruoxi's hand, and the two walked side by side in front, heading towards the parking lot. Lin Qian tilted his head slightly. Lang Ruoxi smiled. The picture was so harmonious that it was dazzling. Su Qian followed silently half a step behind, her eyes fixed on Lin Qian's broad back. The opportunity has come. On the sidewalk, a tile was slightly raised. Su Qian's eyes fixed, and without hesitation, her left foot just happened to step on the loose edge of the tile. Ah! A short, panicked cry escaped his lips. This voice successfully caught the attention of the two people in front. Lin Qian turned around quickly, almost instinctively. The moment he turned around, Su Qian rushed towards him in a panic. Her goal was very clear, Lin Qian's open arms. Careful! Lin Qian reacted very quickly, subconsciously letting go of Lang Ruoxi's hand and opening his arms to receive it. The warmth and softness of her body hit him hard. Su Qian pressed her cheek tightly against his warm chest, and through the thin clothes, she could clearly feel his strong heartbeat. Her hands clutched the clothes on his waist in panic, and she clung to him, trembling like a frightened deer. A sweet fragrance belonging to a young girl instantly penetrated Lin Qian's nostrils. Different from Lang Ruoxi's gentle and elegant fragrance, it carried a more youthful and direct temptation. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Lin Qian clearly felt the warmth and slight trembling of the delicate body in his arms. Su Qian's rapid breathing sprayed on his chest with alluring heat. They had never had such an intimate hug before. I'm sorry, brother Yi. Su Qian's voice was nasal, and she felt aggrieved and scared. She raised her head slightly, her eyes flushed just the right amount, like a frightened little rabbit. I didn't see the road clearly and stepped on that broken brick. She continued to act frightened as she complained about the floor tile with a lingering fear. She apologized with her mouth, but her body showed no intention of leaving. Instead, she held his clothes even tighter, as if he was her only support. Her eyes timidly swept over Lang Ruoxi, whose face was slightly gloomy, and a subtle hint of provocation from the victor flashed across the depths of her eyes. Look, he's holding me. Holding me so tightly. Lin Qian lowered his head and met Su Qian's eyes, which were sparkling with a mixture of panic and a hint of pride. He instantly understood. How could this be an accident? It was clearly a carefully planned, throwing oneself into someone's arms. A hint of amusement and understanding flashed across his eyes. He didn't push her away. Instead, he tightened his arms around her waist, holding her closer to him. His tone was soothing and magnetic. It's okay, Qian, I'm here. The words, brother is here, were like a thorn, but the feeling of being hugged tightly by Lin Qian was too real at this moment, so Su Qian chose to ignore it. She could feel the strength of his arms and the heat from his chest, which made her heart beat like a drum and her cheeks hot. A feeling of almost dizzying happiness mixed with a sense of guilt and excitement swept over her. She responded softly, her voice so soft that it seemed water could drip out of it, and buried her face in his arms, greedily absorbing his breath. Lang Ruoxi stood quietly by, thinking that Su Qian had really fallen, and a worried look appeared on her face. Qian, did you twist your ankle? Is it serious? She took a step forward, stretched out her hand with concern, and wanted to help Su Qian up from Lin Qian's arms. However, Su Qian seemed frightened and shrank even tighter into Lin Qian's arms. She looked up at Lin Qian, her voice filled with pitiful dependence and grievance. Brother Yi, I think my ankle is really twisted, it hurts. There was a gleam of light in her big eyes, silently conveying a clear request she wanted him to hug her. Lin Qian felt the attachment of the girl in his arms. The corners of his mouth curled up in an unpredictable arc. He did not help her up and push her to Lang Ruoxi. Instead, he hugged her, bent down slightly, and put his other arm directly through her legs. Amidst Su Qian's exclamation, he actually lifted her up sideways. A standard princess hug. Su Qian was caught off guard and instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Qian's neck. Twisted your ankle. Lin Qian's voice was filled with lazy doting, as if he was indulging a spoiled little girl, but this gesture was full of strong possessiveness and ambiguous tension. Then stop moving. I'll carry you back to the car for inspection. He held her and adjusted his position so that she could nestle more comfortably in his arms, as if it was the most natural thing. Su Qian's mind went blank, and then she was completely overwhelmed by huge ecstasy and surging shyness. The feeling of being completely suspended in the air, held in his arms in such an intimate and protective manner, made all her senses focus on every point of contact with his body, the strength of his arms, the steady heartbeat from his chest, the slight rise and fall of his body when he walked, the intoxicating scent on him. A huge sense of satisfaction and a twisted, almost morbid sense of victory washed over her nerves like an electric current. She buried her slightly hot cheek deeply in the crook of his neck, breathing greedily, her heart beating wildly. She glanced at Lang Ruoxi's profile out of the corner of her eye. Look, Lang Ruoxi, your boyfriend is hugging me. He's hugging me right in front of you. Although Lang Ruoxi's gentle face still did not show the angry expression she expected, Su Qian did not feel frustrated at all at this moment. She even felt that the other party seemed particularly dull and ridiculous. Since you insist on believing that I'm just a sister, why can't I make good use of this sister identity and fully enjoy this privileged intimacy that's almost like a girlfriend? And it has to happen right in front of you, so openly. This feeling is so exciting. This thought, with malicious pleasure, grew in her mind. She wanted to see how long Lang Ruoxi, her sister, could tolerate her sister. Su Qianzhe's lips curled up into a playful smile as she buried them in Lin Qie's neck, and she snuggled deeper into the embrace that made her so attached. The sunlight lengthened the shadows of the three people on the ground. Lin Qie, holding Su Qianzhe, stood between him and Lang Ruoxi. Chapter 110. Su Qianzhe is getting more and more immersed in the role. Su Qianzhe clamped her throat and said delicately, "Brother Yi, you are so kind. I was scared to death just now. Fortunately, you are here." The warm breath, carrying the sweet fragrance of a young girl, brushed against the skin on Lin Qie's neck. Lin Qie's Adam's apple rolled slightly, his eyes showing deeper amusement. He murmured, and stroked her belly in response, then continued to move forward steadily. When they reached the car, Lin Qie carefully put Su Qianzhe down, letting her stand on one foot, with one hand still firmly on her waist, supporting most of her weight. "How do you feel now?" he asked with concern, looking down. It doesn't seem to hurt as much anymore." Su Qianzhe tried to gently move her injured foot, frowning at the right moment, revealing a hint of pain. Her body swayed slightly, and she naturally leaned towards Lin Qie again, supporting his chest with her small hands. "But I still feel a little weak." "Don't be so stubborn." Lin Qie supported her, his tone filled with gentle concern. "Get in the car first. I'll go to the pharmacy and buy you some sprain spray." As he spoke, he opened the back door, bent down again, put his arms under her armpits and knees, easily picked her up, and put her steadily in the back seat. Then he leaned over to adjust her sitting position, his movements delicate and gentle, his fingertips occasionally brushing against her arms and waist, bringing bursts of subtle electric currents. Su Qianzhe held her breath, enjoying the close and controlling care. "All right." After adjusting Su Qianzhe, Lin Qie rubbed her hair as usual, his movements intimate and natural. "Sit down nicely." "Yeah." Su Qianzhe nodded vigorously, a sweet smile blooming on her face. Lin Qie closed the back door and sat in the driver's seat, while Lang Ruoxi quietly sat in the passenger seat. The car started and soon stopped in front of a chain drugstore. Lin Qie unbuckled his seatbelt and said, "I'm going to buy some medicine. You guys wait for me in the car." "I'll go with you," Lang Ruoxi said softly, her tone natural. "It's a good time to buy some water." "Okay." Lin Qie nodded. Watching the two people get out of the car side by side and walk into the pharmacy, Su Qianzhe sat alone in the back seat. The pride in her heart faded a little, replaced by deeper calculations and the annoyance of being left behind. A few minutes later, Lin Qie and Lang Ruoxi came back. Lin Qie was holding the spray and ointment, while Lang Ruoxi was carrying a few bottles of water and a small bag of snacks. Lin Qie opened the back door and sat on Su Qianzhe's left. He patted his thigh and said, "Stretch out your right foot so I can see it." Su Qianzhe turned sideways and shyly placed her right foot lightly on Lin Qie's thigh. The thought of her feet being exposed to him without any defense, and even being held in his hands and played with. A strong sense of shame surged in my heart, but at the same time, a secret expectation quietly grew in my heart. Lin Qie carefully lifted her ankles and gently took off her shoes and socks, revealing her white and tender little feet. Lin Qie teased, "Well, there's no strange smell." Su Qianzhe's face turned even redder. She punched Lin Qie's right shoulder in embarrassment and said coquettishly, "Brother Yi, you're so mean. Of course my feet don't smell. It's my brother's fault. Qianzhe must smell fragrant all over." Lin Qie chuckled. HMPH, Su Qianzhe turned her face away with some pride and shyness, a little excitement rising in her heart. Her ankles were slender and white, and at this moment they were smooth without even a trace of redness or swelling. Lin Qie's gaze lingered on the normal skin for a moment. He understood what was going on, but didn't point it out. He first picked up the spray and sprayed it on her ankles a few times seriously. The cold spray stimulated Su Qianzhe so much that she subconsciously retracted her toes. She moaned unconsciously. "What's wrong?" Lin Qie turned to look at her with concern. Su Qianzhe immediately bit her lower lip, her eyes already filled with tears. "It's a bit cold." "Bear with it," Lin Qie said gently and soothingly, then took out the ointment and applied it on her ankle. His slender fingers began to massage her smooth ankles in circles with just the right amount of force. Su Qianzhe's heartbeat was so fast that it was almost out of control. The caress on her ankles made her heart flutter more than the princess hug just now, with a secret throbbing of being controlled. She breathed slightly, and looked at Lin Qie's serious face with a dazed look. Su Qianzhe's mind raced as he caught a glimpse of Lang Ruoxi sitting in the passenger seat. She suddenly let out a soft cry, and her body seemed unable to bear the stimulation and pain brought by the massage. She leaned forward suddenly and leaned her whole body on Lin Qie's right shoulder. The two of them got very close to each other in an instant, with her hair touching his chin, and the posture was extremely intimate. "Is Qianzhe okay?" Lin Qie stopped and asked with concern. Su Qianzhe sank her whole body into his shoulder, and her nose was once again filled with his unique scent, mixed with a faint smell of medicine. Her heart was pounding and her cheeks were flushed, half of it was acting, and half she was really disturbed by this ambiguous massage. "Brother Yi, you're too strong. It hurts a little." She raised her face and spoke in a weak voice with a tremor, her eyes full of tears, as if she really couldn't bear it. "Be gentle, please." As if using the pain in seeking support, she lowered her head to let the top of her hair get closer to his jaw and rubbed her soft hair against him coquettishly. This dependent posture and tender pleading carried an unconscious temptation. Lin Qie lowered his eyes and looked at Su Qianzhe's seductive posture and the slightly trembling and red tips of her ears. This fragile yet alluring look made Lin Qie's eyes flash with an all-knowing smile. "Xiao Qianzhe, with such acting skills, it would be a shame if she didn't become an actor. Since you want to act, of course I have to cooperate with you." "Okay, I'll be gentle." Lin Qie's low voice sounded above Su Qianzhe's head, and his chin rubbed her head affectionately. Su Qianzhe's breathing became more disordered, and her toes curled up unconsciously. The air in the car seemed to freeze, sticky and ambiguous, leaving only the two people's low and intertwined breathing sounds. However, this beauty only lasted for a moment before it was broken by a cold voice from the front. "Qianzhe, drink some water and calm down. The medicine has just been applied, so it's a little irritating, but it will be gone in a while." Lang Ruoxi handed over an open bottle of mineral water, looked at the two people in ambiguous postures with gentle eyes, and spoke in a calm tone, like a truly considerate and tolerant sister. The ambiguous atmosphere had long made Su Qianzhe forget Lang Ruoxi's existence. She was immersed in it, and the interruption at this moment made her feel a strong sense of loss and unhappiness in her heart. She looked at Lang Ruoxi, suppressed the resentment in her heart, and forced a sweet but slightly stiff smile on her face. "Thank you, Sister Ruoxi." She took the water, but sneered in her heart, "What a considerate person." But then a hint of amusement welled up in my mind. Could it be that she couldn't bear to watch it anymore? "My dear sister." Chapter 111. Lang Ruoxi's notice and counterattack. Thinking of this, Su Qianzhe took small sips of water briskly. The cold water slid down her throat, but it couldn't quench the strange feeling in her heart. "Sister Ruoxi, Brother Yi's massage technique is very good. I feel like I'm almost feeling better now." Su Qianzhe asked innocently, "Does he massage you often?" Lang Ruoxi was now somewhat certain that Su Qianzhe seemed to be deliberately showing intimacy with Lin Qie in front of her. "Are you trying to make me jealous and mad at Lin Qie?" Are you trying to create a rift between us so you can monopolize Lin Kie? It seems that Sister Qian is not as cute as she looks. In that case, don't blame me for discouraging you. Lang Ruoxi smiled slightly. Yes, my husband often gives me massages all over my body. Sister Qian. Impossible. Su Qian was a little unconvinced, but the palm holding the water bottle had quietly tightened. Hubby, Lang Ruoxi heard her disbelief, turned to look at Lin Kie, and said coquettishly, imitating Su Qian's tone, am I wrong? Su Qian immediately looked at Lin Kie nervously for confirmation. Seeing Su Qian's tense expression, Lin Kie chuckled softly, his tone natural yet a little ambiguous. Yes, I give Ruoxi a full body massage almost every night. Lin Kie's words, I give Ruoxi a full body massage almost every day, were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up huge waves in Su Qian's heart. Almost every day all over my body, Su Qian's sweet smile froze on her face. The pride and joy in her heart that had grown due to Lin Kie's indulgence were ruthlessly crushed and replaced by sharp pain and surging jealousy. She looked at Lang Ruoxi, who still had that gentle and decent smile on her face, and her eyes were calm, as if she was just stating an ordinary fact. But to Su Qian, this calmness was a naked show-off and a silent declaration of victory. Look, you can only enjoy this moment of intimacy. What he did to me was normal and more intimate. HMPH, a full body massage every night, isn't that just sex? Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? You're such a shameless slut, Su Qian said angrily in her heart. It seems I have to take the last step. She turned her head to look at Lin Kie, who had lowered his head to massage again, and her eyes became determined. Since you have chosen Lin Kie, you will give him your first time sooner or later. I want to see, when that time comes, my dear sister, if you can still smile. Alright, after a while, Lin Kie stopped and gently put down her ankle. Don't put on shoes and socks yet. Let the medicine absorb for a while. Okay, I got it. Su Qian replied in a low voice, but her mind was already flying far away. Lin Kie caught her momentary downturn in aura, a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes, and he stood up and sat back in the driver's seat. Lang Ruoxi handed him a bottle of water at the right time, and said in a sweet voice, hubby, drink some water. Lin Kie took it, unscrewed it naturally, took a sip, and then started the car. The carriage fell silent for a moment. Su Qian leaned back in her chair, her eyes fixed on Lin Kie's profile, her expression shifting. Half an hour later, the car stopped downstairs of Taoyuan dormitory of Zhongyuan University. Qian, we're here. Lin Kie's voice broke the silence. Thank you, Brother Yi, for sending me back. Su Qian took a deep breath and tried hard to mobilize the sweet muscles on her face. Her voice was deliberately soft and sticky, with deep gratitude and attachment. Lin Kie got out of the car, opened the back door, and helped Su Qian get out. Lang Ruoxi also got out of the car, with an impeccable, sisterly, caring smile on her face. Qian, go back and have a good rest. This condescending attitude made Su Qian's fingers hidden at her side tighten instantly. The huge sense of humiliation and jealousy burned her mind. But the smile on her face became even brighter. I know, thank you Sister Ruoxi for reminding me. Brother Yi's skills are really super amazing, I feel much better. She then turned to Lin Kie and said with a hint of playfulness, Brother Yi, bend down. Lin Kie didn't understand what was going on, so he bent down slightly as he was told. Su Qian quickly stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek. This is to thank Brother Yi for taking care of me today. At this moment, she no longer cared whether she looked like a clown. Even if Lin Kie had no such thoughts towards her, she was determined to take him down. The jealousy provoked by Lang Ruoxi burned fiercely, and her only thought now was to make the other person uncomfortable. After saying that, he turned around and jogged towards the dormitory building without even bothering to act. Lin Kie felt the remaining warmth on his face and looked at the figure jogging with a hint of resentment. It looks like Xiao Qian is about to initiate the attack. Should I give in little by little? Or should I take the initiative? At this moment, Lang Ruoxi's dissatisfied snort came from beside him, interrupting his thoughts. She tilted her head, her tone filled with a bit of coquettish complaint and a hint of tentativeness. Hubby, it seems that Qian is not as cute and innocent as she looks. Oh, Lin Kie raised his eyebrows playfully. How did you come to this conclusion, darling? Seeing Lin Kie's understanding expression, Lang Ruoxi was even more certain of her feelings. Today I felt like she was deliberately being intimate with you, as if she wanted to make me jealous and angry. For example, the twisted ankle just now seemed fake. Baby, you're so smart, that's true. Lin Kie smiled and put his arms around her waist, praising her. HMPH, you wicked husband, Lang Ruoxi pummeled him coquettishly. Since you knew, why didn't you tell me? And you even cooperated with her. Are you deliberately trying to piss me off? I just think it's fun to watch her perform, Lin Kie said soothingly with a smile, tightening his arms. And I know my dear is very clear about her position in my heart. She definitely won't be jealous of this little trick, right? Bad guys just try to trick people. Lang Ruoxi said this, but her arms around his waist tightened unconsciously. Before, I thought she was as cute as she looked, but I didn't expect she was just pretending. I don't like such scheming people. She doesn't have any ulterior motives, Lin Kie smiled nonchalantly. She just wants to compete with you and monopolize me. What's the matter, darling? Is she afraid that I'll really be seduced by her and won't want you anymore? I'm not afraid, Lang Ruoxi immediately retorted, but held his hand even tighter. Okay, baby. Lin Kie lowered his head and kissed the top of her head. No one can shake your position as the eldest sister. Don't worry, I have a plan that will make her willingly be just a younger sister. What plan? Lang Ruoxi raised her head curiously. Lin Kie raised a mysterious arc at the corner of his lips, with a cunning light flashing in his eyes. He leaned close to Lang Ruoxi's ear and said a few words in a low voice. Lang Ruoxi listened, her long eyelashes trembling slightly in surprise, and then a blush quietly climbed up the tip of her ear and quickly spread to her cheek. After hearing this, she suddenly raised her eyelids and glared at Lin Kie with shame and anger, her eyes filled with reproach, while lightly punching him. What a bad guy. Chapter 112 Preliminary Round, Preparation for the Social. After 4 days of intensive voting, the popularity of the exclusive forum for the cosplay club on the Zhongyuan University campus network has reached its peak. The preliminary round display area of the annual Dream cosplay competition has been completely flooded with a large number of participating cosplay photos. Below the pinned voting post, there are messages filled with arguments, praise and canvassing for votes, which is very lively. The top 20 list has basically been determined. Among them, the post Dream Preliminary Round Saber Altar, Proof of the King in the Dark Knight, continued to be popular and ranked at the top. The post's description clearly reads, Contestant, Su Qian Freshman Role, Altria Pendragon Altar. Su Qian's votes were like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, and she was unstoppable all the way, firmly nailing herself in the third position. The focus of discussion was also highly focused on her stunning appearance, and the aloof and cold temperament that was perfectly constructed with just a black dress and elaborate makeup, which was highly consistent with the role. 3 carefully taken photos in the post occupy the visual center. Su Qian in the photos is wearing a black dress as deep as the frozen night. The luxurious fabric is flowing with a cold and dim light, tightly wrapping the girl's slender but powerful body, outlining a mysterious and dangerous curve. Those eyes with ice blue contact lenses look directly into the camera with a kind of indifference and alienation as if looking down on an ant. The pure black, cool makeup, professional composition and cold tone light and shadow together interpret the temperament of the aloof dark queen vividly, as if she had torn through the space of the second dimension and descended into reality. The comment section below the post has already been completely boiling. Hot comment 1 likes, 5321 holy crap. Wife, this aura is incredible, purely evil saber, cold, lustful, and powerful. I slid to my knees. Hot comment 2 likes, 4897 calm down above. This is my new queen. Her eyes kill me. The accuracy, the control of her temperament, the noble, cold, and oppressive feeling are all there. She's straight out of an anime. Hot comment 3 likes, 4512 the queen stepped on me. I'm begging for her contact information. Hot comment 4 from ID, cause club vice president, Ruoxi likes, 3756 at Suchiangi Shui Mei, S styling is very well done. She accurately chose Saber Alder's most iconic black dress, which perfectly fits the character setting. The makeup fits the character's cool temperament, and the eyes convey the expression accurately. The overall effect is visually impactful and artistically expressive. I look forward to her performance in the finals. Hot comment 5 likes, 3621 senior Ruoxi has personally certified it. Junior is awesome. Votes have been cast. Must be in the top 3. Hot comment 6 likes, 3489 the queen is so beautiful. I give you my vote in my life too. Night, girls' dormitory. Su Qian curled up on the bed, the bright white light from the screen illuminating her delicate little face. She slid her fingertips and browsed the posts about herself in the forum. Third, she curled her red lips slightly. A trace of unwillingness quickly passed through her heart. If she, Su Qian, wanted to do it, she had to be the best. However, this reluctance was quickly suppressed by strong self-confidence. She is absolutely sure about her final reality show, which is a real stage. Third place in the preliminary round. It was just a warm-up. Her eyes swept over the fanatical praise comments like believers, and the corners of her mouth curled up in a mixture of pleasure and contempt. As my fingertips brushed across messages like, Queen, step on me, and, I'll give you my life too, I snorted silently in my heart, humph. A bunch of stinky men, are you worthy of being stepped on by me? When Su Qian saw the comment from the ID vice president of the Cuz Club, Lang Ruoxi, her eyes suddenly froze. Almost instinctively, I clicked on her profile picture and entered her personal homepage. The posts on the homepage are promotions for various events in her own cosplay works. The pinned posts are Lang Ruoxi's cosplay works. One set of photos of the cosplay of General Raiden is particularly eye-catching. The figure in the picture is wearing a gorgeous and intricate crimson purple fluorescent kimono, and his posture is as straight as a famous sword. Under the delicate facial features, a pair of deep purple eyes with a sense of alienation as if overlooking the world and judging eternity. Su Qian stared at the screen intently, his fingers gripping the phone slightly tighter. A sharp, sour feeling of inferiority surged over me like a tide. She had to admit that in terms of the maturity and control displayed in her Cuz works, she was indeed no match for her. The resentment and jealousy ignited instantly. My birthday is after the finals next weekend, Su Qian murmured softly, his eyes becoming deep and urgent. The final stage is her chance to prove herself, and her birthday is a key step in her plan. It is necessary to snatch Lin Qiye away from Lang Ruoxi completely. The next day, Friday afternoon, after the first class, Lin Qiye followed the crowd back to the dormitory. Lin Qiye took out his phone, opened Fission, clicked on Yi Xinyao's profile picture, and typed rapidly, Xinyao, what are you doing? Almost instantly replied, just arrived at the dormitory, Qiye, what's wrong? Lin Qiye, tonight I'd like to organize a get-together for our class 1 and your class 2. Let's go out for a barbecue and sing at a KTV. It's voluntary, and I'll cover all the expenses. Yi Xinnyao, who had just returned to the dormitory and was sitting in a chair on the other side of the screen, didn't understand why Lin Qiye suddenly wanted to go to a social gathering. She hovered her finger above the screen, hesitating for a few seconds before replying, why did you suddenly think of going to a social gathering? Lin Qiye's reasoning sounded both reasonable and intimate. It's mainly because of started formal classes. I feel like, apart from the occasional open class, I haven't had the chance to chat with you in person anymore. It's a shame. Also, after 2 weeks, everyone has become more familiar with each other and is less restrained, making it a good time for socializing. Seeing the words, it's a pity that I don't have the chance to have a good chat with you in person, Yi Xinyao's cheeks became slightly hot and a ripple appeared in her heart. Yes, they were not in the same class, and after the military training, it became rare for them to eat and chat together. She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and tried to make her reply seem relaxed and natural. You really want to talk to me face to face? Lin Qiye's retort was both direct and clever, with a hint of teasing. Of course good friends should see each other more often and chat, otherwise the relationship will fade. Xinyao, don't you want to chat with me as a friend anymore? Yi Xinnyao was choked by him and quickly replied, no way. You were right. She calmed herself down and switched to business mode. Okay, then I'll count the number of people in our class who want to go. What time do you plan to gather? 8 o'clock, campus main gate. Just give me the list before 7 o'clock. I'll also count the people on our side. Well, wait for my news. Yi Xinnyao put down her phone, let out a light breath, suppressed the inexplicable throbbing in her heart, and began to prepare to send a notification in the classroom. Lin Qiye put away his phone, looked around the dormitory, and raised his voice. Brothers, tonight at 8 o'clock, we are going to have a social gathering with class 2 and go out for a barbecue and sing songs. Do you want to come? Zhang Wei, who was sitting in a chair watching anime, was the first to respond. He turned to look at Lin Qiye with shining eyes and said excitedly, Brother Yi. Really? A social gathering? Let's go. We must go. Chen Junan, who was playing games on the bed, also paused the game and poked his head out with interest. Okay, it's pretty boring in the dormitory. Chen Hao also nodded. I have no problem either. Okay, that's settled then. Lin Qiye glanced at the three of them, nodded, and quickly sent a notification to the class group. At the same time, he also sent private messages to Su Qian and Jiu. He began to think. Chapter 113 Su Qian boldly discloses her intimate relationship. Just after 7 o'clock, Yi Xinnyao reported the number of people, 15. Lin Qiye also counted the 14 people in his class, and then booked a large private room at a barbecue restaurant, which was just enough for 2 tables. 8 p.m., main gate of campus. The streetlights had already been on, and under the dim glow, students from both classes gradually arrived, gathering in groups of 3 or 4. The atmosphere was relaxed, yet tinged with the subtle excitement of a first-time group get-together. As the organizer, Lin Qiye stood slightly in front of the crowd, searching for Yi Xinnyao. Yi Xinyao's clear voice came, and she walked over with a smile, followed by several girls. She wore a mint-green slim fit thin sweater with light blue high-waisted jeans, which outlined her slender waistline and long legs. Her long, smooth hair hangs down in front of her chest, her face is covered in very light nude makeup, her lips are pink and natural, and she looks fresh and bright. Lin Qiye smiled back, and that smile was frank and natural, which made Yi Xinnyao feel a little uncomfortable with the subtle throbbing in her heart. Here we are. Is your class here? Lin Qiye walked over and asked with a gentle smile. Well, we're still short of 2 people. Yi Xinnyao glanced around and passed behind Lin Qiye. Where's your class? They haven't arrived yet, let's wait a little longer. Lin Qiye replied, but his eyes involuntarily passed Yi Xinnyao and looked behind her. At this time, Su Qiange walked over slowly, followed by Jiu and Joya, who seemed a little reserved. Su Qiange wore a cherry blossom pink A-line skirt that accentuated her slender waist and stretched her legs straight beneath the skirt. Her top was a simple, pure white silk short-sleeved shirt with a slightly open V-neck. She wore a pair of pure white thin-strap high-heeled sandals, which made her ankles look slender and delicate. Her long chestnut curly hair was naturally draped over her shoulders, and her makeup was exquisite. In comparison, Jiu appears much more plain. She had her hair tied in a ponytail and wore a simple white dress that reached her knees. The conservative style made her skin look particularly fair. She wore a pair of white sandals on her feet, giving off a clean, girl-next-door vibe. She followed Su Qiange, her hands folded in front of her in a somewhat helpless manner. When she looked up and saw Lin Qian, a hint of timid dependence flashed in her eyes. Lin Qian's gaze lingered on Su Qiange for a moment, and he nodded gently to her, then gave Jiu a soothing look. Jiu received this gaze and curled up his lips into a faint but reassuring smile. After Su Qiange approached, she did not greet Lin Qian specifically, because the relationship between them was tacitly not made public in the class. The students who arrived were all whispering about who was handsome and who was pretty, and the air was filled with relaxed curiosity. Another 5 minutes later, everyone arrived. Lin Qian called out and led a group of people towards the barbecue restaurant not far from the school. The private room was filled with the aroma of barbecue and the refreshing scent of ice beer. The 2 round tables were full of people and the atmosphere was warm and lively. The sounds of laughter, clinking glasses and discussions intertwined into one, overflowing with youthful vitality. Lin Qian and Yi Xinyao sat together naturally. Lin Qian was chatting and laughing, sharing interesting stories, which made Yi Xinyao's eyebrows curved and crisp laughter rang out from time to time. The mint green sweater made her skin look whiter than snow, and her eyes were full of unreserved joy. There was a familiarity and ease between the two that was difficult for others to interfere with. All of this was seen by Hao Xiaodong, who was sitting not far away, and his heart was filled with bitterness. Su Qiange, who was sitting at another table diagonally opposite, also saw the interaction between the two. The skewers in front of her were barely touched, and the jealousy and anger surging in her heart almost overwhelmed her. Wow, look at squad leaders Lin and Yi, they're having such a great time chatting. Yeah, they were talking and laughing. Do you think they could become a couple? I think it's very likely. Handsome man and beautiful woman, quite a match. The suppressed discussions of the girls around her were like adding fuel to the fire, severely provoking Su Qiange's sensitive nerves. Beneath her delicate makeup, her expression was completely gloomy. At this moment, Wang Lei, a tall and good-looking boy from class 2 wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, probably emboldened by a few beers, walked nervously to Su Qiange. His face was filled with obvious admiration and nervousness, and his voice was a little shaky. Hello classmate, hello, I'm Wang Lei from class 2. Can I add you on Fission? His eyes were eager, filled with the clumsy anticipation of facing a top beauty. The noise from the 2 tables died down instantly, and everyone's eyes focused on them, full of the intention of watching a show. Lin Qian also looked over with interest, wanting to see how Su Qiange would respond to this sudden approach. Su Qiange was slightly startled and subconsciously looked at Lin Qian. Then, a bold and shocking idea exploded in her mind. She decided to take this opportunity to make her close relationship with Lin Qian public and let others think that they were a couple. She didn't look at the nervous boy again, but stood up suddenly, her eyes fixed on Lin Qian's, and walked towards him step by step. Her long chestnut hair drew graceful arcs as she moved, and the hem of her cherry blossom pink skirt fluttered gently. Under the puzzled and inquiring gazes of everyone, she walked straight towards Lin Qian in her pair of white high-heeled shoes with stilettos. The noisy sounds in the private room seemed to be sucked away, leaving only the sizzling sound of oil popping on the grill, abruptly echoing. In the blink of an eye, Su Qiange was standing beside Lin Qian. Then, a bright smile appeared on her face, exactly the same one she had when they were together in private, with sweetness and strong possessiveness. The next second, with everyone's gazes suddenly frozen, Su Qiange leaned over very naturally, stretched out her fair arms, and held Lin Qian's arm tightly under the table in an extremely intimate manner. Her soft body almost entirely leaned on Lin Qian's arms. Then, she raised her face, which was enough to captivate everyone, her eyes moving, and with a smile that was 3 parts provocative and 7 parts ambiguous, she looked at Wang Lei, who was still frozen in place. Her voice was sweet but clear, penetrating the silence of the private room. Classmate, do you want my contact information? She deliberately dragged out the ending of the tone, tilted her head slightly, but her eyes were firmly fixed on Lin Qian, who was holding her arm around her, and her tone was so intimate that it could drip honey. Then I have to ask my brother Yi first if he allows it. Brother Yi, these 3 words were like thunder from a clear sky, exploding in the small private room with huge energy. In an instant, the entire space fell into an eerie silence. All eyes, as if drawn by an invisible searchlight, were fixed on Lin Qian's arm, which was tightly held by Su Qiange, and on the unmistakable intimate posture between the two. Shock, disbelief, astonishment, frenzied gossip, excitement of watching a good show, countless complex emotions collided, churned, and fermented silently in the air. The students in class 1 couldn't believe their eyes. In their impression, Su Qiange was that aloof young lady who treated everyone coldly. At this moment, she not only took the initiative to hold Lin Qian's arm, but also showed such a charming, dependent, and even coquettish expression. The impact of this huge contrast left them all stunned. Jiang Wei and the other 2 were thinking, holy crap, brother Yi is so awesome. When did he become so close to Su Qiange? He's hiding it too well. I have to ask him about it later. The moment Jiu heard the affectionate name, brother Yi, she felt like she was hit hard by an invisible hammer. He lowered his head suddenly, and his heart felt like it was being tightly gripped by an ice-cold hand, making it almost impossible to breathe. Brother Yi, could it be that they're boyfriend and girlfriend? Hao Xiaodong was also a little confused. Isn't Lin Qian's girlfriend a senior? Why is he so close to Su Qiange now? Is he playing 2 women at the same time? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Hao Xiaodong's heart suddenly tightened. He subconsciously looked at Yi Xinyao. She was chatting and laughing with Lin Qian just now, but now her face was pale and her eyes were full of disbelief and astonishment. A strong sense of worry suddenly surged into Hao Xiaodong's heart, and he felt a pang of sadness for Yi Xinyao. The smile on Yi Xinyao's face froze and faded away in an instant when Su Qiange took Lin Qian's arm and called him, brother Yi, affectionately. Her eyes, which were originally filled with smiles, were now filled with great shock. She stared at the arm that Su Qiange was tightly wrapped around, confirming the scene. A few seconds later, she suddenly raised her eyes. Her sight unexpectedly met Lin Qian's helpless face, which even showed a hint of doting on Su Qiange. This is undoubtedly ironclad evidence of their close relationship. Beneath her mint green sweater, her shoulders trembled violently, and her fingertips clenched tightly into her palms. Lin Qian really didn't expect that Su Qiange would use such a bold and even ambiguous way to declare sovereignty to make their relationship public. However, his gaze swept across Yi Xinyao's instantly pale face and Ziu's suddenly lowered head, and the slight surprise in his heart quietly turned into a hint of amusement. This doesn't seem so bad. He stood up and raised his hand naturally, gently ruffling Su Qiange's hair with a touch of intimacy and indulgence. He lowered his head slightly, his eyes fixed on her face, and said in a gentle voice, Qiange, add whoever you want. How could I interfere with your social life? This gentle and doting tone, coupled with the intimate actions, has silently confirmed the close relationship between the two. I'll only add it with your consent. Su Qian immediately responded affectionately, her voice soft and sweet, carrying out the performance to the end, her eyes full of possessiveness, looking just like a girlfriend who relies on her boyfriend wholeheartedly. Okay, I agree. Lin Qian smiled helplessly. Wang Lei's face was already red, and he waved his hands hurriedly and panically. No need. Sorry to bother you. Sorry to bother you. He rushed back to his seat almost as if he was fleeing in panic, wishing he could disappear immediately. The two of them were so intimate as if they were not a couple. Wang Lei's name should be written backwards. I just looked like a clown. Chapter 114 Su Qian's pride, Yi Xinyao escapes. Then, Su Qian naturally moved a chair and sat down next to Lin Qian's right with a very intimate attitude. Ahem, Lin Qian cleared his throat, breaking the brief silence. He glanced gently at the entire audience, his tone relaxed as if the previous incident had never happened. Why are you all standing there? Eat and drink. Some quick-witted students immediately understood and tried to smooth things over. Yes, eat skewers, eat skewers. Come on, drink. The deliberately created noise filled the private room again. Everyone picked up the skewers again and clinked glasses with each other, but the focus was still firmly on Lin Qian and Su Qian, from the corner of their eyes and whispers in low voices. Lin Qian's seemingly unintentional but actually resolute attitude instantly replaced the jealousy and anger in Su Qian's heart with a huge sense of satisfaction and pride. She raised her delicate little face and gave Lin Qian a charming yet slightly cunning smile, her body pressed against him almost seamlessly, announcing to everyone with a silent gesture, the two of them had an unusual relationship. Lin Qian seemed to have just noticed Yi Xinyao, who had been silent and barely touched her chopsticks. He asked with just the right amount of concern, Xinyao, what's wrong, why aren't you eating? Yi Xinyao raised her face and forced a very stiff smile. Her eyes quickly moved between Lin Qian and Su Qian before finally settling on Su Qian. Her voice was a little tense. Qian, she is. Before the question was even finished, the direction was self-evident. Lin Qian was about to speak when Su Qian interrupted him. She raised her chin slightly, her eyes filled with undisguised pride and a hint of provocation, staring straight at Yi Xinyao and lightly asking, what do you think? Su Qian had always been very hostile towards Yi Xinyao because of their previous intimate duet. Now seeing her distraught expression, he immediately knew that she also liked Lin Qian. Of course, he had to leave no room for provocation. A hint of helplessness appeared on Lin Qian's face at the right moment, and he was about to make a gesture to explain. Yi Xinyao stood up suddenly as if she had confirmed the answer. The movement was so big that the chair legs made a harsh scraping sound against the ground. She lowered her head, suppressing the obvious tremor in her voice, and said quickly, I am going to the bathroom. Before she finished her words, she turned around and rushed out of the box door as if she was escaping, her back looking panicked. Yaoer, Hao Xiaodong's heart suddenly tightened, and he shouted anxiously. He immediately stood up and chased after her without hesitation. Yi Xinyao's sudden departure was like throwing a huge rock into the water that had just barely remained calm, instantly causing even bigger ripples in the box. The gossip hearts of the students in both classes were completely ignited, the air was filled with a strong smell of love triangle, and everyone exchanged acid glances. Lin Qian looked in the direction of the box door and had no intention of following Yi Xinyao out to explain. Now is not a good time. He retracted his gaze and smiled helplessly at Su Qian who was clinging to him, his tone carrying a hint of slight reproach. Qian, what you just said could easily be misunderstood. Su Qian immediately put on an extremely innocent expression, blinked her eyes, and said in a soft voice, I didn't say anything. As she spoke, as if eager to change the subject, she quickly picked up a fragrant beef skewer and handed it to Lin Qian's mouth attentively, trying to cover up her guilty conscience. Come on, brother Yi, try this, it looks delicious. Lin Qian looked at the beef skewers that Su Qian handed to his mouth. His big, innocent eyes blinked with an unconcealable pride and a hint of guilt after doing something bad. He understood it in his heart, but did not point it out. He just followed the direction she handed it to and took it with his head slightly lowered. It tastes good. He commented in a gentle tone, but his eyes fell on Su Qian's face with a playful smile. Su Qian's cheeks felt slightly hot when he looked at her, but more of it was the sweetness of a successful plan. Su Qian's cheeks felt slightly hot when he looked at her, but her heart was filled with the sweetness of her plan succeeding. She picked up another skewer of beef and ate it in small bites, her body still tightly cuddled against Lin Qian, enjoying the pleasure of exclusive possession after publicly declaring her sovereignty. Everyone, stop looking at us and keep eating. Lin Qian looked at everyone's focused gaze and raised his voice again, his relaxed smile just enough to dispel the awkwardness. He raised his beer glass and said, today is the first time our two classes are getting together. Come on, let's have a toast. He took the initiative to guide the conversation, shifting the focus slightly away from him and Su Qian. These students immediately joined in raising their glasses, and the box was filled with the sound of clinking glasses and shouts of cheers and happy partying. The atmosphere seemed to become lively again, but everyone's mind was obviously not on eating and drinking. Everyone had different thoughts in their minds. Some were excited about getting to know the big news, some were worried or felt sorry for Yi Xinyao, and some were curious about the status of Lin Qian and Su Qian's relationship. Jiang Wei and the other two never took their eyes off Lin Qian and the other two, and they communicated frantically with each other through eye contact in their phones. And Jiu, who was sitting diagonally opposite, lowered his head even lower after Yi Xinyao rushed out of the box. She could clearly feel the intimate atmosphere coming from Lin Qian and Su Qian, which was like an invisible barrier that completely isolated her. The shock of being called brother Yi still caused a dull pain in her heart, making her newly developed sense of dependence seem so ridiculous and humble. She felt like an unnoticed shadow in the corner. She didn't dare look in Lin Qian's direction again, for fear of seeing Lin Qian's gentle and doting eyes towards Su Qian. That would completely destroy the courage she had built up with great difficulty to get closer. Her hands on her knees unconsciously picked at the fabric of her skirt. Lin Qian casually glanced across the room and caught in Ziyu's dejection that was about to overflow. It seemed that he would have to comfort Xiao Yu later. Although the situation exploded prematurely due to Su Qian's bold move and became a little chaotic, everything seemed to be developing in the direction he expected. Yi Xinyao loss of composure and Ziyu's sadness all confirmed their concern for him. Su Qian's strong possessiveness in public actions revealed the extent to which she was deeply involved. Lin Qian was like a reef in the center of a storm. Under Su Qian's sweet embrace and the complicated gazes of the crowd, he had a smile on his lips that showed he was in control of the overall situation. He believed that no matter whether it was the escaping Yi Xinyao, the proud and clingy little cat beside him, or the sad little Yuer in the corner, they would eventually reach his preset destination according to the track he carefully laid. Chapter 115 Hao Xiaodong's comfort. Yi Xinyao rushed out of the barbecue restaurant, and the hustle and bustle of the summer night outside hit her in the face. The wind from the passing vehicles, mixed with the smell of barbecue smoke, blew on her, allowing her stuffy chest to feel a little bit of space, and she let out a long breath. Yaoer, Yaoer. Hao Xiaodong's anxious shouts came from far away, accompanied by panting. He chased her and his eyes fell on Yi Xinyao. She had her back to him, her shoulders slightly slumped, and she looked distraught. Hao Xiaodong's heart suddenly tightened. Since he entered junior high school, he hadn't seen Yaoer so fragile. Now he was so sad because of a man, which made his throat dry and bitter. Yi Xinyao didn't look back, but just sniffed hard, as if trying to suppress the emotion surging in her heart. She slowly squatted down, wrapped her arms around her knees, buried her face in them, and her slightly shaking shoulders revealed the sobs that she had tried hard to suppress in her throat. Lin Kie's helpless yet doting eyes, Su Qian's tightly wrapped arms, and the sweet words, "Brother Yi," were like needles piercing her heart. She had been looking forward to this social gathering, thinking that she could interact more with Lin Kie in the lively atmosphere, perhaps even sing a song together in the KTV, and after it was over, the two of them could walk side by side on the streets at night, take a stroll, and chat. But Su Qian's sudden appearance was like a bucket of cold water poured over her head, completely dashing her little expectations. At this moment, she was left with only embarrassment and self-mockery. Looking at Yi Xinyao squatting and curled up on the ground, Hao Xiaodong felt his heart sink and he felt depressed and miserable. He approached silently and squatted beside her. Although he was very close, he didn't dare to reach out and touch her. After a few seconds of silence, Hao Xiaodong looked at Yi Xinyao, whose aura was becoming increasingly depressed. Not knowing how to comfort her, he spoke dryly and anxiously, "Yaoer, don't be sad. Maybe they are not the kind of relationship you think." As soon as he finished speaking, Hao Xiaodong regretted it. What is he doing? He knew that Yaoer's mind was on Lin Kie, but he still explained for the man who made her sad. Shouldn't he have let this misunderstanding lead her to give up completely? A trace of regret spread in his heart. "Xiaodong, what do you know?" Yi Xinyao suddenly raised her head, with a layer of moisture still in her eyes, but a faint light instantly ignited in the darkness. With a hope as if grasping a life-saving straw, she locked her eyes tightly with Hao Xiaodong. Hao Xiaodong's heart choked when he saw her eyes suddenly light up. The burning expectation in them burned him like a flame. He felt even more upset, a bitter taste rushing into his nose. Could it be that as long as Su Qian wasn't Lin Kie's girlfriend, you would immediately be happy? Lin Kie was just that much to you. Hao Xiaodong's Adam's apple rolled and he was a little speechless. Seeing him hesitate, Yi Xinyao immediately reached out and grabbed his arm, shaking it vigorously, her voice filled with urging and unconcealable eagerness. "Xiaodong, what do you know? Tell me quickly." Hao Xiaodong's arm tightened in her grip. Her scorching gaze made it impossible for him to dodge, so he could only bite the bullet and confess obediently. "I heard from Zhang Wei that Lin Kie's girlfriend seemed to be a senior student, so that Su Qian shouldn't be his girlfriend." His voice became lower and lower, with a hint of hesitation. Sure enough, Yi Xinyao's tense shoulders relaxed visibly, and her long exhalations became much lighter. As for that senior girlfriend, she was more like a distant, vague shadow at this moment, and the shock brought to her by Su Qian, whom she saw with her own eyes, was far less painful to her. As long as it's not Su Qian. This thought instantly moved most of the huge stone in Yi Xinyao's heart away. Hao Xiaodong caught the instant relaxation on her face, and his heart sank suddenly, with an indescribable bitterness surging in his heart. The effect of his comfort was really immediate. After learning that Su Qian might not be Lin Kie's girlfriend, she recovered so quickly. No, but, looking at how close they were just now, their relationship must be complicated. Lin Kie he might be two-timing. Hao Xiaodong blurted out immediately, with a little anxiety that he himself was not even aware of, trying to suppress Yi Xinyao's relief. These words were like a pebble dropped into the center of a lake, stirring up ripples in Yi Xinyao's heart which had just calmed down. She frowned slightly, thinking about how intimate the two of them were just now. What Xiaodong said was indeed possible. Yi Xinyao bit her lower lip and secretly made a decision in her heart. What is the relationship between the two of them? She must find Lin Kie alone to find out clearly. Then, Yi Xinyao took a deep breath and stood up on her knees. She raised her hand and quickly wiped the corners of her eyes, then lowered her head to tidy up her messy clothes. Then he turned to Hao Xiaodong. His voice had returned to its normal pitch, though the ending was still a little shaky. "Xiaodong, let's go back. Thinking about how I rushed out without caring about anything just now, I must have become the focus of gossip among my classmates. Now I have to go back as soon as possible and pretend that I just went to the bathroom to cover up this embarrassment." Seeing that his reminder didn't make Yi Xinyao angry or sad, a strong sour taste suddenly rushed into Hao Xiaodong's nose, blocking his throat. "Yaoer, Lin Kie, is he that good to you? So good that you don't even have a doubt?" Hao Xiaodong closed his eyes tightly, suppressing the overwhelming depression in his heart, and finally nodded reluctantly and stiffly. Seeing this, Yi Xinyao turned around, put on a faint smile, and walked towards the brightly lit door of the barbecue restaurant. Hao Xiaodong followed her silently, 2 steps away. These 2 short steps now seemed like an insurmountable chasm. Gazing at Yi Xinyao's slender and delicate figure, Hao Xiaodong felt a surge of resentment clenching his heart. Was this the only way he could stay, forever maintaining this distance and watching her walk towards someone else? Hao Xiaodong unconsciously clenched his fists, a long suppressed thought clashing fiercely in his chest. If I let her know my feelings now, maybe this would make her stop walking towards Lin Kie, let her look back at himself who had always been with her. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he started to feel a little unsure. Would it really work? Chapter 116, Su Qian is in high spirits, and Yi Xinyao's doubts deepened. Yi Xinyao pushed open the door of the box, and the noisy heat wave mixed with the aroma of barbecued skewers hit her in the face, mixed with all kinds of inquiring gazes instantly surrounding her. She walked straight to her seat without looking around, as if the person who had just fled in a hurry was not herself. Hao Xiaodong lowered his head and followed her silently, keeping half a step away. The two's return immediately attracted the attention of the entire audience. Seeing that Yi Xinyao looked normal and hadn't lost her composure, those gazes quietly withdrew. Lin Kie looked at Yi Xinyao and saw that she no longer showed any signs of sadness. Then he glanced at Hao Xiaodong behind her and understood in his heart, Hao Xiaodong must have explained everything to her. "Xinyao, are you okay?" Lin Kie asked with concern as soon as Yi Xinyao sat down. "It's okay. There were a lot of people in the restroom, so I waited in line for a while." Yi Xinyao smiled at him. "That's good. Continue eating. We'll go to KTV to sing later," Lin Kie said, picking up 2 skewers and putting them on her plate. "Okay." Yi Xinyao nodded, picked up the skewers and started eating. "Brother Yi, this is delicious." A voice with a distinctly coquettish tone sounded. It was Su Qian. She picked up a bunch of grilled mushrooms and handed it to Lin Kie's mouth very naturally. She didn't expect Yi Xinyao to adjust her mood so quickly, so she wanted to continue to provoke Yi Xinyao. Lin Kie knew that Su Qian did it on purpose, but he remained calm. He reached out and took the string of mushrooms, his tone gentle and with a helpless smile. "Well, I can do it myself." She originally wanted to feed it directly to Lin Kie, but he took it with his hands and her expectations were dashed. But she quickly adjusted herself, turning it into a sweeter, more coquettish tone. "Brother Yi, I just want you to have a taste." She squeezed her body towards Lin Kie again, trying to make up for the slight shortcoming with more intimate physical contact. Lin Kie just smiled and didn't respond, concentrating on eating the mushroom in his hand. Su Qian's unbridled and coquettish behavior towards Lin Kie made Yi Xinyao even more eager to ask Lin Kie about their relationship, but now was obviously not a good time. The barbecue ended in a settled bustle. Everyone moved to the large KTV box that Lin Kie had booked. Lin Kie booked 2 rooms, and everyone related to him was in the box where he was. The luxurious private room is very large, and the huge LCD screen is flashing with colorful lights. On the way here, Su Qian thought of the sweet duet that Lin Qian and Yi Xinyao had sung before, and she decided to sing a duet with Lin Qian as well. As soon as she entered the box, she pulled Lin Qian and quickly went to the song request desk. Her slender fingers slid quickly across the screen, and she clearly logged onto a song, "You're the Right Person." Without asking Lin Qian's opinion, she picked up another microphone and said to Lin Qian coquettishly, "Brother Yi, let's sing a duet." Wow, the title of the song immediately caused a burst of booing in the box, and the atmosphere was forcibly ignited. Lin Qian felt the burning gaze from Su Qian beside him. There was a hint of amusement in his eyes, but he pretended to be unaware. With the doting smile she wore on her face, like she was looking at a younger sister, she naturally took the other microphone. Good, the prelude sounded, and a sweet and light melody flowed out. Su Qian immediately got into the mood. She turned sideways and looked up at him with bright eyes full of love. Her voice was sweet and affectionate. "I can't remember the year or day. You came into view. A person draws a circle, swinging alone. I keep thinking about your profile." She sang passionately and boldly, and every look and every movement showed everyone, especially Yi Xinyao, that she and Lin Qian were the right people. When she sang the chorus, she directly took Lin Qian's arm, and her body swayed gently with the rhythm. The two of them were as intimate as a perfect couple. "You're the right man. In the best time, it makes the impossible possible." Her singing is full of declaration. Yi Xinyao sat near the door. Under the dim flickering light, her face looked a little ugly. The title and explicit lyrics of this song, Su Qian's unconcealed expression of love and her sweet and affectionate singing voice all declare that she likes Lin Qian. Lin Qian not only did not refuse but sang along with her. This made Hao Xiaodong's reminder, "Is Lin Qian to timing?" instantly ring in her mind. Now she just wants this farce to end quickly so that she can find Lin Qian to ask him for the truth. Injiu buried her head even lower. She curled up at the edge of the sofa, hugging a pillow. The sweet chorus was a huge mockery to her, making her want to escape. When the song ended, applause and cheers rang out again. Su Qian's cheeks were slightly red, and her eyes were full of love. The dim atmosphere and the effect of the duet of love songs had already made her intoxicated. At this moment, he had completely forgotten that his original intention was to provoke Yi Xinyao. She completely ignored the noise around her and buried her face in Lin Qian's arms. After a moment, she raised her head, her eyes blurred, and murmured sweetly, "Brother Yi, I like." The box fell into silence in an instant, and everyone held their breath. Seeing her oblivious state and hearing the first half of her words, Lin Qian already knew what she was going to say next. Now is not a good time. He quickly supported Su Qian's shoulders, gently pushed her away from his arms, and said softly, "Okay, Qian, the song is over, we should give our place to others." The atmosphere suddenly dropped from the high point of ambiguity to freezing point. The confusion and sweetness on Su Qian's face froze instantly. The love in her eyes had not yet faded when it was covered by a layer of disbelief and rapidly rising grievance and anger. She looked at Lin Qian, her lips trembling slightly, and the words, "I like you," that were almost blurted out were stuck in her throat. Why did he interrupt me? Did he not want to listen to me at all? Although she chose this song out of anger towards Yi Xinyao, it was also a disguised confession of love. Is he really unable to see through my own thoughts? Or does he clearly know but is deliberately avoiding them? You really don't have that kind of thought about yourself. Thinking of this, Su Qian clenched his fist and looked at Lin Qian with eyes full of shame and anger. Seeing this, Lin Qian pulled Su Qian to the nearest empty seat and asked her to sit down. His eyes then swept over Yi Xinyao, only to see that her face was ashen, her hands clenched into fists on her knees. Without hesitation, he walked over to Yi Xinyao and spoke naturally, as if it was just a normal invitation. "Xinyao, we didn't enjoy our duet last time. How about singing another song this time?" This sudden invitation left everyone a little confused. Those who didn't know the inside story exchanged glances, secretly wondering, could it be that Lin Qian and Su Qian weren't a couple? Was it Yi Xinyao he cared about? Yi Xinyao suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with surprise, and her heart began to beat uncontrollably. She had never expected that Lin Qian had just sung such an intimate duet with Su Qian, and even interrupted Su Qian's confession and turned around to invite her. Could it be that they are really not boyfriend and girlfriend? It's just that Su Qian likes him unilaterally. This thought brought her doubts about their relationship to a climax. Hao Xiaodong, who was sitting next to her, frowned and looked gloomy. Bastard. He just had an ambiguous relationship with another woman, and now he comes to mess with Yaoer. Su Qian, who had just recovered from the shame and anger of having her confession interrupted, witnessed Lin Qian's actions, and her face was instantly filled with shock, dissatisfaction and raging anger. What does he mean? He just finished singing a love song with me and turned around to invite Yi Xinyao. In his eyes, singing love songs with me is just to satisfy his sister. Is it a very common thing? Chapter 117 Yi Xinyao's counterattack. Su Qian is extremely angry. Lin Qian lowered his head, looking at Yi Xinyao who was clearly lost in thought. He knew that his sudden invitation had confused her, so he reminded her, "Xinyao." Yi Xinyao was just about to look up and respond when a figure came over with a gust of fragrant wind. It was Su Qian. Although she had a sweet smile on her face, there was no tenderness in her eyes. She naturally reached out and held Lin Qian's arm, her voice full of obvious coquettishness and dissatisfaction. "Brother Yi, why do you want to sing with her?" As he spoke, he secretly exerted force with his hands, trying to pull Lin Qian back to his side, and at the same time he unabashedly lowered his head and gave Yi Xinyao a warning look. Lin Qian stood firmly in place and was not pulled by her. He gently struggled to break free from her embrace, then reached out and touched her head, his tone carrying a hint of helpless smile. "It's just an ordinary chorus, what's the matter? Sister Qian, can't I sing a song with others? Everyone else can do it, but she can't." Su Qian raised her chin stubbornly, her tone firm. "Why?" Lin Qian looked at her with a hint of understanding in his eyes, asking even though he knew the answer. "Because of her, she treats you." Su Qian was speechless for a moment, stamping her feet in anger, but couldn't explain why. At this moment, Yi Xinyao suddenly stood up, a faint smile on her face, and interrupted Su Qian with a clear and pleasant voice. "Okay, Qian. We didn't sing enough last time, so this time is a good time to make up for it. How about we sing, A Little Sweet?" Quote. A Little Sweet, the melody of this song is light and sweet, and the lyrics are straightforward. Its lethality is no less than, "You are the right person," sung by Su Qian just now. Watching the interaction between the two just now, Yi Xinyao thought that they might be childhood sweethearts, just like her and Xiaodong. This realization made her previously depressed mood relax a lot. The situation before her couldn't be clearer. Su Qian simply had a one-sided crush on Lin Qian. She was clearly relying on her childhood sweetheart status to act so recklessly. She was now unreasonably asserting her sovereignty. Yi Xinyao could clearly feel that from the very beginning, Su Qian had harbored great hostility towards her. While she was singing, the other person's eyes that glanced at her from time to time were full of provocation and complacency, as if he was deliberately provoking her. Did she see through her feelings for Lin Qian, or was she simply too overbearing to allow any girl to get close to him? But none of this matters anymore, since Su Qian is not Lin Qian's girlfriend at all, and Lin Qian took the initiative to invite her. Then why should she worry about Su Qianj? Since she wants to provoke me, why can't I give her a taste of her own medicine? As soon as this thought came to mind, the little devil in Yi Xinyao's heart poked its head out with a wicked smile. And when Yi Xinyao stood up, with that sweet and shallow smile on her face, which seemed to Su Qianj to be full of naked provocation, Su Qianj felt a surge of evil fire suddenly rushing up to his head. This is tantamount to declaring war on her in public. Su Qianj bit her lower lip hard, barely suppressing the urge to rush forward and tear Yi Xinyao's smiling face apart. No, this is definitely not the place to lose your temper in public, otherwise you will just make others laugh at you. But her beautiful big eyes were now cold, and her gaze was fiercely piercing Yi Xinyao's face, as if she wanted to pierce through her beautiful face. Whoa, the box was in an uproar again, and the booing was even more enthusiastic than when Su Qianj ordered a song just now, full of excitement of watching a show. Everyone could clearly smell the invisible smell of gunpowder between the two girls in the air. A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Qie's eyes, but was then replaced by a deep amusement. He really didn't expect Yi Xinyao to be so proactive and directly order a more straightforward sweet song. It seems that she was also provoked by Su Qianj and was thinking of fighting back. Lin Qie smiled lightly and nodded happily, okay. After saying that, he gently pulled Su Qianj, who was on the verge of exploding, back to her original position and whispered soothingly, okay Qianj, let me sing a duet with you at the end, how about that? Su Qianj looked at his unquestionable expression, feeling aggrieved but could only nod in frustration. Be good. Lin Qie touched her head again, turned and walked towards the song request stage. Hao Xiaodong took in the sweet smile Yi Xinyao gave Lin Qie, as well as her counterattack by selecting the song, a little sweet, without hesitation. But he didn't know how to stop it. A bitter taste rushed straight into his throat, and a burning pain spread across his heart. He suddenly grabbed the half-full glass of beer in front of him and drank it down. The cold liquid slid down his throat, but it couldn't extinguish the fire in his heart at all. Just at this moment, a cheerful and sweet prelude sounded, instantly drowning out the noisy discussions in the box. On the huge screen, the MV of "A Little Sweet" jumped out, and pink bubbles almost overflowed the screen. Lin Qie picked up the microphone and looked at Yi Xinyao with gentle encouragement in his eyes. Yi Xinyao took a deep breath, met his gaze, picked up another microphone, and a bright smile bloomed on her face. Lin Qie's clear voice flowed out with a smile. Pick an apple, wait for you to pass by the door, and give it to you to quench your thirst. Yi Xinyao immediately followed up tacitly, her voice sweet and clear, her eyes fixed on Lin Qie. Like cola in summer, like cocoa in winter, you're the right person at the right time. It is you who let me see a flower bloom in the dry desert. You made me want to write a love song for you every day. When she sang to the emotional part, Yi Xinyao boldly turned slightly to the side and took a step closer to Lin Qie, with an extremely bright smile on her face. The sweet feeling that comes from the heart is conveyed unreservedly through the singing and focused eyes, and is very contagious. She didn't directly hold hands like Su Qianj did, but this implicit approach and sweet gaze of full devotion were more impactful. Lin Qie also fully cooperated, lowered his head slightly, looked back at her with a smile, his eyes focused and gentle, as if the entire noisy box suddenly became quiet, leaving only the two of them. Their harmonious voices blended together, singing a sweet chorus. With the most romantic chorus, you also gently echoed. The look in our eyes confirms our choice. This scene is as beautiful as a painting of a youthful love song, and a sweet atmosphere permeates the air. However, this sweet singing and this harmonious picture, in the eyes of Su Qianj who was sitting alone in the front, were like the sharpest needle, piercing her heart. She exuded an icy aura that kept strangers away. The cute mask she had tried so hard to maintain in front of Lin Qie had long since been completely peeled off, leaving only completely distorted anger and overwhelming hatred for Yi Xinyao. The muscles on her face twitched uncontrollably, her hands clasped together in her lap, her fierce gaze fixed on Yi Xinyao, her heart roaring wildly. Yi Xinyao, you shameless bitch, how dare you seduce Lin Qie in front of me? Just wait. Chapter 118 The confrontation between two women. After the two finished singing together, the sweet aftertaste still lingered in the box. After the applause and booing died down, Yi Xinyao put down the microphone, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she was about to sit back in her seat with a satisfied smile. Suddenly, Su Qianj stood up suddenly, her eyes fixed on Yi Xinyao. Her voice was not loud, but it seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth, with a surging anger that she tried hard to suppress. Yi Xinyao, you, come out with me. The air in the entire box seemed to freeze in an instant. Everyone held their breath, their eyes nervously wandering between the two girls, and the silent smell of gunpowder quietly spread. Lin Qie's eyes moved slightly, and a hint of amusement flashed across his eyes. He looked at Su Qianj, his tone full of inquiry. Qianj, what do you want to do? Su Qianj took a deep breath and forced himself to look away from Yi Xinyao. When she turned to Lin Qie, she forced an extremely stiff, cold smile on her face, as if just to prove that she had no ill intentions. I'm not planning anything, brother Qie. I just have something I want to talk to Yi Xinyao about alone. Yi Xinyao could clearly see the hostility churning in Su Qianj's eyes and the jealousy that was about to burst out. But she remained calm, looked at Su Qianj and replied, okay. She also wanted to see what Su Qianj wanted to say to her, and take this opportunity to find out the relationship between Su Qianj and Lin Qie in advance. Well, Yaoer, I'll go with you. Hao Xiaodong stood up immediately when he saw this. Looking at the tense atmosphere between Su Qianj and Yi Xinyao, he was worried that Su Qianj would do something extreme. My dear classmate, Su Qianj turned her cold eyes to Hao Xiaodong instantly, with a sense of oppression. I don't have anything to say to you. Hao Xiaodong was so embarrassed by her words that he couldn't speak. He could only look at Yi Xinyao for help. It's okay, Xiaodong, Yi Xinyao gave him a reassuring look, we just had a few words. After saying that, Yi Xinyao said no more. She glanced at Su Qianj, then turned around and walked towards the door of the box without looking back. His steps were calm and without any fear, revealing a calmness to fight to the end. When Su Qianj saw her like this, the anger in his heart surged even more. She snorted coldly, turned around and said to Lin Qie quickly, Brother Qie, you guys keep singing, we'll be back soon. Then she stepped on her high heels and followed him out quickly. Her hurried footsteps revealed her inner anger. Soon, the heavy box door closed with a dull bang behind her, instantly blocking out all the curious, worried, or anticipating eyes inside. Lin Qie looked at the door of the box with a deep and difficult to understand look in his eyes, then turned to everyone. He maintained a relaxed expression, as if unfazed by the well-known dispute between the two women that he had started. He said calmly, all right, everyone, let's continue singing. Who wants to sing a song? The corridor was dimly lit, and the two walked towards the bathroom in silence, one in front and the other behind. When they were almost at the door, Su Qianj caught up with Yi Xinyao in a few steps, suddenly reached out, grabbed her arm, and roughly turned her around to face him. Yi Xinyao, Su Qianj's voice trembled slightly with extreme anger. She leaned forward, her beautiful big eyes burning with blazing jealousy. What do you mean? Yi Xinyao staggered when she was pulled by her, and felt a clear pain in her arm. She was furious and swung her hands to break free from the grip, quickly stabilizing herself. She faced Su Qianj's face, twisted with anger, fearlessly, and said calmly, what do you mean? I don't understand what you're talking about. Playing dumb, Su Qian scoffed, her voice sharp and piercing. Who were you acting for in the box just now? You smiled so smugly and sweetly at Lin Qian. Do you think you're a good flirt? You really are a seducer. Her words were full of malicious speculation and outright humiliation. Seduce. Yi Xinyao repeated the word, her eyes instantly cold. Su Qian, please watch your mouth. Lin Qian and I just sang a song together, and he was the one who invited me. How come it becomes so filthy in your mouth? Is Lin Qian exclusive to you? Only you can sing with him. No one else can. Others can do it, but you can't. Su Qian's chest rose and fell violently, and her voice was low. Don't think I can't see it. From the very beginning, your eyes seem to be glued to Lin Qian. You know best what you think of him. Yi Xinyao's heart skipped a beat, but she remained calm, even with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, the box is so small, aren't we all just looking at each other? I think he has feelings for her. What about you? When you were singing just now, weren't your eyes glued to him like super glue? You even stuck to him with your whole body. Your obvious feelings are the epitome of Sima Zhao's heart is obvious to everyone. You. Su Qian was hit hard by this precise counterattack, her face suddenly turned red, and she was extremely angry and embarrassed. She took a deep breath, forced herself to swallow the anger rising in her throat, and took another step closer, almost touching Yi Xinyao's face. The low voice asked with a cold chill. Yi Xinyao, stop changing the subject. I only have one question for you. Her eyes were as sharp as a knife, locking onto Yi Xinyao's eyes, and she spoke word by word. Do you like Lin Qian? The air froze at this moment. In the dim light of the restroom, two girls faced each other, one was furious and aggressive. A man who appears calm, but with a turbulent undercurrent flowing in his eyes. Yi Xinyao met Su Qian's angry eyes. This question went straight to the core of her heart, and she was silent for a few seconds. In Su Qian's view, this brief silence was tantamount to silent consent and guilt. Just as the coldness in Su Qian's eyes grew stronger and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, ready to mock her, Yi Xinyao suddenly smiled. That smile also carried a hint of undisguised sarcasm. Su Qian, who are you to question me? The voice was not loud, but every word was clear. She did not give a yes or no answer, but threw this hot core question back fiercely. This rhetorical question directly hits the core of Su Qian's self-righteous, unbiased, and wishful thinking of sovereignty. Who am I? Is it your turn to care? Su Qian instantly exploded, her voice suddenly rising, filled with the madness and cowardice of being exposed. No matter what you think, I'm warning you. You'd better be smart and put away your wishful thinking right now. Stay away from Lin Qian. He's not someone you can covet. Otherwise. What else? Yi Xinyao interrupted her without giving in, her eyes instantly sharp, revealing a powerful aura ready to confront her. What are you going to do to me? Su Qian, he's free to talk to and sing with whomever he wants. Who are you to make decisions for him? You're being unreasonable. You who are you calling unreasonable? Su Qian was shaking with anger, her fingers almost poking Yi Xinyao's nose. Whoever is being unreasonable knows best. Yi Xinyao raised her hand coldly and slapped away Su Qian's hand that was pointing at her with quite a bit of force. She took a step back, keeping a relatively safe distance, and looked down at him. Su Qian, you like Lin Qian, right? But it seems you're not his girlfriend. You're trying to drive away every girl who appears around him in such a childish and ridiculous way. What's the point, other than making you look pathetic, and ridiculous? Shut up. These words hit Su Qian's heart like a heavy hammer, making her scream like a cat whose tail was stepped on. It seems I was right. Yi Xinyao looked at Su Qian, who was completely out of control and angry, and understood everything in her heart, and was completely confirmed, Su Qian was not Lin Qian's girlfriend. Since you're not his girlfriend, you have no standing or qualifications to question me. If you don't have anything else to say, I'll excuse myself. After saying that, Yi Xinyao no longer looked at Su Qian's face, which was twisted to an almost terrifying level by anger, humiliation, and jealousy. She turned around neatly, brushed past Su Qian, and walked straight towards the box along the way she came. Su Qian froze in place, as if under a spell. She opened her mouth, wanting to refute and curse, but she found that all her words seemed so pale and powerless, so vulnerable in front of Yi Xinyao's all-seeing, cold and sharp gaze and words. She could only stare at Yi Xinyao's back, which seemed to declare victory, and clench her fists. That look was no longer just anger, but also a mixture of panic at being seen through, humiliation at having dignity trampled upon, and a deeper, more crazy determination. At this moment, the determination to capture Lin Qian became unprecedentedly firm and crazy. Yi Xinyao could feel the gazes from behind, like a thorn in her back. Instead of feeling a sense of triumph, she felt a complicated feeling of exhaustion. Chapter 119 Lin Qian wants to be alone with Yi Xinyao. Yi Xinyao pushed open the heavy door of the box, and the noisy music and air mixed with the smell of alcohol instantly enveloped her. She quickly put on a nonchalant smile and glanced at everyone calmly. Hao Xiaodong jumped up almost immediately and walked towards her nervously, his eyes full of worry. Yaoer. Are you okay? Nothing. Yi Xinyao shook her head gently, a barely perceptible hint of weariness in her voice, her smile still appropriate. We just chatted for a few minutes. She avoided Hao Xiaodong's inquiring gaze and walked straight to her seat and sat down. Hao Xiaodong opened his mouth and wanted to ask more questions, but seeing that she obviously didn't want to talk more, he had to suppress his questions and worries and sat back beside her in a depressed mood. The atmosphere in the box was subtly stagnant for a moment when she came back, but it was quickly broken by song requests and cheers. In less than a minute, the box door was pushed open again. Su Qian walked in, her forced smile stiffened, the rage in her eyes that had not yet been extinguished was forcibly suppressed, turning into a cold and gloomy light, a mixture of humiliation and an almost paranoid determination. Her eyes immediately locked onto Lin Qian, and with a silent declaration in possession, she walked straight towards him. Ignoring all the curious or inquiring looks, she suppressed her hasty steps and quickly sat down next to Lin Qian. Then she took his arm without hesitation and leaned on his shoulder. Lin Qian could sense her depressed mood. It seemed that she had lost the confrontation with Yi Xinyao just now. He leaned close to her ear and asked softly, Qian, what did you two talk about just now? Su Qian raised her head, with possessiveness and paranoia in her eyes, and shook her head, nothing to talk about. Lin Qian looked at her and knew that Yi Xinyao must have said something to provoke her. He didn't ask any more questions, but just touched her head soothingly. An hour later, the noise from the KTV finally died down. A group of people walked out of the building, and the cool breeze of the summer night blew in their faces, carrying the hustle and bustle of the city. Su Qian, who had been leaning against Lin Qian, also felt relaxed. Lin Qian had sent a message to Yi Xinyao midway to arrange a private chat, so he, Su Qian, Yi Xinyao and Hao Xiaodong were the last to arrive. Lin Qian looked at Su Qian, who was clinging to his side. It was obvious that she was waiting for him to send her off. He said, Qian, you should go back first. Su Qian glanced at Yi Xinyao beside him, and immediately tightened his arms, almost hanging on him. She raised her face, a hint of uneasiness in her voice. Brother Yi, it's getting late, can you please take me back to school? She blinked her big eyes, trying to use this intimacy to lock him firmly by her side, isolating herself from any possibility of being alone with Yi Xinyao. Lin Qian looked down at her, his lips curled up in a soothing arc. He raised his hand and gently rubbed the top of her head, but his tone was gentle. Qian, I have something to do and need to talk to Xinyao alone. You can go back with Xiaodong first, or I can call a taxi for you. Talk to her. Su Qianzhe's voice suddenly rose, and the fingers holding his arm suddenly tightened. What is there for you to talk to her about? We need to talk alone. Then you didn't know her well, but you talked to her alone. Did I stop you? Lin Qian gently patted the back of her hand that was tightly gripping his arm, and with irresistible force, he made her loosen up a little. Su Qianzhe's chest heaved violently. Looking at Lin Qian's calm yet uncompromising eyes, she felt a surge of grievance. This is different. I don't agree. Seeing this, Lin Qian just looked at her calmly, and an invisible sense of oppression spread. Su Qianzhe flinched a little when he looked at her. Okay, be obedient, we're just chatting. Noticing her uneasiness, Lin Qian slowed down his tone and time. Su Qianzhe knew that she couldn't change his decision. Although she was extremely reluctant for him to be alone with Yi Xinyao, she could only agree on the surface, but she had made up her mind to follow him in her heart. Catching the change in her eyes, Lin Qian's eyes flashed with understanding, her thoughts were completely within his expectations. He turned to Hao Xiaodong and said, Xiaodong, you and Qianzhe should go back together. Hao Xiaodong looked at Lin Qian's attitude of ordering his younger brother around, and felt as unhappy as Su Qianzhe. But thinking that he was indeed his younger brother now, and the two of them were just friends, there was nothing wrong with chatting. He really had no right to stop him and could only look at Yi Xinyao. Yi Xinyao noticed his gaze and smiled lightly. Xiaodong, you and Qianzhe should go back first. Hao Xiaodong nodded helplessly, but like Su Qianzhe, he also wanted to follow. Okay, you guys go first. Lin Qian glanced at the two of them and smiled gently at Yi Xinyao. Xinyao, let's take a walk. Yi Xinyao nodded, waved to Hao Xiaodong and Su Qianzhe, and followed Lin Qian in the opposite direction of the school. Su Qianzhe stood there, watching the two people walk more than 10 meters away without moving. She glanced at Hao Xiaodong who was also motionless, ignored him, and followed him. Seeing this, Hao Xiaodong immediately followed. Chapter 120 Lin Qian's explanation. Lin Qian stopped at a milk tea shop on the corner and ordered 2 cups of their signature milk tea. His eyes casually swept across the figure on the side street, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yi Xinyao was completely unaware of the two people following her, and her mind was not on that. At the moment, she was only trying to figure out what Lin Qian was going to say to her next. After the milk tea was ready, Lin Qian handed a cup of iced milk tea to the dazed Yi Xinyao. Xinyao, here. Yi Xinyao came back to her senses, took the milk tea, and continued walking with Lin Qian. Xinyao, what did Qianzhe say to you just now? Lin Qian's voice broke the silence between the two. He turned his head to look at her, the halo of the street lamp dancing on his face with just the right amount of concern. Yi Xinyao raised her head and met his concerned gaze. Those eyes were filled with sincere inquiry, making it difficult for her to determine whether he was really unaware. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to come clean. She needed to know the true relationship between the two, and also wanted to know Lin Qian's attitude towards Su Qianzhe. She told me to stay away from you. Yi Xinyao's voice sounded calm, but her hand holding milk tea revealed the unrest in her heart. Lin Qian frowned upon hearing this, and a look of surprise and confusion quickly appeared on his face. What? He stopped, his eyes full of confusion. She and you seem to be meeting for the first time, right? Why would she tell you this? His reaction was impeccably natural, as if Su Qianzhe's behavior was completely unexpected to him. Yi Xinyao stared into his eyes to confirm his authenticity. Don't you really know the reason? There was a hint of temptation in her voice. Why should I know? Lin Qian's expression became even more confused, even with a hint of innocence. She likes you. Yi Xinyao stopped beating around the bush and went straight to the point, so she warned me to stay away from you. Her words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, echoing clearly between the two of them. The confusion on Lin Qian's face froze instantly, and was then replaced by an expression mixed with surprise and thought. He was silent for a few seconds before he slowly spoke, his voice a little deeper. Really? This I really don't know. He sighed softly and looked into the distance with complicated eyes, as if he was digesting this information. Yi Xinyao's heartbeat quickened slightly. His surprise didn't seem fake, which relaxed her tense nerves a little. I see you two are quite close. She pressed the issue, her tone softening but still probing. Are you childhood sweethearts? No. Lin Qian's answer was straightforward. He retracted his gaze and looked at Yi Xinyao again with a frank expression. It was when we first registered for school. My girlfriend and I helped her a little at the new student reception desk. She has a cheerful and lively personality. She said at the time that she wanted to recognize my girlfriend as her sister. My girlfriend thought she was very cute and agreed. She naturally calls me Brother Kie. I think she is quite innocent and cute, and she is happy to have such a sister. He paused, his tone tinged with helplessness. Besides, she knew perfectly well that I had a girlfriend, so I always thought she simply wanted to find a brother to rely on, and never thought about it that way. I never thought she would have that kind of thoughts about me. His surprise and slight distress at being deceived were expressed clearly. Yi Xinyao listened carefully, observing the changes in his facial expressions. His explanation was logical and clear, and his expression was frank. It seems that the relationship between the two is not the childhood sweetheart relationship she imagined, and the intimate atmosphere between the two is just something Su Qianzhe deliberately created in front of her. After confirming the specific relationship between the two, Yi Xinyao felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. The haze and invisible pressure brought by Su Qianzhe disappeared at this moment. However, after the relief, what followed was an indescribable sense of loss, weighing heavily on my heart. Her attention involuntarily shifted to Lin Qian's girlfriend. Your girlfriend? Yi Xinyao subconsciously rubbed her hand holding the milk tea. Is he from our school too? Yes, she is our direct junior senior. Lin Qian nodded. You 2 years apart, and you're just starting college. How did you get together? Yi Xinyao was a little surprised, and then she became more curious. She tried hard to make her voice sound like she was just talking about ordinary gossip. Lin Qian smiled and said, we went to the same high school and were both members of the student union. We often organized activities together. After spending a long time together and feeling that we were right for each other, it was natural for us to get together. His tone was very natural. We've been together since high school, and we even went to the same university. Yi Xinyao murmured, then smiled. It's really romantic. Yeah, that's great. She tried to make her smile look sincere and envious, but there was loneliness deep in her eyes. Well enough. Lin Qian caught the gloom in her eyes, his eyes moved slightly, making his tone sound indifferent. Yi Xinyao took a sip of milk tea, but the sweet taste seemed unable to suppress the sourness rising in her heart. She forced herself to cheer up and half seriously change the subject. Introduce him to me sometime. Anytime. Lin Qian responded readily. She's at our school. Let's find a time to have a meal together in the school cafeteria or outside. Yeah, okay. Yi Xinyao nodded absent-mindedly. Lin Qian felt her depressed aura. He knew that he couldn't let her depressed mood spread. He had to divert her attention and let her temporarily ignore the existence of his girlfriend. After all, this time I proposed to spend time alone together in order to improve their favorability and advance his double rescue plan. The amusement park is not far ahead. Should we go and have some fun? Lin Qian suggested immediately. Yi Xinyao nodded in agreement after hearing this. She had only been to an amusement park a few times, and she was eager to try it after he mentioned it. And now she needs a lively and relaxing environment to dispel the bitterness and boredom in her heart. Chapter 121 Fingers intertwined on the roller coaster. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the amusement park. Because it was Friday night, there were quite a lot of people in the amusement park, and the atmosphere was cheerful and relaxed. Xinyao, what do you want to play? Lin Qiye asked at the right time. Yi Xinyao looked around, a little confused. I don't know, what do you want to play? How about the roller coaster? Lin Qiye pointed to the roller coaster track not far away. Yi Xinyao looked over and saw the ups and downs of the route and the screams of the passengers on the bus, and she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Although she had never played it before and was eager to try it, she was still a little nervous and hesitant, and subconsciously looked at Lin Qiye. Never played it? Lin Qiye asked. Yeah, Yi Xinyao nodded. That's perfect, I haven't played it either. Lin Qiye smiled, his smile carrying a reassuring power. Then I have to give it a try. Don't worry, just hold on to my arm later. Seeing his reassuring smile, Yi Xinyao's anxiety was somewhat dispelled, and she nodded and said, okay. The two walked side by side towards the roller coaster. Soon, the previous roller coaster roared to a stop. After all the passengers left, they got on the next bus smoothly. Lin Qiye sat on Yi Xinyao's right side, leaned over to help her fasten her seatbelt, and said, you can hold my arm now. If you get scared later, just scream. Yi Xinyao followed his instructions, stretched out her right hand, and carefully grasped Lin Qiye's strong forearm. Feeling the lines of his arm muscles and the steady heat made her relax but also a little shy. Woo! Soon, the shrill startup bell suddenly rang, followed by the low roar of mechanical operation. The roller coaster slowly climbed, and as the height increased, the lights of the entire amusement park spread out beneath our feet. Yi Xinyao's heartbeat began to accelerate, and the hand holding Lin Qiye's arm tightened unconsciously. She held her breath, waiting for the impending dive. Hold on tight, Lin Qiye's voice echoed amidst the whistling wind. Almost at the same time, the roller coaster reached the highest point of the track, as if it had paused in midair for a moment. Then, there was an unexpected, almost vertical fall. A huge feeling of weightlessness instantly gripped Yi Xinyao, making her internal organs hang in her throat. The moment the scream came out of her mouth, she almost out of survival instinct, her right hand tightly grasped Lin Qiye's arm, and her whole body tried to lean towards him, but this still seemed not enough to dispel the fear. Lin Qiye clearly felt the sudden increase in strength in his arm and the panic on her face. Without any hesitation, he quickly pulled back his tightly embraced arm. This action made Yi Xinyao lose her footing instantly, and the huge panic made her turn her head sharply to look at him. However, the next second, Lin Qiye's left hand accurately grasped her right hand, and then his fingers forcefully inserted into her fingers, tightly interlocking with her 10 fingers. The force was steady and powerful, instantly locking her panicked hands firmly. The sense of security brought by this sudden close connection is so strong. Yi Xinyao screams in fear were instantly paused. She stared blankly at the two people's tightly clasped hands, then raised her eyes and met Lin Qiye's still calm face and eyes, which conveyed the silent message, don't be afraid, I'm here. The fear that had just surged receded quickly like a tide, and was replaced by an even more surging current of warmth. That was his burning body temperature coming from her fingertips, and the feeling of security tightly wrapped in his palm. The roller coaster was still diving, turning and rolling wildly, the wind was howling and the scenery was upside down. But Yi Xinyao's attention was inexplicably fixed on those clenched hands. The slight numbness of the fingertips touching each other was infinitely magnified in this stimulating environment and transmitted to her with incredible clarity. A heart-throbbing spread along the connected palms to the tip of her heart, making her forget where she was. Ding! Yi Xinyao's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 7100s, the host receives 500 rescue coins. When Lin Qiye heard the system's prompt, he glanced at Yi Xinyao, who had calmed down beside him and was tilting her head. Her eyes fell on their tightly clasped hands. Her cheeks were still flushed, perhaps from shock or some other emotion. The corners of his mouth lifted up slightly, almost imperceptibly. After an unknown amount of time, the roller coaster slowly slowed down and finally stopped. As the safety lever popped up with a click, the whistling sound of the wind suddenly disappeared, replaced by the noisy voices of people on the platform. Yi Xinyao seemed to be forcibly pulled back to reality from a hazy and intense dream. But her body seemed reluctant to give up the sense of security that was firmly locked in her body, so when she came to her senses, her hand still lingered on Lin Qiye's palm with a bit of attachment, and she did not withdraw immediately. However, Lin Qiye was the first to loosen his hand, and his action was so natural that it seemed as if the clenching just now was just to help her relieve her fear, out of pure friendship and concern. The feeling of being grasped on her hand suddenly disappeared, and Yi Xinyao's hand suddenly lost its support and fell on her knees with a hint of coolness. This made her suddenly realize what she had been lingering on. A strong sense of embarrassment instantly swept over her body, making her cheeks burn. Xinyao, are you okay? Lin Qiye turned his head at the right time and spoke with concern. Phew, I was so scared. Yi Xinyao hurriedly lowered her eyes, not daring to look at him, and tried to make her voice sound calm. Thank you, Qiye. I'm glad you're okay. No need to thank me. Lin Qiye responded easily. Seeing her lowering her head and pretending to be calm, yet not daring to even look at him shyly, he understood in his heart, the clasping of their fingers just now had stirred up quite a stir in her heart. Then, with a faint smile on his face, he pretended not to notice that something was wrong with her, and said teasingly to help her relieve her shyness, Xinyao, it seems that the roller coaster project is not suitable for you. Yes. Yi Xinyao quickly followed his words, as if she was really scared, raised her hand and patted her chest lightly. I don't dare to play anymore. Get out of the car, Lin Qiye said, unfastening his safety device. Yeah, Yi Xinyao nodded quickly and followed suit. The two got out of the car quickly, but the ambiguous feelings that grew from the close contact did not dissipate as their feet touched the ground. Instead, they lingered in Yi Xinyao heart, becoming even clearer. Lin Qiye looked at Yi Xinyao, who was still a little dazed beside him, with a playful smile in his eyes. He suggested at the right time, let me take you to play bumper cars and relax for a while. Yi Xinyao raised her head upon hearing this and looked in the direction he indicated. The cheerful and relaxed atmosphere in the bumper car park allowed her to temporarily suppress the chaotic thoughts in her heart, and her eyes lit up with eagerness to try. Okay. Chapter 122 Happy Bumper Car. The hustle and bustle of a bumper car park is completely different from the thrill of a roller coaster. Colorful cars were running around in the field, and the sounds of collisions and laughter were intertwined, creating a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. When it was their turn to enter, Lin Qiye turned his head and said, come on, pick one. Yi Xinyao took a deep breath and glanced at the colorful cars. She nodded and chose a light pink one. Lin Qiye chose a dark blue car parked diagonally in front of her. The two of them sat down. Are you ready? Don't let me hit you too hard. Lin Qiye turned around and looked at Yi Xinyao with a provocative look on his face. The purpose of this is to stimulate her interest and let her immerse herself in it. Yi Xinyao raised her chin in defiance. It's still unclear who will hit whom. As soon as he finished speaking, the startup bell rang. Yi Xinyao manipulated the steering wheel and pedals somewhat clumsily, and the car moved forward crookedly. Soon it was hit by a car next to it. She let out a small exclamation, but couldn't help laughing. She raised her eyes to look for Lin Qiye and found that his driving skills were even more proficient. He nimbly weaved through the traffic like a swimming fish, always within her field of vision, neither too far nor too close. At this moment, a red bumper car suddenly hit her from the side. Yi Xinyao's heart skipped a beat and she subconsciously wanted to hide, but she was too nervous to do anything. In a flash, a deep blue shadow rushed out from the side. Lin Qiye controlled the car precisely, and at an almost drifting angle, he just blocked the front side of Yi Xinyao's car. Bang! The collision sound was deafening. The front of the red car hit the rear of Lin Qiye's car hard, and Yi Xinyao's car was only lightly scratched. Yi Xinyao was so shocked by this sudden, hero saving the beauty, that she screamed. The owner of the red car was a naughty little boy. He stuck out his tongue, laughed, and backed away. Lin Qiye steadied the car and turned to look at her, his eyes asking, "Are you okay?" Yi Xinyao's heartbeat quickened, and the warmth and excitement of being protected surged in her heart. She shook her head slightly. "No, it's okay. Thank you, Qiye." "No big deal." Lin Qiye raised the corner of his mouth. "Look, I'll help you get revenge." He locked his eyes on the red car that was slipping away and rushed over with murderous intent. Next, Yi Xinyao seemed to have found a backbone. She was no longer nervous and followed Lin Qiye's dark blue car clumsily, encircling the target with him. Lin Qiye seemed to slow down intentionally or unintentionally to wait for her, and occasionally deliberately created opportunities for her to bump into him lightly, causing her to laugh like a silver bell. Every time our eyes met, amidst the vibrations of the collision and the laughter, it seemed to carry a faint electric current. Yi Xinyao's cheeks were hot all the time. The throbbing on the roller coaster that had not yet subsided was like the stirred spring water, rippling out again gently and firmly. In a dark corner outside the parking lot, Su Qi and Hao Xiaodong silently watched the sweet interaction between the two, feeling very uncomfortable. 10 minutes later, the bell rang to end the event, but Yi Xinyao still felt a little reluctant to leave. She leaned her head sideways on the steering wheel, breathing slightly, with a blush from exercise and a cheerful smile on her face, and looked at Lin Qiye beside her with sparkling eyes. "Is it fun?" Lin Qiye looked at her gently, his eyebrows slightly raised and smiling. Yi Xinyao smiled brightly. "Yeah, it's fun. I'll bring you here to play again when I have the chance." Lin Qiye promised. "Okay," Yi Xinyao responded immediately. Then the two got out of the car and wandered aimlessly in the amusement park. Chapter 123 Haunted House. Lin Qiye's attention was drawn to a huge building shrouded in strangeness not far away. It was a haunted house designed in the style of an abandoned insane asylum. He stopped and looked sideways at Yi Xinyao beside him. An idea came to his mind, and he pretended to be very interested and said, "Xinyao, do you want to go to the haunted house? I really want to see if it's realistic enough." Yi Xinyao looked in the direction he pointed, and the gloomy building made her instinctively feel a little scared. But when she looked up and saw Lin Qiye's eager expression, she couldn't bear to interrupt his interest. Moreover, thinking that he was by her side, she was not so scared anymore. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded. There weren't many people queuing, and the nervous and excited chatter of the surrounding tourists actually added a bit of anticipation to Yi Xinyao. Su Qi watched the two people walk towards the entrance of the haunted house. She dared not follow them into the haunted house alone, but finally decided to stay outside and wait for them to come out. Finally, it was Lin Qiye and the other man's turn. The staff opened the heavy iron door, and a cold wind mixed with dust, cold air and a deliberately created, bloody, smell blew in their faces. Yi Xinyao subconsciously clenched her hands and moved a little closer to Lin Qiye. As I stepped into the haunted house, the light suddenly dimmed. Only the green and crimson emergency lights flickered, outlining the eerie contours of the twisting corridors and dilapidated rooms. The weird background music and the sharp sound effects that explode from time to time continued to stimulate the tense nerves. Yi Xinyao's heart instantly rose to her throat, and all her senses were on high alert. The first few scares are relatively mild, a fake skeleton that suddenly pops up, a white ghost flashing in the corner, and blood seeping onto the wall. Yi Xinyao was frightened and let out a soft cry every time, but she could still barely remain calm, but her feet unconsciously stuck closely to Lin Qiye. However, when walking into a narrow corridor lined with moored cabinets, the atmosphere of horror suddenly escalated. The lights suddenly went out. Complete darkness swallowed everything in an instant. At the same time, shrill cries and harsh metal friction sounds were heard. Ah! Yi Xinyao was caught off guard and screamed. A huge fear instantly surrounded her, making her instinctively seek shelter. She almost closed her eyes and rushed towards the only source of heat she could sense around her, Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye obviously didn't expect the darkness to be so complete. But he reacted extremely quickly. The moment Yi Xinyao pounced on him, he opened his arms and hugged her firmly. Yi Xinyao's hands tightly grasped the clothes on Lin Qiye's waist, and her whole body was almost completely buried in his arms, her body trembling slightly with fear. Lin Qiye's arms tightly wrapped around her shoulders and waist, holding her in his arms. Through the thin clothes, Yi Xinyao could clearly feel the warmth and firmness of his chest and hear his steady and strong heartbeat. A strong sense of security mixed with masculine scent instantly enveloped her, miraculously dispelling the fear brought by the endless darkness. Lin Qiye felt the soft touch and slight trembling in his arms, and a playful smile of success flashed across his eyes. That was the purpose of bringing her to the haunted house. In fear, she will inevitably seek support, and she is the only piece of driftwood she can hold on to. Although this trick is a bit old-fashioned, it works. He had just secretly despised the haunted house for not being scary enough, but now it seemed that he had wronged it. "Don't be afraid, Xinyao, I'm here." Lin Qiye's low voice sounded above Yi Xinyao's head, carrying a deliberate and reassuring power. As he spoke, warm breath gently brushed through her hair. In the darkness, the senses are infinitely magnified. The unique aura of Lin Qiye, the reassuring warmth of his embrace, the steady and powerful heartbeat beneath his chest. They were all imprinted extremely clearly in Yi Xinyao's perception. Her tense body involuntarily relaxed and softened little by little. She realized belatedly that she was being embraced by him in an extremely intimate way. Her cheek was pressed against his warm chest. Through the thin fabric of his short-sleeved shirt, she could clearly feel the outline and heat of his chest. This realization made her cheeks instantly hot. The strange thing is that the terrifying atmosphere in the haunted house seems to be isolated from this small warm embrace. Yi Xinyao's heart was beating incredibly fast, but it had nothing to do with fear. This frantic heartbeat was entirely due to this unexpected, overly intimate hug, and the unignorable palpitations it brought even a sense of addiction that made her feel vaguely dangerous. She seemed to be bewitched by this warm cage and just wanted to stay a little longer. At the moment when the feeling of addiction was quietly spreading, a dazzling red light suddenly exploded at the end of the corridor. A doctor, covered in blood, and with a distorted face, waving a roaring chainsaw prop, making a teeth-grinding noise, rushed straight towards them. Ah! The stimulation of the red light made Yi Xinyao instinctively turn her head to look over, and the sight made her scream again. She quickly buried her face in Lin Qiye's arms again, and wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, as if she wanted to embed herself in him. This sudden impact made Lin Qiye take a half step back, and his arms around Yi Xinyao tightened. "It's fake, don't be afraid." Lin Qiye's low voice rang out again, and at the same time, he hugged her and quickly ran in the opposite direction. On the road ahead, Yi Xinyao almost became a pendant on Lin Qiye. Although the dim lights were restored, various terrifying mechanisms continued to appear one after another. The fear in Yi Xinyao's heart seemed to be strangely covered by another more turbulent emotion, that was the sense of security brought by Lin Qie's existence and the ambiguous feeling that continued to ferment and heat up. Every sudden fright became a reason for her to stay in his arms. The intimacy between the two has exceeded the boundaries of friends. In this enclosed space filled with sensory stimulation and physical contact, Yi Xinyan had already completely and comfortably blocked the existence of Lin Qie's girlfriend from her consciousness. At this moment, the only thing left in her sensory world was the boy next to her who exuded a strong sense of security and made her heart palpitate. An ambiguous atmosphere that needs no explanation and carries a fatal temptation spread silently in the gloomy and eerie atmosphere of the haunted house, like an invisible spider web, tightly entangled the two people. Ding. Yi Xinyao's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 75 100ths, the host receives 500 rescue coins. When the light from the exit finally came into view, Yi Xinyan felt a little dazed and reluctant. This meant that she had to leave this warm embrace that made her heart beat irregularly and forget everything around her. Lin Qie held Yi Xinyan in one hand and stepped out of the exit. He looked at Yi Xinyan who was still nestled in his arms, raised his other hand naturally, and gently rubbed the top of her head. Okay, Xinyan, we're out. Yi Xinyan seemed extremely frightened, acting as if she didn't hear anything and remained unmoved. Lin Qie raised his lips into a faint smile that was a mixture of playfulness and complacency. He was very considerate and did not remind her or push her away, allowing the two of them to maintain this posture that seemed extremely intimate to outsiders. However, this silent intimacy fell completely under the shadow of a decorative tree not far away. Su Qian stared at the two people hugging each other tightly, clenched her hands and bit her lower lip. The surging anger instantly rushed to her head, making her almost rush over regardless of everything. Hao Xiaodong, who was standing not far from her, also felt his heart stop and he couldn't breathe. Chapter 124 Lin Qie's plan, Yi Xinyan takes the initiative to kiss. Lin Qie's eyes seemed to casually sweep around, and when he caught sight of Su Qian's figure not far away, a trace of calculation flashed across his eyes. Then he quietly activated the 5S desire stimulation on Yi Xinyan in his arms. A sudden urge to have closer contact with Lin Qie instantly swept over Yi Xinyan. She seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and suddenly raised her head, put her arms around Lin Qie's neck, stood on tiptoe, and pressed her lips against his. Lin Qie pretended to be shocked for a moment, then reacted immediately. He put his hands on her shoulders and pushed her away with a little force. His tone was filled with confusion and lowness. Xinyan, what are you doing? However, influenced by her desires, Yi Xinyan seemed unable to hear any sound. She broke free from Lin Qie's hand on her shoulder, and pressed herself against him again regardless of anything else. With an almost stubborn impulse, she kissed him once again. This time, she held her arms tighter and kissed him even harder. This dazzling scene was like a red-hot iron burning Su Qian's retina. She was instantly awakened from her stunned stupor, a surge of rage rushing to her head. She had no time to think and rushed towards the entangled figure. When Su Qian rushed to the two of them, Lin Qie had already pushed Yi Xinyan away. Yi Xinyan was pushed and staggered back a step. The effect of psychic desire stimulation had worn off. Awakened instantly, Yi Xinyan suddenly covered her lips, her eyes widened, and she looked at Lin Qie who was so close to her in disbelief. Her bold and proactive behavior just now, that desperate kiss, a huge sense of shame overwhelmed her, making her cheeks hot. How could she do such a bold thing? Even after being pushed away, she still. Yi Xinyan. Before Yi Xinyan could come to her senses, Su Qian's sharp roar exploded in her ears. Yi Xinyan trembled all over, and was suddenly surprised to find that Su Qian was standing next to her. Her originally beautiful face was now filled with anger. She had never expected Su Qian to suddenly appear. Her already embarrassed feeling instantly soared to the peak. Without time to think about the reason, she instinctively wanted to explain. She opened her mouth, but her throat seemed to be blocked, and she spoke incoherently. I. What were you doing just now? How could you be so shameless? Su Qian's voice trembled with extreme anger, and she stabbed Yi Xinyan fiercely. Yi Xinyan subconsciously looked at Lin Qie, her eyes filled with panic, shame and a cry for help. Lin Qie's gaze had already turned to Su Qian, and a perfect expression of surprise and confusion appeared on his handsome face. Qian, why are you here? I. Su Qian looked at Lin Qie, her eyes flickering with obvious guilt. After being speechless for a moment, she gritted her teeth and decided to take the initiative, turning her anger and grievances into sharp questions. The voice rose again, even with a crying tone. Why am I here? If I weren't here, how could I have witnessed such a wonderful show? Before she finished speaking, she turned her head abruptly and thrust her spearhead at Yi Xinyan again, scolding her harshly. Yi Xinyan, brother Qie clearly has a girlfriend, yet you still dare to be so shameless and cling to him. Do you even have any shame? Su Qian's accusations were like a barrage of cannonballs, and every word was filled with sharp accusations and deep contempt. Yi Xinyan trembled all over after being scolded by her face turned pale and she was at a loss. Yes, Lin Qie has a girlfriend. What was I doing just now? She was overwhelmed by immense regret and intense self-loathing. Her eyes were red, but she still couldn't organize effective words. She could only shake her head in vain, trying to deny the undeniable behavior. That's enough, Qian. Seeing this, Lin Qie took a step forward, and his tall body blocked Yi Xinyan half a step in front of him, forming a subtle protective posture. Yi Xinyan, who was protected behind him, looked at Lin Qie's tall back and finally felt that she could breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Qie looked at Su Qian, his face showing obvious displeasure. I don't know why you followed us, but things are not what you think. Stop speaking ill of Xinyan. His obvious protective attitude was like adding fuel to the fire for Su Qian. Not what I thought. Su Qian's stares finally burst out, a mixture of anger and grievance. I saw her kiss you with my own eyes. Lin Qie, are you interested in her too? Do you want to be with her? Shut up, Lin Qie interrupted her harshly. His voice was not loud, but it contained invisible pressure, which made Su Qian's next more unbearable words choke in her throat. Su Qian could only look at Lin Qie with grievance. Her eyes were full of hurt, as if she had caught her boyfriend cheating on her and he was still protecting the mistress. Yi Xinyan, who was protected behind Lin Qie, felt warm in her heart and moved when she saw him defending her like this. An idea popped up in his mind uncontrollably. She had just made such a bold and offensive move, but instead of getting angry and blaming him, he defended her. Could it be true, as Su Qian said, that Lin Qie was also interested in her? Seeing that Su Qian had been intimidated by him, Lin Qie softened his tone and said, okay, it's getting late now, let's go back to school first. Seeing Lin Qie trying to forcefully end the conflict by going back to school, how could Su Qian be willing to give up? She stepped past Lin Qie and looked at Yi Xinyan behind him. She mocked him again, but her voice had calmed down. Yi Xinyan, you have the guts to do it, but not the guts to admit it. Seeing that Su Qian wanted to approach Yi Xinyan again, but because Su Qian had calmed down, Lin Qie decided to let her provoke Yi Xinyan again, so he just raised his arm symbolically to stop her. Su Qian easily bypassed Lin Qie's blocking arm and rushed directly to Yi Xinyan, questioning again. Tell me, why did you kiss him just now? Have you been planning to seduce him for a long time? How can you be so shameless? Su Qian is aggressive, with light questioning hit Yi Xinyan's nerves hard, and a huge sense of shame overwhelmed her again. However, under this extreme humiliation and oppression, because of Lin Kie's protection, and even stronger, desperate anger and the courage to throw in the towel erupted in her heart. Enough. Yi Xinyao suddenly raised her head and screamed. This angry roar made the aggressive Su Qianzhi pause. Yi Xinyao eyes were red because of Su Qianzhi's previous humiliation, but at this moment, what was burning in those red eyes was no longer panic and shame, but a desperate, almost crazy determination. She stared at Su Qianzhi's shocked face, her voice trembling with excitement. Yes. You were right. This shocking self-explosion caused Su Qianzhi's pupils to shrink suddenly, and also made Lin Kie's eyes flash with a sharp light of success. Yi Xinyao didn't give Su Qianzhi a chance to respond or retort. She took a deep breath, as if to roar out the anger of humiliation that had been pent up in her heart. Her voice was filled with determination. Su Qianzhi, listen carefully. I just like Lin Kie. I just took the initiative to kiss him. I couldn't help myself. I'm shameless. So what? What's it to you? You're not his girlfriend. What right do you have to question me? Yi Xinyao, you. Su Qianzhi was so angry at this naked and unconcealed confession and provocation that her vision went dark and the corners of her mouth trembled. She raised her finger and pointed at Yi Xinyao, but she couldn't squeeze out a word for a long time. All she could do was feel extremely unbelievable. After Yi Xinyao shouted all this with all her might, it seemed as if all her strength was drained away in an instant, and her body swayed slightly uncontrollably. She no longer looked at the choked Su Qianzhi, but with a feeling of near exhaustion, she slowly and cautiously turned her gaze to Lin Kie standing beside her. She was eager to know how he would react to this. Chapter 125 Lin Kie's response, how Xiaodong collapses. The air seemed to freeze, the hustle and bustle of the amusement park was isolated, leaving only the silent undercurrent between the three people. Ding, Yi Xinyao's rescue value +5. Current rescue value, 8100s. The host receives 500 rescue coins. Ding, Yi Xinyao's rescue value has reached 80. Reward skill, harem heart makes the target accept the host's harem. The system prompt sounded in his mind, and a playful look appeared in Lin Kie's eyes, but his face still maintained a look of shock. He launched the heart of harem against Yi Xinyao and Su Qianzhi without hesitation. Seeing Lin Kie's shocked expression, Yi Xinyao's heart began to beat wildly. She wondered anxiously, would he be disgusted, or would he be a little shaken, a move she dared not even dream of. That desperate confession just now was like a flood, instantly breaking down all her concerns, shame and moral barriers. At this moment, the flood has receded, leaving only a heart hanging in the throat, waiting for the final verdict. Su Qianzhi, who was originally burning with rage, suddenly had a strange idea pop up in her mind without any warning, which made her miraculously calm down. Yi Xinyao didn't seem so damn worthy. Even having Yi Xinyao by Lin Kie's side is not completely unacceptable. This absurd idea even shocked herself. She shook her head vigorously, trying to dispel the strange thought, but the strong hostility towards Yi Xinyao in her heart receded like a tide that was difficult to control. A few seconds of silence felt like a century to Yi Xinyao. Okay, calm down. Finally, Lin Kie slowly spoke, breaking the silence. He first turned his gaze to Su Qianzhi. Qianzhi, don't be so hostile to Xinyao. I believe that you two will become good sisters. Good sisters. With her, Su Qianzhi's lips moved, and she instinctively wanted to refute. However, when he met Lin Kie's deep eyes, the voice in his heart rang out with unusual clarity. Yes, it seems that there's really no need to be so angry. Yi Xinyao likes him, doesn't that just prove that he is charming and proves that he has good taste? Besides, Yi Xinyao is indeed beautiful and qualified to be her sister. This thought even made her feel incredible. Seeing that Su Qianzhi was stunned and silent and did not refute, Lin Kie knew that the harem intention had taken effect. He then looked away and his gaze fell heavily on Yi Xinyao's face. Yi Xinyao's heart suddenly tightened. There was no disgust or contempt in Lin Kie's eyes, but instead a deep and complex emotion that made her heart tremble. He sighed softly, and that sigh seemed to carry a 1,000-pound weight, falling heavily on Yi Xinyao's heart. Xinyao, Lin Kie's voice softened a bit, I know what you mean. He paused and looked directly into Yi Xinyao's nervous and expectant eyes. I'm very happy that you like me. This thought is very precious, but... Then, a hint of deep regret flashed in his eyes. I already have a girlfriend, so I'm sorry, I can't accept your feelings. These words of rejection were like ice water poured over her head, but Yi Xinyao clearly caught the real regret in Lin Kie's eyes. This made her realize that Lin Kie definitely had feelings for her, but he had to reject her only because he had a girlfriend. Because of harem heart, she almost wanted to shout, I don't care. But then her rationality hit her again. She could not care less, but what about him? What about his girlfriend? If I really did that, wouldn't I be a bad woman who destroyed other people's feelings? I might even make him a scumbag. A huge sense of loss washed over Yi Xinyao, but she quickly forced a smile, trying to hide the turmoil in her heart with a relaxed tone. I understand, Kie, don't feel burdened. I'm just expressing my feelings, I don't force you to accept me. And I don't want to be a bad woman. She took a deep breath and looked at Lin Kie with a hint of pleading. We can still be good friends in the future, right? Su Qianzhi looked at Yi Xinyao's forced smile after being clearly rejected. The expected joy in her heart did not appear, but instead she felt a strange feeling of the fox mourns the death of the rabbit. She couldn't help but think, if I confess my feelings to him in the future, will I also be rejected so bluntly? This thought gave her an inexplicable impulse. Maybe she could help Yi Xinyao. If Lin Kie can accept Yi Xinyao, then there's a high probability that he will accept himself as well. Although she didn't understand why she could suddenly accept that there were other women around Lin Kie, she secretly made up her mind. Even if it was inevitable that there would be other women around Lin Kie, she must become the one he loved the most and was the most important to him. Lin Kie looked at Yi Xinyao, who was pretending to be relaxed, with a gentle gaze, as if he was not affected at all, and said with certainty, of course, Xinyao, you will always be my good friend. He reached out and patted her shoulder gently in a soothing manner. Then he turned to Su Qianzhi, who was standing there in a daze, and said in a normal tone, okay, Qianzhi, it's getting late, let's go back to school. Lin Kie's voice interrupted Su Qianzhi's thoughts. She nodded absent-mindedly, well okay. Yi Xinyao glanced at Su Qianzhi, who had suddenly behaved abnormally. Although she was puzzled, she was relieved that the other party was no longer aggressive. At this moment, Lin Kie's gaze seemed to accidentally sweep towards the direction where Su Qianzhi had been hiding just now, and a playful arc suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. How Xiaodong hasn't left yet. Hasn't this kid seen enough? He then pretended to be slightly puzzled and said, Xinyao, look over, there's that Xiaodong. Yi Xinyao looked in the direction he pointed. She was very familiar with How Xiaodong's figure and recognized him immediately. It's Xiaodong. She was first confused as to why he was here, and then she thought that the scene of her kissing Lin Kie just now might have been seen by him. A strong sense of shame instantly came over her again, and her cheeks flushed again. How Xiaodong saw the three people's eyes all looking at him, and the pain in his heart was instantly overwhelmed by intense shame. He turned around abruptly and wanted to escape immediately. Xiaodong, but Yi Xinyao's cry came from behind him, like an invisible rope, instantly biting his feet and nailing him to the spot. A moment later, Yi Xinyao's voice rang out again, this time closer, Xiaodong, why are you here too? How Xiaodong knew there was no way to avoid it, so he could only turn around slowly, but he didn't dare to look up. He stammered, it's so late, I was worried about you, so I followed you. Even he himself felt that this excuse was poor, but he could not think of any other excuse. Yi Xinyao didn't think much of it when she heard it, and said casually, Kie is here, Xiaodong, your worry is a bit unnecessary. It's getting late, let's go back to school together. This sentence was like a spark that ignited a barrel of gunpowder, causing Hao Xiaodong to suddenly raise his head. His face turned ashen, and huge humiliation and anger rolled wildly in his chest. He witnessed his beloved girl kissing someone else with his own eyes, and now he says his worries were unnecessary. Yes, with Lin Kie around, what was Hao Xiaodong? An eyesore and a superfluous person. Yeah, he's here, Hao Xiaodong almost roared, his voice distorted by extreme pain. He stared into Yi Xinyao's eyes, I'm just a superfluous person. Yi Xinyao was immediately shocked by his intense reaction. She first felt ashamed for mentioning Lin Kie, and then she realized that her unintentional words might have hurt Hao Xiaodong. Her face immediately showed panic and apology. Xiaodong, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, However, this apology did not alleviate Hao Xiaodong's pain at the moment. His resentful gaze swept over the three of them fiercely, then he turned abruptly and plunged into the bustling crowd. Ignoring the shouts of Lin Kie and Yi Xinyao behind him, he disappeared in a panic in the amusement park where light and shadow intertwined. Lin Kie looked at Hao Xiaodong's hurriedly fleeing back, a playful smile on his lips, and whispered in his heart, run. Xiaodong, soon, Xinyao, whom you have been thinking about so much, will become your true sister-in-law. Yi Xinyao stared blankly at the direction where Hao Xiaodong disappeared. The blood had drained from her face, and it was filled with pain and regret. There was also a misty light in her eyes. Seeing this, Lin Kie naturally stretched out his arm, gently put his arm around her shoulders, and said in a soothing tone, okay, Xinyao, don't blame yourself too much. Don't worry, I will explain it clearly to Xiaodong. The strength on the shoulder and the comforting words made Yi Xinyao's tears burst out instantly. She could no longer hold back and buried her face in Lin Kie's chest, her shoulders trembling slightly as she sobbed softly. Su Qian, who was standing aside, looked at Lin Kie hugging Yi Xinyao intimately with a complicated look. Although her hostility towards Yi Xinyao had faded a lot because of Heart of the Harem, she still couldn't help but feel a little bitter in her heart when she saw this scene. However, this jealousy was quickly overcome by a feeling of understanding, and she could understand Yi Xinyao's desire for comfort. She did not make a sound to disturb the slightly heavy atmosphere, but just stood quietly by the side, silently looking at the two people hugging each other in front of her. At the same time, her contempt for Hao Xiaodong deepened. She could feel that Hao Xiaodong liked Yi Xinyao, but he looked so cowardly and timid that he would just run away when facing his love rival, which meant that he definitely hadn't even expressed his feelings. Even if he really made it clear, Yi Xinyao would definitely not agree. After all, when the two of them stood together, they looked like siblings, and there was no sense of a couple at all. Instead, he was with Lin Kie. Chapter 126 Su Qian's boldness and plan. After a while, Yi Xinyao's crying gradually stopped. Lin Kie then gently helped her up and said in a gentle voice, okay, Xinyao, don't be sad. Yi Xinyao's chaotic mood calmed down a little. She nodded and responded with a strong nasal tone, yeah. Su Qian, who was standing aside, saw Lin Kie's tenderness towards Yi Xinyao. Although the sharp hostility in my heart had been softened inexplicably, the surging jealousy began to surge again. She immediately stepped forward, tightly holding Lin Kie's arm, and said in a sweet and urgent voice, Brother Yi, let's go back to school. Lin Kie turned around and gave her a soothing smile, okay. Seeing this smile, the jealousy in Su Qian's heart was finally suppressed a little. 3 minutes later, the DD car Lin Kie took arrived. Lin Kie opened the right rear door and motioned for the two women to get in first. Yi Xinyao glanced at Su Qian who was standing there motionless, hesitated for a moment, then bent down and sat down. When Su Qian saw Yi Xinyao get in the car, she immediately said to Lin Kie, Brother Yi, you get in first. Lin Kie didn't refuse and sat down. Su Qian followed him into the car and closed the door. The narrow carriage fell silent after Lin Kie reported the last digit of his cell phone number. Su Qian was the first to break the silence. She affectionately took Lin Kie's right arm, leaned slightly against him, and asked in an inquiring tone, Brother Yi, when did you become so close to her? How come I didn't know anything about it? Because Hao Xiaodong recognized me as his elder brother, our relationship naturally became closer. Lin Kie explained calmly. Su Qian was still a little confused after hearing this. What does this have to do with Hao Xiaodong? What is the relationship between the two of them? She guessed that Yi Xinyao and Hao Xiaodong were probably high school classmates and friends. They are childhood sweethearts. Lin Kie gave the answer. So that's how it is. Su Qian suddenly realized. After a while, she seemed to have thought of something, and nervously asked, then when she kissed you before, didn't you feel disgusted? Yi Xinyao, who had been silently looking out the window, tensed up slightly when she heard this question, and her attention was completely focused on her ears. Why should I feel disgusted? Lin Kie turned his head to look at Su Qian, his tone full of confusion. Don't you have Sister Ruoxi? If you don't feel disgusted, won't you feel sorry for Sister Ruoxi? Su Qian gave a reasonable reason. I didn't take the initiative to kiss Xinyao, and I also stopped her, so I don't feel like I did anything wrong to Ruoxi. Lin Kie's tone seemed as if it was a matter of course. Does that mean if any woman kisses you first, you won't feel disgusted or angry? Lin Kie's answer made Su Qian's voice suddenly rise, with an inexplicable anger that she herself couldn't explain. Of course not, Lin Kie answered without any hesitation. These words were like a stone dropped into Yi Xinyao's heart, causing her heart to skip a beat. Did this mean that in his heart she was special? This affirmative answer also made Su Qian think of the word, special. A strong sense of jealousy suddenly surged in her heart, and she almost blurted out, anxiously, what about me? As soon as the words came out, two blushes suddenly appeared on Su Qian's face. She seemed to be completely unexpected to be asked so directly, and her eyes dodged in panic for a moment, but then she stared at Lin Kie's eyes with stubbornness and expectation. Lin Kie looked at Su Qian's suddenly red cheeks and her eyes filled with shame and stubbornness. A playful smile flashed in his eyes, but a strange look appeared on his face. This brief silence and that strange expression made the already impulsive Su Qian lose his patience. She suddenly closed her eyes and quickly pressed her lips against Lin Kie's. Soon the warm touch of their lips made her heart beat faster. It was just a moment of feeling. Before Lin Kie could push her away, she quickly shrank back and turned her burning face to the window. Her heart was pounding as she held her breath waiting for Lin Kie's reaction. Yi Xinyao, who had been watching the two of them out of the corner of her eye, was shocked by Su Qian's bold move. Was she declaring war on her, or was she trying to take over Lin Kie's girlfriend position? Lin Kie raised his hand and gently wiped the corner of his mouth with his thumb. He hadn't expected Su Qian to be so bold, and he secretly found it amusing. However, on the surface, he pretended to be shocked and puzzled, and said in a low voice, Su Qian, what are you doing? I just want to take a look. Su Qian's heart tightened when she heard his low voice. She argued in a low voice with grievance and stubbornness, am I worse than her in your heart? Looking at her adorable appearance, Lin Kie decided not to dampen her confidence. He sighed, reached out and rubbed her head. Okay, Qian, you are also very important to me. Don't be so hostile to Xinyao. I hope you can get along well in the future. He paused, his tone adding a hint of warning, also, don't do this again. Feeling that Lin Kie was not angry, Su Qian felt happy and responded in a sullen tone. But his words, "Don't do this again," were like a small thorn piercing her heart, bringing a sense of loss. Was it because it was the first time that he was not angry? What about the second and third time? A dangerous thought of wanting to join forces with Yi Xinyao to fight against Lang Ruoxi quietly grew in her heart. After thinking about this for a moment, Su Qian suddenly took out his phone, clicked on the Fission QR code, and leaned over to hold the phone screen in front of Yi Xinyao. Hey. Add Fission. Yi Xinyao was stunned by Su Qian's sudden action. She could feel that Su Qian's attitude seemed to have changed. Although she was not sure whether this kindness came from the heart or was done for Lin Kie to see, at least the other party sent a signal that he was willing to make contact. More importantly, she could clearly feel that Lin Kie really regarded Su Qian as a close sister. Even though he already knew Su Qian's feelings for him, he chose not to point it out and maintained the status quo. Therefore, in order not to embarrass Lin Kie, Yi Xinyao also hopes to get along harmoniously with Su Qian. Chapter 127, Innate NTR Holy Body Hao Xiaodong. Seeing that Yi Xinyao hadn't made any move, Su Qian frowned impatiently and handed the phone forward again, urging her, "What are you standing there for? Add me." Yi Xinyao's thoughts were interrupted by this urging. She took a deep breath, suppressed the complicated emotions in her heart, and took out her mobile phone. "Okay." With a soft, beep sound, the code was scanned successfully. Su Qian immediately put away her phone, her fingers moved quickly across the screen, and without hesitation, she changed Yi Xinyao's note to, "Yi is shameless." She no longer paid attention to Yi Xinyao, but instead hugged Lin Kie's arm tightly again, resting her head affectionately on his strong shoulder. This action silently declared her existence and priority. Her mind was completely occupied by Lin Kie's words, "You are also very important in my heart." Important, the word made her feel both sweet and bitter. She doesn't want to be just important, she wants to be unique. But the reality told her coldly that the only one seemed to be an unattainable luxury, Lang Ruoxi, who occupied the position of girlfriend, and the shameless man who had just been added as a friend. A strong sense of crisis was growing wildly in her heart. Yi Xinyao caught a glimpse of Su Qian snuggling in Lin Kie's arms, and the bitterness returned to her heart. She was now somewhat envious of Su Qian for being able to have unrestrained close contact with Lin Kie, while she herself did not have the appropriate identity to be close to him. She could only force herself to turn her head and look blankly at the light and shadow flowing outside the window. Lin Kie could clearly feel the completely different auras and emotional fluctuations of the two girls beside him, Su Qian's undisguised jealousy and possessiveness, and Yi Xinyao suppressed depression. All of this was within his expectations, and was even the result of his careful planning. The corners of his lips curled up in a controlled arc, silently enjoying the waves of emotions they felt because of him. This feeling is extremely interesting to him. As for Hao Xiaodong, he is just an insignificant episode in this wonderful drama. Thinking that the poor guy might be hiding in some dark corner at this moment, and imagining the intimacy between Yi Xinyao and himself with a heartache, a hint of playful joy flashed across Lin Kie's eyes. He believed that with Hao Xiaodong's deep affection for Yi Xinyao, this blow would not be enough to make him completely give up. It would be fun to let him painfully witness the girl he cherishes walking towards someone else step by step, but he can do nothing but bless her. The car drove steadily towards the school. On the other side, Hao Xiaodong moved towards the school in a daze, and every step felt like stepping on red-hot charcoal. Yaoer took the initiative to kiss Lin Kie, the girl who is as pure as moonlight and as precious as life in his heart. She actually kissed another man so proactively, even with a stubbornness and passion that he had never seen before. For the first time, Lin Kie pushed her away, but she didn't give up. Instead, he kissed her again, even harder. His arms were still tightly wrapped around Lin Kie's neck. Buzz, a fishy and sweet taste suddenly rushed up Hao Xiaodong's throat, and his vision went dark and the world was spinning. The immense feeling of humiliation was like cold molten iron, instantly filling his blood vessels and igniting a raging flame deep in his heart that was enough to burn all sanity. Why? How long has Lin Kie been around? Why does he make you like him so much and take the initiative? Who am I? More than 10 years of silent companionship, meticulous care, and carefully treasured feelings. The moment she offered her red lips, everything became a complete joke. With Kie here, your worries are a bit unnecessary. Yi Xinyao's light words, with a hint of indifference, were like an ice cone tempered with poison, piercing his last bit of shaky self-esteem with incredible precision. Redundant. Hao Xiaodong suddenly stopped and grabbed the cold iron railings on the roadside with both hands. His body shook violently and uncontrollably, and the railings rattled as he shook them. Yes, extra. Hao Xiaodong has been redundant in Yi Xinyao's life since junior high school. But before that, when she was bullied, he was the first one to rush forward regardless of the consequences, and he was determined to protect her even with a bruised face. Every time she was unhappy, he would rack his brains to make a fool of himself to make her laugh. He thought that these little bits of protection would always occupy a small corner in her heart that belonged only to him. It turns out that it was all his wishful thinking. When a dazzling existence like Lin Kie appeared, his sincerity and protection for more than 10 years seemed so worthless. In her eyes, his worries and concerns were nothing but a burden that prevented her and Lin Kie from being alone. Ah, an extremely suppressed roar burst out from Hao Xiaodong's clenched teeth. He couldn't bear it any longer and punched the cold iron railing hard. Bang! The dull sound of impact was particularly harsh in the silent night. A piercing pain came from the back of my hand, and the skin on my nipples was instantly broken and blood flowed out. But this physical pain was nothing compared to the excruciating pain in Hao Xiaodong's heart that was torn apart alive and then ruthlessly trampled and crushed. Tears finally burst out uncontrollably, a mixture of humiliation, anger and despair, sliding hotly down his flushed and twisted cheeks. Hao Xiaodong bit his lower lip hard, trying to stop the embarrassing sobs, but to no avail. Lin Kie, this name was now circling wildly in his mind and could not be erased. He must be laughing now, laughing at his own embarrassment, laughing at his own ignorance, laughing at himself for being such a loser. Hao Xiaodong slid down the cold railing and sat on the ground, hugging his head tightly, his nails digging deep into the roots of his hair, as if this could block out the scenes and sounds that were suffocating him. But the look in Yi Xinyao's eyes when she looked at Lin Kie became even clearer in his mind. There was panic, shyness, and a glimmer of attachment in his eyes, just like when she depended on him as a child. Ah, Yaoer, you knew he had a girlfriend. Why did you rush into him like a moth to a flame? Is he so likable to you? Yaoer, I like you, I love you. Please stop liking Lin Kie, he has a girlfriend, you will get hurt. In the end, the overwhelming anger was overwhelmed by deeper love and worry. Hao Xiaodong screamed unconsciously, and the broken voice was only heard by himself. The dim light from the street lamp outlined his disheveled figure. He huddled against the railing, his hands on his knees, his shoulders shaking slightly, and his suppressed sobs could no longer be suppressed, leaking out intermittently. Like a completely defeated puppy licking its wounds alone, its chest is churning with inconsolable pain, deep humiliation, intense unwillingness, desperate love, and helpless worry. Chapter 128 Lang Ruoxi calls. The brief peace in the DD car was broken by a sudden cell phone ring. Lin Kie took out his cell phone and the screen lit up. It was Lang Ruoxi's voice call request. His gaze stayed on the screen for a moment, and then without hesitation, he swiped up the answer button and turned on the hands-free function. The next second, Lang Ruoxie's coquettish, lazy, yet extremely intimate voice echoed clearly in the small compartment, piercing the eardrums of the two women in the car. Hello, husband, it's so late, haven't you finished your socializing yet? Boom, the word, husband, in the sweet tone of voice hit Yi Xinyao's heart like a heavy hammer. Her body stiffened instantly. My heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, causing a dull pain. The regret and bitterness brought about by Lin Qie's words, I can't accept your feelings, were shattered by the naked reality at this moment, leaving only an insoluble bitterness in his mouth. When she actually came into contact with the woman with a status, her previous courage to confess her love instantly collapsed. My first time falling in love, is it going to end in vain? She didn't dare to fantasize anymore, and she didn't want to be a bad woman who destroyed other people's feelings. Perhaps, from now on, just being his good friend is the only and best option. A huge feeling of powerlessness overwhelmed her, causing her to unconsciously lean against the car door, her forehead resting heavily on the cold car window. At the same time, Su Qianzhe's arm around Lin Qie also tensed unconsciously. The little bit of pride and satisfaction on her face froze in an instant. Although she had witnessed the intimacy between Lang Ruoxie and Lin Qie with her own eyes, Lang Ruoxie's coquettish words still pricked her heart like needles. She is a little unsure of herself now. Will Lin Qie give up Lang Ruoxie for her? Even if he is not allowed to give up Lang Ruoxie, can Lang Ruoxie tolerate him? Although for some reason, she could accept Lang Ruoxie's existence, the most important thing was what Lin Qie himself thought. Judging from his clear rejection after Yi Xingyao forcefully kissed him and confessed her love, he didn't seem to have any intention of playing both sides. This is a difficult situation. What if I just decided to make it a done deal with him? Will he choose to take responsibility or distance himself in disgust? For some reason, Su Qianzhe was a little hesitant at this moment and didn't dare to take a gamble. Is it because you are used to and dependent on this kind of intimate relationship, so you are afraid of losing it? Maybe I can use Yi Xingyao to test his attitude. While the two women were thinking about their own things, Lang Ruoxie's sweet and lazy voice continued, come back soon, I can't sleep without you. They already live together. Yi Xinyao's drooping eyelashes trembled slightly, and her hands on her knees clenched unconsciously. Lin Qie felt the sudden depressing atmosphere around him, and Su Qianzhe's unconsciously increased strength on his arm. A subtle hint of amusement flashed across his eyes, but a helpless expression appeared on his face. He spoke softly into the phone. Okay, baby, I'm on my way back and will be home soon. This gentle response, with its unique doting for his girlfriend, sounded extremely harsh to the ears of the two girls beside him. Well okay, I'll wait for you, husband. Lang Ruoxie said something sweet and coquettish before hanging up the phone. Beep, a busy tone sounded, announcing the end of this short but impactful call. Lin Qie put away his phone as if nothing had happened, as if the call just now was nothing special. The carriage fell into silence again. Lin Qie did not deliberately try to find a topic to break the atmosphere. Instead, he leaned back, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the two women. 5 minutes later, the car arrived at the school gate. Master, please stop at the school gate. Lin Qie slowly pulled his arm out of Su Qianzhe's tight embrace and spoke to break the silence. The driver stopped in response. Qianzhe, Xinyao. Lin Qie said to the two women in the car, I'm leaving first. You can get off at Taoyuan dormitory. Yeah, okay, the two women responded absent-mindedly in a low voice. Lin Qie sat in the middle, so Su Qianzhe got out of the car first to let him out. Let's go, Qianzhe. After Lin Qie got off the car, he rubbed Su Qianzhe's head affectionately, then turned and left. Su Qianzhe stared blankly at his tall figure disappearing into the night. She stayed there for a few seconds before getting back into the car. The car door closed, started again, and slowly drove into the school. Su Qianzhe and Yi Xingyao each turned their heads to look out the window, each with different thoughts in their mind. There was only silence in the car again. Chapter 129 Su Qianzhe's crazy proposal. A few minutes later, the car stopped steadily downstairs of Taoyuan dormitory. The two got out of the car in silence and stood under the street light in front of the dormitory building. The evening breeze blows, bringing a hint of coolness. I'm leaving first. Yi Xingyao took a breath, said something politely to Su Qianzhe, and then took a step forward to leave. Now she just wanted to get back to the dormitory quickly, throw herself on the bed, calm her turbulent emotions, and think about how to get along with Lin Qie in the future. Yi Xingyao. Before he had taken a few steps, Su Qianzhe's voice came from behind him. Yi Xingyao paused and turned around in confusion. Su Qianzhe stood there under the street light, the evening breeze lifting a few strands of her hair. Light and shadow intertwined on her face, and her expression was complex and difficult to discern, no hostility, but with a kind of indescribable determination. What's the matter? Yi Xinyao's voice was obviously tired and had a hint of defensiveness. She didn't want to conflict with Su Qianzhe anymore. It was meaningless. Su Qianzhe did not answer, but took 2 steps forward, closing the distance between them. The light from the street lamp clearly reflected the unusual seriousness in her eyes. Yi Xingyao. Su Qianzhe lowered her voice, carrying a strange allure. Are you willing? Yi Xingyao was stunned and didn't react. Willing? Willing for what? Su Qianzhe's eyes locked onto hers, her voice quickening with excitement as she said, I'm willing to watch him belong to Lang Ruoxie, and you can only be a good friend. Are you willing to let it go so easily? These words hit Yi Xinyao's defenses hard, making her already uncomfortable heart even more uncomfortable. She subconsciously wanted to refute, but after moving her lips a few times, her throat seemed to be blocked by something and she couldn't make a sound. Willing? How could I possibly be willing to accept the first time I fell in love with someone? But what can I do if I'm unwilling? Looking at Yi Xinyao's instantly gloomy face and the pain surging in her eyes, Su Qianzhe knew that his words had broken through her defenses. She took a step forward, her voice filled with sympathy and urgency. I know you are unwilling to accept this. Yi Xingyao subconsciously took a half step back to avoid Su Qianzhe's overly sharp gaze. Her voice was dry and said, what can I do if I'm unwilling? He already has a girlfriend. I can't. Can't be what? A bad woman. Su Qianzhe interrupted her, a slightly sarcastic smile on her lips. Yi Xingyao, are you stupid? If you meet someone you like, you should fight for him or her. It doesn't matter if he or she is good or bad. I think he has a good impression of you, don't you want to fight for him or her? These words were like a small stone dropped into the lake of her heart, causing Yi Xinyao's heart to skip a beat. She couldn't help but recall the regret that flashed across her eyes when Lin Qie rejected her. This weak signal rekindled a glimmer of hope in her heart. But, Yi Xinyao's mind was still struggling, they are so close, they even live together. The sweet, husband, and the coquettish words, I can't sleep without you, on the phone instantly echoed clearly in her ears, dimming the fire of hope that had just risen in her. So what? Su Qianzhe's voice suddenly rose, with a reckless, almost crazy intensity. Are you willing to watch him hold someone else's hand and kiss someone else? And you can only force a smile on the sidelines, like a clown. Can you accept this? Think about it carefully. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Yi Xinyao's heart hard. The scene Su Qian described made her feel suffocated. If Lin Qian brought his girlfriend to be intimate in front of her, she would be a complete outsider, watching helplessly, unable to intervene. Then what else can I do? Yi Xinyao's voice trembled with despair. This is exactly what Su Qian was waiting for. A strange light ignited in her eyes, a mixture of calculation and desperate determination. I can help you. Yi Xinyao suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. What did you say? Help me with what? Help you. Su Qian's eyes locked onto her, and he said firmly, become Lin Qian's girlfriend. Boom. This sentence exploded in Yi Xinyao's mind like thunder, making her brain go blank. She thought she was hallucinating. Su Qian, the Su Qian who had just called her shameless and wanted to tear her apart. Now he actually said he would help her chase Lin Qian. This is absolutely ridiculous. Are you crazy? Yi Xinyao screamed, her body subconsciously wanting to step back, wanting to get away from Su Qian, who had suddenly become so strange and even a little scary. Why are you helping me? You're not also. Yes, I like him too. Before Yi Xinyao could finish, Su Qian admitted it without hesitation, her eyes frank and crazy. It's precisely because I like him too that I can't just watch him being held tightly in Lang Ruoxi's hands like this. She took a deep breath, her voice filled with a very bewitching power. So I help you, and also to help myself. Then, in order to convince Yi Xinyao that she was serious, she threw out another key condition, which was of course her original intention. However, after this is done you also have to help me make him accept me. Under the streetlight, Yi Xinyao was completely stunned, and her heart was in turmoil. She almost thought she had misheard. After a brief silence, she hesitantly and in disbelief confirmed, you mean both of us will be his girlfriends? That's right, Su Qian answered without any hesitation. Can you accept it? Yi Xinyao expression became very strange. Why can't you accept it? Su Qian said with certainty, then changed the subject, her eyes gleaming with determination. However, from now on, whoever can get more attention and love from him more that will depend on their own abilities. This sentence actually made Yi Xinyao let down her guard a little. The other party was so confident that she obviously believed that she would be the final winner. She felt that she could only stay with Lin Qian for a short time and that she would soon lose her favor. In the end, she would be unable to endure the disparity and would have no choice but to withdraw in disgrace. This clearly shows that he doesn't take me seriously. Thinking of this, a surge of unyielding anger suddenly surged into Yi Xinyao's heart, overwhelming the sense of absurdity and shame in her heart. Yi Xinyao pursed her lips, a sharp gleam of light flashed across her eyes, and she asked inexplicably. How can you help? Chapter 130 Tenderness with Lang Ruoxi. When Lin Qian returned to the apartment, it was almost 11:30 in the evening. The key turned in the lock, the door opened, and warm yellow light flowed out gently. Are you back? A lazy and sweet voice came from the sofa in the living room, like a feather gently scratching the tip of my heart. Lin Qian put on slippers and looked in the direction of the sound. Lang Ruoxi reclined on the large and soft sofa, her graceful curves outlined in a silk suspended nightgown. She was barefoot, with her fair ankles casually resting on the armrest of the sofa. Her long, slightly curly hair was loose, with a few strands of hair playfully hanging on her delicate collarbone. She put down her phone, her beautiful eyes moving as she looked at him with undisguised expectation and intimacy. Yeah, I'm back. Lin Qian's voice was soft. He changed his shoes and walked to the sofa, sitting down next to her. Lang Ruoxi snuggled up to him like a lazy cat, her soft body pressed against his strong arms, her head rubbing against his neck, breathing in the familiar scent. Where's Xian? Lin Qian took her into his arms and caressed her gently. She's already asleep, Lang Ruoxi answered softly. As the social fun, Lang Ruoxi raised her face, rested her chin on his shoulder, and exhaled a sweet breath. Lin Qian lowered his eyes to look at her, a lazy smile on his lips. He raised his hand and gently pinched the tip of her upturned nose. Not bad. What did you play? Lang Ruoxi asked, her small nostrils twitching slightly. Just eat some barbecue and sing some songs in KTV. Lin Qian chuckled. Lang Ruoxi's nose moved slightly as she sniffed him. Her slender fingers gently tapped his chest and she hummed, and why do you smell so strongly of perfume? It seems there's more than one kind. Her tone was coquettish, but there was a searching glint in her eyes. What a sharp nose. Lin Qian smiled calmly, without the slightest panic. He tightened his arms, holding her more tightly in his embrace. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, his warm breath spraying on her sensitive earlobe. I came back with Su Qian to the monitor of class 2. The monitor of class 2. A woman. What's her name? Lang Ruoxi's intuition told her that the relationship between the monitor of class 2 and Lin Qian was not simple. Well, her name is Yi Xinyao. We have a good relationship. I'll find a chance to introduce you to each other, Lin Qian said in a natural tone. Lang Ruoxi's eyes wandered over his face, and she opened her red lips slightly, with a hint of tentativeness and sourness. She's not interested in you, is she? I don't know about that. You have to experience it yourself. Lin Qian chuckled softly, meeting her inquiring gaze, a mischievous light glimmering in his deep eyes, as if he deliberately wanted to see her jealous look. Seeing Lin Qian's reaction, Lang Ruoxi knew that she had guessed right. He's really popular, and it's only been a short time since school started. She pondered, should we just announce our relationship during the cosplay competition? That might help keep his romantic interests at bay. Otherwise, at this rate, it wouldn't be long before they'd have to consider moving into a villa. Just as Lang Ruoxi was thinking, Lin Qian's ambiguous voice rang in her ears. Okay, baby, we haven't seen each other for 5 days, don't you miss? And Xian is asleep, it's just the two of us in our world. The warm breath instantly interrupted Lang Ruoxi's thoughts, and the tips of her ears were quietly dyed a light pink. The slight numbness in the tip of her ear made Lang Ruoxi temporarily put Yi Xinyao's matter behind her. She believed that no matter what, she would always be the most important person in Lin Qian's heart. Feeling the warm hand on her waist, her eyes were filled with tears. Lin Qian's heart moved, and he lowered his head to capture her slightly open red lips, rubbing them together. This lingering and deep kiss, with its domineering soothing feeling, easily took away her breath. Lang Ruoxi felt a little dizzy from the kiss, and her arms involuntarily wrapped around his neck, responding enthusiastically. The warm yellow light enveloped the two people snuggling together, and the air was filled with a sweet and charming atmosphere. Lang Ruoxi was like a lazy and clingy cat, intoxicated in Lin Qian's exclusive embrace and kisses. After a long time, Lin Qian stepped back slightly, resting his forehead against hers, breathing slightly faster, with unbreakable tenderness and ignited flames in his eyes. Did you take a bath, baby? His voice was hoarse from the kiss, and his eyes were fixed on her flushed cheeks. Not yet. Lang Ruoxi's voice was as thin as a mosquito's, and her long eyelashes fluttered rapidly like the wings of a frightened butterfly, revealing her accelerated heartbeat at the moment. The blush on her cheeks deepened, spreading all the way to her small earlobes like ripe cherries. However, in those sparkling eyes, there was a hint of charm, strong expectation and silent invitation. Lin Qian's Adam's apple rolled, he chuckled, and didn't say another word. His strong arms firmly supported her knees and back, and he easily lifted her up sideways. Lang Ruoxi cried softly and buried her face in his warm neck. Lin Qian held her in his arms and walked towards the bathroom with steady steps. Chapter 131 Chen Shuang's Invitation. The next afternoon, the warm sun shone lazily into the living room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Qian leaned comfortably on the soft sofa. On his left was Lang Ruoxi, who was wearing a black silk suspender nightgown and had a lazy and elegant posture. On the right was Chen Xian, who was wearing a pink cotton nightgown. She was almost half lying on him, her white and tender feet rubbing against each other, watching the variety show on TV with great interest and laughing from time to time. At this moment, the message alert on Lin Qian's cell phone on the coffee table rang. Lin Qian picked it up and saw it was a message from his counselor, Qin Shuang. Student Lin, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to a meal, both to express my apology for the misunderstanding and to thank you for sending me to the infirmary. Lin Qian's fingers holding the phone paused slightly, then his eyebrows slightly raised, and a hint of playful inquiry flashed across his deep eyes. In the 2 weeks since the military training ended, Qin Shuang hardly made eye contact with him in class, as if she didn't dare to look at him. He originally thought that it was because of his slightly aggressive counterattack in the infirmary that she gave up and temporarily gave up the idea of conquering him. In addition, he was busy dealing with Su Qian and 3 other girls, so he had no time to pay attention to her and put her aside for the time being. Unexpectedly, she took the initiative again. It seems that this counselor's desire to conquer himself has not been extinguished. Lin Qian's lips curled up in a knowing and interested arc, and his fingers quickly tapped on the screen. Free. That's settled then. I'll send you the time and location after I book the restaurant. Qin Shuang replied quickly. Good. After Lin Qian gave a brief reply, he casually placed his phone back on the coffee table and put his arm back on the back of the sofa, looking calm and composed. As soon as he put down his phone, Lang Ruoxi turned her head. Her gentle eyes were filled with a hint of tender inquiry, her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and her jade-white fingers poked his arm. Hubby, who are you messaging? Our class counselor. Lin Qian spoke calmly as he took her into his arms. His large hands naturally fell on the delicate silk fabric around her waist, gently stroking it. She twisted her ankle earlier, and I helped take her to the infirmary. She just sent me a message saying she wanted to treat me to dinner tonight to express her gratitude. Counselor, Chen Xian, who was laughing so hard on the TV variety show, turned her head curiously when she heard this. Her clear eyes were instantly filled with gossip. Is it a boy or a girl? Female. Lin Qian chuckled and used his other hand to pinch Chen Xian's soft and tender cheek. Female. Chen Xian immediately perked up, sitting up slightly straighter, her eyes fixed on Lin Qian's face, a look of undisguised curiosity and a hint of instinctive vigilance on her face. Is she pretty? Lin Qian's eyes were filled with obvious mischief as they moved ambiguously between her and Lang Ruoxi. He paused for a moment on the small, delicate and lovely curves revealed by the slightly open neckline of Chen Xian's nightgown due to her posture, and then swept over Lang Ruoxi's mature, plump and suggestive breasts outlined under her silk nightgown. He spoke slowly, his voice tinged with a hint of laughter. Well, it's pretty. Then how about competing with me? Chen Xian pouted her rosy and plump lips jealously. Lin Qian smiled playfully and tapped the tip of her small, upturned nose with his finger, causing her to exclaim, "Ah yeah," coquettishly and raise her hand to slap away his claws. My dear, you are of different types, both are beautiful, but... He deliberately used his eyes to indicate her slightly open neckline, and said in a doting and teasing tone, you, on the other hand, are like a juicy little apple, making people want to take a bite and taste it. The counselor. He changed the subject and glanced at Lang Ruoxi with admiration. She's that plump, ripe peach, similar to Ruoxi. HMPH. Pervert husband. Chen Xian instantly caught his gaze, subconsciously looked down, and instantly knew what he meant by the little apples and peaches. 2 red clouds suddenly appeared on her little face. She clenched her pink fist in shame and anger and hit his strong chest lightly. I'm just telling the truth, little darling. You deserve to be punished for slandering your husband. Lin Qian pretended to be angry, but with a smile on his face, he reached out to tickle her. Ah, ha ha ha, no. Chen Xian screamed and quickly reached out to tightly grasp Lin Qian's mischievous big hand. Her little face wrinkled into a ball and she screamed for mercy. Lin Qian didn't stop immediately. He teased her a few more times before withdrawing his hand. Chen Xian was breathless from his annoyance. After finally calming down, she raised her big eyes, which were watery and particularly adorable due to her laughter, and asked, you agreed to go to dinner? Yes, I agree. Lin Qian nodded calmly, as if this was just a very ordinary matter. Ah, badass husband, are you attracted to the counselor? Chen Xian's little mouth pouted instantly, and her beautiful eyes widened. Lin Qian put on a playful smile. Looking at Chen Xian's puffed up face, which was filled with the expression, I'm unhappy, he asked teasingly, dear, just because I agreed to a thank you dinner, does that mean you're attracted to her? What's going on in your little head all day? Snort. Chen Xian was choked by his self-righteous yet somewhat frivolous question. She was speechless for a moment and could only turn her face away angrily and sulk. Lang Ruoxi didn't interrupt and just watched quietly. Because of Chen Xian's straightforward personality, she had already asked all the questions she wanted to ask. However, Chen Xian's question and Lin Qian's answer stirred ripples in her heart. Besides Su Qian, whom he had met and accepted, a monitor for class 2 appeared yesterday, and a beautiful female counselor appeared today. In such a short period of time, so many women appeared around Lin Qian. If Lin Qian is really attracted to them, his time and energy will inevitably be seriously distracted. How many people will divide up the love that originally belonged to her and Xian? She couldn't imagine that if this continued, there would be more and more sisters around Lin Qian. Would he be able to take care of them all? Thinking of this, Lang Ruoxi's sense of crisis and uneasiness grew wildly, and the arms around Lin Qian's waist tightened unconsciously. She raised her head and looked at Lin Qian, her beautiful eyes now covered with a layer of worry and uneasiness. She asked tentatively, husband, can you take me to the dinner tonight? Chapter 132, an appointment. I want to go too. Chen Xian, who was sulking, immediately perked up when he heard this, and turned around eagerly to agree. Lin Qian clearly felt the sudden tightening force around his waist, as well as the uneasiness in Lang Ruoxi's eyes. He understood what was going on, and soothingly stroked her slender and soft waist with his hand, while his other hand gently rubbed Chen Xian's little head. It's okay to take the 2 of them with him, and he can also stimulate Qin Shuang at the same time. But he can't both attend as his girlfriend, otherwise the image of a gentleman he maintains in front of Qin Shuang will collapse. After a moment of thought, Lin Qian's gaze fell on Lang Ruoxi's face. If Ruoxi wants to go, then of course there's no problem. Then he turned to Chen Xian and asked with a smile, Xian baby, do you want to go too? Yeah, Chen Xian nodded immediately, looking like a chick pecking at rice. Lin Qian sighed awkwardly, how should I introduce you then? Should I just say you're both my girlfriends? If I say that, I'm afraid the counselor will think I'm a scumbag and dislike me. She'll definitely dislike me and try to trip me up at every turn. When Chen Xian heard this, she thought that Lin Qian didn't want to take her with him. She felt wrong and her eyes turned red. Okay, baby. Seeing this, Lin Qian quickly pulled her into his arms to comfort her. I didn't say I wouldn't take you with me, but how about you go as Ruoxi's cousin? Why isn't I the girlfriend and she the cousin? Chen Xian pouted, looking dissatisfied. Seeing her adorable look of being wrong yet a little stubborn, Lin Qian couldn't help but pinch her puffed cheeks. You little jealous girl, are you feeling wronged already? I'm not wronged at all, Chen Xian said stubbornly, but her red eyes betrayed her true emotions. Baby, be obedient, Lin Kie explained gently. Look at Ruoxi's temperament. Doesn't she look like the type to join in the fun and attend such an insignificant dinner with her cousin's boyfriend? That doesn't make sense, but as Ruoxi's cousin, it makes more sense for you to come to dinner with her sister and brother-in-law, doesn't it? Chen Xian tilted her head and thought about it, and felt that what Lin Kie said made sense. Well okay, she agreed reluctantly, with a hint of awkwardness in her tone. Good, Lin Kie lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead. He then picked up his phone, opened the chat box with Chen Shuang, and quickly typed, "Teacher, my girlfriend wants to come with me. Is that okay?" A few seconds later, the phone vibrated. Chen Shuang, of course no problem. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the lights came on and the city was covered with a layer of dazzling light. Lin Kie brought Lang Ruoxi and Chen Xian to an elegant Chinese restaurant. The elevator went up smoothly to the third floor and the door slid open slowly. One of Lin Kie's arms was held by Lang Ruoxi and the other by Chen Xian. The three of them walked out of the elevator and walked straight to the door of the box marked 306. Lin Kie pushed open the heavy door of the box and the scene inside came into view. The box is of moderate size and elegantly decorated. Qin Shuang was sitting gracefully at the round table, holding a glass of lemonade in her hand, sipping it with a somewhat dazed look in her eyes. She wore a well-cut burgundy satin dress with a shallow V-neck, which highlighted her already impressive figure in a breathtaking way. An exquisite silver necklace adorned her slender neck, and her slightly curly long hair fell lazily on her shoulders. Her makeup was brighter than usual in class, her full red lips were like ripe berries, and she exuded a mature, sexy, and aggressive charm. The moment the box door was pushed open, Qin Shuang's eyes were focused on the door. She immediately noticed Lin Kie and the two girls beside him who had very different styles but were equally dazzling, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Lang Ruoxi wore a simple and textured beige slim dress, which perfectly outlined her exquisite figure, and her cool and noble temperament was naturally revealed. Although her makeup is light, it cannot hide her natural beauty. On the other side, Chen Xian was holding Lin Kie's arm affectionately. She was wearing a light yellow dress that was full of youthful vitality, which set off her delicate features and fair skin. She was also youthful and beautiful. Qin Shuang had a guess in his mind. The girl on the left with a cool and charming temperament is undoubtedly Lin Kie's girlfriend in the photo who is wearing a bikini and has a look and figure comparable to his own. The real person is even more cool and charming than the photo. But who is this cute girl on the right? Lin Kie clearly said that he only brought his girlfriend, so why did someone else come? Moreover, the way she held Lin Kie's arm was too intimate and natural. Teacher, sorry for the wait. Lin Kie walked to the table, an impeccable and gentle smile on his face. He looked at Qin Shuang who was a little dazed, and spoke first. Qin Shuang quickly collected her thoughts and put on an impeccable, mature, and graceful smile. She gracefully stood up and walked in front of Lin Kie. "Kie, you're welcome. I just arrived a short time ago." Her gaze naturally turned to Lang Ruoxi and Chen Xian, and she asked with just the right amount of inquiry, "Who are these two?" "Hello, teacher." Lang Ruoxi nodded slightly, a faint smile spread across her lips, and she politely introduced herself. "I'm Lin Kie's girlfriend, Lang Ruoxi." She looked at Qin Shuang calmly, with a relaxed attitude and no stage fright at all. However, he couldn't help but secretly marvel at the beauty of the woman in front of him. Qin Shuang was indeed a beauty of the same type as her, as Lin Kie said, but the mature and sexy aura that came to her face was even better than his own. Her heart was quietly lifted. "Hello, Ruoxi." Qin Shuang kept smiling and nodded slightly. Lang Ruoxi then tilted her head to signal Chen Xian. "This is my cousin, Chen Xian." Her tone was filled with a hint of helpless doting towards her sister. "She lives off campus with me on weekends. When she heard that Kie and I were coming to dinner, she insisted on coming too. Teacher Chen, don't you mind an extra pair of chopsticks?" "Cousin." Qin Shuang's gaze fell on Chen Xian, with scrutiny and a hint of suspicion. How could a cousin hold her cousin's boyfriend so intimately? And her cousin didn't seem to mind at all. "Hello, teacher." Seeing Qin Shuang looking at her, Chen Xian smiled innocently and harmlessly. "Brother Kie said their counselor is a super beauty. Now that I see him, it turns out he wasn't lying. Will the teacher not welcome me?" She spoke ingratiatingly and politely, without any embarrassment on her face, and held Lin Kie's arm tighter. The aggressive beauty of Qin Shuang made her feel a strong sense of crisis. "Of course not. Xian is so cute, teacher, of course she's welcome." Qin Shuang's smile remained unchanged as he greeted her warmly. "Please take a seat." Although Chen Xian's excessive intimacy with Lin Kie made her feel suspicious, now was obviously not the time to explore this. Chapter 133 Qin Shuang's Psychological Transformation. The four of them sat down one after another. Lang Ruoxi and Chen Xian naturally sat on both sides of Lin Kie, while Qin Shuang sat diagonally opposite Lin Kie. Qin Shuang pressed the service bell at the table, indicating that the food could be served. While the dishes were being served, Qin Shuang looked at Lang Ruoxi and started the conversation. "Ruoxi, are you in school or working now?" "I'm also a junior at Zhongyang University." Lang Ruoxi responded with a smile. Qin Shuang turned his gaze to Chen Xian. "What about Xian? Is she in college?" Chen Xian, who was secretly observing Qin Shuang, was suddenly called out. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "I'm a sophomore at Zhongyang Academy of the Arts." "I see." Qin Shuang nodded, his gaze falling back on Lang Ruoxi, his tone carrying just the right amount of doubt. "Ruoxi, you're a junior, and Kie's only a freshman. How did you get together?" Lang Ruoxi was composed and spoke calmly. "Well, we went to the same high school and have been together since high school." "Oh, then you were in a premature love relationship." Qin Shuang's tone was a little teasing. "When you meet the right person, you won't care so much." Lang Ruoxi answered frankly, leaning slightly towards Lin Kie. "Besides, we haven't delayed our studies." She changed the subject, her bright eyes looking directly at Qin Shuang, with a hint of inquiry. "Teacher, do you have a boyfriend?" No. Qin Shuang was stunned by the sudden question and answered subconsciously. "Then teacher, haven't you met someone you like?" Lang Ruoxi asked, her tone sounding only concern. Qin Shuang was silent for a moment, as if thinking, before answering, "No." Behind this answer is a complicated past. The blow of her parents' divorce when she was in the 3rd grade of junior high school made her believe that all men were bad. Later, she came across the Queen's envy by chance, which made her want to find an obedient little cutie to keep as a pet. Who does she like? This feeling is both strange and dangerous to her. "That's a shame," Lang Ruoxi said softly, and it was hard to tell whether her tone was sincere or polite. After she finished speaking, she leaned her head gently on Lin Kie's shoulder in an intimate manner. She looked relaxed on the surface, but she became more alert in her heart. Seeing Lang Ruoxi leaning on Lin Kie's shoulder in such an intimate and natural manner, Qin Shuang felt that she was mocking him and showing off. An indescribable feeling of irritability and jealousy suddenly rushed into Qin Shuang's heart. It felt like the pet that you secretly coveted and regarded as yours was now being held intimately in someone else's arms. Ever since the nightmare in the infirmary, those shameful images would uncontrollably appear in Qin Shuang's mind almost every night. Lin Kie's explosive figure was like a brand that could not be erased from her mind. What made her even more uneasy was that the Queen videos that she had been addicted to in the past seemed to have suddenly lost their appeal. By chance, she clicked on a video whose cover featured a male character with a body similar to Lin Kie's, and the video showed the male character mercilessly trampling on a proud woman. With a complex feeling of resentment and shame, she continued watching, and even unconsciously replaced the male and female protagonists in the video with Lin Kie and herself. She hated her almost despicable reaction, but at the same time she couldn't press the pause button. In this way, she unknowingly changed her preferred video style. This sudden change terrified her. Could it be that she had developed a masochistic tendency? However, she soon verified that this was not the case. Because when faced with other tall men, she only felt pure disgust. Only when I think of Lin Kie, the scene of being forced to conquer will play out uncontrollably in my mind. This was exactly the reason why she had been avoiding eye contact with Lin Kie in class during the 2 weeks after the military training ended. Just looking at each other was enough to make her feel ashamed. However, just last night, she clearly realized that her desire for Lin Kie seemed to have become an addiction that was difficult to get rid of. The strong desire to possess him completely overwhelmed the shame in her heart. She had originally planned to use tonight's dinner to get Lin Kie drunk and then take him back to her apartment. With just a little teasing, she could make him molest her by letting his bestial nature run wild. The next day, she could use the surveillance video to cleverly threaten him in the guise of a victim, forcing him to break up with his girlfriend and make him her little man. After that, she slowly trained him, making him a docile little puppy during the day and a wild little wolf dog at night. How perfect. But Lin Kie suddenly proposed to bring his girlfriend. She thought about it, agreed, and decided to postpone the plan for the time being and find out more about his girlfriend first. I just didn't expect that I would be so annoyed when I saw the intimacy between the two of them. The desire to break them up and make Lin Kie a good dog that belongs only to her became stronger. Exquisite dishes were served one after another, and the box was soon filled with fragrance, but the atmosphere in the room became quiet for some reason. Lin Kie seemed completely unaffected by the subtle atmosphere. He was calm and composed, and was the first to break the silence. Thank you for your hospitality, teacher. I won't hesitate to eat first. He first considerately picked up a piece of steamed fish that Lang Ruoxi liked, and said softly, Ruoxi, try this, you like it. Thank you, husband. Lang Ruoxi responded with a gentle smile, her eyes full of affection. Her voice was not loud but it reached Qin Shuang's ears clearly. Then, Lin Kie naturally turned to Chen Xian on the other side and picked up a piece of pork ribs for her. Xian, you like it. Chen Xian immediately picked it up and bit it, chewing it contentedly. He rubbed his little head on Lin Kie's arm and praised him vaguely, thank you, brother Kie. That kind of dependence and intimacy doesn't seem like what a cousin should have. This scene fell into Qin Shuang's eyes, and her hand that had just been holding the chopsticks tightened unconsciously. Lin Kie also noticed Qin Shuang staring blankly at them, a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes, and he reminded her with just the right amount of concern in his tone, teacher, you should eat too, don't just stare at us. Yeah, okay. Qin Shuang suddenly came back to her senses, suppressed the surging emotions in her heart, and put on the decent smile of a mature woman again on her face. She picked up the red wine glass in front of her and said, here, teacher, let me toast you and thank you for your help before. Lin Kie calmly raised the wine glass in front of him and said, teacher, you are too polite. It's just a small favor. Any student would help. He casually attributed the credit to any classmate, as if deliberately keeping his distance. This attitude made Qin Shuang feel even more irritated. Lin Kie took a sip of red wine and put down his glass. He then took the initiative to turn the topic to Qin Shuang, speaking in a relaxed and casual tone. Teacher, you've been promoted to associate professor at such a young age, and you're also a counselor. You must be very busy, right? Not bad. Qin Shuang responded absentmindedly. Teacher, you are so outstanding and beautiful, you must have a lot of suitors, right? Lang Ruoxi took over the conversation at the right time, with a curious smile on her face as if she was just chatting about gossip. Pursuer. Qin Shuang's mind instantly flashed with those stinky men who could only wag their tails and beg for mercy, which made her sick, and a strong disgust surged in her heart. However, as soon as this thought flashed through her mind, her gaze involuntarily fell on Lin Kie's face. If he was pursuing me. This thought popped up without warning, and Qin Shuang actually felt that being pursued wasn't that hard to accept. Chapter 134 Qin Shuang's attack. Qin Shuang was startled by her own thoughts, and a trace of panic flashed across her eyes, but she suppressed it in an instant. No, how could she have such an idea? What she wants is control and obedience. How can she expect to be pursued? This is absolutely ridiculous. Haha, it's quite a lot. Qin Shuang picked up the wine glass and took a sip as if to cover up the incident, as if the previous loss of composure had never happened. He pretended to be nonchalant and said, but I don't feel anything. Yeah, Lang Ruoxi, who had been staring at her, keenly caught the moment of days when she looked at Lin Kie, and her heart was slightly alarmed. A probing smile appeared on Lang Ruoxi's lips, and she asked casually, is the teacher's standard too high? What type do you like? Ahem, when asked this question, Qin Shuang subconsciously glanced at Lin Kie again. Lin Kie was talking to Chen Xian with his head slightly tilted. He had a well-defined jawline and a straight nose. Looking at it this way, he is indeed quite handsome. In the past, she was only interested in boys or girls who were weak, cute, and like little pets, but that was more like a collection and training of exquisite toys, not a true love. But everything changed after that nightmare in the infirmary. Now, only Lin Kie can ignite the strong desire to collect and tame in her heart. She wanted to feel in reality the extremely shameful feeling of being completely controlled by him in her dream. As soon as this thought came to mind, a barely perceptible blush crept up Qin Shuang's cheeks. She quickly recovered, suppressed the throbbing in her heart, and spoke calmly and casually, well, there's no particular type, actually. It all comes down to feeling. Mature, stable, responsible, able to understand and support each other, and of course, good looks aren't bad either. Mature and stable. Lang Ruoxi keenly noticed that Qin Shuang glanced at Lin Kie again before answering, and her cheeks seemed to be slightly flushed. Could it be that because Kie had helped her, she had a special liking for him? Her heart was alarmed even more, and she asked tentatively, so what do you think of Kie? Qin Shuang's heart suddenly shuddered when he heard this. Could it be that Lang Ruoxi had noticed something? Was she testing him? But seeing that there was nothing unusual on the other person's face, she thought that maybe she was worrying too much. However, since you ask this, don't blame me for making you feel uncomfortable. Besides, as an elder, I can't always be led by the nose by you, a junior. Qin Shuang decided to take the initiative in the conversation. She then smiled faintly and said half-jokingly, now that you mention it, I suddenly feel that Kie is really quite good. You'd better hold on to him, otherwise. She deliberately dragged out the ending of the word, her eyes moving between Lin Kie and Lang Ruoxi, and added meaningfully, teacher doesn't mind talking about teacher-student love. This half-true, half-false joke made Lang Ruoxi unable to understand Qin Shuang's true thoughts for a moment. However, Chen Xian next to him instantly got furious. She always felt that this counselor had an indescribable coquettishness, and seemed to be seducing Lin Kie intentionally or unintentionally. Hearing these words, she became even more furious. Just as she was about to confront her, Lin Kie reached out at the right moment and touched her head soothingly, preventing her from saying anything explosive. Lin Kie felt that Chen Shuang deliberately said these words that would cause people to think wildly, in order to provoke Lang Ruoxi, make Lang Ruoxi jealous, and create a gap between them and him. What a despicable method. Lin Kie sneered in his heart, stretched out his right hand and hugged Lang Ruoxi into his arms, looking at Chen Shuang with a helpless and calm smile on his face, as if he was really just responding to a harmless joke. Teacher, please don't make fun of us, I am not worthy of you, and... He lowered his head to glance at Lang Ruoxi in his arms, his eyes gentle. Ruoxi and I have a good relationship and will never separate. These words seemed to be drawing a line between them and showing that he was not interested in her at all. Chen Xian looked at the two people hugging each other intimately, and a sour feeling suddenly arose in his heart. However, she quickly suppressed this little emotion, knowing that there was an outsider, Chen Shuang, present, and she had to maintain her identity as cousin. HMPH, you wicked husband. I'll make you compensate me more tonight, she made a mental note. Unable to vent her emotions on Lin Kie at the moment, she could only turn her dissatisfaction into glares and stabbed Chen Shuang opposite her. Chen Shuang ignored Chen Xian's glare, his eyes still fixed on Lin Kie. He maintained a proper smile on his face, and said apologetically, you two are such close friends. Teacher shouldn't have made such a joke. I'm really sorry. I'll drink the glass as a punishment. After saying that, she picked up the wine glass gracefully, raised her head and drank the little red wine left in the glass. However, the moment she put down her wine glass, a cold gloom flashed in her eyes. Lin Kie's complete lack of interest in herself, his firm words of not breaking up, and the intimate scene of Lang Ruoxi nestling in his arms made Chen Shuang's proud heart unbearable. If I said something like this to the flies that are circling around me, they would probably be so excited that they wouldn't be able to sleep for several days. And you are so calm. The evil fire called possession in Chen Shuang's heart burned even more fiercely. Not worthy of me. Oh, Lin Kie, what I want is not that you are worthy of me, but that you belong to me completely. The more determined you are, the more I will separate you from your girlfriend. Prostrate yourself at my feet. The dark thoughts in her heart were roaring wildly, but the smile on her face became even brighter. Even though Chen Shuang said it was a joke, Lang Ruoxi's vigilance did not decrease at all. Her intuition told her that this counselor was not as gentle as he appeared, but rather arrogant and domineering. If she really had feelings for Kie, she would probably do whatever it took to snatch him away and wouldn't tolerate any other woman around him. Thinking of this, Lang Ruoxi stood up from Lin Kie's arms, looked at Chen Shuang with burning eyes, and said seriously, I will definitely hold on to Kie. I believe that the teacher will also meet someone he really likes. This serious attitude was undoubtedly a provocation in Chen Shuang's view. But this also reflects that the other party is afraid that he is really moved by Lin Kie. A strong sense of malice instantly surged into Chen Shuang's heart. If I tell her face to face now, yes, I like Lin Kie, what would her expression be? Panic, angry, it's going to be fun, but reason immediately suppressed her impulse. Revealing one's cards in front of Lin Kie is equivalent to handing over the initiative with one's own hands. Moreover, if he flatly refused on the spot, he would become a clown who seduced a student with a girlfriend and was ruthlessly rejected. It is extremely stupid to put yourself in an unbearable situation just for the sake of momentary pleasure. I'll eventually separate them anyway, Chen Shuang thought sinisterly. She didn't intend to let Lang Ruoxi feel at ease. She put on a teasing smile and looked at Lang Ruoxi. Ruoxi is so serious, aren't you really afraid that the teacher will fall in love with Kie and snatch Kie away? Chapter 135 Chen Xian's counterattack. The half-real, half-fake teasing smile on Chen Shuang's face had not yet fully spread when it was abruptly interrupted by a crisp sneer. Oh, the voice came from Lin Kie's left. Chen Xian crossed her arms across her chest, her small chin slightly raised, and her bright eyes stared directly at Chen Shuang without hesitation. Teacher, you are too confident. As if brother Kie is someone you can easily snatch away if you want. These words accurately pierced Chen Shuang's arrogant heart. After Chen Xian finished speaking, she immediately turned to Lin Kie with a charming expression on her face and a soft, coquettish tone in her voice, completely different from her sharp tone just now. Brother Kie, do you think I'm right? As she spoke, she gently hooked Lin Kie's hand under the table with her little finger. These sudden sharp words froze the air in an instant. Lang Ruoxi's heart skipped a beat. She now felt that Chen Shuang was not joking, but was deliberately provoking her, wanting to see her panic and lose her composure. Chen Shuang's sudden joking threat left her speechless and she didn't know how to respond. On the contrary, Xian's reckless counterattack, although thorny, severely pierced Chen Shuang's inappropriate self-confidence and sense of crossing the line. The smile on Chen Shuang's face froze instantly, and a hint of offended anger and coldness flashed across his eyes. This little girl, she's not tall, but she's so arrogant. It really needs to be trained well to become a good pet that knows how to be respectful and wags its tail to please. Her hands on her legs clenched unconsciously, and she barely suppressed the urge to train the other person immediately. Xian, at this time, Lin Kie spoke in a calm tone, instantly easing the tense atmosphere. He placed his hand under the table and gently squeezed Chen Xian's small hand soothingly, signaling her to be at ease. Then, he turned to Chen Shuang, a helpless smile on his face again. Teacher, didn't you just say you wouldn't joke around? Why can't you resist teasing Ruoxi again? Let's stop with the jokes. This food smells so good, it would be a real waste if we don't eat it now. Let's just focus on eating. His tone was gentle but meant to end the topic. He didn't respond to her joke, as if he didn't take Chen Shuang's ambiguous joke seriously at all. Chen Shuang was choked by his calm demeanor, but for now she could only force a smile and walk down the stairs Lin Kie had given her, even though they made her feel incredibly uncomfortable. Okay, Mr. Blame, let's eat. She picked up the chopsticks, but a cold look appeared in the depths of her lowered eyes. Hey Lin Kie, it seems that you really like your girlfriend, and you are very protective of this ignorant little cousin. I really want to see you having to break up with Lang Ruoxi, crawling at my feet, and showing a look of painful obedience. This twisted thought was like a sweet antidote, relieving her depressed mood and bringing her a sense of pleasure. The dinner proceeded with difficulty in this delicate, tense and slightly silent atmosphere. Lin Kie would occasionally take the initiative to bring up some more relevant topics, such as the taste of the dishes, to ease the atmosphere. Lang Ruoxi would respond cooperatively. Chen Xian buried her head in her food, occasionally looking up to glare at Chen Shuang. Chen Shuang maintained her outward elegance and smile, eating her meal in small bites, her mind already on how to implement her taming plan. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Kie wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin, then looked at his left and right. Lang Ruoxi and Chen Xian had already put down their chopsticks and were eating fruit in small bites with forks. Ruoxi, Xian, are you full? He asked in a gentle voice. Yeah, I'm full. Lang Ruoxi nodded, put down the fork, and gently pressed the corners of her mouth with her napkin. I'm full too. I'm so stuffed. Chen Xian put down the small fork, patted her flat belly exaggeratedly, looked at Lin Kie with bright eyes, and said with a bit of coquettishness, Brother Kie, let's go shopping next. She couldn't wait to get away from this counselor who made her unhappy. Seeing this, Lin Kie turned his gaze to Chen Shuang, who had also stopped and was slowly wiping her fingertips with a tissue. Teacher, we're done eating. I'm sorry you spent so much tonight, thank you for the treat. He paused, then casually extended the invitation. It's still early, I'm planning to take them shopping to help them digest their food. If you have nothing to do, how about joining us? It'll be more lively with more people. This invitation made Qin Shuang slightly stunned, and a strange sense of disharmony suddenly surged in his heart. What does he mean? Qin Shuang's thoughts raced. Is it a genuine invitation, or just a polite gesture from a student to a teacher? But no matter what, she didn't intend to refuse this invitation, because she planned to inadvertently create a little physical contact with Lin Qiye to see how he would react, and also to see how Lang Ruoxi and this stinky girl would react. The desire for destruction in her body was already stirring. Just as Qin Shuang opened her red lips and was about to agree. Brother Qiye, Chen Xian's clear voice carried obvious reluctance as she took the initiative and abruptly interrupted Qin Shuang's words. She immediately reached out and gently tugged at Lin Qiye's sleeve, leaning towards him. She pouted slightly, her voice low but loud enough for Qin Shuang across from her to hear every word clearly. University teachers must have a lot of things to deal with over the weekend. The three of us can just go shopping and not waste the teacher's precious time. Although Lang Ruoxi couldn't figure out whether Lin Qiye's invitation was sincere or just a courtesy, Chen Xian's straightforward words, which were almost heartbreaking, made her feel relieved and a little grateful for Xian's ignorance. She also didn't want to stay with this unpredictable and beautiful counselor anymore. The smile on Qin Shuang's face cracked the moment Chen Xian finished speaking. This little girl, she's really taking advantage of me. You don't want me to go. I'm going anyway. She looked at Chen Xian, as if she had not understood the expulsion in the other party's words at all. Instead, she seemed to have heard some considerate words, and said in a light tone, "Oh, Xian is so thoughtful. But, today is Saturday, and the teacher doesn't have anything else to do. I'm bored this evening, so it's nice to go shopping and relax." She then turned to Lin Qiye, with a perfectly aroused expression on her face, and looked at him intently. "Qiye, come to think of it, I haven't been out shopping properly for a long time. I happen to be free tonight, so let's go shopping together." That's wonderful. Lin Qiye seemed to sincerely welcome Qin Shuang's joining, with a happy smile on his face. At the same time, he pinched Chen Xian's little hand that was still pulling his sleeve, with a comforting look. Then he stood up first, and at the same time called Lang Ruoxi and Chen Xian to stand up. "Shall we go now?" However, the moment he turned around, a playful glint flashed in his eyes. He invited Qin Shuang on purpose, wanting her to watch him interact intimately with Ruoxi and Xian up close, wanting her to be invisibly excluded like an outsider and become the unnecessary light bulb. Arrogant queen teacher, you must be unhappy and angry. Then what will you do? Lin Qiye was very curious. Would Qin Shuang do anything out of the ordinary after being deliberately looked down upon and provoked by him? Chapter 136 Qin Shuang's resentment and plan. The four of them walked out of the restaurant and headed towards the pedestrian street. Lang Ruoxi and Chen Xian were on Lin Qiye's left and right, holding his arms intimately. The three of them formed a whole, talking and laughing as they walked in front. The silver bell-like laughter and intimate words were like an invisible barrier, isolating Qin Shuang from the outside. She took a few steps back, and the crisp, click, 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 sound of her black high heels, which exposed the instep, stepped on the hard ground, seeming a little lonely on the slightly empty roadside. Lin Qiye would occasionally turn his head and ask Qin Shuang with concern about her opinion on the topic they were discussing, as if he was deliberately taking care of her feelings. However, in Qin Shuang's view, this attitude was nothing but a kind of humiliation like Om's. But she couldn't find a reason to get angry. In order to maintain her outward elegance, she could only move the corners of her mouth, force a smile, and respond perfunctorily with dry words like, "Well, it's okay, and it's quite interesting." Her eyes were fixed on the three figures in front of her. When had she, Qin Shuang, ever been treated so coldly? At this moment, he seemed like an unnecessary shadow, watching his prey being affectionate with someone else. Lin Qiye's hypocritical gare not only failed to calm her anger, but instead seemed to remind her all the time that she was out of place and redundant at the moment. Qin Shuang took a deep breath and managed to suppress the anger that was about to burst out. Soon, the group arrived at the pedestrian street. The aroma of food, the conversations of passers-by and the hawking of vendors are intertwined, giving the place a lively atmosphere. The lively atmosphere made Chen Xian particularly excited, and she excitedly pointed at the various novel gadgets along the way. "Brother Qiye, look at that sugar painting, it's so beautiful." Chen Xian pulled Lin Qiye towards a stall, staring at the flying sugar spoon in the master's hand with sparkling eyes. "Xian, do you want one?" Lin Qiye asked lovingly. "Yeah, I want that puppy," Chen Xian pointed excitedly. "Okay." After paying the money, Lin Qiye took the crystal clear and lifelike puppy candy and handed it to her. Chen Xian happily took it, licked it carefully, and then held it in front of Lang Ruoxi. "Sister Ruoxi, try it." Lang Ruoxi smiled gently and took a small bite of her hand. The few of them continued to walk forward, and the hustle and bustle around them seemed to become the background, just to highlight the harmonious and warm-free people. Qin Shuang had a gloomy face and followed silently, like a shadow forgotten in the corner by the spotlight. Lin Qiye occasionally seemed to have just remembered her, suddenly turned his head, and asked enthusiastically, "Teacher, what do you think of this?" Or, "Teacher, would you like one too?" His tone was so natural that it seemed as if he was completely unaware of her emotions. Facing that enthusiastic face, Qin Shuang could only forcefully move the corners of his mouth, squeeze out a stiff smile, and use, "Not bad," and, "No thanks," to prevaricate. Her gaze seemed to be pulled by an invisible thread, sticking uncontrollably forward. Watching Lin Qiye gently wipe away the sugar stains on Lang Ruoxi's mouth with his fingertips, watching Chen Xian act like a spoiled brat and ask Lin Qiye to buy her a cute bunny doll, then hugging it contentedly in her arms. Every intimate interaction, every sweet laugh, was like adding fuel to the fire in her heart. The four of them walked to the door of a brightly decorated clothing store. A giant teddy bear doll with a cute look enthusiastically waved its furry arms to passers-by, attracting many children and young couples to stop and take pictures. Chen Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. The excitement of buying the rabbit doll had not yet faded, and now he was ignited by the giant bear. She immediately grabbed Lin Qiye's arm with one hand and Lang Ruoxi's wrist with the other, and ran towards the giant bear doll. "Brother Qiye, let's take a few photos with this big bear." The three of them quickly stood in front of the giant bear. Lin Qiye stood in the middle, put his arm around Lang Ruoxi's slender shoulders, and gently held her to his side. His other arm was tightly held by Chen Xian's hand. The three of them standing together formed a harmonious and pleasing picture, attracting the attention of passers-by. Click, Chen Xian pressed the shutter button of his mobile phone. "Teacher," after taking a photo, Lin Qiye seemed to notice Qin Shuang who had been forgotten beside him and invited him, "Do you want to come over and take a photo with us?" What was she supposed to do there? Stand awkwardly on the edge like an outsider, a backdrop to their happy family of three. No need, Qin Shuang's voice tightened slightly, and the smile he tried to maintain on his face faltered. "Just take the photos." Enough, really enough, she couldn't stand this silent humiliation any longer. She must break this nauseating warm atmosphere immediately. Just as Lin Qiye and the other two finished taking the photos and Chen Xian was still immersed in the excitement of looking through the photos, Qin Shuang's eyes inadvertently fixed on the window of a boutique clothing store in front of him with exquisite decoration and soft lighting. Under the bright spotlights, two tall mannequins were wearing sexy dresses with extremely bold cuts that perfectly highlighted their body curves. One is a hot bright red deep V skirt, and the other is a mysterious and sexy black suspender slit long skirt. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she instantly came up with an idea. She stepped on her 7-centimeter high heels and walked a few steps to Lin Kie. A bright smile appeared on her face, and her eyes swept over Lang Ruoxi and Chen Xian. She said naturally, Kie, I suddenly want to buy 2 pieces of clothing. How about Ruoxi and Xian help me with some suggestions? She was going to try on styles that would flatter her figure and even be sexy. She wanted to let those 2 little girls know what the truly heart-swaying, fatal charm of a mature woman was, enough to make any man infatuated. Make them feel ashamed of themselves. She will amaze her prey, focus his attention on her, make his girlfriend jealous, and break the intimate and harmonious atmosphere between them. Buying clothes. Chen Xian was holding a rabbit doll, looking down at the photos she had just taken on her phone with great interest. When she heard this, she was stunned for a moment and looked up. After Qin Shuang said this, she was really interested and looked at Lin Kie and Lang Ruoxi with a questioning look. Faced with Qin Shuang's normal proposal, Lang Ruoxi had no reason to refuse. Lin Kie raised an eyebrow, seeming a little surprised by the sudden proposal, but nodded without hesitation. Okay, teacher wants to buy clothes, of course we are happy to accompany you. Ruoxi, Xian, you can help the teacher with some advice, and by the way, take a look to see if there's anything you like. Hearing Lin Kie's reply, Qin Shuang smiled deepened a little, and a barely perceptible sharpness flashed in his eyes, then thank you for accompanying the teacher. She turned around swiftly, and the rhythm of her high heels tapping the ground was much lighter than before. Lin Kie looked at her brisk figure, a hint of doubt flashing across his eyes. He had been keeping an eye on her from the corner of his eye, and had clearly seen the depressed look on her face when she looked at him. But now she suddenly suggested buying clothes. His eyes followed the direction she was walking and fell on the 2 mannequins wearing sexy dresses in the window of the clothing store, and he had a guess in his mind. A playful smile appeared on his lips, and he took Lang Ruoxi and Chen Xian's hands and followed. Chapter 137 Sexy and Seductive Qin Shuang. The 4 of them walked into the boutique women's clothing store with soft lighting and exquisite decoration. The store is very large, covering more than 100 square meters. A salesgirl came up to me with a smile. Hello, ma'am, what kind of clothes would you like to buy? I'll take a look myself, you go into your work. Qin Shuang said in a cold tone. Okay, call me anytime if you have any questions. The salesgirl felt Qin Shuang's cool aura and responded unconsciously. Qin Shuang nodded slightly and walked straight towards the mature style clothing area. Her eyes quickly stopped on a red deep V-hip skirt and a black suspender slit long skirt. She walked forward, her slender fingers first stroking the smooth red fabric, and then lifting the shoulder strap of the black slip dress. After making his selection, Qin Shuang waved to the salesgirl standing not far away. The salesgirl quickly came forward and asked, Ma'am, what can I do for you? Qin Shuang pointed at the 2 skirts and ordered, please take these 2, size L, thank you. You have such good taste. Only someone with a figure and temperament like you can pull off these 2 dresses. I'll get them right away. Looking at Qin Shuang pointing out 2 skirts, she admired them sincerely and then hurried to get the clothes. Qin Shuang's lips curled up into a cold and arrogant smile. The shopping guide has a good eye, so I'll buy 2 more pieces and let her get more commission. Her thoughts turned, and she began to search among the dazzling array of hangers for other dresses that might catch her eye. On the other side, Chen Xian took Lang Ruoxi and walked through the women's clothing area with a slightly immature style. Lin Kie casually sat on the sofa in the middle of the store, took out his mobile phone and started playing, occasionally looking up to search for Lang Ruoxi, the 2 girls, and Qin Shuang. On Qin Shuang's side, the salesgirl quickly brought the clothes. Ma'am, here are the clothes you wanted. Qin Shuang took it with his head held high, and compared it to himself in front of the mirror. His eyes moved, and he was very satisfied. Then she looked around and found that Lang Ruoxi and Chen Xian were far away from her and were not paying attention to her. As far as the eye could see, only Lin Kie was sitting leisurely on the sofa in the middle of the store, looking at his phone. Qin Shuang didn't hesitate. She walked towards Lin Kie holding the clothes, stopped in front of him, lowered her head and asked naturally, Kie, what do you think of these 2? Lin Kie raised his head upon hearing the voice, his eyes falling on the 2 boldly designed and sexy skirts held in Qin Shuang's hands. He felt an impulse in his heart, and wanted to see how beautiful Qin Shuang would look when she wore this coquettish skirt. So, he pretended to look at the skirt and Qin Shuang for a few seconds, then said naturally, teacher, you have a good eye. Both of these skirts are very beautiful and should suit you very well. It's just that. He changed the subject and pretended to be a gentleman and asked, isn't the style a bit bold? Hearing Lin Kie's satisfactory evaluation and implicit concern, Qin Shuang smiled charmingly. The style is indeed a bit bold, but the teacher likes it very much. I will give it a try. After saying that, she held the clothes and walked towards the fitting room in a graceful manner. Lin Kie watched Qin Shuang's charming figure disappear behind the door, and the anticipation in his heart increased a little more. A few minutes later, the door of the fitting room was pushed open. Qin Shuang walked out, wearing the black suspender slit long skirt. Under the light, her skin glowed with a pearly luster, and her slightly curly long hair was pulled to one side, revealing her graceful neck and delicate collarbone. 2 slender black straps draped over her smooth shoulders seemed like they would slip off at any moment, arousing one's imagination. The silky black fabric, like a second skin, perfectly envelops and outlines her figure, a work of art. Her slender waist fits snugly in one hand, her ample breasts almost pop out from the slightly plunging neckline, and her rounded hips are perfectly showcased by the tight, hip-hugging design. The high slit on one side of the skirt reveals her straight, white, and impeccably shaped long legs as she walks. The whole person exudes a cool and aggressive sexy charm. Other female customers in the store who noticed her couldn't help but look at her with admiration and envy. Qin Shuang leaned slightly sideways in front of the fitting mirror, admiring the stunning self in the mirror, and raised the corners of her lips in satisfaction. Then she turned around, her eyes like hooks, accurately cast at Lin Kie. Seeing that he was looking over here, Qin Shuang did not hesitate. With a confident and charming smile on her face, she walked straight towards him. Soon, after standing in front of Lin Kie, Qin Shuang turned around gently, and her voice was full of seductive charm. Kie, what do you think teacher wears this? Lin Kie's gaze was fixed on Qin Shuang the moment she walked out, with an unconcealable amazement in his eyes. The aggressive gaze swept back and forth over her body uncontrollably, from that bright face, sliding across the slender and graceful neck and sexy collarbone, lingering for a moment on the plump and snow-white part revealed at the neckline, then moving down along the smooth lines that hug the waist, and finally settling on the dazzlingly white and seductive long legs that peeked out from the high slit skirt as she moved slightly. What a stunning beauty that captivates everyone. Charming yet cool, her mature femininity is exploding. His Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably, and a feeling of heat quietly rose up. When Qin Shuang was about to walk in front of him, he retracted the extremely aggressive look in his eyes. In order to boost her confidence that she could successfully seduce him, he deliberately showed just the right amount of surprise and admiration on his face, and replied with a smile, very beautiful, I believe no man would not be moved. The surprise and straightforward praise on Lin Kie's face were exactly what Qin Shuang expected. A huge, twisted sense of satisfaction and victory instantly flooded her mind. Lin Kie, you will never escape from my grasp. After the excitement, Qin Shuang bent down slightly, stroked her thighs with both hands, and deliberately showed the full scenery in front of her body more vividly in front of Lin Kie. She lowered her head, looked directly into Lin Kie's eyes with a slightly charming look, and asked in an ambiguous tone, "Then Kie, are you moved?" Lin Kie looked at the charming Qin Shuang in front of him. If the occasion did not allow it, he would definitely do everything he could to make her submit. Let her know that she was not someone who could be teased casually. But at this moment, he could only suppress the desire boiling in his heart, maintain the image of a gentleman, and put on an awkward smile on his face. "Teacher, please don't make fun of me. If Ruoxi hears it, she will definitely be jealous." "Jealous? Isn't that great?" A playful smile flashed in Qin Shuang's eyes, and the resentment that had accumulated before was swept away, replaced by the excitement brought by hunting prey. She couldn't wait to take Lin Kie for herself. She believed that as long as she let him fully feel her charm, he would soon forget his girlfriend and crawl meekly in her arms. Just when she was still unsatisfied and wanted to continue this ambiguous atmosphere and topic and appreciate Lin Kie's cute expression a little more. "What are you doing?" An angry questioning voice suddenly sounded behind her. Chapter 138 Lang Ruoxi's perfect response. Hearing Chen Xian's explosive voice behind him, Qin Shuang's smile paused slightly, and a trace of displeasure at being disturbed flashed across his face, but he quickly restrained it. She straightened up slowly and calmly, turned around gracefully, and looked at Chen Xian with just the right amount of confusion on her face. Chen Xian was originally in a very excited mood and had carefully selected 2 nice dresses and wanted to show them to Lin Kie. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, he saw Qin Shuang bending over and talking to Lin Kie in an ambiguous manner. The scene made her blood pressure soar instantly, and she rushed over immediately. She was clutching her clothes in her hands, her pretty face full of anger. Lang Ruoxi, who was following behind her, had a calm expression, but there was a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. When Qin Shuang turned around completely and met their gazes head-on, even the furious Chen Xian and the calm Lang Ruoxi couldn't help but reveal expressions of surprise. The black suspender skirt perfectly displays Qin Shuang's sexiness and charm as a mature woman, like a mandala blooming in the dark night with fatal temptation. Chen Xian's gaze was uncontrollably drawn to the fullness that seemed to be about to burst out. She subconsciously compared her own youthful curves with Qin Shuang's proud capital that could be called a weapon. A huge sense of frustration that the little girl was so vulnerable in front of a mature woman instantly overwhelmed her, and the anger on her cheeks was tinged with a bit of inferiority and shame. Qin Shuang looked at Chen Xian staring at his chest, his face flushed red, his eyes filled with shame and anger, and he instantly understood what she was thinking, and a sense of pleasure quietly grew in his heart. She curled her red lips slightly, looking calm, as if she didn't care about the other person's anger at all. She asked in a natural and puzzled tone, "Xian, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? The teacher just asked Kie to see if this dress is suitable for me." "Look at the clothes." The embarrassed Chen Xian was suddenly brought back to her senses by Qin Shuang's voice. Realizing her own loss of composure, she looked up and saw Qin Shuang's nonchalant attitude, which made her even more embarrassed and angry. Her voice rose several degrees and she asked sharply, "Do you need to bend over so close to see clothes? You're almost touching brother Kie's face." She clutched the 2 carefully selected skirts tightly in her hands, her body trembling slightly with excitement. Qin Shuang's smile remained unchanged. Instead, she frowned slightly, revealing a hint of helplessness and confusion. "Xian, this is just a normal distance for asking questions, aren't you being too sensitive?" She gently lifted her long hair, her posture relaxed, as if she was tolerating the unreasonable child. "I'm sensitive." Chen Xian was almost driven crazy by Qin Shuang's nonchalant and blaming the other attitude, and her chest felt stuffy and painful. She pointed at Qin Shuang's skirt and said excitedly, "Do you think I'm blind? You're wearing such a flirty skirt, and you're bending over in front of brother Kie. This is clearly seducing him. As a teacher, don't you feel ashamed?" Qin Shuang obviously didn't expect Chen Xian to be so straightforward. His expression froze and his eyes turned cold instantly. She took a breath, straightened her back, raised her chin slightly, and clasped her hands across her chest. This action made her proud curves more prominent. With a condescending tone, she said seriously, "Xian, please watch your words. Did you take my joke seriously? Do you really think I'm attracted to Kie?" She paused, her tone emphasizing, "Besides, even if I, Qin Shuang, really like that man, do I need to resort to such low-level tactics of seduction?" Her eyes swept across the silent Lang Ruoxi, then fell back on Chen Xian's face, with a reminder, "Besides, Ruoxi, as Kie's girlfriend, didn't say anything, and you, your little cousin, are making a fuss here. If someone doesn't know, they would think you were Kie's girlfriend." "I will." Qin Shuang said, "Little cousin, making trouble without reason. If you don't know, you would think you were Kie's girlfriend." Chen Xian was so angry that she was shaking all over and almost blurted out, "I'm his girlfriend." "Okay, Xian." At this moment, Lin Kie, who had been sitting silently on the soft stool, stood up. He walked over to Chen Xian, patted her head, and soothed her, "Don't be so excited. The teacher was indeed just asking me if my clothes fit me. Maybe it seemed a little close from your angle, but there was absolutely no seduction. The teacher would not do such a disgraceful and inappropriate thing." Then, Lin Kie's eyes fell on the clothes that Chen Xian was holding in her hands, and his tone was gentle and coaxing. "I think these 2 sets you picked are very good. How about you try them on and let me appreciate them?" Chen Xian looked up at Lin Kie, her big eyes filled with grievance, unwillingness and dependence after being comforted. She bit her lower lip, turned around and glared at Qin Shuang fiercely. In the end, all her emotions turned into an unwilling, HMPH, then she stomped her feet, turned around holding the clothes, and rushed into the fitting room. Looking at Chen Xian's back, which was filled with strong reluctance and grievance, the forced seriousness in Qin Shuang's eyes instantly disappeared, replaced by a playful light with a sense of victory. "Haha, little girl, your experience is too shallow. If this little girl is really Lin Kie's girlfriend, then this hunting game will be much more boring. If this kind of scene happens a few more times, with her unreasonable behavior and her throwing tantrums regardless of the occasion, Lin Kie will probably get tired of it and break up with her in no time. After all, who would like someone who always makes unreasonable demands?" Qin Shuang quickly regained her elegant smile, as if the scene just now was just an ignorant little girl making trouble, and she didn't take it to heart. She looked at Lang Ruoxi, slightly turned sideways, and asked in a relaxed tone, "Ruoxi, what do you think of the teacher's outfit?" There was a hint of challenge in her eyes, wanting to see how this real girlfriend would respond. Lang Ruoxi looked at Qin Shuang, who looked calm, and couldn't be sure for a moment whether she was really seducing Kie as Chen Xian said. But no matter whether it was true or not, she had to let the other party know that it was not that easy to win Kie's heart away easily. In terms of appearance and figure, she was not inferior to her at all. So, Lang Ruoxi raised an impeccable and polite smile at the corner of her rosy lips, as if she didn't take Chen Xian's rude words to heart. Her eyes swept over Qin Shuang's body curves calmly and nodded. "Well, the teacher looks very beautiful in this." His tone was full of appreciation, without any hint of resentment. Then, Lang Ruoxi's gaze swept across the area where mature and sexy women's clothing was hung, and then turned to Lin Kie. A bright smile blossomed on her face. She took a step forward and approached Lin Kie. She stretched out her jade hand, took Lin Kie's strong arm, and snuggled up to him. Her voice was a little coquettish. "Kie, teacher, this skirt is so beautiful. It makes my heart flutter. I also want to buy 2 skirts of this style. Can you accompany me to take a look?" Lin Kie looked down at Lang Ruoxi's bright face, feeling the soft and plump touch and attachment on his arm, and immediately understood her little thoughts. He extended his hand lovingly, gently scratched the tip of Lang Ruoxi's upturned nose, and chuckled, no problem, Ruoxi has such a good figure, she must be very charming in this style of skirt. He added in his heart, baby Ruoxi, I'll have to rely on you to put out the fire that Qin Shuang has aroused tonight. Nane is so nice. Lang Ruoxi's smile grew even brighter. She stood on tiptoe and gave his handsome face a crisp kiss that declared her sovereignty. Then, she affectionately took Lin Kie's hand, turned around and walked towards the mature women's clothing area. Before leaving, she turned her head and extended a sincere invitation to Qin Shuang. Teacher, you have such a good eye, come and help me choose. Please. Okay. The smile on Qin Shuang's face remained, but there was a hint of stiffness. Looking at Lang Ruoxi snuggling up to Lin Kie intimately and the two of them leaving affectionately, the insignificant sense of victory that Qin Shuang had just felt when facing Chen Xian, like teasing a kitten, disappeared in an instant. Qin Shuang stood there, his eyes gradually darkening. Lang Ruoxi was very calm and composed. She didn't act rudely like Chen Xian. Instead, she diffused her offensive with ease and showed her affection in a very natural way. In judging from the look of it, he seems to be planning to compete with her for beauty. Ever since Lin Kie showed her the photo of Lang Ruoxi wearing a bikini at the beach, she knew very well that she was absolutely on par with herself in terms of both appearance and figure. Moreover, Lang Ruoxi's calm, dignified and introverted personality is far from comparable to that of Chen Xian, a spoiled little girl. Lang Ruoxi's calm counterattack made Qin Shuang realize that her strategy of teasing Lin Kie by wearing sexy clothes and showing off her charm, and then making Lang Ruoxi lose control and fail on her own, would not only have little effect but would make her look like a ridiculous clown. It seems that we still have to implement the original plan that is more direct and thorough. Chapter 139 Stunning Lang Ruoxi. Lang Ruoxi pulled Lin Kie and walked lightly towards the area where mature and sexy women's clothing was hung, and Qin Shuang followed closely behind. Lang Ruoxi walked past rows of clothes racks, and finally her eyes fixed on a skirt that seemed to be dyed by the gorgeous sunset. It was a rose-red halter neck, deep V, backless dress with thin straps tied into an elegant knot at the back of the neck. The whole dress is like a rose nebula, perfectly blending mystery, nobility and sexiness. Lang Ruoxi stretched out her slender fingers and gently twisted the silky fabric. She turned her head to look at Lin Kie with a smile in her eyes. Kie, what do you think of this one? Lin Kie looked at the sexy skirt in front of him and could almost imagine how charming Lang Ruoxi would look when she put it on. He leaned close to Lang Ruoxi's ear and whispered, well, it's very good. Baby, I will definitely be fascinated by it when you put it on. The warm breath brushed against the tip of Lang Ruoxi's ear, making her feel itchy and unable to bear it. She tilted her head slightly and said coquettishly, it's so itchy. This kind of intimacy without paying attention to others made Qin Shuang's face stiffen slightly, and he was fed a mouthful of dog food without saying a word. Lang Ruoxi then picked up the skirt, turned to Qin Shuang, and asked for her opinion with a smile. Teacher, do you think this skirt suits me? Qin Shuang looked at the rose-red battle robe in front of her, which was even sexier than her black suspender skirt. It seems that just as I expected, she wants to compete with me for beauty. In that case, she would ask sincerely, it was clearly just a formality. No matter what I said, she would not change her mind. Knowing this, Qin Shuang could only nod gracefully. Ruoxi really has a unique vision. With your figure, you should be able to control it easily. Lang Ruoxi's smile grew even brighter when she heard this. Since the teacher thinks it's a good idea, I'll give it a try. She let go of Lin Kie's hand, took the red dress, and walked gracefully towards the fitting room. When passing by Chen Xian's room, I could vaguely hear angry mumblings from inside. In the fitting room, Lang Ruoxi took off her simple beige dress, and her flawless body was reflected in the mirror. Exquisite collarbones, full and round breasts like works of art, smooth and graceful shoulder and back lines, deep and attractive spinal grooves, tight waist dimples, round and perky peach buttocks, every curve is enough to make any woman jealous. She gracefully changed into the rose-red halter neck deep V backpack revealing hip skirt. The moment the cool and silky fabric touches the skin, it brings a slight shiver. The thin strap behind the neck is tied tightly, slightly crossing the side of the neck, adding a bit of dangerous tension. She faced the mirror, carefully adjusting the size of the deep V-neck on her chest. The full and round upper third of her breast was perfectly lifted up, like a newly opened flower bud. Her fair skin exuded an alluring luster against the gorgeous rose red, and the deep ravines extended in the shadow of the V-neck, arousing endless reverie. Turning around, the almost completely exposed smooth and beautiful back in the mirror was displayed without reservation, and the tight hip-hugging design outlined the perfect curve of the buttocks to the fullest. Her cold temperament is completely overturned by this extremely sexy rose-red dress, turning her into a mysterious, noble and extremely aggressive sexy queen. Like a beautiful rose blooming in the moonlight, the interweaving of coldness and passion is enough to fascinate all men. Lang Ruoxi looked at herself in the mirror, who was emitting fatal temptation, and a confident and proud smile appeared on her red lips. She took a deep breath and opened the door of the fitting room. The lights outside the fitting room were instantly lit up by the gorgeous rose red. Lang Ruoxi didn't hesitate and walked towards Lin Kie in her high heels. Soon she came to Lin Kie, who was still helping her choose combat uniforms, and asked with a chuckle, Kie, does it look good? Her voice was filled with joyful anticipation. Lin Kie turned around upon hearing the voice, his eyes seemed to be on automatic aiming, and he was deeply attracted by the breathtaking deep V neckline. The plump and round breasts, one-third of which was snow white as if carved from top-grade white jade, with bottomless and tempting ravines, the strong visual impact of the snow white and rose red hit his nerves hard. When she slightly turned sideways in her naked back, smooth as jade and with perfect lines, caught his eyes, his breathing obviously stopped. Although he had seen her complete body countless times, this outfit still aroused his primitive desire, even stronger than when he faced Qin Shuang just now. It was definitely an attack speed boosting outfit. Lin Kie quickly calmed his restless heart and directly and forcefully embraced her in his arms. His low voice was filled with undisguised admiration. Baby, you are so beautiful. Receiving such straightforward affirmation from Lin Kie, Lang Ruoxi's smile became even more pronounced. She supported Lin Kie's chest with both hands and gently stood up. She turned her eyes to the silent Qin Shuang beside her and asked in a natural tone, Teacher, what do you think? Qin Shuang, standing beside Lin Kie, looked at the extremely sexy Lang Ruoxi in front of her, and a feeling of having met a worthy opponent arose in her heart. The deep V skirt fits Lang Ruoxi perfectly, as if it was tailor-made for her. The whole person exudes a unique charm that combines coolness, nobility and sexiness. Her weapon seemed to have lost its absolute advantage in front of Lang Ruoxi's round, full and perfectly shaped curves. This natural cool and sexy look made her look sideways. Just as Qin Shuang's heart was in turmoil and he was about to organize his words to respond. Brother Kie, a clear shout broke the stagnant atmosphere. After hesitating for a long time, Chen Xian finally changed into a pure and sexy outfit and rushed over. She was wearing a cream apricot knitted cardigan. The soft yarn was slightly transparent, revealing a lace-trimmed tank top of the same color underneath. Only the bottom two delicate pearl buttons were casually fastened, leaving the collar naturally open, revealing the girl's youthful curves wrapped in lace. The delicate lace on the neckline and shoulder straps, set against the cream apricot color, exudes an unintentional temptation in her innocence. The lower body is a light blue denim A-line skirt. The high waist design perfectly connects with the short cardigan, maximizing the length of the leg lines. The length of the skirt was just right, staying just above the middle of her thighs, fully showing off her straight, well-proportioned, youthful and energetic legs. She was originally very confident about her new outfit, with excitement shining on her little face, and she couldn't wait to rush to Lin Qiye to show it off. However, when she ran closer excitedly and her eyes met Lang Ruoxi in Lin Qiye's arms, she was instantly stunned by her beauty and sexiness. After the surprise, a trace of uncontrollable bitterness quietly crept into her heart. Whether it's Qin Shuang's mature and charming plumpness or Lang Ruoxi's breathtaking sexy curves, they all make her immature figure pale in comparison. Only women with top-notch figures like them can perfectly pull off this kind of sexy skirt. Wearing it by yourself will only make you look weird. Lin Qiye keenly sensed Chen Xian's depressed aura. Seeing her staring at Lang Ruoxi's chest, he knew that she must be feeling inferior again. Meeting Qin Shuang and Lang Ruoxi, who have nuclear weapon level figures, is indeed a dimensionality reduction blow to Chen Xian. But for him, big ones are sexy and small ones are cute, each has its own merits, and he likes them all. As an owner, it is his duty to comfort the sensitive kid in time. Lin Qiye immediately let go of Lang Ruoxi in his arms and turned to Chen Xian. After carefully sizing her up, he praised her sincerely. Xian, you look very beautiful in this outfit. It exudes pure lust. At the same time, he reached out and rubbed her little head with soothing affection. This sincere affirmation and intimate gesture, like the warm sunshine, dispelled the haze in Chen Xian's heart. The bitterness was instantly washed away, and the eyes that had been dimmed just now brightened up, revealing a bright and brilliant smile with a hint of pride towards Lin Qiye. Chapter 140 Lin Qiye, who treats everyone equally. However, when Chen Xian glanced at Qin Shuang who was silent beside her, a mischievous light immediately flashed in her eyes. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Lang Ruoxi, her tone deliberately innocent as she exclaimed, "Wow. Sister Ruoxi, this dress is tailor-made for you. It's so beautiful." Then, her seemingly casual gaze swept over to Qin Shuang who was silent beside her. Her eyes moved back and forth between Lang Ruoxi and Qin Shuang, as if she was comparing them seriously. Finally, she seemed to have come to a conclusion, her mouth slightly opened, and her tone was firm. "Well, it's much more beautiful than the black dress teacher Qin is wearing." Then, as if seeking approval, he raised his head, looked at Lin Qiye with his big, watery eyes, and asked in a clear voice, "Right, brother Qiye. You also think Sister Ruoxi is prettier, right?" Her little thoughts were obvious, she just wanted to piss off this sinister woman and vent all the frustration she had just felt. The atmosphere suddenly became stagnant. A hint of annoyance flashed in Qin Shuang's eyes. This little girl really wouldn't miss any opportunity to belittle herself. Why couldn't her personality be as cute as her appearance? He really needs some discipline. Lang Ruoxi knew that Chen Xian was deliberately trying to anger Qin Shuang, but she felt that there was no need to embarrass Qin Shuang in this way. She was just about to speak to ease the atmosphere when Lin Qiye took action first. Lin Qiye reached out his hand and gently pinched Chen Xian's pink cheeks with a hint of punishment, but a helpless and doting smile was on his face. His eyes swept across Lang Ruoxi's breathtaking rose-red body, and then fell on Qin Shuang's aggressive black deep V. He spoke loudly and gently. "Xian, you can't say that." He turned to Lang Ruoxi, his eyes gentle and full of undisguised admiration. "Ruoxi in this rose-red dress is like a blooming rose, warm, bright, noble, and makes people unable to take their eyes away." Lang Ruoxi was enveloped by his fiery gaze, her heart trembling slightly. She looked back at him, her cold face seemed to be brushed by the spring breeze, a light and sweet arc appeared at the corner of her lips, and her eyes were filled with affection that only he could feel. Then, Lin Qiye politely turned his gaze to Qin Shuang. The fiery look in his eyes had faded, becoming calm, but his tone was sincere. "And the teacher, you're like a queen in the dark night, cold and charming." Finally, his gaze fell on Chen Xian's face with puffed cheeks, and the smile in his eyes showed some understanding. He raised his hand and gently scratched her slightly upturned nose, saying in a friendly tone, "As for Xian, she's like a daisy covered in morning dew, pure and lovely, fresh and beautiful. Just looking at her brightens everyone's mood." He spread his hand slightly and concluded, "So, you are three completely different kinds of beauty, each with its own distinct style and charm. Each has its own merits, and it's hard to tell them apart. There's no need to compare." This generous praise not only deeply affirmed Lang Ruoxi's absolute beauty, but also gave Qin Shuang a decent way out, and did not forget to appease the jealous Chen Xian. This sounds like an objective metaphorical compliment, but anyone can hear the undisguised preference for Lang Ruoxi and the intimate doting towards Chen Xian. When Chen Xian heard that Lin Qiye did not belittle Qin Shuang, although this was within her expectations, he actually praised Qin Shuang as cold and charming. This immediately set the alarm bells in her heart ringing. Could it be that her bad husband was really seduced by this vixen? Her pink cheeks immediately puffed up in dissatisfaction, and her little face was full of grievance and jealousy. However, when she heard Lin Qiye praising her with his exclusive Daisy, although she still minded that he praised Qin Shuang, the sourness had been diluted a lot by the sweetness. Qin Shuang could clearly feel Lin Qiye's love for Lang Ruoxi and his doting on Chen Xian. And he seemed to be only ordinary friendly and calmly polite to me. This shows that in his heart, Lang Ruoxi is far better than himself at this moment, and even this rude little girl is closer to him than himself. The evaluation of each has its own merits is just a polite remark, a way to give oneself a way out. Thinking of this, the silent Qin Shuang suddenly chuckled. Her eyes swept over Lang Ruoxi's deep V neckline, and finally fell back to her calm face, which was even more charming because of her outfit. Her face was filled with sincere admiration, and her tone was calm and her posture was generous. "Ruoxi looks stunning in this dress. Xian is right, I am ashamed of myself." She actually took the initiative to acknowledge Lang Ruoxi's victory. This attitude made Chen Xian's previous deliberate belittlement seem a bit petty. When Chen Xian heard this, he became angry again. She wanted to see Qin Shuang lose his composure, but he remained calm and composed. Her punch was like hitting cotton, which made her feel very frustrated. "Teacher, you are too modest. I think your outfit is even more stunning." Lang Ruoxi also responded with an impeccable smile and a humble tone. Qin Shuang smiled and waved her hand, then her eyes swept across the dazzling array of clothes hangers. Okay, let's continue picking clothes." Although her tone was normal, her interest in picking clothes was gone. The goal I wanted to achieve today was not achieved, and there was no chance to implement the plan. Now she no longer wanted to try on clothes to compare with Lang Ruoxi because it was meaningless. Her looks and figures were comparable to Lang Ruoxi's. The final comparison result would ultimately depend on the weight of the person wearing the clothes in Lin Qiye's heart. She has already determined that Lang Ruoxi's position in Lin Qiye's heart cannot be easily shaken, and it is impossible to separate them by normal means. Now she just wanted to pick out 2 pieces of clothing and go home, and carefully think of an effective strategy to win over Lin Qiye. About 20 minutes later, Qin Shuang pretended to carefully pick out 2 skirts. Seeing that Lin Qiye and the other 2 had almost finished picking out theirs, she walked straight up to them without even trying them on. A hint of fatigue appeared on her face at the right moment, and her voice was also a little tired. "Qiye, do you still want to go shopping? I'm a little tired and want to go back and rest first." Lin Qiye saw that Qin Shuang was not interested in continuing shopping. He had been shopping with the 2 girls for such a long time, and it was almost time. He had no interest in shopping any further. It would be better for him to go back early and spend some time with them. So he took over the conversation and said gently, "Well, we've almost finished shopping. Xian, do you have anything else to pick out? Why don't we stop here today and take a taxi back together? Chen Xian had already picked out 3 sets of clothes and felt that she had shopped enough for tonight, so she nodded gently, yeah, okay. After paying the bill, the 4 of them walked out of the women's clothing store. Chapter 141 Cosplay Contest begins. An uneventful week passed. 7 p.m. on Sunday, in the gymnasium of Zhongyuan University. The gymnasium is now brightly lit, and the interior space is spacious and bright. Under the towering arched ceiling, the neatly arranged auditoriums are arranged in a bowl shape, enough to accommodate thousands of people. At this moment, it is basically full, and there are many students standing below. In the center of the gymnasium, a carefully designed professional stage was built, with a banner of Dream Cosplay Competition hanging above it. A wide T-stage extends from the main stage, providing ample display space for cosplayers. The background behind the stage is not a simple curtain, but consists of 3 huge LED high-definition screens. The size of the central main screen is the most astonishing, almost occupying the entire height and width of the stage background wall. There is a slightly smaller but still high-definition secondary screen on each side. The 3 screens are currently playing a carefully crafted dynamic opening video with the theme of Dream, which in turn plays the exquisite cosplay makeup photos of the 20 contestants. The screen has high-color reproduction and clear images, so no matter where you sit in the audience, you can see it clearly without any obstacles. On both sides of the stage stand arrays of tall metal trusses, densely packed with professional-grade stage lighting fixtures. Matching the lighting system is a high-fidelity line array sound system distributed on both sides and in front of the stage. A wide safety area was surrounded by eye-catching fluorescent warning tape, separating the enthusiastic students below from the stage, and members of the cosplay club were maintaining order on the scene. Lin Qiye, Zhang Wei, Li Junan, Chen Hao and Hao Xiaodong sat in the front row with an excellent view, facing the extended end of the T-stage. And Jiu and Yi Xinyao sat behind Lin Qiye. Suddenly, the lights in the entire gymnasium dimmed. Immediately afterwards, 2 snow-white spotlights lit up and precisely intersected at the entrance below the giant background screen. The noisy audience fell silent in an instant, and all eyes were focused on the illuminated entrance. Under the gazes of thousands of people, a tall and elegant figure calmly walked out of the shadows and stood at the intersection of lights. It was Lang Ruoxi. The lights around the stage then lit up. As the host of tonight, in order to perfectly fit the theme of Dream, create the ultimate 2-dimensional immersion, and avoid the sense of disconnection between her own dress and the scene, she put on Death's cosplay costume to host the show. Her figure was projected clearly onto the huge high-definition screen at the back. On the screen, she was wearing Death's iconic white and black military uniform. Her long ice blue hair flowed to her waist like a cold waterfall pouring down from the polar regions, reflecting a clear and cold halo under the strong light, swaying gently with her leisurely steps. The straight fabric of the military uniform fits the curves of her body meticulously, outlining her full breast and slender waist to the fullest. The pure white high leather boots that went above the knees tightly wrapped around her slender and straight calves. The black boot cuffs match the short skirt of the same color, revealing a section of smooth and flawless thigh skin in the middle. This piece of skin is as delicate as porcelain under the light. With every step she takes, it appears and disappears between the swaying of her skirt, exuding an extremely aggressive sexy temptation. At the same time, she exudes an awe-inspiring and inviolable aura of a queen. Stunning. This word instantly exploded in the hearts of those who witnessed this scene. This stunning look comes not only from Lang Ruoxi's impeccable appearance and figure, but also from the fact that her temperament perfectly matches the role, as if the real Queen Death has crossed the dimensional wall and descended into reality. Hiss. Zhang Wei, who was sitting to Lin Qiye's right, took a deep breath, his eyes widening as he excitedly exclaimed, "Holy crap. Death, it's my senior. This is too amazing." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly grabbed Lin Qiye's arm and shook it. "Brother Yi. You are so lucky. When will I have a 2D girlfriend?" Li Junan, who was sitting on Lin Qiye's left, also cast an unconcealed look of envy. At the same time, exclamations came from all around. This is so realistic. It's like Death herself has come to life. The cosplay at comic conventions is history compared to this. I'm glad I came, or I would have missed out on a billion. My queen, step on me to death. Disgusting. Step on me. Is there still a need for a competition? Can I just declare her number 1? Great minds think alike. I don't believe there is a more amazing cosplay than this. But it seems like he's the host, so he can't vote, right? That's such a pity. Listening to the discussions around him, Lin Qiye raised the corner of his mouth slightly and reached out to slap Zhang Wei's excited hand away. He had personally tasted Lang Ruoxi's outfit many times and had become immune to it. But for young virgins like Zhang Wei, it is normal that they cannot withstand such impact. Yi Xinyao, who was sitting behind Lin Qiye, instantly grasped the key information from Zhang Wei's words. The radiant Death on the stage was Lin Qiye's senior girlfriend. Her appearance, figure, and temperament were all stunning, making her feel ashamed of herself. Ever since Su Qiange made that crazy proposal that night, a strong sense of unwillingness and a hint of expectation had been surging in her heart. At this moment, looking at Lin Qiye's profile staring intently at the stage, Yi Xinyao secretly clenched her fists. She didn't want his attention to be completely occupied by Lang Ruoxi, and she could only become an insignificant bystander, an outsider. She didn't know why she could accept that Lin Qiye had other girlfriends. After thinking about it for a long time, she came to the conclusion, it was because she liked him too much and she was willing to be just one of his girlfriends. Although she didn't know whether Chen Xian's crazy plan would succeed, she decided to take a gamble. This was the first time she had truly fallen in love with someone, and she would never be satisfied without fighting for it, even if it meant becoming a bad woman. Lang Ruoxi quickly stood in the center of the stage. An elegant smile curved her lips as she raised the microphone. "Good evening, students. Welcome to the Dream Cosplay Competition. I am tonight's host and the vice president of the cosplay club Lang Ruoxi." As soon as the words fell, the whole audience boiled over. Vice president, queen, queen. The sound waves were getting louder and louder. Lang Ruoxi waited patiently for a few seconds before slightly raising her hand to signal the noise to slowly subside. She then continued, "Thank you everyone, I have fully felt your enthusiasm. Now, let me announce the rules of tonight's competition. The contestants will be presented on stage in groups of 2. As each group presents, we will simultaneously post a voting thread for that group on the official forum of the school club. Everyone can participate in the voting, and the voting data will be displayed in real time on the big screen. Each group has 1 minute to vote, and the contestants with the most votes will advance." She raised her voice slightly. "Classmates, are you ready?" "Ready." The deafening, blood-boiling echo resounded throughout the entire gymnasium. "Then let us look forward to this fantastic cosplay feast together." Lang Ruoxi enthusiastically announced the start of the competition, and at the same time glanced at the competition list in her hand. First, the first group of contestants to appear are. After the basic information of the 2 contestants was introduced, Lang Ruoxi gracefully left the stage, and a light and passionate accompaniment sounded, instantly pushing the atmosphere to a new climax. In the audience, students were whispering to each other, full of anticipation for the 2 contestants who were about to perform. Chapter 142 During the competition. Accompanied by brisk and exciting music, the two cosplayers from the first group stepped to the rhythm and walked onto the bright light strip extending from the T stage. One of the cosplayers is Sakura Haruno from Naruto, with short pink hair, green eyes, and wearing the iconic red cheongsam dress. Her movements are full of the liveliness and enthusiasm of a girl. The other one is cosplaying as Nami from One Piece. Her signature long orange hair is particularly eye-catching under the light. She wears a white belly-bearing vest with denim hot pants, showing off her long and straight legs. She exudes sunshine, liveliness and a little sexiness. The costumes of both contestants were very attentive and the details were very detailed, which drew cheers and applause from fans of the corresponding characters. Well, although not as good as the vice president, this cosplayer's skills are pretty good and didn't disappoint. Sakura's restoration is really high. Nami is not bad either, but her bust is a little small. Indeed, who should I vote for? I feel like both are okay. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and many people took out their phones and clicked on the official forum of the Jongyang University Cosplay Club. Sure enough, an eye-catching voting post was pinned to the top, with the contestants' makeup photos and information clearly visible. At the same time, on the huge LED screen, the real-time voting bar graph began to jump, indicating that the votes for the two contestants were slowly climbing. It started. Seeing this, Zhang Wei excitedly took out his phone and said, although she can't compare to her senior sister's queen-like aura, this shouting is quite cute. I vote for her. Lin Kie also took out his mobile phone and casually voted for Sakura, because compared to Nami's plump breasts in the anime, this Gozu's restoration was obviously insufficient. The 1-minute voting time passed in a flash. With the end of the countdown animation, voting is closed. On the big screen, the bar graph representing Haruno Sakura was leading by a slight margin. Congratulations to the first group, contestant Haruno Sakura, for advancing. Lang Ruoxi walked onto the main stage at the right time to announce the results. After a brief interview with the two cosplayers, they bowed to express their gratitude and politely left the stage amid warm applause. Then, Lang Ruoxi began to introduce the contestants of the second group. Next, let's welcome the second group of contestants. They'll be performing Kafka from Honkai Impact 3rd and Rin Tusaka from the Fate series. Please enjoy. As Lang Ruoxi retreated, the two chasing lights focused on the entrance again. When the two cosplayers appeared under the beam of light, the entire stadium instantly erupted in even louder exclamations than before. Kafka, who appeared on the left, was tall and had a lazy and charming smile on her lips, which instantly attracted the attention of most of the audience. Her long purple hair fell down smoothly like a waterfall, making her neck look very slender. The collar of the white shirt he wore inside was slightly open, revealing his delicate collarbone faintly. He wore a black and purple cloak-style suit cape on the outside, and a silver butterfly brooch on the collar sparkled brightly. The purple-red ribbons and lace cuffs on the back fluttered in the wind, looking smart and elegant. The spiderweb-like straps in the center of the jacket echoed the texture of the shoulders, and the black high-waisted shorts on the lower body outlined the graceful waist and hip curves. The purple-red scarf casually tucked in the side adds a bit of unruly. The cross straps cleverly connect the shorts and stockings, and the combination of long and short asymmetrical black leather boots and leg ring straps is even more eye-catching. The straps on the arms and chest echo each other, and the spiderweb pattern on the purple-red gloves brings out the mysterious aura of the Star Corps Hunter to the extreme. Although Tusaka Rin, on the right, is not as tall as Kafka, next to her, she fits the role perfectly. The iconic black twin ponytails are neatly tied and sway gently with every step, showing her agility. She wore a classic dress in red and black, with warm crimson as the main color, paired with a black skirt, bow tie and exquisite gold accessories, which was very elegant. At this moment, she raised her chin slightly, her face expressionless but her eyes sharp, which perfectly interpreted Tusaka Rin's arrogance and confidence. The quality of the second group of cosplayers is indeed higher than that of the first group. Both their figure and the temperament they portray are quite suitable for the characters. Oh shit, Kafka, Mom, it's Mom, Tusaka Rin, the Tsunere twin-tailed lady. Where's Red A? Where's Red A? Come out and protect me. It's over. How can we vote like this? Mommy-ka and Miss Lin, we're both made of flesh. Sister Kafka, please tie me up with your spider silk. Rin, please look at me like I'm trash. Although they are all good, I feel they are still not as good as my queen vice president. A boy sighed, and was immediately echoed by several boys nearby. At this moment, Zhang Wei was even more excited than before. He grabbed Lin Kie's arm excitedly and spoke incoherently. Brother Yi, did you see it? Kafka, my mother. Lin Kie slapped his hand away in disgust. He really couldn't understand the train of thought of these otakus. How could they shamelessly call a strange woman, Mom, in public? I only have sexual interest in being a father, but not in being a son. Seeing Lin Kie's look of disgust, Zhang Wei withdrew his hand awkwardly. Yi Jie is really a man who is full and does not know the hunger of the hungry. If he had a kawaii girlfriend who likes cosplay, why would he be so excited? To ease the awkwardness, he quickly added, of course, senior sister is still the best. After saying this, he turned his gaze back to the stage as if nothing had happened. On the stage, Kafka and Tusaka Rin have walked to the end of the T stage, each posing in a classic style. Kafka stood slightly sideways, one hand casually inserted in the pocket of her windbreaker, the other hand elegantly supporting her chin, her purple eyes smiling, scanning the entire audience with a bit of amusement, as if she regarded the audience below as her prey. Her lazy and charming temperament was ready to emerge, and she interpreted the character's charm to the fullest. Rin Tusaka on the side was not to be outdone. She folded her hands elegantly in front of her, raised her chin slightly, her blue eyes full of pride, and a confident and slightly provocative smile at the corner of her mouth, perfectly interpreting Rin Tusaka's unique Tsunere temperament. The two people's ending poses with completely different styles once again set off screams and cheers from the audience. At the same time, the voting bar chart updated in real time on the big screen was also particularly eye-catching, indicating that the votes for the two people were rising wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The lazy and charming Kafka and the Tsunere and gorgeous Tusaka Rin each attracted huge support, and the votes were closely chased, and for a while it was difficult to tell the difference. Chapter 143 Su Qian's appearance. In the end, this group was won by Kama. Both of their cosplays are very authentic, which shows that compared to the Tsunere young lady, the charming mature woman is more popular with men. Immediately afterwards, groups of contestants took turns to appear on stage, perform and compete, and the atmosphere on the scene was always maintained at a climax, which also shows that the quality of the cosplayers is very high. Time passed quietly amid the wonderful performances, warm cheers and passionate voting, and finally the last group of 20 to 10 arrived. The 10th group of contestants took the stage. Lang Ruoxi once again stood on the center stage. Under the spotlight, she solemnly announced. Next, it's the last group of contestants to take the stage. They are contestant Su Qian, who came in third in the preliminary round. She will cosplay Tokusaki Kurumi from Data Live, and contestant Wang Yukin, who came in second in the preliminary round. She will cosplay Ketching from Genshin Impact. She paused, the corners of her mouth curled up, and her eyes swept across the audience. Everyone thinks who will win. The audience instantly erupted in deafening cheers. Kusin, Kei-Ching. The two waves of voices echoed one after another, and the enthusiasm almost overturned the stadium. Lang Ruoxi waited for a few seconds with a smile, letting the boiling passion fully release, then she gracefully raised her hands and made a stop gesture. After the noise stopped, she continued. It seems everyone has their favorite character. Well, let's wait and see which contestant can more perfectly replicate the character and win this duel. Now let's welcome the 2 contestants to the stage with the warmest applause. The moment the words fell, the enthusiasm of all the boys in the audience was completely ignited. The audience immediately started talking, filled with anticipation and excitement. The matchup between the 2nd and 3rd place finishers in the preliminary round. It's so exciting. It's getting exciting. Kusin, it's Kusin. Oh my god, my yandere wife Kusin is finally going to make her debut. My wife Ketching is about to make her debut. The 7 stars of Liu. I finally waited for Kurumi. And it's Su Qiange who cosplayed the Black Saber Queen. Queen Qiange, please be sure to restore my yandere and sacred Sansan. Kusin, Kei-Ching. Amidst deafening cheers and scorching gazes, 2 bright spotlights were precisely directed towards the entrances on both sides of the stage. Under the beam of light on the left, Wang Yakin, who cosplays Ketching, makes a stunning appearance. She was wearing the iconic purple, white and blue Liu outfit. The off-shoulder short top perfectly showed off her elegant shoulder and neck lines. The delicate small lapel was adorned with a purple bow. Her left arm was covered with skin-fitting dark purple long gloves, while her right arm was bare, only lightly covered by a wide sleeve with a gradient light blue cloud pattern. The long lavender hair was tied into 2 lively ponytails, with the ends of the hair dancing lightly. The pair of iconic cat ear-shaped buns on the top of the head stood up playfully, adding a bit of cuteness. The short purple dress features a high-waisted fitted design that perfectly defines your waistline. The outer skirt is covered with purple fabric with golden flame patterns on it, and the pure white petticoat lining is rich in layers and sways lightly with the steps. Her legs are wrapped in transparent black stockings. The left leg stocking is embroidered with golden star and moon patterns. The knees are fastened with carved metal leg rings, and the matte black high heels on the feet highlight her upright posture. In his right hand he held a lifelike prop sword. Her eyes were bright, she had a smile on her lips, her hair trembled with her steps, and her skirt fluttered. Ketching's unique heroic spirit and lively charm were presented on the stage with precision and tension. However, when everyone's eyes, especially those of the fanatical, 3-3 believers, were cast towards the figure under the spotlight on the right, the entire stadium seemed to have pressed the mute button for a short time. The silence lasted only a moment before it was completely drowned out by screams of extreme amazement and crazy worship. It's Su Qiange. She was wearing Tokusaki Kurumi's iconic outfit, Shinwei's spiritual costume Sanban. The main colors are dark red as strong as blood and deep, dull black, which interweave the ultimate gothic gorgeousness and weird beauty. Her long black hair was carefully combed into 2 ponytails that fell to her waist, and the iconic black and red headband was firmly fixed on it. Around her neck was a dark red velvet collar, in the middle of which was embedded a dark red gem that looked like a bead of solidified blood. The neckline of the upper body is an elegant off-shoulder design, and the left shoulder is covered with a huge, fluffy and exaggerated dark red gothic long sleeve that looks like solidified blood, and the cuffs are decorated with complicated black lace. Her right arm is completely bare, with only a delicate black bracelet on her slender wrist. The tight black leather corset perfectly outlines the slender waist and exquisite curves, and the edge of the corset is decorated with exquisite blood red lace. The outermost layer of the lower skirt is a rich and tempting dark red tulle long skirt, and the edge of the skirt is decorated with layers of thick and gorgeous black lace. The lining is a slightly shorter black skirt, and the slender legs wrapped in black over the knee socks can be vaguely seen when walking. On her feet were a pair of exquisite black thick-soled Mary Janes. The most eye-catching thing is the heterochromatic pupils under the bangs. The left eye is a golden cloth-like pupil that is as bright as molten gold, and the right eye is a dark red blood red pupil that is as deep as a dark pool. This outfit seems to be integrated with her. With the blessing of exquisite makeup and perfect expression, it perfectly reproduces the contradictory temperament of Kwang San, which is a combination of girlish innocence and elf weirdness, sacred compassion and evil charm and danger, perfectly interpreting the irresistible and fatal temptation of the worst elf. At this moment, she was no longer Su Qiange, but it was a living being who descended from the rift of the 2nd dimension, Kurumi Tokusaki. Kuzo, it's the living Kuzo. Ah, wait, is that Su Qiange, the Saber Queen from the preliminary round? Oh my god, her cosplay of Kurumi is even more amazing. Holy crap, this level of recreating the image is incredible. Heterochromia, clock eyes, gothic skirt, twin tails, and that yandere expression, Queen Asaka YYDs. Wife, a new wife has appeared. She's even more beautiful than the one in the video. That look, that aura, I'm not traveling through time, am I? Master Kwang San, please trample me with your noble feet. I'm sorry, Lady Ketching, you're beautiful, but my heart and votes belong to Lady Kwang San. The entire audience went completely crazy. Countless cell phone cameras were pointed at Su Qiange, and flashes of light went off one after another. The boys were so excited that their faces turned red, and the girls also showed envy on their faces. The names of Su Qiange and Kwang San instantly dominated the on-site discussions and real-time comments on the online forum. The Ketching on the stage was undoubtedly cosplayed very well, with a high degree of restoration. But at this moment, in front of Su Qiange's almost bewitching, Tokusaki Kurumi, who brought out the core charm of the character to the extreme, her brilliance was completely overshadowed. If the previous Kafka was the lazy, dangerous and mature charm, and Tusaka Rin was the Tsunere and confident gorgeousness, then Su Qiange's Kurumi is a nuclear explosion of vision and temperament. From the details of the costumes, to the precision of the makeup, to the expression that captured Kurumi's core temperament of evil and innocence coexisting so accurately. This is by no means a simple imitation, it is a perfect presentation after truly understanding the core of the character. Su Qiange on the stage listened to the screams and shouts like a tsunami, and felt countless fanatical eyes focused on her. A huge sense of satisfaction and pride welled up in her heart. This was exactly the feeling she enjoyed the most, being the center of attention. Those stinky men, after all, still had some value in existence. Su Qiange raised her chin slightly, and the corners of her lips curled up in an arc that seemed like a smile but not a smile, with a morbid beauty. Then, she took graceful steps, walking towards the front of the T-stage with the unique pace of nightmare. Every step took the boys in the audience breathless. She wants everyone to remember Tokusaki Kurumi as Su Qiange. She wanted everyone to see clearly that she, Su Qiange, was the most dazzling presence on this stage. As she walked, her eyes were fixed on Lin Qiei in the audience. That sickly smile magnified through the big screen seemed to say, "See, brother Yi. How dazzling I am." Sitting on the stage, Lin Qiei looked at this perfect masterpiece with a slight smile on his face, and whispered inwardly, "My 2 days of special training are worth it. Kwang San's spirit, form, and charm have all been perfectly presented by Xiao Qiange." But the smile in his eyes deepened. Xiao Qiange has become more and more presumptuous these past 2 days. Does she really think she is Kurumi? I'm not Shadao. Chapter 144, Confession of a Senior Second Dimension. Zhang Wei, who was sitting next to Lin Qiei, noticed Su Qiange's gaze and said excitedly, "The level of fidelity. That look, that aura, incredible. It's on par with my senior's S-Death cosplay. They're both god level cosplay." He subconsciously looked at Lin Qiei beside him, and saw that Lin Qiei had a calm face and a faint smile on his lips. An indescribable envy instantly overwhelmed him. Then, his voice was filled with strong sourness as he wailed, "Brother Yi. I really envy you so much. Not only do you have a girlfriend as perfect as my senior, but you also have a sister who is only gentle to you and extremely cold to everyone else, and whose cosplay is so amazing. Is there any justice in this world? Seeing Zhang Wei's envious expression, Lin Qiye simply gave him a soothing smile, laughing inwardly. Can't you bear it? There are still many things you don't know. Yi Xinyao, who was sitting in the back row, felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Su Qianzhe's performance on the stage was too dazzling. The kind of charm that controlled the entire audience and shone brightly formed an invisible pressure that weighed heavily on Yi Xinyao's heart. She couldn't help but think of Su Qianzhe's words about, it all depends on one's ability. Lang Ruoxi's perfection made her look up to her, and the stunning beauty displayed by Su Qianzhe at this moment also shocked her. In comparison, Yi Xinyao felt as if she had no advantages at all. What made her feel even more powerless was that Su Qianzhe could so naturally and unscrupulously use her identity as a younger sister to get close to and act casually with Lin Qiye. If that almost crazy, sharing, plan ultimately failed, she might be completely hated and alienated by Lin Qiye, while Su Qianzhe could still be safe and sound as his good sister. The thought made her heart go cold, and Jiu, who was sitting next to him, was also amazed by Su Qianzhe's radiant performance on the stage. However, this stunning feeling was like a tiny thorn that quietly pierced into her heart, causing her heart to ache slightly. Even though Brother Qiye had explained to her in person before that it was because he helped Su Qianzhe at the beginning of the school year that Su Qianzhe called him brother, and he emphasized that in his heart she was his one and only sister. But at this moment, I witnessed with my own eyes the confidence in Su Qianzhe's every move on the stage, and how dazzling she was under the spotlight. A surge of shame and inadequacy washed over her, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Was she really worthy of standing beside Brother Qiye and being his sister? Perhaps only someone as brilliant as Su Qianzhe was worthy of being Brother Qiye's sister. Su Qianzhe and Wang Yuqin's fixed-point display at the end of the T-stage pushed the atmosphere to its climax. Su Qianzhe's image of Kwang San, which combined morbid beauty with fatal temptation, attracted the attention and votes of the vast majority of boys in the audience. Unsurprisingly, the voting results were one-sided. Su Qianzhe won with a crushing number of votes. When Su Qianzhe and Wang Yuqin walked back to the center of the main stage and stood beside Lang Ruoxi's cold voice sounded at the right time and announced, "Voting is over. Let us congratulate Su Qianzhe for her victory, and thank you to Wang Yuqin for her wonderful performance." Su Qianzhe, Kwang San, shouts and thunderous applause rang out instantly. Su Qianzhe had a faint smile on her face and bowed slightly gracefully to express her gratitude. After a brief interview, they turned around together with the slightly dejected Wang Yuqin and left the stage from both sides. Just as Su Qianzhe reached the steps on the right side of the stage and was about to go down, Goddess Asaka, Master Kwang San, an excited voice, clearly drowning out the surrounding noise, exploded at the very front of the court and near the right side of the stage. I saw a short, slightly fat boy wearing black-framed glasses squeezing to the front row. His face was flushed red and there were some fine beads of sweat on his forehead. He tightly grasped the police tape with both hands, his body trembling slightly with excitement, and his eyes flashed with an unconcealable longing as he stared at Su Qianzhe. "I'm Wang Zhaolei from the software class 1 of the School of Computer Science." He almost shouted out his message at the top of his lungs. "I have liked you since the preliminary round. You're the god in my heart. I. He was so excited that he was speechless, as if there were thousands of words stuck in his throat, but he didn't know how to express them. "I am your most loyal fan. I will always support you." Finally, he shouted this sentence. He knew very well that such a goddess was beyond his reach, and his humble wish was just to leave a vague impression in her heart. With this expectation, he roared out this sentence with all his strength, and his voice drowned out the noise around him. This sudden and loud public confession instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. The closest Cuz Club member who was maintaining order reacted very quickly and immediately rushed to Wang Zhaolei. Fearing that he might do something extreme, he stretched out his arm to block him and warned him with a serious expression, "Student, please calm down. Step back immediately. Don't interfere with the player's exit." There was an unquestionable sense of restraint in his tone. Wang Zhaolei was frightened by the member's harsh attitude and blocking actions. His body instinctively shrank back, but his fiery gaze was still glued to Su Qianzhe, and he was reluctant to move away. The surrounding discussions also exploded. What the hell? Wang Zhaolei from the computer science department, opening an account and confessing his feelings directly. What a warrior. Dude, you're awesome. I give you full marks for your courage. Disc, you can tell at first glance that he's an old 2D person, he's so excited. I understand. Goddess Chinj is indeed crazy about killing. Dude, a massive social suicide scene is scheduled. I think it'll be all over the campus forum headlines tomorrow. The boys looked at Wang Zhaolei with a mixture of teasing, sympathy, and admiration. Wang Zhaolei heard the discussions around him and subconsciously turned his head to look around. In an instant, the gazes from all directions fell on him as if they were real, making him feel uneasy. Only then did he realize with incredible clarity what he had just done in a gymnasium filled with thousands of people, like a man out of control, furiously confessing his love for his goddess. He even yelled out his class name so that everyone knew it. The huge feeling of shame made him lower his head suddenly. He wished he could dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Even the tips of his ears were red and hot, as if they were about to bleed. It's over. It's all because the atmosphere was too lively. Everyone around was shouting so crazily that I got carried away and started shouting too, he wailed in frustration. However, this extreme shame lasted less than 2 seconds. A thought suddenly popped up in my mind. I've already called out. I've already announced my names in classes. What's there to be afraid of? Moreover, he quickly stole a glance at the eyes around him. Although they were full of teasing and watching the fun, it seemed there was no contempt. Some people even had a hint of admiration. This discovery was like a shot of adrenaline, causing Wang Zhaolei to raise his head again, his eyes once again locked on Su Qianzhe who was about to retreat to the backstage. At this moment, he only had a humble and strong hope in his heart. Goddess, please look at me. Wang Zhaolei was standing right in front of Su Qianzhe's exit path, so she naturally heard the excessive volume. Her eyes instantly swept over Wang Zhaolei. Seeing Wang Zhaolei's expectant face, she did not pause at all and continued to walk down the stairs with an elegant pace. However, the corners of her lips still curled up, as a gift to this slave. She smiled at me. The goddess noticed me. Wang Zhaolei clearly captured this fleeting glimpse of gift. His heart instantly began to beat wildly in his chest, and the shame and embarrassment he had just felt were thrown out of his mind. The boys nearby also caught this fleeting smile. Fuck, did Goddess Qianzhe just smile at me? It seems it's directed at that fat guy. Ah, I'm so envious. Goddess, look at me. Su Qianzhe ignored the commotion, and with a graceful movement, she completely disappeared into the shadows of the backstage. All that was left was the faint fragrance of a gothic skirt lingering in the air, and a gift that Wang Zhaolei would remember and brag about over and over again in the future. Chapter 145 Su Qianzhe's little thoughts. In the following qualifying rounds of 10 to 5, 5 to 3, and the top 3, Su Qianzhe made great progress. Although the other contestants also did a great job of cosplaying, Su Qianzhe's brilliance was simply too dazzling. Finally, amidst the roaring cheers of the audience, Lang Ruoxi announced the final results of the Dream cosplay competition. Let us give our warmest applause to congratulate Su Qian for winning the championship of this year's Dream Cosplay competition. The spotlight focused on Su Qian in the center of the stage. She had a perfect smile of a winner on her face and gracefully accepted the championship trophy. At this moment, she was undoubtedly the brightest star in the entire Zhongyuan University gymnasium, and was officially crowned as the new campus belle known to everyone at Zhongyuan University. The competition ended successfully, the lights in the stadium came on, and the crowd began to leave noisily, still discussing their favorite cosplayers of the night. Su Qian glanced at the boys in the audience who were shouting for autographs and asking for photos, and immediately turned back to the backstage, where there was a dressing room connected to the dressing room. Lin Qian was just standing up to leave with Zhang Wei and the others when the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He clicked on the screen and saw a message from Su Qian. Brother Yi, can you take me back to the dorm? These people are a bit scary. I'm afraid of being pestered by strange people. Sajao.jpg. Looking at the message, Lin Qian's lips curled up into a knowing smile. Worried about being harassed, that's a pretty reasonable reason. But she probably wants to take advantage of the high attention at this moment to announce their close relationship to everyone. It would be best if they were mistaken for a couple. However, this was exactly what he wanted. His original plan was to make her the little queen that everyone admired, the little cutie in his arms. Zhang Wei, you guys go back first, I have something else to do. Lin Qian tapped his fingertips, replied with an, okay, put away his phone, and said to Zhang Wei and others beside him. Ah, okay. Zhang Wei was stunned for a moment, then thought Lin Qian was waiting for Lang Ruoxi, and an envy appeared on his face. He immediately pulled Li Junan up and said, Anon, let's go. Lin Qian turned to Jiu and Yi Xinyao again. Xiao Yuer, Xinyao, see you tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Yi Xinyao responded, and Jiu, with a depressed look on his face, also nodded slightly. Lin Qian watched them merge into the leaving crowd. When the crowd around them had almost dispersed, he walked down slowly. Although most of the audience had left, there were still some boys at the back door who were taking photos with their favorite cosplayers, getting autographs, and even sending text messages. Below the stage, Lang Ruoxi was skillfully directing the club members to dismantle the stage scenery and props. Out of the corner of her eye, she quickly caught sight of Lin Qian standing at the side of the stage. 7 nights. Lang Ruoxi approached quickly, a look of delight flashing across her cold eyes. Are you waiting for me to finish? But I still have a long time to work here, so you should go back and rest first. Lin Qian smiled calmly and said, thank you for your hard work. I'm waiting for Qian. She said she was afraid of being pestered by boys, so she asked me to take her back to the dormitory. Oh, so that's it. Lang Ruoxi's eyes moved slightly, and she understood instantly. Su Qian probably wanted to take the opportunity to make everyone misunderstand that she and Qian were a couple. In that case, Lang Ruoxi raised the corners of her lips slightly, then don't blame me for taking the initiative, Sister Qian. Lang Ruoxi noticed out of the corner of her eye that many people were paying attention to this side. Without any hesitation, she took a step forward, stood on tiptoe, and gave Lin Qian a gentle kiss on the cheek. Then you can send her back. I will continue to be busy. After Lang Ruoxi said this, she turned around. Her back was elegant and calm, leaving only a faint fragrance. Lin Qian was slightly startled by the sudden kiss, but he immediately understood her intention. She obviously saw through Su Qian's little thoughts and was trying to assert her sovereignty first. It seems that he will not be able to escape the headlines of the campus forum tomorrow, but he does not care about it at all. After all, it is only a matter of time before their relationship is made public, and now is the right time. But thinking about having to send Su Qian off later, I'm afraid the title of scumbag will be confirmed tomorrow. However, let it be true, it doesn't matter, it is the fact, let others be envious, jealous and hateful. This kiss, which was full of declaration, was seen clearly by some members of the Cuz Club. Their jaws dropped in shock, and they exchanged wild glances with each other, exclaiming in low voices. What the hell, what did I see? The vice president kissed that boy. Oh my god, what's going on? Aren't the vice president and the president a couple? Is the president being poached? But this guy is really handsome, and he looks quite good standing next to the vice president. Shocking news, the vice president has a boyfriend. Some passersby who were watching this place had expressions of shock, envy, and a bit of heartbreak on their faces. Damn, vice president queen is actually taken. Oh my Esteth, why do you want to take advantage of mortals? Woohoo, my heart is broken. The discussions were like stones thrown into a lake, quickly creating ripples among the crowd that had not yet dispersed. Countless gazes, filled with inquiry, curiosity, and excitement, moved back and forth between Lin Qian and Lang Ruoxi. Soon, Su Qian came from backstage. Several boys couldn't help but muster up the courage and were about to go up to her to talk to her, but they were frightened by the cold and aloof look on her face, and their steps couldn't help but hesitate. However, Su Qian swept her eyes across the crowd and accurately locked onto Lin Qian. She took a step without hesitation, trotting towards Lin Qian, stopped lightly beside him, and then took his arm very naturally and intimately. In an instant, the indifferent and aloof aura around her disappeared without a trace, like ice and snow melting. Instead, there was an extremely bright and sweet smile. Brother Qian, let's go. The voice was crisp and pleasant. Yeah, Lin Qian responded gently with a smile in his eyes. This scene made the curiosity on the faces of all those who were still paying attention to Lin Qian instantly freeze, turning into full of astonishment and disbelief. Where's that aloof goddess with a haughty look, an imposing aura, and an air of, keep away from strangers? How come in the blink of an eye, when she was next to this boy, she turned into the girl next door with a sweet smile and a petite demeanor? The huge contrast made them confused for a moment. Then, recalling the scene of Lang Ruoxi kissing Lin Qian on the cheek, a thought flashed through their minds like lightning, scumbag. This guy is definitely a two-timing scumbag. Chapter 146 Inches Senior Justice turns into a clown. Nearby, a good-looking sophomore was waiting here and wanted to add Su Qian on Fishan. Unexpectedly, he just witnessed Lang Ruoxi kissing Lin Qian, and then he saw his favorite new school beauty holding the arm of the same boy in a very intimate manner. That intimate posture makes it hard not to think of them as a couple. A mixture of jealousy, anger, and a self-righteous sense of justice surged in my chest. No, I can't watch the girl I like get cheated by a scumbag. He couldn't accept that scene. He took a deep breath and rushed to Lin Qian and Su Qian who were about to leave. He ignored Lin Qian and said to Su Qian anxiously, Xiaomei Su. This guy is a scumbag. Don't be fooled by him. Lin Qian and Su Qian stopped at the same time. Lin Qian raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes calm and even with a hint of amusement, looking at the messenger of justice, who suddenly jumped out in front of him, waiting for his performance and also looking forward to how Su Qian would respond. Su Qian blinked in surprise, and the sweet smile that was unique to her when facing Lin Qian quickly disappeared, switching back to the cold and distant look she had when facing strangers. Oh, she parted her pink lips slightly, her voice no longer sweet, with obvious displeasure. What right do you have to slander brother Qian? This question cheered up the righteous senior, as if he had received encouragement. He pointed at Lin Qian and spoke quickly with resentment. Junior, I just saw the vice president kiss him. Just before you came out. He is not a good person at all, just a scumbag who has his cake and eats it too. Don't be fooled by him. He spoke with righteous indignation, like a righteous knight saving the princess from the dragon's mouth. The concentration of gossip in the air instantly soared to the peak. Just after seeing the vice president kissing a handsome guy, the new campus beauty was intimately arm in arm with the same guy, and now there are righteous people who jump out to expose the scumbag in public. This plot is even more exciting than a TV drama. The crowd around held their breath, staring at Su Qiange, expectantly waiting for her reaction. Was it shock, an outburst of anger, or heartbreak? However, Su Qiange's reaction was completely beyond everyone's expectations. After listening to the boy's indignant accusation, she glanced back and saw Lang Ruoxi, and she quickly understood, oh, he's quick to make the official announcement first. Then she saw many people around her holding their phones towards her. The scene of Lang Ruoxi kissing Brother Kie just now should not have been captured, but now, so many cameras are facing herself and Brother Kie. In a flash, Su Qiange had made a decision in his heart. She held Lin Kie's arm tighter, tilted her head slightly, and leaned her cheek against his arm affectionately, making her posture seem even more intimate. That exquisite face not only did not show any surprise or anger, but instead it bloomed into a bright, mocking smile. She raised her chin slightly, looking at the sophomore who was anxiously waiting for her to come to her senses, and said nonchalantly, oh. You mean Sister Ruoxi, she's Brother Kie's girlfriend, isn't it natural for her to kiss him? Ah, Zheng Yi's sophomore was stunned for a moment, his eyes widened and his mouth slightly open. His mind was blank, with only huge question marks circling wildly. Su Qiange didn't give him any more chances to think or ask further questions. She immediately raised her little face to look at Lin Kie and said coquettishly, Brother Kie, the flies are buzzing so loud here, let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed Lin Kie's arm without saying anything, and walked briskly past the stiffly standing senior Zheng Yi. The people around subconsciously made way for him. She just glanced back and clearly saw Lang Ruoxi walking towards her, so she quickened her pace and never gave Lang Ruoxi a chance to come over and explain. What she wanted was for only intimate photos of her and Brother Kie to appear on the forum, so that all the students in the school could speculate and discuss their relationship to their heart's content. Coupled with her magnanimous and calm speech just now, everyone will definitely regard her as the main wife, and Lang Ruoxi will only be seen as a concubine. This would definitely annoy Lang Ruoxi, who let her occupy the position of Brother Kie's official girlfriend. Lin Kie obediently let her pull him away, a hint of understanding and playful smile flashing across his eyes. He instantly understood Su Qiange's intention. She generously acknowledged Lang Ruoxi's identity, but was ambiguous about her position and did not explain, leaving a huge amount of room for imagination. Purpose: simply to upset Lang Ruoxi. This girl is so cute. Senior Zheng Yi took a while to come back to his senses and wanted to ask Su Qiange, do you know who his girlfriend is? Then why are you so close to him? What is your relationship with him? However, when he turned around, Lin Kie and Su Qiange had already disappeared into the night at the gymnasium entrance. Soon, he felt the gazes coming from all directions, and his face felt burning and extremely embarrassed. I wanted to be a righteous man, but ended up being a clown. He lowered his head in annoyance and could only hurry away towards the opposite main entrance. After a brief silence, the buzz of discussion among the surrounding crowd suddenly rang out. Disc, that guy is completely confused. Not only him, I'm confused too. I really didn't expect this scene. Su Qiange knew that the vice president was that guy's girlfriend. Then why was she holding him so tightly? Oh my god, is she the queen? Is she tacitly allowing her boyfriend to have other women? This is too explosive and too extravagant. That's impossible. Maybe they're childhood sweethearts. Brother and sister. Who cares? I just filmed it. I'll post it on the campus forum right now. Let everyone enjoy it together. Yeah. Post it. I've even thought of the title. Shocking. Cosplay champion goddess Su Qiange and cosplay club vice president Lang Ruoxi actually share a secret boyfriend. If this post doesn't go viral, I'll wash my hair upside down. Speculations and discussions arose one after another. The focus of the incident has completely shifted from the farce of exposing the scumbag to the crazy speculation and discussion about the infinitely imaginative relationship between Lin Kie, Su Qiange and Lang Ruoxi. This brief incident in the gymnasium is bound to set off a fire in the campus forums tonight and become the hottest topic in the headlines. Chapter 147. Su Qiange walks into a trap. Lin Kie and Su Qiange walked side by side on the road leading to Taoyuan dormitory. The streetlights cast a dim halo, sometimes stretching their shadows into long and thin ones. The evening breeze blew gently, ruffling their hair. Su Qiange's outfit was particularly eye-catching, attracting the attention of passing students. Brother Yi. Su Qiange completely ignored these gazes and gently shook Lin Kie's arm. Her voice was sweet and soft, ignoring the little incident that happened in the gym just now. Does this outfit look good on me? Her upturned little face and her big eyes with delicate makeup revealed an undisguised desire to be praised. Lin Kie also tacitly did not mention the previous episode to ruin the beautiful atmosphere. He lowered his eyes to look at her proud little face, a smile on his lips, and said with a hint of teasing, you've already won the championship, is there any need to ask? Of course you're the most beautiful woman. Hee. Su Qiange smiled contentedly after hearing this. Why don't you interact with your fans like everyone else? Lin Kie asked knowingly. I don't care about fans, they're so annoying. Su Qiange showed a look of disdain, then said seriously, besides, I didn't participate in the cosplay competition to please irrelevant people, I just wanted to see how charming I am. Now it seems. She raised her chin proudly, there's not a single person in Zhongyang University who can fight. Oh, Lin Kie raised an eyebrow, deliberately trying to discredit her. Most of the contestants are freshmen. Are you so sure there aren't any seniors prettier than you? There might even be some pretty but introverted girls who haven't participated. These words instantly touched Su Qiange. She immediately remembered the voices mixed in with the cheers on the stage, such as, the vice president is the most beautiful, and, I want to vote for the queen president. The smile on her face faded, and her eyes suddenly became dangerous, staring straight at Lin Kie. Oh. Brother Yi, you mean, Sister Ruoxi is prettier than me. The tone of her voice was as if she would pounce on him and bite him if Lin Kie dared to say a word. I'm sick again. Lin Kie was not afraid at all of her sudden transformation into a Yanrei person, because to him, she was just a paper tiger. He simply reached out his other hand and gently pinched her little face. Seeing that the moves she learned from anime were always useless against Lin Kie, Su Qiange didn't slap the hand away from her face. Instead, she pursed her lips in frustration and instantly switched to aggrieved mode, pretending to cry and complain, woo, it seems that in your heart, I can never compare to Sister Ruoxi. Well, the queen is not so fragile. Lin Kie released the hand that was pinching her little face and comforted her with a bit of teasing. There was a hint of temptation hidden in his words. I don't want to be the queen here with Brother Yi. Su Qiange immediately retorted, her tone as a matter of course, with a sense of dependence that only existed in front of him. Seeing Su Qiange's reaction, Lin Kie smiled inwardly. It seems that the results of my adjustment are very good, and little Qiange is very dependent on me. Then, he raised his hand and touched her little head to comfort her. Your styles are completely different, both are beautiful, there is no need to compare. Su Qiange was naturally dissatisfied with this panacea answer, and her lips curled up unconsciously. But she didn't ask any further questions after all. She had asked similar questions many times, and the answer she got was always the same, everything is fine. It was strange, but she was confused as to why she suddenly lost her hostility towards Lang Ruoxi, no longer thinking about snatching Brother Kie from her and monopolizing him, and even could accept herself as one of his girlfriends. However, there was one thing she cared about very much, and that was that she had to be the most special and important person in his heart. As for the rest, she didn't care. Thinking of this, Su Qian simply changed the subject and said, forget it. I'm too lazy to ask you. The answer is always the same anyway. But this is not my favorite cosplay outfit today. Oh, is there something even more amazing? Lin Kie didn't expect that she would just broach the subject so straightforwardly. He raised his eyebrows and followed her words with just the right amount of curiosity in his tone. Brother Yi, Su Qian suddenly stopped, puffed up her cheeks slightly, and glared at Lin Kie in feigned anger, blurting out a coquettish complaint, have you forgotten? The Yui Inari cosplay costume we picked out together earlier. Seeing her, angry, look, Lin Kie's eyes flashed with a smile, and he pretended to understand something, oh, that trick. A look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes, and then he nodded in affirmation, it's indeed quite amazing. HMPH, you have good taste. After getting the answer she wanted, Su Qian regained her arrogant look and dragged Lin Kie forward again. Thinking of what she was going to say next, Su Qian's cheeks flushed. Her voice unconsciously lowered a few notes, with the shyness that is unique to young girls. That said, I listened to you and took the photo shoot specially. Brother Yi. She remained calm on the surface, looking up at Lin Kie, her voice trembling slightly, do you want to see it? Lin Kie looked down at her, who was obviously shy but pretending to be calm, almost throwing herself into his arms, and laughed in his heart. He deliberately showed a hint of confusion on his face, and his tone was inquiring, show me. Why do you suddenly want to show me the photos? Oops, Su Qian seemed a little embarrassed by Lin Kie's straightforward question. She hugged his arm tightly and coquettishly pressed him, don't ask so many questions. Just answer whether you want or not. She tilted her little face upwards, staring at Lin Kie with burning eyes, as if she would not give up until he said the word, want. Lin Kie chuckled at her coquettish and naughty appearance, his eyes full of indulgence. He nodded as she wished, yeah, I want to see it. Snort, Su Qian hummed with satisfaction, a bright smile instantly blooming on her face, and a cunning glint in her eyes, as if a little trick had succeeded. Well, next Saturday is my birthday. As long as you come to my birthday. She deliberately dragged out the last word, I'll give you my unique photo album of Yui Inori. There's only one of its kind in the world. Lin Kie couldn't help laughing when he heard that. He clearly wanted to give me a photo album to seduce me, but he had to make up a reason to be reserved. His mind unconsciously recalled the cute and sexy look of Su Qian when she wore the Yuichi costume last time. If it weren't for the need to maintain the image of a gentleman, I would have personally tasted that outfit countless times. However, he naturally wouldn't expose this cute little fig leaf. Instead, he followed her wishes and teased her, Qianjie, you really have good intentions. As if I won't celebrate your birthday if you don't give me a photo album. Then do you agree or not? Su Qian simply ignored Lin Kie's teasing, hugged his arm and shook it hard, starting to act like a spoiled child. Of course I agree. Lin Kie had a doting smile on his face and answered straightforwardly, how could I miss your first birthday after you acknowledged me as your brother? How do you plan to celebrate your birthday? What gift do you want? I'll satisfy you. A cunning glint flashed in Su Qian's eyes. She tilted her head slightly and smiled sweetly yet mysteriously. I haven't decided on how to celebrate yet as for the gifts. She paused, her voice tentative. I don't want any expensive gifts, but I want Brother Yi to agree to a request of mine. Request? Tell me. Lin Kie raised his eyebrows and looked at her with interest. Su Qian dragged out her voice, her eyes moving around as if she was thinking, I haven't thought it through yet. But don't worry. His tone was soothing and a little playful. I definitely won't ask you to pick the stars and the moon. It's just a small request within your ability. She stopped and looked up at Lin Kie. The light from the street lamp fell into her clear eyes, reflecting sparkling anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Brother Yi, would you give me a request as a birthday gift? Lin Kie looked at the delicate little face in front of him. As the king of the sea, he was very familiar with how to deal with such vague requests. He didn't hesitate at all, an indulgent smile on his face. No problem, just a request, I agree. The tone was serious and full of sincerity. As for whether or not we can do it later, and whether or not we are willing to do it, that is a matter for the future. One of Neptune's principles, promises can be made easily, but fulfillment depends on the situation. Seeing Lin Kie agree so readily, Su Qian smiled sweetly, with a sly look of triumph in her eyes. Brother Yi, you agreed to this yourself. If I asked you to be my boyfriend, would you agree so easily, my good brother? Chapter 148 Lively Campus Forum. That night, Zhongyuan University Campus Forum. A post with a powerful title and rich pictures and text was like a dev bomb, instantly detonating the quiet Dieba late at night and being pinned to the top of the Dieba homepage. Shocking news. Cosplay contest champion Su Qian and cosplay club vice president Lang Ruoxi share the same handsome guy. Tonight's biggest news, come and watch. The poster not only attached two beautiful solo photos of Lang Ruoxi cosplaying as Esteth, but also released several high-definition pictures of Su Qian affectionately holding Lin Kie's arm and smiling like a flower, as well as a few seconds of short videos. The most eye-catching picture is, Su Qian leaned her cheek on Lin Kie's arm, showing a slightly sarcastic smile to the righteous senior. The picture was also subtitled, oh, you mean Sister Ruoxi, I know. The content of the post vividly described the entire incident, from Lang Ruoxi kissing Lin Kie on the cheek, to Su Qian coming out from the backstage and intimately holding Lin Kie's arm, to the righteous senior, jumping out to save the beauty and accusing Lin Kie of being a two-timing scumbag, to Su Qian calmly saying that she knew of Lang Ruoxi's existence and finally leaving in a leisurely manner. A large number of comments have emerged below the post. Holy crap, this headline is real. Is anyone here at the scene? Please give me the full video. I want to see the dynamic version. Su Qian appears, holds Lin Kie's arm, and they leave the stadium.mp4 live video is here. Just asking if you're shocked. This plot is even more magical than an idol drama. I don't understand what Goddess Su is doing, but I'm deeply shocked. Thanks, big brother. I'm a little confused after reading this. Is there any brother who can analyze it? That's a ton of information. The vice president is this handsome guy's girlfriend, so what about Goddess Su? The way she said, of course, and the way she leaned on his shoulder were completely like the official wife declaring herself so. So she's the older sister. Am I seeing things right? Su Qian knows Lang Ruoxi is this guy's girlfriend, yet she still holds his arm so tightly and smiles so sweetly. What's the relationship between these three? Is it really a shared boyfriend? Looking at how naturally affectionate Su Qian is towards this handsome guy, it's obvious they have a very close relationship. Maybe they really are sharing a boyfriend. Hey, doghead, save your life. You've exposed the truth. I think so too. Nowadays, what's wrong with outstanding men having a few confidants? Su Qian's attitude clearly says, Lang Ruoxi is his girlfriend, and so am I. This is terrifying when you think about it. +1. When Su Qian said, of course, her expression was so damn calm, even a hint of mockery towards the senior. It felt like she completely accepted the vice president's existence. This relationship, your circle is so messed up. A sandwich structure has been formed. Am I the only one who thinks this might be a misunderstanding? Maybe they're just friends. Goddess Sue might be deliberately pissing off the senior because he slandered her friend. Brother, stop kidding yourself. They were already arm in arm before the senior showed up. The dependence in Su Qian's eyes was overflowing. They definitely have a special relationship. Indeed, buddy, you're the reincarnation of Fei Yangyang. Wake up, your goddess might have already taken on the shape of someone else. +1, +1, +1, this is what the turtle holy body looks like. Am I the only one who feels sorry for the senior who jumped out? He wanted to be a hero saving the beauty, but ended up being a clown, and was even fed a mouthful of dog food and a critical hit by Su Qian right in front of him. I'm dying of laughter, especially when Su Qian said, I know, the senior's expression went from righteous indignation to bewildered and doubtful about life. It was a textbook example of a complete change of expression. Senior confused. Gif. Haha, after hearing what you guys said, I really think this senior is utterly cruel. He's not very hurtful, but extremely insulting. I sympathize with him for a second, and then ha. He's got to be the best comedian of the year. He wanted to be a knight in shining armor, but ended up being a laughingstock. But he still made a contribution. Senior confused. Gif. +1, +10086, XSWL, where's the picture of the vice president kissing this handsome guy? Didn't the poster say they kissed? I want a picture to prove it. No picture, no truth. We're both looking for kissing photos. No one has captured such an exciting scene. I don't believe it. Replying to the above, I really didn't take any photos. I was there. The vice president gave her a quick kiss on the cheek, probably less than a second. I didn't even think to take a photo, but at least a dozen people saw it. It's absolutely true. Give a thumbs up to those who saw the vice president kissing me on the cheek. 1. I testify, I kissed him, on the right cheek. 1. I was so close, I could see it clearly. The vice president even smiled after the kiss. +1. Holy crap, so many witnesses. It looks like it's true. Did anyone take a picture of the vice president's expression when he saw Su Qian holding the handsome guy's arm? I do. Close up of Lang Ruoxi's expression. JPG zooming in. I saw no anger, no surprise, but she was completely calm. It was as if she didn't mind their close contact at all. Oh my god, this expression, the possibility of sharing a boyfriend skyrockets. At Cuz Club Vice President Lang Ruoxi, please come out and say something. Call the person involved. At Kase Vice President Lang Ruoxi, please come out and explain. So here comes the point. Who is this handsome guy? What year is he in? Which college? What's his name? Please, master, tell me. I want to learn from him. Same here. This guy is a true winner in life. He's got 2 top beauties. He's a role model for our generation. Please accept my knees. So just because you're handsome you can really do whatever you want. 2 goddess level figures, is this reasonable? Reasonable. Existence is reasonable. Brother, accept reality. Some people's lives are just so carefree. Wow, my defense is broken. I can't even get a Ephesian message from a goddess, and she's a non-domestic goddess. Comparison is so frustrating. Lemons on the lemon tree, you and I under the lemon tree, it's sour. There's no point in being jealous. First of all, you have to have that handsome face and that figure. Never mind, just ignore me. I'm jealous too. Reflect deeply. Where did I lose? Was it because I played too many games? Or wasn't studying hard enough? No, it was because my reincarnation skills weren't up to par. Indeed, if I'm born into a good family in my next life, I want to look like this too. Brothers from the School of Computer Science, how's your classmate Wang Jiale? Wang Jiale, your goddess is taken, and she's one of his women. Who is Wang Jiale? What's the joke? Fact check. He's the warrior who loudly declared his love for goddess Sue during the cosplay competition. One of the 2 most famous socially devastating moments tonight. Wang Jiale.jpg. Holy crap, I was playing games in the dorm and actually missed this epic social demise. What a shame. Did anyone record this video? Post it up. Luckily, I recorded the entire thing, planning to enjoy the cosplay after the game. This is a clip of warrior Wang Jiale's wonderful confession. Wang Jiale's confession scene.mp4. Haha, Wang Jiale, hold on. Even though your goddess might have someone else in her heart, or you share it with her, you must persist in being her loyal fan. When the handsome guy runs out of energy, he might even ask you to help push her around. It makes you feel involved, doesn't it? The brother upstairs is so perverted. I like it. Man, your video is so clear. Can you send me a copy of the entire video via email? Email address. I didn't go to the competition, but these 2 cosplays are so realistic. I want to watch them carefully. PFF, upstairs, have some shame. Observe carefully. I think you want to criticize the looks and figures of these 2 beauties alone late at night. Exactly. Hypocritical. Ignore him. Send me a copy. Email address. I'm a serious person. I just want to criticize whether the contestants' cosplay costumes and makeup details are accurate. Second, may the author of this post live a peaceful life. Email address. I want to give this a good critique too. +1. Please share your resources. Sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. This post completely ignited the gossip hearts of Zhangyan University students. The comments on the post were updated frantically at a rate of dozens per minute, with all kinds of speculation, analysis, envy, jealousy, and ridicule emerging one after another. Keywords such as 2 goddesses share a boyfriend, mysterious handsome guy and winner in life, and 2 heroes who died in society, Senior Zhengyi and Wang Jiale, have been widely discussed, and related discussion groups have been established. Everyone is looking forward to the response from the 3 parties involved. Will it really be as the post says, sharing a boyfriend? Chapter 149. Green Tea. Su Qian. After Lin Qian sent Su Qian off, he returned to the boys' dormitory. As soon as he opened the door, Zhang Wei, who was sitting on a chair near the door, stood up suddenly, raised his phone and came to him, saying excitedly, Brother Yi. Look, you're on the headlines of the school forum. Li Junin, who was lying on the upper bunk watching short videos, also heard the sound and looked over curiously. There was a sound of water splashing in the bathroom. Obviously Chen Hao was taking a shower inside. Lin Qian's eyes fell on the mobile phone screen in front of him. The title of the post read, Shared Boyfriend, and the accompanying picture was of him, Su Qian and Lang Ruoxi. His heart moved slightly, although it couldn't be considered sharing at the moment. Looking at Su Qian's attitude tonight, it seemed that she was not far away from that step. On his birthday, she might have prepared some surprise for him. He quickly scanned the post and could already imagine the excitement without even opening the comment section. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and chuckle. This guy has the potential to be a paparazzi. He raised his head and first glanced at Li Junin, who was obviously eavesdropping on the upper bunk. Then he turned to Zhang Wei, who looked excited and eagerly waiting for his response. The corner of his mouth was covered with a smile. Oh wait, what do you want to ask? Zhang Wei moved closer, lowering his voice, his face full of nervousness, curiosity, and a bit of disbelief. Brother Yi, tell me the truth, Su Qian, is she really your girlfriend too? After he finished speaking, he stared at Lin Qian's face closely, afraid to miss any change in his expression. Lin Qian still looked calm and composed, his tone very natural. Didn't I tell you before? Ruoxi and I helped her at the beginning of the school year. She and Ruoxi got along really well, and she recognized Ruoxi as her sister, and by the way, she also recognized me as her brother. How could she be my second girlfriend? Do I look like such a philanthropic person? Jiang Wei stared at Lin Qia's face for a while, wanting to reply, yes, but seeing the other party's serious expression, he finally swallowed his words back and scratched his head, his expression even more confused. But why is she so indifferent and aloof to everyone else, but she's like a completely different person when she's around you? She's acting coquettish and dependent. This doesn't look like she simply treats you as a brother. Lin Qie chuckled, walked to his desk, pulled out a chair, sat down, crossed his legs, raised his head slightly, and looked calm. She came here from Tianjing alone to attend university. In this completely unfamiliar environment, she feels that I am someone she can rely on, so she is close to me. Is there any problem with that? Yes, that's the truth. Jiang Wei was speechless when he heard Lin Qie say this. He frowned and tried to organize his words, but I always feel that the way she looks at you is not the way a sister looks at her brother. Brother Yi, I can guarantee from my experience of watching so many romance anime that she definitely likes you. Like me, Lin Qie raised his eyebrows. What he really wanted to say was, you guessed right. I know better than you whether she likes me or not. But he just smiled and shook his head, his tone somewhat helpless. Don't guess blindly, I already have Ruoxi. Even if she likes me, it's just the dependence of a sister on a brother. Okay, away, she is just my sister. He dropped the topic at the right moment, saying casually, if you have the time to worry about me, why not watch a few more episodes of anime? As he spoke, he no longer paid attention to Jiang Wei's troubled expression of, I must be right, and took out his mobile phone, as if to end the topic. Jiang Wei opened his mouth, but seeing that Lin Qie obviously didn't want to say anything more, he had to retreat back to his seat in disappointment. However, his eyes would still glance in Lin Qie's direction from time to time, and it was obvious that he was still gossiping crazily in his heart. Li Junin, who was sitting on the bed, also silently withdrew his gaze. In his opinion, even if Su Qian was really Lin Qie's second girlfriend, there was nothing to be surprised about. He could only feel envy. After all, which man doesn't have a dream of having a harem? Lin Qie unlocked his phone, entered Fission, and clicked on the Fission chat interface with Su Qian. This girl must be squatting in the forum with her phone in hand, enjoying the show to the fullest. Let me see how she performs. Lin Qie's lips curled up in a playful arc, and his fingertips quickly typed a line of words and sent a message. Lin Qie, Qian, take a look at the school forum, it seems we have become campus celebrities. Just after the message was sent, a prompt, the other party is typing, popped up at the top of the dialog box after a while. Soon, Su Qian's replies popped out one after another. Su Qian, these people are so boring. What are they talking about? Their photography skills are terrible. Su Qian, share link, Zhangyan University forum, shocking news. Cosplay contest champion Su Qian and cosplay club queen vice president Lang Ruoxi share the same handsome guy. Tonight's biggest news, come and watch. Su Qian, some people actually say that I'm the queen asserting her sovereignty. Ha ha ha, these people have such a rich imagination. After playing the role of anger and innocence, the topic immediately changed, with just the right amount of worry. Su Qian, will Sister Ruoxi be upset? Do you want me to post something to clarify? Then, another message came. Su Qian, brother Yi, you're not angry, are you? It's all because of that nosy senior that we've become the center of attention. Lin Qie looked at the barrage of messages on the screen, with a hint of probing in his coquettish expression. He could almost imagine Su Qian staring at her phone with a sly look, trying not to laugh. This was clearly the result she expected. She didn't take the term, sharing a boyfriend, seriously at all. Instead, she pretended to be well-behaved and cared about his and Lang Ruoxi's feelings, acting like a good green tea sister. The curve of Lin Qie's lips deepened, and with a hint of indulgence, he replied slowly. Lin Qie, why should I be angry? It's not a big deal. Ruoxi won't blame you. I'll have Ruoxi post a message explaining the relationship between the three of us. I'm afraid you'll feel wrong. After the message was sent, the other party is typing, was displayed intermittently for a while, as if the other party was puffing out his cheeks with an unwilling look on his face as he carefully considered his words. Soon, a cute jumping rabbit emoticon popped up. Su Qian, rabbit.jpg. Su Qian, I'm glad that brother Yi isn't angry. Please also apologize to sister Ruoxi and me. I don't feel wrong. They are just insignificant people anyway. I don't care what they say. Su Qian, thank you, sister Ruoxi, for clarifying it. I'm going to take a shower first. Good night, brother Yi. See you tomorrow. Mua. Lin Qie looked at the words, Mua, and shook his head and laughed. This girl doesn't hide anything now, but I still have to cooperate and pretend I don't know anything. However, this kind of ambiguous feeling is quite enjoyable. He couldn't help but imagine her cute face nestling in his arms, kissing his face, and saying, Mua, softly, just thinking about it makes him look forward to it. Recovering his thoughts that were drifting further and further away, he casually replied, good night, and then switched windows and sent a message to Lang Ruoxi, asking her to post a clarification post and just say what was true. End of book.